Introduction asterisk. While others embark on their journeys as great leaders, I find myself transformed into a mere dog. While others are endowed with divine strength, I am left to navigate the wilderness for survival. How? As a creature resembling an ice wolf, am I to endure in this world of ice and fire? The Game of Thrones is a realm for humans, yet I am but an ordinary little dog. Chapter 1. As I close my eyes and open them again, lo and behold, I become a small dog. Like many ordinary girls, my greatest aspirations were to attain beauty and wealth. If I could achieve both, it would be even more splendid. It seems I can only rely on the hope of transmigration, for my current existence offers little room for refinement. The only redeeming quality of my portly figure is my open-heartedness and contentment. Despite lacking a romantic partner, I find myself quite satisfied with my situation. Having been named after a character from a poorly concluded television drama, I often pondered how I might leverage the advantages of being a transmigrated woman in the world of Game of Thrones. After careful consideration, I decided against it. Such a brutal arena of ice and fire is hardly a place for a mere mortal. Modern life is delightful. There are hot pots, lobsters, computers, card games, Marvel, and Daenerys. What more could one desire? My beloved detective series narrated by Jon Snow has concluded, leaving me utterly fulfilled. In retrospect, I realize I was truly the king of setting flags. Just yesterday was Christmas. I vividly recall binge-watching the first season of Game of Thrones for the 6th time and spending the night giggling over a plethora of Daenerys and Khal Drogo edits. Then, wrapped in 3 layers of blankets and wearing a down jacket, I drifted into slumber. Upon awakening, I seemed to have transformed into a non-human entity, likely a fluffy husky. Is it indeed a husky? The color and shape somewhat resemble it. As a passive admirer of pets, I find myself uncertain. Were there pure white huskies? After lying still for a while, the faint pain coursing through my body finally led me to accept the reality of my transformation from human to dog. A sudden thought struck me. Though I am not human, I am indeed a dog. I wanted to laugh, but as I opened my mouth, a soft sound escaped. A whoa. It was quite disheartening. Here I am, a vibrant young woman, reduced to a dog, no less a wounded one. I wonder who could be so cruel as to harm it. Disregarding the economic implications, huskies are undeniably adorable. I lifted my head slightly, gazing at my flexible paws, finding a bittersweet humor in my fluffy white fur. Surely, I must still be rather cute. Yet, those claws are far too sharp. They must be trimmed. I stretched my front paws and gently pressed on my soft belly. My disheveled fur bore traces of blood, along with dirt and grass. The wound on my abdomen, judging by the intensity of the pain, did not seem particularly grave. An unexpected thought flared in my mind. I want to lick it. I froze. This is bad. My thoughts are beginning to canine. Slowly, I raised my upper body, inadvertently tugging at the wound, which elicited a low whimper from me. I seemed to be in a wild forest, surrounded by tall, snow-laden coniferous trees. An injured beast can only hope to recover slowly. In this desolate wilderness, one cannot predict the presence of larger predators. I must find a safe haven. Everything around me felt peculiar. I needed to familiarize myself with my surroundings. I cautiously rose. The sensation of my limbs on the ground was novel. My ears perked up as I detected faint sounds of rustling in the underbrush. I nervously twitched my ears and took a step back. Yet, a comforting scent wafted through the air, bringing with it a sense of familiarity. I widened my eyes, fixating on the depths of the forest, where a few creatures resembling me emerged from the underbrush. Their fur was a blend of white, gray, and tawny hues, with cold, golden eyes that bore the gaze of apex predators. With sharp muzzles and robust tails held high, their ears were not large but slightly rounded, a stark contrast to the silly, upright ears of a husky. A jolt of realization struck me. I finally acknowledged my misunderstanding. This was a pack of wolves. Indeed, how could there be huskies in the mountains? Am I also a wolf? I dared not move, locking eyes with the lead wolf as it approached me. Fortunately, the anticipated bloodshed did not occur. The wolves merely came forward to sniff me, circling around before settling down. The largest among them leaned in to sniff me, shaking its head in a rather human-like manner. In its gaze, I discerned a hint of confusion. Then, the alpha wolf lowered its head, gently licking the fur around my wound while emitting a soft whine. I felt a twinge of unease. Is this as dire as I fear? As a human draped in wolf skin, I began to worry about my future virtue. Thankfully, after licking, The giant wolf merely nudged me with its head, then took a few steps into the depths of the forest, turning back to look at me. Is it beckoning me to follow? I hesitantly lifted my paw. I was still unaccustomed to this quadrupedal stance, and my perspective was low, feeling quite odd. The colors of the surroundings appeared somewhat bleached, and even in the absence of light, I could see far and deep. The wolves of the forest glided through the terrain like shadows, vanishing in an instant. Only the giant wolf remained, leading the way at a leisurely pace. The terrain gradually steepened as we seemed to ascend into the mountains. The trees in the forest were sparse, yet small creatures abounded. In a short span, I had already spotted several nests of wild rabbits. For the moment, there were no threatening creatures in sight. I felt nimble and agile, and the pain from my wound began to subside, replaced by a tingling sensation. The wound was healing rapidly. Even if I were no longer human, I knew this was not a normal rate of recovery. Suddenly, a wave of hunger washed over me, akin to having not eaten for days. My stomach burned. Noticing my slowed pace, the giant wolf paused, turning to regard me. I opened my mouth. I'm hungry. Disheartened, I lower my head. Unsurprisingly, whatever I intended to say emerged as a howl. The giant wolf seemed uncertain if it understood my meaning, yet it did not continue running. Instead, it chose a direction and ambled ahead. We traversed through thickets and tangled grass until we emerged into a small lake. Upon the wolf's arrival, chaos erupted across the water's edge as various animals fled in a panic. I even caught sight of a frenzied fox and a striped weasel, while a foul odor wafted through the air. Why does it feel as though a village has been invaded? I couldn't help but chuckle. The giant wolf darted past me like an arrow, charging towards a solitary fawn. I had never witnessed a wolf hunt in reality, but I was certain that no wolf could match the speed of a cheetah. The brutality of nature unfolded before my eyes as the young deer met its demise in an instant. I could not bear to watch this cruelty and turned my face away, until the giant wolf tossed the unfortunate fawn at my feet, thoughtfully tearing it in half. It dawned on me, belatedly, that this was likely my current menu. No, I can't. I can only stomach medium-rare steak. We must refuse wild game. Is there any way to cook this meat? Am I destined to survive by consuming raw flesh? But I do not wish to perish in Bai Ling's mind. A barrage of thoughts had unfolded, and even the expressionless visage of the wolf seemed to betray a hint of despair. Observing Bai Ling's hesitation to speak, the colossal wolf emitted a low, threatening growl, its volume gradually escalating. Bai Ling sensed that it would never harm her. Ignoring it, she turned her back and faced it with defiance. The growling ceased, but an unsettling sound of tearing flesh and cracking bones filled the air. Was the giant wolf feasting? The sound was truly disturbing, accompanied by the unsettling crack of deforming bones. After all, she was human and would never consume a freshly slain animal. The strange sounds soon faded, only to be replaced by the voice of a man. You are quite troublesome. Chapter 2. Werewolf? Wolfman? Twilight City? Suddenly, a human voice resonated from behind her. It was a peculiar language, deep and resonant, emanating from the chest like a melodious echo. Bai Ling could not recall any similar dialect from her memory, yet she understood it perfectly. She was astonished. Why was she suddenly hearing a human voice? Whipping her head around, she swiftly turned back, nearly straining the wolf's neck in the process. This was utterly absurd. If she were human at this moment, her face would be flushed with embarrassment. The barrage of thoughts in her mind cascaded down like a waterfall. All she could think was, what on earth was happening? This was not the time to panic. She needed to remain calm. By Ling. That is a wolf. No, a true wolf. Had she somehow entered the realm of Twilight City? How else could one explain a giant wolf transforming into a man? Or perhaps a primitive, wild man devoid of clothing? The muscular figure seemed to be chiding her incessantly, saying, I have told you before, do not mingle with those humans. Not only will you be tainted by their scent, but your mind will become as foolish as theirs. Could it be that this wolfman recognized her? Was it feasible for him to feign amnesia like a human? Could a wolf even forget? Help! She did not wish to be devoured. However, it appeared that the wolf pack had some connection to humans. Did she perhaps share a deeper relationship with them? What kind of world was this? If a muscular man could transform from wolf to human, could she do the same? Were they werewolves or human wolves? Or perhaps neither? Was there a possibility of vampires lurking in this world as well? Bai Ling's mind was a whirlwind of questions, and her thoughts floated aimlessly. Before long, The enticing aroma of roasted meat snapped her back to reality. Where was that smell coming from? Suppressing her embarrassment, she turned around to find the muscular man had somehow kindled a fire and was cautiously roasting the lifeless deer before him. She felt suffocated. Although the gruesome sight was obscured, it was still disconcerting. Could he not at least remove the deer's head and skin it? Moreover, how had the fire spontaneously appeared? Sigh, never mind. At least the wolfman could roast meat. She would not ask for too much. His movements were excessively cautious, and he kept his distance, as if the flames might erupt at any moment. Despite being able to transform into a human, it seemed he still feared fire, his actions awkward. Bai Ling felt a warmth in her heart and instinctively reached for the branch he was using to roast the deer. As she extended her hand, she realized it was transformed into a wolf paw. Quietly retracting her paw, she sat down and observed the wolfman while waiting for the meat. His fur was thick, tousled, and of a deep gray color, distinct from the hue of his wolf coat. His skin was dark, muscles well-defined, and he stood tall with robust limbs. His face was well-formed, yet his features seemed somewhat disproportionate, giving him a peculiar appearance that was a blend of European and African traits, exuding a hint of exotic charm. Though not unattractive, his countenance inexplicably gave Bai Ling the impression of a failed sculpting attempt. Curiosity piqued, the wolfman, seemingly unfazed by her gaze, tossed her a piece of half-cooked deer meat. He then seized the other half, dripping with blood, and began to devour it voraciously. He could have simply eaten in his wolf form. As a human, Bai Ling felt a wave of nausea, yet the instincts of the wolf within her prevailed. The taste of blood ignited her appetite, and she could no longer resist. She bit into the half-cooked deer meat. Driven by extreme hunger, she paid no heed to anything else. The wolf's sharp teeth effortlessly tore through flesh and sinew. The half-cooked deer meat mingled with the sweet taste of blood, and Bai Ling found herself finishing it in mere bites. The two of them, one human and one wolf, consumed the entire deer at a truly astonishing pace. Bai Ling watched as the wolfman, in human form, sprawled comfortably on the ground, yawning lazily, and remarked, "The humans who harmed you have been captured. You should refrain from descending the mountain again. Return and offer these culprits to the Great Snow Mountain." Bai Ling had many questions, but she would not be foolish enough to directly inquire about her relationship with the wolfman or the nature of this world. For the time being, she could not find a way back to her original world, so she decided to wait. For someone like her, who was physically inactive and myopic, transforming into a wolf was a refreshing experience. Moreover, she was exceedingly curious about this peculiar werewolf clan. Bai Ling, feeling anxious, howled in frustration, longing to know how to revert to her human form. It was urgent. Being a wolf was far too inconvenient. As she howled, the wolfman's expression grew oddly contemplative. "So, you claim you cannot transform because you're injured? What does injury have to do with it? Isn't it simply a matter of envisioning the human form in one's mind?" Bai Ling thought to herself. Plans were in motion. The wolfman seemed easily deceived. He scratched his chin and grumbled in a gruff tone. "Honestly, I should not have let you wander off alone. I warned you to keep your distance from humans. Look at how foolish you have become." Bai Ling protested. "What do you mean foolish? This is my first time being a wolf." After a satisfying meal, they took a brief rest, and the wolfman interrupted Bai Ling's attempts to transform. "We must return before dawn breaks over the Great Snow Mountain." Bai Ling nodded and rose to her feet, the wolfman charging ahead. She tried her best to avoid looking, but the wolf's vision was simply too expansive. The wolfman, in human form, was surprisingly swift, moving with the agility of Tarzan. Bai Ling struggled to keep up, using all her strength to manage her forelegs. Perhaps she was simply too inept. Just as she pondered why he was running in human form, the wolfman leaped from a low slope, seamlessly transitioning into his wolf form midair. The sleek, glossy black-gray wolf landed gracefully and immediately surged forward. Bai Ling felt an urge to applaud him. 100 points for style. The two wolves, one large and one small, darted through the forest, and Bai Ling experienced an exhilarating sense of freedom like never before. The silvery moonlight descended silently, enveloping the earth like a veil, and the night in the mountains was vibrant in the eyes of the wolves. The nocturnal hunters lay in wait for their unsuspecting prey, while a symphony of chirps from insects filled the air. Bai Ling could even hear the sounds of small creatures burrowing beneath the soil. Her eyes glowed with a mysterious green light as the world unfolded before her with remarkable clarity. This was freedom. They continued to run, reveling in their exhilaration, until the moon set and the sun began to rise. Although the sun has emerged, the temperature has noticeably dropped. The snow-white spirit, adorned with its natural fur coat, has also sensed the chill in the air. The pace of the wolves is unmatched by any human. They have traversed the lush hills and elevated forests, now advancing towards the towering, cloud-kissed, snow-capped mountains. The ground is gradually revealing only scattered patches of moss, as a blanket of snow covers the earth, creating a vast expanse of white. The snow-white spirit comes to a halt, gazing blankly at the sheer cliff before her. The colossal wolf leaps with an agility that belies its size, scaling several meters of the sheer cliff face in an instant. Through the wolf's keen eyesight, she observes that the landing spots are scarcely the size of a fist, relying solely on its powerful limbs to navigate the treacherous terrain. For a brief moment, she wonders if she is witnessing a variant of the cliff-dwelling goat, transformed into a cliff-dwelling wolf. The giant wolf, impatiently pacing along a concave section of the cliff, notices her still staring blankly at the rock face. With a graceful leap, it descends. Suddenly, a sharp pain shoots through her tail, akin to having a finger caught in a heavy door, prompting an involuntary howl. Oh, woo! Turning her head, she finds herself staring into the unyielding, icy gaze of the colossal wolf. The giant wolf issues a menacing growl. "Hurry up and climb, or I shall sever your tail." The snow-white spirit replies, "How cruel! This is truly difficult for me." Chapter 3. The pack of wolves. Fortunately, it only appears daunting, or rather, exceedingly challenging for humans. Once the agile white spirit leapt into action, her innate instincts activated, effortlessly mastering the art of climbing. How splendid! I am indeed a clever wolf. The white spirit closely followed the great wolf as they soared across the snowy mountain cliffs. Surrounded by a breathtaking expanse of pristine white, with mist enveloping the mountain summit, a glance back revealed a landscape resembling a patchwork of green hues, akin to a richly textured oil painting. A myriad of tiny black dots meandered slowly across the vast, pale green plains. The piercing cry of an eagle resonated through the air, echoing in the mountain's embrace. Everything before her radiated with boundless vitality under the brushstrokes of nature. How vast this world is! While climbing is initially exhilarating, the subsequent weariness manifests as aches and pains, perhaps due to a newfound vigor. Upon reaching their destination, a cave near the mountain's peak, the white spirit felt as though her four legs were no longer her own. All she desired was to collapse in exhaustion. As she swayed unsteadily, about to succumb like a languid hound, the great wolf approached with its formidable jaws agape, poised to bite. In a flash, the white spirit darted forward, tucking her tail tightly against her hind legs. They were almost there. The great wolf spoke in human tongue. The cave's entrance lay concealed beneath a slanted boulder, easily overlooked without careful observation. The terrain sloped downward, and the walls were adorned with a seemingly insubstantial layer of transparent ice. The ceiling was festooned with glistening icicles of various shapes, sharp enough to serve as lethal weapons, densely clustered overhead. In the tranquil cavern, only the sound of dripping water reverberated. As they ventured deeper, the temperature began to rise. Yet the passage grew increasingly narrow and treacherous. Numerous dark, winding paths branched off within the cave, extending into the unknown. The white spirit faintly heard the anguished cries and pleas of humans. Suddenly, the space opened up, revealing a pool of steaming crimson spring water. Beside the spring knelt two ragged humans, resembling wild men, their bodies smeared with blood. They dared not move, for nearby lay two equally massive wolves. One of the men bore a torn ear, the blood long congealed, leaving only a ghastly wound and a remnant of bone. He emitted intermittent wails. The other was in a more dire state, his right hand severed at the wrist, his complexion as pale as parchment. He fixated on the great wolf to his right, his gaze rife with malice. Beneath them, small rivulets of blood flowed gently into the spring, dissipating into wisps of crimson. The black, giant wolf waded through the red waters, where a natural rock platform jutted from the center of the pool. He reclined upon it, rolling comfortably. The white spirit was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the unfolding circumstances. The yellow and white striped giant wolf approached, affectionately licking the black wolf's face and neck. The two wolves, foreheads touching, appeared as intimate as human lovers. This must be the black wolf's mate. Thus this shape-shifting wolf must be the alpha of the pack. The black giant wolf suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Bai, these two filthy humans are entrusted to you. Tear them apart." The two wild men, still reeling from the shock of hearing the wolf speak, began to wail and plead for mercy. Bai Ling was taken aback, momentarily doubting her own ears. "Why? I don't want to. How disgusting." To her astonishment, What escaped her lips was not a growl, but a melodious, crystalline voice akin to that of a young girl. The sweetness of her tone was enchanting, yet she felt an impulse towards self-destruction. How could she suddenly speak? Could it be the influence of this strange cave? According to the rules of the Great Snow Mountain, one should deal with their own enemies. Perhaps Bai Ling's words offered a glimmer of hope. The wild men continued to cry and scream, tears and snot streaming down their faces, mingling with the black mud and blood on their bodies. Their frantic demeanor caused Bai Ling to recoil in horror, terrified at the prospect of soiling her pure, beautiful white fur. A soft feminine voice chimed in. Bai is still young, in need of further honing. Perhaps it is time for her to leave the pack. Your sister should not be so timid. The black wolf remained silent, deep in thought. The gentle she-wolf nuzzled her mate, rising to her feet and slowly opening her blood-stained maw. Bai Ling caught sight of sharp teeth glistening with fresh flesh, and she instinctively turned away, unable to bear the sight. Accompanied by two piercing screams, hot blood splattered across her face and hair as severed heads rolled away. She had never fathomed that a human could exude such an abundance of blood, staining her snow-white fur a vivid crimson. Her vision was engulfed in a sea of red, and all sounds gradually faded into silence. She could only hear the final farewell. Goodbye. The wolf pack followed the black wolf couple, leaving Bai Ling alone, like a wooden statue, beside the spring for an indeterminate time. When she regained her senses, she discovered that the blood had been thoroughly washed away. The water was pleasantly warm. If not for the gnawing hunger that reminded her of her condition, she would have relished the moment. This was the territory of the black wolves. She needed to leave swiftly. A lone wolf expelled from the pack would face death at the hands of the wolf king or queen if they lingered. The two human corpses in their heads had long since vanished, leaving only drag marks on the ground. Food was scarce in the Great Snow Mountain, so it was evident what had become of the bodies. Even if she could transform into a human, she was ultimately still a beast at heart. Bai Ling's mind felt numb, and her emotions were awry. The novelty, excitement, and joy she had felt upon arriving in this world had evaporated, leaving only fear of the present and of the future. More terrifying was the awakening bloodlust within her as she witnessed the humans being torn apart, an involuntary drool escaping from her wolfish mouth. Suppressing her fear, Bai Ling continuously whispered to herself, I am human, I am human. Yes, I am human. My name is Bai Ling, and I hail from the 21st century. I revel in watching dramas, savoring spicy hot pot, and indulging in leisurely slumber. I am not a wolf, nor am I white. I am Bai Ling. The haunting howl of a lone wolf suddenly pierces the air, serving as a warning to Bai Ling. It is time for her to depart. She must venture into human territory. She longs to experience life as a human. Bai Ling retraces her steps, surmising that human settlements are likely situated amidst the plains and hills. She contemplates returning to the place of her injury for investigation. Meanwhile, she cannot shake the unsettling familiarity of the two wild men who perished in the wolf den. Surely, it cannot be so. If her suspicions hold true, she may be compelled to hide within the mountains and forests, never to emerge again. In this world, there is no safe haven wherever humans dwell. Gurgling in her stomach, she decides to seek sustenance. In the woodland where she had picnicked with the black wolf, Bai Ling fortuitously discovers a stream teeming with fish. The water flows swiftly, and she dares not venture too far. Unlike the native wolves, she is merely a facade, lacking any real experience in wilderness hunting. As the fish leap in the water, her hunger intensifies, and she finds herself desperate on the bank. Bai Ling pursues the fish along the shore until she stumbles upon a narrow creek descending steeply. Numerous fish leap high at the mouth of this natural dining hall before tumbling down. However, she hesitates to approach, for a brown bear lurks within. The bear's size is not overwhelmingly massive, yet Bai Ling is intimidated. She has never bested even her family's teddy bear. How much more daunting is this wild beast? The bear, upon noticing Bai Ling, grows wary, rising on its hind legs in a threatening posture. Bai Ling, unwilling to back down, bares her teeth and emits a low growl while cautiously retreating a step. They exchange cautious glances, each weighing the odds of victory. After a moment of stalemate, they return to their respective pursuits. Watching the plump fish willingly leap into the bear's mouth, Bai Ling is consumed with envy and frustration. How infuriating! How starving she is! Oh, gluttonous bear, how much must you eat? She exclaims in her heart, letting out a plaintive howl. The bear seems to hear her, halting its greedy feast and turning its gaze toward Bai Ling, who lies on the bank. The bear tilts its head, and with a swift motion, it slams its paw down with a resounding thud, sending a hefty fish tumbling onto the shore. With eyes gleaming with hunger, Bai Ling seizes the opportunity and devours the fish, tears of gratitude welling up within her. Forgive me, for I am indeed a disgrace to the wolf clan. From this day forth, You shall be my elder brother, dear bear. Ah, how sweet this fish tastes. Chapter 4. The Trials of Survival in the Wild. After enduring a harrowing nightmare, Bai Ling finally learns to transform. It is pertinent to mention this nightmare. She dreams of becoming Daenerys Targaryen, marrying Khal Drogo, and blissfully giving birth to a litter of huskies. The rascally huskies create chaos, yapping and beckoning, "Mommy, come join us." In her dream, Bai Ling turned to share her concerns about her son with Zhuge, only to witness the once handsome and robust Zhuge transforming into a creature with the head of a horse and the body of a man, spewing saliva as he inquired, "My moon, what troubles you?" The sheer terror of this vision jolted her awake, her heart racing and her emotions in turmoil. The haunting imagery from her dream left a profound psychological scar upon her. How utterly terrifying. Soon after, she discovered that she had inadvertently transformed into a human. Hooray! Bai Ling's human form appeared to be that of a girl just over 7 or 8 years of age, possessing a cascade of platinum hair. Her voice was melodious, and her visage charming, reminiscent of a gender-swapped version of a little dragon from a certain magical universe. "I am simply adorable. I could just die of cuteness." She realized that her transformation into a human was fleeting, lasting only a few dozen minutes. However, Bai Ling quickly grasped the nuances of her metamorphosis. When her emotions surged, she could easily visualize her human appearance in her mind, facilitating the change. Conversely, by achieving a state of complete calm and emptying her thoughts, she could revert to her white wolf form through a repetition of this process. While her human visage did not clearly indicate what she would look like as an adult, she was content with her current appearance. The transformation process was slightly different from what her elder brother, the Black Wolf, had described. Yet Bai Ling believed that her human form aligned with her subconscious desires. Her curiosity about the human-wolf hybrid race only intensified. Nevertheless, she needed to continue experimenting to discover methods for a more lasting human form. This mountainous forest was teeming with diverse species and devoid of particularly dangerous beasts, providing Bai Ling with a temporary sanctuary. She found a dry and comfortable cave, perfectly sized to conceal her, conveniently located near a stream. Gathering feathers from various birds and procuring large, smooth leaves, she fashioned a cozy nest for her slumber. She had once entertained the notion of constructing a treehouse or a grass hut, but her lack of skill ultimately thwarted those plans. Never mind. I shan't burden myself further. As for sustenance, her friendship with the big bear was flourishing splendidly. Ever since the bear had shared a fish with her by the stream, Bai Ling found herself rather fond of the clumsy creature. Each time the bear ventured to the pond for a meal, she would eagerly follow in tow. Once the bear had satisfied its hunger, she would approach to claim any leftovers or see if she could receive a loving morsel. Initially, the bear attempted to shoo her away, yet it ultimately succumbed to her audacity, tacitly accepting her presence at mealtime. What shame is there in sharing food and drink? Bai Ling, despite her wolfish nature, understood the importance of reciprocity in relationships, thus cherishing her bond with the bear. With her wolfish claws adept at digging, she often sought ways to unearth fresh, nutritious insect nests brimming with protein for her bear companion, or she would bravely climb trees to procure honeycombs and sweet honey for him. Sometimes, she even journeyed from far-off places to bring back clusters of delectable berries. Unbeknownst to them, the two had inadvertently become the best of friends at their little dining table. Accompanied by the great bear, Bai Ling found some solace amidst her solitude, temporarily alleviating the fears and worries buried deep within her heart. Logically, the survival rate of a solitary wolf far from its pack is exceedingly low. Yet, Bai Ling managed to endure in this forested realm inhabited by wolf packs. Adopting a guise of camouflage, one cannot deny the fortuitousness of her situation. Had it not been for the overwhelming scent emanating from the bear's den, she would have considered snuggling with the great bear, yearning to experience the bliss of embracing a furry companion. However, the good days were not destined to last. The leaping fish in the stream were seasonal, and as time progressed and winter approached, the food available to Bai Ling dwindled. The weather grew increasingly frigid, and the small creatures had long since stored enough sustenance for the winter, compelling Bai Ling to contemplate the food supply for both herself and her bear companion. Before hibernation, the bear must accumulate sufficient nutrition for the winter, and as she was still growing, Bai Ling could not afford to starve. She even entertained the notion of masquerading as a pet to scavenge food from human households. While seeking traces of human activity, she consciously expanded her patrol range. She recalled a documentary that stated wolves possess remarkable endurance, allowing solitary wolves to trek thousands of miles in search of new packs. Moreover, an adult wolf can consume up to 18 pounds of meat in one sitting and then go several days without eating. She had already begun to appreciate the advantages of her wolf form, which enabled her to run at a steady pace for hours on end, and remained satiated for extended periods. The memories of her days as a human, filled with feasting, gradually faded into obscurity. She slowly adapted to her wolf body, yet as a wolf, she seldom found herself fully nourished. Due to her lack of wilderness survival experience, she struggled to even start a fire and was reluctant to consume raw red meat. For a wolf, Bai Ling often went hungry. In the mountains, her human form was not as practical as her wolf form. When in wolf form, her vigor and agility made foraging effortless. However, in human form, she lacked strength and endurance, making it nearly impossible to approach the bear. She had attempted to approach the great bear while in human form, nearly being mistaken for a delectable morsel. Whether it was due to the stark contrast between her two forms or some other reason, the bear was indeed rather foolish. During times of dire hunger, she relied on berries, wild vegetables, and some safe, non-toxic fungi to sustain herself. She was on the verge of forgetting the taste of human food. Occasionally, when the bear ventured out to hunt, it would return with fresh meat, sharing a portion with Bai Ling. Yet, apart from fish, she had not dared to touch the raw flesh of any animal. As the snow began to fall silently, the bear grew increasingly irritable, and Bai Ling knew she had to depart. Before leaving, she wished to prepare ample food for the bear to ensure its successful hibernation. Through her extensive travels during this time, Bai Ling had already delineated the areas frequented and inhabited by humans. However, she hesitated to make contact. Unable to take that crucial step, she now existed in a liminal state, half human, half wolf. As the saying goes, rare treasures may be coveted. Yet once humanity uncovers her secrets, she is likely to face a most tragic fate. She has only just begun to master the art of transformation and has yet to fully grasp the nuances of her metamorphosis, nor the maximum duration she can sustain her human form. Should she inadvertently reveal her wolf form in a public setting, it would spell disaster. However, she finds herself compelled to take a gamble, fearing she may become the first time traveler in history to perish from hunger. The target she has chosen is a remote pasture, situated far from her usual dwelling in the southeastern plains. The journey will take her from dawn until dusk. This location was selected precisely for its seclusion, minimizing the likelihood of attracting attention, as the nearest village lies several miles away. Moreover, after careful observation, she noted that the ranch owner's social circle is quite limited, consisting solely of a husband, a wife, and their son. The ranch is home to a substantial flock of plump sheep, indicating a stable livelihood that would not be easily compromised by the loss of a few. The lively lambs dancing in her mind transformed into succulent roasted legs of lamb, delectable lamb chops, and savory skewers, prompting tears of joy to stream from the corners of her mouth. Is it still considered wolfish if she does not steal sheep? The thought of exquisite lamb skewers, which cost nothing, beckoned her. The experience of her first sheep heist was surprisingly effortless. She silently slipped through the gaps in the fence into the sheep pen, transformed into a human, and tied 2 lambs with a rope. After opening the gate, she reverted to her wolf form and nipped at the rope to drive the sheep out in one fluid motion. As she prepared to depart, she noticed the rancher had stashed away a considerable amount of dry cheese, cured meats, and sausages, along with some rather unpleasant sour red wine. Without hesitation, she indulged herself until her belly was pleasantly round. Although the flavors were less than remarkable, this marked the first time since her arrival in this world that she had tasted long-lost human food. She deemed the feast worthy of high praise. Despite the lengthy return journey with exhausted lambs in tow, she also had to remain vigilant against potential thieves, which left her quite fatigued. The bear had taken a liking to the new lambs, often sleeping beside them. Though reluctant, she felt it was time to bid a somewhat reassuring farewell to her furry friend. As she savored the taste of sausage in her memory, she resolved to indulge once more. Just as before, she adeptly navigated the sheep pen, executing her plan with ease, only to discover that the gate would not open. The lambs, upon seeing her, were no longer as compliant as they had been previously. They bleated in a cacophony. Soon, the sounds of barking dogs and human shouts filled the air. Realizing the predicament she faced in her wolf form, she opted to maintain her guise as a small girl, hoping to blend in unnoticed. With some effort, she could sustain her human appearance for 2 hours, which should suffice. Should her ruse fail, her only option would be to flee desperately. It was time to put her acting skills to the test. She found a tattered piece of cloth to wrap around herself and pinched her thigh with vigor, causing her eyes to redden instantly. With her striking emerald eyes brimming with unshed tears, she presented herself in a most pitiable manner. With a charming visage and resplendent platinum locks, albeit slightly soiled, the little girl exuded an aura that evoked a deep sense of compassion. The ranch owner, accompanied by 5 or 6 burly men and 2 large dogs, stormed into the sheepfold, Yet they found no sign of the anticipated malevolent sheep thief. Instead, in a corner, they discovered a frail child, tattered and shivering, clutching a lamb for warmth. She appeared to have been frightened to tears, desperately inching toward the flock. The men exchanged bewildered glances. This did not resemble a thief at all. Such a diminutive child, oddly endearing in her appearance, with her underdeveloped limbs, seemed incapable of carrying a sheep. She looked like a lost soul who had wandered in from the wilderness. Bai Ling trembled all over, her face pale, weakly attempting to speak, but only managed to emit a faint whisper. The elderly ranch owner, softened by age, found it hard to believe that such a small child could be a sheep thief. He gently inquired, "Child, what are you doing here?" Bai Ling responded in a barely audible voice, "Uncle, I am cold." Chapter 5. The Wolf and the Hunter. The frail, pitiable, yet adorable little girl instantly tugged at the old ranch owner's heartstrings. The burly men paid her little mind, continuing their raucous search for the supposed thief while holding their dogs. The ranch owner's wife led Bai Ling into a small cottage, seating her at a large, worn table. The hard wooden bench was too high for her, prompting the elderly woman to find a wooden block for her to rest her feet upon. Years of malnutrition had rendered Bai Ling both in her human and wolf forms exceedingly gaunt, while her wolf form concealed her frailty. Her human appearance was so diminutive that one would doubt she was even 8 years old. She was painfully thin, her skin as pale as the first snowfall of winter, with the veins beneath her skin starkly visible, resembling slender, withered branches buried beneath the snow in the cold season. Upon seeing her, the ranch owner's wife was overwhelmed with pity and quickly laid an abundant spread of food before her. Bai Ling gazed at the feast with wide eyes but did not reach for it. Instead, she turned to them and quietly asked, "Excuse me, is this for me?" The elderly woman instinctively clutched her chest, and then her face, exclaiming, "Of course, dear child, please eat. It's all for you." Bai Ling beamed with a radiant smile. "Thank you, Ma, you are truly kind." The ranch owner could not help but cover his heart as well. The couple was utterly charmed. What a delightful and polite child she was. Surely, she must be the offspring of noble lineage. It was a mystery how she had come to wander into such desolation, and their hearts ached for her plight. Concerned that the child might feel embarrassed, the couple stepped outside to discuss matters. Although the hired help from the city had already departed, those outside, accompanied by dogs, were not easily dismissed. They would require a substantial payment, despite not capturing the thief. They had indeed endured hardships while guarding the sheepfold for several days. The two dogs continued to bark furiously toward the interior, saliva flying from their mouths. The rope around the dog's neck was digging painfully into its flesh under immense force. The dog stood upright, seemingly impervious to pain. The two individuals holding the leash were flustered, on the verge of being yanked along. They couldn't help but curse, questioning what was wrong with the dog and lamenting if it had gone unfed again. By the gods, caring for them was more demanding than tending to my own children. The couple from the ranch produced a tattered, filthy bag with reluctance, slowly handing it to the man bearing a longbow and quiver. Bai Ling sat at an angle facing the outer door, nibbling on her food while keeping an eye on the activity outside. Their attire was practical for hunting, consisting of leather garments and snug trousers, wrapped in heavy animal hides. Their gloves were crafted from supple leather, well protected at the bony joints, with slightly thinner material at the knuckles to allow for greater dexterity. The hunter handling the money had sharp, discerning eyes. Not only did he carry a nearly full-sized longbow on his back, but a short sword also hung at his waist. He appeared to be no longer young. His skin taut against his features. His face was elongated, as if each cheek had been sharply carved away. With single eyelids, his narrow eyes squinted almost to slits, suggesting nearsightedness. His high nose bore a slight hook, and the corners of his mouth and eyes drooped slightly. When his eyelids fell, he resembled someone nodding off. Unlike the typical European features of the others, his countenance was decidedly unappealing. Though not particularly tall or robust, he donned a massive, lifelike animal helmet. Bai Ling sensed his gaze continually circling her, not with the look of a person but rather that of a predator. This man instilled a profound sense of dread and aversion within her. "Old Bill, this is all the money we have," a voice declared. The man known as Cunning Wolf. Harley shifted his gaze from Bai Ling, weighing the bag in silence. The two men holding the dog immediately began to shout angrily, "Old Bill, what do you mean? Do you look down on us? This paltry some isn't even enough for a drink. Look at my feet, they're frostbitten. And I need to go to town to see a scholar for treatment." He exaggeratedly extended a foot clad in a brand new pair of thick-soled fur boots. Harley sighed as he tucked the money pouch away. "Fine, Old Bill has it hard too. Let's settle for a sheep." Ignoring the desperate pleas of the elderly couple, He brusquely pushed the door open and approached Bai Ling. Though panic surged within her, she maintained a composed facade, offering Harley a sweet smile. With a small piece of vegetable caught between her teeth, Harley smirked without genuine warmth, ruffled her hair, and turned to leave. The barking of hunting dogs and the shouts of hunters gradually faded, interspersed with faint bleating from sheep. Bai Ling patted her chest, feeling relieved yet shaken by the encounter. The ranch couple asked her a few simple questions: where she came from, her age, and whether the food was to her liking. Then she advised the child to rest more and took her to find a place to sleep. In their dwelling, there was no suitable sleeping area, so they prepared a spot for Bai Ling in the storage room beside the sheepfold. The elderly woman laid down a thick layer of straw and coarse fabric for Bai Ling, instructing her that if she felt cold, she could huddle with the lambs for warmth. Bai Ling obediently expressed her gratitude and politely wished her good night. The old woman, unable to contain her affection, kissed Bai Ling's forehead before extinguishing the oil lamp and stepping outside. What a delightful little creature she was, the woman's voice gradually fading away. In the enveloping darkness, Bai Ling's eyes widened, reflecting two deep green lights. The lambs were frightened of her, huddling together in a corner in a pitiful mass. Holding her breath for a moment, she assessed her surroundings and, sensing safety, slowly reverted to her wolf form. She could not maintain her human shape for long. It was akin to forcibly cramming oneself into a confined space, eventually unbearable and even suffocating. While it wouldn't lead to death, it was certainly distressing, with every muscle and bone aching. Upon realizing the trouble she had caused the ranchers, she felt a pang of guilt. It was evident that the couple were good-hearted individuals, and from their pleas, it was clear that the flock was not their property, but rather livestock they were tending for some noble lord. The hunters were likely hired by the ranching couple, though they wouldn't require such a large number of men for dealing with mere humans. Especially with 2 hunting dogs in tow, she must have revealed some hint of her true nature, betraying herself. That man, Harley, gave her an unsettling impression, particularly with the wolf-headed hat he wore, which made her uncomfortable. Bai Ling had a foreboding feeling that Harley would return and perhaps pose a significant trouble. The elderly couple next door continued to whisper about this year's harvest, the taxes imposed by the noble lords, and the wretched weather, their tone brightening considerably when discussing their son. It was said that the master was benevolent, allowing young Lao to learn horseback riding and swordsmanship, and because of his industriousness, he had been rewarded with many fine things. With each exchange, they interspersed their conversation with admiration for the Stark family, proclaiming them to be good people. Bai Ling gradually closed her eyes, enveloped by a strange sense of finality. The images of the 2 wild men surfaced in her mind once more, the snow-capped mountains and the ghostly wolf packs roaming the verdant northern wilderness. Winter was coming. Although she had long harbored suspicions, the confirmation plunged her into a deep confusion. If winter was indeed coming for the Starks, what season were they currently in? The hunters, having left Old Bill's ranch, headed straight to the tavern to indulge in revelry. Inside the tavern at Castle Terror, the coarse banter of men and the laughter of women rose and fell like waves, completely drowning out the meager strains of music being played. The minstrel and musicians had to exert themselves more strenuously to project their voices, their soaring falsettos eliciting raucous laughter from inebriated patrons. The intoxicating blend of sweat-laden heat, pungent perfume, and cheap, sour-tasting wine constituted the alluring ambience of the tavern. During his idle hours, the cunning wolf, Harry, often sought refuge in this establishment. He was generous to the ladies, delighting in charming banter that drew a throng of admirers whenever he was present. Yet, curiously this evening, he found himself surrounded by no women at all. All those who approached him with the intent of flirtation, regardless of gender, were swiftly dismissed. Harry carefully extracted several strands of platinum hair from the seams of his gloves, scrutinizing them closely before bringing them to his nose for a thorough sniff. Suddenly, he lunged forward, nearly yanking the hair from his grasp. A drunken man, having collided with him, laughed as he stumbled back to his feet, raising his glass and jeering. "Harry, you son of a dog." In an instant, Harry sprang to his feet, clenched his fist, and delivered a crushing blow to the man's grotesque visage. The force of the strike sent the drunken fellow hurtling backward, crashing through 2 tables before crumpling against the wall. An eerie silence enveloped the tavern, as if time had paused. Yet, it was fleeting. The atmosphere soon erupted into chaos, filled with whistles and laughter. Harry, unfazed, donned his wolfskin cap, spat a thick gob at the inebriate, and strode out. The cacophony within the tavern resumed, patrons unfazed by the commotion as they simply relocated to another table. No one spared a thought for the unconscious drunkard. Stepping from the warmth of the tavern into the frigid night air, Harry involuntarily shivered, exhaling a cloud of frosty breath. Upon returning to his room, Harry sat for a moment before retrieving a snow-white wolf's fang, nearly as long as his finger, from the drawer of a cupboard. He tightly wound the platinum hair around the fang and tucked it into his bosom. Chapter 6. The harsh life of the North as dawn broke the next day. Old Bill set out to work. His wife, too, labored tirelessly, bustling about from the early hours. Clad in a faded coarse apron and hood, she chopped wood, fetched water, stoked the stove, and cleaned, never pausing in her endeavors. Though their small homestead was impoverished, it was meticulously tidy, a clear reflection of her industriousness. After preparing breakfast, she quietly entered the supply room, ready to rouse White Spirit. "Elia, time to wake for breakfast," she said affectionately, gently shaking her. Unable to resist, she tenderly stroked the girl's beautiful platinum locks. In truth, White Spirit had already been awake, merely feigning sleep. When the couple inquired about her name the previous day, she found the name they suggested rather odd and had whimsically assigned herself the common name Elia. Initially, she had concocted an elaborate backstory of familial decline, encountering bandits while visiting relatives, leading to her family's demise. However, the couple had not probed further, perhaps out of concern for touching upon her painful past. Bai Ling feigned the appearance of just awakening, opening her eyes and yawning. "Good morning, madam. You seem to be in good spirits." Mrs. Bill was overjoyed, increasingly convinced that Bai Ling was a noble young lady. Such charm and elegance, paired with impeccable manners. "Oh dear, what sort of madam am I? Just call me Aunt Misha. Are you hungry? Come, let us have breakfast." Bai Ling obediently rose, extending her small hand to lead Misha outside. On the dilapidated, elongated dining table lay only a meager spread of 2 servings. 2 bowls of porridge, overcooked to the point of sticking to the pot, contained only a few wilted leaves and indistinguishable chunks of tuber. A wooden platter held 2 oval morsels resembling clods of dirt, which Bai Ling surmised to be some form of dough. Compared to the meal from the previous night, this was an egregious downgrade. Bai Ling's understanding of the Bill couple's dire circumstances deepened. The smoked sausage and the dry bread and cheese she had previously pilfered must be luxuries they could scarcely afford. Her guilt intensified. Noticing Bai Ling's reluctance to eat as she sat in a daze, Misha gently patted her small head. "Why aren't you eating, Elia? I feel guilty that we have so little. Please, eat a little. When your uncle returns with money from selling, I shall make you an apple pie, all right?" Bai Ling hastily shook her head. "No, Aunt Misha. I can manage with this." Fearing Misha might doubt her, she lifted the bowl of porridge and consumed it voraciously. Indeed, it was quite unpalatable, tasting like a week-old hodgepodge of leftovers. The texture was soft, and the flavor a jarring combination of saltiness and bitterness. Yet, Bai Ling feigned satisfaction, quickly finishing the bowl and nearly choking in the process. She left the earthy morsels untouched. With a cheerful smile, she declared, "I'm full, Aunt Misha." It tasted delightful. Misha affectionately stroked the girl's head, pondering how, after a whole year of eating such fare, she could fail to recognize its flavor. This child, who evidently appeared of noble lineage, possessed a kind heart. She had encountered the lord of the terrifying fortress and the feasts of noblemen, where even the dogs were fed superior meals, large chunks of succulent meat. Misha still had to tend to the flock, guiding them to distant pastures. She instructed Bai Ling to remain at home, and if any strangers appeared, or if anything seemed amiss, to hide in the cellar and remain silent. Bai Ling nodded obediently, and Misha had her repeat the instructions twice before she turned, glancing back thrice as she led the sheep away. It was not until evening that the weary couple returned home, one after the other. From afar, they spotted Bai Ling patiently waiting outside the pasture. Exchanging a glance, they reached a silent agreement. Dinner would be considerably more substantial, featuring small pieces of dark bread and vegetable broth. With Aunt Misha slicing a small plate of pickled salted meat, Bai Ling intended to encourage the couple to eat more. But Misha promptly took the platter and poured all the meat into Bai Ling's bowl. A poignant sensation welled up within her, stirring long-buried memories of her mother. Would her absence evoke worry in her mother's heart, or perhaps relief at no longer witnessing her seemingly futile existence? In her childhood, her mother had tenderly narrated stories and prepared delightful meals for her. Yet, as time passed, Bai Ling found her eyes inexplicably moist, tears stubbornly lingering at the corners. Refusing to fall, Misha and Old Bill regarded her with gentle eyes, and Bai Ling, feeling a sudden shyness, buried her face in her bowl. "Alia, would you consider staying with us?" Misha inquired softly. Bai Ling gazed at them, taken aback. The hardships of life had rendered the couple weary and aged. Yet, their faces radiated a warmth born of kindness. "I would be pleased to, Misha." The living conditions in the north were dire, particularly near the wall. The northern lands were barren, resources scarce. Only a handful of territories managed to survive through fishing, hunting, or the production of precious timber. Arable land was predominantly located in the south and southeast, at the border of the Stark family's domain and the southern territories. Old Bill's dilapidated pasture, his flock of sheep, and even Old Bill himself were all under the dominion of the dreaded Bolton family of the Dreadfort. Although the ruling Stark family had recently endeavored to reduce taxes, they were powerless to curb the private plunder of various lords and nobles. These lords devised ways to exploit the common folk, even employing mercenaries disguised as bandits to rob merchants. Old Bill and Misha did not inquire why Bai Ling wandered alone. Under the oppressive rule of the Dreadfort, they had witnessed countless innocent lives being shattered, including those of minor nobles. In light of this, Old Bill had entrusted his 12-year-old son to his brother, Little Bill. Though not wealthy, Little Bill's family lived in a village near Winterfell, possessing a modest plot of arable land and 2 horses. Under the Stark family's governance, Little Bill could ensure his family's sustenance and perhaps even find a bride for his son. Old Bill and Misha felt their own futures were bleak, yet they harbored hope for their son's well-being, especially as he served young Ned Stark as a helper. Bai Ling's arrival infused vibrancy into the mundane lives of the Bill couple. They genuinely wished to embrace her as their own daughter. Although Bai Ling sensed their sincerity, the immediate concern remained the issue of sustenance. Given her appetite, it seemed inevitable that she would soon consume their resources entirely. Alas, having been a mere wastrel in her previous life, her knowledge was woefully inadequate, and she struggled to devise a viable solution. How she wished for a space or a system to assist her. Chapter 7. The Cunning Wolf. Hardly as the saying goes, even a hero can be thwarted by trifles. Since her time travel, Bai Ling not only felt stymied by trifling matters, but also experienced the reality of playing Don't Starve. Although her current body was convenient, it was woefully inadequate when it came to hunger. Who would have thought that this seemingly 8-year-old girl possessed an appetite comparable to that of 2 grown men? Life had become so dire that she often went without meat, even contemplating transforming into a wolf to hunt and contribute to her household. However, she was no ordinary wolf, utterly clueless about hunting. Setting aside her lack of skill, even if she were to stumble upon a stroke of luck and catch something, how could she explain it to Misha and the others, claiming that a rabbit or some hapless animal had dashed into a tree and met its demise? What sort of dim-witted creature would do that? Inept as she was, Bai Ling could only assist with what was within her capacity. One day, as Misha was herding the sheep, Bai Ling hurriedly approached her. "Aunt Misha, may I help you with the flock? You look so tired. Please take a moment to rest." Misha was genuinely touched and patted Bai Ling's head. "Arya is such a good child. I am not tired." She then politely declined her offer. Watching over the sheep was a laborious task. Unable to afford feed, they had to graze them freely. The grasslands that the sheep favored were quite distant, necessitating a long trek back and forth, while constantly monitoring the flock to prevent them from straying. Old Bill's job was carpentry in the town, leaving sheep herding solely to Misha. Besides tending to the sheep, there were household chores and odd jobs to attend to, leaving her utterly exhausted by day's end. Bai Ling proposed a different approach. "Then let me accompany you, and you can teach me along the way, if you don't mind. I wish to assist you." Misha, seeing it as a chance to unwind, agreed to take her along. Surprisingly, the normally unruly little sheep were remarkably well behaved in Bai Ling's presence, not daring to stray, obediently following her commands. Misha was astonished, once again realizing that Bai Ling truly embodied the essence of a noble lady, learning the art of sheep herding with remarkable speed. She exaggeratedly applauded. "Arya is so clever. The little lambs seem to adore you." Bai Ling thought to herself, "The reputation of a noble lady is being unjustly tarnished. Auntie, your bias is quite pronounced. The lambs aren't fond of me. They tremble in fear." After several such outings, Misha felt comfortable entrusting the flock to Bai Ling. Children of the poor grow up quickly, she mused. If Bai Ling could lend a hand, it was indeed a blessing. Misha intended to use her newfound time to mend clothes and tend to the fields, while also crafting a few new outfits for Bai Ling. In addition to her desire to assist, Bai Ling was keen to venture out in search of food. However, the temperature remained low, and the wilderness yielded little. Unexpectedly, she discovered numerous molehills. She pondered how their taste compared to bamboo rats, licking her lips in anticipation. Just as Bai Ling was contemplating how to catch a mole, the cunning wolf, Harley, approached Old Bill in town. He stealthily wrapped his arms around the unsuspecting Old Bill from behind, feigning intimacy as he patted his shoulder. "Old Bill, how have you been lately? Have any livestock gone missing again?" Old Bill, somewhat taken aback, shrank his neck and expressed his gratitude. "Thanks to you, Lord Harley. The sheep at home have not gone missing again." "Haha, that is splendid," Harley replied. And what of that child we spoke of? How is she faring? Upon mentioning White Spirit, Old Bill's face broke into a hearty smile. My wife and I have grown quite fond of her. She now lives with us. Harley narrowed his eyes slightly. Ah, that is indeed good news. Have you lately observed anything peculiar? Seeing Old Bill's bewildered expression, he added, for instance, have you heard any sounds of wild beasts howling? No, not at all. The nights have been very tranquil. Old Bill pondered deeply. Harley chuckled, clapped Old Bill on the back, and turned to leave. Emerging from the bustling alley, Harley made his way towards the inner city. Marked by the red flag of the skinned men, the guards at the entrance opened the iron gate to admit him. Within the inner city, various glances were cast upon Harley, accompanied by hushed whispers. The illegitimate son, that wretched scion, the base hunter, Harley Snow, paying no heed to the murmurs. He strode confidently into the stronghold of the Lord, constructed from immense blocks of marble. Inside, a rare, expansive table carved from black stone was surrounded by nobles. And Harley's abrupt entrance interrupted the ongoing meeting. Esteemed Lord, I have pressing matters to discuss with you. Harley removed his wolf-headed hat and offered a somewhat disrespectful salute. Who permitted your intrusion? An impetuous youth beside the Lord sprang to his feet. Guards! Guards! Luz Bolton, sit down. The emaciated elder seated at the head of the table spoke in a slow, soft voice, yet it bore an inexplicable weight. Everyone else, leave. In the vast chamber, only 3 remained. Harley unabashedly propped his legs upon the table. I wish to represent the Bolton family in next month's 100-man brawl. The youth shouted, impossible, you lowly Luz. You leave as well. The Lord unceremoniously interrupted Luz Bolton. The boy trembled with rage, but dared not utter another word as he stormed out, casting a venomous glance at Harley as he departed. The elder, taking his time, stated, I will grant you 5 minutes to persuade me. Harley Snow scoffed derisively. This old curmudgeon would not cast his net until he saw a substantial catch. I have discovered a true shapeshifter. Is that not sufficient? The elderly man, adorned in opulent yet cumbersome attire and draped in heavy furs, lifted an eyelid and slowly turned to toss a few logs into the roaring fireplace. Harley Snow. The children of the North cease to believe in their grandmother's tedious tales the moment they stop wetting their beds. Or perhaps you're foolish. Drunken foster father has witnessed a shapeshifter or beast speaker in the ghost woods. Are you certain that was not a mere illusion induced by alcohol and fear? The cunning wolf, Harley, clenched his fists, a rush of heat flooding his face. From the elder's words, he felt a profound sense of humiliation. Although this man was his biological father, he, like everyone else, looked down upon him, considering him a disgrace to the skinning man's lineage. Harley abruptly rose, his voice frigid. I shall find the evidence. Furthermore, you would do well to keep your wretched offspring from troubling me. Should my arrow fly uncontrollably towards him one day, it would be most unfortunate. The elder fell silent, his head drooping as if he had succumbed to slumber. Chapter 8. Kin in the wilderness. As Harley Snow left the council chamber, a specter emerged from the corner, pressing a cold long sword against his neck. He was compelled to halt, slowly raising his hands. Wow, calm down, young Russ. Be careful not to tremble. Russ Bolton sneered, the blade pressing down slightly, causing a thin trickle of blood to seep from Harley's neck. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Harley quickly amended his address. Young Master Russ, how might I be of service to you? Russ Bolton was strikingly handsome, with neatly groomed, glossy dark brown hair styled in a side part. While his youthful appearance was appealing, he bore the inherited hawkish nose of his father, and despite his youth, a shadow of gloom enveloped his demeanor. I shall not allow a base-born wretch like you to steal the spotlight. He paused, his sneer deepening. Even my father would not heed your words. Harley smirked, leaning closer to Russ's ear, entirely disregarding the blood trickling from his wounded neck. This forced Russ to withdraw his blade. Unless he truly intended to kill Harley, he had no choice but to create distance, revealing his bluster. Harley firmly grasped the young man's shoulder, whispering in a voice deliberately lowered like a serpent's hiss. You know how hunters typically describe wolves and dogs. No matter how fiercely a dog barks, it poses little threat to humans. It is the wolves, stealthily tearing at your throat in the dark of night, drinking your blood, that embody true terror. Young Russ, which do you believe instills greater fear? How dare he liken him to a dog? In a fit of rage, Russ Bolton forcefully broke free from Harley's grasp, swinging his sword and shouting, I will kill you, you wretched creature. His retinue of knights and servants quickly intervened, restraining him like a monkey clinging to a tree, attempting to pacify him. Harley Snow laughed heartily as he sauntered away, not forgetting to taunt, I'm so afraid. Once he had completely departed, Russ Bolton's twisted, furious expression reverted to a mask of indifference. and his attendants hastily released their grip. Russ raised his sword, methodically wiping it clean on a servant's clothing before sheathing it. Coldly, he commanded, "Send someone to keep an eye on him and ascertain the situation." The 100-man melee, also known as the 100-man hunt, has an official title, the Northern Family Hunting Season. It has been mockingly dubbed the Barbarian Circus by certain nobles from the southern continent of Westeros. While it may sound amusing, it is, in fact, exceedingly intense. It is said that a certain noble from the south once dispatched an entire contingent of family knights to participate in an event. Ultimately, not only did they fail to secure victory, but the knights also had their horses and swords seized. They even came perilously close to losing their boots and the gleaming armor adorning their bodies. Although no knights perished, the noble returned home in disgrace, having lost both face and pride. This illustrates the inherent dangers of such activities in various respects. However, this is merely a trivial aspect. It may very well serve as a lesson from the Northerners to the Southerners. The Northerners, characterized by their resilient nature and forthright demeanor, are imbued with a savage lineage. The 100-men hunt serves as a competitive event for the various Northern families to hone their skills and vent their violent tendencies while hunting game. Unlike the nightly tournaments favored by the Southerners, the 100-men hunt is devoid of rules, permitting life and death to hang in the balance. And it is utterly lacking in decorum. Each iteration of the hunt results in grievous casualties. The participants transition from vying for prey to engaging in brutal conflict. Combat evolves from mounted skirmishes with wooden weapons to vicious biting and clawing. Should two feuding families cross paths on the hunting grounds, they may engage in a savage bloodbath. In the chaos of hundreds of elite families from the north clashing, ultimately only one family emerges victorious. Historically, the Stark family has claimed the most victories, though the Bolton family has triumphed on a few occasions. In recent years, under the intervention of the Stark family, the 100-men hunt has gradually shifted towards a more constructive and strength-building endeavor, no longer resulting in indiscriminate bloodshed. It is believed that the original intent behind the establishment of this event by the Stark ancestors was to facilitate large-scale hunts to endure the harsh winters, though the reasons for its evolution into its current form remain unclear. With her large, captivating eyes, the innocent and adorable White Spirit inquired, "Aunt Maysha, is the 100-men hunt very lively? Will we see members of the Stark family there?" Maysha added 2 logs to the fire pit and tucked White Spirit's feet snugly under the covers. Of course, all the adults from the northern families will attend. Which members of the Stark family will be present? Maysha, her excitement palpable, enumerated eagerly. Lord Ricard, the head of the family, will certainly be there, along with the handsome Lord Brandon, Lord Ned, and young Lord Benjen. Oh, and the strikingly beautiful and formidable Lady Lyanna. Maysha's eyes shimmered with admiration. Her fists clenched in excitement as she sighed with longing. Lady Lyanna Stark is simply as radiant as a star in the heavens. What's this, Aunt? You sound like a fervent fan of the Stark family, treating them as if they were celebrities. White Spirit teased. Yet, upon reflection, it is indeed understandable. For the people of the North, the Stark family represents more than mere leadership. They are the backbone and guardians of the North. For countless generations, the Stark family has led their people to conquer natural disasters and evade the ravages of war, steadfastly supporting the Night's Watch at the Wall with all necessary resources. From Aunt Maysha's words, White Spirit confirmed her presence in this timeline of ice and fire. Time was ample, providing her with the opportunity to devise a plan to intervene and rescue her beloved dragon horse pairing. Firstly, the current head of House Stark is Ricard, with Bran as his heir. Neither of them has yet been skewered by the Mad King. Significant events that will shape the course of the world, such as the last spring and the rebellion instigated by the Arryns and Tullis, have yet to unfold. Speaking of which, Littlefinger's whereabouts remain a mystery. I do wish to meet him. Belan is quite familiar with the storylines of the second generation in the Game of Thrones series, yet it is evident that it is presently the era of their grandfathers. Figures like the Dragon Queen and the 3 Starks are still mere cells in the grand scheme. Once she encounters Lyanna and ascertains her age, she may have a clearer understanding of how many years remain before these monumental events transpire. Alas, for now, it is prudent to focus on the immediate challenges at hand. Perhaps, participating in the 100-man hunt could yield some small business opportunities? Belan cannot help but recall modern-day sports events. If this is the North's grandest occasion, should she not prepare some peanuts, melon seeds, and mineral water? No. I mean essential snacks like popcorn and beverages. Does the North even have seeds? Popcorn is not difficult to make, but for large quantities, one requires those old-fashioned poppers that explode with a bang, filling bags with popcorn. Belan's mind races with thoughts, deeply concerned to ensure she does not succumb to starvation. The more she thinks, the wearier she becomes, and before she realizes it, she drifts off to sleep. During the night, Belan's fluffy ears twitch. She seems to hear a rustling sound and catches a whiff of a faint, unpleasant odor. The lambs are restless, bleating anxiously. Belan gently rises, silently following the scent. A few hundred meters away from the pasture, she encounters her target, a black wolf, concealed in a burrow on the wasteland, drooling towards the sheepfold. The black wolf notices Belan and slowly emerges from its hiding place. The two wolves lock eyes in silence, the black wolf appearing somewhat agitated, continuously scraping the ground with its forepaws and emitting a low, threatening growl. Though Belan is considerably larger, she feels like mere pretense. Should a confrontation arise, she doubts her ability to best this lone wolf. However, unwilling to yield without a fight, she slightly lowers her stance and emits a soft growl in return. The black wolf, entirely coal-black with no hint of color, appears disheveled and patchy. Its size is significantly smaller than Belan's. Resembling a solitary wolf expelled from its territory after a failed brawl, the lone wolf's nose twitches, seemingly catching a scent, and it takes a few steps back, tilting its head to observe Belan intently. Oh, how adorable. It resembles a well-behaved dog. Is it seeking to befriend me? Chapter 9. The Magic of Nature. Belan is poised to greet the creature with a friendly howl, attempting to forge a connection with her kin. However, the black wolf speaks first. Oh, woo? Hey, do you want to mate with me? Belan's eyes widen in shock. What? I considered you a buddy, and you're suggesting that? Seeing Belan's lack of response, the black wolf shifts its approach. A melodious, yet still arrogant voice resonates in her mind. Hey, I'm talking to you. Should I become this esteemed gentleman's wife? Do not be misled by my current demeanor. I was once the strongest in my clan. The shock of Bai Ling's revelations astonished my mother for an entire year. Setting aside this bizarre courtship, animals possess a directness that she comprehends. What is this stream of consciousness form of communication? Is this black wolf not an ordinary creature? She vaguely recalls that werewolves in Twilight possess such telepathic abilities, with alphas capable of remotely commanding their kin. To her surprise, she witnesses such wondrous natural magic in this realm of ice and fire. The black wolf continued to chatter incessantly, causing Bai Ling's head to throb. Humph, it seems to be a fool. Never mind. I fear it may tarnish my noble bloodline. How unfortunate. It appears rather beautiful, yet is devoid of wit. You seem like a juvenile wolf. Why would a she-wolf abandon her pack? Were her kin slain? It seems she truly is a simpleton, unable to utter a single word. What the hell? Is it only you who can incessantly chatter? Bai Ling, overwhelmed by anger, felt her blood surge, her fury clouding her reason. In a ghostly flash, her white form lunged forward, sinking her sharp teeth into the black wolf's tail, shaking her head violently as she tore at it. Taken by surprise, the black wolf yelped in pain, nearly shedding tears, which ignited its ferocity. Without further ado, the two wolves clashed fiercely. It remains uncertain whether Bai Ling's superior physique or the black wolf's lack of readiness contributed to the outcome, as the black wolf was no match for Bai Ling. The remaining pristine fur on its body was on the verge of being completely torn away, and its tail nearly severed. What astonished the black wolf was the realization that it was overpowered by a mere juvenile she-wolf. Bai Ling had never learned the combat techniques of her kind. Yet as she fought, she became increasingly exhilarated, feeling an inexhaustible strength surging within her. Her emerald eyes glimmered ominously with a hint of bloodlust. I concede. Do not bite me. The black wolf howled desperately, managing to roll away and escape Bai Ling's grasp, collapsing on the ground, panting heavily. As Bai Ling gradually regained her composure, she was taken aback by the brutal scene before her. It seemed she was quite capable in battle. Yet now she felt utterly exhausted and ravenous. She could devour an entire cow. The black wolf weakly spoke. You have conquered me. If you wish to ravage me, then come forth. Bai Ling responded, What? How dare you be so brazen and attempt to take advantage of me? She scoffed. It seems you are the one with a problem. Should not a normal person, a normal wolf, first greet each other and share their origins? The black wolf lifted its head slightly, regarding her with a peculiar gaze before lowering it once more, falling silent. It appeared to be fainting, its breathing growing feeble. Bai Ling sensed something amiss. Could this creature possibly perish? Was she truly so fierce? Transforming back into her human form, she cautiously approached, only to discover that the black wolf bore old wounds, the battle having aggravated its injuries. The ground beneath it was already stained crimson with blood. Bai Ling, startled, hurried outside in search of healing supplies. Prior to this, she had concealed the black wolf in the western part of an abandoned farm at the decayed grassroot farm. This area was predominantly wilderness, rarely traversed by humans, yet devoid of fierce beasts. The desolate land was teeming with small rodents, particularly wild mice, which seemed to scatter like potatoes strewn across the ground, burrowing in clusters. When Bai Ling moved the black wolf, she utilized her human form, effortlessly lifting it, though she nearly toppled over from exertion. Lowering her gaze to her slender arms and legs, Bai Ling could not help but muse about her transformation. It appeared that her journey had rendered her increasingly peculiar. First, she needed to attend to the black wolf's injuries, while also seeking to comprehend the phenomenon of telepathic communication among wolves. Fortunately, despite its feeble breathing, the wolf's life force remained resilient. This creature, albeit somewhat eccentric, could not be neglected. A solitary wolf suffering such grave wounds would only become prey for the scavengers of the wild. Stealthily, Bai Ling returned home to procure some coarse hemp rope and clean fabric. After a moment's reflection, she also poured some liquor from a hidden jar belonging to Old Bill. Surely, she would need to disinfect the wolf's wounds before bandaging them. The rope would serve to help it rest. She wondered if this coal-black wolf could transform into a human. What if it awakened and fled while she was absent? Perhaps a binding technique akin to a tortoiseshell would suffice. A cold breeze swept through, prompting Bai Ling to shake her head, dispelling the remnants of her scattered thoughts. Having been single for far too long, even a mere dog seemed remarkably charming to her. The paramount task at hand was to ensure the wolf's survival. She could consider it a living patient. Dipping the cloth into a small cup of liquor, she wiped the wolf's wounds, which elicited a faint whimper from it, as if it sensed the pain in its unconscious state. Bai Ling, once a devoted canine servant in a past life, felt a pang of sympathy. Her bandaging skills were rather lacking, and she inadvertently wrapped two of the wolf's legs as well. If one were to overlook the upper half of the black wolf, one might mistake it for a large silkworm. As dawn approached, she decided to leave it as it was for the time being. Bill and Misha rose early, and she needed to return home to play the dutiful child, intending to seek sustenance for the wolf once night fell. Wolves are remarkably resilient creatures. It would surely survive. Just as she returned to the small farm, Bill and Misha were already awake. Bai Ling overheard Misha cursing in the fields. The thieving scoundrel with festering wounds has come to pilfer again, even stealing ropes and cloth. May you perish in the cold of night. Bai Ling felt a twinge of guilt. Recently, peculiar occurrences had transpired. While working in the fields, Misha frequently stumbled upon half-dead creatures such as wild rabbits, moles, and squirrels. This led her to ponder whether strange woodland spirits were at play. Bai Ling concealed her face. Those were indeed her captures from her wolf form. Currently, she could only catch these small creatures, as the larger ones eluded her grasp. With a slight increase in their meat supply, Old Bill had even taken the pelts to town to sell, alleviating some of the couple's burdens. Bai Ling, having excelled at tending sheep, had garnered such praise from Misha and Bill that it was as if they were extolling her virtues to the heavens. Only one matter piqued Bai Ling's curiosity. Old Bill mentioned that he had been encountering the cunning wolf, Hallie, frequently of late, and that Hallie had purchased all the game he had sold, claiming it was for feeding dogs. Yet, how could the Lord Snow and his hunting hounds be in want of meat? Nevertheless, with money in hand, Old Bill cheerfully dismissed the concern. However, Bai Ling felt an unease. There was certainly something amiss with Hallie. Chapter 10. Hallie Snow's Revenge. Within the terrifying castle, Hallie Snow leaned against the wall, observing with keen interest the pack of beasts meandering in their enclosure. The dog bowls were filled with meat, yet the hounds merely sniffed at it, showing no inclination to eat. The cleaning servant muttered in confusion, wondering why these creatures refused to consume the meat. The servant responsible for the dog cage keys wore a broad smile, inquiring if Lord Hallie intended to hunt today and which dog he wished to take. With a hint of boredom, Hallie pointed to one of the hounds, Little Loose, and declared he was merely going to take the dog for a stroll. The servant's ingratiating smile remained unchanged as he swiftly led out a brownish-yellow hound, handing the leash to Hallie with a hearty pat on the dog's head. Your eye for hounds is impeccable, my lord. This Little Loose is the fiercest of them all. Hallie cast a meaningful glance at the servant before mounting his horse and galloping out of the city with the dog in tow. A few individuals who had been lurking in the shadows followed Hallie as he exited the city, while the others turned back towards the inner city. The north is vast. Riding westward from the terrifying castle would take 2 to 3 days to reach Winterfell. From Winterfell, heading northwest would lead one into the notoriously perilous Wolfwood. Wolfwood spans a significant expanse, completely shrouding the northern and western borders of House Stark's territory. The deep mountains within the woods are dark and treacherous, connecting to the Frostfang Mountains in the northwest. Hunters daring enough to venture into Wolfwood seldom return, and the inhabitants of the north speak of it with trepidation. It is said that within the depths of Wolfwood lies the bloodline of an ancient wolf king, rendering the wolves exceptionally cunning, sometimes blurring the lines between hunter and hunted. Others whisper of terrifying secrets hidden deep within the woods, but these are merely the fearsome tales passed down by grandmothers. The resources and game within Wolfwood are abundantly rich. With the deep mountains concealing mines, a significant portion of Winterfell's food supply originates from here. Hallie's adoptive father, in his youth, was bold and meticulous, having spent a lifetime hunting in Wolfwood, losing a leg and several fingers in the process. The pelts of wolves and bears he hunted were said to be sufficient to cover the floor of the Lord's Hall in the terrifying castle. Such a seasoned hunter, unyielding to the winter and ferocious beasts, met his demise in a tavern, succumbing to a mere cup of ale. Jon Snow, accompanied by his horse and dog, rode for several days, making a brief stop in Winterfell for supplies before braving the wind and snow into Wolfwood. Ultimately, he halted beneath a colossal tree, large enough for 6 men to embrace. Carved into the twisted trunk high above were the faint inscriptions, House Ilgan and Hallie. Disembarking from his horse, Hallie secured both the dog and the steed. The vigilant one cautiously surveyed the surroundings, ensuring there were no anomalies before returning. He bent down to unveil the door camouflaged by tree bark and slipped beneath the roots of the iron tree. The base of the tree had been hollowed out, transformed into a makeshift hunter's lodge brimming with miscellaneous items. Scattered within were various hunting tools, axes, and buckets, alongside hides and dried meat. A circle of stones formed a pit where remnants of partially burnt wood lay, and a small pot dangled from an iron rack. Hallie sat on the ground, kindling a fire, retrieving a flask from his cloak, and drinking heartily. His gaze remained fixed on the wall, where a gigantic crossbow loomed, nearly the height of a man, an illicit acquisition procured at great expense from a smuggler in White Harbor. Once the steel string was tightened, this formidable weapon could effortlessly pierce through the finest armor of the Lannister family. Its power far exceeded that of ordinary hunting crossbows, making the act of slaying wolves, or even men, as simple as tearing paper. Hallie's eyes glazed over, shimmering with an inscrutable light. "Come forth, little hounds. This is the resting place prepared for you." As night fell, White Spirit stealthily emerged again. Along her path, she casually dug up a few burrows of field mice to bring back to the injured. Upon arrival, she found the black wolf still unconscious, though the wounds had ceased to bleed. All that remained was to wait, hoping for the resilience of life. A pang of regret washed over White Spirit. She was unsure what had spurred her earlier reaction, recalling unsettling memories from the past, a past she was progressively forgetting. The memories she retained were those that had significantly impacted her. White Spirit stared blankly at the ground, pinning down a field mouse that had ceased its pretense of death and attempted to flee. She playfully nudged it with her paw, eliciting a flurry of squeaks from the distressed creature. "How about I spare this poor little thing and find it a home?" A feeble voice echoed in her mind. It was the black wolf awakening. White Spirit approached with delight. "You're awake. And what about the mouse's fate? Where shall it go?" The wolf whimpered pitifully, its wounds causing it considerable distress. "Oh, you fierce mother wolf, if you're unwilling to mate, must you also threaten to end my life? Yet, if anyone were to bear your offspring, they would surely become the king of the pack." With that, the wolf opened its mouth wide, signaling White Spirit to toss the mouse for it to consume. Left speechless, she begrudgingly threw the field mouse into the wolf's jaws. The black wolf savored the morsel, but upon attempting to shift its body, it realized it was completely bound. Lowering its head, it exclaimed, "Huh? How did you manage to tie me up? That is quite impressive." White Spirit couldn't help but retort, "Isn't the logical question why I would bind you in the first place?" The black wolf shook its head. "Right, but why did you tie me up?" With a sigh of resignation, White Spirit diverted the conversation. "Let me change your bandages. They're soaked in blood." "If you're hungry," she turned to find that the field mice had long since scurried away. The black wolf blinked. "Well, I suppose I shall endure the hunger for now." The black wolf had had enough, howling in Bai Ling's mind, accusing her of mistreatment, questioning if she intended to starve him and devour him instead. Bai Ling sighed, pondering whether it was too late to discard him as she stepped outside. The black wolf, restlessly tearing at its bindings, was suddenly confronted by a small human child entering from outside. The black wolf, bewildered, frantically cried out in Bai Ling's mind, pleading for help. Realizing it was a human, Bai Ling pressed her ears tightly, unable to block out the cacophony that threatened to shatter her concentration. In desperation, she picked up a stone from the ground and, under the black wolf's forlorn gaze, brought it down with finality. The black wolf promptly succumbed to unconsciousness. At last, silence reigned. With the wolf incapacitated, Bai Ling, in a fit of annoyance, transformed into her human form before him. She carefully replaced the bandages on the wolf's wounds and then ventured out to forage for edible roots and insects, carelessly tossing them aside without a second thought. On her way back, an ingenious idea struck her, one that could yield profit with little effort. Thanks to her previous life experiences, she recalled a colleague from East China who had educated her on various local delicacies, including roasted field mice. In this region, field mice were abundant, breeding prolifically with few natural predators. They could easily be harvested. During times of scarcity, field mice provided an excellent source of protein. And although Bai Ling had no intention of consuming them herself, she saw no harm in roasting them for sale. Barbecuing was a skill she possessed. As for other ventures, she had yet to devise a plan. Perhaps she would start with street food, while Bai Ling blissfully indulged in her pastoral life. The hunting grounds of Harley Xuanhua were being meticulously prepared. Though he felt a twinge of guilt towards old Bill's family, he could not afford to wait. Luz Bolton would soon discover his intentions. As the biological son of the lord of the terrifying castle, Luz had numerous supporters, and to eliminate him without a second thought. It was essential to act during the grand hunt, to command the elite forces of the Bolton family and orchestrate an unfortunate incident. He first needed old Bolton's endorsement. His objective was to present the immature shapeshifter, intact and alive, before old Bolton. Gently caressing a small drum wrapped in yellowed leather, Harley Xuanhua murmured, "Rest assured, old man, I shall avenge you." Chapter 11. The trap. The overly tranquil and cozy life had dulled Bai Ling's vigilance. Today, Misha and Bill had hurriedly set out with their flock, claiming they were off to the city to pay taxes and deliver sheep, cautioning her to remain cautious at home. With nothing to occupy her, Bai Ling decided to check on the black wolf. She had yet to ask all the pressing questions, attributing this to the creature's timidity. Upon arrival, she discovered that the wolf's hiding place was left with nothing but a few gnawed ropes and discarded, soiled fabric. Not a morsel of food had been wasted. However, Bai Ling felt a surge of frustration. The ungrateful wolf had fled. Dejected, she returned to her meager farm, oscillating between anger at the wolf's cowardice and her own impulsive carelessness. As she regained her composure, Bai Ling realized that night had fallen and that Bill and Misha had yet to return. Had something occurred in the city? Or had they encountered nefarious individuals en route and been robbed? The more she pondered, the more anxious she became. Tying her hair back, she smeared a bit of mud across her face and wrapped herself in a tattered cloak before dashing towards the city. Meanwhile, Bill and Misha had already settled their debts and herded the sheep into the Lord's pen. Although a few sheep had gone missing, they believed that paying the fine for the lost sheep would suffice. However, the tax recorder insisted that the numbers did not match. Old Bill, somewhat timid, kept silent. But Misha was not inclined to let the matter rest. Amidst their quarrel, the elderly couple found themselves confined in a foul-smelling barn meant for livestock. The clerk, fastening a large lock on the door, patted his bulging coin pouch, humming a tune as he prepared to indulge in revelry. Just around the corner, he was ambushed by a group of menacing thugs wielding sharp blades. Luz Bolton, somewhat disdainful, stepped forward on tiptoe, keen to keep his soft doeskin boots free from the repugnant mud. He seldom ventured into this area teeming with ruffians, pickpockets, and the corpses of the destitute. Even the very earth here exuded a stench of poverty. "Ralph, have you been accepting bribes again? What crimes have these wretches committed?" The clerk's eyes darted about, clearly concocting some dubious scheme. "Master Luz, there is nothing of concern for you. They merely failed to pay the requisite taxes," the clerk stammered. One of Luz's attendants extended a foot, slowly pressing down upon the clerk's fingers. Before applying any real pressure, the clerk panicked and confessed. "It was Hallie who paid me to keep these two mud-encrusted old folks locked up for a couple of days." Just a couple of days? That aligns perfectly with that illegitimate child's cowardly nature. Luz had eyes and ears throughout the territory, constantly seeking to catch Hallie off guard. Unfortunately, Hallie was not only an adept hunter but also shrewd and cautious, rarely lingering in the city for long. He evidently had other hiding places. What significance could two rustic farmers possibly have that warranted their imprisonment? Was it merely a ruse to distract him? No, that did not seem right. Luz mused. With the grand hunt less than 2 weeks away, if he did not convince old Bolton soon, he would lose the opportunity to execute his plans. He was aware that even when he relieved himself, several guards awaited him outside. What was it that linked these farmers to some hidden agenda? While deep in thought, one of his subordinates rushed over. Master Luz, a peculiar child, was in the city asking about old Bill and his wife. The brothers intended to capture him, but after a brief exchange with a little imp, he hurried out of the city. Luz turned to regard the clerk, who was still on the ground. Before he could inquire, the clerk blurted out, "I truly do not know. Hallie merely instructed me to confine them for 2 days. He said nothing else, I swear." "Master Luz." Luz exchanged glances with his menacing attendants, who demanded, What recent developments have occurred with the old Bill family? Speak truthfully. He seemed to have picked up a little ghost, rumored to be of noble descent, adopted into their household. After a moment of contemplation, Luz decisively mounted his horse and commanded us to follow. Gather a few more men, armed with crossbows and dogs, to pursue. Young master, what about these two old fellows? Bring them along. They might prove useful. Moreover, he knew how to locate Harley. Bai Ling was entirely unaware of the lurking peril behind her. Nor did she realize she had become the pivotal figure in the deadly struggle for power between the heirs and the illegitimate offspring of the Burton family. The thought of Misha and the others being in danger made her yearn to fly to their side. However, to conserve her strength and ensure her own safety, she refrained from transforming into her wolf form and instead seized a horse outside the city, galloping westward. Previously, while inquiring about old Bill and Misha's whereabouts, a small, filthy child had delivered a message. An uncle wanted her to know that if she wished to save someone, she should go to the Sharp Corner Forest by Long Lake. The Sharp Corner Forest lay to the west of the rancid grassroot ranch. To prevent her from losing her way, Harley had even instructed the dirty child to leave her a rudimentary map. Bai Ling's experience in riding was nearly non-existent, having only been led around a few laps in her past life. Simply maintaining her balance was a challenge, and she struggled to gain speed. Fortunately, the horse was exceptionally obedient, remaining calm despite her erratic tugging at the reins. This pace allowed Luz Burton and his men to easily catch up with her. The hounds were exuberantly relentless, sprinting with all their might, nearly outpacing the horse. Had it not been for the iron-barred bridle, their barks would have echoed through the air. Luz maintained a cautious distance, following Bai Ling neither too closely nor too far. Bai Ling ran for an entire day and night, exhausted and famished, until she finally arrived at a cold, dim forest composed of towering trees. Within the woods, some hunters had cleared small paths, marked at the entrances with warning signs, "Beware of giant bears, hunt in pairs." On the bark of a large tree at the entrance, a clear arrow had been carved with a knife. Taking a deep breath, Bai Ling was filled with apprehension and dread, uncertain of the traps that lay ahead. She tethered her horse at the entrance and cautiously stepped onto the hunter's path, each footfall uneven. Every so often, she spotted arrows etched into the tree bark. Upon reaching a small clearing, the arrows ceased. A sense of foreboding washed over her. She felt instinctively that danger lurked in that open space. Cautiously halting, she scanned her surroundings and picked up a piece of dead tree root, tossing it into the clearing. Nothing happened. Suddenly, a mocking voice echoed from above, "Fear not. There are no traps." Looking up, Bai Ling saw Harley Shuana lounging on a tree branch about 5 meters high, leisurely swinging one leg. At this point, feigning ignorance was unnecessary. Bai Ling endeavored to appear composed. Yet, the tremor in her voice betrayed her emotions as she inquired, "Aunt Misha and Uncle Bill, where are they?" Chapter 12. The captive beast Hallie Newell remained silent, gazing down at the seemingly ethereal little girl before him. The mask of mud that once concealed her visage had cracked and fallen away, revealing that despite her tender years, she had learned to disguise her appearance through crude means. Yet, even in her exposed features, one could glimpse the exquisite beauty she would embody in maturity. Her platinum locks cascaded smoothly, framing a visage that glowed with a porcelain-like radiance. She possessed a delicate, elegantly arched nose, deep-set eyes beneath crescent-shaped brows adorned with long lashes, enhancing the allure of her eyes, reminiscent of rare emeralds treasured by aristocrats for centuries. Her lips, tinted a soft cherry blossom hue, formed a charmingly petite face that could easily be cradled in a single hand, with the corners of her mouth curving upward as if perpetually graced by a smile. She resembled a winter rose, blossoming for the first time in the north. Though her petals had yet to unfurl, she exuded a beauty of potentiality. Even Hallie, who prided himself on his ironclad heart, found himself instinctively softened by her presence. "How old are you?" Hallie inquired suddenly, surprised by his own question. The little girl paused, bewildered. What trick are you playing?" Hallie leaped down from the great tree, brushing off the snow from his attire before cautiously suggesting, "I do not wish to complicate matters for you. Reveal to me what kind of shapeshifter you are, and I shall allow you to leave." White's spirit felt a pang of alarm. Did he know something? Yet, she was not like Bran, capable of entering the minds of animals to manipulate them. Was it possible she was inherently an animal for some reason? "I have no idea what you are talking about. Where are my uncle and aunt?" "Well, let me rephrase my question. What animal can you transform into?" White's spirit, glancing around cautiously, let out a nervous chuckle. "I believe you have mistaken me for someone else. I can offer you money, or accompany you if you release Bill and Misha first." Hallie shook his head, drawing forth his longbow and slowly pulling back the string. I generally do not resort to violence against young ladies, he said before bellowing. What animal are you? I am not. The sharp twang of the bowstring echoed as White's spirit felt a jolt coursing through her, staggering several steps back under the immense force. An agonizing pain erupted from her shoulder, radiating throughout her body. She fell to her knees, trembling as she reached for the arrow embedded in her wound. Blood gushed forth, painting the pristine snow with vivid crimson blossoms. Hallie's longbow, crafted from fine purple sandalwood, had sent an arrow that nearly pierced White's spirit's frail shoulder. Tears streamed down her face. Her left shoulder was rendered immobile. The excruciating pain ignited a rebellious spirit within her, her eyes aflame with anger and hatred. Hallie was taken aback, silently acknowledging her resilience. A mere human would have long succumbed to tears and fainted from such agony. He nocked another feathered arrow, this time aiming for her right shoulder. Suddenly, a blur caught his eye, and the fragile girl vanished without a trace. Hallie remained unfazed, cautiously scanning his surroundings as he carefully advanced to a specific spot, calling out, "Old Bill truly has a heart of gold. He's digging himself into poverty. You have picked up a perilous burden, and should you lose your life, blame only yourself. In this world, good souls find it nearly impossible to survive." Before the words had even left his lips, a tremendous white apparition abruptly flickered into existence from a point in the sky, and in an instant, it pounced upon Harley. It seemed not merely a wild beast, but rather a spectral creature imbued with strange magic. This was a dangerous and exquisite silver giant wolf. Harley found himself at a loss for words to describe the creature before him. A polar wolf, said to be on the brink of extinction. Its most striking feature was a pair of emerald green eyes, encircled by a ring of golden hues. The creature's fur was as pure as freshly fallen snow, devoid of any blemish, subtly glimmering with silver. Under the sunlight, it nearly blinded Harley. Had it not been for the sharp teeth poised dangerously close to his neck, he might have been tempted to stroke its magnificent coat. Despite the arrow lodged in its forelimb, oozing with blood, the white wolf effortlessly subdued Harley, emitting a low, rumbling growl. The wolf's nostrils flared menacingly, and Harley had no doubt it could easily sever his neck. In the next moment, the wolf astonishingly spoke, its voice soft yet melodious. "If you wish to live, tell me where Misha and Bill are. What is your true intention?" The transformation was sudden, leaving not only Harley in shock but also Ruspetin, hidden behind a snowbank in the distant woods, whose heart raced with terror. He covered his mouth and buried his head deep in the snow, hoping to calm his boiling mind. After nearly suffocating in the icy depths, he finally raised his head, having regained some semblance of composure. In his years, he had never witnessed such a marvel, a girl transforming into a wolf, a beauty that seemed too ethereal to be human. Who could have imagined she possessed such a power? It appeared the foolish tale spun by the old crone might hold a kernel of truth. Fortunately, his clever decision to send his men to guard the entrance while he came to observe the situation had been wise. He must have her, he simply must. As Bai Ling transformed into her wolf form, her senses heightened drastically, while her perception of pain dulled significantly. The burning ache in her shoulder, pulsating with her heartbeat, gradually subsided, replaced by a peculiar numbness. Was there poison on the arrow? The crimson hue before her eyes spread, and all the feelings of injustice and fear morphed into a rage that resembled a demon. Whispers seemed to echo in her ears. "Kill him. He will threaten you. Expose you. Kill him, or you will never revert to human form. Everyone will know you are a monster. Kill him." Bai Ling howled in despair, echoing the cries of humanity, before her massive jaws clamped down fiercely, her sharp, white fangs sinking deep into Harley's shoulder. Hallie uttered a mournful cry, his arms falling weakly to his sides. He raised one forearm to shield himself from the wolf's jaws, his hand groping beneath the decaying leaves and soil. The anguished cries of humanity slightly stirred Bai Ling's consciousness, causing her tightly clenched teeth to loosen just a fraction. Sensing her relaxation, Hallie's gaze became complex. He had not anticipated that this wolf cub, appearing as a woodland sprite, would actually bite him. Yet, she had veered away from the arteries and major blood vessels, instead sinking her teeth into muscle tissue. Such tenderness from a young wolf was unacceptable. Just as Hallie was about to speak, a high-pitched sound of arrows slicing through the air abruptly pierced the forest. A black feathered arrow suddenly shot forth, striking Bai Ling fiercely in the back. A mournful howl followed, and soon, more arrows screamed through the air. Bai Ling, with no time to spare, turned and fled deep into the woods. However, she failed to see that several of the arrows aimed not at her, but rather, accurately and steadily pierced Hallie's chest and abdomen. Hallie let out a muffled groan, blood surging from his lips as he collapsed helplessly to the ground. Luce, accompanied by men and dogs, emerged slowly from the depths of the forest, casually surrounding Hallie. Look who we have here, our first hunter of the terrifying fortress, Hallie? Chapter 13. The fleeing wolf cub and the ice-field rose. Luce Bolton viewed himself as the thorn in his brother's side, the rightful heir of the terrifying fortress. Despite his precautions, he had indeed seized the opportunity. Hallie understood that his fate was sealed. He was destined to die here today. Thankfully, he had refrained from acting impulsively. Run far away, little wolf, he thought. This situation was not without merit. Before he departed this world, he would drag Luce down with him. Coughing up blood, Hallie stammered. Isn't this little Luce so eager to hunt? Luce stepped forward, placing his foot upon Hallie's face, gradually pressing his head into the earth. You stubborn mutt. Still talking tough at death's door. With great effort, Hallie lifted his head, gasping, Do not kill me. I will reveal to you the secret of the beast shifters. What do you say? Luce, intrigued yet skeptical, inquired, Beast shifter? Are you referring to that transformed wolf? Indeed. Do you not wish to know how she can change form? Hallie's voice faded, as though he were on the brink of death. Luce was compelled to lean closer, grasping Hallie's collar, shaking him. What about the wolf forest? Speak. At that moment, Hallie's hand, concealed beneath the decaying foliage, abruptly activated a pre-designed mechanism tied to fishing line. In an instant, a crossbow bolt, nearly the length of his arms, shot out at a peculiar angle, piercing through flesh as if it were mere paper. Luce did not have time to scream before he crumpled to the ground. Everything transpired too swiftly. His subordinates stood frozen in shock until Hallie's triumphant laughter, punctuated by coughing, shattered the silence. By God, quick, save the young master. Split into 2 groups and pursue the wolf. It cannot run far. Return to the city and seek the scholar. Hell itself, if he dies, we are doomed. A numbing sensation gradually spread from Bai Ling's limbs to her entire body. Her physique grew increasingly heavy, and her vision began to blur. In the distance, she could faintly hear the barking of dogs and the shouts of hunters. Escape seemed improbable. A profound sorrow enveloped her heart as she thought of Uncle Bill and Aunt Misha, fearing for their lives. Memories of their kindness pierced her heart with a sharp pang. The Skinner family, who once called themselves the Red Kings, was notorious for their cruelty in the north. Their family motto proclaimed that the dead possess no secrets. Perhaps dying this way would serve as atonement for them. She could hardly run any longer, her surroundings swaying before her. How would she die? Would she return to the modern world after death? Perhaps they would skin her alive, sever her tail, and fashion a wolfskin cloak or collar. Oh, that would surely be warm. In the 6 months spent in this realm of ice and fire, the initial thrill and novelty had faded, giving way to the harsh realities of the North's desolate cold. Days of hunger and hardship had driven her to contemplate escape and surrender. She was not one of those decisive, brave souls who confront challenges head-on. In moments of difficulty, her instinct was always to retreat and give up. Reflecting on her past life, she realized she had lived similarly, engaging in mundane, simple tasks while watching her colleagues rise in their careers. Without her cheerful, laid-back disposition and a modicum of good fortune, as well as the kindness of Misha and Bill, she might have perished alone in some forgotten corner of the North long ago. Now, as death loomed, she felt she had brought misfortune upon 2 good souls. The world was vast, yet she found herself homeless and alone. Suddenly, in her line of sight, a shooting star streaked across the sky, resembling a golden glow drawn across a deep canvas. The meteor reflected in Bai Ling's emerald eyes, igniting a sense within her that something awaited her in that direction. Yes, this was a realm of ice and fire, filled with magic and the undead. She could yet witness 3 dragons. How could she possibly perish here? She must see the dragon and horse pairing. She could not bear the thought of Mother of Dragons weeping over Drogo. Bai Ling tilted her head, biting down on the arrow lodged in her shoulder and yanking it out with all her might. Her consciousness was fading, and the arrow was a significant hindrance. The pain was excruciating, far worse than when she had endured a broken bone and stitches in her past life. Yet, the agony jolted her senses awake, sharpening her vision. She sprinted toward the place where the meteor had fallen. Lyanna Stark, in a fit of rage, swung her axe, treating the nearby tree stump as if it were the source of her ire. Not far off, a campsite had been set up, where 2 tall horses leisurely grazed. Splintered wood flew in all directions, nearly striking the face of the unfortunate Ser Rickon Stark. The poor squire had to sit at a distance, helplessly advising, Lyanna. Lord Robert surely did not mean it. With a thud, Lyanna embedded her axe deep into the stump, fuming. Are you my family or his? Just look at what he wrote in his letter. It's utterly revolting. You are my most cherished maiden, and to wed you feels akin to a dream. Although I am a man of many affections, I shall endeavor to reserve a significant place in my heart solely for you." The expression of the irate maiden is vividly animated. She furrows her brow, one hand on her hip, the other resting on her axe. Even the old woman who feeds the chickens has heard of his scandalous affairs, yet he audaciously dares to write me such a letter. It is utterly revolting. Lyanna recounted Robert Baratheon's nonsensical words with righteous indignation, while Lisa Stark found herself in a state of bemusement. "Lyanna, refrain from speaking so coarsely," she advised. "This matter of union is a weighty one, and I cannot counsel otherwise. This is the Lord's decree. Duke Rickard Stark, the Lord of the North, is as steadfast as granite. No one can alter his convictions." He shifted the topic. "At dawn, we shall return. The Lord and Lady must be concerned." Lyanna remained silent, seated before the fire, diligently polishing her long sword with oiled leather. "Miss Lyanna, I intend to hunt a few snow ferrets to procure fine pelts for Ned and Benjen's new boots." The warm, luminous glow of the fire illuminated Lyanna's fair visage, softening her striking features. At 14, Lyanna Stark possessed soft, tawny locks interspersed with hues of burgundy, as if naturally dyed, rendering her irresistibly charismatic. Her gray-blue eyes, when gazed into, mirrored the crystalline ice of the northern lakes, reflecting one's very soul. She was a spirited and wild young woman, unmatched in her equestrian prowess. Yet, it would be even more delightful if she could refine those boldly drawn, charcoal-like eyebrows. Suddenly, Lyanna furrowed her brow, halting her actions. "Lisa, do you hear something?" Lisa's countenance grew serious as she slowly drew her sword, nodding toward Lyanna and gesturing in a particular direction. The two raised their swords and cautiously approached the source of the sound. The noise grew clearer, resembling a cry for help. "Help! Someone please!" Lyanna exchanged a startled glance with Lisa before dashing forward, recognizing the voice of a child. Before Lisa could intervene, Lyanna had already sprinted ahead. It was an impulsive act. Who knew whether the source of the call was human or something else? Lisa's thoughts drifted to the tales told by grandmothers about white walkers and monsters, filling her with a sudden unease. "Wait for me, Lyanna." Lyanna halted abruptly, and Lisa rushed to her side, inquiring, "What did you see?" "By the gods, it's a snow wolf," Lyanna exclaimed, her expression awash with astonishment, pointing dreamily at the unconscious white creature. "She transformed into a wolf." Lisa questioned, "What?" Lyanna swallowed hard, struggling to explain. "I believe I saw a little girl just a moment ago, and then she turned into this." Lisa asked, "Are you feverish? Feeling dizzy?" "I truly heard and saw it." "Did you not hear the child's cries for help?" Lyson's complexion gradually turned pale, his gaze wavering as he stuttered. "In fact, I only heard the sound of the wind." The pristine white wolf appeared to be gravely injured, its forelimbs a gruesome sight, with several arrows embedded in its back. The pure white snow behind it was speckled with droplets of crimson. Lyanna was convinced that what she saw and heard was no mere illusion. She wished to bring this magnificent wolf back to the tent. However, Lyson worried that the wolf might pose a danger and thought it best to eliminate it. Yet ultimately, he could not resist Lyanna's determination to care for the white wolf. The pursuers from the Bolton family, however, encountered an unexpected ambush. Following the blood trail, their dogs suddenly began to whimper and circle, refusing to advance another step despite their prodding. Then, from the deep, shadowy recesses of the forest, glowing red eyes emerged. A black wolf, its fur uneven, yet its gaze chillingly cold, slowly sauntered out from the woods. Chapter 14. Lord Rickard Stark of the North. Lyanna and Lyson had sneaked out, as she had been engaged in a one-sided cold war with her father these past few days. Recently, a raven had delivered a letter from the future Storm Lord, Robert Baratheon, who seemed ecstatic about the prospect of a betrothal, even to the point of speaking indiscriminately. In modern times, how would one react if they told a girl, "Although my heart and body are shared with many, I still love you"? As for Lord Rickard, he remained silent, while their mother, fully aware of Lyanna's aversion to the suitor, insisted that she practice stitching countless wedding gowns and various sewing patterns, as well as learn how to navigate the intricacies of noble society to manage her husband's domain. When the young girl expressed her yearning for love, the lady of the house merely patted her head with affection. In a fit of anger, Lyanna had ridden off with her friend. Who could have anticipated that on that very night, in the dark, silent wilderness, she would rescue a snow-white wolf? Upon returning to Winterfell with the wolf in tow, Lyanna and Lyson found their mother in a state of distress. Lord Rickard was unaware of her late-night escapade, but even if he had known, it would not have concerned him. Ned and Bran were practicing in the training yard when they saw Lyanna galloping back at breakneck speed. Bran tossed aside his wooden sword and rushed over, exclaiming, "Sister's back! Sister's back!" Ned, hesitant to run as Ser Roderick was still watching him, could only raise his rigid arm and call, "Bran, come back. You've barely practiced." Lyanna skillfully turned her horse, making it pivot in place with a snort. She gracefully leaped down, stroking the horse's mane, and then struggled to lift her brother. "You've been slacking off again, but today, I didn't bring any treats for you." The boy sulked, puffing out his cheeks, but Lyanna quickly brightened the mood, saying, "However, I did bring back a beautiful dog." Bran squealed with delight and began to bombard Lyanna with questions. Reluctantly, she informed him that the dog was injured and would need a few days before it could play with him, before unceremoniously sending Bran back to the training yard. Lyanna urged Lisa to place the white wolf in her chamber, then hurriedly dashed off to seek out Maester Reuven. The room of Maester Reuven often emanated a peculiar odor, a blend of raven droppings and bitter tinctures, filled with ancient scrolls that were perhaps as old as he was. Many of these tomes had never seen the light of day, succumbing to decay from insects and mold. Aside from a narrow wooden bed, the space was cluttered with his work, an herb table, a tool bench, and an abundance of bookshelves overflowing with volumes. Lyanna often mused that perhaps all scholars emerging from the Citadel were as rigid and uninteresting as he. Yet she found herself captivated by his methods of taming ravens, for he possessed a wealth of knowledge regarding the legends of Westeros. As a child, she delighted in pestering Maester Reuven with questions, especially regarding tales of heroic kings. At that moment, Maester Reuven was engrossed in inscribing on a scroll while meticulously storing finely ground powders into small vials. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed along the hardwood corridor, and Lyanna burst in like a spirited colt, flinging the door open and ushering in a gust of cold air. "Maester Reuven, please help me. My little wolf is injured." The maester looked up, momentarily taken aback, the heavy black metal chain around his neck clinking melodiously. "I was unaware you had acquired a wolf. It seems I have not ventured outside for far too long." Lyanna, in a flurry, tugged at Reuven and rushed out, leaving the maester no time to gather his tools. Upon seeing the white wolf, Reuven was momentarily dazed. He had never encountered such a pure-colored wolf in the north, its fur shimmering with a silvery glow in the firelight, dazzling and beautiful. Moreover, this wolf appeared significantly larger than the typical breed. Was it an Arctic wolf? It had been many years since anyone in the north had seen one. The white wolf was grievously injured, while the 2 arrow wounds were concerning. The primary issue lay with the arrow that had been roughly extracted from its forelimb, causing it to lose a great deal of blood. The maester examined the wolf's wounds, carefully extracting the arrow lodged in its back with his tools, then cleansing the injury with boiling wine before bandaging it. All that remained was to await the wolf's recovery. Wiping his hands clean, he remarked, "It seems she narrowly escaped from a hunter. Judging by her teeth, she is still but a pup." Lyanna's brow furrowed, twisting in concern. After a moment of contemplation, she inquired, "Maester Reuven, do you truly believe there are skin changers beyond the wall?" Reuven nodded, then shook his head. "According to the records of the Citadel, for every 1,000 of the first men, one skin changer is born. They possess the ability to control any animal with their consciousness, and thousands of years ago, skin changers and the children of the forest were commonplace." Turning his gaze toward the direction of the tree in the castle courtyard, he sighed softly, "But now, they have all vanished. No one has seen a skin changer or a child of the forest in ages." There was, in fact, a saying that even he found to lack substantiation. For every 1,000 of the first men's bloodline, one skin changer will emerge, and from every 1,000 skin changers, only one green seer will be born. The Green Prophet possesses the magic of nature and the sight of the verdant realm, knowing almost everything and even glimpsing into the future. Lyanna turned to gaze at the white wolf, whose breathing had steadied significantly. It seemed to be in no grave danger. After all, a wolf's physique is far more resilient than that of a human. Yet, how could she explain the cry for help she had heard in the wolf forest and the peculiar shadowy figure? Could it be that the overwhelming darkness, the shadows of the trees, and the whispers of the wind had conjured an illusion in her mind? Scholar Reuven gathered his belongings and, with a serious tone, cautioned Lyanna that although the wolf was still a juvenile, its size could easily overpower an adult. It would be prudent to confine it until its injuries healed, after which it could be returned to the wolf forest. Lyanna hesitated before posing another question to Master Reuven. If shapeshifters could control animals, might there also be animals that could transform into humans? Perhaps like werewolves? Master Reuven laughed heartily, jesting that Miss Lyanna still enjoyed the whimsical tales told by grandmothers. "I shall take my leave now. Let Lyson assist you in bringing a cage for the wolf to the stable." Lyanna felt a twinge of disappointment, but politely expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Master Reuven." Throughout dinner, Lyanna remained somewhat distracted, even oblivious to Bran's antics of dumping all the carrots into her bowl. Tensions lingered at the Stark family table due to a recent quarrel between Lyanna and her father. Only the carefree Bran and her younger brother, Banyan, continued to laugh and joke without a care in the world. "Lyanna, I heard you captured a beautiful snow wolf?" Bran inquired, devouring his meal ravenously. Bran resembled their father, with an elongated face, thick brows, and large eyes. He was robust and tall, exhibiting a somewhat boorish demeanor. Nevertheless, he was a formidable swordsman, favored by Sir Roderick, who often used Bran as an example to admonish noble youths who lacked dedication in their training. After several calls, Lyanna finally responded with a nod. "Yes, I rescued it from the wolf forest. I wish to keep it." Lord Rickard Stark, chewing on a piece of tough beef, interjected. "I heard from Master Reuven that it is a rare ice wolf." Before Lyanna could speak, Ned's eyes widened with surprise. "Is it true? An ice wolf?" "Indeed." Lyanna turned to Ned. "I adore it." The implication was clear. None of them could lay claim to it. It was hers. Bran muttered something about being stingy, while Ned appeared deflated. Banyan, however, clamored to see the white dog. Their mother, Lady Lyanna Stark, expressed concern. "What if it harms you? I heard from the stable master that if the wolf is not tamed from birth, it can be difficult to train." "Mother, do not worry. If it proves impossible to tame, I shall return it to the wolf forest," Lyanna reassured her. Lady Lyanna wished to say more, but Lord Rickard brusquely interrupted. "It is merely a wolf. The Stark children are not so inept." Upon witnessing his furrowed brow, the children fell silent, dutifully focusing on their meals. Rickard Stark gazed intently at Lyanna, his heart heavy with the thought that his beloved daughter would one day depart from the north, venturing into a realm perpetually besieged by tumultuous storms. With a gentle sigh, he finally spoke. "If you truly cherish it, then keep it. Allow the steward to devise a solution." Lyanna's face brightened into a smile, her voice bubbling with joy like a songbird. "Thank you, Father." As soon as she finished her meal, she dashed back to her chamber, eager to sketch and write, intent on naming her little wolf. Her younger brothers joined in the merriment, proposing a myriad of whimsical names, with Bran even bestowing upon it his favorite fruit name, White Sweetberry. Observing the chaotic assortment of names on the paper, Lyanna sighed. "Never mind, let it choose for itself." That night, Lyanna dreamt a blush-inducing dream, finding herself amidst a vast expanse of ice roses, yellow lilies, and daisies. Riding her cherished steed, she galloped freely alongside her white wolf. In the resplendent golden sunlight, a tall figure approached her, leading a white horse against the light from the hillside. She strained to discern his face, but suddenly the earth beneath them cracked, and they both plunged into the abyss. Startled awake, she discovered herself wrapped in her blanket, having tumbled onto the floor. The sky was still dark, and after scratching her head and yawning, she climbed back into bed, hoping to resume her enchanting dream. However, the dream shifted, and she found herself pursued by the roguish Robert Baratheon, who had transformed into a black wild boar. When she awoke the next morning, Lyanna's countenance was still clouded with annoyance. That insufferable Robert Baratheon had intruded upon her dreams. Her disdain for him grew. A gentle knock on the door interrupted her thoughts, and a maid entered, carrying water and clothing, saying, "Miss Lyanna, Steward Orlf is waiting for you outside." Instantly invigorated, she leaped out of bed, barefoot. She had instructed the stable steward to inform her as soon as the little wolf awakened. "Hurry, help me change. I can hardly wait to see my little darling." Chapter 15. The Plight of the North and the Heart of a Young Girl. Bai Ling awoke 2 days later to find herself confined within a cage. Though the surroundings were warm, they were permeated with a foul odor. Her arrow wounds had been properly treated and bandaged. Outside her cage lay a row of neat wooden stalls and piles of hay, while numerous majestic horses meandered leisurely, grazing. The stable appeared relatively clean, yet the scent of the horses was intolerable, causing her to sneeze repeatedly. She vaguely recalled being rescued before losing consciousness, but in that moment, her mind had been clouded, leaving her unable to remember whether she was in her wolf form or her human form. Judging by her current state, it seemed she must be in her wolf form. The cage was spacious, furnished with fresh water, and accompanied by a rabbit that was desperately shrinking into a corner. "Bai Ling, a live rabbit? Is this a buffet?" It appeared that she was not in immediate danger, but one could never be certain that her captors did not desire a perfect wolf pelt. Bai Ling was filled with a sense of unease, instinctively cradling the fluffy rabbit in her arms. The poor creature was frozen in fear. She harbored countless secrets within her. As for her wound, she could already feel a tingling sensation emanating from it, a sign that it had begun to heal. Well, she decided to pretend to be an ordinary little creature and assess the situation further. Outside, footsteps gradually approached, one heavy, the other light. Soon, a lively and spirited voice rang out. "Ulf, Has it awakened? Has it eaten? Not yet. You may go and check on it, came the reply. Bai Ling felt a surge of nervousness, tightening her embrace around the rabbit. A refreshing, delicate fragrance wafted into the air, growing stronger as a strikingly beautiful young lady entered. The girl was on the cusp of transitioning from the innocence of youth to the blossoming of young adulthood. Her figure, though not yet fully developed, was already enchanting. Standing taller than most girls at 170 centimeters, her legs were long and straight like chopsticks. Clad in a spirited hunting outfit, her chest slightly puffed. Her silky dark brown hair cascaded down her back. Her deep-set, gray-blue eyes sparkled like translucent ice crystals. With a petite, high-bridged nose and softly tinted lips, she was captivating. Her hair was interspersed with strands of burgundy, as if she had deliberately dyed it, drawing attention. Despite possessing the Stark family's signature elongated face, her features were exquisite, and her figure was as graceful as if it had been painted. Overall, she bore a striking resemblance to Bai Ling's favorite actress from a previous life, Kristen, the leading lady from Twilight. Bai Ling was entranced. She had a particular fondness for this kind of stunningly fierce woman. Lyanna Stark, on the other hand, found the scene amusing. The white wolf lay on the ground, its large, wet eyes wide open, while the poor rabbit flailed helplessly between its limbs. The wolf wagged its bushy tail vigorously, appearing adorably silly. Lyanna chuckled, pointing at the tail-wagging wolf, and turned to Ulf. Are you sure it's a wolf? Ulf was taken aback. If it were a dog, it would not be surprising. Yet, he had confirmed with Maester Luwin that this was indeed a genuine wolf. But a wolf that did not eat rabbits and played with them? A wolf that wagged its tail? He had never encountered such a creature in his life. Ulf found himself in a quandary as he slowly approached the cage for a closer look. The enchanting scent of ice-blue roses was immediately overwhelmed by the pungent odors of various animal droppings, nearly causing Bai Ling to faint. Never had she despised her acute sense of smell more. Suddenly, the wolf sprang up, baring its menacing teeth, and let out a ferocious growl directed at Ulf. The movement tugged at its wound, causing it to whimper and collapse. Ulf jumped back in surprise, while Lyanna laughed even harder. It dislikes you, Ulf. But it likes me. She crouched down, slowly approaching Bai Ling, and then extended her hand. Ulf was petrified, his face drained of color. Miss Lyanna, in a gentle whisper, approached the caged white wolf. I am Lyanna. The white wolf paused, realizing she was Lyanna Stark, the sister of Ned Stark and the mother of Jon Snow. This enchanting young lady appeared no older than 13 or 14. Yet, in less than 3 years, she was destined to perish. Lyanna discerned a glimmer of human emotion in the wolf's damp, round eyes. Was it sadness born from being confined in a cage? She couldn't help but speak soothingly. Once you are healed, I shall release you, all right? As if comprehending her words, the white wolf let out a soft whimper, its muzzle inching closer to Lyanna's hand. Ulf, in a state of trepidation, wished to intervene but feared provoking the wolf and inciting calamity, causing him to sweat profusely. The pair, a girl and a wolf, exchanged a tender gaze, and the white wolf extended its tongue to lick Lyanna's hand. Elated, she leaned in closer, gently caressing the wolf's head. Ulf, look, it's so well-behaved. Ulf sighed in relief, yet a nagging thought lingered in his mind. Could it truly not be a wolf but rather a dog? Perhaps he should consult the scholar for confirmation. The white wolf, fatigued, played with Lyanna for a brief moment before closing its eyes to sleep. Lyanna, pondering, remarked, the surroundings here are unsuitable. What do you think about moving it to my room for recovery? Ulf felt a pang of distress, thinking they had only just relocated it from her room. Moving it again would be an ordeal for both the creature and themselves. Moreover, regardless of its behavior, it was still a wolf, wild and perilous. Eric hesitantly interjected, Miss, it would be prudent to wait a few days before relocating it. His gaze shifted to a pitiful rabbit, treated akin to a toy, and Ulf had a sudden inspiration. It seems different from ordinary wolves. Why not check the kitchen for something it might enjoy eating? Lyanna clapped her hands in agreement. You are right. It must eat more. With that, she dashed away like the wind. Ulf wiped the cold sweat from his brow. He found himself unable to restrain Miss Lyanna. Only Lord Ricard and Lady could manage her. He resolved to seek the Lord immediately. Lyanna directed the kitchen staff to gather an abundance of food: roasted beef, black bread, roasted onions, apples, and various raw chicken and meat. She eagerly attempted to feed the white wolf, which, famished and ravenous, devoured the human food without hesitation. The kitchen staff, astonished, observed the remnants of the bloodied meat and curiously asked Lyanna, is it a dog or a wolf? I have never seen an animal that relishes human food. After gorging itself, the white wolf resumed its deep slumber. Lyanna, however, was left pondering the staff's remark. Was it, regardless of being a wolf or a dog, truly an animal? Was it, or was it she? Back in her room, Lyanna continued to contemplate this perplexing question. The haunting cry for help reverberated in her mind as she reflected on that moment. Lyanna's reverie was interrupted by the deep, resonant voice of her father, Rickard Stark. Clad in a heavy bear fur cloak, beneath which lay an old coat fashioned from soft animal hides and wool, he spoke. I have heard from Olaf that you have tamed that white wolf, which is splendid, he said with a hint of pride. Truly, you are my daughter. Lyanna gazed at Rickard Stark's weathered face, a visage that had once seemed so tall and resilient, now revealing the signs of age. Father, she hesitated. Do you truly wish for me to wed Robert Baratheon? Rickard sighed inwardly. The north, though vast and desolate, was far removed from the treachery and intrigue of the south. He had raised his children well, instilling in them virtues of integrity, honor, and bravery. Yet, like himself, they lacked a proper understanding of the continent's turbulent politics. Even he had been enlightened by his dear friend, Jon Arryn, the Warden of the East. If only the North could remain untouched by the maelstrom of power, he could allow his daughter the freedom to seek a husband of her choosing. He envisioned Ned wielding his sword across the lands, becoming a hero sung of in ballads, while Brandon, with his valor and the Stark name, would befit the title of Warden of the North, safeguarding their family and lands. Alas, the realm of Westeros had grown increasingly perilous and chaotic. The young dragon prince was maturing, no longer content to remain in the shadow of the old king. He awaited his moment, gathering strength. Since the rebellion in the Vale, King Aerys had become ever more tyrannical and mad. The people were eager to see their beloved prince ascend the Iron Throne. But would Aerys allow the young dragon's power to grow unchecked, permitting him to claim the throne? The Lannisters, the Spider, the Queen of Thorns, and those ambitious and vigorous individuals, would they allow the North to remain aloof? Rickard fell into a profound contemplation. Observing her father lost in thought, Lyanna, feeling disheartened, buried herself under the covers. Regaining his focus, Rickard ultimately refrained from broaching the weighty matters that loomed over her. Instead, he encouraged her to consider the brighter side. Although Robert Baratheon was somewhat fickle, he was a valiant knight of commendable character. As for his governance, she could assist him, could she not? Lyanna, hidden beneath her blanket, seethed internally, thinking, You do not understand. Rickard continued to share news of House Baratheon and Storm's End, but Lyanna offered no response. Eventually, he tucked her in and departed. Lyanna recalled the dream she had, dismissing it as the foolishness of Robert, that giant of a man. Yet, she found herself ensnared in confusion. While there were boys in her realm who harbored secret affections for her, none had ever stirred her heart. What could she do, other than comply with her father's choice in this arranged marriage? Beneath Winterfell lies not only the ancestral burial ground of House Stark, but also an array of invaluable manuscripts that trace back a millennium. Maester Luwin, having received permission from Lord Rickard, has immersed himself in the subterranean archives for 2 days. His young apprentices have long succumbed to weariness, sprawled upon the cold stone floor in slumber. It was only after poring over records from 2,000 years past that Maester Luwin stumbled upon intriguing hints. A millennium ago, accounts of the children of the forest, nature magic, shapeshifters, the Wolf King, and the powers of the old gods were documented. Chapter 16. The joyful life of wolves. 1,000 years ago, a conflict erupted between the children of the forest and the first men over land and faith. After protracted bloodshed, both factions forged a peace treaty to cease hostilities. Yet calamity struck unexpectedly, a long winter, brutal blizzards, and the emergence of the others cast a shadow over the realm. The long night descended. Wherever the others tread, all life withered into lifelessness. The first men and the children of the forest were compelled to unite against this common foe. Among the children, besides the shapeshifters and the green seers, a spectral figure also joined the resistance, the Wolf King, leading his pack of ice wolves. The Wolf King was bestowed with a divine gift, enabling his kin to transform and become the masters of the great snow-covered mountains. This historical account, however, has long since deteriorated, with the sections detailing the Wolf King reduced to mere dust. The remaining intact portions of the scroll have become marred with indelible stains. Despite his best efforts, Maester Luwin could only reconstruct half a phrase, referring to the figure as the Beast Shifter. Beast Shifter? The scholar found himself akin to a reader ensnared in a perplexing text, scratching his head in curiosity, and promptly began drafting a letter to the Citadel. Days later, the injuries of the white dire wolf healed completely, and it officially took residence in the chamber of Lyanna Stark. It exhibited an extraordinary fondness solely for Lyanna, allowing no one else, save for a few members of House Stark, to approach. The white wolf relished curling up on Lyanna's soft, fragrant bed, now inseparable from her. even sleeping at her feet at night. Lyanna, delighted, held up slips of paper filled with names, eager for the wolf to choose its own. White Frost, pass, too cold. White Snow, pass, too common. White Sweet, pass, undoubtedly a name from that glutton brand. Snowball, pass, for she is no dumpling. After a prolonged search yielding no suitable names, the white dire wolf let out a yawn, its eyes narrowing to slits. Lyanna, somewhat troubled by the wolf's discerning nature, picked up several books from her bedside, hoping to find a few more suitable words. As she casually opened the history tome lent to her by the maester, she paused upon reading the children of the forest's firm belief that all things possess a spirit. With a flicker of inspiration, she tentatively called out, "White Spirit. Shall I call you White Spirit?" The white wolf lifted its head, gazing intently at her, its round eyes sparkling, and wagged its tail vigorously. Lyanna laughed with joy. "It seems you like it. Thus, I shall name you White Spirit." Bai Ling became the closest companion of Lyanna, exploring every corner of Winterfell together. This fortress, nearly as ancient as House Stark itself, harbors countless untold stories. Their favorite pastime was to ascend to the highest towers, gazing out over the endless icy plains and verdant fields of the north. When the mood struck Lyanna, she would ride out to hunt near the Wolfswood. Her equestrian skills were unparalleled. At full gallop, few knights of the family could keep pace with her. Each time she returned from the hunt, she would often bring back more and larger game than before, all thanks to Bai Ling's assistance in driving and capturing the prey. Almost everyone in Winterfell had received game personally hunted by Lyanna. From the elderly to the children, no one harbored ill feelings toward her, especially the young men, whose hearts fluttered in secret rivalry when Lyanna was not looking. Even exchanging a few words with her would leave them trembling and flushed. Yet, outwardly, they dared not overstep. For Lyanna's brother was the local lord of Winterfell, a figure of considerable stature. By extension, Bai Ling's status in Winterfell rose dramatically. With meals of roasted chicken, lamb stew, and beef broth, she grew plump and soft, her appearance increasingly delightful. Lyanna always felt that Bai Ling was unlike any other creature. She possessed an intelligence akin to that of humans. This was evident not only in her understanding of human speech, but also in her peculiar habits. Not only did she eat only the food prepared by humans, but she also displayed a remarkable cleanliness. Each time Lyanna bathed, Bai Ling would mischievously splash water everywhere, prompting Lyanna to bathe her as well. At times, Lyanna would suddenly converse with Bai Ling, gazing into her bright golden eyes, cradling her large wolf head, and repeatedly asking the same question. "You can understand us all, can't you?" Bai Ling would innocently howl a couple of times, feigning ignorance, then lick Lyanna's chin. "Ha ha, that tickles," Lyanna would think, accepting that such a playful companion was quite delightful. During her days with Lyanna, every moment was filled with joy. Bai Ling not only had her fill and warmth, but also enjoyed the affectionate cuddles from the pretty young lady. Aside from the monotony of her meals, it was a near-perfect existence. She nearly forgot that she was once human, content to protect Lyanna as she grew and to thwart any romance with Rhaegar. As long as Lyanna did not fall in love with Rhaegar and prevented him from taking her, due to the prophecy, she would not perish in childbirth at the Tower of Joy. Thus, the first despicable male character, Jon Snow, would never be born. Consequently, the tragic ending of Daenerys Targaryen being betrayed would also be altered. The plan was set. Now, Bai Ling needed to recall the key plot points, details, and timelines of the preceding events, seeking out important individuals to alter their fates. According to the storyline, Lyanna would face childbirth complications at the age of 18, and her fateful encounter with Rhaegar would occur in the spring prior, during the tournament of Harrenhal. Lyanna, now 14 years of age, has recently become engaged to Robert Baratheon. In 3 years, a series of events will unfold that will plunge the continent into turmoil. The most prudent course of action would be to ensure that Lyanna never encounters Rhaegar. However, this proves to be an arduous task. She is but an innocent and charming little white wolf. Why should she bear the burden of altering the fate of the world? Bai Ling, deep in thought, realizes that none of her contemplated solutions seem secure. She laments her previous life's lack of literary exploration and her own intellectual shortcomings. Life is challenging, and the dog sighs. Time slips away like a salted fish, and the grand event of the 100-man hunt is about to commence. The rules of the 100-man hunt are straightforward. All families in the north, provided they can muster 20 participants, may join. Led by a captain, they will embark from Winterfell's outskirts, specifically from the town of Wintertown, to hunt as much game as possible over the course of 3 days before returning. During the hunt, participants may choose to focus on their quarry or lie in wait to ambush. As long as no lives are lost, inflicting significant injury is permissible. After 3 days, The family that returns with the most game and the fewest injuries will be declared the victor, with judges including Lord Stark and other esteemed nobles overseeing the event. In the event of a tie among families of equal strength, a rematch will be held in the open grounds outside Wintertown. The rewards for this event include all the game collected and a title of honor bestowed by the Lord. Traditionally, a portion of the hunt's spoils is to be paid to the Lord. However, Lord Stark's fair refusal has ignited a fervor among the northern populace. After all, it is widely understood that the most perilous foes in the north are winter and hunger. Naturally, the Stark family, under Brandon's leadership, is expected to participate. While Lyanna appears somewhat disinterested, Bai Ling finds this perplexing, gleaning insights from the excited chatter of the handmaidens. Firstly, the 100-man hunt is a savage and intense endeavor, particularly for young women, especially those of noble birth. In previous years, there have been instances of weapons and garments being torn, leading to brawls among burly men. Indeed, quite a spectacle, albeit rather brutal. Secondly, as a noble maiden of marriageable age, Lyanna should not be parading herself in such a manner, as injuries are nearly inevitable in such conflicts. Lastly, Bai Ling suspects that Lord Ricard intends to pave the way for his eldest son, Brandon, to demonstrate strength and lay the groundwork for future dominion over the north as the heir to the duchy. Thus, the other children are expected to support their elder brother from the sidelines. However, as future vassals and family knights, those of Ned's age, who are akin to Lyanna, must indeed take to the field. Lyanna expresses her preference for the more pleasant pursuit of strolling outside and watching the competition rather than engaging in contests of strength with foul-smelling men. Nevertheless, a thought crosses her mind as she gazes at Bai Ling, who has grown increasingly round from her daily indulgence. It seems the time has come to unleash the hounds. An ominous premonition suddenly sweeps through Bai Ling's mind. Ned, overjoyed, wears a grin as bright as a flower. He has long coveted Bai Ling unexpectedly. My sister was willing to lend Bai Ling to him for the hunt. He held Bai Ling tightly, burying his face into her pristine, plush fur. Bai Ling felt as though he was using her fur to wipe his face. Feeling wronged, she whimpered at Lyanna, who forced herself not to look at her. Unable to resist, she mothered Ned with a series of reminders. Bai Ling is very clean, so be mindful not to let her bite anything dirty. She doesn't eat raw meat. Remember to cook it thoroughly before feeding her. And during the hunt, don't push her too hard. If you encounter a bear, you should go first. Ned, Bai Ling, shot in the knee. There was also a peculiar sense of embarrassment. Ned, with his good-natured disposition, responded affirmatively, though he hesitated several times before finally asking, Lyanna, is Bai Ling really a wolf? Lyanna sighed and gazed at the sky. I suppose so. Then perhaps I shouldn't take her after all. Lyanna, stroking Bai Ling's soft fur and plump backside, resolutely declared, no, she needs to exercise. What kind of lazy wolf is that? Another arrow struck Bai Ling's knee. Ned nodded in agreement. Indeed, she should run outdoors, for a wolf must not lose its wildness. Reluctantly, Bai Ling followed Ned, glancing back every few steps. If she were in her human form, she would certainly stretch out her arms like a roaring horse, exclaiming, don't you want your little darling anymore? Seeing Bai Ling with her head drooping, Ned felt a pang of sympathy. After a moment's thought, he suggested, if you behave well, how about I make you honey-glazed meat? My culinary skills are quite commendable. Bai Ling lifted her head, her large, glistening eyes sparkling with imagination. Ned couldn't help but chuckle. As his laughter gradually faded, he suddenly recalled a curious detail. Had Lyanna just referred to Bai Ling as she? Chapter 17, Ned Stark. You've ruined your image. Ned in his youth bore little resemblance to the somber countenance he would later adopt. As a teenager, he was merely handsome, with a face so youthful it seemed to glisten with moisture, embodying the innocence and spiritedness unique to adolescence. Moreover, the outwardly composed and quiet Ned was, in private, quite the chatterbox. He incessantly spoke to Bai Ling throughout their journey, discussing everything from the long winters of the north to the traditions of the hunt. He was well versed in the rules of the entire activity and the optimal hunting routes. How Stark would undoubtedly send out Lisa to battle. Although he was my sister's shadow, he was a skilled hunter. Is it appropriate to speak of your sister's knight in such a manner? This year, the Boltons posed a formidable challenge. Their bastard was an accomplished hunter, and that cunning fellow, Roose Bolton, was as sly as a red fox. The Boltons are finished. Those two are so caught up in competition that they will likely perish together, Bai Ling silently critiqued. As for House Mormont, they probably wouldn't muster enough people or weapons. Ned spoke animatedly, his laughter echoing with confidence that this year, the Stark family would surely triumph. They made their way toward the camp outside Winterfell, where contestants and onlookers from across the north were gradually arriving at Wintertown. Tents adorned with family crests stood prominently outside the city, a multitude of them numbering in the hundreds. Within the camp, blacksmiths were fervently hammering away at weapons, while men busied themselves preparing their dining utensils, their voices raised in coarse and ribald jest. Women glided between the tents, bearing bowls of hot soup and water bottles, their laughter light and joyful. The expanse of the north was vast. In addition to the loyal vassals of House Stark, there were also free folk emerging from unknown corners of the land. Each would fight for themselves, seizing the opportunity to claim some spoils to bring back to their settlements. Not just the men, but many robust spear-wives would partake in the grand hunt. Life in the north, though harsh and frigid, forged a resilient and tenacious way of living. Regardless of gender, children learned to fight and hunt from the moment they could wield a weapon. As Ned walked, he elucidated the sigils and anecdotes of each family, and it felt to Bran that he was speaking directly to her. A pang of nostalgia struck her as she contemplated the loyalty of these families, who would follow Robb into battle decades later, only to meet their demise. Ned observed Bran's reactions closely, noting how she instinctively glanced at the corresponding banners upon hearing certain names, such as Mormont of Bear Island, Karstark of Carhold, and Amber of Winterfell. It seemed she recognized some of the family crests. Could wolves truly possess such intelligence? Was Lyanna's reference to she intentional, or did it carry deeper meaning? Ned's curiosity tightened within him like a tangled thread, urging him to uncover the secrets hidden beneath. Did Lyanna know something? The wooden platform outside Wintertown had already been erected. Once the festivities commenced, the elite families would embark on their hunting expedition, while the rest of the townsfolk, young and old, would gather outside to celebrate. They would feast, dance, and perhaps place bets, or even participate in some sparring to expend their excess energy. Merchants from afar clustered together, selling an array of peculiar goods, enormous antlers, polar bear pelts, and shattered weapons, even fingers of the fabled others. Curse the others, the townsfolk would scoff, well aware that they were mere legends. The open tavern was preparing to serve beer, sweet wine, and even summer red and homemade fruit wine, reminiscent of a festival from a past life. Dressed in full armor, Brandon rushed past, accompanied by a retinue. Upon spotting Ned and Bran, he pulled his horse to a halt, his expression sour. "Ned, why aren't you practicing your swordplay?" Ned stifled a smile. "I completed my training for today. Then you should go ride and practice your archery. You wouldn't want to be a burden during the 100-man hunt, would you?" Ned lowered his gaze, remaining silent. Brandon's loud reprimand directed at Ned echoed in the air. "Did you hear that?" "Yes, brother." The cheerful ambience was entirely marred by this interruption, and the desire to enjoy the festivities dissipated. With a sullen demeanor, Ned returned to the gardens of Winterfell, accompanied by his dire wolf, Ghost. The subterranean hot springs warmed the garden, where lush greenery thrived and unnamed wildflowers bloomed abundantly. At the center stood a tall weirwood tree, its bark resembling a face. Young Ned leaned against the great tree, sulking, while Ghost curiously circled the weirwood, having never encountered it before. This place seemed to be the very site of the fateful confrontation between Bran and the Night King. With a sigh, Ned reclined beneath the tree, arms cradling his head. In that moment, his greatest worries were perhaps his brother's sternness and the prospect of his sister marrying far away. Who could foresee that this tender youth would one day bear the weight of the North and the Stark legacy, only to meet his demise in King's Landing? Ghost recalled reading on a certain platform an assessment of Ned Stark, which suggested that, compared to the looming winter, Ned seemed to embody the valley's heights of honor more profoundly. He was disinclined to partake in the games of power. Rather, he longed to return to his cold homeland. Ghost approached Ned and nestled against his abdomen. Ned extended his hand, gently stroking Ghost's back, who then exposed her soft belly for him to caress. Unbeknownst to them, slumber enveloped them both. In her dreams, Ghost found herself distinctly aware of her surroundings, still beneath the weirwood. The garden lay blanketed in snow, with Ned, the verdant grass, and the flowers vanished. Winterfell had transformed into ruins, reminiscent of the moment the Night King breached its walls. Feeling an unsettling shift within her, Ghost lifted her gaze to the weirwood, now entwined with serpent-like vines. Amongst the dense tangle, a face emerged, pale as ancient bark. Stunned, Ghost began to climb the vines, eager to see the visage up close. As she neared, she recognized it unmistakably. It bore an uncanny resemblance to the three-eyed crow who had deceived Bran. She gasped, "Three-eyed crow." The pale face slowly opened its eyes, and the world around her began to swirl and blur. She felt herself plummeting, and suddenly, she jolted awake from the dream. Had the three-eyed crow sent her this vision? No, it felt more like an unintentional intrusion. What was happening? Why did it seem as though the secrets she bore were multiplying? Ned, too, roused from his slumber, exhaling in satisfaction. He yawned and reached out to touch Ghost. Ghost, your fur is all ruffled. Did you have a nightmare? Indeed, Ghost thought. Dreaming of the crow was hardly auspicious, evoking images of the terrifying army of the dead and the dreadful mountains of corpses. Naturally, she licked Ned's hand, reminding him it was time to return for dinner. She now belongs to the external hired wolves, and from now until the end of the Great Hunt, she must remain with Ned. White Spirit has become the beloved pet of House Stark, with Benjen particularly fond of holding her tightly. However, due to his small stature and limited strength, each time he lifts her, she finds herself suspended halfway, dragging along the ground, feeling as though she is being subjected to a form of torture. In these moments, Lina can't help but laugh heartily, while only Ned speaks up to rescue her, a gesture that White Spirit appreciates. Ned's children are indeed much happier, each with their own direwolf. She longs to pet the soft, furry little wolf instead of being petted by others every day. When Ned returns to his chamber at night, he swiftly undresses and dives beneath the covers. He lifts the thick fur blanket and pats the bed, beckoning, "Come, let us sleep together." White Spirit's pupils widen in shock, her mind conjuring the image of Edvard Munch's iconic painting, The Scream. "Ned Stark, have you no modesty?" she muses, frozen in place, while Ned smirks mischievously before guiding her into the blankets. The warmth radiating from the wolf is comforting. White Spirit prides herself on cleanliness, and he carries a faint scent of snow roses. The soft, white fur of the wolf against Ned's bare skin is incredibly soothing. He yawns and embraces the white wolf tightly, drifting off to sleep almost instantly. Meanwhile, White Spirit finds herself stiffened in his arms, her thoughts muddled. It becomes unclear whether she has taken advantage of Ned or if he has taken advantage of her. Given Ned's future character, if he were to discover she is a girl, would he not feel compelled to apologize for it? Nevertheless, Ned's bed is remarkably warm. Chapter 18. Peril in the Snowy Mountains. The Great Hunt of the North officially commences. Brandon Stark, leading a cadre of 30 skilled hunters from his family, charges boldly towards the northern frontiers. His aim is the fertile valleys in the southern reaches of Frostfang Mountain. Their party is well equipped, comprising 5 knights and aspiring knights, numerous seasoned hunters and archers, as well as experienced guides, sentinels, cooks, and laborers, alongside the young Ned and the loafing White Spirit. With limited time at their disposal, Brandon decides to forego the pursuit of medium-sized game and instead targets the larger quarry of grizzly bears, reindeer, or Highland bison, all weighing 1,000 pounds or more. Rumor has it that mammoths roam Frostfang Mountain. Capturing such a magnificent beast would surely earn them the admiration of all. The path to Frostfang Mountain is fraught with numerous rivers and hills. The guide suggests a route through the Wolfwood to the northwest, but Brandon dismisses the idea outright. There are no mammoths or Highland bison in the Wolfwood, and capturing mere bears and wolves lacks significance. However, the Wolfwood offers greater efficiency and saves time. Brandon brusquely interrupts the guide, insisting, "No more. We are headed to Frostfang Mountain." Realizing his tone may have been a bit harsh, he adds, "Brothers, think of it. If we capture a rare mammoth, just one would be enough for us to win the contest." The hunters exchanged glances, resigned to their fate as they urged their horses to catch up with Brandon. The wind and snow began to rise, yet Brandon remained unfazed, relentlessly urging everyone to hasten their pace. Gradually, Ned felt as though he might succumb to the biting cold. The blizzard struck suddenly, dimming the previously bright sky in an instant, with tiny shards of ice stinging their faces. This wretched weather changed without warning. "We must find shelter from this worsening storm," the leader shouted hoarsely. Ahead lay a precipice. "Let us take refuge below it." This area was a sunken valley, and the cliff offered a slanted shield against the tempest. The group led their horses into the refuge, where they began to kindle a fire and pitch their tents. Darkness approached, and the storm showed no signs of abating. "We shall stay here for the night." The seasoned guide, an experienced hunter who supplied the Stark family, was well versed in such matters. Brandon grunted a terse acknowledgement, his expression ashen. It was no wonder. His ambitious desire to claim first place had been swiftly thwarted by the storm. Meanwhile, Ned and Ghost remained composed, sharing provisions as they consumed jerky and water. Ned thoughtfully tore the jerky into strips for Ghost. Upon seeing Ned feeding Ghost, Brandon's irritation flared, and he snapped, "What use is it to bring her? A pig would be more beneficial." "Ghost, am I being targeted for no reason? Though I may have gained some weight, I am still capable of howling." Ghost glared at Brandon, a low growl escaping her throat involuntarily. Ned quickly soothed her, explaining, "Ghost is a wolf. She needs to eat well to aid us in pursuing our prey." Brandon scoffed, "Let us hope she truly assists us in finding something to hunt." Eager to shift the conversation, Ned asked, "By the way, brother, why did we not see the two from House Bolton when we set out?" This query piqued Brandon's curiosity as well. The scandal surrounding the illegitimate son of House Bolton and the struggle for the heir's position had become notorious throughout the North. It was said they employed every underhanded tactic imaginable, yet neither could overpower the other. Thus, at such a significant event, the representative of House Bolton turned out to be the captain of the knights from the Dreadfort. Brandon stroked his chin, pondering what recent events might have transpired with House Bolton. An excited hunter interjected. "I heard from a friend of mine whose wife is the sister-in-law of a Bolton that the old Bolton's illegitimate son lured that little wretch into the Weeping Woods, where a pack of wolves devoured him. By the time they brought him back, he was lifeless. He did not die." A Stark knight choked down a mouthful of dry bread, nearly gasping for air. "That young lord survived. I encountered a survivor from their family in a tavern in Winterfell." "What did he say?" A group of burly men leaned in, eager for the gossip. Ghost perked up her ears, rising slightly to listen intently to the tale. Ned couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her somewhat stiff back. The knight, somewhat pleased with himself, continued without hesitation, revealing that he was a menial servant at the Terror Fortress who had fled following his master's injury. He recounted how the young lord had been ambushed by Harry Snow, that illegitimate son. Miraculously, the young lord survived, was carried back, and saved by the scholar, remaining in a deep coma ever since. Curiously, can you guess what happened next? The knight paused deliberately, gazing at the eager crowd. "Do tell us already," someone urged. The knight, nearly toppled by their enthusiasm, begrudgingly continued, stating that during his unconsciousness, the young lord repeatedly muttered the word werewolf. "And what of that illegitimate son, Harry? He was likely still at the Terror Fortress, for if the young lord were to die, old Bolton would be left with nothing but a bastard." The crowd erupted into a cacophony of opinions, some decrying the Boltons, while others mused that the Terror Fortress had always been thus. With a family legacy that strayed far from the honorable ways of the Northmen, who were known for their straightforwardness and disdain for treachery, let alone such familial discord. The knight gulped down his drink, a frown etched upon his brow. "However, do you really think that young lord might have truly seen some specter?" Laughter erupted among the listeners, teasing the knight relentlessly. "You trust the ramblings of a drunken man? It seems the drink has muddled your mind." Brandon laughed until tears streamed down his face, slapping the knight on the shoulder. "Let us thank Carol for her bedtime ghost stories. Rest now. Let a few of us take turns keeping watch." Upon hearing the mention of werewolves, Ned's expression shifted as he glanced at White Fang, who pretended not to notice, burying her head to feign sleep. The cold of the outdoors pierced through to the core and wrapped in a thick blanket. Ned found slight comfort only by holding White Fang close. He whispered into her ear, "White Fang, you understand us, don't you? Is it true?" Ned struggled to articulate his thoughts, recalling an obscure term. "Is it shapeshifter? You are controlling the White Wolf, aren't you?" No, White Fang thought. Her kind did not seem to exist in the original tales of ice and fire. Even she was unaware of her nature. Alas, one step at a time, she mused, sensing that the three-eyed crow might still send her dreams. Playfully, she twitched her ears, the soft fur tickling Ned, prompting him to sneeze as the encroaching drowsiness overtook him. The wind and snow gradually lessened, yet a sharp, mournful sound pierced the silence, causing White Fang to perk up her ears. The watchman appeared oblivious to any anomaly. One was nodding off while the other tended to the fire, rubbing his hands and face for warmth. The strange sound soon faded, and White Fang shook her ears before lying down again. The night passed uneventfully, and as dawn broke, Brandon, in a fit of impatience, urged everyone to depart. The guide indicated that ahead lay an impassable snow cliff, suggesting a route along the eastern edge of Long Lake to avoid future troubles. Brandon, however, refused once more, believing that scaling the snow-capped cliffs directly would be swifter. As the crowd continued to persuade him, Brandon shot a glare, drew his sword, and declared, "I am the captain of this hunting party." With that, he disregarded the others and led the way, guiding his horse at the front of the group. The hunters exchanged glances, let out soft sighs, and reluctantly followed suit. Bai Ling gazed at the undulating snow-covered rocks in the distance, feeling a sense of familiarity. It seemed as though she had been here before, and she sensed that something was trailing them from behind. Aside from provisions, Brandon was indifferent to the small game along the route. He was at that youthful and impulsive age where he dismissed the words of others, solely fixated on the pursuit of legendary beasts. As the terrain of the snowy mountains grew increasingly steep, their ascent became arduous, and the horses began to slip, making progress exceedingly difficult. Bai Ling, ever vigilant, lifted her head to peer into the ravine. She heard a familiar sound, the low growl of wolves, reverberating with menace. Soon, another howl pierced the air, compelling the human party to halt. Bai Ling, feeling a sense of agitation, scratched the ground. Recognizing it as the signal indicating the wolves had identified a target, the hunters raised their voices, anxiously scanning their surroundings. They were currently halfway up the mountain, and an encounter with a pack of wolves would undoubtedly result in grievous losses. "Warriors, draw your swords and form ranks," commanded Brandon, maintaining his composure. Their party consisted of over 20 warriors, fully equipped with bows and arrows. Provided the wolf pack was not excessively large, they posed little threat. Suddenly, Bai Ling threw back her head and howled a prolonged warning, a typical signal indicating a lone wolf preparing for battle. "Do not approach, otherwise, I shall not be courteous." She wished to avoid unnecessary slaughter of the wolves and did not wish to see humans perish at their jaws, thus striving to intimidate and drive them away. For a moment, the disturbances in the mountains subsided, and the group relaxed after a brief wait. Brandon, pleased, affectionately ruffled Bai Ling's head, exclaiming, "You are quite impressive. Even the wild wolves fear you." Yet, Bai Ling's apprehension remained unabated, fearing that these few wolves were merely scouts. Although their party was numerous, they carried ample provisions. And to the wolves, such a multitude of humans presented a substantial opportunity for a feast. She took the initiative to move to the front of the group, sniffing the air to guide them, knowing they must leave the area swiftly. The seasoned hunters, well aware of the wolves' acute sense of smell, instinctively followed Bai Ling, quickening their pace. However, fate had other plans. As they descended the mountain, a fierce snowstorm began to rage. To evade it, they were obliged to split into smaller groups and seek refuge in snow caves. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Initially, a solitary wolf howl echoed through the mountains, quickly followed by a chorus of howls in response. The group fell into a deep silence, with a creeping sense of panic spreading among them. The wolf pack was upon them. Chapter 19. Where has Bai Ling gone? Who is this girl? Brandon and the others were utterly bewildered by the number of wolves. Under the cover of the blizzard, the pack moved like the most skilled assassins, poised to strike silently from the shadows and sever one's throat. They could only lean against the mountain wall, striving to stoke the fire as vigorously as possible. In such a tempestuous snowstorm, torches were utterly futile, extinguished in an instant. "Guard the fire, raise your swords, and erect your shields," the old hunter shouted hoarsely. The archers drew forth their short daggers and hand axes. In this weather, close combat was the only recourse, rendering bows entirely ineffective. The howls of wolves echoed hauntingly, seemingly intent on dismantling their psychological defenses. Brandon lowered his iron mask, using his towering frame to shield his brother huddled in the cave. White Spirit understood precisely how her kin would launch their assault and was acutely aware that they would not hesitate to kill her after feasting on humans. Yet, she could not flee. Even for Lionel's sake, she had to protect Ned and Brandon. The blizzard offered no disruption to her senses or vision. With her keen sense of smell, she detected at least 30 wolves in the vicinity. The pack began to test their defenses. The first wolf lunged toward Brandon from above, but White Spirit intercepted it with lightning speed, sinking her teeth into its throat. The onlookers, as if awakening from a dream, shouted in triumph over the fallen wolf. The foul, metallic taste of blood made White Spirit retch, yet she did not retreat, issuing a menacing growl toward her kindred in the snowy night. In the face of life and death, she instinctively defended humanity, steadfast in her identity as a human. At that moment, Ned drew his sword, bellowing for everyone to heed White Spirit's warnings. She knew from which direction the wolves would strike. They huddled together, trembling like quails seeking warmth in a circle. For in such dire weather and terrain, defense was their best strategy. White Spirit nearly single-handedly warded off all wolf attacks, but amidst the chaos, 2 individuals were dragged away by the wolves, and another fell down the ravine while grappling with one. She bore numerous wounds, blood mingling with snow, congealing in patches, her strength waning significantly. Yet the wolves came relentlessly, attacking without fatigue. Time became a blur. Even their axes had been dulled from the struggle. White Spirit, in a frenzy, had long since lost her senses to pain. Ned, unable to stand any longer, collapsed partially to the ground, as a sliver of golden light pierced the snowy peaks. The wolf pack finally retreated, leaving behind the corpses of several of their own. White Spirit felt a surge of exhilaration, a pent-up energy yearning for release, and she released a declaration of victory to the heavens. The surviving members exchanged glances, spitting out blood and erupting into laughter. Brandon laughed the loudest, wiping away tears from his eyes, and embraced White Spirit, vigorously ruffling her hair. "You were magnificent." Exhausted, White's spirit lacked the strength to break free, her body succumbing to fatigue, and she collapsed alongside him. As they counted their numbers, accounting for losses and those lost in the storm the previous night, only about 20 remained. Most of the severely injured were non-combatants. Brandon assigned several warriors to stand guard on the perimeter while the others rested momentarily. Bai Ling rested for half a day and regained her spirits. The wounds on her body seemed to have little impact on her. A few seasoned hunters sighed enviously, exclaiming how the Stark family possessed the blood of the direwolf, capable of taming even such formidable ice wolves. Bai Ling disdainfully exhaled, dismissing the notion of taming. She had merely protected Ned. Brandon was too preoccupied with his own troubles. It must be said, although Ned had undergone training, his psychological resilience was lacking. Last night, he had been so frightened that his legs turned to jelly. Ned's emotions had largely stabilized, and he gazed at Bai Ling with shining admiration, clinging to her affectionately. Growing somewhat impatient, Bai Ling feigned a bite, prompting him to burst into laughter and release his grip. Bai Ling, I truly like you, the boy said, resting his forehead against hers, his expression earnest and gentle. It was a pity to think that in a few years, this youthful visage would transform into one marked by the burdens of a bygone era. She pondered whether there was something she could do to alter the fate of House Stark. Lord Brandon, time is of the essence, including the return journey. We have only half a day left for hunting. Brandon's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated such misfortune during this hunt. Relentless snowstorms and wolf attacks had plagued them. Do you have any suggestions? He asked. The old hunter squinted, stating that seeking prey was too troublesome and suggested they return at once. Brandon paused, suddenly grasping the implication of his words. You mean? He made a slashing motion, indicating theft. The hunter nodded. We are short on manpower, and our hunting time is limited. This is the most straightforward approach. Brandon's expression was peculiar. Dustin, I never realized your ideas were so intriguing. Upon further reflection, he found it entirely feasible. They merely needed to lay an ambush on the way back to Wintertown. If they robbed the other houses, would they not emerge victorious? Moreover, given Brandon's nature as a fervent PvP player, he found hunting animals far less engaging than hunting people. Let us proceed with this plan, Brandon exclaimed with excitement. We'll head back and find an ideal ambush spot. Ned became alarmed. Brother, how can we do this? Isn't this a hunting competition? Brandon waved dismissively. Hunting and combat both serve to enhance our strength. What is the difference? Time is limited, it's settled. You take Bai Ling back to Winterfell to recuperate. The rugged men surrounding them, eager for chaos, erupted in cheers at the shift in target from animals to humans. Some even inquired whether they could strip the captives of their trousers, citing past grievances with certain houses. Bai Ling was at a loss for words. In weather of -40 degrees, they intended to undress someone? Were they out of their minds? Did they desire frozen sausages instead? In any case, House Stark's hunting party turned back, and the weather soon cleared. They quickly concealed themselves at the chosen location. Meanwhile, Ned furiously escorted Bai Ling back to Winterfell. Feeling that Brandon's actions were beneath contempt and resolved to report him to their father upon their return, Lyanna was taken aback by the pitiful sight of Ghost. After Ned animatedly recounted the encounter with the wolf pack, her heart ached for Ghost. Although she lacked understanding of the relationships among animals, she believed that Ghost, having injured a kin, would surely be disheartened, prompting her to prepare some delightful treats for him. While Ghost was recuperating, Lyanna and Ned busied themselves with his care, neglecting the aftermath of the 100-man hunt. With the Bolton patriarch absent, it ultimately ended in a Pyrrhic victory for Brandon Stark. It was said that the scene was exceedingly lively, with dozens of families embroiled in chaos, some seizing advantage, others settling old scores, and a few reveling in the disorder. The 100-man hunt had devolved into a 100-man brawl, with Brandon, the belligerent, targeting faces and lower regions alike. Fortunately, no one sustained severe injuries, which was a blessing. Lord Ricard, however, was left livid, while Brandon, through the fray, made many new acquaintances. As the 100-man hunt faded into memory and the weather gradually warmed, a significant event loomed on the horizon. Duke Ricard Stark of the North was set to visit House Tully of the Riverlands, accompanied by his eldest son Brandon and his daughter Lyanna. This visit was not only for the betrothal ceremony between Brandon and Catelyn Tully, but also an opportunity for Ricard to introduce Lyanna to the future Lord of House Baratheon, Robert. It was evident to discerning eyes that Lord Ricard Stark intended to use this occasion to fortify the bonds among the great houses of Stark, Tully, and Baratheon. Yet, it remained uncertain how King Aerys, seated upon the Iron Throne in King's Landing, would react. At present, Ghost was preoccupied with more pressing matters. Recently, he had been feeling unwell, first experiencing pervasive aches, followed by feverish nights that left him restless and disoriented. Uncertain of the cause, he could only whimper to draw Lyanna's attention. Lyanna swiftly summoned the maester to examine him, but the maester declared Ghost to be in excellent health, with prior injuries having healed remarkably well. Unable to discern the source of Ghost's discomfort, Lyanna grew frantic and called for Ned to discuss possible solutions. Ned suggested consulting the stable master. When Ulf arrived, summoned by a flustered Lyanna who feared for Ghost's life, he quickly assessed the situation. It became apparent that Ghost was maturing and entering estrus. Lyanna and Ned were left dumbfounded, struggling to accept that Ghost, not yet 2 years old, was experiencing such a condition. Did female wolves indeed go into heat like dogs? What should they do? Ned stammered, concerned for Ghost's evident distress. Ulf shrugged, suggesting that in a few days it would pass, or they could let her roam freely to seek a mate. Without a moment's hesitation, Lyanna resolutely refused, insisting that Ghost could not leave her side. Ned, with a furrowed brow, worried about how long this would last and whether it would be harmful. Ulf reassured him that it would resolve in a few days. That evening, Lyanna was summoned by her father regarding the visit to the Riverlands, while Ned stealthily entered Lyanna's chamber to carry away the somewhat dazed white wolf. Bai Ling has been feeling unwell these past few days, hardly touching her food and drifting in and out of consciousness, emitting intermittent whimpers. Within the city of Winterfell lies a subterranean hot spring fed by fresh underground waters. Ned decided to carry her there, hoping it might provide her with some comfort. Having sneaked in without any attendants, he immersed Bai Ling's half-submerged body in the warm waters and returned to fetch the items and towels that Lyanna had prepared for her. The hot spring, nestled beneath the earth, was illuminated by the bright moonlight shimmering upon the surface, casting a glimmer that made Bai Ling appear almost ethereal. As Ned looked out the window, he muttered about the unusually large moon that night. The immense orb hung between the mountains, revealing the dark shadows on its surface, while the moonlight blanketed the land, transforming the darkness into a semblance of daylight. The cool moonbeams caressed Bai Ling's body, providing her with a modicum of relief. Yet she remained oblivious to the strange transformations occurring within her. The fur covering her body began to fade, her hands and feet gradually morphed and elongated. The thick tail retracting out of sight, platinum tresses sprouted from her head, enveloping her curvaceous form. The coarse beastly hide became as luminous as jade. With not a single hair in sight, Bai Ling felt her body fully relax, and the discomfort that had once plagued her vanished entirely, eliciting a soft sigh of contentment. Ned, bowing his head as he entered the room, announced, "I've secretly taken Lyanna's body lotion for you." The moment he caught sight of the golden-haired maiden in the hot spring, he froze, his mind erupting like a volcano, on the verge of explosion. Blood surged through his veins, a tumultuous tide of emotions. The wooden basin, brush, and bucket clattered to the ground. "Where's Bai Ling? What has happened to my great wolf? Who is this unfamiliar golden-haired girl? Has Bai Ling transformed into a human?" Chapter 20. A dreamlike turn of events. Lyanna was engaged in discussion with her brother Brandon, along with their father and mother, regarding their journey to Reborn. Upon hearing that Robert Baratheon would also be arriving there, her expression soured. A glance at Brandon revealed he shared her discontent, prompting Lyanna to chuckle. "What troubles you, dear brother? You seem rather displeased." Brandon sighed in exasperation. "And you mock me? You know I detest those overly proper and restrained ladies." In his eyes, Catelyn Tully of Reborn, though beautiful and graceful with her lovely auburn locks, reminded him too much of his mother, serious, stern, and lacking the youthful vigor expected of a girl her age. The two siblings sighed in unison, drawing a mixture of amusement and irritation from Duke Ricard. "What is that supposed to mean? Your mother and I grew closer only after marriage." "That's a tall tale," Brandon mumbled under his breath. "Mother clearly said you were the one sneaking flowers beneath her window and secretly gifting her the fox furs you crafted yourself." Coughing to regain his composure, Duke Ricard redirected the conversation. "This time, we will be bringing your brother along to Reborn. After the festivities, he will return to the Vale for a while." Ricard gazed upon his eldest son, Brandon, and said, "You are now 19. It is time for you to assume the responsibility of caring for your younger siblings. Your mother and I will depart early." "Yes, father," Brandon replied. Just then, a hurried sound of footsteps echoed as Ned burst into the room, bent over and gasping for breath, as if chased by hounds. Lyanna's heart sank, and an unsettling premonition washed over her. She sprang to her feet, exclaiming, "What is it? Is something wrong with Ghost?" Ned, panting heavily, dared not meet the eyes of his father or elder brother, desperately signaling to Lyanna, "You must come quickly, Ghost. Something is amiss." "Father, you continue on. Ned and I will go check on Ghost," Lyanna declared, seizing Ned's hand and dashing away without a glance back, leaving Brandon calling after her in vain. Lowering her voice, Lyanna, filled with urgency, inquired, "What has happened? Is Ghost in trouble?" Ned's face and neck were flushed crimson, his mind swirling like boiling water as he stammered, "I'm not sure if it was Ghost. I mean, at that moment, only Ghost was there." Excitement surged within Lyanna, her eyes sparkling as a clandestine suspicion began to form. Has she changed? Is that it? Suppressing her exhilaration, she pulled Ned along, racing toward the hidden hot springs. As they fled, Ghost was slowly regaining consciousness in the warm waters. She wearily rubbed her forehead, the peculiar sensations of her body tormenting her. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with human hands and feet, her petite form bewildering her. How had she suddenly transformed into a human? This small pool was a place of respite for the Starks, yet there was not a soul in sight. Ghost swiftly rose from the water, and in the dim light, she beheld her reflection. Perhaps due to her recent pleasant circumstances, she appeared to have matured considerably, nearly matching Lyanna in stature, though she was still far from her former age. With a wasp-like waist and long legs, her features had become more refined. Her nose was more pronounced, the emerald hue of her eyes deepened, and her silhouette had taken on the delicate curves of a young woman. What has happened? Ghost wondered, panic rising within her as she realized she must quickly revert to her wolf form. However, no matter how hard she tried, she could not transform back. Her mind became a void. What should she do? Footsteps approached, and Ghost hastily concealed herself behind the dressing screen. Was it Lyanna coming? Ned hesitated outside, his face flushed with embarrassment. Without further consideration, Lyanna gently pushed the door open and stepped inside. The pool was empty, but a glimmer of golden light shone through the screen's slats. Cautiously, she advanced, softly calling out, "Ghost? It's me, Lyanna. Are you all right?" Ghost was at a loss for how to explain her predicament. Unable to change back into a wolf, she was trapped. What should she do? Lyanna was drawing nearer, and Ghost huddled in the corner, attempting to conceal herself. Lyanna softly called for White Spirit as she slowly approached behind the screen. My God! Lyanna's eyes widened in surprise. Ned felt as though he resembled a boiled egg, a peculiar sensation igniting discomfort throughout his body. The scene he had witnessed at the spring was etched deeply in his mind. Ned, Lyanna's gentle voice interrupted his reverie. Could you go to my room and fetch the outfit I wore? I need both the inner and outer garments. All right, Ned replied, not bothering to ask further. Before turning and running off. Once everything was arranged, the three returned to Lyanna's room, sitting silently opposite each other. Ned's gaze was firmly fixed on the floor, as if he had spotted a golden dragon there. Meanwhile, Lyanna's eyes sparkled as she continually looked at White Spirit. You are White Spirit, aren't you? That day was not a figment of my imagination. You transformed from a little girl into a wolf. Being a pet was indeed delightful. But returning to human form felt somewhat unfamiliar to White Spirit. She opened her mouth, wanting to howl, but managed to restrain herself. Ahem, it is I. How wonderful. Are you a wolf or a human? Can you transform at will? Is your entire kind like this? I suppose so. I am not quite sure about my lineage. Then how do you? Lyanna, wait a moment. Ned finally composed his tumultuous emotions and interrupted the excited Lyanna. Perhaps you should consider how we will explain White Spirit's disappearance and the sudden addition of another person. Lyanna froze, her excitement causing her to forget these important matters entirely. The two furrowed their brows in contemplation, neither suggesting that White Spirit leave first, for they had lived together for so long, and they had become a family. How about I leave first? White Spirit proposed, but was promptly interrupted by both Ned and Lyanna. No, that won't do. Lyanna cautiously asked Ned. What if we pretend she's a distant relative of ours? That would be easily uncovered. Our family bears no resemblance to her hair or appearance. Then what do you suggest? Hide her away in another town? No, Ned shook his head, frowning. Her looks are too dangerous. Apart from our Stark family, who else in the north could protect her? After a long silence, White Spirit finally spoke. Perhaps we should seek Lord Ricard's counsel. White Spirit, are you willing to reveal your secret to Father? After a moment's contemplation, White Spirit nodded. She trusted Lord Ricard and the character of the wolf kin. Moreover, becoming human might facilitate a change in their future destinies. Please do not call me White Spirit anymore. Refer to me as Arya. The night had grown deep, yet Lord Ricard remained engrossed in his study. He was a diligent and patient lord, often losing track of time when absorbed in work. The door to the study was gently pushed open, revealing a small head. Father, may we talk? Lyanna whispered. Outside, the guards of the North's Duke were casting curious glances at young Ned, who was huddled in the corner with a slender girl beside him. They speculated about the nature of the discussion, wondering if young Ned had entrusted Miss Lyanna with a matter of affection perhaps for someone of questionable standing. The two individuals stood stiffly and solemnly. Yet their minds were abuzz with speculation. Even the notion that the young lady might be pregnant and contemplating a marriage of necessity crossed their thoughts. It was hard to believe that the usually composed and innocent Master Ned could be so audacious. Unbeknownst to him, he had unwittingly become the subject of gossip. All he could feel was the warmth radiating from where Bai Ling was pressed against him. Bai Ling leaned against Ned, eagerly awaiting Lady Lyanna to give Lord Ricard a gentle warning, completely oblivious to how closely she was situated to him. The fresh scent of greenery clung to Ned's nostrils, reminiscent of flowers drenched by rain, causing his heart to race and a warmth to spread across his back. Unable to resist, he instinctively shifted forward. The door creaked open, revealing Lyanna, who waved to them with a gesture of invitation. The two hastily straightened their appearances, deeming themselves presentable before stepping into the Lord's chamber. Upon seeing Bai Ling in her human form, Lord Ricard narrowed his eyes slightly. She bore a resemblance to a Targaryen, or perhaps exhibited the quintessential traits of the Valyrians from the ancient eastern continent. After a fleeting glance, Lord Ricard lowered his gaze and resumed his official duties. He had been informed by Lyanna of the situation, and the Stark family would temporarily offer her protection. Bai Ling's anxious heart gradually settled. Her greatest fear was being regarded as a monster and cast back into the frigid wilderness. Bai Ling, has anyone seen you in your current form? Lord Ricard inquired slowly. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ling responded, No, my appearance in human form varies greatly. Lyanna, somewhat puzzled, interjected, What do you mean? Bai Ling lowered her head, contemplating, I have likely aged approximately 67 years in the past 2 months. Ned's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, What? Will you continue to change at this rate? Wouldn't you age and perish quickly? That should not be the case. Bai Ling replied, a vague feeling stirring within her. She sensed that her rapid maturation was merely due to an abundance of nourishment, and once she reached adulthood, she would maintain that state for an extended period. Previously, I was simply malnourished, which is why I exhibited little change. Lord Ricard, deep in thought, addressed Lyanna and Ned, saying, You two should rest for now. I need to speak with Bai Ling privately. The two youngsters could only glance back repeatedly as they exited, with Lyanna unable to suppress her concern. Father, please do not make things difficult for Bai Ling. Lord Ricard smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Once the children left, his smile vanished swiftly, and he fixed his gaze upon Bai Ling, causing her to feel a surge of anxiety. There was something that had been troubling Lord Ricard, as he began to tap his fingers against the armrest of his chair. However, upon seeing you, I have developed some thoughts. The former lord's presence grew increasingly formidable, akin to an invisible mountain, suffocating Bai Ling slightly. Bai Ling, the Stark family can serve as your support. In return, would you be able to offer us something of equal value? Bai Ling pondered Lord Ricard's demands, stuttering in her response, as long as it is within my capabilities. Surely, as a Stark, he would not ask her to commit any nefarious deeds, would he? Ricard's expression softened considerably, seemingly pleased with her straightforward demeanor, as he smiled slightly and remarked, Then strive to become the betrothed of Crown Prince Rhaegar. What? Chapter 21. The pact with Stark. Duke Ricard reclined slightly against the back of his chair, his demeanor relaxed, as if his previous words were as trivial as discussing the merits of various dinner options. Bai Ling found herself questioning her own hearing. My lord, what did you just say? I did not quite catch that. The room fell silent, the only sound being the crackling of the fire in the hearth. Ricard lifted his goblet and took a sip, remaining silent for a moment. Bai Ling sensed an intangible weight pressing down upon her. The aura emanating from Ricard reminded her of the aged lion, Tywin Lannister, from the Game of Thrones series. Both men seemed shrouded in a profound darkness. In contrast to Tywin's shadowy gravitas, the old Wolf King embodied a more chilling, inhuman coldness. Was it the case that every formidable duke capable of ruling a realm bore such an unyielding presence? Very well, I shall provide you with 2 additional choices. Ricard mused quietly after a brief contemplation. First, you saved my child. I could grant you clemency as an outcast. You may return to the Wolfwood or any place in the north, but in any case, you must distance yourself from Ned and Lyanna. Bai Ling couldn't help but shake her head, but Ricard seemed not to notice and continued. Second, you may remain here. Yet you shall never again present yourself in human form. You will obediently serve as a wolf, guarding my children. Bai Ling bowed her head in silence, awaiting the Duke's third condition. Third, I offer you the greatest freedom. You may continue to stay by Lyanna's side and venture anywhere at any time. However, you must first assist House Stark in its endeavors. What if I refuse to choose? Bai Ling ventured tentatively. Do you see that sword? Ricard Stark gestured toward the wall, where a razor-sharp longsword hung. its blade glistening and its design archaic. It appeared to be the ancestral blade, Ice, forged from Valyrian steel by House Stark. I have personally severed many heads with it, human and beast alike. It is exceedingly sharp. There will be no pain, as death will arrive in an instant. This was an outright threat. If she did not choose, Rickard might very well turn her into a wolfskin coat. One could indeed say that in this world of ice and fire, even a house of wolves could embody the ruthlessness of nobility. Visions of bloody scenes swirled in her mind, and Bai Ling couldn't help but recall the cold, cruel gazes of Sansa and Arya when they executed Peter Baelish, which echoed the current steely intensity in Duke Rickard Stark's eyes. Bai Ling intended to clarify Rickard's intentions before making her decision. She sensed that this man was different from the previous heads of House Stark. There was something within his eyes that spoke of ambition. Are you implying that the third option refers to becoming the Crown Prince's betrothed? May I inquire as to the reasoning behind this? It was evident that he was not merely a beast. He possessed the wisdom of humanity. Rickard nodded in affirmation. You may attempt to analyze it for yourself. Duke Rickard's gaze was directed toward the beams of the ceiling, as if he could penetrate all barriers and glimpse the distant King's Landing. King Aerys had been diligently seeking a suitable bride for Prince Rhaegar, yet he had turned down countless noble suitors, including the daughter of Tywin Lannister. The hand of the king. While it appeared he was striving to preserve the purity of the Targaryen bloodline, one might speculate on deeper motives. Bai Ling's eyes widened as she exclaimed, "The merit surpasses the ruler." What did you say? Duke Rickard was taken aback, unable to comprehend the four Chinese characters. Bai Ling carefully wove her words, translating the idiom for him. In an instant, a spark of admiration ignited in the Duke's eyes as he remarked, "I underestimated you. Your wisdom surpasses that of most. Perhaps I must reconsider the nature of our collaboration." Bai Ling bit her lip, torn within. She yearned to avoid the whirlpool of power. Yet Duke Rickard was not one to negotiate terms. In this era, as recorded in the chronicles of her previous life, the years preceding the erroneous spring were marked by a series of rebellions and numerous wars within the realm, driving King Aerys further into madness. He began to alienate Tywin Lannister, becoming increasingly obsessed with sorcery, wildfire, and the resurrection of dragons, much like his ancestors. Subsequently, he would revoke Tywin's position as Hand and attempt to entice Dorne with the promise of a royal bride, while heeding Varys' treacherous counsel to distance himself from capable ministers. In just a few years, the Mad King would systematically undermine the authority of House Targaryen, transforming the Seven Kingdoms into a complete wreck. Returning to the present. In the north, Rickard Stark arranged for his eldest daughter to wed Robert Baratheon and his eldest son to marry Catelyn Tully. He dispatched Ned to the Vale. And now he sought to approach the Crown Prince Rhaegar. No Stark had ever displayed such political agility or familial alliances to garner so many allies. The more Bai Ling pondered, the more apprehensive she became, unable to suppress her curiosity. "My lord, what do you wish to obtain through me?" Duke Rickard refrained from answering, instead turning away and waving his hand. "Go back to Lyanna. I shall give you 2 days to contemplate." With no alternative, Bai Ling turned to leave. But Rickard called out to her once more. "By the way, you wouldn't be foolish enough to divulge the contents of our conversation, would you?" "Indeed, my lord." Rickard Stark, with his hands clasped behind his back, approached the wall where the blade of ice hung. He stared intently at the reflective edge of the cold steel. And after a prolonged silence, he sighed softly and returned to his seat. He picked up the quill from the table, drew 3 sheets of Raven-specific correspondence, and wrote furiously. Subsequently, he rolled them up and placed them in small tubes, sealing them with the scorching red wax of House Stark's signet ring, allowing the wolf insignia to dry. The door opened silently, and a slender figure cloaked in gray glided in like a specter. "My lord," his voice was hoarse and thin, resembling the howling wind that ferociously swept through the cracks of dilapidated walls. He extended a trembling hand to receive the 3 sealed missives. Rickard gently inquired, "Varys, has your lung ailment worsened again?" "It is of no consequence. The old man believes he can live for another 4 or 5 years, which is sufficient." The hoarse and piercing voice paused momentarily before continuing. "The usual 2 letters, and the other one? Send it to King's Landing for that gentleman." "Yes, my lord." Bai Ling, with a heavy heart, exited the lord's chamber, only to be met by Lyanna, whose face was etched with concern. "Bai Ling, did father say anything?" Ned appeared anxious, still hesitant to meet Bai Ling's gaze, hiding behind his sister. "Do you still feel unwell?" Their genuine worry for her was palpable. Bai Ling gently replied, "I feel much better. Thank you, Lyanna." "Thank you, Ned. Lord Rickard did not trouble me." Lyanna sighed in relief. "That is good. Bai Ling, can you return to your former self? You look quite unaccustomed this way." Ned muttered something under his breath, which Lyanna and Bai Ling could not quite catch. "Brother Ned." What are you saying? Nothing, nothing at all. You both should rest. Aren't you tired? Ned's face flushed, feeling somewhat foolish. Lyanna, her eyes sparkling, grasped Bai Ling's hand. Come to my room. I have so many questions for you. With that, she pulled Bai Ling away. Alone, Ned stood in place, his expression complex as he gazed dreamily at the retreating figures of the two young women. The platinum locks of hair were truly beautiful, akin to the luminous moon in the sky. Speak, how did father trouble you? Lyanna inquired with certainty. Did he compel you to undertake something against your will? Bai Ling's mind was in turmoil, burdened with unspoken thoughts. The moment she beheld Lyanna's face, she was transported back to the pleasure tower, recalling how she lay there, on the verge of death, surrounded by blood. Bai Ling, have you lost your senses? Lyanna, displeased by her dazed expression, shook her shoulders. It is nothing. He merely cautioned me to guard my identity. With a mischievous grin, Lyanna remarked, You certainly startled that fool Ned. Did you see his expression? He turned as red as a boiled lobster. Ha ha ha. Bai Ling was momentarily speechless. It seemed she had been fortunate that her vulnerable state in the hot spring had gone unnoticed. Perhaps it was best to treat it as if nothing had occurred and to remain natural. Bai Ling, what do you plan to do? Lyanna looked at her with genuine concern. She truly worried for her, and Bai Ling felt a pang of emotion. The fierce, beautiful, and kind-hearted Lyanna should not perish in the bloom of youth. Bai Ling's gaze gradually hardened, and a resolution formed within her heart. She was determined to alter Lyanna's fate and to prevent the trouble that Rhaegar might bring. If destiny could not be evaded, then she would journey to King's Landing to discover the true nature of Rhaegar Targaryen. Chapter 22. The Tully family of the Riverlands, once a youth. With her decision made to serve Duke Ricard, Bai Ling knew she had to devise a means to conceal her intentions from Lyanna. Thus, she concocted a seemingly reasonable excuse. Lyanna, I have been searching for the secrets of my heritage. From the moment of my birth, I have been a solitary wolf, devoid of kin or companions, often engulfed by an overwhelming sense of loneliness. Lyanna, with her enchanting ice-blue eyes brimming with concern and compassion, inquired, Do you wish to seek out your kindred? In truth, Bai Ling had not deceived Lyanna. She genuinely sought to unravel the mysteries of the werewolf lineage. Yet, before embarking on that quest, her priority was to safeguard Lyanna, Daenerys, and others, aiming to alter the tragic fates that awaited them. I shall accompany you to Reborn to ascertain the reliability of that man, Robert. Before I delve into the search for my origins, Bai Ling stated. Lyanna embraced Bai Ling tightly. I support you. Bai Ling reciprocated the embrace, a surge of inexplicable sorrow washing over her. Lyanna, we shall meet again. Take care of yourself. Cherishing the remaining moments, Bai Ling spent her days with Lyanna, hidden away in their room, engaged in endless conversation. Ned would occasionally visit, but more often than not, he was ushered out by the two young women. As she was unable to revert to her wolf form for the time being, Lyanna prepared an array of garments and jewelry for Bai Ling. The latter was perplexed by this gesture, attributing it to the lingering effects of her animalistic nature. The temporary disappearance of the white wolf did not arouse much concern. Under Lyanna's explanations and Ricard's subtle deceptions, Brandon soon cast the matter aside. The weeping Benjen gradually forgot about the white wolf after acquiring a small puppy. The night of the full moon swiftly passed, and as the unusual sensations within her body began to subside, Bai Ling regained her ability to shapeshift freely. The Stark family from the north finally set forth on their journey to Reborn. Bai Ling planned to initially accompany the Starks in her wolf form to the city, only to revert to her human guise to execute her plans. The Riverlands, situated in the heart of the Seven Kingdoms, are governed by House Tully, whose sigil features a silver trout. The current head of the house is Hotpot Tully, with Reborn as its principal stronghold, located at the confluence of the Tumblestone and Red Fork rivers. Reborn is deemed one of the most impregnable fortresses in Westeros, second only to the Eyrie in the Vale. The castle is flanked by rivers on two sides, with a large artificial moat on the third side, when under siege. The water gates can be opened to flood the moat, transforming the castle into an island, surrounded by water on three sides, rendering it virtually indestructible. The supplies within the castle can sustain its inhabitants for 2 years. In the original narrative, Reborn was besieged by the Frey army for an extended period without yielding, ultimately succumbing only through Jaime's persuasion of Edmure, who unwittingly facilitated their internal breach. Hotpot Tully was a schemer whose cunning and strategy rivaled that of Jon Arryn. He was adept at maneuvering, having married his eldest daughter, Catelyn Tully, to Brandon Stark, the heir of Winterfell, while also seeking to wed his second daughter to the Lannister scion, Jaime Lannister. Unfortunately, the immensely wealthy Tywin Lannister held the Blackfish family, as well as his daughter, in low regard. Tywin graciously rebuffed Tully's proposed alliance, only to turn around and mock the notion at a family gathering. Tywin remarked, "The maxims of House Tully are indeed well-crafted. Family, duty, honor. After proclaiming them for so long, they might even convince themselves of their veracity." Horse Tully, in a fit of impotent rage, could only surreptitiously note this down against the Lannisters. Outside of Riverrun, a troop of riders escorted several youths as they emerged in single file. Their pace was unhurried, led by two young girls, approximately 16 or 17 years of age, followed closely by a frail-looking boy. Bringing up the rear was an even younger lad, still very much in the throes of childhood. The leading girl forged ahead, embodying the essence of youth. Her long, wine-red hair danced like willow catkins in the breeze, her figure curvaceous yet dangerously slender at the waist. From behind, she was almost breathtaking. The girl who followed bore a resemblance to her, yet with a hooked nose that lent her a somewhat fierce demeanor. Though her hair was similarly red, it was considerably duller, reminiscent of rusted metal. She cast a worried glance at the slight, dark-haired boy trailing behind, and turned to her sister, voice tinged with impatience. "Sister, slow down. Edmure can hardly keep up." Edmure Tully, comfortably seated before a servant, was not yet 10, his expression a mixture of confusion as he observed his elder sisters. "I'm not tired at all," he protested. Lisa Tully interrupted him, raising her voice. "Sister, look at Edmure's face. He's all flushed. You should slow down." Reluctantly, Catelyn Tully reduced her speed, her gaze sweeping over her siblings. Her younger brother gnawed on his fingers in bewilderment, while her sister Lisa cast her fiery gaze elsewhere, fixated on another figure. In that fleeting moment, the dark-haired, frail boy met Catelyn's eyes and his own sparkled with newfound resolve. He straightened his slight frame, taking shallow breaths to steady himself. Catelyn sighed internally, wishing she didn't have to escort this entourage of dependents. Had they barely ridden far enough to tire so quickly? She doubted they would withstand the sight of blood should they encounter game while hunting. Eager to expedite the outing, she suggested, "Why don't you all frolic by the lake? I shall venture into the woods to hunt alone." She had heard that the folk of the north greatly prized vibrant animal pelts and wished to procure some fine fox furs as gifts, perhaps a scarf or something more exquisite. The slender boy, disregarding Lisa's urgent glances, quickly offered, "I can assist you." Seeing his indifference, Lisa retorted in frustration, "Forget it. You can't even keep up with Sister S. horse." Pater Barris appeared somewhat hurt. He lowered his head and murmured an apology. "Forgive me, Lady Catelyn. Miss Lisa, Edmure, and I shall partake in a picnic." Catelyn shot her sister a disapproving look, yet found herself in agreement with the proposal. "That sounds fine. But be cautious not to stray too far from the castle." "Ah, Pater, could you assist me in gathering some bouquets for the feast?" Edmund was at that age when he was more loathed than loved, utterly disinterested in picnics or flower picking. He exclaimed, "I want to follow my sister. I refuse to play with little fingers." Catelyn, growing impatient, admonished him sharply, "Edmund, do not be rude." She tossed a command to the knights, instructing them to take good care of the young master and the second young lady, before swiftly departing with her entourage. Left behind, it was Lisa who felt the greatest delight. She eagerly grasped the sleeve of the dark-haired youth, exclaiming, "Let us play by the river, Peter." Peter Baelish nonchalantly turned his horse's head to change direction, prompting Lisa to release her grip, lest she be unseated. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, Peter suddenly broke into a warm smile, saying, "The weather is splendid today. Shall we return young Master Edmund, and then stroll by the river?" Lisa, wishing to dismiss everyone else, beamed with joy at this proposition. She directed the guards to escort Edmund home, then eagerly tugged Peter towards the riverbank. The guards remained vigilant regarding young Edmund's safety, swiftly escorting him back to the city, seemingly indifferent to his antics. Lisa and Peter strolled along the lakeside, while the servants kept their distance, leading the horses behind them. Peter, feeling a touch of impatience, maintained a gentle and warm demeanor, while Lisa clung tightly to his hand. It must be said, despite his slight stature, young Peter Baelish was quite handsome. Perhaps due to his impoverished background, he appeared more mature and composed than most of his peers. Possessing a keen intellect, he also bore a melancholic aura that Lisa found utterly captivating. Peter, lost in thought, pondered the recent happenings in the city of Riverrun, where preparations for a significant event seemed to be underway. Streets were being cleaned and decorated, and the usual ruffians and thieves had all but vanished. The only remnants of their existence were the bloodstains on the gallows outside the city. Duke Hostine had dispatched numerous individuals to clear the area around King's Road of vagrants and the destitute. He had caught wind of some rumors suggesting that a notable figure was to arrive. A sudden pang of pain in his hand jolted Peter from his reverie. Chapter 23. On the journey, Lisa regretted using her nails to prick Peter, feeling a twinge of sympathy for him ignoring her, and could only stiffly inquire, "What are you thinking about?" Peter, unperturbed, gently squeezed Lisa's hand and replied, "I was contemplating what gifts we should prepare for the Duke and yourself. Should a celebration be in the offing?" Lisa felt a surge of happiness but feigned indifference. "What celebration? It's merely the Stark family from the north and the Baratheon family from Storm's End coming. It has nothing to do with you, and no preparations are required from you." "The Wolf family and the Stag family are coming to Riverrun?" Peter mused, puzzled. Were they planning to form an alliance? It was rumored that Lyanna Stark was betrothed to Robert Baratheon. But what business did they have in Riverrun? Observing Peter's distraction, Lisa, with an excited yet distorted expression, continued, "Did you know? Father has arranged a splendid match for my sister." Peter came to an abrupt halt, his face contorting with a subtle, unnatural twitch. In a hushed tone, he inquired, "Is that so? Which prominent figure do you speak of?" Lisa burst into laughter. "It is Brandon Stark of Winterfell. He is indeed a valiant and formidable knight." Peter clutched his chest, feigning to adjust his collar, his voice barely audible, as if it might be swept away by the wind. "Is that so? Truly. He is an excellent match for marriage." Lisa's face radiated with a gleeful smile. This news ought to have been officially announced by the Lord at the ball. Yet she intentionally chose to inform Peter in advance, to spare him the torment of gazing at her sister, as if entranced. "Indeed, my sister is also quite pleased. The vassals all say they are a most suitable pair." Peter's demeanor shifted, his complexion paling further, lips trembling as he stuttered, "Of course, yes. Lady Catelyn holds the brave knight in high regard. Indeed, it is quite splendid." Seeing him in such distress, Lisa felt a pang of sympathy. Yet a greater surge of anger and resentment welled within her. "Why? What do I lack compared to Catelyn?" Suddenly, she cupped Peter's face in her hands, passionately declaring, "After my sister's union with the great house, it shall be my turn. I will implore my father to arrange my marriage to you, if you will have me. Dear Peter." At that moment, Peter found the visage resembling Catelyn's before him to be utterly grotesque and mundane. His heart raced as he grappled with the absurdity of her words. He reached out, his hand lingering briefly at the nape of her neck before caressing her face. "Do not jest, Lisa. The Lord will never consent to your marrying a nameless wretch such as I." Lisa pressed her lips to Peter's gently, her emotions surging. "I will find a way, trust me, dear Peter." Peter clenched his fists tightly, slowly closing his eyes as he began to yield to her. "I believe in you, Lisa." Meanwhile, in the north, a group including the White Wolf traversed the rustic, muddy roads reminiscent of a medieval landscape. The White Wolf mused on the brilliance of the king for constructing the King's Road. Although this thoroughfare, reinforced with earth and timber, bore little difference to the rural dirt paths of his past life, it was nonetheless a commendable national road. It surpassed the North's roads, which were often laden with livestock droppings and riddled with muddy craters. With this new road, their journey had become considerably swifter. Departing from Winterfell, they crossed the damp, muddy neck, only to find a stretch of smooth travel ahead. Without the King's Road, they would have to navigate through treacherous terrain and swamps, taking nearly a month to reach their destination. No wonder they say, to become prosperous, one must first build roads. Lyanna had a special learning assignment. She needed to catch up on numerous noble etiquettes, having previously skipped classes. Additionally, she had to memorize the intricate relationships among the hundreds of nobles across Westeros, particularly the foremost great houses. Lord Rickard had dispatched 3 maids to accompany her, diligently instructing her along the way. Lyanna found herself dizzy from their constant admonitions, with no chance to escape. Observing the White Wolf languidly lounging in the carriage all day, Bai Ling could hardly suppress her envy, yearning to transform into a wild wolf and frolic outside. Her amusement, however, soon turned to despair, as Lord Rickard dispatched a gaunt old scholar to keep a watchful eye on her. This scholar was not only tasked with imparting knowledge about the continents of Essos and Westeros, but also with solidifying the fabricated lineage that had been crafted for her. The old scholar, known as Varys, was already well aware of Bai Ling's true nature and exhibited no curiosity towards her. He spoke only to address matters related to her studies, leaving her confined within the carriage unless summoned by Lyanna, with the grim stipulation that her meals were contingent upon her learning. It was a dismal existence. Her appetite had soared, and after enduring 2 meals without sustenance, she surrendered to the vast sea of knowledge before her. Varys appeared frail, resembling a candle nearly extinguished, and his coughs were reminiscent of a struggling windbag, making Bai Ling fear he might perish mid-breath. Yet, to her surprise, his erudition was profound. Upon their first encounter, he inquired about who had imparted the wisdom of the high achievements overshadowing the master to her, to which she could only fabricate a response, claiming it was her own thought. After all, even among wolves, the elder kings would endeavor to oust the burgeoning young wolves to safeguard their own positions. Perhaps this was what one might call the wisdom of beasts. Varys did not press further, instead assigning her an overwhelming amount of homework, beginning with transcribing texts. As an illiterate, Bai Ling could only speak and read, unable to write a single character. However, she quickly mastered the common tongue of Westeros, as it bore a resemblance to English, making it relatively effortless to learn. Varys then commenced her instruction in High Valyrian, a language once wielded by the Mother of Dragons, which Bai Ling found particularly enchanting. Her enthusiasm for learning surged, and by the time they neared the city of Braavos, she could stammer out rudimentary daily conversations in High Valyrian. Chapter 24. The Trials of a Struggling Scholar. The gentle, fertile expanse of the Riverlands provided abundant food and resources for its inhabitants. However, this geographical characteristic made it particularly susceptible to the swift advance of armies, especially as vessels could easily navigate downstream. Historically, during several significant wars, the Riverlands, caught between the Westerlands, the North, the Vale, and King's Landing, were often the first to be trampled by the invading forces. Yet, within the entire Riverlands, only the city of Braavos stood as a formidable fortress, often the last remaining stronghold. Today, Bai Ling's task was to commit to memory the distribution map of the major powers in Westeros. Scholar Varys's minimum requirement was for her to comprehend the territories and principal cities of the noble houses, with the added pressure of an impending examination. Bai Ling loathed the oppressive nature of standardized education. She found herself in despair, clutching her hair in frustration, questioning the differences between the Riverlands and the Bay of Crabs, pondering why the Iron Islands, despite being mere islands, constituted a nation. What significance did the era of King's Landing's construction hold for her? Why must she learn such things? Varys merely lifted his eyelids, reminding her that while beauty might serve as a passport, knowledge and wisdom could function as formidable weapons. Bai Ling suddenly opened her mouth, revealing her sharp tiger-like teeth. My teeth and claws are also weapons. Varys remained unfazed, his pen not wavering in his grip. You should understand that the distinction between beasts and humans lies in the possession of wisdom. He slightly raised his chin, his murky gaze making Bai Ling feel uneasy. Learn an additional 10 pages today, otherwise, you shall not be permitted to dine. Bai Ling lamented that during her university semester, she had failed 5 subjects and barely managed to study half of the material she was now tasked with. After entering the workforce, she had not picked up a single book in years, her home cluttered with a stack of plastic-wrapped tomes. Having traversed into this world, she found herself compelled to study earnestly. After forcing herself to read for a while longer, she could bear it no more and sought conversation. Master Varys, how should I approach the Crown Prince? What identity has Lord Rickard arranged for me? Varys set aside his task, indeed intending to divulge part of his plan. Your appearance bears unmistakable traits of House Targaryen. In fact, we have long speculated that there may be dragon blood in your ancestry. Bai Ling dismissed this notion, questioning the validity of such a conclusion based solely on looks. Isn't that rather hasty? She reasoned that her human form closely resembling a Targaryen might merely be a result of subconsciously emulating Daenerys Targaryen during her first transformation, rather than any connection to dragon blood. Although King Aerys was indeed on a grand quest to find maidens of Valyrian descent, she wondered why they were so confident that they could deceive the world and successfully approach Crown Prince Rhaegar. Resting her chin on her hand, her platinum hair cascading casually over her shoulders, it had grown to the bend of her knees. Her skin was almost translucent, her features strikingly similar to Prince Rhaegar's. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, casting a hazy glow upon her, her skin nearly luminous, beauty surpassing that of mere mortals. Had her eye color been a crystalline amethyst instead of emerald green, anyone who beheld her would undoubtedly deem her the epitome of a true Targaryen. Varys nodded slightly, acknowledging her insight. It is commendable that you could conceive such a thought. Now, let us discuss the prevailing theories of bloodlines and caste resilience in Westeros. Nobility were the first to advocate for bloodline verification. From the king and prime minister down to lesser nobles, none wished for their lineage to be muddled. Varys coughed softly, murmuring, after all, the nobility are a parasitic lot, indulging in greed and vice, content only to revel in their own pleasures. Bai Ling noted a hint of cynicism in his tone. Did he harbor disdain for the aristocracy? The Academy had conducted relevant studies for centuries, and many scholars believed that the older and purer a family's bloodline, the more pronounced their caste traits would manifest in their appearance. We have attempted various methods to discern bloodlines, such as through blood, bones, and even divination. However, none have yielded definitive results. From the genealogies of past nobility. The theory of caste resilience remains the most widely accepted method for identifying familial lineage. Thus, with merely a subtle alteration of your eye color, neither prime ministers nor kings would ever question your Valyrian lineage. Presently, the sole remnants of the ancient Valyrians in Westeros and Essos are the Targaryens. After an extensive discourse, Varys succumbed to a fit of coughing. Startled, White Wing hastily procured a cup and poured him some fresh water. It seemed that the notion of caste resilience could be likened to genetic expression, which indeed holds substantial merit, though one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of genetic mutation. For instance, Robert never harbored doubts about Joffrey's paternity. One wonders how Cersei managed to justify this. A steadfast denial? Yet, Jon, Arryn, and Ned concluded based on this theory that Cersei's 3 children were not King Robert's, as they all possessed golden hair and unmistakable Lannister traits. When White Wing regained her composure, Varys had vanished. Unbeknownst to her, a nun had quietly taken a seat beside her. When not teaching, it was this nun who kept watch over her. The caravan gradually began to decelerate. White Wing could hear the gentle flow of the river and the knights issuing commands to halt and rest. This was likely the final respite before reaching the bustling city. A gentle knock resonated on the carriage, and Ned's voice came softly. "White Wing, are you hungry? I brought you some food." The nun coughed twice, and Ned exclaimed, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry to intrude." The nun emerged from the carriage, bringing back a small, square woven basket, scarcely larger than 2 adult hands. Inside were a small handful of jerky, an apple, 2 slices of bread, and astonishingly, a bouquet of yellow wildflowers, the sort commonly found in fields. The nun handed the flowers to White Wing, confiscating the food. White Wing felt disheartened, realizing that Varys was quite adamant about withholding meals. An idea sparked in her mind. Surely Lyanna would have some food. However, as soon as she shifted, the nun rushed to the door, embodying a resolute guardian. "I shall seek Lyanna and return shortly." The nun merely shook her head in silence. White Wing was exasperated. It seemed she was being treated like a prisoner, though thankfully, the city of Bracken was now within sight. The nun escorted White Wing to Lyanna's carriage and then withdrew. There, White Wing transformed into a white wolf, prepared to accompany her into the city. Throughout their journey, it was unclear how Lord Rickard had instructed his men, for none exhibited curiosity or pride into her presence. The nun beside her differed from those around Lyanna. She was mute. White Wing felt a growing apprehension regarding Rickard Stark's methods. The old wolf lord, Rickard Stark, bore a cunning and depth not typical of a member of House Stark. After months of arduous travel, during which time was lost, they finally arrived at the heart of the Riverlands, the city of Bracken. Chapter 25. The Tully family announces an engagement. The gates of Bracken swung wide open, and the heavy drawbridge had long since been raised. The lords and ladies from the north arrived a day early, greeted at the gates by the children of Hoster and his vassals. Lyanna and Ned trailed behind Brandon, observing as he exchanged pleasantries with the offspring of Hoster Tully. After expressing their gratitude and a hint of fatigue, they were swiftly welcomed into the city, where they would rest briefly before attending a feast prepared in their honor. Compared to the Stark boys, both Lyanna and the direwolf received considerably more attention. The imposing figure of the direwolf left many pale with fright. Although Lyanna kept her hand gently resting on its head, none dared to approach. The rumors of House Stark's penchant for raising giant wolves as pets were evidently true, as whispers filled the air. The eldest daughter, Catelyn Tully, possessed a beauty and grace that garnered admiration, along with a remarkable audacity. She boldly reached out to touch the direwolf, momentarily captivating it with her charm. Brandon watched her with an appreciative gaze, recognizing a significant quality in his betrothed. Northerners admired such bold and commanding women. Catelyn felt her cheeks flush under Brandon's intense scrutiny, the rosy hue enhancing her delicate beauty, while Lyssa, standing behind her, appeared quite displeased. In contrast to the exquisite and noble Catelyn, Lyssa seemed almost like a handmaiden. Peter's gaze remained fixated on Catelyn, who had adorned herself for the occasion with a flawless silver headband that accentuated her vibrant red hair. She wore a cream high-neck silk gown, her swan-like neck elegantly concealed within its folds. The gown's finely tailored waist and expansive, lantern-like skirt made her figure appear graceful and ethereal, like a slender willow swaying in the breeze. Brandon Stark, too, was captivated. The last time he had seen Catelyn, she had been merely 12. Attempting to mimic the stoic demeanor of adults, he was astonished at how beautifully she had blossomed. Lyssa's attention was solely on Peter, observing him as he aimlessly attempted to follow Catelyn and Brandon, prompting her to urgently pull him back. "Are you out of your mind?" Lyssa whispered. "Look at the occasion." Lyanna and Ned pretended not to notice, following their brother and Catelyn deeper into the gathering. while the direwolf curiously turned its head to watch the two struggling figures. With dark hair and a delicate frame, Peter's youthful appearance bore a hint of sadness in his eyes. "Ah, is that not Littlefinger?" The direwolf seemed to exclaim with excitement, recognizing the boyish version of the man, still unable to conceal his feelings and intentions. "Come on, direwolf," Lyanna gently tapped, signaling it to stop lingering and to keep up. In the crowd, Lyanna did not spot the bothersome Robert Baratheon, so she politely inquired of a nearby noble, "Excuse me, has Lord Robert Baratheon from Storm S and not arrived?" The noble, somewhat startled by her address, quickly responded, "My lady, Lord Robert arrived 2 days ago." Lyanna found it peculiar that, both emotionally and rationally, he ought to have come to greet his betrothed, albeit in name only. Furthermore, given that he and Ned were both foster sons of Jon Arryn, their deep camaraderie should have compelled him to welcome Ned as well. The nobles were somewhat evasive. Lord Robert had already arrived and taken his entourage to indulge in revelry, and he had yet to awaken from his stupor. That scoundrel, Lyanna, fuming, turned to her elder brother to commiserate about the unreliable Robert. To her surprise, upon turning, she discovered Ned engaged in a covert act. He had a pouch at his waist and was stealthily retrieving jerky to feed to Ghost. Lyanna squinted and whispered to Ned, "What are you doing?" Ned immediately withdrew his hand, feigning nonchalance as he hastily caught up with their elder brother. Lyanna glared at Ghost, admonishing him to eat his proper meal instead of snacking. Ghost, at times, found Lyanna reminiscent of a parental figure, though he was far from being a troublesome child. Rather, he was simply exhausted from his studies. The feast was soon to commence. In all fairness, medieval banquets offered little in terms of culinary delight. The meats were either roasted or boiled in soup, with a stingy use of spices. To Ghost, the fare was utterly unpalatable. However, compared to the barren north, the one redeeming quality of this place was its bountiful produce, offering a variety of vegetables and fruits, along with an abundance of poultry and fish. Lyanna particularly relished pies made from assorted fruits and a hodgepodge porridge concocted from barley, chicken, onions, beef, leeks, and other ingredients. Her head throbbed, overwhelmed by the peculiarities of the feast. There was also a bizarre dish of roasted swan that, upon presentation, appeared as if it were alive. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that the feathers had been meticulously reinserted after roasting, making it resemble a living swan. How absurd! She had no desire to partake in such eccentric cuisine, her head shaking in disbelief, which made Lyanna stifle a laugh. Nonetheless, the honey-glazed squab was quite delightful. The tender meat, when roasted, absorbed the rich flavors of the fat, honey, salt, and cinnamon, emanating an enticing aroma. Observing her enjoyment, Lyanna and Ned generously fed the roasted squabs from the long table to Ghost. At their table sat a young knight, fully armored, who was casting covetous glances at Ghost, causing her to nearly shrink beneath Lyanna's feet. Lyanna, noticing his gaze, politely inquired, "May I ask who you are?" The knight, with a head of natural black curls and pronounced brows, possessed a resolute gaze, one hand resting lightly on his sword at his waist. His full armor stood in stark contrast to the lavishness of the surrounding nobles who were indulging in excess. He raised his goblet in salute to Lyanna, introducing himself. "Brandon Tully sends his regards, charming Miss Lyanna Stark." Ned's eyes brightened as he eagerly approached. "You are Brandon Tully? The Knight of the Blackfish who secured victory for House Tully in the War of the Ninepenny Kings? How remarkably young. Ha ha. Indeed, I am the Blackfish. But I am no lord." He laughed heartily, clinking goblets with the Stark children before downing 2 cups in quick succession. Ned was still quite exhilarated. Brandon's arrival would undoubtedly bring him joy. "Where's our brother?" he inquired. "Oh, he's over there, indulging in drink," Lyanna replied, gesturing toward a table nearby. Brandon was toasting continuously, laughing heartily. Lord Ricard and Lord Hostler were also partaking in the revelry, while the nobles gathered around, raising their cups in honor of Brandon. Blackfish Brandon tore off a piece of chicken leg, eager to offer it to the direwolf. "What is this charming large creature called?" he wondered. The direwolf, named Nymeria, growled in annoyance. She was a wolf, not a mere dog. Yet, food should not be squandered. With a fierce bark, she seized the chicken leg, tearing into it aggressively while glaring at Brandon. Unfazed, Brandon held onto the chicken leg, playfully tugging at it, his laughter growing louder. Lyanna, bemused, admonished Lord Blackfish, "Do not tease Nymeria." Brandon seemed quite taken with the dire wolf, undeterred by her imposing size and fearsome teeth, even attempting to reach out to pet her. Having such a wolf companion was indeed delightful. Nymeria snapped at Brandon, causing him to retract his hand in surprise. Just as Lyanna was about to speak again, Hostler Tully suddenly raised his hand, demanding silence. and the room fell quiet. The boisterous guests ceased their chatter, all eyes turning to the Lord of Riverrun. Satisfied, Hostler nodded, standing to raise his goblet. Today marks a grand occasion. I, Hostler Tully, on behalf of all the people of the Riverlands, extend a warm welcome to the King in the North, Rickard Stark, as he graces us with his presence in Riverrun. He gestured for his eldest daughter to join him by his side. My eldest daughter, the Red Rose of Riverrun, shall be betrothed to Brandon Stark of the North. Under the witness of the Seven, they will become a loving couple. A thunderous cheer erupted throughout the hall, with even Lyanna and Ned joyously clinking their cups together. Duke Rickard beamed, raising his goblet in acknowledgement of Hostler. With a hearty drink, Hostler signaled to the crowd that in the upcoming week, Riverrun would host a grand tournament. Hoping everyone would enjoy themselves thoroughly, Brandon, already inebriated, was exceptionally pleased with his betrothed. He spun around with Catelyn in his arms, nearly dizzying himself. Stumbling, he took Catelyn's hand and began to lead her outside, shouting exuberantly. Catelyn, feeling shy and concerned about his drunken antics, murmured, "Brandon, please let go of me." She tugged at him, her wrist aching from his grip. Brandon, lost in his intoxication, staggered and nearly fell into a nearby guest. In the process, he pulled Catelyn down with him, causing her arms and wrists to ache painfully, her foot twisting as she landed, tears welling in her eyes. "Brandon, you've had too much to drink," she exclaimed, desperately trying to free herself from his iron grip. The guests, equally intoxicated, began to cheer loudly for the pair. Lyanna frowned, feeling that her brother's behavior had crossed a line. Though the family had grown accustomed to his drunken antics, they were now in someone else's domain. Furthermore, treating a lady with such rudeness was unacceptable. She cast a discreet glance at Ned, signaling him to intervene and persuade their brother, Brandon, to return to his quarters and retire for the night. Ned understood her intent and was about to rise when he was restrained by Blackfish. "You cannot control him," Blackfish said, raising his goblet and laughing heartily as he approached, his hand poised to clap Brandon on the shoulder. Suddenly, a sharp sound of a blade sliding from its sheath pierced the air. Blackfish's expression shifted as he instinctively placed his hand at his waist and turned toward the source of the sound. A slender, dark-haired youth had drawn a broad sword from the waist of a drunken knight. Beads of sweat adorned his forehead, yet his gaze remained resolute. With trembling arms, he raised the tip of the sword, aiming it directly at Brandon Stark. Lisa was utterly terrified, desperately clutching her little brother's waist. Yet he was inexorably pulling her step by step toward Brandon and Catelyn. The music ceased, and the toasts halted. The grand banquet hall fell into an eerie silence. All eyes fixed on the advancing dark-haired boy, the crowd parting in confusion to allow him passage. Some observed with cold detachment, while others wore smirks of amusement. In stark contrast to the tall and robust Brandon Stark, Peter Baelish appeared as a mere kitten attempting to challenge a ferocious tiger. In the banquet hall, openly drawing a sword against a noble left Lisa feeling desolate, as she knelt numbly, watching Peter walk toward his demise. The frail youth and his sword trembled in unison as he raised his chin and straightened his back, as if seeking courage from his posture. "Please, release your grip." Brandon slowly straightened himself, his towering figure seemingly suffocating the diminutive boy before him. His face contorted with incredulous fury. "Are you addressing me? You dare point a sword at me, Brandon Stark of the North?" Catelyn turned pale, attempting to intercede between Brandon and Peter, only to be roughly pushed aside by Brandon. It was evident to all that the dark-haired boy was so frightened he could barely lift his arms, yet his gaze remained unwavering. "I said, please let go of Miss Catelyn." Brandon, infuriated to the point of laughter, felt the alcohol igniting his rage. He reached for the sword, intent on slaying the insolent boy before him. Gasps erupted from the crowd, and many, sensing the impending chaos, prepared to flee. Yet the two lords seated at the head of the table seemed oblivious to the unfolding spectacle, sipping their drinks and whispering to one another. Blackfish, quick-witted, seized Brandon Stark from behind. Brandon struggled violently, his rage causing him to thrash helplessly. Catelyn covered her face, tears streaming down her cheeks. She was aware of Peter's affections for her, but could scarcely believe he would resort to such a self-destructive act. Upon seeing Catelyn's tears, Peter suddenly found his fear dissipating. He calmed himself and fixed his gaze on Catelyn, exclaiming, "Brandon Stark, you are unworthy of Lady Catelyn. I challenge you to a duel." Lisa screamed hoarsely, "Peter, have you lost your mind?" Catelyn stepped in front of Peter Baelish, pleading desperately with her father and Duke Stark, "Lord Rickard, Peter is merely intoxicated. He did not mean to offend Lord Brandon. Please forgive him." "Enough. Silence," Horst Tully bellowed. "Peter Baelish, by what right do you draw your sword here? Guards, seize this insolent fool." Upon hearing the command, Brandon sheathed his sword with irritation. He loosened his grip slightly on his captive blackfish, though he still dared not release him entirely, fearing that Brandon might spill blood in a fit of rage. Petyr Baelish found himself the subject of derision, as the crowd mocked his audacity, whispering about his impoverished and weak domain. He felt like a wretched criminal, unable to lower his gaze, arms hanging limply as the tall guards advanced, ready to escort him away. Wait. Lord Rickard Stark stood up, and Horst Tully quickly interjected, "Hold on. Do not apprehend him yet." Lord Rickard descended from the dais, approaching Brandon with an intense stare. The alcohol seemed to evaporate from Brandon's senses under his father's authoritative gaze, and he lowered his head, unable to meet his father's eyes. "Catelyn, are you unharmed? My son has poor control over his drinking and can be quite boorish." Catelyn shook her head, looking earnestly at Duke Rickard before turning to Petyr. Hesitantly speaking, "My lord, Petyr is my father's ward." He did not intend to offend Brandon. "Catelyn," Rickard interrupted, "this Petyr has issued a rightful challenge to my son, and I accept. I also forgive his indiscretion at the feast. Let any grievances be settled through divine combat." Catelyn felt a surge of alarm. If Petyr and Brandon fought, she feared he would be slain in mere moments. "My lord, thank you for your wise decision." This time, Petyr interrupted Catelyn, "For my inappropriate behavior. I sincerely apologize to Lord Brandon Stark and hope you will accept my challenge." He bowed deeply, eyes filled with reckless affection and madness. Brandon Stark felt his honor tarnished today. Gritting his teeth, he retorted, "In 2 days, I will show you that no one can insult a Stark." He forcefully released Blackfish, shot a glare at Petyr, and without a glance at Catelyn, he departed. Petyr bowed to the lords and exited the hall with the guards. Catelyn watched him leave, her face etched with concern. Lisa shot a fierce glare at her sister before rushing out after him. The developments transpired with astonishing rapidity, culminating in a life-and-death duel fueled by jealousy over a woman named Tully. This spectacle left all witnesses utterly astounded. Bai Ling, with a dazed expression, observed the entire affair, pondering that in merely 2 days, she might be tasked with retrieving Littlefinger's remains. Although in the show Game of Thrones, Littlefinger narrowly escaped with severe injuries during the duel, it was evident that Brandon held a grudge and might not show mercy. Men, particularly knights in this medieval context, prioritized their honor and reputation above all else. If Catelyn, as his betrothed, continues to plead for Littlefinger, it would likely enrage Brandon Stark even further. It seems Littlefinger's fate is dire. Chapter 27, The Butterfly's Wing? The banquet continued unabated. Lyanna, lacking appetite, sighed and remarked, "What was that boy's name again?" Blackfish, seated opposite Lyanna and Ned, lingered, wishing to amuse Bai Ling Petyr. He replied, "His name is Petyr Baelish. He hails from a humble background, and his father had some acquaintance with my brother." Lyanna responded with a nonchalant "oh," adding that while she admired his courage to stand up for his beloved, his provocation of Brandon was utterly foolish. Intrigued, Blackfish inquired, "Is your brother Brandon truly formidable?" Ned nodded, affirming, "Brandon possesses not only great strength, but also exceptional swordsmanship. Since he turned 15, there have been few in Winterfell who could rival him." "Oh, is the sword instructor from your castle not a match for him?" Blackfish asked. "Indeed, many seasoned knights fall short against him. Those stronger lack technique, while those skilled often lack strength and endurance. In short, Brandon stands unparalleled." Blackfish, clearly fascinated, declared, "Then I must have an audience with him." Lyanna, puzzled, questioned, "Aren't you concerned for Petyr Baelish? He is, after all, a foster son of your family and may very well be slain by Brandon's sword." Blackfish dismissed her concern, pouring himself more wine. "Ah, youth. Everyone has their moments of folly for love. Dying in a duel for one's beloved is, after all, a noble tale, is it not?" Lyanna and Ned, disinterested in further conversation, found themselves unbothered by intrusions, as most younglings were swiftly deterred by Blackfish's glare. Lyanna, in boredom, tore at her bread, while Ned busied himself tending to Bai Ling, unaware that he had assumed the role of her steward. They refrained from discussing Littlefinger, as duels to the death appeared to be a commonplace occurrence in their realm. Familiar with their brother's prowess, Blackfish, Brandon, and everyone present seemed to unanimously believe that the diminutive, dark-haired, valiant youth would undoubtedly meet his demise within 2 days. Bai Ling felt a twinge of concern. Although she admired Littlefinger's willingness to fight for love, his recklessness was alarming. If he were to perish in the duel, who would navigate the treacherous game of power? Would the grand, epic tales be abruptly extinguished? Yet, was it truly worth intervening to save Littlefinger? The future Ned Stark would ultimately meet his end due to Littlefinger's deception, and his loyal guards would be slain, heralding the chaotic era in Westeros. Had it not been for the absence of the little finger, Ned Stark would have survived, and none of these events would have transpired. Yet, she sensed that the course of events was not so straightforward. Even in a future devoid of the little finger, there remained Cersei, Jaime, Varys, and other schemers privy to the truth. They would undoubtedly not spare Ned, the Hand of the King. If one were to recklessly meddle in the historical narratives of the characters embroiled in the conflict of ice and fire, would they inadvertently set off a butterfly effect? Many in modernity have fantasized about returning to the past to alter the present and future. However, numerous time travel narratives assert that even with changes to history, the timeline subtly adjusts to yield a predetermined outcome. Ultimately, despite the myriad variations in the processes undertaken, the final result remains unchanged. This is what is termed a temporal loop. Cease this musings. Now is not the time for theories on time and space. Bai Ling vigorously shook her head, attempting to reel back her thoughts that had drifted into the cosmos. To say that the little finger is merely a teenager, having yet to make any significant actions. She could not bear to witness his demise for events that have yet to unfold. Moreover, the character of Uncle Finger in the future of the Game of Thrones possesses a rather captivating charm. In matters of uncertainty, one should consult the wise. Bai Ling resolved to seek the counsel of her temporary professor, Varys. You asked me how I would choose if given the chance to alter the past? Varys's visage, resembling that of aged bark, creased as he outright dismissed the inquiry. What a peculiar and tedious hypothesis. I was merely inquiring, Master Varys. If you had the opportunity to rectify a past mistake that you regret, would you seize it? I have never experienced such a sentiment as regret. It is a weakness, devoid of utility. Bai Ling, growing exasperated, found the old man uncooperative. Rising to her feet, she paced restlessly back and forth. Varys, bewildered by her fervor, reluctantly acquiesced. Clarify your thoughts, and I shall attempt to respond. Suppose you were aware of a villain destined to commit heinous acts and take the lives of many good people. Yet he is but a child at present. Would you choose to eliminate him now? She emphasized once more that this was merely a hypothetical scenario. Varys lifted his gaze slightly, maintaining his composure as he began to guide Bai Ling. The term future is rather nebulous. What specific time frame do you refer to? Perhaps a decade or two hence. I cannot specify precisely, as the timeline eludes me. Varys chuckled heartily, though it quickly transformed into a series of painful coughs. After quenching his thirst and regaining his breath, he spoke slowly. Is your intent to save those good people? In other words, you have chosen the path of virtue, wishing for events to unfold favorably. Bai Ling, oblivious to the shift in focus towards herself, nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Varys continued to ponder. You are concerned about the actions he may take in the future, wishing to thwart them at their inception? Bai Ling nodded affirmatively, adding that it would be even better if she could alter his mindset. Varys let out a lengthy sigh. Bai Ling, humanity is profoundly intricate. To entirely transform an individual's thoughts is nearly impossible. Moreover, upon what criteria do you judge the distinction between good and evil? Let me illustrate with a few poignant examples. Varys' somber voice recounted to Bai Ling some poignant tales. There was a farmer, toiling endlessly to cultivate his land and support his family, barely scraping by under the burdensome weight of exorbitant taxes. Yet, the levies continued to escalate. He surrendered his cattle, his poultry, and sold everything he possessed, even going so far as to sell his wife in a desperate bid to feed his children. Ultimately, he resorted to robbing passing merchants, only to be slain by the merchants' guards. Was he truly a villain? Then there was an orphan, who almost perished from hunger at birth. Rescued, he was subsequently taught to steal. The one who saved him instilled in the child the belief that thievery was virtuous, asserting that without it, he would surely die. However, everything he stole was ultimately taken from him, leading the child, in a moment of despair, to slay the very person who had saved and taught him. In this tragic narrative, who embodies the villain and who the hero? Bai Ling fell silent, unable to resolve such a moral quandary, especially in this world, where such tragedies unfold daily. Varys sought to convey to her that humanity is intricate and that one should not hastily and crudely categorize individuals as simply good or evil. Yet, she firmly believed that both Lyanna and Ned were virtuous, while Peter was decidedly malevolent. Although Ned would later take many lives, executing deserters and, in his youth, ambushing those who wielded the Dawn and the Valyrian sword, Bai Ling silently apologized to the Sword of Dawn for her earlier confusion. Varys perceived Bai Ling's innocence. She was naive, unable to cultivate a worldview that saw things in stark black and white. She retained a benevolent disposition towards the world and its inhabitants, making her easily deceived. She exhibited a kindness surpassing that of many humans, entirely unlike an aberration. Was this due to the straightforward nature of beasts? Varys pondered, though his countenance revealed nothing of his reflections. Bai Ling, the fates of mortals should be determined by the deities above. Each individual is born with a unique mission, and none possess the right to act in the stead of the gods. Bai Ling appeared bewildered, but I do not wish to witness the demise of those I cherish. Viries interrupted her. Do nothing, leave it to the heavens. Bai Ling fell silent, her expression gradually darkening. Viries articulated his belief clearly. He contended that regardless of whether the future held promise or peril, human destinies ought to be left to divine judgment, or fate itself. Even if she were to foresee the impending cruelty of events, she must remain passive, for that was the prerogative of the deities. However, within Bai Ling's already formed worldview, fate appeared to be an ethereal concept. Indeed, great individuals have proclaimed that mankind can triumph over destiny. This was a matter of differing worldviews and perspectives. Yet, could she dare to express her disbelief in the divine to Viries? The thought terrified her, though Viries was a scholar. He eschewed the trappings of scholarly adornment and held his faith with utmost sincerity. He harbored a profound disdain for nobility, reminiscent of that fearsome great sparrow. He too was a complex individual. Returning to the matter at hand, Brandon Stark, inebriated, disrespected Catelyn and caused her harm, an indefensible act. Conversely, Peter's choice to step forward to defend his beloved maiden was not without merit. Protecting a lady is a commendable virtue. Thus, why should she become entangled in the uncertainties of the future? It is wiser to focus on the matter at hand rather than the individuals involved. Nevertheless, one must contemplate carefully, and with her head hung low, Bai Ling departed from Varys' chamber. Chapter 28. The wolf spirit tribe Varys sat in silence for a moment before extracting a leather-bound notebook containing yellowed pages. A tome borrowed from Lord Rykard courtesy of Scholar Lewin. Within its pages lay not only transcriptions from the Academy, but also meticulously organized materials by Scholar Lewin. The notes chronicled extensive research on beast shifters, the wolf spirit king, and the legends of the North. Interspersed among the pages were illustrations of anthropomorphic trees and the children of the forest. Yet, this notebook was evidently unfinished, with many blank pages remaining. Varys turned to a blank page and began to sketch a lifelike white wolf, annotating in the unique script of the Academy. When transformed, humanity evidently surpasses bestiality. Exhibiting profound affinity with humans, middle omitted, suspected to possess precognitive abilities, highly malleable, and possessing significant cultivation value. After concluding his writing and drawing, Scholar Varys summoned a guard to inform Lord Rykard of his desire to meet. On her way back, Bai Ling pondered throughout the night and resolved to consult with Lyanna. Upon hearing her thoughts, Lyanna's eyes widened in disbelief as she regarded her. You wish to assist that little fellow, Pater? Why on earth? You can't possibly have feelings for him, can you? Bai Ling playfully swatted her, retorting, what nonsense. I merely believe that Brandon has erred in this matter. He has been too rough with the girl. Lyanna nodded in agreement. Brandon tends to cause trouble whenever he drinks. That Pater seems like a decent fellow. It would be a shame if he were to perish. Bai Ling inquired, is there any way to prevent the duel? Lyanna shook her head. It is impossible. A formal duel pertains to a knight's honor, and besides, father has consented. Initially, Bai Ling considered suggesting that Brandon go easy on Pater, but upon reflecting on Brandon's temperament, she could only sigh in resignation. At that moment, the door was gently pushed open, and Ned entered, clutching a small basket. Bai Ling, are you hungry? I brought you some treats. Upon noticing Lyanna, his tone shifted from exuberance to neutrality. Lyanna rolled her eyes, now entirely convinced that Ned was acting strangely. Did he harbor feelings for Bai Ling? No, surely not. Who pursues a girl by inundating her with food? Yet, as his sister, he had never offered her any delightful morsels. Feeling the intensity of Lyanna's gaze, Ned grew uneasy, sensing something was amiss. He cleverly opened the basket, saying, Lyanna, I brought you some snacks as well, relieved that he had packed enough for everyone. Lyanna finally shifted her focus to the charming pastries within the basket, exclaiming, what are these? They look exquisite. Ned glanced at Bai Ling and whispered, they are pears braised in red wine, along with raspberry compote cake and hazelnut almond cookies. Lyanna responded, it seems I was the one who asked. Brother, you are incorrigible. Just as Ned arrived, Bai Ling shared her thoughts, hoping he could offer some insight. Ned's expression gradually turned serious, aligning with Lyanna's perspective. Brandon would undoubtedly never cease the duel, and he would certainly slay Peter. Bai Ling, could you enlighten us as to why you wish to save him? Ned and Lyanna gazed at Bai Ling. She fell into silence, unable to articulate her thoughts. Lyanna and Ned exchanged a glance, choosing not to press further, and began to contemplate alternatives. If only someone could persuade their elder brother to show mercy. But that person could not be Catelyn. After a moment of quiet contemplation, Ned, observing Lyanna's hesitation, finally stammered, "I may have an idea." Following a clandestine discussion, Lyanna's face flushed with indignation as she exclaimed, "Is this really the best you could come up with, brother?" Bai Ling, taken aback, was genuinely surprised that the usually straightforward Ned could be so cunning in his youth. She hurriedly interjected, attempting to reassure Lyanna that this plan was unfeasible, as Lyanna held no affection for Robert. They had been there for 2 days, and he was still lost in debauchery. The man was indeed rude. Despite being of noble birth, Lyanna felt a tumult of emotions. She had originally hoped that Robert might become more dependable. Little did she know, upon arriving in Storm's End, he had retreated to the tavern, becoming utterly inebriated, neglecting even to greet his betrothed. Ned, feeling weary, found himself caught between his brother and sister, grappling with the burden of both sides. In his eyes, Robert, despite his penchant for frivolity and drink, was otherwise well suited as a brother-in-law, boasting a commendable lineage, valor, and wealth. He believed that perhaps, upon being with Lyanna, Robert might shed his wayward tendencies. Bai Ling was dreaming. However, he dared not voice such thoughts to his sister, fearing her wrath. As an outsider, Bai Ling comprehended Lyanna's sentiments well. Lyanna, with her passionate and romantic disposition, sought an ardent and devoted love. What woman of sound mind would wish for a future husband who squandered his days in drunken revelry? Ned failed to grasp this. The men of the world were all similarly oblivious, constrained by the prevailing notions of their time. Bai Ling gently urged Lyanna to reconsider, asserting that this matter was not worth her distress. Ned quietly apologized to Lyanna, recognizing her poor impression of Robert, and resolved to counsel his brother-in-law when the opportunity arose. Lyanna and Bai Ling heartlessly set aside their pastries, sending Ned away, before lying together on the bed to converse. Lyanna broached the subject of Peter Baelish once more. "Bai Ling, we are good friends, are we not?" Bai Ling nodded, as they lay facing each other. Lyanna's eyes sparkled beautifully, her red hair flowing with a lustrous sheen, embodying a striking beauty that was both spirited and androgynous. Coincidentally, Lyanna's thoughts mirrored Bai Ling's. The girl transformed from the white wolf. Her golden hair shimmering in the moonlight, possessed an astonishing beauty and exquisitely defined features, leaving no doubt as to her noble lineage. "Then, can you reveal to me the true reason? Why do you wish to save Peter Baelish?" Bai Ling hesitated, unsure of how to respond, yet unwilling to deceive her friend. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Lyanna, if I told you that I could predict certain future events, would you believe me?" "How cool!" Lyanna exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment and excitement. Bai Ling remarked, "Isn't that an unexpected reaction? Aren't you even a bit skeptical?" Then she found herself being tugged around by Lyanna for the entire evening. The next day, Bai Ling, feeling dizzy, returned to her room. Upon entering, she was startled to find Master Varys standing there, perusing her assignments. "You have made impressive progress in your High Valyrian studies," Varys complimented her, which was a rare occurrence. "Yes," Bai Ling replied, somewhat anxious. "Is there something you need so early in the morning?" As Varys continued to leaf through Bai Ling's study materials, he spoke of an unrelated matter. The king's envoy to Essos encountered a fierce storm and has docked at a northern island port of Pentos. The court has received word that Dorne has dispatched Elia Martell to King's Landing. Bai Ling realized that her recent intensive studying had paid off, as she had a general understanding of the current situation. It involved royal intrigues. King Aerys had long sought to find a pure-blooded bride for Rhaegar. The noble families of the Seven Kingdoms coveted the position of future queen, yet the king seemed resolute in seeking a descendant of Valyria. The Targaryens had rejected marriage proposals from more than half of the great houses, and it was rumored that Rhaegar Targaryen had privately declined the hand of Cersei Lannister, the most beautiful woman in the realm, on 2 occasions. Dorne, which had not yet been dissuaded, was clearly growing impatient. Princess Elia Martell was the sister of Oberyn Martell, known as the Red Viper. In the show, she marries Rhaegar and is later killed by the Mountain during the fall of King's Landing. Varys observed Bai Ling calmly, awaiting her response. Perhaps he intended to test her. Bai Ling cautiously inquired, "Are you suggesting that the king might ultimately choose to ally with Dorne, abandoning the search for Valyrian blood?" Varys did not respond directly, but shifted the subject. "I have come across some secrets regarding your lineage that you might find intriguing." Bai Ling thought to herself, "Is this an advance on a reward for the workers?" Her curiosity was piqued. "Will you share it with me?" "Of course, but not in its entirety." "Oh, a carrot dangling before a donkey, unlocking achievements based on contributions. Your lineage is descended from the legendary creature known as the Wolf Spirit King. A millennium ago, during a conflict with the children of the forest, the Wolf Spirit King consumed several green seers, acquiring the cursed green sight bestowed by the old gods." Meow, meow, meow. Chapter 29. Preparations before entering King's Landing, Bai Ling stood in shock, realizing her ancestry was more remarkable than she had ever imagined. However, as fellow wards of the old gods, why had the wolf spirit and the children of the forest come to blows? She questioned. Cursed green sight? What does that entail? Varys remained silent for a long while before changing the topic. We shall depart before dawn for the town of Harroway in the east, from where we will take a boat across the Crag Bay to Pentos. Wait, why the urgency? Bai Ling dismissed the tales of the supernatural. She was not yet mentally prepared and was reluctant to part ways with Lyanna and Ned. The king's ship would not linger in Pentos for long. We must ensure that you board the vessel returning to King's Landing before the Dornish arrive, without a trace of error. A ship to King's Landing? They intended to first stealthily travel to Pentos, then await the king's ship and entourage to retrieve her before returning to King's Landing? Was this not convoluted enough? Why not send me directly to King's Landing? Why take the detour across the narrow sea? The maritime routes at this time were perilous. One misstep could lead to shipwreck. Varys felt a sense of relief that Bai Ling was contemplating matters beyond mere sustenance. King Aerys was inherently suspicious, yet he was not foolish. Locating you through his own means would save considerable trouble. Listen, little wolf, you belong to the north. Fulfill your duty. Varys' tone suddenly darkened. Do not disappoint Lord Ricard. Bai Ling paid little heed to the elder's warning, her anxiety growing instead. Ricard Stark had become utterly obsessed. Did he truly wish to render himself a mere pawn, to influence Rhaegar and the future rule of the Seven Kingdoms? Why? Did he aspire to extend House Stark's dominion beyond the neck? Bai Ling shook her head. It was clear he expected her to spy on Rhaegar. Realizing she had lost her composure, the old maester regained his calm. Do not worry, I shall remain with you. Bai Ling was even more troubled. What is the purpose of this ill-fated endeavor? It seemed her premature departure from Riverrun was inevitable. The old maester concluded, we shall set forth at dawn. You should bid farewell to Lyanna. Bai Ling refrained from seeking out Lyanna, fearing her resolve would falter. It would be better to depart quietly. The words she wished to say could be penned in a letter. Ahead lay the unknown, and she hoped for a day when she could return to House Stark in the north. After Bai Ling had left Riverrun for the better part of a day, Lyanna finally learned that Bai Ling was gone, leaving behind a letter filled with sentiment and worry. She had a vague premonition that Bai Ling's departure was not solely motivated by a desire to uncover the secrets of her own lineage. With a mischievous glint, she informed Ned that Bai Ling had only left her a farewell letter, with no acknowledgement for him, and watched as he wilted like a frostbitten cabbage. Though she felt sympathy for Ned, as the scion of a noble house, it was best to end a fruitless first love sooner rather than later. After Bai Ling's departure, Lyanna did not deliberate long before deciding to seek out Robert. She was eager to assist Bai Ling, and her disdain for Robert could be temporarily set aside. To her relief, Robert readily acquiesced to her request, inquiring only about the outcome, not the reasoning behind it. It must be said that Robert was quite persuasive under Ned's counsel. Gradually, he displayed the demeanor of a mature nobleman before Lyanna, refraining from indulging in frivolous pursuits. Moreover, the young Robert was tall and imposing, unparalleled in strength, a formidable knight among his peers, loyal to his friends. Lyanna could not deny that, aside from his notorious roguishness, Robert was indeed a captivating man. Under the diligent efforts of Ned Stark, Lyanna's perspective on Robert Baratheon has undergone a slight transformation. By the time Daenerys arrived in Pentos, 2 months had already elapsed. Thankfully, she did not suffer from seasickness and could finally bid farewell to the consumption of fish. She was settled in the home of a wealthy merchant, quietly awaiting the arrival of the king's emissaries alongside Varys. The fabricated lineage had been memorized with ease. She was the granddaughter of a prominent lord from one of the free cities, her grandmother being a rare and precious treasure acquired by the benevolent lord at the cost of a significant sum of gold, a true Valyrian gem. Her adoptive father, upon learning that a prince from another continent was seeking a betrothed of noble blood, decided to present her as an offering to the illustrious King Aerys II Targaryen, the rightful heir to the Iron Throne and the protector of the Seven Kingdoms. Of course, such a transaction was not without compensation. Daenerys found the absurdity of her fabricated identity quite amusing. It felt oddly reminiscent. Was she destined to traverse a path similar to that of the Mother of Dragons? The arrangement seemed authentic enough, and the benevolent lord and his family indeed existed, though it remained uncertain whether they would survive her departure. After all, the demise of those who engage in the slave trade would hardly evoke sympathy. Despite the laughter, her life was not a matter to be taken lightly. Daenerys diligently committed her identity and lineage to memory. Additionally, she received instruction from designated tutors on noble etiquette and the history of Valyria, particularly mastering the High Valyrian language, an essential skill for one of Targaryen descent. It was imperative she grasp it thoroughly, reciting it flawlessly. The scholarly Varys' rigorous education proved effective, focusing on consolidating her knowledge during this period. Perhaps it was a boon from her transmigration or merely a reflection of her past inclinations. Her grasp of history was lacking. Yet High Valyrian had seamlessly become her second language, impressively articulate. As the fateful day drew closer, Daenerys felt an increasing sense of anxiety. She recalled that Aerys was often referred to as the Mad King. Could she truly navigate the complexities of King's Landing? Confined within the opulent household in Pentos, her days were spent either immersed in the study of Valyrian or being instructed on how to conceal her identity, perpetually feeling as if she were preparing to star in a historical version of 007, with herself cast as the new Bond girl. Amidst her tension and trepidation, Varys' ravens brought news that stirred a mix of joy and concern within her. Through the clandestine maneuvering of Ned and Lyanna, the honorable duel between Brandon Stark and Peter Baelish was successfully disrupted by the Laughing Knight, Robert Baratheon. As Peter was not yet an officially knighted nobleman, his father still lived. Robert, out of sympathy for the weak, intervened on behalf of the commoner, engaging in a fierce contest with Brandon that ultimately captivated the citizens of Storm's End with a spectacular display. Although Peter sustained injuries, he quickly faded from the public's interest. All eyes were now on the young, valiant heirs of House Stark and House Baratheon, who were met with raucous cheers. Robb Baelish made quite an impression, while Brandon Stark displayed remarkable skill and temperament. Their initial encounter, characterized by conflict, blossomed into a camaraderie forged in mutual respect. Overall, the outcome was favorable. However, Peter Baelish could no longer remain in the bustling city of King's Landing, as he was to be dispatched back to his homeland. Unbeknownst to him, news of this development reached Littlefinger, who clandestinely gifted Lyanna a bronze family crest adorned with a giant's visage before vanishing. It was reported that Lysa wept uncontrollably, leading to her father's decision to confine her. Lyanna meticulously documented these events in a letter to Bran, accompanying it with the emblem. Bran understood that Lyanna harbored concerns for his safety and wished to foster a bond of goodwill, perhaps anticipating that one day such a favor might prove beneficial. During the prolonged wait in Pentos, Bran's emotions oscillated from anxiety to a resigned acceptance of the tardy arrival of the royal envoy sent to retrieve the princess. The vessel, delayed for nearly a year and a half due to storms along the Pentos coastline, seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Had not Master Varys assured her that a ship to King's Landing would soon be departing? What was soon in this context? Heavens! How she endured nearly a year of espionage training, compounded by rigorous academic demands and examinations, nearly pushing Bran to the brink of despair. Yet, such trials were indeed necessary. She now bore the unmistakable appearance of a true noblewoman of Valyria. Chapter 30. King's Landing. Audience with the Mad King. King's Landing, the very heart of the Seven Kingdoms. A symbol of authority and the seat of the Iron Throne. In a song of ice and fire, all beginnings and endings converge here. In her previous life, Bran had often dreamt of embarking on a pilgrimage to the filming locations of the series, with the most coveted destination being the real-life counterpart of King's Landing, a quaint ancient city known as Dubrovnik, located in the southeastern corner of Croatia, perched upon the white limestone cliffs of Dalmatia. The old town of Dubrovnik has historically served as a pivotal hub for trade across the Adriatic Sea and between east and west. Enclosed by imposing city walls and fortifications stretching over 2 kilometers, it exudes a quintessential medieval city-state charm. Upon her arrival, Bran was overwhelmed with emotion, accompanied by an absurd sense of unreality. The streets were devoid of tourists. Absent were the quaint shops and bright lights that typically adorned such locales. Instead, the ancient corners of the city were filled with destitute individuals, their bodies barely clothed and covered in filth. The air was rife with the stench of sewage, and waste from both humans and animals littered the ground. Bran nearly succumbed to nausea, desperately clutching a perfumed handkerchief gifted by a mute nun to cover her mouth and nose. As she caught sight of the nobles' litter and the armored guards, the impoverished scurried like unseen rodents into shadowy recesses. Even during this rare period of relative stability in the monarchy, King's Landing was not without its share of the underprivileged, who suffered from hunger and cold. Only upon entering the inner city, where the nobility resided, did the conditions begin to improve marginally. The Red Keep, home to the king, loomed majestically at the heart of King's Landing. Throughout the ages, the Targaryen kings have preferred to govern from the throne room within the Red Keep. Even when the hand of the king extended several invitations for royal councils in the meeting hall, the monarch often remained disinclined to shift from the Iron Throne, as if the chair, adorned with countless swords, bestowed upon them an added gravitas. The throne room, the grandest chamber within the Red Keep, is rectangular in shape. flanked by 8 colossal, intricately carved columns, with Gothic-stained glass windows gracing the northern side. Behind the Iron Throne, a window depicts the Targaryen sigil, a crimson three-headed dragon set against a black backdrop. The same emblem is echoed in the banners that drape from above. Yet, upon entering this dimly lit hall, imbued with the scent of decay, Bai Ling felt as though she had stepped into a living nightmare. The source of this nightmare was none other than King Aerys, perched upon the Iron Throne, resembling a madman. Ever since the rebellion in King's Landing, Aerys seemed glued to his seat, perceiving treachery in every shadow, plagued by the specter of assassination. Thus, he surrounded himself with no fewer than 4 Kingsguard and at least 100 gold-cloaked guards at all times. He neglected personal grooming, forgoing haircuts and baths, even allowing his nails to grow long. Except for moments of slumber, he restlessly fidgeted upon the Iron Throne, muttering to himself, often leaving his body marred by the throne's sharp edges, earning him the moniker of the Mad King. The chamber buzzed with fully armored gold cloaks, standing in rows along the sides. The Kingsguard flanked the Iron Throne, resembling a row of exquisitely crafted tin cans, yet none dared to underestimate their lethal prowess. Should the king be threatened, they would swiftly unsheath their swords to dispatch foes without hesitation. It is worth mentioning that it was in this very setting that Jaime Lannister would later infamously betray and slay King Aerys. Bai Ling conducted a discreet scan of the room. Most present were guards in gold cloaks, with only a handful of nobles, presumably the trusted families of the king, in attendance. Her face was veiled, revealing only her striking violet eyes. Originally a clear emerald green, her irises had been altered by a potion reputedly concocted by a sorcerer. A single vial could maintain this hue for months, akin to an otherworldly beauty-enhancing elixir. However, this potion came with its drawbacks, occasionally rendering her nearsighted or inflicting other side effects. She reminisced about her former life, during which she had been severely nearsighted. Yet, whether for the sake of disguise or to appease, she found no necessity for such alterations, as emerald green was hardly less appealing than violet. Perhaps the esteemed figures had their own reasons for such choices. Her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts, yet her steps remained steady. She kept her gaze fixed upon the ground before her, gracefully advancing towards the king. Her demeanor exuded elegance and tranquility, particularly as she navigated the world with considerable myopia. At this distance of 3 meters, she could scarcely discern faces, her gaze somewhat unfocused. To an outsider, she appeared to be a haughty noblewoman, imbued with a blend of confusion and yearning. By the king's side, Varys leaned closer, whispering softly to the monarch, embodying the noble lineage of the Targaryens. Radiating an air of regal authority, King Aerys dismissed Varys, whispering for her to come closer so he might scrutinize her. Bai Ling, suppressing the rancid odor emanating from the old king, stepped forward hesitantly. In her youthful innocence, she was already blossoming into a striking beauty. Her eyes, however, were not the crystalline violet of Rhaegar's. They were lighter, imbued with a delicate ice blue that shimmered through the purple. Aside from her eyes, her hair also bore distinction. Unlike Rhaegar's excessively silvery tresses, hers seemed to be kissed by sunlight, glistening and radiating warmth. Aerys found himself momentarily entranced. Among the offspring of House Targaryen over the past century, none had embodied such a striking resemblance to their illustrious ancestor. He had only encountered fleeting mentions of such features in the family lore. During the zenith of the ancient Valyrian Empire, their countenance resembled that of platinum forged in dragon fire. Alas, following the dragon's demise, each successive generation of Targaryens intermarrying with the nobility of Westeros resulted in offspring with increasingly diluted hair color, as if the ink had run dry. Bai Ling felt a wave of anxiety wash over her as the king's brooding gaze pierced her, struggling to redirect her focus. Her eyes landed on the gleaming bald head to the king's right, a distinctly recognizable visage. At that moment, he had yet to gain weight, his features sharp and handsome. He exuded a fragrance reminiscent of fine powders, his skin smooth and devoid of any imperfections. Clad in a loose silk robe adorned with a vest embroidered in golden thread, he regarded Bai Ling with a smile that exuded both approval and a hint of flattery. Bai Ling squinted her nearsighted eyes, recognizing the familiar face. Wasn't that the master of whisperers, Varys? A part of her confusion dissipated. She realized that her smooth passage to King's Landing and the fabrication of her lineage without suspicion were likely orchestrated by this very man. In the Game of Thrones, Daenerys and the Beggar King had been introduced through the governor of Pentos, who was a steadfast ally of the Spider. Their connection ran deep, which explained why she felt a sense of familiarity with the opulent mansion in Pentos. Moreover, One could ponder whether Rickard Stark had any clandestine dealings with this spider, or if an unspoken understanding had been reached. Lift your veil, let me see your face. The king's voice revealed no discernible emotion. Just as Bai Ling prepared to act, Varys approached with a courteous bow, ready to unveil her. She was compelled to maintain her modest demeanor, casting her gaze downwards toward her toes. Aerys' expression remained dark, tinged with scrutiny and an almost imperceptible hostility. Bai Ling sensed his apparent disfavor towards her. She stood frozen, beads of cold sweat forming at her temples, until Aerys finally spoke. "Where is Rhaegar? Bring him forth to see his betrothed." Bai Ling could not suppress a sigh of relief, yet her heart raced with trepidation. Did the king imply that she was deemed acceptable? Was such a monumental decision made so casually? The betrothal of the crown prince's fiancée, settled with but a few light words, as if passing through mere formality? In ancient China, it would be overly simplistic for the crown prince's consort to not meticulously scrutinize hundreds of selections from among 3,000 candidates before reaching a decision. She pondered on whether to chance an encounter with the prince to leave a favorable impression. Varys appeared somewhat anxious, perhaps fearing that the sovereign had forgotten. Not long ago, Prince Rhaegar personally set forth to confront the Brotherhood of the King's Guard. Shouldn't you summon Lord Dorne first? Meanwhile, Dorne had been persistently urging Varys, who remained composed, to subtly undermine Lord Dorne's standing. They even claimed that Varys was deliberately obstructing their audience with the sovereign. Dorne scoffed. King Aerys nervously tugged at his beard, recalling. Who was it that came? Ah, yes, it was Elia. White Ling made an effort to diminish her presence, sensing that King Aerys was beginning to exhibit signs of madness. Coupled with a poor memory, Varys discreetly observed her from the corner of his eye. Leaning closer to the king, he softly murmured, "The prince should be on his way back. There is no need for concern. He will surely be pleased with the bride you have chosen for him." The muscles in King Aerys' face twitched unnaturally as he scratched the iron throne with his sharp nails, producing an unpleasant and jarring sound. With the other hand, he pointed at White Ling, demanding, "What is your name?" White Ling meekly replied, "Your Majesty, I do not possess a name in Westerosi." Suddenly, King Aerys switched to High Valyrian, declaring, "Since you have no name, I shall bestow one upon you. From this day forth, you shall be known as Rhaenys Targaryen." White Ling, known in the north as Arya, was now formally recognized as Rhaenys Targaryen. Chapter 31. Rhaegar Targaryen. King Aerys fixed his gaze upon White Ling, awaiting her response. The abrupt language switch posed no challenge for her. Bowing respectfully, White Ling replied in Valyrian, "Thank you, Your Majesty. Henceforth, I shall be your Rhaenys Targaryen." "Excellent, excellent. The bloodline of House Targaryen requires purification. Those lowborn wretches are detestable," King Aerys murmured, closing his eyes and leaning back against the throne, his voice gradually fading, his head drooping. Shadows concealed the faces of some who whispered among themselves. Varys swiftly retrieved a silk cushion to support the king's back. He exchanged a knowing glance with White Ling, and the two exited the throne room. White Ling exhaled in relief. The guards inside remained motionless, devoid of humanity, which weighed heavily on her. Varys gently reassured her, "Good child, from now on, consider King's Landing your home. Today, His Majesty is weary. We shall host you another day. Do not worry, the prince is undoubtedly in agreement with the king." As suspicions about Varys' collusion with Rhaegar mounted in her mind, White Ling questioned, "Dorne?" "Hush." Varys softly patted her shoulder. "Princess Rhaenys must surely be fatigued. I shall send someone to escort you to rest." Suddenly, White Ling realized she was at the very heart of power within the Red Keep, a chaotic and perilous place. She swallowed her urge to inquire further. However, wait, what did the title of princess imply? White Ling was taken aback. "Oh, is this not the very decree that His Majesty the King has just pronounced? Henceforth, you shall be the princess of House Targaryen, the king's adopted daughter. Of course, it is not merely a matter of status. You are certain to possess your own fief as well. This is indeed a privilege bestowed by the king." Varys smiled sweetly, as if sharing in a joyous honor. Bai Ling couldn't help but shudder at the goosebumps on her arms. She recalled that in the series, Varys was never so overly effusive. Upon noticing her reaction, Varys momentarily paused, then spoke with a more measured tone. "Princess Rhaenys, please." A procession of gold-cloaked guards and attendants approached, leading the way for Bai Ling, with the mute nuns silently following behind. After they had walked a considerable distance, Bai Ling turned her head to see Varys still standing on the steps, watching her depart, stirring a melange of emotions within her. This master of espionage, with his seemingly innocuous demeanor, surely harbored grand designs. Bai Ling considered herself an ordinary individual, devoid of any so-called Mary Sue aura that could compel others to bow before her. Varys's efforts to pave her path could only indicate a clandestine political alliance with Ricard. She was acutely aware of Varys's treacherous nature. Aligning with Ricard Stark was akin to courting disaster. Despite Varys's soft and harmless appearance, it was conceivable that Ricard might meet an untimely end in the throne room by Varys's hand. Anyone with a modicum of historical knowledge understands that a powerful eunuch, unencumbered by attachments or weaknesses, possessing first-hand intelligence, could easily influence a king who is already isolated and reviled. Bai Ling sighed deeply, increasingly plagued by a sense of pessimism. She might very well become one of the fallen in King's Landing. Perhaps it would be best to flee? Bai Ling had a tendency to become lost in thought, entirely oblivious to her surroundings, particularly now, as she was severely myopic. Unconsciously, she followed the procession forward, unaware of an imposing group of heavily armored, bloodied knights approaching from the opposite direction. The party of 4 consisted of 3 Kingsguard clad in exquisitely crafted, glazed steel armor adorned with intricate designs, shimmering with white silver threads and clasps in the light. The knight at the forefront wore even more elaborate, heavy black plate armor, emblazoned with the 3-headed dragon of House Targaryen in gold thread across his chest. He donned a heavy black helmet, revealing only his piercing eyes. The helmet bore a resemblance to a roaring dragon's head, with metallic wings extending from the ears. The attendants leading Bai Ling promptly knelt on either side of the path, scarcely daring to breathe, as they watched Bai Ling obliviously continue forward. The Kingsguard had drawn their swords, but the lead knight in black armor raised a hand to stay their action. Rhaegar Targaryen stood still, watching with keen interest as the veiled young lady approached, moving slowly like a snail until she bumped into his breastplate. Oh! Bai Ling looked up in confusion, only to be met by a pair of crystalline lavender eyes. Those clear eyes mirrored her foolish expression. What beautiful eyes! Rhaegar Targaryen had long heard that the king had found him a maiden from Valyria. Originally, he thought he might marry only after ascending to the throne. The naive girl gazed at him, and in her eyes, he could see the enchanting interplay of amethyst and violet, the most captivating hues. In that fleeting moment, both of them were momentarily entranced, as if time itself had ceased to flow. She was petite, adorned with a light golden veil that mirrored her hair color, resembling a bud poised to bloom. Yet, she seemed rather simple-minded, standing there, staring at him for nearly 2 minutes without any intention of stepping aside. As a knight, it was unbecoming to treat a lady rudely, especially one who was ostensibly his fiancée. However, the corridor was rather narrow, and the young girl showed no inclination to yield. Rhaegar sighed, releasing the clasp on the side of his helmet and removing the dragon-shaped headpiece, shaking his hair free. It was truly a torment to walk beneath the sun while wearing such a thing. After tidying his sweat-drenched silver locks, he politely inclined his head. Might I pass, dear lady? There exists a phrase, a glance that lasts a millennium, which encapsulates Bai Ling's current emotions perfectly. She had read countless descriptions of Rhaegar, yet standing before him, she had entirely forgotten those words. 1,000 sentiments could not convey as much as the sight of him in the flesh. His bone structure possessed an exquisite symmetry. What captivated her most were his deep violet eyes. His silver hair, tousled and clinging to his cheeks and neck, glistened with sweat, quickening her heartbeat. His high cheekbones and profound gaze were accentuated by long eyelashes that fluttered slightly, revealing a blend of youthful intensity and romantic allure. Although his cheeks were lean, his features were distinctly defined, reminiscent of a Greek sculpture. Beneath his heavy armor, his tall and well-proportioned physique was still tinged with youthful delicacy. His voice was clean and magnetic, straddling the line between boyhood and manhood. Bai Ling hurriedly stepped aside for the young knight. Rhaegar smiled and bowed to her before proceeding with the Kingsguard toward the throne hall. One of the Kingsguard scrutinized Bai Ling from head to toe, shook his head, and then followed suit. Bai Ling's mind was in a frenzy. She suspected she was dreaming. She recognized that face. In her past life, as a devoted fan of HP, she had drooled over countless depictions of GGAD, and the person before her bore an uncanny resemblance to the actor who portrayed young Grindelwald. In her previous existence, Bai Ling had harbored an infatuation with this British actor, known primarily for his rock music, yet his visage was a treasure of the world. His fans affectionately dubbed him Dogme. For those unfamiliar with the young Grindelwald, references to Caius from Twilight or Marlowe from young Shakespeare would surely resonate. Bai Ling, cradling her face, slowly sank to the ground. She felt overwhelmingly happy to be in such close proximity to Dogme. Even if it meant her demise, it would be worth it. Bai Ling buried her flushed face in her knees, unable to rise for an extended period. The prince has already departed, leaving his attendants and the golden-robed figures with expressions of pity as they watch Bai Ling succumb to madness. Prince Rhaegar is indeed a figure of deep sin, having ensnared yet another soul. They have witnessed countless individuals driven to insanity over Rhaegar within the Red Keep. It is not uncommon for girls to be caught attempting to sneak in just to catch a glimpse of him. In all the Seven Kingdoms, there is not a woman who does not adore Prince Rhaegar. There is simply no one. Chapter 32. A terrifying encounter in the bathhouse. The Red Keep is labyrinthine, and the attendants navigate its convoluted passages, leading Bai Ling to a charming 3-story building. It is elegant and pristine. The king has not designated her quarters. This is merely a temporary lodging for visiting nobility. Once the king formally announces it, she shall move to reside beside the prince. Such splendid accommodations must surely bear the mark of Varys. She is to live with the prince. Oh, how delightful. Bai Ling's thoughts are entirely consumed by the visage strikingly reminiscent of Jaime's. The day's revelations were overwhelming, and she initially failed to grasp the significance. Upon reflection, the man's armor, unique eye color, and hair, accompanied by the king's guard, made it evident. He must be Rhaegar Targaryen, the eldest prince of Aerys and the future king of the Seven Kingdoms. In the original tale, he did not survive to see his coronation. However, truth be told, Rhaegar is far more handsome than Prince Viserys, an endless cycle. Bai Ling is engulfed in a flurry of pink bubbles, and she is immensely grateful to Rickard Stark for bringing her to King's Landing. Rhaegar possesses a face that resembles that of her beloved Gomi. She can boldly exclaim, "I can. Oh, Gomi, how handsome you are. Sister loves you." If one were ever granted the opportunity for prolonged, close contact with their idol, what would they do? Bai Ling, being conveniently situated, would ponder how to approach him. Yet, she would certainly not dare to be direct. As a person of dual heritage, transforming into a dire wolf to seize an advantage seems quite appealing. Assuming the guise of a pet is a role she is well versed in, as Lyanna's family can attest, having been impoverished by such antics. But how could she seamlessly transform into a white wolf to draw near him? Rhaegar Targaryen is no Stark of the North. A sudden appearance of a white wolf in the palace would likely lead to immediate repercussions. Bai Ling finds herself ensnared in a web of turmoil, unable to remain composed in the face of such beauty. In the throne room, a perilous confrontation unfolds, characterized by King Aerys' unilateral and harsh reprimand of Prince Rhaegar. Despite the rebellion of the Kingsguard having been quelled by Rhaegar and Ser Arthur Dayne, and the principal antagonist, Simon Toyne, having met his end at dawn, King Aerys remains unwilling to forgive those who once profited from and sheltered the outlaws. The Kingsguard had shamelessly looted nobles and merchants under the pretense of redistributing wealth, and after being pursued, they bribed villagers to conceal their actions. Hundreds of rebels were gathered outside King's Landing, and Aerys thundered in rage. "You let them go?" The prolonged days of marching had left Rhaegar utterly fatigued. He gently caressed his helmet, reflecting on the plight of the common folk, who were merely innocents caught in the turmoil of rebellion against their sovereign, King Illyris. "And you, my son, shall you defy me as well?" The weight of such an accusation compelled Rhaegar to kneel, his heavy armor making it difficult to breathe. "Burn them all, spare not a single soul, eradicate those traitors." As he closed his eyes, the king's executioners set forth to fulfill their grim orders. The silent Kingsguard accompanied Rhaegar back to his chambers, leaving 2 close protectors behind, while the others reported to the king for a shift change. Both the king and the crown prince resided in the Red Keep, allowing the Kingsguard to rotate and rest. The prince, silent and weary, permitted his servants to remove his armor and dress him in soft garments. He then collapsed onto his bed, staring at the ceiling, too exhausted to even contemplate a bath until later. The prince's quarters were unexpectedly modest. The only ostentation lay in the grand bed adorned with various jewel-encrusted curtains, surrounded by an absence of luxury. The walls bore paintings and Rhaegar's silver harp. Low cabinets and chests overflowed with an array of books and scrolls. On the long table designated for work, neatly arranged scrolls tied with ribbons of different hues lay alongside a stack of tomes published by the Academy, recounting various continental legends and ancient prophecies. You need not pity those wretched commoners. The Dawnbringer, Arthur Dayne, stood like a magnificent iron statue in the room. The fabled sword Dawn hung at his side, ready for action. As the king asserted, those who had gained from the turmoil would find their heads severed without surprise. Rhaegar shielded his eyes with his hand, muttering, "They, too, merely wish to survive. Rest now, Arthur." Arthur Dayne bowed to the prince, opened the door, and departed quietly. After a brief respite, Prince Rhaegar summoned his steward to inquire about recent happenings within the court. However, fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and he succumbed to slumber once more. Though merely 17 years of age and brimming with youthful vigor, the relentless intensity of battle and outdoor campaigns had nearly drained his vitality. He awoke in the dead of night, hunger stirring him from his sleep. His body ached, and his stomach growled, prompting him to head to the bathing chamber to indulge in a soak while having a bite to eat. Arthur Dayne trailed behind him like a specter, silently ensuring his protection. The opulent Roman-style bath reserved for the nobility of the Red Keep lay within the royal gardens, not far from the prince's quarters. Riga brought only a few attendants, 2 personal servants, one a maid responsible for his belongings and the other for massage, along with one to assist him in dressing. His personal guard consisted solely of Arthur Dayne, yet it was no exaggeration to state that the Dawnbringer could handle 10 foes without difficulty. The palace's nighttime defenses were exceptionally stringent. Aside from the patrolling guards, any servant caught outside would face immediate execution, and even nobility were not exempt from this grim fate. In recent years, the number of silent servants who have met their demise within the Red Keep has steadily increased. Aside from the guards, the paranoid King Aerys forbids anyone from approaching his chambers, fearing assassination, to the extent that even the Queen and the second prince have been forced to reside separately from him. However, Prince Rhaegar harbors no such anxieties regarding nocturnal wanderings. Nonchalantly munching on an apple, he meanders through the halls. The gold-robed courtiers have grown accustomed to the late-night escapades of Prince Rhaegar. They bow slightly as he passes, then resume their patrols as if nothing were amiss. Such splendid moonlight. I ought to have brought my harp, Rhaegar mused. What a delightful scene it would be to bathe while dining, accompanied by my own melodies. Arthur Dayne, however, found this behavior peculiar. Rhaegar, fetch me my harp, Rhaegar called. Arthur Dayne hesitated. I must accompany you. Rhaegar sighed, for while Arthur was admirable in many respects, he was rather inflexible, seldom seen with a smile. What could possibly transpire in the royal palace? Go on, Rhaegar urged. After a brief moment of contemplation, Arthur nodded and departed to retrieve the harp. Rhaegar despised having anyone enter his chambers, save for his trusted handmaiden. He commanded a servant to bring him food, then stripped off his garments and plunged into the pool. This bathing area, aptly named a swimming pool, featured several golden dragon-head statues that continuously spouted warm water. The ceiling and floor were adorned with exquisite reliefs, and the columns and decorations were dominated by dragon motifs. Rhaegar closed his eyes, luxuriating in the steam that threatened to lull him into slumber. A servant arrived with a wooden tray laden with an array of fruits and delicacies, setting it beside the pool. Rhaegar shook his head, nearly succumbing to the drowsiness induced by the steam. Unbeknownst to him, a chicken leg had slipped from the tray and drifted to the far corner of the pool. The water flowed continuously, creating a soothing sound that echoed throughout the vast bathing chamber, drowning out any peculiar noises. Gradually, the water returned the bitten chicken leg. Rhaegar straightened. The servants would never dare present him with anything that had been nibbled upon. What could this mean? He scanned the surroundings, and his gaze fell upon the dragon head statue in the corner, which seemed suspicious, with oily residue floating upon the surface nearby. Rhaegar fixed his gaze on the statue and the wall's corner, his voice icy as he called, "Who is there? Come forth." A series of eerie bubbling sounds erupted from behind the nearby column. Rhaegar wondered if yet another noble lady had sneaked in. Such occurrences had happened before. They would invariably find ways to infiltrate his presence. But after being punished by their father, none but Cersei possessed such audacity. To spy and to eat? To infiltrate the heavily fortified Red Keep and approach him unobserved? Whoever it may be, let us see how long you can hold your breath. Rhaegar reclined comfortably once more, playfully splashing the water with his hands. Hidden beneath the pool's surface, the white spirit was on the brink of suffocation. After an exhilarating day, she felt both exhausted and famished. The inhabitants of the Red Keep likely perceived her as a mere bird, offering her 2 slices of bread, a sausage, a cup of fruit wine, and a bunch of grapes. Who could possibly feel satiated by such a meager offering? She merely yearned for the simple pleasure of a soothing bath and succumbed to the temptation of a chicken leg that wafted by. Why must she endure this mortifying scene that could lead to social embarrassment? Why did she have to encounter anyone at such a late hour in such an awkward situation? And why, of all people, did she have to run into Prince Rhaegar? 3 soul-searching questions, each word steeped in sorrow. Her clothing lay strewn about outside. If Rhaegar were to stumble upon her in her nakedness, she might very well perish on the spot from shame. Yet, she lacked the ability to swim. In a moment of reckless impulse, there was no time to flee, and she could only plunge to the bottom of the pool. She had held her breath for 5 minutes, surely breaking some sort of world record. Rhaegar, dear lord, you must leave. You'll soon be left with nothing but skin. Several sensational headlines flashed through her mind. Shock. The fiancé's malicious intent upon arriving in King's Landing. A peep at a man's bathing. Midnight terror. The prince's bathing interrupted by a malevolent intruder. Beauty brings misfortune. Who dares to spy on Rhaegar's bath? Meanwhile, Rhaegar remained blissfully at ease, humming a merry tune. Suddenly, she could no longer hold her breath. She was effectively drinking Rhaegar's bathwater. Chapter 33. A Strange Transformation. Life in the Red Keep. The water had rendered Bai Ling somewhat disoriented, and the sensation of suffocation grew increasingly intense. Approaching the brink of death brought about a peculiar transformation. Though still in the form of a wolf, Rhaegar was fully alert, unafraid of assassins or spies. Yet fearful of the sudden emergence of a naked woman from the depths of the pool, a predicament from which he could not extricate himself. Fortunately, it was not a human. He merely saw a white figure suddenly leap from the pool and float motionless on the surface. A small white dog? It appeared to be quite young. Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't a person. This little dog was rather beautiful, its fur a pristine white, and its round, plump shape was quite endearing. It was a rare breed, delicate and charming. Had it perhaps escaped from a noble's pet within the palace? The dog was clean, adorned with a faint scent of perfume and flowers, indicative of a girl's care. Rhaegar lifted the dazed little dog, gently patting its back, though it seemed of little effect, which was hardly surprising given how much bathwater it had ingested. The heavy sound of footsteps echoed in the bathroom, and Arthur Dayne's voice inquired, "Where did this dog come from?" He crouched down to take the little dog from Rhaegar's hands, handing him a harp. Reluctant to part with the soft, comforting sensation of the dog, Rhaegar reached out to stroke its belly. It had emerged from the pool, though he could not fathom how it had gotten in. Arthur Dayne held the dog upside down, expelling water from its mouth. At last, Bai Ling slowly regained consciousness, only to find herself staring into Arthur Dayne's impassive face. A jolt of alarm surged through her. She quickly realized that her situation was rather precarious. She was gripped by his icy, unyielding gauntlet, caught by the royal guards. But why had she shrunk? Glancing downward, she noticed Rhaegar submerged in the pool, curiously observing her. Turning back, she found Arthur Dayne staring intently at her. His gaze was truly terrifying. Would he kill her? Bai Ling let out a humiliating whimper. Indeed, she had transformed, her voice now resembling that of a small pup. Despite the circumstances, she maintained a surprisingly positive disposition. Compared to being killed, pretending to be a puppy was trivial. She wagged her tail at Rhaegar and barked playfully. "Should we throw her out?" Arthur asked, devoid of emotion. "Yes," Rhaegar replied, flicking Bai Ling's forehead with his finger, admonishing her not to return to the bathhouse. Arthur Dayne found a piece of cloth and vigorously rubbed Bai Ling, tossing her into the royal garden without waiting for her to dry. "Hurry and find your master," he urged. "Well, this night isn't so bad," Bai Ling mused, still in a daze, struggling to recall how she had ended up like this. Moments ago, she had merely thought about avoiding detection, fearing dire consequences. Then, her body had shrunk, instinctively transforming into a safer form, which allowed her to be released without resistance. Perhaps it was her previous daydream of becoming a pet beside Rhaegar that had led to her transformation into a small pup. A gentle breeze swept by, and feeling the chill, Bai Ling sneezed, realizing she should return to rest. Being small certainly had its advantages. She nimbly traversed rooftops, stealthily making her way back to her dwelling. After snuggling under the covers, she discovered she could still revert to her normal wolf form. Could it be that her puppy shape was merely a cute version of an Arctic wolf? Since leaving the flowing city, she had not transformed into her wolf form for a long time, and the process felt somewhat foreign. If she neglected her transformations for too long, would she forget the essence of being a wolf? Her senses had indeed dulled. Otherwise, she would have heard Rhaegar's footsteps approaching. Lying in bed, Bai Ling pondered a myriad of thoughts, restless and unable to sleep. The image of Rhaegar in the pool swirled in her mind. Surely, the approaching full moon was affecting her. She silently contemplated, plugging her nostrils with a handkerchief, just as she was on the verge of slumber. She felt as though she had forgotten something. It could wait until tomorrow. As dawn broke, she was awakened before the roosters even crowed, likely before 5 o'clock. Bai Ling silently endured her morning grumpiness, while several maids scurried about her room, eager to assist her with dressing and grooming. "I can manage on my own," she insisted. While she was fine with them helping her dress, she was not accustomed to having others wash her face or brush her teeth. The maid, nearly in tears, pleaded, "Miss, have I done something wrong? Why won't you let me serve you? Please help me with my clothes." "But I wish to wash my face and brush my teeth by myself," Bai Ling requested. The maid bowed respectfully and went to prepare her toiletries. The maids marveled at the beauty of their lady. Her visage was as smooth and tender as a peeled boiled egg, and her hair shone even more brilliantly than the silver gold locks of Prince Rhaegar. Her teeth, perfectly aligned and dazzlingly white, were indeed worthy of a girl destined to be the prince's fiancée. True beauty is meant to be accompanied by beauty. and the maidservant found herself daydreaming about what their future children might resemble. Her murmurs were clearly overheard by Bai Ling. Bai Ling, I see you're pondering something. But how did everyone come to know that she is the prince's betrothed? If it were not for the king's arrangement, she could never wed such a radiant demigod. Just think of your own reality and your idol. Marriage is still a distant notion. Alas, if they were to have children, what names would they bear? She favored a daughter, although it was likely that King Aerys would choose the name. Miss, I have brought you the comb and tooth powder. Startled, Bai Ling snapped back to attention. What was I thinking? Bai Ling, do not allow such pure thoughts to be sullied. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly splashed cold water on her cheeks. The icy water numbed her skin, swiftly extinguishing her fanciful musings. Survival first, she resolved. By the way, is this well water? She wished for hot water. Bai Ling accepted the items the maid had brought. It turned out that the Red Keep already had tooth powder and simple toothbrushes. She had feared she would have to use vinegar or orange peel for rinsing. Moreover, the Red Keep was surprisingly clean, with few signs of rats or insects, perhaps due to the nature of the red stone. She felt no chill in her room, nor was there any noticeable foul odor. Truly fortunate. Had it been one of those medieval castles, even the most charming of companions would be of little solace. She would have fled back to the north at the first opportunity. The maidservants swiftly and efficiently assisted Bai Ling with her ablutions and hair. Selecting a simple yet elegant gown with a pale white interior and a dark green skirt, guiding her towards the exit. A maid with charming freckles observed Bai Ling's luggage with concern, noting that the lady's attire was rather plain. However, surely Prince Rhaegar would bestow upon her many gifts in the future? How could His Highness worry about such trivial matters? Bai Ling yawned. Where are we going? The maid, supporting her arm, whispered, Milady is to join Her Majesty the Queen for morning prayers. We must not be late. On the second day at the Red Keep, the maid informed Bai Ling that the Queen wished to see her. A wave of anxiety washed over her. Was she about to meet her future mother-in-law? Would she face any challenges? Oh, how hungry she felt. Was there no breakfast? The notion of a wicked stepmother proved to be unfounded. Queen Rhaella, wife of King Aerys, possessed a strikingly beautiful yet world-weary countenance, maintaining a chilly demeanor throughout, as if she were destined for ascension. Devoted to the Seven, Queen Rhaella was an enigma to Bai Ling, who only managed to navigate the rituals under the guidance of the nuns. When the prayer concluded, the Queen casually instructed her to take good care of Rhaegar before departing with a retinue of attendants. It seemed, then, that Queen Rhaella was rather easy to get along with. Bai Ling was on the verge of starvation and quietly inquired with the maid about breakfast. You may eat once the morning prayers are completed. What would you like to have? Barbara went to prepare in the kitchen. Bai Ling silently noted that the maid with the round face and braided hair was named Barbara, and then began to order a royal takeaway, all consisting of hearty, high-calorie meals. With a dreamy expression, Barbara headed to the kitchen. Bai Ling rolled around on the bed in delight. She was finally going to savor the authentic feasts of the realm. After breakfast, there was little to occupy her time, as the king would only summon her in the afternoon. Feeling exceedingly drowsy, she decided to indulge in a nap. She awoke in the afternoon, roused by her personal maid who urged her to wash and adorn herself, mentioning that the king wished to see her in an hour. Once prepared, Bai Ling stepped out of her chamber, only to find Varys waiting for her in the hall. Today, the Master of Whispers wore an opulent purple robe, and his makeup had been altered. Upon seeing her, he greeted her with a gentle, kind smile. Oh dear, you cannot appear like this. It is far too simple. Poor thing, you must have endured quite a bit on your way here. Bai Ling glanced down at her dark green gown, intricately embroidered with golden threads and elaborate patterns, and the large square sapphire necklace that hung around her neck. She wondered if Varys was being sarcastic, or perhaps he simply lacked knowledge of the lavishness typical of the Targaryen court. Varys remarked, "It must be this way for today. There is no need for a veil. Come, let us be on our way." Walking alongside Varys through the medieval court, Bai Ling felt a wave of nostalgia. She had truly arrived here, albeit with a tinge of regret for not being present at the inception of the Game of Thrones. Yet, it also granted her an opportunity to alter the course of history, a prospect that was uncertain in its implications. "I have dealt with the maid and guards outside your palace last night," Varys whispered, his voice barely audible, just at the threshold of what Bai Ling could hear. Bai Ling paused momentarily, but then continued forward. "Prince Rhaegar is renowned as a noble man, yet you would be wise to exercise caution. Such reckless actions should not be repeated." Varys seemed to assume that her stealthy exit was intended to meet Rhaegar. Did he know about her ability to change her form? If she truly had dealings with Ricard, how much did he know? A chill ran through Bai Ling. "I am aware." Upon entering the throne room, she felt a surge of anxiety. The golden-robed guards were noticeably fewer, with the front row occupied by flamboyant nobles. Varys guided her slowly toward the king. And there stood Prince Rhaegar before the throne. He appeared more spirited today, looking even more handsome. His visage was truly a masterpiece, captivating to behold. At that moment, Bai Ling could only see him at the end of the corridor, ignoring the unfriendly glances and whispers surrounding her. Is she a woman of ancient Valyria? She heard someone murmur. It is said she is a descendant of a great noble who fled from ancient Valyria, not of the king's kin. Resembling Prince Rhaegar, H.M. His appearance is rather ordinary. Prince Rhaegar, oh dear, it seems Bai Ling and the others are enamored with him. Humph, as long as I live. You shall all remain mere trifles. Deeply pleased within, Bai Ling's movements grew increasingly poised and graceful. Varys, steadfastly supporting her delicate arm, guided her towards the king. Like sunlight illuminating platinum locks, her slender and graceful figure, with skin as smooth as snow, possessed bright eyes that, while not as profoundly purple as Prince Rhaegar's, revealed a clear ice blue tinged with soft pink upon closer inspection. The gradient of her gaze is quite enchanting. Though rather simple, it is merely the result of a potion bestowed by the maester. In Bai Ling's aesthetic, golden hair is best complemented by emerald green eyes. Among the myriad nobles, only the old lion, now more accurately referred to as the Great Lion, Tywin, had the sharpest gaze. He quietly observed the girl approaching from afar, his mind racing with unspoken thoughts. Bai Ling, feeling a sense of unease, could not bring herself to meet his piercing gaze. Fully aware of the oppressive scrutiny, the king's newly adopted daughter, Rhaenys Targaryen, bore the unmistakable traits of her lineage. Though still quite young, rumored to be merely 15, she already possessed beauty and nobility that could rival that of Prince Rhaegar. Whispers among the nobles suggested that her bloodline might even be purer than that of the Targaryens. Bai Ling suspected that Varys played a significant role in spreading such rumors. Today, King Aerys appeared to be in unusually high spirits. He had taken the rare step of grooming himself, cleaning away his usual disheveled appearance. Although his nails remained untrimmed and frighteningly sharp, he looked significantly better than usual. To everyone's astonishment, upon seeing Rhaenys, the king even managed a brief smile, the corners of his lips twitching as he struggled to rise from the Iron Throne with a firm grip. Varys swiftly moved to support him. I am quite pleased today, Aerys declared, though his voice remained stiff and cold, the fleeting smile vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. My bloodline shall continue through Rhaenys and Rhaegar. Though the dragons are no more, the Targaryen legacy will endure, and our rule over the 7 kingdoms shall remain unshakable. Blood and fire are one. The nobles erupted in cheers, while the guards rhythmically struck their weapons against the ground. Tywin, hand of the king, execute my will. The king paused before continuing. The Vale of Arryn shall be granted to Rhaenys Targaryen. The golden-haired man standing beside the king stepped forth. Your Majesty, the Darkland family of the Vale has been executed for treason, yet the Hightower family still possesses collateral descendants. I fear the subjects may not yield to their new rulers. Strip the Darkland family of all lands and noble titles, and eradicate the Hightower lineage. Anyone who resists shall be executed for treason, King Aerys stated, his tone growing dangerously authoritative. Do I need to teach you this as well, Tywin? Tywin subtly inclined his head, signaling to a certain noble who then stood to address the assembly. Your Majesty, I beseech you to show mercy and exile the house of Hora to the wall in the north, compelling them to swear the Night's Watch oath. Let them appreciate your benevolence and magnanimity. Mercy indeed. These traitors are unworthy of forgiveness from their sovereign. Suddenly, King Aerys turned to Daenerys and began conversing in Old Valyrian. Rhaenys, what do you propose we do with these traitors? Once again, the Mad King's probing was inescapable. Chapter 35. The Gods of the 7 Kingdoms, Rhaegar Targaryen. Daenerys felt both fearful and embarrassed. The Mad King exhibited a touch of neurosis, constantly launching unexpected inquiries. Did he still harbor doubts about her lineage? As the old saying goes, accompanying a king is akin to walking with a tiger. The king appeared relatively composed now, but should he turn? She feared he might incinerate her on the spot. She must tread carefully and continue her studies. Contemplating Aerys' thoughts, Daenerys perceived some similarities between the Mad King and the deranged Joffrey. Thus, she responded cautiously in Valyrian. I have heard that the wall in the north is a bleak and inhospitable place, a terrifying realm where survival is impossible. Traitors should endure their punishment in life, repaying your Majesty's grace with suffering. Furthermore, the Night's Watch forbids marriage and procreation, ensuring a lifetime of hardship and solitude. Aerys stroked his beard, deep in thought. After a lengthy pause, he nodded. You are correct. Death would be too merciful for them. Those who understood this exchange felt a stir within, each lost in contemplation. Varys noted that Rhaenys had successfully dissuaded the Mad King and gained his approval, further elevating her worth in his eyes. Rhaegar was taken aback that his father sought Rhaenys' opinion, thus sparing him the need to speak. He had consistently opposed Aerys' indiscriminate slaughter of innocents and often faced his father's ire, sometimes wondering if the king harbored disdain for him. The Night's Watch had suffered significant losses over the years. Now, fewer than 900 men remained to guard 3 ice fortresses, a stark contrast to the nearly 3,500 stationed along the wall centuries prior. The commander of the Night's Watch lamented the lack of resources annually. While the North and other territories could manage finances and supplies, they could not conjure more soldiers. Aerys had always pursued a policy of total annihilation against wrongdoers, resulting in an ever-dwindling pool of recruits for the Night's Watch. Most nobles were unfamiliar with Valyrian, leaving 1 or 2 looking utterly bewildered, as if deciphering an ancient script. Aerys, frustrated by this assembly of unlearned individuals, switched to the common tongue and commanded that all who had aided House Darklyn during the rebellion in Duskendale, including half the common folk, be exiled to the Wall, donning black to become members of the Night's Watch. In the prime of his life, Tywin Lannister observed Daenerys with a hint of intrigue. He had not anticipated that this wild princess could sway a king with a thirst for blood. The noble lords seemed to believe that Aerys was in a more agreeable mood today, beginning to report matters one by one. However, Aerys' impatience interrupted. "You can discuss this drivel with Tywin at the small council. All of you, leave." Rhaegar and Rhaenys remained. The king conversed with Rhaegar about his recent life, then set their wedding date for 1 year hence, on the prince's 18th birthday. The king initially intended to arrange for Bai Ling to reside beside Rhaegar, but the prince gently declined. Bai Ling promptly shook her head, expressing her contentment with her current living situation, prompting the king to relent. Curiously, the king subtly inquired of Rhaegar whether he had encountered the eldest princess of Dorne, Elia Martell. Upon receiving a negative response, he urged the prince to extend warm hospitality to the Dornish people, ideally persuading the Dornish princess to remain. Rhaegar's countenance darkened significantly at this suggestion. However, the king seemed oblivious to his discomfort and continued to recount tales of their ancestor, Aegon the Conqueror, and his 2 sisters as they battled for Westeros. Unbeknownst to them, the trio conversed in High Valyrian, leaving Bai Ling both astonished and fatigued as they exited the throne room, nearly on the verge of collapse. The obscure Valyrian vocabulary woven into the legendary tales had yet to be mastered by her, and she was fortunate that the king had not demanded her response. Rhaegar's demeanor appeared unnaturally calm, but Bai Ling could sense his simmering anger. His fingers tightly gripped the hilt of his sword, repeatedly clenching and unclenching as he visibly strove to suppress his fury. It had been a long time since Rhaegar had engaged in such a tranquil conversation with his father. Yet today, as Aerys too felt both foreign and repugnant to him, Bai Ling only vaguely perceived that the prince's ire was linked to the Dornish. But Rhaegar had discerned the king's sordid intentions with clarity. Upon exiting the throne room, Rhaegar took a deep breath, attempting to compose himself, while Bai Ling empathized with his turmoil. Her eyes reflecting concern, he swiftly concealed his emotions and gracefully extended his right hand, inquiring, "Rhaenys, would you care to stroll in the garden?" He needed time to contemplate how to address this matter. Bai Ling, still conversing in High Valyrian, instinctively reached for Rhaegar's hand. "I would be delighted." Rhaegar regarded her small hand clasping his with a peculiar expression. According to customary etiquette, she ought to have linked her arm through his elbow. Did she not grasp the social norms of Westeros? Which noble family walked hand in hand? Rhaegar discreetly released her hand. "Do not be anxious. I am not my father. The common tongue will suffice." The warmth of her palm vanished in an instant. Bai Ling suddenly realized her blunder, hastily concealing her hand behind her back, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Fortunately, the prince appeared unperturbed, and they continued their separate paths. As evening approached, the warm sunset bathed them in golden hues, casting a glow through the crimson clouds. Those who beheld the pair could not help but pause, remarking on the striking resemblance between the prince and princess, their hair, features, and eyes mirroring one another, as if they were reflections of each other. Truly, they were a matched pair. Strolling through the garden alongside Rhaegar instilled a sense of unreality in Bai Ling. She frequently glanced up at him, torn between the desire to apologize and to explain that her hand-holding was merely a result of unfamiliarity with noble customs, not an intentional act of impropriety. Yet, would that not seem overly contrived? Rhaegar, in that moment, wished for silence, preferring the tranquility of their walk. However, the girl beside him, perpetually on the verge of speaking, rendered him uneasy. As the crown prince, Rhaegar had witnessed an abundance of calculating and malicious gazes, rife with blatant desire or subtle insinuations. Yet, The pure looks of admiration and curiosity from Rhaenys did not evoke any disdain within him. The girl was stealing glances at him once again. And Rhaegar suddenly turned his head to meet her gaze, earnestly inquiring, "Am I handsome?" The question startled Bai Ling, who stammered in response, "Yes, particularly handsome." Rhaegar chuckled softly, extending his hand to gently pluck a leaf from the top of Bai Ling's head. "No need to rush. You might have to behold this for a lifetime." A wave of sorrow surged within Bai Ling, causing her eyes to well up with tears. A lifetime, how beautiful a term that is. But Rhaegar, you are destined to live only until the age of 21. Then, you will quietly fade away, lonely and sorrowful, by the banks of the Red Cross River. The only company you will have will be your deceased horse, your shattered sword, your broken armor, and that ruby, reduced to fragments by a war hammer. Your existence will amount to a mere 21 years. Silent tears cascaded down Bai Ling's cheeks as she stifled her grief, hesitating to gaze upon that youthful, handsome face again. She could not bear to envision this person devoid of all vitality, eyes closed, lying quietly at the riverbed. Chapter 36. The most beautiful woman in the Seven Kingdoms. Noticing Bai Ling suddenly bow her head in tears, Rhaegar was taken aback. He halted, at a loss, and offered her his handkerchief. "I am sorry, did I say something to upset you?" The prince's handkerchief bore a faint fragrance, reminiscent of wood, evoking thoughts of bountiful fruits and blooming mountain flowers. Bai Ling hurriedly accepted it, hastily wiping her face, concealing her emotions with a smile. "It's nothing. I was simply overwhelmed with joy upon hearing those words." After all, they were words akin to a vow. The gentle breeze played with the girl's platinum hair, delicate droplets of tears clinging to her long eyelashes. Yet, standing there, she smiled so beautifully that even the surrounding sea of flowers seemed to pale in comparison. Lying. The prince thought wistfully. Could Rhaenys' tears be shed for him? Could she sense his thoughts and feelings? Your Highness, where are you?" A servant rushed over, calling for Rhaegar. Suddenly snapping back to reality, Rhaegar shouted, "I am here." He plucked a pale purple thistle from a branch and handed it to Bai Ling. "Should you need anything, do not hesitate to send for me. Well, I must take my leave now." In an instant, her melancholy was cast aside as Bai Ling found joy in receiving a flower from Rhaegar. She knelt in a curtsy, watching the prince walk away. The thistle, she recalled it as the national flower of the United Kingdom. What did it symbolize? Ah, yes, caution, steadiness, and unspoken love. Surely, the prince could not be aware of this. Could it not signify a favorable omen? Perhaps he would not fall for Lyanna in the future, nor would he allow her to suffer an untimely demise. Thus, he might not meet an early grave himself. As she pondered this, she carefully folded the prince's handkerchief and tucked it away. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of hope and anxiety. Since the moment she laid eyes on Rhaegar, she felt herself irresistibly drawn to him. No, she consoled herself inwardly. She could not possibly harbor any affection for Rhaegar. It was merely an illusion born of his resemblance to the dog, me, from her past life. Indeed, this must be the folly of a superficial admirer. Furthermore, she was present here to save Lyanna and Ned, as well as Daenerys and Jon Snow from their impending tragic fates. Although uncertain of the extent to which she could succeed, she felt compelled to try. With over 3 years remaining until the ill-fated spring, it was inconceivable that she would genuinely wed Rhaegar. Elia Martell was the true wife of Prince Rhaegar. Thus, she merely needed to prevent any encounter between Rhaegar and Lyanna, thereby ensuring that Jon Snow would never come into existence, and that Robert Baratheon would not rise in rebellion out of rage. Whiteling slapped her face firmly, suppressing her futile sorrow. She needed to seek an audience with Varys, as well as her master, Illyrio, who remained outside the Red Keep. Within the depths of the palace, she could only rely on her master to convey messages to Rickard Stark. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away in Casterly Rock, the young lioness, Cersei Lannister, was in a furious uproar. She had shattered every ornament in her chamber, wielding a dagger aimed at her uncle, Kevan Lannister, while emitting high-pitched cries and howls akin to a wounded beast. Such behavior was decidedly ungraceful, lacking the poise expected of the realm's foremost lady, Kevan mused. Yet, he could not help but feel sympathy for his distraught niece, as his wife endeavored to soothe her with gentle reassurances. "Cersei, please calm yourself. Your father will not idly allow a wild woman to become Rhaegar's bride," Kevan's wife implored. Cersei's voice had grown hoarse from weeping. Her lifelong dream had been to marry Rhaegar. Even after being spurned by the king, she could comfort herself with the thought that Prince Rhaegar had no bride, and that her father would surely devise a solution. However, the ravens descending upon King's Landing bore news that pierced her heart. King Aerys had somehow found a wild woman, and so easily betrothed her to the crown prince, Rhaegar. Cersei's spirit crumbled. Even when Rhaegar had rejected her, She could find solace in the belief that he had no beloved. At least she had a chance. But now, that brazen harlot emerging from the savage continent, she wished for her demise. Send someone to kill her. Kill her. Kevin's wife embraced her weeping niece, pressing her head against her bosom. There was no surprise in the fact that 13-year-old Cersei uttered such dreadful words. Rather, they were pained by her madness. Feeling indignation over the king's repeated humiliations of the Lannister family, Aerys had gone mad, repeatedly disparaging the Lannisters, disregarding the pride of the lion. Cersei, the family will immediately send someone to escort you to King's Landing to find your father. We cannot allow the Mad King to have his way. Kevin's wife declared fiercely. We must make it clear that the Lion family is not to be trifled with by some unknown barbarian. Though veiled in their words was a reference to Bai Ling, they understood that the true lesson must be imparted to that deranged king. Perhaps Tywin Lannister would soon reach his limit as well. With gritted teeth, Cersei swallowed the blood pooling in her mouth. I am determined to eliminate that woman with my own hands. Observing Cersei regain her composure, the Kevin couple wore expressions of satisfaction. The other relatives maliciously chuckled, affirming that, with the strength of House Lannister, Prince Rhaegar would never cast her aside. Once all obstacles are removed, the position of queen and crown princess must inevitably be hers. Gradually, Cersei calmed down, transforming back into the elegant and enchanting Lannister maiden. She dried her tears and gently smoothed her golden locks. Holding the shattered mirror, she gazed at the radiant beauty reflected within, her confidence slowly returning. Indeed, once those women are eliminated, Prince Rhaegar will have no choice but to choose her, won't he? During dinner, Cersei was absent, immersed in her chamber, writing fervently. In addition to a letter to her father, Tywin, she penned one to her twin brother, Jaime Lannister. Upon completion, Cersei donned a black cloak and, accompanied by a handmaiden, departed. She evaded the castle servants and made her way to the stables, where she threatened a servant to prepare a carriage for her, heading straight for the forest. Outside Casterly Rock, there lay a deep forest, rumored to be the dwelling of an exiled witch. It was said that this witch could breathe fire, snatch children, cast malevolent spells, and transform humans into insects. This was Cersei's second visit. During her first, she received 3 prophecies, but this time, she sought something truly useful. Initially, she had dismissed the mysticism of the witch. Yet after Rhaegar repeatedly spurned her, her skepticism began to wane. The witch's hut remained unchanged, filled with a peculiar and foul stench, adorned with the dried remnants of various creatures and strange bone artifacts. Cersei instructed her handmaiden to wait outside and boldly entered, stating, "Provide me with a potion, preferably colorless and tasteless, utterly undetectable." The witch, busy grinding something, emitted a noxious aroma, failing to acknowledge Cersei's presence. In a fit of frustration, Cersei rushed forward, brandishing a delicate dagger against the witch's throat. "Have you heard my words, you wretched heretic? I demand my potion." Only then did the witch lift her gaze, pointing to a small vial on the low table. "Allow me to remind you, esteemed lady, your wishes shall not come to fruition. Prince Rhaegar shall never belong to you." Had she anticipated Cersei's arrival? With suspicion, Cersei grasped the vial, shaking it gently and peering into the dim light of the candles. The viscous black liquid swirled, as if something within it writhed. "Silence your tongue. I require no heretical counsel." After Cersei departed, the witch sighed and began tidying her hut. Following a fire that consumed her dwelling, the witch vanished into the depths of the forest. Chapter 37. The pauper White Ling. Since the wedding date was set, King Aerys scarcely summoned White Ling. Meanwhile, Queen Rhaella consistently accompanied White Ling for morning prayers, occasionally inquiring if she had acclimatized to life in the Red Keep. Of course, she had not, but she dared not express such discontent. Each day passed in a monotonous cycle of prayer, meals, and sleep. Occasionally, I meander through the garden and indulge in a soothing bath, though regrettably, I have yet to encounter Rhaegar again. Bai Ling has contemplated transforming into a small dog to frolic with Rhaegar, but the weight of her espionage identity dampens her spirits. The life of Queen Rhaella is exceedingly austere, a reality that is difficult to fathom. She remains largely reclusive, seldom appearing in public. The palace hosts small gatherings from time to time, where the king invites a select few confidants, including Bai Ling and Rhaegar. However, Queen Rhaella's presence is rare, and it seems everyone has grown accustomed to this monotonous existence. Wouldn't such a life lead to despair? After merely a few days of medieval living, Bai Ling is already on the verge of tedium. She cannot freely leave the palace, and Rhaegar is perpetually occupied, absent from sight. There are no forms of entertainment, such as balls, feasts, or hunts, to partake in, leading her to feel as though she is squandering her days. In truth, such activities are not entirely lacking. Rather, the nobility of Westeros revel in hunting, tournaments, and extravagant banquets. As Rhaegar's betrothed, a princess acknowledged by the king and possessing her own lands, Bai Ling holds a certain esteem. Lesser nobles would hardly dare to extend invitations to them. Unfortunately, Rhaegar is not one to seek merriment or revelry. In his leisure, he prefers to practice swordsmanship, read, or wander through King's Landing. He seldom attends trivial events and rarely remembers to include Bai Ling. Thus, she finds herself in a state of profound boredom, even lacking books to read. During this era, books and knowledge are exceedingly precious. With the castle's collection primarily comprising the king's and prince's private libraries, as well as that of the Grand Maester, she yearns for something to occupy her time, but must first decipher the court's customs, what is permissible and what is not. It is no wonder she feels apprehensive. After all, they live under the king's shadow. The maidservant Barbara privately confides in Bai Ling that Queen Rhaella sometimes inquires about her relationship with Prince Rhaegar. It is evident that, despite her seclusion, the queen harbors concern for Rhaegar. When the queen's maid asked if the princess lacked anything, Bai Ling mentioned that the princess's garments and jewelry were rather plain. Barbara appeared flustered by Bai Ling's remark. Bai Ling, exasperated, remarked on the sudden influx of gifts she had received. In the small hall, silks and exquisite dyed fabrics piled high, while a box brimmed with dazzling sets of jewelry, alongside several crates of uncut gemstones, diamonds, pearls, and various precious stones, made Bai Ling feel like a newly affluent parvenu. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a wealth of treasures, and now they were all bestowed upon her. The situation unfolded early one morning when the prince's steward dispatched a mountain of jewels and silks. This particular gentleman, a refined and meticulously groomed nobleman, exuded the air of an old-fashioned English aristocrat. He conveyed that the prince was deeply concerned for his fiancée, though his busy schedule precluded him from delivering these gifts personally. He assured her that there was much more to come and that the princess could select freely from the prince's private treasury at any time. Moreover, the team of tailors and jewelers is ready. My princess, when might you be available to summon them to attend to your needs? Lastly, there is a subtle suggestion for Bai Ling not to disturb Her Majesty the Queen. I am not. I haven't done anything wrong. You are unjustly accusing me, Bai Ling retorted. She felt a profound gap in understanding between herself and the court's denizens. Upon arriving in King's Landing from Pentos, she had brought with her a large chest filled with exquisite jewelry and over 20 dresses, along with a box brimming with spices, valuable commodities from the free cities. Yet, the people of King's Landing deemed her too simple, perhaps believing she lacked the stature they valued. Humph, beauty is sufficient for me. As Barbara helped Bai Ling style her hair, she cheerfully remarked, You, my princess, are so beautiful. You must adorn yourself splendidly to capture the prince's attention. Bai Ling hesitantly inquired, Are the king and prince very wealthy? Barbara, glancing furtively around, leaned in to whisper, My princess, you may not be aware, but I have heard that His Majesty once gifted Prince Rhaegar a palace solely for storing gold dragons, gold, and gemstones. It is said that the gold is piled so high it nearly reaches the palace's ceiling. Bai Ling pondered the height of the hall in the castle, utterly astonished. Is Prince Rhaegar truly that affluent? Barbara firmly believed it to be true. Otherwise, how could there be so many women enamored with him? A man must possess not only handsome looks, but also considerable wealth. You must keep a close eye on the prince. The signs of rivalry and courtly intrigue are emerging. She mused on Rhaegar's allure, wealthy, handsome, and destined to be the future king. He is indeed the diamond-tier bachelor of the Seven Kingdoms. Speaking of wealth, it appears that the Targaryen royal finances are not as dire as she had imagined. Lord Martin mentioned in the original text that during King Aerys' reign, the kingdom thrived amidst a rare long summer, with only minor rebellions and minimal warfare. Although the king was ruthless, most of his victims were nobles. Furthermore, Prime Minister Tywin had diligently governed for decades, ensuring that the common folk were well fed. King's Landing, being the second largest port city of the Seven Kingdoms, was flourishing, with both the royal treasury and the crown's private wealth being quite substantial. Despite Aerys not being a wise king, life for the common people of Westeros had indeed improved under House Targaryen compared to the rule of House Baratheon, not to mention the War of the Five Kings, which claimed the lives of at least half the population. Better to be a peaceful dog than a chaotic man. She recalled from the television series that Robert had accrued significant debt during his reign, living extravagantly from his ascension to his demise. Not only did Robert owe money, but Joffrey did as well, and even the supposedly wealthy Lannisters later fell into substantial debt due to the depletion of their gold mines. Though the High Court is said to be overflowing with riches, The union of Little Rose has required 2 lavish weddings, both funded by the royal treasury. Marrying not only her brother but also her younger sibling has incurred substantial expenses for the royal nuptials. Otherwise, the mischievous little demon would not have approached old Rose lamenting the lack of funds. Without this appeal, the king would be unable to wed. Ultimately, the debts of House Baratheon have soared to a staggering 8 million gold dragons, enough to finance a decade-long war in Westeros. While I may have digressed somewhat, the crux of the matter lies in the aftermath of Robert Baratheon's overthrow of the Targaryen dynasty. The treasury's funds, the royal coffers, and the vast wealth accumulated over the years by House Targaryen. Where has this astronomical sum vanished? Chapter 38. 1 King, 2 Queens? Barbara and her entourage joyously arrange the gifts sent by the prince, while the impoverished White Spirit finds herself ensnared in the enigmas left by the Game of Thrones narrative. There exists a plethora of discrepancies and unresolved issues between the original text and the television adaptation, with the financial conundrum being particularly glaring. In the series, one observes Littlefinger seemingly effortlessly acquiring vast sums of money, even resorting to extensive borrowing from the Iron Bank. Yet, no one has pondered the question of where the wealth left by the previous Targaryen dynasty has disappeared. Can it be that Robert Baratheon could spend away the savings of several generations of the Targaryen dynasty in a mere few decades? Has the treasury been utterly depleted? During her lessons with Varys, White Spirit gained a rough understanding of the currency denominations and circulation in Westeros. The monetary system is generally structured as follows. 1 gold dragon equals 30 silver moons, 210 silver stags, and 11,760 copper pennies. The copper penny is the smallest unit, with copper stars and copper wheat existing between the silver stag and the copper penny. The price levels vary across regions, but I shall not elaborate further. To draw a comparison with the life of an ordinary citizen, 1 gold dragon suffices for a modest family to enjoy half a year of sustenance with wine and meat. A few silver stags would be sufficient to purchase a fine steed, and 3 gold dragons could secure the services of a free knight, armed with a long sword and armor, to carry out a killing. If one could summon 50 gold dragons or more, one might even hire a mercenary company to eliminate a particular noble, with the number of heads depending solely on the offered bounty. In the War of Usurpers, had King Aerys been willing to allocate some gold dragons from the treasury to hire mercenaries, Rhaegar would not have suffered such a catastrophic defeat at the Trident. White Spirit felt dizzy from the calculations. As a commoner in her past life, she had never concerned herself with matters of national finance. The sordid, chaotic, and abysmal living conditions in King's Landing suggest that the royal family has not invested in urban development. Aerys, possessing immense wealth, must surely be scheming something behind the scenes. Is Rhaegar aware of these machinations? White Spirit began to worry about how King Aerys might deal with Rhaegar. Her knowledge remained woefully inadequate, and her intelligence severely lacking. She needed to hasten the process of bringing Master Varys into the Red Keep, as that would enhance her chances of leveraging the resources of House Stark. She summoned her maid, Barbara, inquiring about the whereabouts of Prince Rhaegar, for she had matters to discuss with him. Barbara nodded and dashed outside, soon returning breathlessly to report that the prince was receiving guests in the hall, and the steward had instructed her to escort the princess there. When Bai Ling arrived in the hall, Prince Rhaegar was engaged in light-hearted conversation with a delicate beauty of wheat-colored skin, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. The handsome couple was indeed a sight to behold. At some point, Rhaegar must have said something amusing, as the lady suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, prompting Rhaegar to smile gently in return. They were so close together that it was almost unbearable. How infuriating, thought Bai Ling bitterly, a heartbreaker indeed. She remained silent, sulking at the doorway. The spirited young man seated beside the beauty noticed Bai Ling and brightened up, making his way towards her. He knelt on one knee, took her hand, and kissed it. You must be Princess Rhaenys Targaryen. Your beauty shines like the blazing sun of Dorne, illuminating my heart. Bai Ling was taken aback. Dorne? So they were nobles from Dorne. The young man had black, shoulder-length curls and a slightly tanned complexion, dressed in a flamboyant gold and patterned outfit. His flamboyant demeanor and alluring eyes, coupled with a chiseled jawline, made him undeniably striking. He possessed a wild, exotic charm. Bai Ling was so delighted to be in the presence of a celebrity that she forgot to withdraw her hand, instead gripping it tightly with excitement. You are Oberyn, the Red Viper of Dorne? He appeared remarkably youthful, lacking the roguish charm depicted in the shows, yet in reality, he was undeniably handsome with a distinctly untamed allure. Oberyn Martell raised an eyebrow and playfully winked at Bai Ling. I never expected my reputation would reach King's Landing. It is an immense honor to hear the princess speak my name. However, the moniker Viper hardly suits me. You may as well call me dear. The slender black-skinned beauty picked up an apple and playfully stuffed it into Oberyn's mouth. She smiled at Bai Ling and said, I apologize. My brother can be rather foolish at times. Oberyn, munching on the apple, shot a defiant glance at Prince Rhaegar, who pretended not to notice as he embraced Bai Ling. Rhaenys, this is Princess Elia Martell of Dorne, the prince introduced. The enchanting beauty was dressed lightly, her sun-kissed skin exuding the same exotic charm as the red viper. Her waist was impossibly slender, adorned with an Arabian-style teardrop gem pendant, golden tassels, and a sheer veil. The oval-shaped gold hoop earrings dangled long tassels, accentuating her graceful neck. Princess Elia Martell sends her regards. Dragon Princess, the beauty curtsied. Bai Ling was momentarily awestruck by her appearance and composure, feeling a sense of inferiority. This was what true royal elegance looked like. She awkwardly returned the greeting. Ah, hello. I am Rhaenys Targaryen. Elia smiled warmly at her. I did not expect Princess Rhaenys to be acquainted with my mischievous brother. May I inquire how you came to know of him? Oberyn rarely visits King's Landing. Bai Ling stammered slightly. I heard about him from merchants in the free cities. Elia Martell appeared contemplative, remarking that Oberyn was indeed quite remarkable, eliciting a chuckle from those present. Suddenly, Rhaegar interjected, Rhaenys, why don't you take His Highness on a tour of the Red Keep? Elia and I have matters to discuss. Very well, you may converse, replied the spirited White Wing, promptly turning to lead the Red Viper outside. The youthful Oberyn seemed somewhat exhilarated, for it appeared that Rhaegar's beautiful betrothed held a particular interest in him. Clearing his throat, he grasped White Wing's hand and cautioned, Dragon Princess, do mind your step. With a glance back at Elia, he exchanged a knowing look, indicating, you may handle the men, while I shall tend to the ladies. Rhaegar watched them depart, his gaze lingering on their intertwined hands. Elia chuckled softly, patting Rhaegar's shoulder. Cease your gaze, they have already wandered far. Now, let us discuss my earlier proposal. What are your thoughts? Rhaegar's tone turned icy, the warmth of his previous smile evaporating. An alliance is acceptable, but I cannot consent to a marriage. Elia raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Rhaegar, is this not a scenario that His Majesty would eagerly endorse? Or do you harbor some dissatisfaction with me? He replied curtly, he is he, and I am I. Even if a familial union would benefit the rule of the Seven Kingdoms, I refuse to treat my marriage so frivolously. Elia's beautiful eyes sparkled as she leaned closer to Rhaegar, her voice a gentle whisper. What if I were to say that I agree with His Majesty's proposition? Prince Rhaegar, would you be willing to take 2 queens? Rhaegar scrutinized her expression earnestly. Elia, if your intentions are for Dorne, there is truly no need for such measures. I maintain that my father is my father, and I am my own man. Once I ascend the throne, House Martell of Dorne shall stand as my most steadfast ally. Elia smiled gracefully, swiftly shifting the topic. Marriage is indeed the foundation for close collaboration between families. Rhaegar, have you considered how you would address the Lannisters, should you refuse me? The name Lannister resonates throughout the Seven Kingdoms. I have even heard whispers that His Majesty has lost his wits, and that Tywin Lannister is the true power behind the throne. Rhaegar fell silent. Elia continued. I have heard that Tywin is already on his way to fetch his precious daughter. You ought to contemplate how you will decline that empty-headed vase. As for that charming young lady, the Dragon Princess will bring you no aid, but rather a multitude of troubles. Chapter 39, The Red Viper. Oberyn Martell White Wing had only just arrived a few days prior, and she was still unfamiliar with the Red Keep, aimlessly dragging Oberyn along for a stroll. The Red Viper, still lacking the mature and charismatic demeanor he would later possess, appeared somewhat frivolous in his early 20s. He earnestly sought conversation with White Wing, attempting to enliven the atmosphere. However, topics such as fine garments, exquisite jewels, refined arts, and the dashing tales of handsome knights, all favored by noble girls, failed to engage the Targaryen princess. What, then, captivated her interest? Undeterred, Oberyn began to regale her with tales of his maritime adventures from Dorne. This topic evidently captured Princess Rhaenys' attention. She fixated her enchanting violet eyes upon Oberyn. You claim to have visited the 14 Flames? How impressive. Did you come across any remnants left by dragons? Dragon eggs? Dragon bones? Or any other peculiar artifacts? Oberyn found himself momentarily at a loss for words. How could he dare to venture ashore? That was the domain of the fearsome stone men, where any unfortunate soul who came into contact would be transformed into stone and slowly perish. Bai Ling, brimming with curiosity, continued her inquiries. Have you ever traveled to the eastern shores of Essos? I've heard it is the edge of the world. A flicker of intrigue sparked within Oberyn. This princess shared his fascination. He too had often pondered what lay at the world's end, what wonders awaited. Alas, His vessel had reached the western edge of Essos, in Volantis, but before he could reach the smoking sea, it sank, leaving him barely escaping with his life. Feeling slightly embarrassed, Oberyn rubbed his nose. My luck is truly unfortunate. I never had the opportunity to cross the summer sea to reach Essos. Perhaps the sea gods and the god of storms do not welcome outsiders in their realms. Bai Ling, though disappointed, understood the limitations imposed by the sailing technology and conditions of their time. The vast seas remained a barrier to reaching distant continents. Currently, aside from the known lands of Westeros and Essos, which is sometimes translated as Essos, the areas west of Westeros, south of the Summer Sea, and north of the Wall, as well as the far-off continent of Sithorios and the east, are all shrouded in mystery. Moreover, the prevailing societal mindset of the times stifled curiosity and exploration. The elite were engrossed in their power struggles, while the common folk focused on mere survival. No adventurers dared to traverse the mists in search of new horizons. Perhaps there had been adventurers, but they might have perished along the way, sinking to the ocean floor or becoming lost in those fog-laden realms. Bai Ling began to drift into her thoughts again. Oberyn called her name twice to no avail, prompting him to gently tap her arm. Princess Rhaenys, what occupies your mind? She stared blankly at Oberyn's face, and in an instant, his youthful and handsome visage merged with the horrific image of his demise at the foot of the Mountain of Magic. Bai Ling felt a pang of sympathy and, almost involuntarily, uttered, "Do you know? Most of us spend our lives confined to a corner, never witnessing the beauty of other places, much like a colony of ants, toiling away for mere scraps." Oberyn's heart stirred. He found himself at a loss for words. Her statement resonated deeply within him, reverberating through his soul. Strangely, despite their unfamiliarity, her words struck a chord within him. How could this person articulate his innermost thoughts and share the same lament? Oberyn turned his gaze to the horizon, contemplating how humans and ants are not so different after all. Bai Ling observed his profile. A fleeting thought of grotesque, mangled bodies flashed through her mind. And before she could reflect, the words spilled forth unbidden. You are distinct. You have traversed the far reaches of Essos, joined a mercenary company, and even crafted your own necklace in the City of Learning. Why then, do you not open your eyes and venture forth to explore the myriad of unknowns? Why must you come to King's Landing to engage in this game, and with the sorceress no less? She abruptly halted her thoughts, internally cursing her misstep. She always forgot that this was the authentic world of the Game of Thrones. Yet, flesh and blood individuals stood before her, and she found herself unable to rein in her thoughts or her tongue. Thus, the words slipped from her lips. Oberyn Martell froze, staring at White Ling, a tempest of emotions surging within him. Where had this girl heard such things? What she spoke of was unknown even to his brother and mother. What did her last statement mean about participating in a game? How could he himself be unaware of it? Oberyn Martell seemed transformed. His composure shattered as he tightened his grip on White Ling's hand. Who are you? How do you know this? Continue. White Ling was taken aback, nearly spilling the details of the duel between the Red Viper and the Mountain. Oberyn shook her, demanding answers, and in that moment, she momentarily forgot to resist. When she regained her senses, his grip had left her wrist bruised. Let go. I was speaking nonsense. I know nothing, she stammered, unable to meet Oberyn's gaze. Desperate to free herself from his imposing grasp, Oberyn lowered his voice. Do not think I am unaware. You are not a true princess, merely someone from Essos. He leaned down, threatening her, while White Ling struggled, her face pale. To an outsider, the scene was quite misleading. Stop it, Oberyn. My gods. Arya's panicked voice echoed from afar. Faster than her voice, Prince Rhaegar rushed forth like a tempest, leaving 2 Kingsguard in his wake. His golden hair flowed behind him as he hurled his sword sheath aside. Rhaegar drew his blade, poised to strike at Oberyn Martell's crown. Don't! White Ling cried out, her voice rising in alarm. The sharp tip of the sword halted just above Oberyn's forehead, a few strands of dark hair drifting to the ground. Oberyn did not appear as composed as he feigned. A bead of cold sweat trickled down his temple. He slowly released White Ling and stepped back, raising his hands as he distanced himself from her, moving towards Elia. The tip of Rhaegar's sword remained trained on Oberyn, his expression shrouded in frost. What the hell are you doing? Elia exclaimed, her anger prompting an outburst as she approached and struck her brother several times. The Red Viper remained unfazed, his gaze locked on White Ling, disregarding Rhaegar entirely. Rhaegar's formidable presence loomed, his icy gaze cutting through Oberyn like a blade. The sword's point hovered over Oberyn's neck, showing no signs of relent. White Ling interjected, blocking Rhaegar's line of sight, her voice frantic with apologies and explanations. I am sorry. It was I who spoke out of turn. Prince Oberyn has done nothing. Rhaegar sheathed his sword, gently pushing her aside. Oberyn Martell, let us proceed to the dueling grounds. I wish to witness the renowned finesse of your skill. The Red Viper was momentarily taken aback, then burst into a raucous laughter. As you wish, Rhaegar Targaryen. White Wing, flustered, interjected, I'm sorry, this is my fault. Elia Martell gently covered White Wing's mouth, whispering, hush, do not interfere in the quarrels of men, Rhaenys. A man who stands idly by while his woman is insulted is deemed a coward. Chapter 40. Impulsiveness brings trouble. As Prince Rhaegar and Oberyn Martell appeared ready to clash, Elia showed no signs of discouragement. Rather, she seemed to relish the impending confrontation. White Wing was both anxious and irritated. What are you saying? Your brother and the prince are about to duel, and you aren't worried? Elia chuckled softly, producing a small fan from seemingly nowhere and fanning herself gaily while leading White Wing away. Oh, let the men vent their exuberant energy. Rest assured, His Highness Rhaegar knows his limits. Besides, someone ought to teach that Oberyn lad some respect for women. Moreover, I am curious to witness the renowned Prince Rhaegar's prowess. Does it live up to his illustrious reputation? White Wing was left speechless. This brother and sister duo was indeed peculiar. The Red Keep possessed but one dueling arena. A vast circular stone platform, encircled by a high stone railing and accessible via long steps, making it ideal for spectators. White Wing felt a chill run down her spine. Realizing this was none other than the site where the Mountain and the Red Viper had fought, far too ominous a location. Doria, noticing her unease, took White Wing's hand, offering reassurance. Do not fear, their weapons are blunted, there will be no harm. Just as Elia had said, Rhaegar and Oberyn were wielding practice weapons. In the arena, Prince Rhaegar and Oberyn were preparing for their duel. Rhaegar had chosen a broad-bladed knightly sword, pacing slowly across the arena, executing beautiful flourishes as he fixed his gaze upon Oberyn. Oberyn, with a perpetual smirk on his face, twirled his spear with the grace of a windmill. White Wing mused that a background score from Journey to the West would be quite fitting for him. Oberyn Martell was naturally combative, yet held little regard for knightly tournaments. He had often instigated conflicts due to romantic entanglements back in Sunspear, relishing in one-on-one duels and the thrill of seduction. Upon arriving in King's Landing, he had anticipated that the knightly competition would provide an opportunity to engage in combat with skilled adversaries. Today, however, was a fortuitous chance to test his mettle against Rhaegar, who was said to have been trained by the legendary swordmaster Arthur Dayne. Though their weapons were not sharpened, the encounter was fraught with excitement. Rhaegar was a well-balanced fighter, excelling in both strength and agility, while Oberyn focused primarily on speed and dexterity. Yet, in the clashing of weapons, distance became a crucial factor. Oberyn's weapon was versatile, allowing him to both defend and attack, which gave him an advantage in maintaining distance, a factor that could lead to Rhaegar's eventual defeat if Oberyn continued to evade and maneuver. White Wing anxiously paced in circles. Elia, is there truly no way to make them stop? She turned back and forth, nearly dizzying Ilia. Neither of them would emerge victorious without losing face. How could they possibly be persuaded to cease their skirmish? You're still laughing. Think of a solution. Ilia couldn't help but chuckle at the silly expression on White Spirit's face. The child wore her thoughts so openly, exuding a charming innocence. As the Princess of Dorne, though she suffered from a hidden ailment and was somewhat frail, the Dornish were known for their martial prowess. Growing up surrounded by it, she had gained some understanding of martial arts and could discern that her brother and Rhaegar seemed to be enjoying themselves immensely. In truth, Prince Rhaegar felt similarly. Young and passionate, it was easy for them to bond in the heat of battle, likely leaving any lingering grievances behind once the fight concluded. Ilia playfully patted White Spirit on the head and teased, Do you genuinely wish for them to stop? I have an idea. They leaned in close, and as White Spirit listened, her expression shifted to one of uncertainty. Is this really a good idea? It feels a bit too contrived. Ilia mischievously tugged at White Spirit's nose. Just watch me. If I succeed, you must promise to play with me during my time in King's Landing. As Prince Rhaegar and Oberyn were engrossed in their spirited duel, they were suddenly startled by White Spirit's exaggerated scream. Ilia, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Oberyn's face paled, and he dropped his weapon, rushing out of the duel arena straight towards Ilia. There lay Princess Ilia, ashen-faced and unconscious in White Spirit's embrace. He took Ilia from White Spirit, worry etched across his features as he called out his sister's name. Ilia, what has happened to you? Prince Rhaegar approached, his expression grave as he looked at Princess Ilia. First, take her back to her chambers. I will fetch the maester immediately. Oberyn nodded, without further ado. He lifted her and departed. Prince Rhaegar followed closely, but was halted by White Spirit's voice. I'm sorry, Your Highness, it's my fault. Rhaegar forced a smile, albeit strained. Do not dwell on it. You should return now. White Spirit sensed that the prince seemed to be upset once more. She was unsure if this was a talent of hers, but since her previous life, she had been particularly adept at discerning others' emotions and was often told she possessed a pleasant disposition and high emotional intelligence. In truth, she merely instinctively sought to avoid harm and misfortune. The prince's anger felt akin to an ice cube radiating cold air on a sweltering summer day. It was an uncomfortable sensation. Yet, she could not fathom what had caused his ire, especially since she was the one frightened. Oh well, how could she hold a grudge against such a handsome prince? Just seeing his face dispelled all her ill feelings. Nonetheless, she would need to think of a way to appease him, considering he had fought Oberyn to protect her. After the ruckus, White Spirit suddenly remembered the pressing matter at hand, slapping her forehead. Oh no, I completely forgot to tell the prince about Master Varys. However, she was hesitant to approach him now, fearing further missteps. Perhaps she could ask Barbara to inquire with the steward later. Within the palace, Princess Ilia remained unconscious until the maester arrived. At this moment, the court scholar was not the lecherous old man known for his debts, but rather a dignified middle-aged man with a square face. After a brief examination, he suggested that Princess Ilia might have caught a chill from the wind, casually prescribing some herbs and advising her to keep warm before taking his leave. Bai Ling glanced up at the sun. It was the late summer, after all. It seemed that Princess Ilia's frail health was a well-known fact. After bidding farewell to Prince Rhaegar and the scholar, Oberyn glared at his sister in frustration. You nearly scared me to death just now. I thought your old ailment had returned. Ilia chuckled and reached out to stroke Oberyn's face. Oh, I was merely jesting. You are the ones who might frighten that poor girl. The Red Viper reclined, stroking his chin. That Rhaenys Targaryen seems a bit peculiar. Ilia raised an eyebrow. Oberyn's expression turned grave. She appears to know more about me than either you or mother do. She not only knew I had visited the Citadel and created the scholar's necklace, but she also mentioned many things I haven't done yet, but certainly wish to. He paused. It's rather uncanny. I intended to press her for answers, but Rhaegar interrupted me. Why does she have such insight into my affairs? She concluded by saying I would partake in a game in King's Landing, which piqued my interest. Oberyn lay on his sister's lap, perplexed. Ilia gently brushed the stray hair from his forehead, saying, but she is still just a little girl. Perhaps she heard tales of your exploits and is merely curious. I doubt it's mere childish curiosity. She must know a great deal about me. Furthermore, the term game may refer to something else entirely. Oberyn, having heard some whispers regarding Rhaenys Targaryen's lineage, was aware that not only he and Ilia, but also the Martell family of Dorne and many others in Westeros, were skeptical about the girl being of true dragon blood. Everyone believed she was merely an excuse brought by the king from Essos to thwart any marriages among the Seven Kingdoms. After all, the marriage of Prince Rhaegar Targaryen had been indefinitely postponed, and King Aerys had repeatedly rejected numerous powerful families, reaching a point where a resolution was imperative. Why was King Aerys stalling Rhaegar's marriage? Oberyn fell into deep contemplation and soon drifted off to sleep. Chapter 41. A secret gift for the Prince Ilia remained non-committal regarding her brother's remarks. The Targaryen family is, after all, the last surviving lineage from the Valyrian cataclysm. Regardless, humans who can tame dragons possess a certain mysterious ability, not only in Westeros, but rumors about the Valyrians had circulated in Essos for centuries. At the height of their power, the Valyrians were almost considered miraculous, boasting nearly 1,000 dragons. Various legends existed, claiming they could transform into dragons, communicate with spirits, or even possess foresight. In short, rumors were rampant. Oberyn sprang to his feet. Prophecies, you say? It does sound somewhat similar. Ilia, keep a closer watch on her. Ilia, taken aback, responded, you truly believe in these tales? Quite intriguing. This child seems rather entertaining. Without hesitation, Ilia set out the very next day to find Bai Ling Rhaenys. Being so young and innocent seemed quite amusing. It is evident that her character is commendable. In pursuit of Dorne's aspirations, she is willing to engage further. When Ilia arrived, Rhaenys was engrossed in sketching peculiar designs with a black charcoal pencil. The drawings resembled intricate diagrams of armor, accompanied by two uniquely styled swords that Ilia had never encountered before. Both swords featured slender, four-edged blades, with semicircular metal guards that appeared to offer excellent protection for the hands. The blueprints were annotated with specifications detailing the parameters, length, weight, and guard dimensions. Each sword's attributes distinctly varied. What is this? Ilia inquired, leaning closer to examine the meticulously crafted designs. A new weapon, perhaps? It seems suited for an assassin. Rhaenys continued to embellish the sword's guard with various ornate patterns, enhancing its aesthetic elegance. While it could indeed be classified as a weapon, the blade required specialized crafting. This sword was intended solely for competition. Competition? With such delicate and flexible blades? Elia's curiosity was piqued. Please, elaborate. Rhaenys recalled that fencing, in fact, drew inspiration from dueling. In the realm of Westeros, dueling was exceedingly commonplace. Knights and nobles would readily draw their swords over trivial disagreements, whether for honor or the affections of a lady. Moreover, duels served as a means of judgment to determine a noble's guilt, exemplified by Tyrion's infamous trial by combat. Typically, duels in that era were brutal and unforgiving. For instance, during Tyrion's first trial, the mercenary Bronn swiftly dispatched the Knight of the Eyrie and cast him down the moon door. Even the immensely popular and handsome Prince Oberyn Martell succumbed to this savage and sanguinary practice. Was there a method to resolve noble disputes that was less bloody than traditional dueling? Rhaenys was suddenly reminded of her brief participation in a fencing club during her university days. Coincidentally, there was currently no trace of this globally cherished sport in Westeros. Rhaenys contemplated introducing the art of fencing, intending it as a gesture of apology to Prince Rhaegar. With Elia's presence, she welcomed the opportunity to gather the Dornish princess's insights. Fencing, a discipline rooted in antiquity, traces its origins back to 11th century Rome, where fencing classes first emerged. In medieval Europe, it was esteemed alongside horseback riding, swimming, hunting, chess, poetry, and javelin throwing as one of the noble pursuits of knighthood. To foster the advancement of fencing techniques, various European nations established guilds and schools dedicated to the art. By the 14th century, a dazzling class of knights emerged in Spain, France, and Italy, celebrated for their exceptional swordsmanship. Consequently, nobles across Europe began to emulate this trend, leading to a fashion among the elite where disputes were frequently resolved through swordplay, determining life and death with a single stroke. Thus, it truly astonished Rhaenys that the fashionable sport of fencing had yet to make its entrance into the realm of Westeros. During her university years, she became infatuated with a senior from the fencing club, striving earnestly to impress him on the competition stage. Unfortunately, he later paired up with a beautiful cheerleader, leaving her to depart from the club, disheartened. How the past is difficult to revisit. Yet, the boys in the fencing club were undeniably handsome, tall, and graceful. They exuded an undeniable charm, each one a formidable competitor. She mused about crafting a tailored fencing outfit for Prince Rhaegar, one that would accentuate his physique. Bai Ling briefly explained to Ilya the nuances of fencing, its gameplay, and rules. Modern fencing is divided into 3 disciplines, and mastering footwork is crucial for success. The tactics of épée lean towards mental strategy and close combat, where the thrill of pursuit is exhilarating. Foil, on the other hand, demands seizing the initiative with a more intricate approach to combat. Quick reflexes are essential for responding to feints. Both épée and foil are thrusting weapons, effective only when the tip strikes the opponent. Saber differs, allowing both thrusting and cutting attacks. Bai Ling, becoming somewhat parched from her detailed explanation, decided it would be best to document the rules for everyone to review later. Ilya listened with rapt attention, realizing that this sport was tailored for the elite. Although the rules appeared simple, they required considerable skill and talent. And Bai Ling also considered the necessary protective gear. This activity combined aesthetics with martial prowess, surely captivating those nobles who scorned the brutish nature of knights. Ilya, brimming with excitement, inquired, "Who do you plan to enlist for assistance? If you lack candidates, I would be more than happy to help. Would that be too much trouble?" Bai Ling hesitated, not out of fear of disclosure, but because fencing requires not only custom weapons and protective gear, but also a specially constructed venue. Additionally, she needed someone knowledgeable in swordsmanship to serve as a scorekeeper and referee. While the enjoyment for participants was guaranteed, the preparatory work was quite substantial. Originally, she thought enlisting Prince Rhaegar would simplify matters, but Bai Ling wanted to surprise him, inviting him only once the fencing venue was ready. Ilya reassured her, "It's no trouble at all. In fact, I find it quite intriguing. Money is no object. I can help you find craftsmen for the equipment, while you secure a suitable location." Bai Ling whispered, "Could you keep this a secret from the prince?" Ilya paused for a moment before breaking into a mischievous grin. "So this is all for Prince Rhaegar, is it?" Bai Ling, feeling bashful, lowered her head in embarrassment. Noting her discomfort, Ilya ceased her teasing. "I'll take the schematics. The samples will be ready soon. When do you plan to inform the prince?" Bai Ling pondered for a moment, perhaps in a week. "I would like him to invite some friends to join in." Ilya was taken aback, initially believing that Rhaenys was merely attempting to please Rhaegar with this dual concept. It seemed she had recognized the potential impact this sport could have on the nobility, possibly seeking to align and engage various factions on the prince's behalf. Ilya nodded and tentatively requested, "That is fine, but I have one request. I hope you will allow me to promote this sport in Dawn." She could discern that this was an entirely new combat technique, one that would likely hold its own in real-world applications. This activity was not merely a source of indulgence for the aristocracy. It also served as a rare form of exercise and recreation for both knights and commoners. Chapter 42. The unreliable fiancé. Elia found herself contemplating many thoughts. Although the actual effectiveness of this newly emerged technique could only be determined upon practical demonstration, she was certain that seizing it first was the right move. Additionally, it would provide her an opportunity to strengthen her connections with Rhaenys and the prince. Furthermore, she herself was feeling rather bored and yearned for some amusement. Fencing was not an original creation of hers, and Bai Ling readily agreed. Of course, no problem. This sport originated in Spain and was even a modern Olympic event. She hoped it would gain popularity in Westeros. Perhaps it would lead to fewer duels where participants ended up grievously wounded or even dead. With a glint in her eye, Bai Ling added, "I have one more request." Elia responded, "Once the fencing is set up, could you lend me your brother for a bit?" Elia slowly set down the blueprints, regarding Bai Ling with an odd expression before making a suggestive gesture. "You want?" Bai Ling's face flushed crimson as she exclaimed, "What are you thinking?" Oberyn's skills and agility were exceptional, making him an ideal partner for testing fencing techniques. "I merely wish to duel with him." Elia sighed. "Oh, I see. Very well. A trivial matter." Bai Ling questioned, "What are you so disappointed about?" Elia, now intrigued, asked, "Why do you want to duel Oberyn? You appear so frail. Aren't you afraid he might injure you?" "Do not underestimate me. I possess some martial skills, albeit somewhat rusty. Practicing with him will surely help me regain my edge." Elia remarked, "I understand. Are you trying to help Prince Rhaegar reclaim his honor?" "Oh, my little beauty, you are simply adorable. I wish to take you back to Dorne." As Elia spoke, she began to make playful advances. Suddenly, Bai Ling recalled a significant detail. Oberyn and his paramour were both known for their duality in relationships. "Wait, stop. Don't touch me." In the end, Bai Ling and Elia reconfirmed the specific requirements for the weaponry and armor's construction, after which Bai Ling contentedly cradled the blueprints. Feeling exhausted, she pondered for a moment before sketching a design for a swift blade. As an outlier, her physical prowess was remarkable, yet this was a life-or-death secret that must remain concealed, especially when danger lurked within the Red Keep. Thus, she resolved to craft a practical weapon for herself, knowing that once she honed her fencing skills, this swift blade would serve as her secret armament. Interestingly, Arya's sewing needle from the series bore a striking resemblance to an improved stiletto. Once the designs were complete, Bai Ling rolled them up and set off to find Varys. To her surprise, the Master of Whispers resided in the depths of the Red Keep, a testament to his peculiar tastes. It was said that within the Red Keep lay countless hidden passages and secret chambers, while the depths below were filled with dungeons, torture rooms, and collapsed mazes, making it easy to become lost without a map. Hearing Bai Ling mention her intention to seek out Varys in the depths below, the maid Barbara hastily grasped her arm. "Princess, it is said that the underground of the Red Keep is haunted by vengeful spirits. It would be wise to refrain from venturing there. Allow the attendants to summon that esteemed lord instead." With a resigned sigh, Bai Ling instructed her to wait above as she proceeded alone. Despite her trepidation, Barbara grappled with her fears and ultimately lacked the courage to descend. As she traversed the spiral staircase leading downwards, the first underground level appeared to be a storage area alongside several solitary chambers. Upon her arrival, Varys stood awaiting her, an air of anticipation surrounding him. Even in the dim recesses below, his bald head gleamed as if reflecting light. He bowed slightly, greeting her with, "Good day, Princess Rhaenys." Bai Ling was not at all surprised by his foreknowledge of her visit. She extended the parchment in her hand towards him. "Varys, please ensure this reaches Master Valerion, who serves Lord Ricard." The head of the eunuchs smiled warmly, inquiring, "But Lord Ricard is not in King's Landing. How can you be certain that Master Valerion is present?" Bai Ling chuckled softly. "Is that not a question you already know the answer to? Kindly assist me. It should not be overly burdensome to locate an elderly northern lord amidst the bustling streets of Westeros." Varys' smile remained unchanged. "Of course. It is my honor to serve you. May I inquire as to the nature of this document?" He gestured toward the parchment. "I wish to have a self-defense weapon crafted. The Red Keep does harbor certain dangers," Bai Ling sighed, her words laden with implication. Varys chose not to delve deeper into her meaning, instead bending slightly to persuade her. "This is not a place suited for someone of your stature. I implore you to return." Bai Ling nodded, urging Master Valerian to take care and procure quality materials for her weapon. After all, having you act as spies should entitle me to some advantages, should it not? She remained still, her gaze penetrating the shadowy, lightless corridors, contemplating the vastness of the Red Keep's underground and the myriad hidden passages it might conceal. Varys stood silently in the shadows, and after a moment, he spoke. The princess should return. It would be wise to concern yourself more with Prince Rhaegar. Curiously, was he implying something? Indeed, it had been several days since she had last seen the prince. Bai Ling pondered, was Rhaegar still upset? Surely not. It was merely a trivial matter. Yet, perhaps it was a matter of male pride, spurred by the fact that his betrothed had defended another man? Yet, Bai Ling was somewhat mistaken. Rhaegar had been preoccupied with the tumult surrounding the port taxes, embroiled in a frenzy of activity. King Aerys, due to some absurd historical grievances, took pleasure in ensnaring his hand of the king with obstacles, while simultaneously forbidding Tywin from departing. Rhaegar would not be surprised if Tywin Lannister eventually reached his breaking point and revolted. This year, White Harbor, Seagull Harbor, and Lannisport had all suffered from unprecedented storms. Originally, Tywin had taken it upon himself to reduce the port taxes to soothe the aggrieved nobility and merchants. However, Aerys abruptly intervened, not only doubling the taxes imposed on the ports, but also imposing docking and repair fees on passing merchant vessels, threatening confiscation of property for noncompliance. Now, Tywin's council meetings were rife with dissent, with numerous individuals approaching Prince Rhaegar to lodge complaints and plead for mercy. Rhaegar harbored suspicions that his father intended to humiliate Tywin, compelling him to grovel before the sovereign for mercy. He believed that intervening would only complicate matters further. In light of this, it was not that Prince Rhaegar was perpetually in a state of anger. Rather, he was simply indifferent to Rhaenys' peculiar antics, having neither the time nor the inclination to concern himself with her. However, upon learning that Rhaenys intended to engage in a form of fencing with Elia and challenge Oberyn Martell to a duel, Rhaegar was both amused and exasperated. At times, he found it utterly baffling to comprehend Rhaenys' thought process. She was unlike any ordinary girl. As long as he did not seek her out, she would remain confined to her quarters, showing little desire for leisure. Despite the joy of her not disturbing him, her demeanor was rather drab for a young woman. This time, she had taken up a new interest, but it appeared she had first conferred with Elia. When had their relationship grown so amicable? He inquired of Arthur whether he was familiar with fencing and what sort of duel Rhaenys and Prince Oberyn were planning. Arthur Dane shook his head, expressing disinterest. What was entertaining about a scuffle between novices and women? It was merely child's play. After pondering for a moment, Rhaegar's curiosity piqued concerning this fencing endeavor. Let us go witness this so-called fencing, he declared. Upon ascertaining Rhaenys' whereabouts, Rhaegar, accompanied by 2 Kingsguard, was about to depart when he received distressing news. Cersei Lannister, Tywin's daughter, had arrived in King's Landing. Chapter 43. The White Spirit's grand display. Upon hearing of Cersei's arrival, Rhaegar let out a deep sigh. If Lord Tywin had summoned him to discuss the resolution of port taxes, he would have gladly obliged. Yet, with Cersei present, he knew escaping would be a challenge. At times, he marveled at the Lannisters. The king's 2 prior rejections had been glaringly humiliating, yet this father-daughter duo continued to pursue him fervently. He had initially thought that once he wed, Cersei would relent, but the woman had even indicated her willingness to be a mistress, which was a source of great vexation for Rhaegar. The crown prince's marriage was dictated by the king, and Rhaegar found himself largely indifferent to the identity of his bride. She could be vain, foolish, or even unattractive, but she must never possess a cruel heart. The last time Cersei Lannister had graced the Red Keep, she had concocted a pretext to mar the face of a poor maid simply because she had seen Rhaegar smile at the girl a few times. At that time, Cersei had barely been 10 years old, if not for her fortunate paternal lineage. Rhaegar's cupbearer cautiously interjected, "Your Highness, Lord Tywin has sent for you once again." This marks the 3rd summons. Rhaegar had no choice but to set aside matters concerning Rhaenys and tend to Tywin and Cersei. Before he knew it, the day of the fencing exhibition had arrived. With the king also in attendance, the transformed hall was nearly besieged by nobles clad in golden robes, forming layers of spectators. Only those of high rank or close to the king were permitted to witness the event, leaving the eager onlookers outside in disappointment. Since acquiring the sword and armor, the White Spirit quickly regained the sensation of practicing fencing from a previous life. In the final days, she immersed herself in the fencing academy, practicing diligently. Ilya observed from the sidelines, dragging Oberyn along to witness the spectacle. The Red Viper and his sister had wagered a bet, agreeing to accompany Bai Ling in a match. He initially perceived this fencing duel as merely a light-hearted engagement with a girl, underestimating Rhaenys as an opponent. However, after observing her training, Oberyn's demeanor shifted to one of gravity. Following several days of observation, the prince's attitude transformed from indifference to one of preparedness. This event served as an official opportunity to introduce the art of fencing to the nobles of King's Landing, and Bai Ling had prepared with utmost seriousness. As she returned to the sport, she quickly became engrossed, nearly forgetting that this was a ceremonial affair, rediscovering the exhilarating and captivating sensations that once filled her. During her practice, memories from her past life flooded back, evoking the passionate youth that had once brought her tears and laughter. It was only upon seeing Prince Rhaegar today that she recalled their prolonged absence from each other. Regrettably, her feelings of longing abruptly ceased upon witnessing the prince alongside his companions. Wait a moment, who is that golden-haired girl practically glued to Rhaegar? Her demeanor was shockingly casual and oblivious. Even as the prince's fiancée, she had never been so intimately close to him. This girl not only clung to his arm, but also seemed to inadvertently press against him with her bosom. Tywin stood beside her, and the resemblance in their golden hair and features made their relationship unmistakable. Yet, he allowed his daughter to act so frivolously with the prince, even displaying a look of satisfaction to others. Did he consider her, his betrothed, to be merely a decorative ornament? The detestable Lannisters ignited a fierce anger within Bai Ling, causing her to wield her foil with precision, the blade slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Her expression grew increasingly frigid. The elongated fencing arena was situated in the center of the Great Hall, its spacious surroundings marked by white lines defining the rectangular area. The King's Guard stood unwaveringly at the front of the audience, serving as both judges and protectors of the royal family. The king had also arrived, casting meaningful glances at the overly affectionate Cersei and Rhaegar, yet he seemed oblivious to her disrespectful behavior. As the duel was about to commence, the audience's attention was entirely fixated on Rhaegar and Cersei. They whispered among themselves, gossiping about the ambiguous nature of their relationship, completely disregarding everything else. Ilya was assisting her brother in preparation. He was still adjusting to the round-headed soft sword and the tightly wrapped helmet. Following Bai Ling's line of sight, Ilya spotted Prince Rhaegar and the woman clinging to him. How could this Lannister woman still harbor hopes? She had returned to King's Landing. Turning her gaze back to Bai Ling, Ilya noted her evident anger as she swung her sword with alarming ferocity. Quietly, Ilya whispered to her brother, warning him that Rhaenys was furious, advising him to be cautious. Jealous women can lose their reason. What? Oberyn queried, puzzled, until he followed his sister's gaze and quickly comprehended. Narrowing his eyes, he echoed Ilya's sentiment. Why is that woman back again? Ilya replied nonchalantly, echoing their mother's thoughts. She is unwilling to relinquish Rhaegar. Oberyn raised an eyebrow and smiled. It seems you have lost interest in the prince. Or has your mother's proposal been rejected by him? Ilya fiercely picked up her fan and playfully tapped her brother's head. I know you still ask. Go on, but be careful. The scorekeeper was a knight from House Martell and a master of swordsmanship. The judges were somewhat unexpected. Besides the captain of the King's Landing Knights, there was also a strikingly attractive Braavosi with deep brown eyes and curly brown hair. White Ling was momentarily taken aback. It was surprising that Varys had chosen a Braavosi to officiate the duel. Everyone in the hall was awaiting the spectacle, eager to see what the princess, personally appointed by the king, intended to do. No one believed that the princess genuinely wished to duel the Red Viper. Surely, there were ulterior motives. Perhaps the princess merely sought amusement, wishing to entertain the king alongside her followers and the Dornishman. King Aerys surveyed the surroundings and inquired in a low tone. Shall we commence? Where's Rhaenys? A graceful figure clad in a deep brown leather gambeson approached the fencing arena, adorned with a honeycomb-patterned full helmet. The swordsman removed the helmet, revealing a visage strikingly similar to that of Rhaegar Targaryen. Cersei squinted, whispering something to Tywin. White Ling raised her rapier in salute to King Aerys and proclaimed, Your Majesty, before the duel begins, may I take a moment to briefly introduce the art of fencing? Aerys nodded. Proceed. Instead of outlining the rules of fencing directly, White Ling unexpectedly recounted an unrelated anecdote. A few days ago, I heard a sorrowful tale. The esteemed Ser Seven of King's Landing and Boros Royce, the second son of House Royce, dueled over the affections of a beautiful lady, with the unfortunate Ser Seven meeting a gruesome end. Additionally, just last month, the Bracken and Blackwood families clashed over seating arrangements at a court banquet, resulting in the valiant sacrifice of 5 knights in the arena. There have been numerous tragedies stemming from martial contests, which I shall not enumerate. These courageous knights did not perish on the battlefield nor fulfill their loyalty to your majesty. Instead, They fell victim to trivial disputes, causing you great sorrow. The nobles and princes directed their gaze towards King Ares, who nodded in agreement. Today, your majesty has graciously permitted me to introduce a new form of duel, fencing. This method poses no threat to life, yet demands a higher level of skill and strategy, making it a more complex form of combat. Fencing allows knights to determine victory while showcasing their martial prowess, ensuring that no one will easily perish in the name of honor. Bai Ling ceased her idle chatter, donned her helmet, and positioned herself at one end of the fencing platform. Meanwhile, Oberyn, also clad in a black mask and helmet, eagerly awaited his turn. He swung his broadsword, saying, "Well articulated. But do not forget our wager." Bai Ling suspected that Oberyn might not have fully grasped the rules. She wielded a rapier while he brandished a broadsword. "Wait," Bai Ling interjected, "let us provide the prince with a rapier." Indeed, Oberyn appeared utterly bewildered, prompting Bai Ling to let out a deep sigh. Since he was disinclined to review the rules, she could not be blamed for taking advantage of the novice. The eunuch Varys leaned close to the king's ear, meticulously explaining the intricacies of the fencing rules. Having memorized them thoroughly, he could discern the practical significance of a fencing duel or competition through his discerning eye. This was undoubtedly a remarkable innovation. Bai Ling and Oberyn had already begun to cautiously test each other, her movements graceful and fluid, as if the circular sword tip possessed a life of its own. Targeting the vulnerabilities in Oberyn's defense, the Red Serpent, too, displayed agility, quick of eye and hand. They exchanged offense and defense in a blur, their actions nearly imperceptible. King Aerys found himself utterly confounded. While he could follow Varys' explanation of the rules, the actual combat left him bewildered. He summoned the intrepid Balistan to his side, incessantly peppering him with questions, demanding live commentary. "Why does Rhaenys employ such a low-centered footwork?" the king inquired. "To maintain stability," came the reply. "How do we determine victory or defeat? Why do they tie a long rope behind them?" Balistan faltered. The king waved his hand dismissively. "Never mind. Varys, you explain." It is said that an outsider watches the spectacle, while an insider perceives the subtleties. Anyone with a modicum of martial knowledge could recognize the elements of the fencing sport. Suddenly, Bai Ling accelerated her movements, lowering her body to a near squat and propelling herself forward with 2 rapid strides. The tip of her sword left a white chalk mark on Oberyn's shoulder in an instant. Although Oberyn's eyes tracked the sword's trajectory, his body did not react in time. It was too swift. Riga could hardly comprehend what had transpired. Squinting and tilting his head, he asked Arthur Dayne, "What just happened?" Arthur Dayne remained fixated on the arena, ignoring him. "It seems someone mentioned boredom earlier," Riga remarked. The atmosphere in the arena grew increasingly tense, and the audience began to grasp the rules of the fencing duel, immersing themselves in the thrilling exchange of attacks and defenses. Bai Ling was scoring overwhelmingly. Prince Oberyn, despite his martial prowess, found every attempt at offense flawlessly countered by Princess Rhaenys. She moved like an elf dancing through the woods, her graceful form captivating all eyes. Chapter 44. The quarrel. The outcome of the match was devoid of suspense, as the esteemed Prince of Dorne was nearly ground into the earth by Bai Ling. Aside from a few points scored during the heavy sword bout, his performance in the foil and saber matches was pitifully one-sided. Yet, Bai Ling was aware that Oberyn was likely to be holding back. In a life-and-death contest, she would probably last mere seconds before succumbing. Moreover, Oberyn was notoriously skilled with poison. Thinking of the Game of Thrones series incited her frustration. Why confront the mountain directly when one could simply wait for him to succumb to his own toxins? This fencing match was primarily intended to win Oberyn Martell's wager, a small bet among Elia, Oberyn, and Bai Ling beforehand. Thus, Bai Ling did not adopt the scoring method of modern Olympics, but rather simplified it into a best-of-5 format, with the first to reach 20 points declared the victor. Familiarity with the rules is but one aspect. However, Rhaenys matched Prince Oberyn in speed and reflexes, which elicited admiration and delight in his eyes. Although he knew that he could never truly be defeated in combat, it was imperative to exhibit gentlemanly decorum in the presence of such beauty, especially the future queen, Rhaenys. Oberyn was far from disheartened. He smiled and congratulated the fair lady, acknowledging her exceptional fencing skills as befitting the betrothed of Prince Rhaegar. Surely, such prowess would prove formidable even in actual combat. Rhaenys sheathed her sword, exuding strength and confidence, her beautiful violet eyes shimmering with excitement. Yet, she acknowledged that there was still a gap when it came to practical application, as the primary purpose of the rapier was competition. After several bouts, the spectators were utterly entranced, having not anticipated such thrilling and captivating displays of fencing. The most astonishing of all was Princess Rhaenys. Her fencing skills were not honed in a mere short span of time. Some harbored doubts, believing that the Dornishman had deliberately lost the match to curry favor with Rhaenys and thus ingratiate himself with Prince Rhaegar. As it was thought impossible for a woman to best a man in swordsmanship, Rhaegar fell into contemplation, curious about the circumstances that had endowed his fiancée with such remarkable skills. Had he been the one to take the field instead of the Red Viper, the outcome likely would not have differed. All astonished, admiring, and envious gazes converged upon the young, beautiful, and vibrant Princess Rhaenys. In Cersei's heart, a serpent named Envy writhed and hissed. She clutched Prince Rhaegar's arm tightly, drawing his attention and exclaiming, "How can a woman like this be your betrothed?" Sweating and fighting like a brutish man, Rhaegar paid her no mind, but the Kingsguard, Ser Jon Darry, voiced his dissent. "Lady Cersei, you misunderstand. A woman with such skill is indeed worthy of respect." It was said that in the free cities of another continent, particularly in Braavos, there existed clandestine assassin organizations specializing in the art of killing, with many cold-hearted masters of assassination being women. Infuriated at being deemed ignorant, Cersei clenched her teeth and shot a glare at Jon, then turned her venomous gaze upon the fair lady. She loathed such a beautiful woman who sought the limelight. Meanwhile, White Lynn and Oberyn had changed into fresh attire and were conversing with the king, who was in high spirits and jesting about the Dornishman's lack of skill. Oberyn, unfazed, seized the opportunity to extol the Targaryen bloodline, eliciting a more favorable countenance from King Aerys. The king praised Rhaenys and granted her request to establish a fencing academy in the noble district of King's Landing before departing with his Kingsguard. Nobles began to gather in small groups, curious to engage with White Lynn and Elia. Many young people expressed interest in the fencing matches and even took to the field to try their hand at a few rounds. They were eager to learn about White Lynn's instructor and inquired if she would be willing to teach in King's Landing. With a hint of regret, White Lynn explained that her teacher was wandering in Essos, a free swordsman. As for the fencing courses and the fencing hall established for the nobility, the decision rests with the prince. Those seeking to gain favor or wishing to invest should approach Prince Rhaegar. The nobles surged towards Rhaegar, catching him somewhat off guard. Bai Ling ambled over and addressed Cersei, who was clinging to Rhaegar, saying, "My dear lady, might I request you to release my fiancé?" She tilted her head and teasingly remarked, "I can certainly appreciate the allure of Prince Rhaegar, but I hope you can understand the slight jealousy of his betrothed." The crowd erupted into good-natured laughter, thoroughly entertained by the spectacle. Cersei's face flushed crimson, reluctantly releasing Rhaegar and retreating to her father's side. Bai Ling confidently resumed her previous position, linking her arm with the prince's and casting a defiant glance at Cersei. Prince Rhaegar looked down at Bai Ling, a smile gracing his eyes. Cersei's face contorted with anger, and just as she seemed poised to charge forward again, Tywin's stern gaze pinned her in place. The esteemed prime minister approached the prince to bid him a polite farewell, not once casting a glance in Bai Ling's direction, as if she were invisible. This left Bai Ling feeling quite vexed. Truly, the arrogance of the Lannisters was remarkable. Upon leaving the fencing hall, Bai Ling quickly released Rhaegar's arm. In her moment of bravado to provoke Cersei, her courage had faltered now that they were alone. Rhaegar grasped her gently yet firmly, leisurely stating, "Do you not intend to offer me an explanation?" Bai Ling, unable to break free from the prince's grip, turned her head defiantly, refusing to explain. "I do not wish to converse with you." Rhaegar found this response rather intriguing. He had never before been treated in such a manner by a woman. Reflecting on how she had silenced Cersei earlier, he had witnessed her fiery disposition. She had grown bolder, not only orchestrating such an event behind his back, but also daring to engage in a competition with Oberyn. The prince's irritation grew as he pondered. "You hold such admiration for that Dornish rogue, even organizing a fencing match in his honor?" Bai Ling turned her head, incredulous, retorting, "For him? Don't even speak of me. You yourself are entangled with Cersei." "Do not use such vulgar language," Rhaegar admonished, his expression stern. "There is nothing between Cersei and me. She is still a child." Bai Ling laughed in disbelief. "A child? She's practically grown on you." Rhaegar released her, his lips pressed into a tight line. Their conversation had devolved into confusion and meaninglessness. As his future wife, should Rhaenys not trust him? With the king creating chaos daily, treating state affairs as mere trifles to embarrass Tywin, he truly did not wish to squander time on trivial jealousies between women. "I believe we should cease discussing such meaningless topics," Rhaegar stated coldly. "We are already betrothed. You are my only future wife, and everyone else is inconsequential." After a brief pause, he added, "I will not concern myself with whom you associate closely, as long as you do not overstep." With that, the prince turned on his heel and strode away, a small entourage of gold-clad attendants hastening to follow him. Arthur Dane in his white armor and cloak, along with Jon and others, followed closely behind. A soft murmur of admiration floated on the wind. Well played. Bai Ling's face was devoid of color, her spirit somewhat disoriented. The prince's final remark struck her heart like a whip, igniting feelings of pain and sorrow. What was he insinuating? How did he perceive her? Did he regard her as a person leading a life of debauchery akin to that of a medieval noble? How had matters devolved to such a state? Initially, she merely wished to prevent Prince Rhaegar from engaging in further duels with others. She realized she knew nothing of Rhaegar, nor could she comprehend the attitude he displayed. Was it possible that, in his eyes, marriage was merely a task to be fulfilled, devoid of any emotional significance? A cough from Oberyn interrupted her thoughts, prompting Bai Ling to hastily wipe her face and straighten her posture, feigning nonchalance. Chapter 45. The prophecy revisited. The Red Viper intended to inquire about the wager, but upon discovering Rhaenys embroiled in a quarrel with the prince, he chose to conceal himself amidst the flowers. Rhaenys' sorrow appeared remarkably restrained. Her eyes were slightly reddened, yet they sparkled with clarity. A solitary tear poised at the corner like a dewdrop glistening on a petal in the morning sun. Though her complexion was pale, she stood resolutely upright, her swan-like neck stretching with determination. She exuded resilience, an inner fire radiating from her being. Oberyn was suddenly reminded of flowers that, washed by the storm yet still blooming defiantly, emerged from the aftermath of a tempest. Something gently fell upon his heart's lake, stirring within him a sense of compassion. Oberyn gazed deeply into her violet eyes. You triumphed in the duel. Elia has sent me to fulfill my promise. Bai Ling turned her attention to the Red Viper, whose wild and handsome visage bore a hint of tenderness. She hesitated momentarily before averting her gaze. Oberyn, take Elia back to Dorne. Oberyn, perplexed, asked why? Is it because of Rhaegar? Tell me the reason, and what you left unsaid before. Can you see something? Bai Ling felt an overwhelming fatigue and opted for honesty. Yes, I can perceive some indistinct images. If Elia remains, she will meet a tragic demise. Years hence, King's Landing will be engulfed in raging wildfire, claiming countless lives. Wildfire. Even the Red Viper, who prided himself on his audacity, was shaken by her words. He hurriedly inquired, War? Who is at war with whom? Bai Ling shook her head, offering no further explanation. For Elia's sake, you must return to Dorne. You must be explicit. Relying on vague prophetic hints will not dissuade the Queen of Dorne from pursuing the alliance. Bai Ling felt disheartened. She knew her assertions lacked foundation, but could only strive to patch the gaps. She resorted to invoking the supernatural. Oberyn, consider the current state of affairs in Westeros. War is indeed looming. I speak not in jest. Are you familiar with the Lord of Light? The divine can bestow omens amidst flames. I have had the fortune of glimpsing certain visions. Oberyn stroked his chin in silence, neither confirming nor denying his belief in her invocation of the Lightbringer. However, from the present dynamics among the Seven Kingdoms, it was evident that the Mad King was exacerbating tensions with the Lannisters, disregarding the interests of the great houses, while simultaneously stifling the heir's power. This was indeed the most perplexing aspect of the situation. How can one perceive Prince Rhaegar as an exceptionally sagacious heir, yet wonder why the Mad King harbors such trepidation towards his own son? Supporters of Rhaegar remain in a state of dormancy. However, should the king persist in his antagonism and vigilance against him, chaos and war are likely to ensue. Yet his departure seems inconsequential, while for Elia, it is an entirely different matter. As a Dornish princess, she arrives with a purpose. The Queen of Dorne would never allow them to retreat for an insubstantial reason. Oberyn paced like a caged beast, suddenly lifting his gaze to inquire, And what of you? Do you not fear for your own safety? Surprised, Baelish thought Oberyn would not regard her with such concern or delve deeper. She shook her head. I shall not go anywhere. I will remain by Rhaegar's side. Oberyn, with a complex expression, replied, I will ponder your suggestion and discuss it with Elia. Is there anything else you wish to convey? Baelish hesitated before shaking her head in a negative response. After Oberyn departed, Baelish wandered aimlessly through the garden, realizing that many events were unfolding contrary to her expectations. Rhaegar's demeanor, in particular, wounded her deeply. In her past life, she had suffered from profound social anxiety and felt inadequate, which hindered her from approaching boys she admired. She merely observed from a distance. Her two unrequited infatuations had ended without fruition. In Rhaegar's presence, she often felt small and insignificant, making it hard to fathom that she had actually arrived in King's Landing in this world of ice and fire, and had truly become his betrothed. Yet now it appeared that they were indeed mismatched, with divergent thoughts and values, compounded by objective circumstances that forbade their union. Perhaps she should not have remained in King's Landing, but instead returned to Lyanna's side. A tinge of regret washed over her. The following morning, Barbara and the handmaidens busily flitted about in joyous commotion, assisting Rhaenys in organizing the pile of precious gifts bestowed upon her by the prince. As Baelish partook of her breakfast, they gathered around her like cheerful little birds, chattering away. "Princess, the prince's steward has just instructed you to attend the evening's banquet. The Prime Minister's son has returned to King's Landing, and His Majesty has arranged a welcome for him." Tyrion Lannister's son? A vivid image flashed in Baelish's mind of a valiant knight brandishing a spear as he charged towards a dragon. Her thoughts began to wander. Cersei's twin brother, the heir of Casterly Rock, Jaime Lannister, has returned to King's Landing? The moments that lingered in Baelish's memory of Jaime were those of him charging alone towards the dragon Drogon amidst a backdrop of ash and ruin, and his confessional exchange with the beautiful Brienne in the bath regarding regicide. These poignant glimpses had successfully redeemed the man who forsook everything for love, despite the fact that his affection for Cersei was both twisted and unorthodox. This reckless love remained an object of yearning, provided the lovers were deemed normal. If Baelish recalled correctly, Jaime had yet to don the white cloak and become a member of the Kingsguard, intended to be the heir of Casterly Rock. He remained an innocent youth, idolizing the Dawn Sword god while harboring dreams of knighthood. The maidservants continued their animated chatter around Bai Ling, while Barbara sighed as she compared her hair to that of the princess. "Your Highness has been exceedingly busy of late. The artisans and seamstresses have inquired about your wedding attire several times. Your bridal gown has yet to be finalized, and time is of the essence." Bai Ling, taken aback, questioned whether it was not too early to begin preparations, given that the wedding was not until next year. Barbara, exasperated, retorted, as the future wife of the crown prince, "How could you possibly limit your wardrobe to just a few gowns? The ones sent by the prince may not suffice. You must not go anywhere. Select your preferred styles post-haste." "Very well," Bai Ling nodded repeatedly, her enthusiasm for adornment somewhat lacking. However, she soon reconsidered. It would indeed be a pity not to enhance her current appearance, and she began to anticipate various delightful dresses. In her previous life, she had always yearned to wear ethereal hanfu and Rococo-inspired gowns, but her figure had once been unfit for such attire. Now, however, she was confident it would suit her. As she contemplated the enchanting garments, her spirits lifted, casting aside her earlier discontent. A maid entered, announcing, "Your Highness, Princess Ilia and the prince have arrived." While Barbara was busy styling her hair, Bai Ling nodded stiffly, instructing them to let Ilia in and to ask the prince to wait a moment. Ilia burst in with fervor, her attire still striking and cool, a white feather fan in hand. "Why are you still dawdling?" she exclaimed, picking up Bai Ling's garments one by one, criticizing, "What are you wearing? It's neither sensual nor elegant. It resembles a nun's habit. Your beauty should not be squandered." "Is it really that exaggerated?" Bai Ling felt a bit embarrassed. Barbara seemed to find a kindred spirit in Ilia, exclaiming, "You are absolutely right, Your Highness. The princess relies on her looks, yet neglects her appearance." Beautiful? Bai Ling was not particularly fond of mirrors. She always felt that her face was borrowed, incongruous with her inner self. Barbara continued to lament, "Please, do tell us more about our princess. She never bothers to dress up. Just lets her hair down and rushes out. This is the Red Keep, where the prince and his majesty reside. She dresses simply and avoids jewelry, deeming it a hassle. Which noble lady doesn't adorn herself beautifully to catch the prince's eye? Just look at Miss Cersei Lannister, nearly draped in gold." Bai Ling covered her forehead, speechless. "Enough, enough. Please, my head is spinning." Under the combined pressure of Barbara and Ilia, Bai Ling finally adorned herself with several pounds of exquisite jewelry, preparing to attend the banquet. Yet, Ilia still appeared somewhat dissatisfied. "I shall return tomorrow to assist you in selecting your gown." Goodness. A woman who neglects her appearance is akin to a knight going into battle without armor. As she stepped out of the small chamber, Oberon greeted her politely. Today, Ilia seemed entirely unchanged. Bai Ling surmised that Oberon had yet to share the counsel regarding their departure from King's Landing with her. Chapter 46. The jealous little wolf. Bai Ling and Ilia strolled hand in hand into the banquet hall, accompanied by Oberon, who gallantly escorted them like a knight. The tales of Rhaenys' valor had spread throughout King's Landing, and many were eager to catch a glimpse of the renowned swordswoman. Along the way, she garnered numerous admiring glances. Had Ilia and Oberon not been by her side, she would have surely been besieged by admirers. Prince Rhaegar awaited them at the entrance of the hall, clad in a black silk shirt, a golden clasp securing his splendid velvet cloak. The collar of his shirt was slightly open, revealing prominent collarbones, the sort that could support a mobile phone. A delicate golden badge of a three-headed dragon adorned his chest, the dragon's eyes exquisitely crafted from gemstones. He nodded in acknowledgement to Ilya and Oberon, his arms slightly bent, inviting Bai Ling to link arms with him. Together, they proceeded slowly into the hall. But Bai Ling maintained her gaze elsewhere, deliberately avoiding looking at him. Everyone they encountered greeted the prince warmly, and several noble ladies curtsied to Bai Ling. She returned their greetings with a smile, though she was too indifferent to speak. An air of silence enveloped them, neither daring to break it. Rhaenys no longer smiled at Rhaegar, nor did she gaze at him with the entrancing depth of her knight-like eyes, which irked him somewhat. "You shouldn't be so close to the Dornish," Rhaegar could not help but remark. "You are my betrothed. Others may misinterpret this as a declaration of my feelings." Bai Ling finally regarded him directly. "Ilya is my friend. The Queen of Dorne wishes for me to marry Ilya, and I would not oppose taking a princess as my bride," he replied. Though Rhaenys was not of the Targaryen line, she had lands and a title, which made her akin to a true princess. Noticing Rhaenys' confusion, Rhaegar clarified, "Father has given his consent. They all wish for me to take two queens." He turned his gaze to Bai Ling, awaiting her response. After a prolonged silence, the imagined scene of her jealousy did not materialize. Instead, she lowered her head and softly replied, "That sounds fine. I have no objections." In truth, Ilya was Rhaegar's rightful wife, and Bai Ling was merely an impostor. Rhaegar furrowed his brow slightly, releasing her hand with a polite yet distant demeanor. They each took their seats, and no further words were exchanged. Nor did they dare to meet each other's eyes. A pang of pain gripped Bai Ling's heart, akin to a sharp object prodding at her. She realized that she ought not to harbor such feelings for Prince Rhaegar. One could hardly expect the future ruler of a feudal dynasty to remain wholly faithful, nor to treat all women with indifference. Besides, what right did she have to demand such fidelity from Rhaegar? She endeavored to suppress her affections for him, but her attempts were futile. Rhaegar appeared to be vexed. Was this not the response he desired? The king had yet to arrive, and guests continued to trickle into the banquet. Lord Tywin engaged in lively conversation at the entrance, each guest respectfully greeting him before taking their seats. At last, Lord Tywin's children made their tardy entrance. The golden-haired Jaime protected his sister as they walked ahead. Today, Cersei was even more beautiful than the rumors suggested, her jewel-encrusted headpiece complementing her flowing golden locks with a dazzling brilliance. The emeralds embedded within it harmonized flawlessly with her radiant blue eyes. A smile adorned her face, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Prince Rhaegar. The young Jaime appeared spirited, possessing the same golden hair and blue eyes characteristic of House Lannister. Unlike his sister, however, Jaime's eyes searched the crowd for something elusive. Upon reaching the prince, they bowed in respect. Jaime, unable to contain his eagerness, inquired, "Your Highness, why have we not seen His Majesty the King and the Kingsguard, nor Ser Arthur Dayne?" Rhaegar smiled and replied, "His Majesty shall arrive shortly. The Kingsguard must remain with him. You will soon have the pleasure of meeting Ser Arthur Dayne." Young Jaime captured the attention of the onlookers. His features bore a hint of femininity, his eyes slightly smaller than Cersei's, yet his nose was more pronounced. Standing beside Cersei, he was not overshadowed by her beauty. Rather, his youthful charm added a touch of endearment, reminiscent of a young Leonardo DiCaprio. At this moment, Jaime was far more adorable than Cersei, a veritable fresh-faced youth. The boy was tall yet slender, adorned with the Lannister lion embroidered on his chest, and he exhibited a slight nervousness while conversing with the prince. There was no trace of the arrogant demeanor he would later embody. At last, the king arrived, with Varys closely following. The king's guard entered in succession, prepared to guard the king even during the feast, a somewhat arduous task. The moment Jaime spotted Ser Arthur Dayne, his eyes lit up, and he rushed forward. "Ser Arthur, I have returned." The king suddenly darkened his expression, as if about to chastise the impudent youth before him. Prince Rhaegar swiftly interjected, "Jaime, do not delay in reporting your accomplishments to His Majesty. Have you captured the remnants of the Brotherhood?" Realizing his eagerness was misplaced, Jaime hastily knelt before the king to deliver his report. "All the accomplices of the Smiling Knight have been executed. His lieutenant and the captain of the archers fled to the Riverlands, where they were captured and slain by the knights of Lord Hoster." The king scoffed, expressing disdain that such traitors had escaped so far. "Jaime Lannister, it seems your reputation for genius is unmerited." Tywin replied calmly, "He is but a child. It is mere flattery from outsiders. He still has a long way to go compared to Prince Rhaegar and Ser Arthur." King Aerys waved his hand dismissively, signaling the commencement of the banquet. As the music began to play, the guests raised their cups to indulge in the festivities. Nobles and knights formed clusters, engaging in conversation and laughter. Observing that most were gathered around Tywin and his children, particularly Cersei, who was captivated by Rhaegar. The king's countenance darkened further, causing a palpable hesitation among the guests who dared not approach with compliments or conversation. It was evident that the king was impatient with the throngs of merriment. After consuming a few cups of wine, he and the queen withdrew from the gathering. Only then did the atmosphere relax, and the feast gradually transformed into a lively celebration. Taking advantage of the prince's absence, Elia leaned closer to Balan and whispered, "What happened between you and Rhaegar? Did you have a quarrel? Both of your faces look rather grim." The smile on Prince Rhaegar's face appeared quite strained. Balan, having consumed several glasses of unpleasant wine, felt slightly dizzy and bluntly replied, "Yes, it's because of you." Elia was momentarily taken aback by her frankness. How could this child be so lacking in subtlety? Furrowing her brow, she inquired, "Is it about the marriage with Dorne? Did Rhaegar tell you?" While pouring herself another drink, Balan sighed. "He did, and I even congratulated him." Elia nearly choked on her breath. She dragged Balan out of the banquet and onto a small terrace, intending to clarify how this pair of adversaries had come to quarrel. "I think you've lost your mind. Prince Rhaegar has long since rejected me. Besides, as handsome as he is not my type." Balan, feeling indignant, started to shout, "How can you not like someone as handsome, tall, and cool as Rhaegar? He is a diamond-level bachelor." "Lower your voice," Elia cautioned, covering her mouth. "Do you want to summon everyone over?" Balan began to sob, her crying not only sounding unattractive, but also punctuated by frequent chokes. Elia could easily tell that she was drunk. "How many glasses did you have?" "Just enough to wet your throat." Balan clung to Elia, lamenting, "I envy you so much. If I were you, how wonderful it would be to marry the prince and bear him children. Why couldn't I have been you?" The more Elia listened, the more perplexed she became. Many of Rhaenys' words were beyond her comprehension. However, she grasped the general meaning of a few phrases, particularly the one about envying her ability to marry the prince. But what on earth did she mean by bear children? Chapter 47. The love-hate relationship between Martell and Lannister. Rhaenys succumbed to several glasses of wine, compelling Elia to reluctantly summon a maid to carry her back to her residence. As for the drunken ramblings she uttered, Elia paid them no mind. Once the group departed the terrace, a golden-haired figure stealthily emerged from behind a stone pillar. Jaime Lannister observed the stumbling party with a contemplative expression. Balan remained inebriated until the following noon, with the exception of Elia, who had promised to come and assist with the fitting of her garments, and an unexpected visitor, Jaime Lannister. When Balan finally emerged, she found Elia playfully bantering with a boy several years her junior, or rather, simply amusing him. "What wind brought the young master of House Lannister here? Shouldn't you be trailing behind Arthur, begging for sweets?" Jaime replied with a smile, "I have come for the art of swordsmanship." "But isn't the Princess of Dorne unappealing to Prince Rhaegar, prompting you to seek favor with his betrothed?" Elia, with her wealth of experience, wielded a sharper tongue than the young boy could muster. "In terms of scheming, I cannot possibly compete with your sister Cersei, the fairest maiden of the Seven Kingdoms, who would practically package herself as a gift to present to the prince." Jaime's expression shifted suddenly. "You?" Balan exclaimed, "Oh dear." She recoiled, unwilling to provoke Jaime further, fearing the repercussions. At this time, Cersei was indeed infatuated with Rhaegar, and the original text even described how, in comparison to Rhaegar, the handsome Jaime appeared much like a mere shepherd. Jaime was undoubtedly infuriated. Elia had already spotted the hiding Rhaenys, yet she persisted with her remarks. "Lord Tywin is quite the strategist, having just rejected my request for a marriage alliance with the Queen of Dorne. He swiftly sends Cersei to Prince Rhaegar's side. Even if he has a fiancée, it matters not. Who could resist the allure of the fairest maiden in the Seven Kingdoms? With a little persuasion, perhaps the situation could be turned to our advantage." Jaime's face flushed crimson with rage. In matters of verbal sparring, he could not hold a candle to Elia. He could only stiffly address Baelor, saying, "I beg your pardon. I shall seek another time to pay my respects to the princess." With Jaime's departure, Elia found herself even more irate. Baelor, perplexed, inquired, "What is there to quarrel about with a mere child? He is not his sister." Elia cast her a sidelong glance, her eyes shimmering with allure. "All Lannisters are the same. Do you truly believe he sought you out for anything favorable?" "It is undoubtedly his sister's instigation." Baelor tentatively asked, "Did you have a prior betrothal with the Lannisters?" "Indeed, it was that old curmudgeon Tywin who reneged." Elia recounted the intricate history of grievances between Dorne and the Lannisters. Tywin's wife, Joanna, was a remarkable woman. Many years prior, she had served as a handmaiden to the queen. The Mad King's lust for her incited the queen's wrath, leading to her return to Casterly Rock to wed Tywin. The Mad King's desire for Joanna was one of the primary reasons for his rift with Tywin. Baelor, how intriguing. her small eyes filled with a multitude of questions. This Joanna, who could elicit a smile from Tywin, shared a close relationship with the Queen of Dorne and, after bearing twins, intended to arrange a union with either Elia or Oberyn of Dorne. However, Joanna met her demise during childbirth when delivering the imp, and Tywin unilaterally tore apart this verbal agreement. Even more shocking was when the Queen of Dorne broached the subject again. Tywin callously pushed forth his deformed son, offering that if she wished for a union, her daughter could marry Tyrion Lannister. This proposal incited the Queen's fury, deeming it a grave insult. From that moment forth, Dorne and the Lannisters were at odds. Baelor was utterly astonished, her fear of Tywin Lannister only deepening. This man would stop at nothing for his family. Devoid of any emotional regard, he later met his end at the hands of the imp in a most unceremonious manner. Enough of these vexatious matters. I have summoned the seamstress. Let us select garments together. Baelor gazed at the towering piles of fabric, noticing it seemed to have multiplied. She called over Barbara, asking, "Barbara, did I possess this much before?" These dozen or so large trunks have filled the small hall. The handmaiden Barbara blinked her eyes, a look of bliss adorning her face as she replied, "His Highness the Prince has sent many gifts. He truly holds you in high regard." Observing Baelor's indifferent demeanor, Elia playfully poked her forehead. "The prince has never bestowed gifts upon any woman before. Consider yourself fortunate." Baelor shifted the conversation, asking, "Did I, perchance, get drunk yesterday? I hope I did not inconvenience you." Elia grinned mischievously. "Not at all. You merely inquired why I do not favor Rhaegar, despite his wealth and charm. Are you still shouting that Prince Rhaegar is a diamond bachelor? I understand diamond, but what does bachelor mean?" Bai Ling lamented, covering her face. "I swear I won't drink again. I haven't said anything else foolish, have I?" Ilya shook her head. Bai Ling lowered her hands, and, feeling somewhat apprehensive, asked, "Ilya, do you really not like Rhaegar? Why is that? Is it possible that the storyline of Game of Thrones is flawed?" Ilya shrugged and replied, "When I was young, I was frail and unable to train in combat. Thus, I developed a fondness for those brawny young men, their physique, their strength. Especially when they're training and drenched in sweat. It's utterly captivating." She added with a slight disdain, "As for Rhaegar, he simply doesn't measure up. Even my brother is sturdier." Bai Ling was taken aback. "So, this formidable sister has a preference for the American style of muscular men?" Suddenly, Ilya leaned in conspiratorially and whispered, "By the way, do you know the name of that towering figure who frequently accompanies Rhaegar?" Bai Ling's demeanor shifted to one of tension. She hoped Ilya wasn't referring to the legendary Sword of the Dawn. Could it be that Ilya is interested in the Sword of the Dawn? This is significant. She lowered her voice. "Are you talking about Arthur Dayne, the Sword of the Dawn?" Ilya's eyes sparkled with mischief, her smile resembling that of a cunning fox. "So he is the Sword of the Dawn." The name echoed throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He is a beacon for knights and countless swordsmen, embodying the chivalric spirit of Westeros. Yet few know his true name. This title derives from the ancestral greatsword, Dawn, forged from fallen star metal. Upon reflection, it seems entirely natural for the martial-minded Ilya to be enamored with Arthur Dayne, the preeminent warrior of the Seven Kingdoms. However, Bai Ling began to worry for her dear friend. Arthur Dayne had sworn an oath as a Kingsguard, vowing never to marry or sire children. At that moment, Barbara entered, interrupting their conversation. "Your Highnesses, the tailors are waiting outside. Shall I let them in?" Ilya winked at Bai Ling, suggesting they continue the discussion later. "Remember to introduce me." Bai Ling nodded, "Let them in." The reception room was far too cramped, so the tailors and jewelers entered in several groups. At this time, certain precious gems were reserved exclusively for the royal family and high nobility. Hence they supplied no materials, but rather offered their services to the elite. Bai Ling and Ilya each perused the scrolls presented by the artisans. While Ilya was thoroughly engaged, Bai Ling's brows furrowed deeper with each glance. What are these outdated designs? Why were none of the beautiful garments she had seen while binge-watching dramas present here? Chapter 48. Suddenly popular? Haute couture from another world. The authentic medieval attire is so unattractive it brings one to tears. The styles are unfashionable, the color schemes monotonous, and the intricate details, such as patterns and embellishments, are virtually non-existent. The attire lacks a theme, displaying neither refinement nor allure. In essence, it is devoid of soul. While it cannot be strictly deemed unattractive, it is, in the eyes of someone like Bai Ling, undeniably unsightly. Accustomed to the dazzling array of exquisite garments from later eras, she finds herself disillusioned with the fashion designs of this world. Bai Ling has forgotten one crucial aspect. The costumes in contemporary television dramas seldom reflect historical accuracy, as they are heavily modified. Moreover, being produced by HBO, the show is expected to adorn its actresses in a manner that is both enchanting and revealing. Increasingly impatient, Bai Ling tossed the scrolls adorned with various patterns onto the table. The servants and the artisans who had been invited were taken aback, recoiling in apprehension. "What is it? Rainey's? Aren't there a few that are quite satisfactory?" inquired Ilya, as he picked up the scroll and perused its contents, perplexed. With a deep sigh, Bai Ling turned to the leading tailor and asked if this was all they had. The tailor, somewhat flustered, replied, "Yes, miss. Our shop boasts the most fashionable and comprehensive styles in all of King's Landing." "The most comprehensive and fashionable? Just this?" Bai Ling retorted, directing her gaze towards Barbara. "Fetch me my charcoal pencils for sketching." It seemed she would have to rely on her own ingenuity, having self-studied graphic design in her past life. After concluding the council meeting, Rieger practiced his swordsmanship with the Kingsguard, intending to seek out the Grand Maester. Suddenly recalling that a friend had requested plans for a fencing academy, he diverted his path towards the tower where Rainey's resided. Upon entering the spiraling staircase, he nearly collided with a scullion who had unexpectedly darted out. "You clumsy fool, do you not know to bow before the prince?" shouted the prince's personal attendant. The scullion, clad in a gray robe and round cap, fell to his knees in terror, causing the scrolls he was carrying to spill across the floor. The prince did not chastise him, but simply maneuvered around the scullion and continued his ascent. The last of the Kingsguard gave the scullion a kick, sending him scurrying away. Upon reaching the threshold of Rainey's chamber, Rieger discovered the area was densely packed, as if it had been besieged. "What is happening? Am I at the wrong door?" he wondered. His steward, breathless from the chase, caught up with him, explaining that Princess Rainey's was designing garments and that the artisans were from King's Landing. Rieger skeptically surveyed the throng filling the hall and the spacious corridor. At least 30 individuals were congested in the area. "Are all these artisans summoned by Rainey's?" The steward wiped his brow, clarifying, "Not entirely. It seems the princess has sketched some designs for them, prompting the tailors to summon numerous individuals, including your royal artisans and those of the king." Turning his head, Rieger indeed recognized several familiar faces. "Never mind. I shall return at a more opportune time to visit Rainey's." As the prince departed, curiosity enveloped the palace staff and guards. These esteemed tailors typically served the royal family and high nobility, which is why they were permitted entry into the Red Keep. What could have prompted such a swarm of artisans to the palace? It appeared they were not merely there to serve the princess, as he overheard them shouting in disarray. At this moment, Bai Ling found herself somewhat flustered. She had casually sketched several haute couture designs from her past life, brands she had once admired from afar. Among her creations were opulent gowns reminiscent of the grand whalebone skirts worn in English and French courts, as well as her personal favorites, a traditional Egyptian dress and an improved qipao. These designs were accompanied by illustrations of slender, comic-style models and detailed annotations on the garments from various perspectives. Upon viewing her designs, the old tailor and the other craftsmen were left utterly astonished, as if struck by a severe heart incident, leaning over Bai Ling's drawings in rapture. A helper rushed out and soon returned with a throng of eager onlookers, their eyes gleaming with insatiable curiosity, which made Bai Ling somewhat apprehensive. The old tailor knelt before her, grasping her hand and exclaiming, "You are truly the embodiment of an artistic deity. I never imagined, at my age, to witness such ingenious concepts. Please allow our esteemed Golden Dragon Tailoring House to craft these divine garments for you." Bai Ling was taken aback. It was the first time since her arrival in this world that she felt the radiance of her Mary Sue aura. These designs were merely her personal favorites, yet they garnered such high praise. What would happen if she were to produce those international haute couture pieces? It would surely leave these ancient people astounded. Suddenly, a middle-aged tailor adorned with an odd feathered hat and a fitted dress pushed aside the old tailor, shouting, "Your Highness, do not heed old Strang's boasts. Our fragrant beauty atelier is the finest tailoring establishment in King's Landing. Please entrust your garments to us." "Silence, you unscrupulous merchant. Do not think I am unaware of your shoddy materials," he retorted, only to be met with a slap. "How despicable. Your practices are hardly better, your prices are exorbitant, and your craftsmanship severely lacking." The Golden Dragon Tailoring House, witnessing the competition for business, rose to the occasion, pushing back against fragrant beauty. Soon, a beautiful maiden joined the fray, and Bai Ling watched in amazement as the craftsmen from various tailoring houses clashed over the designs, each revealing the other's shortcomings. As Bai Ling observed the spectacle, she wished for peanuts, sunflower seeds, and cola to accompany her viewing. Elia was engrossed in Bai Ling's whimsical sketches, and her eyes sparkled as she excitedly exclaimed, "I want to make these two sleeveless improved qipao designs. They are fantastic." Bai Ling facepalmed, insisting, "Those were just for fun. No, we cannot make them. Put them down." However, Elia clung to the designs, declaring, "No, I must wear this and then seek the Dawn sword." Eventually, a solution was reached. Bai Ling assigned different styles to various shops for custom production, promising that whoever executed the best work would enjoy a long-term partnership and the rights to her designs. The craftsmen jubilantly clutched their sketches and hurried off. In just a few days, Bai Ling unexpectedly became a sensation among the elite of King's Landing. Every lady and maiden with a penchant for beauty knew the name Rhaenys Targaryen. The king's bestowed titles and lands could not rival the swift fame Bai Ling garnered through her exquisite garments. Following her designs, the craftsmen soon initiated a revolutionary wave of fashion throughout all of King's Landing. The opulent court style of Versailles and the enchanting Rococo aesthetic have emerged as the two most coveted themes among the women of King's Landing. Naturally, there are some styles that lack acceptance, such as overly provocative modern evening gowns and excessively anime-inspired designs. Artisans have made significant alterations to the accessories of the court and Rococo styles, investing considerable effort into the designs of hats, crinolines, trims, ribbons, fans, and more, rendering the fashion scene of King's Landing as if it had advanced 2 centuries overnight. Bai Ling's hand-painted Rococo designs have meticulously replicated the luxurious grandeur of 17th and 18th century Europe, particularly in the designs of hats and voluminous skirts. Adorned with aesthetically pleasing bows, cake-like lace, and layered lace trimmings, which have attracted even the most discerning noble women. Another unexpectedly popular trend is the fairy tale princess gown, featuring a fitted bodice and a skirt that blooms like a flower, becoming the favorite of young maidens. The fairy tale style boasts vibrant and daring colors, accentuating the graceful necklines and collarbones of the girls. The materials employed are light gauze and various sumptuous silk fabrics. As the skirts sway with the wind, they create an ethereal appearance for the girls. Bai Ling has even replicated several Disney princess dresses, fortunate that she encounters no copyright issues here. The Rococo-style gowns for noble women have garnered immense popularity. Upon completing the first piece, Bai Ling chose not to wear it herself, but instead gifted it to Queen Layla. Although the queen said nothing, her immediate change into the gown the very next day clearly indicated her fondness. Ever since Queen Layla donned Bai Ling's newly designed court gown, Bai Ling has lost her tranquil and leisurely life in the palace. Countless noble ladies and gentlewomen now visit her daily, bringing an array of valuable gifts, eager to elevate her to the heavens, all in hopes of having her design garments and outfits for them. Many have sought to cut in line for fittings, but with the limited number of skilled artisans available, appointments are booked 2 years in advance. Though this era lacks a clear understanding of copyright, no one dares to challenge the authority of the royal family. Bai Ling's designs cannot be replicated by tailors without her consent, as such an act could lead to dire consequences. Bai Ling has nearly become the fashion ambassador of King's Landing, leaving her feeling reflective, having once been criticized by friends for her lack of fashion sense. In a twist of fate, even a simple girl like her can now be considered a fashion icon. Chapter 49, Incompatible Perspectives. Joyful separation in stark contrast to Bai Ling's bustling life. Prince Riga has increasingly succumbed to frustration. He finds himself unable to penetrate Rhaenys' schedule, and she continues to deliberately avoid him. For the first time in his life, he feels utterly helpless in the presence of a woman. Perplexed by the source of his dilemma, one morning, as Queen Layla returned to the palace after her morning prayers, she encountered Prince Riga waiting for her. The queen initially assumed he had something of great importance to discuss, only for the prince to broach the topic of how to interact with Rhaenys and what constitutes a happy marriage. Queen Riella chuckled, teasingly remarking, "My son, I have heard that you are the most sought-after man in King's Landing, yet you remain unmoved by all women, even the fairest of the 7 kingdoms. Is it that you have become flustered due to Rhaenys?" Rhaegar turned his head away, concealing his expression from his mother. He merely wished not to be distracted by such trifles. She always seemed intent on evading him. If she continued in this manner after their marriage, he was uncertain how to respond. Upon understanding the situation, Queen Riella found herself both amused and exasperated. Not only do you allow that little Cersei to cling to you, but you also utter such careless words, permitting her to play as she pleases. You even advise her to distance herself from her friends? Rhaegar, this lack of respect is unbecoming of you. The prince appeared somewhat disheartened by the inquiry, sensing something amiss, yet unable to pinpoint the issue. Queen Riella beckoned her son to sit beside her and spoke gently. "You are not like your father, Rhaegar. You are a born ruler, and you have always performed admirably. However, you cannot govern matters of the heart as you would a kingdom. Emotions are inherently possessive, especially towards a woman as extraordinary as Rhaenys. Your attitude towards love has left her feeling insecure." Rhaegar seemed somewhat reluctant to accept this, but Queen Rhaella interjected, "I do not love your father, and thus I have never cared whom he dallies with or how many illegitimate children he may have, so long as they do not intrude upon my presence. You should count yourself fortunate. Rhaenys cares for you, which is why she is attuned to your sentiments and thoughts. However, she is strong-willed, and should you fail to reciprocate her affection, she may treat you as I treat your father. Is this what you desire, Rhaegar?" The prince appeared to glean some understanding from his mother's unhappy marriage, and with difficulty, he inquired, "Mother, what should I do?" Queen Rhaella, appearing fatigued, leaned back in her chair and softly advised, "Show her care, draw near to her. Do not merely placate her with money and gifts, but demonstrate your affection through tangible actions." While the prince and Queen Rhaella deliberated on matters of the heart, Baelor and Elia were still exploring the latest fashion trends. Recently troubled in her romantic endeavors, Baelor exhibited a fervent spirit for embarking on a profitable venture. Elia's aspirations for a sleeveless cheapao met a cruel demise, as the tailors exclaimed that it was an irreverent and vulgar style, intolerable by moral standards. They could only despondently burn the cheapao designs, much to Baelor's relief, who feared Elia might truly don such attire. Subsequently, Elia enlisted Baelor's assistance, compelling her to sketch a rococo gown that was both alluring and flattering to the figure, ideally infused with a hint of religious elements to silence the voices of antiquity. Baelor was not well versed in many brands, yet she knew that anything with religious connotations would hardly suit a rococo style. She rummaged through her memories and suddenly conceived an idea. What if we create a variant of the designs by Galtier? The spark of inspiration ignited. Baelor excitedly declared, "Let us embark on the Seven Sons series." Elia looked perplexed. "What Seven Sons series? Are you suggesting garments for nuns?" Baelor shook her head. "No, the Seven Sons series is merely a code name. You do wish to create garments that are both aesthetically pleasing and alluring, yet will not draw the ire of the temple, do you not? I intend to craft 7 distinct ensembles, each representing one of the 7 deities and their respective dominions." As Elia pondered this notion, her eyes gleamed with inspiration. Bai Ling grew increasingly animated. "Look, we already have existing designs for the Virgin and the Maiden. We merely need to adorn the veils and trains with that ethereal material, creating similar halo ribbons. Alternatively, we could simply play with hairstyles. A towering chignon or a transformed braid could beautifully symbolize the Virgin's compassion and the Maiden's innocence. The Harbinger could be represented effortlessly, with a palette of black and purple fabrics and accessories embodying darkness and mystery, complemented by a green flame lantern to signify the souls under their dominion. Elia hesitated for a moment, her thoughts momentarily derailed. Green fire? That sounds rather perilous. I was merely giving an example. The flame representing the soul can certainly be substituted with another hue. Bai Ling sighed in exasperation. Elia responded, "Now that you mention it, I believe we can proceed. Such garments imbued with reverence for the divine will undoubtedly earn the admiration of the 7 high priests." The affluent lady waved her hand with grandiosity, declaring, "I trust your vision. Go ahead. Let me know if you require anything." Bai Ling eagerly began sketching, losing track of time as she immersed herself in her work. Initially, Elia contributed her thoughts with enthusiasm, but at some point, fatigue overtook her. It was only when the prince's steward arrived to summon her that Bai Ling realized she had gone from midday to evening without sustenance. "The prince seeks me? Is there a matter at hand?" The steward bowed respectfully. "Your Highness Rhaenys, the prince invites you to dine with him." Bai Ling waved dismissively, alas. There's little of culinary delight in the palace. But why has Rhaegar suddenly decided to extend an invitation? The steward, unaware of the reason, maintained a polite smile. Bai Ling contemplated. She must honor Prince Rhaegar's request, for he was known to be rather sensitive and prone to sulking. "Please wait a moment. I shall change my attire and join you shortly." Following the steward to Rhaegar's quarters, Bai Ling discovered that his dining room was as spacious as her own reception area. A vast white stone table was laden with a variety of dishes, wines, and delicacies. Rhaegar occupied one end of the long table, while she was to sit several meters away at the opposite end. Bai Ling felt exasperated. How could one enjoy a meal in such an atmosphere, where conversation necessitated shouting? Rhaegar appeared somewhat peculiar today. He strained to maintain a smile for her, and Bai Ling occasionally caught a glimpse of his mouth twitching, a clear display of his fatigue. Rhaegar approached her personally, gallantly assisting her in taking a seat. Unable to restrain herself, Bai Ling remarked, "If you don't wish to smile, then don't. It looks exhausting." Rhaegar responded, "She is quite direct." Typically, he reserved such smiles for the insincere and troublesome nobles, leaving him fatigued and weary by day's end. He let his smile fade, reverting to his aloof demeanor. Bai Ling found this transformation considerably more appealing. It exuded elegance. Riga began to wonder if the woman before him had somehow transformed. Today, her candor and ease in conversation were refreshingly unrefined and far from demure. Moreover, he had yet to utter a word, yet she had already begun to eat. Primarily, Bai Ling had been famished since noon and had not eaten until now. She was too lazy to engage in pleasantries with Prince Riga. Without hesitation, she seized a roasted chicken and began to devour it, finishing it off in just a few bites, then reaching for the roasted venison with fervor. Prince Riga had initially intended to indulge in some sentimental banter, perhaps whispering sweet nothings to Rhaenys, but he soon realized he could not find a moment's respite. How could she eat so swiftly? Furthermore, her appetite was astonishing, and all her targets were meat, large chunks of meat. Prince Riga was left utterly astounded, his silver fork clattering onto the table. Barbara, who stood by, could no longer bear to witness the scene and covered her eyes. When the steward had come to invite Princess Rhaenys to dine with the prince, she sensed impending disaster. The princess's manner of eating was indescribably rapid and excessive. Across from her sat Prince Riga. Did she not consider her image at all? In truth, Bai Ling's manner of eating was quite elegant, having been trained by Master Varys. However, her speed was particularly remarkable, as though a black hole resided within her stomach, with those large chunks of meat vanishing in an instant. Another reason for her voracity was her decision to relinquish any hopes regarding Riga. She no longer felt the need to maintain pretenses. It was simply exhausting. After languishing in the Red Keep for several years, she had grown disillusioned with Lord Ricard's apathetic attitude towards her, and she began to believe she might have a chance to return to the north, to Lady Lyanna's side. Of course, there was also a hint of self-sabotage in her actions. After all, she and the prince were ultimately not of the same ilk. The steward gently reminded the prince, "Your soup has grown cold. Shall we have the kitchen reheated?" Prince Riga, coming back to himself, nodded and propped his chin on his hand with newfound interest. He was eager to discover just how much Rhaenys could consume. The petite and slender girl. Was this her true nature when alone? Did her time in the Red Keep leave her perpetually undernourished, explaining her frail appearance devoid of any added flesh? Prince Riga's thoughts had completely deviated. The courteous remarks he intended to deliver vanished, replaced by concern over Rhaenys' dietary situation. Bai Ling feasted heartily, finishing off 2 chickens, half a suckling pig, a goose, 2 legs of venison, and a plate of steak, before finally pausing to sip on vegetable soup, gazing longingly at the roasted fish. Upon glancing up, she noticed that Prince Riga seemed lost in thought. Oh dear, had she eaten so much as to frighten the prince? With difficulty, Riga managed to inquire, "Have you not been eating well since entering the palace?" Bai Ling pondered for a moment before nodding, as they were not yet wed. The portions and quality of food in the palace were rather fixed, akin to the rations in ancient China. Moreover, Barbara had always been vigilant in restricting her intake, fearing that should she gain weight, the prince might lose interest. Bai Ling thought Barbara's worries were unfounded. After all, she was a werewolf, capable of consuming 10 or more pounds in a single meal. With the opportunity to indulge at the prince's table, Bai Ling felt a twinge of guilt for maintaining her previous aloofness. Ever since their quarrel, she had been contemplating the impracticality of imposing her emotional standards upon a medieval prince. Thus, she came to a realization, acknowledging that he was not someone she deserved. Moreover, according to the original text, Riga was fated to marry Elia. Bai Ling hesitantly spoke, "I have reflected on our engagement. This was my fault. I possess certain emotional peculiarities. Therefore, I believe that perhaps Elia would be more suitable for you." Riga's expression gradually darkened, a storm brewing within his beautiful crystal eyes. That chilling, piercing sensation returned. Bai Ling swallowed hard, determined to complete her statement. "What I mean is not to annul the engagement, but perhaps you could choose someone you genuinely like? Elia would be excellent." Riga echoed Queen Rhaenys' words in his mind. "Do you wish for Rhaenys to treat you as I treated your father?" He slammed his hand down on the table, producing a resounding thud. The steward jumped in surprise and hurriedly called for a maester to attend to the prince's hand, which trembled from the force of the strike. Even the king's guard outside rushed in at the sound, but the prince waved his other hand, signaling them to retreat. Riga lowered his gaze, enunciating each word with deliberate clarity. "You are my only wife." Bai Ling hesitated, but Riga abruptly turned and strode out of the hall. Chapter 50. A blurred revelation. The meal that the prince had intended to ease the tension instead left him with a stomachache from Rhaenys' anger, prompting him to leave in a huff. Bai Ling felt a pang of regret. She had endeavored to convey that she would not interfere with Riga, but would instead dutifully assume the role of a decorative vase, a good luck charm, thus allowing him to freely love another. The prince sought to mend their relationship, only to have her actions thwart his efforts. However, perhaps this was for the best. It would enable her to fully let go and traverse this path devoid of a future. Love, marriage, and such notions were ill-suited for someone as unconventional as her. Although she had provoked the prince's ire once more, Bai Ling found herself oddly pleased. Rhaegar was indeed different from the king and other fickle nobles. He endeavored to approach and understand her, suggesting that the marriage arranged by the king was not as intolerable as it might seem. On the way back, the prince's steward remained silent, yet cast reproachful glances at Bai Ling. Ultimately, the steward could no longer restrain his complaints. The prince began instructing us to prepare for the evening feast at noon. He usually dines alone in silence. I apologize for my irrationality. Bai Ling felt a swell of guilt. Perhaps she should seek out the prince? Resolute, she informed her handmaidens, I wish to rest, no matter what occurs. Do not disturb me. She locked the door from the inside, rolled herself in a tapestry, and covered herself with a blanket, transforming into a small fox-like creature. Slipping out through the high window. On this moonless night, torches illuminated the castle. The towering spires of the Red Keep loomed in the distance, resembling a dragon rearing its head in a fierce roar. Bai Ling moved with grace, her steps swift and light. To the human eye, she appeared merely as a fleeting white shadow in the firelight. She inhaled the prince's scent and pursued it toward the most potent source. The prince had not returned to rest. Instead, he lingered in a place that appeared to be in ruins. The landscape was charred, reminiscent of an explosion, strewn with remnants of shattered walls. Bai Ling found it peculiar that such a vast wasteland had not prompted His Majesty the King to send workers for restoration. When Bai Ling located Rhaegar, he was perched upon a half-collapsed pillar, gently strumming a silver harp. Not far from him stood Arthur Dayne, the Iron Guard, resembling a dark tower, vigilantly watching over Rhaegar. The Dawnblade, Arthur Dayne, was indeed the closest of the Iron Guards to Prince Rhaegar. It had been mentioned in the play that their bond transcended that of master and servant, and it appeared to hold true. Bai Ling recalled Ilya's interests, pondering whether it might be possible to influence Arthur through Rhaegar, nudging him back toward the mundane world. Yet, she dismissed the thought, deeming it exceedingly difficult. Before she could approach, Arthur Dayne detected a sound and turned his vigilant gaze toward the shadows. Bai Ling, unwilling to provoke him with an unexpected attack, cautiously emerged from behind the crumbled wall. Arthur Dayne slowly sheathed his sword, acknowledging her presence. It's you again. The little white dog wagged its tail in a charming manner. Arthur Dayne stepped forward and effortlessly lifted the puppy, saying, perfect timing. Rhaegar is in a foul mood. You can entertain him. Bai Ling instinctively inclined her head, but managed to restrain herself, fervently wagging her tail and emitting a couple of high-pitched barks. Rhaegar appeared lost in the moonlight, singing softly to himself, when suddenly a furry creature was tossed into his arms, startling him. The little white dog burrowed into Rhaegar's embrace, eagerly wagging its tail. Rhaegar remarked, isn't this the little pup from the bathhouse? How did it come back? Arthur Dayne replied, yes, play with it. Stop singing. It's dreadful. Rhaegar leaned back in exasperation, retorting, dreadful? You simply lack an appreciation for art. I perform at the tavern in King's Landing, and they even pay me. Ah, but why don't you mention that after they pay, they also try to drag you away? If I hadn't followed you, you would likely have become the main attraction in the brothel of King's Landing. Let us forget that. Rhaegar awkwardly turned away, and on the spot, he began a spontaneous serenade for the little dog, earnestly asking, do you think I sing well? At that moment, Bai Ling truly loathed her acute senses, particularly her hearing. Rhaegar had a pleasant voice, and his harp playing was commendable, yet not a single note of his singing was in tune. Meandering awkwardly, as if he were singing on a storm-tossed vessel. Her head buzzed, and instinctively she shook it, losing her balance and falling to the ground. Ha ha. Arthur Dayne emitted a mechanical chuckle. Even the dog thinks you sing poorly. Rhaegar ignored Arthur's mockery, gazing in astonishment at the little white dog. Can it understand us? I saw it shake its head. How clever. He cradled the small fox-like dog. It was impeccably clean and carried a delightful fragrance, undoubtedly raised by someone in the palace. Though he had never seen anyone bring it out before, Rhaegar earnestly inquired of the little dog, what is your name, and who is your owner? Bai Ling wagged her tail and barked, woof woof. If I could speak, I would surely frighten you. Prince Rhaegar, it seemed, possessed a charmingly affable demeanor beneath his aloof exterior, a facade that likely did not surprise Arthur Dayne in the slightest. And who, pray tell, ever suggested that Rhaegar had a melodious singing voice? Such rumors are indeed misleading. He played the piano rather well, but singing? Ah, I recall now. It was in the original narrative where Cersei, in her point of view, reminisced about Rhaegar's singing, describing it as tender and moving, capable of evoking tears. One could say this flattering perspective is thick enough to measure 2 meters. With the little fox dog to play with, Riga abandoned his piano and song. He gently stroked the soft fur of the pup, sighing, "If only you had no owner, I could gift you to my fiancée." Woof. "Oh, William. Why must women be so troublesome?" Woof, woof, woof. "What on earth is that, little William? Tomorrow, I must ask mother again." Woof. "What might Queen Riella say about me? Otherwise, why not take it home? It could keep you company every day." Arthur Dane observed Riga conversing with the little dog in bemusement. He did not believe the dog could comprehend their exchange. Rather, he found it rather perceptive. Riga sensed an undertone in Arthur's gaze, as if he were subtly mocking him. He shook his head, dismissing the notion. To take what belongs to another is dishonorable. He placed the little white dog on the ground and gently patted its head. "I have no food today, but I shall bring you meat next time, should the opportunity arise." A chill swept through the air. "Let us return, Arthur." Once the prince had walked away, Bai Ling ambled back at her own pace. Today, her perception of Prince Riga had deepened. This true dragon prince, immortalized in the memories of all, was merely an ordinary young man, indulging in his own small passions. With a less than pleasant singing voice, he gravitated towards the common folk, offering them songs and performances. He treated women with the gentility of a true gentleman. Yet he possessed the decisive ruthlessness necessary, as evidenced by his willingness to draw his sword and duel Oberyn for her sake. She understood that sometimes the prince had to navigate the intrigues of Tywin and his daughter for the sake of the realm. After all, Tywin Lannister had become Hand of the King at the tender age of 20. Even the commoners knew of the king's feasts and Tywin's machinations. This nation had relied on Tywin's governance for decades to maintain stability and order. She ought to show him more kindness. If all went as planned, they would marry. Perhaps even have children. She was thinking too far ahead. If that were the case, Lyanna Stark would not have met her untimely demise, and the deaths of the old wolf and his sons would have altered the course of subsequent events. This journey of hers would not be in vain. As Bai Ling pondered, a faint whispering sound suddenly reached her ears. Was something speaking? The words were utterly indistinct. She perked her ears and quietly sought the source of the sound. It seemed to be emanating from the garden. Bai Ling dashed forth, the fragmented whispers gradually crystallizing into clarity, resembling an unknown language offering prayers to something unseen. Chapter 51. Bloodline and Heritage. Faint whispers gradually grew clearer, seemingly offering prayers to something unseen. Until Bai Ling dashed into the garden, the sound ebbed and flowed, as if emanating from the deepest recesses. She plunged into the lush thicket, discovering a breach in the wall at its innermost depths. Through the opening, she glimpsed a dense expanse of dark green grass beyond. Without hesitation, she squeezed through the gap and continued her journey through the knee-high grass. As she walked, jagged stones began to accumulate around her. Above, vast clouds of dark gray mist swirled, and a colossal shadow loomed. It was a gigantic tree with a human visage, its upper branches and leaves stained a blood-like hue. The whispers originated from this tree, abruptly ceasing as she approached. Fresh tears of blood flowed from its grotesque face. Unconsciously, Bai Ling reverted to her human form and slowly moved closer. When her hand brushed against the tree's trunk, her body was suddenly jolted, not by physical means, but by an indescribable resonance that stirred the depths of her soul and consciousness. She collapsed weakly. Upon opening her eyes again, she found herself in a hazy vista, soaring at varying heights, reminiscent of a drone's aerial perspective. Below lay the northern lands, blanketed in snow, with patches of vibrant green and charred earth, alongside endless forests. She beheld a diminutive, model-like winter city, where its inhabitants scurried about like ants. She was flying northward, accompanied by the growing sound of flapping wings. The harsh cawing of crows filled her ears, and she realized she was one of them. So, I have transformed into a crow. Where shall I fly? She was nearing the awe-inspiring gray-blue marvel that spanned the horizon, the northern wall. The crow dipped lower, circling above a dark castle before plummeting toward the base of the wall. Beyond it lay an infinite forest of ironwood, dotted with towering sentinel pines that had stood for centuries. This boundless woodland was gradually encroaching upon the northern wall. Then, she spotted a pack of wolves, battling some unseen foe. The crows swooped over their heads. One creature looked up, its eyes icy and filled with despair. The chilling blue gaze sent a shiver through her very core. The lead wolf, a massive gray-black beast, was strikingly familiar, its size surpassing that of an adult bull. It seemed to sense something, raising its head to the sky and howling deeply toward the crow. Bai Ling awakened. Once again, she experienced that profound tremor of consciousness as she was abruptly expelled from the crow's form, plummeting towards the ground. The rapid descent spun her world around, and she could not help but emit a silent scream. After a sigh echoed around her, Bai Ling suddenly regained awareness. She found herself no longer amidst the sickly green grass, the blood-red tree, or the swirling mists. Instead, she lay comfortably in her own chamber, on her grand bed. She dreamt, a dream of crows, or perhaps it was her own dream. Was the three-eyed raven attempting to convey a message to her? Bai Ling recalled the conclusion of her dream, her complexion turning ashen, her heart consumed by an abyss of dread. It was the others. The others had emerged, while her kin, the wolf pack, were engaged in battle against them. Upon awakening, her mind was clouded and her heart raced uncontrollably. The horror of witnessing such grotesque monsters on screens in modernity could not compare to the visceral terror of confronting them in a cinema with 3D effects. What troubled her further was the fate of her people, who should have been residing in the snow-capped mountains south of the Great Wall. Why had her brother appeared north of the wall to confront the others? Did the dream shown to her by the three-eyed raven foretell impending disaster for the continent of Westeros? And another question lingered. Why had the raven chosen to reveal this to her? What role could she possibly play? Bai Ling felt restless. The night outside remained shrouded in darkness, and slumber eluded her. The 6 months spent in King's Landing had been excessively indulgent, causing her to forget that this was a cruel world rife with magic, others, and brutal warfare. She must alert Lord Ricard. The North was the first line of defense against the others. If the army of the dead truly approached, the Night's Watch at the wall would be utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught of the undead horde. Bai Ling dressed hastily, resolved to seek out her old acquaintance, Varys. Although sending a message via Raven would have been the swiftest method, she could not place her trust in the Grand Maester of King's Landing. For the character of Pycelle in the series was indeed a decrepit and ineffectual figure. To avoid alarming the handmaidens and guards, she transformed into a small dog and slipped out through a high window. The dungeons of the Red Keep were chillingly oppressive by day, and at night they were steeped in an eerie atmosphere, accompanied by strange sounds. Bai Ling cautiously evaded shadows, pressing against the cold stone walls as she descended into the lair of the spider. She overheard the 8-legged creature conversing with someone. The wheezing voice belonged to Varys, the Maester. It appeared that the spider was reporting to Master Varys about Rhaenys' activities in the Red Keep of late. Bai Ling's heart stirred, and she stealthily leaned against the door to eavesdrop. The recent source of the prince's vexation, Rhaegar, had even disturbed Queen Lyanna because of her. It seemed this pawn of yours was proving quite useful. Varys coughed intermittently. The oppressive atmosphere of the dungeon was taking a toll on his lungs. She is our pawn. Could it be that Lord Varys still harbored doubts regarding the North's sincerity in their cooperation? Of course not. I hold Duke Ricard in high regard. For centuries, this is only the second time a Northern Guardian has dared to extend their claws into the South, even to the capital. Varys praised the Duke of the North. Though his tone bore an undercurrent of sarcasm, Varys merely listened, taking it with a grain of salt. I have brought the poison. When shall we proceed? The effects of this poison are slow. The sooner it is used, the better. Bai Ling was filled with confusion. Poison? Who did Master Varys intend for the 8-legged spider to confront? Recently, circumstances have been unfavorable, with no opportunities in sight. Varys remarked, the king harbors deep suspicions. Everything that enters is first tasted by the attendants. We must first win over those few personal servants. He then inquired, Scholar, may I entrust the matter of the attendant from House Hightower to you? After a moment of silence, Master Varys softly replied, very well. Elated, Varys exclaimed, then it is settled. The upcoming summer hunt next month presents an excellent opportunity. Scapegoats are readily available. Having swiftly concluded the nefarious plot to poison, Varys suddenly, with a hint of curiosity, asked, my esteemed scholar, upon your return to the Citadel, did you find a sense of belonging? Did your father take the time to reminisce with you? Master Varys remained silent, offering no response. Unperturbed by his lack of engagement, Varys shifted the topic to Rhaenys. By the way, how did Lord Ricard manage to locate Princess Rhaenys? The king has employed those dreadful sorcerers to conduct blood magic experiments. They believe that Princess Rhaenys possesses the bloodline of the Conqueror, seemingly sharing a common origin with the king. There exists a possibility. Upon hearing this, the White Wolf jolted, nearly colliding with the door. Her shock stemmed not merely from the Mad King's use of her for blood magic experiments, an unsurprising revelation, but from the fact that Master Varys did not refute this claim. Could it be that her lineage is indeed connected to Aegon the Conqueror, making her a distant branch of House Targaryen? What took Master Varys aback and prompted his inquiry was another matter, blood magic experiments. Is King Aegon now not satisfied with playing with wildfire and has begun to dabble in heretical dark magic? You seem unfazed by the origins of Princess Rhaenys' bloodline. Does her heritage conceal some secret? Master Varys fell silent once more. Even White Wolf, eavesdropping outside, perked up her ears, listening intently. Chapter 52. The young wolf's new taskmaster Varys remained in contemplation for an extended period. Varys leisurely remarked, as allies, "If you are unwilling to address even this trivial doubt, I would question your sincerity." The old scholar sighed, perplexed by the eunuch's sudden curiosity regarding White Wolf's lineage. He could only divulge part of what he knew. "My visit to the Citadel was partly motivated by the mystery surrounding Rhaenys' heritage. My friends uncovered records in the forbidden archives that speak of a descendant of House Targaryen who fled to the north during the tumult of the Dance of Dragons. She is likely the source of the royal blood coursing through Rhaenys." Varys's eyes gleamed with intrigue. "Oh, so Lord Ricard found the princess in the north? Could her mother be one of the remnants left by the Black Party? Let me venture a guess. Is it Princess Jahara? Or perhaps the supposed deceased Rhaenys? Or could it be a descendant from Dragonstone?" Varys replied, "It is impossible to ascertain. That period in history is far too chaotic. Many historical texts have been destroyed. However, they are all, in essence, the legacy of Aegon." Varys lamented exaggeratedly. "Oh, the poor princess, wandering alone for so long. I do hold her in high regard, but thankfully, she has returned home." Bai Ling listened for a while longer, but the two individuals inside began discussing other irrelevant topics. Her mind was in turmoil, prompting her to retreat for a moment of calm. The young white hound, unsettled, remained oblivious to the figure cloaked in gray lurking in the shadows, who had been fixated on it all along. Bai Ling buried herself beneath her covers, her mind racing with horrifying images of the terrifying army of whites laying waste to Winterfell, followed by visions of enormous dragons soaring through the air amidst bloody carnage. And finally the bald Varys forcefully tilting the Mad King's chin to administer poison. The influx of information she had received was overwhelming and chaotic, leaving her feeling as though her mind had short-circuited. Never had she anticipated that her lineage would be inexplicably tied to the most brutal civil war in the Targaryen history. If her maternal lineage belonged to House Targaryen, then the blood of the wolf must originate from her father's side. Dragons and wolves, both fierce creatures in their own right. She had been in King's Landing for quite some time, yet Lord Ricard had not issued any specific commands. What did he truly wish for her to accomplish? Perhaps it would be best to consult Master Varys directly. Bai Ling had spent the majority of the night awake, and by morning, as she engaged in morning prayers with the Queen, dark circles adorned her eyes. To her astonishment, Queen Riella expressed concern for her, remarking that Prince Rhaegar could sometimes be inconsiderate, and if he overlooked her feelings, she might choose to confide in the Queen about it. The Queen had begun to take an interest in her. Bai Ling was somewhat taken aback and hastily waved her hands, stating, "I have my own issues. My communication with the Prince is simply lacking. Rest assured, the Prince is a good man." Queen Riella nodded in satisfaction, subtly suggesting, "If there are any new fashionable gowns, feel free to present them to me at any time." Bai Ling thought to herself, "It seems that all beautiful women are immune to the allure of lovely dresses." Once the morning prayers concluded, Bai Ling prepared to return for breakfast, only to be taken aback by the sight of Master Varys waiting for her in her chamber. Having eavesdropped on his conversation the previous night, Bai Ling felt a twinge of guilt. She greeted Varys with feigned delight. "Master Varys, you have finally arrived at the Red Keep." After dismissing the maidservant, she asked with a hint of urgency, "Where have you been all this time? I felt so lost here in the Red Keep, utterly clueless." Varys lifted an eyebrow, inventing the art of fencing, dueling with Prince Doran, arguing with Prince Rhaegar, dressing in peculiar attire with Princess Elia, and vying for attention against Cersei Lannister. "It appears you have kept quite busy since your arrival." Bai Ling stiffened. Who is vying for attention against Cersei? Does she even merit it? This wretched eunuch seemed to share everything with Master Varys, making it seem as though she was neglecting her duties. Varys cleared his throat. "Lord Ricard has issued a command." Bai Ling's heart sank. Her greatest fear had come to pass. What could Lord Ricard possibly want her to do? Was it to poison the Mad King? The more she pondered, the more her fear escalated, causing her lips to tremble. What instructions could Lord Ricard have for her? Upon seeing her timid demeanor, Varys chuckled softly. Bai Ling grew increasingly anxious and firmly declared, "Let it be known that I shall not engage in any malevolent deeds. I cannot bring myself to do so. Rest assured, the significant matters are beyond your grasp." Varys lowered his voice and spoke slowly. "You shall confront Cersei Lannister. Strive to ignite her jealousy, inciting her to act rashly. Utilize your inherent feminine jealousy. It should not be a challenging task." "What?" Bai Ling was taken aback. "Why provoke Cersei?" She furrowed her brow, her mind racing. Cersei Lannister harbored deep affections for Rhaegar, and judging by Tywin's demeanor, he likely did not mind his daughter engaging in a romantic liaison with the prince. However, The Mad King harbored a profound disdain for House Lannister. Should Cersei commit an irreparable act, it was certain that the Mad King would not direct his wrath towards a mere child, but rather seize the opportunity. She gasped, "Is Lord Ricard planning to confront Tywin?" The moment the words escaped her lips, she hastily covered her mouth. Varys raised an eyebrow. "Your intellect has progressed, albeit marginally. Cersei is not difficult to handle. But her brother Jaime presents a more formidable challenge. In any case, Tywin's son and daughter are far easier to deal with than he himself. You would do well to engage with Jaime Lannister, seeking out his vulnerabilities." Bai Ling grimaced, "But Cersei and Jaime are not yet 14, isn't it a bit?" As she noticed Varys' expression darkening, she swallowed the unfinished thought. "I care not what methods you employ, within 6 months. We must ensure that Tywin Lannister departs from King's Landing." Seemingly apprehensive of Bai Ling's potential defiance, Varys dangled a sweet promise. "Complete this task, and I shall reveal your lineage to you, including the secret mission of your kind." Secret mission? Bai Ling realized that the snippets of conversation she had overheard yesterday regarding her bloodline were far from complete. Varys indeed had made further discoveries at the Citadel. These individuals, accustomed to their schemes and machinations, often spoke in half-truths. Those with less acumen could easily be ensnared by their manipulations. Resigned, Bai Ling nodded in agreement. And Varys' demeanor softened. He cleared his throat, retrieving several books, scrolls, and a quill from his satchel. Bai Ling was suddenly filled with a foreboding sense of dread. "Take a seat. We shall engage in dialogue practice in the Valyrian language. I also brought you new texts and examination questions from the Citadel. I wish to assess your progress during this time." Bai Ling internally screamed in despair. She had anticipated that she could not escape the clutches of the dreaded examination-oriented education. Had the good days come to an end? Chapter 53. A storm approaches. From that point onward, Varys would come to tutor Bai Ling every few days, subjecting her to the trials of academia, much to her dismay. Thus, when Jaime Lannister sought her out once more, she felt as though she had glimpsed a savior. At last, she had an excuse to escape her studies. Although Jaime may not have had the noblest of intentions, at least she could enjoy some fresh air. Jaime recounted that after encountering the art of fencing, he had long desired to seek Bai Ling's guidance and instruction. Therefore, he had made a special visit today, hoping to receive her teachings or engage in a friendly sparring match. Bai Ling readily agreed, and the two made their way to the almost deserted fencing hall in the Red Keep. Since Bai Ling's duel with Oberyn, this fencing venue had become a favored spot for the noble elite to indulge in leisurely social interactions. Many of these nobles bore the title of knight, yet lacked the freedom to venture forth into the world like ordinary knights. The fencing hall provided an excellent outlet for their pent-up energy. Upon their arrival, Bai Ling and James coincidentally found two individuals engaged in a fencing match. One of the tall, agile figures appeared strikingly familiar, and James's eyes lit up as he hurried over. "Sir Arthur Dayne, what a fortunate encounter to see you here." The swordsman removed his helmet, and indeed it was Arthur Dayne, the sword of the morning. Bai Ling mused that it must feel akin to a fan meeting their idol, recognizing him solely by his physique and movements. She recalled that James had joined the Kingsguard only in the past 2 years, likely after he had been knighted by Arthur. If anything could wound Tywin Lannister, it would be the oath of his eldest son, the heir to Casterly Rock, to join the Kingsguard, vowing never to marry or sire offspring. Within this medieval context, the loss of a firstborn heir was an exceedingly grave matter for the great houses, far more serious than it appeared in the tales. The titles of Duke and vast, prosperous lands would be forever beyond James's reach. Arthur Dayne nodded at James, seemingly encouraging him, and James completely forgot about Bai Ling, eagerly inquiring, "Do you also enjoy fencing, Sir Arthur? Might I have the honor of receiving your guidance?" Bai Ling interjected, "Hey, what about me?" Arthur candidly replied, "I am also a novice. Princess Rhaenys would be more suited for this. In terms of fencing, I may not even rival her." James glanced between Bai Ling and Arthur, questioning, "Really? How could that be?" How this lad underestimated him. Yet, it was somewhat surprising that the Sword of the Morning held such a high opinion of her. Bai Ling smiled and began her flattery. "Arthur Dayne is the glorious Kingsguard, and his martial skills epitomize the true knightly path. My fencing is devoid of practical application, more akin to mere ornamentation." Arthur countered, "No. Fencing can significantly enhance a warrior's agility and keen perception. At times, it proves invaluable in actual combat." James, intrigued, asked, "I have yet to witness Princess Rhaenys' fencing skills. May I request a demonstration?" Bai Ling beamed with delight. "Of course. Just wait until I knock that fickle fellow down a peg." During the brief intermission while they changed attire, Arthur Dayne donned his white armor and cloak once more. Today was a rare day off for him. and he decided to engage in fencing to stretch his limbs. He felt that this art form, if developed into a practical combat style, could be formidable. Yet he wondered if the princess understood this potential. On the day of Rhaenys' duel before Oberon, that bravosion had piqued Arthur Dayne's interest. He regarded Princess Rhaenys with the same gaze one might reserve for treasure, filled with admiration and a sense of inevitability. He had also heard of the assassin organizations from the Free Cities. These lurking shadows possessed an uncanny ability to render their pasts inconspicuous, and their lithe, agile physiques were unmistakable. The individual from Bravos is evidently a master of assassination. It is exceedingly perilous that the eight-legged spider has managed to procure an assassin to infiltrate the Red Keep. The motivations of the court's master, Varys, are equally worthy of contemplation. Arthur Dayne, deep in thought, resolved to investigate this person's movements before reporting to Prince Rhaegar. The duel between the two combatants in the fencing practice had escalated to a near fervor. Although Jaime adhered to the chivalric code, his agility and rapid learning curve were evident. He employed swift strikes, nearly keeping pace with Brienne's movements, which astonished her. The texts proclaimed Jaime as a rare prodigy of swordsmanship, and it appears to be true. However, Brienne was no easy opponent. She had promised to provide guidance in swordplay, but was only exerting a fraction of her strength. In such a brief period, Jaime could not possibly grasp the intricacies of fencing rules. He was merely relying on his speed to maintain a tenuous defense. Meanwhile, she adeptly blended the techniques of the foil, saber, and broadsword. As Brienne began to apply her strength, Jaime found himself increasingly overwhelmed. Her forte lay in launching unanticipated assaults from unexpected angles, and her rapid succession of techniques was daunting. In the face of Brienne's extensive knowledge, cultivated through modern education, Jaime, a mere youth, stood little chance. Moreover, her repertoire of techniques was vast. The martial methods of chivalric knights seemed rather primitive to a modern individual inundated with information. Furthermore, Brienne had swiftly ascended to a seed competitor in amateur tournaments during her brief tenure in the fencing club. Had she not suffered a significant setback in love, she might indeed have competed. After a series of exhilarating bouts, Jaime was thoroughly captivated, and Brienne had acquired an enthusiastic admirer. "The princess is truly remarkable," Jaime exclaimed, panting yet exhilarated. "I could never anticipate her attack trajectories. Her swordsmanship is entirely distinct from that of the knights." Arthur Dayne nodded in agreement. "Princess Rhaenys is indeed formidable." Jaime looked at him with eager anticipation, his expression pleading for praise. After a moment of hesitation, Arthur placed a hand on Jaime's shoulder. "You performed well. But while fencing is beneficial for honing skills, it is ill-suited for actual combat. You must adhere to the traditional path of knighthood." Jaime beamed, his satisfaction evident. Brienne felt a surge of complex emotions. The radiant golden-haired youth before her seemed worlds apart from the man who would later cast Bran from the high tower. What, she wondered, would lead him to such a twisted fate? Arthur Dayne had business with Rhaegar, and he politely bid farewell to Brienne. After taking a few steps, he turned back to her and remarked, "Recently, Rhaegar has been practicing fencing as well." Brienne couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Arthur, being Rhaegar's close friend, was likely trying to mend any lingering coldness between her and the prince. "I understand. I shall invite the prince to practice together," she replied. With a nod, Arthur departed. James gazed longingly as the Dawn Sword Master receded into the distance, his spirits visibly dampened. Had it not been for Bai Ling's awareness of his affection for Cersei, one might have misconstrued his sentiments towards the Sword Master. However, he soon rallied his spirits and extended a new invitation to her. "Are you suggesting that I join the prince and the others for a hunt?" Bai Ling inquired, somewhat taken aback. She recalled that women of this era typically refrained from participating in hunting activities, with the notable exception of Lyanna from the north. Noblewomen from the south, proud of their status, preferred to remain in their encampments, awaiting the flattery of knights, while perhaps engaging in a different kind of pursuit with men. James Lannister's sudden attempt to bond with her and request her presence in the hunt seemed rather dubious. Could it be that Cersei had orchestrated this ploy to ensnare her brother? James appeared earnest. "I realize this request may seem unreasonable. In truth, it's for Cersei." He hurriedly elaborated, fearing she might misinterpret his intentions. He intended to invite Cersei along on the hunt, but was apprehensive of inciting the king's wrath. Thus, he sought her assistance in broaching the subject. If Rhaegar were to hunt alongside Rhaenys, then he and his father bringing Cersei would attract less attention. This reasoning seemed plausible and aligned with Cersei's penchant for social gatherings. "You see, Cersei has been quite infatuated with Prince Rhaegar. Yet he has recently been rather distant towards her. Even when my father invited him to the Hand's Tower, the prince declined. Cersei is quite disheartened and has lost considerable weight." Perhaps a hunting excursion could lift her spirits. James appeared somewhat melancholic, having believed that his bond with Cersei was unbreakable. Yet, to his dismay, her current infatuation with Rhaegar overshadowed his return to King's Landing and his recent elevation to knighthood, leaving him feeling somewhat defeated. Bai Ling mused inwardly that Cersei merely regarded her younger brother as a backup, and she surmised that once Rhaegar wed, Cersei would likely turn her attention back to James, at which point their relationship might evolve. However, she had no interest in becoming entangled in such matters. "I do not wish to go. I have no fondness for hunting." Bai Ling firmly declined James' invitation. Although she believed his words, she had overheard that the spider seemed poised to act during the king's hunt. Her reluctance to attend stemmed from a desire to avoid becoming collateral damage, and she was even less inclined to let Cersei use her as a pretext to get involved. Although she was aware of the grievous deeds James and Cersei would commit in the future, they were still but youths at this moment, and she did not wish to partake in actions that contradicted her principles. James, visibly disappointed but not insistent, politely bid Bai Ling farewell, extending a courteous invitation to seek her counsel on swordplay another time. As he prepared to depart, a young page summoned Bai Ling, stating, "The spider requests your presence in the garden." Bewildered, Bai Ling wondered at Varys' sudden summons. What could he possibly want? Upon arriving at the royal garden, she spotted Varys' bald head glinting in the distance, seated in a pavilion. She surveyed her surroundings and noticed that the maids and guards were stationed at a considerable distance, rendering their conversation inaudible. "Lord Varys," Bai Ling courteously bowed. Princess Rhaenys, the head eunuch, also inclined his body slightly. After their ostentatious greetings, Varys seized the initiative, uttering a statement that sent a chill down Bai Ling's spine. "Princess Rhaenys, your situation is perilous." Was he attempting to deceive her? Bai Ling feigned ignorance, saying, "I do not understand what you are implying." Varys gestured for her to sit, and poured her a glass of sweet fruit wine. Bai Ling, feeling parched, took the glass and drank it in one go. When Varys offered to refill it, she politely declined by covering the cup. "Forgive my ignorance, but what does Lord Varys mean?" Varys sighed softly. "Your Highness, as a scion of House Targaryen, why would you serve the Duke of the North?" Was he trying to be indirect with her? Unmoved, Bai Ling replied, "Lord Ricard has shown me kindness. It is not a matter of service, merely mutual benefit." Varys' face had grown somewhat plump, and when he smiled, he appeared somewhat comical. However, in all of King's Landing, no one dared to underestimate the Master of Whispers. "Your Highness may be unaware of what your esteemed mentor, Maester Varys, has unearthed in Old Town." Bai Ling feigned puzzlement, asking, "Is it concerning my heritage?" No. It is something far more dreadful and ancient. Have you heard of the Horn of Dragons?" Chapter 54. Do magical artifacts exist? The Horn of Dragons. She seemed to recall having seen it mentioned somewhere. Bai Ling shook her head in denial, humbly seeking enlightenment. "I do not know. Please, my lord, enlighten me on its purpose." Varys leaned in, shrouded in mystery. "It is a magical horn that can control dragons. It is said that this artifact can even sway the minds of Valyrians." Bai Ling had a vague recollection of a magical horn. In her previous life, she had joined others online in condemning the 8th season's lackluster conclusion, during which someone had analyzed the original work and mentioned a certain horn. However, that horn seemed to be hidden in the north. There had been a plot in the original story where the king beyond the wall, Mance Rayder, warned Jon Snow to join the free folk, simultaneously informing him that if the wildlings were not allowed to cross the wall, he would blow the horn of winter to awaken the giants beneath the earth, causing the wall to collapse. But what was the Horn of Dragons? No one had ever mentioned it. Bai Ling tentatively inquired, if such an artifact capable of influencing Valyrian minds truly exists, should it not be the king and prince who are more concerned? Setting aside her status as a distant Targaryen, if such a magical item existed, obtaining it would allow one to directly control the king and the heir, thus seizing the Iron Throne. What did this have to do with her predicament? Varys smiled wryly and stated plainly, "The king and Rhaegar are protected by 7 brave Kingsguard, along with the Knights of King's Landing and the powerful nobles supporting them. You, however, are merely the betrothed of the heir, with a tenuous claim to royalty. Before you bear an heir, you are far more susceptible to manipulation. Thus, your highness, it is your own safety that you should be concerned about. I have heard that Duke Ricard has been in search of such a magical artifact. What purpose might he have for the Horn of Dragons? At present, it is difficult to ascertain, but should you marry the prince and bear offspring?" Although Varys may have some ulterior motives, he did speak a truth. While His Majesty bestowed upon her a title and a nominal domain, more often than not, she is merely a decorative figure. Although she appears to enjoy a semblance of freedom within the Red Keep, her power is quite limited. The fact that she cannot indulge her desire for meat speaks volumes. Yet, she is not inclined to trust Varys. despite his seemingly benign demeanor within the narrative. He is as much a master of intrigue as Littlefinger, one of the most cunning players in Westeros. Let us not forget that the Stark family of the North has maintained a commendable reputation. Even if such a magical horn were to be discovered, what of it? Without the horn, she remains under Lord Rickard's control. Varys has been observing her closely, and White Wing feigned concern, imploring, "Please, do not frighten Rhaenys any further. Assist me." Varys shook his head, responding, "It is not I who can aid you, but the prince. Have you considered inquiring if he is aware?" White Wing sat quietly in the garden, reflecting on the words exchanged with the head of the spymasters. What could Varys be scheming? Is he intending to use her to betray Lord Rickard's trusted scholar to Prince Rhaegar? No, that seems unlikely, even if they appear to be allies. It is not yet time to sever ties, as the primary threat they all face remains the Mad King Aerys. If the horn truly possesses magical properties, does he intend for Rhaegar to wield it? Furthermore, does such an artifact truly hold any value? It seems to be absent from the original texts. White Wing, with her limited intellect, found herself unable to decipher their intentions. Thus, she resolved to confront Maester Varys directly for clarification. They all serve Lord Rickard, so it is improbable that they would conceal matters of this nature from her. Currently, Maester Varys has found some means to reside within the Red Keep, sequestered underground among a cadre of alchemists. The dungeons of the Red Keep house many alchemists summoned by the king, predominantly scholars, with a greater number being pyromancers, and even mysterious sorcerers from distant lands. The elder scholar seemed to anticipate White Wing's visit, as he was engrossed in transcribing from a pile of ancient tomes. These books appeared nearly worn to tatters, a testament to the scholar's daily pursuit of knowledge and the continuous transmission of history through generations. Varys meticulously copied his notes, not lifting his gaze as he inquired, "You have sought me out. Did the spider speak of anything to you?" White Wing replied candidly, "Indeed. Varys mentioned that you have discovered the Horn of Dragons, capable of controlling the Valyrians, including the Targaryens." The elder scholar scoffed derisively. "It seems he considers you valuable enough to sow discord between you and the North." White Wing responded, "That sentiment is rather unpalatable and perplexing. What is amiss? Is it not true that those unworthy of sitting at the table are merely pawns? Varys is a pawn, as are you and I. The true players are His Majesty and those gluttonous nobles." Bai Ling cautiously inquired, "Master Scholar, why do you harbor such disdain for the nobility?" With a sharp snap, Varys closed the heavy tome before him. "Have you memorized the epic of the ancient Valerie heroes that I assigned you yesterday?" Bai Ling shrank back. "No, I'm sorry. My mind isn't suited for this. Am I not allowed to be a pawn? Please, spare me the burden of memorization." She deftly shifted the topic. "But what about the Horn of Dragons? Have you truly found it?" Varys sighed deeply at Bai Ling's lack of scholarly aptitude. Yet, upon seeing her inquisitive gaze, he responded, "The Horn of Dragons is a relic of Valyria, lost before the cataclysm of the end times. The one in Old Town is merely a counterfeit, an artisan's mimicry. Its primary function was to enable the Valyrians to command dragons. Some horns were imbued with formidable magical powers, allowing even ordinary individuals to control these mighty beasts. However, following the cataclysm, the Horn of Dragons became cursed, sounding it no longer grants control over dragons but instead drives Valyrians into madness, rendering them puppets." Bai Ling pondered this. "Then what Valis has told me is of no use. He expects me to relay this to Prince Rhaegar." Varys paused in his reading, perhaps contemplating that the true Horn of Dragons was concealed by the Targaryen family. "Oh, Valis seeks to use the false horn as a ruse and is determined to uncover the whereabouts of the genuine one, all while leveraging your name. Indeed, next month's royal hunt, you shall accompany Prince Rhaegar." Is it possible for me to abstain?" Bai Ling was taken aback by Varys' words. Having just turned down Jaime Lannister, Varys' murky eyes fixed upon her. "During the hunt, Valis will engage in some underhanded tactics. You are ill-suited to appear in the viewing gallery." Bai Ling felt conflicted. Was this a plot to poison? Had they bribed the king's attendants? Were they attempting to ensure she and Prince Rhaegar avoided the scene? Anxiety tightened her chest. Was a scenario akin to the purple wedding in the offing? No. Varys had mentioned that the poison he possessed was slow-acting. There would be no need to administer it during the hunt. Opportunities abound within the Red Keep. Unbeknownst to Varys, who was unaware that Bai Ling had overheard their plans, he added, "Remember, I instructed you to deal with Cersei. You must attend." "I truly cannot," Bai Ling pleaded, her face contorted in distress. "My mind is not sharp enough for such wickedness." The old scholar hinted, "You need not do anything but feign affection before Cersei in the presence of the prince. That foolish girl will undoubtedly lose her composure, for reasons unknown." Bai Ling felt a chill at his words, yet she dared not refuse further. Lord Ricard and Varys were both aware that she was not entirely human. Should she provoke their ire, her demise would be a mere trifle. She could scarcely fathom the reaction of Prince Rhaegar, or Elia, or Oberyn. Upon discovering the truth of her beastly nature, Bai Ling was certain she would descend into madness. In the future, refrain from coming here unless it is of great importance. This palace is not solely under the watchful eyes of spiders. Upon her return, Bai Ling felt a twinge of annoyance as she contemplated how to inform James of her intention to venture to the hunting grounds once more. Perhaps she could simply use Prince Rhaegar as an excuse. Yet, prior to that, she wished to prepare a gift for the prince, as a token of gratitude for his efforts to draw near to her and his invitations to dine. But what gift would suffice? Her gemstones and fine silks, as well as the gold, were all bestowed upon her by the prince. Rhaegar, being fond of playing the lyre, perhaps she could gift him a song? However, while she possessed the ability to sing, she was not versed in composing music. Alternatively, she might consider crafting an instrument to present to Rhaegar. A sudden thought struck her, reminiscent of a video she had once viewed on C Station, showcasing various instruments performing the theme from a song of ice and fire. Playing the theme from a show about power struggles in a world of ice and fire felt rather peculiar. The inhabitants here did not seem keen on listening to background music. Perhaps she should consult with Illyria instead. With ample time before the king's hunt, Bai Ling chose to set aside her worries. She entrusted her maid to deliver a letter to James Lannister, informing him of her change of plans to join Rhaegar in the hunt. Before she began to exhaust her mind in search of a suitable gift, she intended to use this opportunity to persuade the prince to take her along on the hunt. Illyria had not sought her out recently, prompting Bai Ling to inquire around until she finally spotted her with Oberyn at the training grounds of the Kingsguard. Today, the rotating members of the Kingsguard were White Bull and Arthur, while the training yard was bustling with a host of gold-robed guards honing their skills. Oberyn appeared as lively as ever, yet Bai Ling had noticed that he had been avoiding her lately. Was it due to disbelief in her words? Did they not intend to leave King's Landing? The Red Viper had just concluded his bout with the captain of the guard. Ever since losing to Bai Ling in swordplay, he had been seeking out the Kingsguard daily for practice, earning the admiration of Captain White Bull. Bai Ling observed Illyria's intense gaze following Arthur Dayne and teased, "Are you pursuing him? How is that going?" Illyria replied with frustration, "It's utterly futile. He is as dense as a log and fails to notice my presence at all. Even if he did, it would be of no consequence. The Kingsguard is forbidden from marrying or having children. That is of little concern." Illyria waved her hand dismissively. "I could beseech the queen to arrange a marriage with his majesty. However, it ultimately rests upon the Dawn Sword's consent." Bai Ling hesitated. "I find that difficult to believe. Arthur Dayne seems solely devoted to the king, his duties, and his sword." Illyria cast her a seductive, teasing glance. "I refuse to believe that there exists a man devoid of affection for women. If all else fails, I shall take matters into my own hands." Bai Ling gasped in alarm. "Calm yourself. I fear he may strike you down with a single blow." Once Sir Arthur departed, Illyria, with a hint of disinterest, inquired, "Did you seek me for something? Have you missed me?" Oberyn approached and stood beside Illyria, while Bai Ling found herself at a loss for words. Upon witnessing the scene, Elia pushed her brother aside and took her hand, asking, "Pray tell, is it something concerning Oberyn?" "Actually, I merely wish to inquire what would be an appropriate gift for Prince Rhaegar." Elia chuckled. "What sort of gift are you contemplating? Surely, you must know." Bai Ling shook her head earnestly. "I am unaware. What do you think of presenting him with a musical instrument, or perhaps a song?" "How terribly cliché. I possess several compositions. Allow me to share one with you. Do remember to freshen up and make yourself alluring before you sneak into his chamber." "Haha." Bai Ling exclaimed, "I am but a child. Do not lead me astray." Chapter 55. The King's hunting event. Bai Ling resolved to follow her own inclinations. For Elia was quite the tempest, always lamenting. Should she fail to capture the Dawn Swordmaster's heart, it was likely she would resort to more forceful measures. Fortunately, being the Princess of Dorne, the Swordmaster would probably not slay her with a single blow. Bai Ling had already conceived an idea for the song she would gift to the prince. Now, she merely required an instrument. The creation she envisioned did not exist in this world due to its classical nature and intricate craftsmanship. She only grasped the basic framework. It seemed inevitable that she would need to seek the assistance of a learned master, or perhaps Varys. However, the old scholar had distinctly instructed her not to approach him during this period, advising her to defer her plans until after the hunting festivities. Recently, Bai Ling had dined with the prince, a stark contrast to their previous unfortunate encounter. This time, she took the initiative, much to the delight of the steward, who arranged everything with great enthusiasm. The maids were overjoyed to see the prince and Princess Rhaenys dining together like a typical engaged couple. and their post-dinner stroll moved them to tears of excitement. The maid Barbara, in an exaggerated tone, expressed her hope that the princess would conceive soon after their marriage, suggesting that an early birth would be splendid, as long as it did not delay the wedding. Both of their graces are so beautiful and noble. One can only imagine how exquisite a little prince or princess they would be. Bai Ling felt a wave of disbelief. Was the medieval mindset truly so liberated? While she too found the prince appealing, she still dreamed of donning a lovely wedding gown. She had sketched numerous designs for wedding dresses, which she entrusted to the royal artisans for their inspiration. As for thoughts of progeny, such matters were far from her mind. She needed to cultivate her relationship with Rhaegar. As for the future of marriage, she preferred to take it one step at a time. Thus, she proactively invited the prince to dine, especially since the cuisine at Rhaegar's table was truly delightful. With over 2 years until the fateful spring, she hoped her presence would prevent Rhaegar from abducting Lyanna. Based on their interactions thus far, Rhaegar did not strike her as the type to perpetrate such an act. Nevertheless, the unfolding of events remained uncertain. To alter the course of destiny, she must prevent Lyanna from meeting Rhaegar. All things considered, Bai Ling had been enjoying her meals immensely. The prince's table offered a splendid array of dishes, harmoniously balanced between meat and vegetables, prepared by a skilled chef, with exquisite desserts in varied forms. Barbara was too hesitant to reprimand her. One could only wonder if the prince found joy in witnessing her indulge in her culinary delights. It seems that apart from the initial surprise, the prince has grown accustomed to it. Rhaegar noticed a peculiar delicacy on the dining table today. Its appearance was so grotesque that he hesitated to sample it. It emitted an aroma reminiscent of egg-based treats and was approximately the size of a cup, with a charred center and an irregular, misshapen form. The prince cast a sidelong glance at the steward, who appeared to be pressing his head into his chest. This dish was undoubtedly not prepared by the palace chef. The audacity to present such an unsightly creation must surely be the work of Rhaenys, who was beside him, hinting at him with eager eyes. She had previously deemed their seating arrangement across the long table too distant and had taken the liberty of relocating herself to his left. Rhaegar found this arrangement agreeable. Ever since dining with Rhaenys, his appetite had surged, and he was on the verge of gaining weight. With some hesitation, Rhaegar picked up a black and yellow egg tart. Although it looked unappealing, it smelled quite delightful. The prince nearly closed his eyes as he took a bite. Discovering that this unsightly creation, infused with the flavors of egg and cream, was unexpectedly delicious. He ended up devouring most of the plate. "Thank you for the treat, Rhaenys," he said gently, conveying his gratitude through his gaze. Unfortunately, her focus remained solely on the meat, and she failed to notice. Seeing that the plate of egg tarts had been entirely consumed by Rhaegar brought joy to Bai Ling. In truth, this batch had been relatively presentable. The more hideous ones had already been devoured by her own appetite. "Did you enjoy it? I shall strive to make it better next time," she said. Rhaegar smiled and shook his head. "You should instruct the royal chef to make it. Such matters need not trouble you." "Indeed. The chefs are certainly more skilled at Western pastries than I am," Bai Ling acknowledged. "Very well, next time I shall guide them." Since they began dining together, the prince not only increased his food intake but also experienced a gradual uplift in his spirits, which was greatly reassuring to the steward and head maid attending him. "His Highness has been too thin and reluctant to eat properly. Now it is much better," they mused, hoping that this pleasant state would continue. Unlike the relationship between Queen Layla and His Majesty, having spent a rare moment of warmth with Rhaegar, the day of the king's hunt was now imminent. The festivities would not take place in King's Landing. The royal procession would depart for an outdoor venue where they would camp. Prince Rhaegar and Bai Ling ventured forth to set up camp beforehand. Before leaving the Red Keep, Master Varys had a squire deliver a crafted item for Bai Ling, a swift sword forged from high-quality steel. The hilt, gleaming in ivory, appeared to be made from beast bone. The guard featured exquisite filigree designs, while the sword itself measured just over a meter in length, boasting commendable flexibility and an exceptionally sharp tip capable of piercing solid wood with ease. It also came with a robust leather sheath. Bai Ling noticed the oval metal pommel at the end of the sword, which seemed to bear a signature carved in a unique font. Was it the exclusive mark of the blacksmith? This sword arrived just in time for the upcoming event, and Bai Ling decided to take it along. In Westeros, due to prolonged summers and winters lasting several years, both the faith of the Seven and other ancient sects engage in rituals to pray for enduring summers and bountiful harvests. This hunting festival carries significant religious connotations. Although King Aerys is mad, he dares not openly oppose the faith of the Seven. Thus the royal family must attend and preside over the event. However, the old king does not partake in the hunting for sacrificial prey. Instead, the young Prince Rhaegar fulfills this duty. The royal hunting festival is typically divided into several segments, with the jousting tournament being the most favored by the nobility. Jousting is the most vibrant activity in Westeros, attracting knights from all corners of the realm seeking their fortunes. The more significant the celebration, the more lavish the prizes and stakes of the jousting tournament. Frivolous nobles wager everything they can, including titles, lands, gold dragons, steeds, swords, armor, and even women. Victory promises a wealth of rewards. This particular event, being a religious celebration to invoke a long summer, draws nearly 1,000 knights, especially with the king's presence. They don a myriad of colorful armors, brandishing bizarre family crests. Some free knights are so impoverished that they lack metal armor, wielding only a worn steed and a dulled iron sword. Besides the jousting, participants can seize the spoils from their adversaries in individual and team bouts, presenting both a test of valor and an opportunity for wealth. It is difficult to ascertain whether those bloodthirsty mercenary knights are merely seeking fortune. Hence, there are specific eligibility criteria for participation. Nobility and knights from prominent families face no scrutiny, while free knights and mercenaries undergo rigorous examination. It is not merely a matter of exclusion. Should a fugitive criminal attempt to join the tournament, the guards will not hesitate to turn them in for gold. Legend has it that a free knight once raided the affluent nobles of Highgarden during a tournament there. His insatiable greed led to his recognition as a wanted criminal by a knight of House Tarly, ultimately resulting in his demise by a hail of arrows. The jousting tournament typically lasts around 3 days before transitioning into the hunting and sacrificial rites. Whiteling suspects that the original ritual may not have included jousting, likely a later addition made out of ennui by the nobles. In essence, this event encompasses feasting, revelry, hunting, and socializing. Men display their prowess through hunting and jousting, garnering fame, fortune, and the affection of fair maidens. Women, too, have the opportunity to select their desired prey, indulging in exhilarating outdoor pursuits. Ultimately, this hunting festival stands as a pivotal social occasion for the nobility. Chapter 56. Medieval jousting. The celebration takes place in Rosby, situated in the northeast of King's Landing. Originally, it was a humble town with merely wooden structures and a disheveled appearance. However, since being chosen as the venue for the celebration, the Rosby family has been ecstatic. The royal family allocated a substantial sum of gold dragons to expand the king's palace here. Not only were all dilapidated buildings refurbished, but the roads were also improved. The Rosby family received ample funds to prepare for the festivities, even allowing for the construction of an additional family castle. The expenditure for this castle amounted to nearly 200,000 gold dragons. Bai Ling was astonished when she heard Prince Rhaegar speak. It must be said that the newly appointed Chancellor of the Exchequer by King Aerys is quite the muddlehead. The previous Chancellor, appointed by Tywin, had been stripped of his wealth and sent back to his homeland to farm. Rhaegar dismissed the notion. The current Chancellor is acceptable, at least his fief is in Highgarden, so his greed will likely be restrained. Bai Ling understood that if this Chancellor were to falter, the Mad King could simply incinerate him, and wealth would flow forth. No wonder it is said that when Shin fell, Jiaqing feasted. Over his 30-year reign, King Aerys has cycled through 5 chancellors. Could it be that the royal treasury has been amassed in such a manner? Prince Rhaegar does not reside in the palace with his majesty and the queen, but has set up camp outside the city. Bai Ling was assigned to a remarkably spacious tent beside the prince, which housed not only an intricately carved 2-meter bed, but also a plethora of opulent wooden furniture, golden candlesticks, and gilded tableware, all hastily transported from the palace. They would only be staying for less than a week. Was it not cumbersome to move so many items? Bai Ling gained a vivid understanding of the royal lifestyle of extravagance. The King's Guard was fully mobilized this time, with Captain White Bull and his men constantly by the king's side, while Rhaegar was accompanied by the Dawnsword Master. Upon seeing Sir Arthur Dane, Bai Ling had a premonition that Illyria would surely follow. Indeed, the Dornish, including the prince, essentially resided within the city, and Illyria boldly took up residence in her tent. She brought along 2 skilled handmaidens, nonchalantly stating that with the Dawnsword Master nearby, they were quite safe. The 2 maidens possessed an exotic charm, with sun-kissed skin and well-toned physiques, each carrying a whip that gleamed ominously at their waists, capable of inflicting grievous wounds. Illyria secretly reported to Bai Ling, "These 2 are my brother's lovers, but their skills are exceptional." Although they were indeed Oberyn's lovers, the 2 Dornish maidens had become ardent admirers of the Dawnsword Master after witnessing Arthur Dane practice. Every time Arthur trained, it was as if a fan rally unfolded around him. Illyria, being of noble lineage, was both a privilege and a burden. Arthur could not simply dismiss her. Frustrated, the Sword Master sought out Rhaegar, hoping the prince might devise a solution. Rhaegar had not anticipated the peculiar tastes of the Dornish. He took delight in advising Arthur to leave and returned to his tent to share this story as a jest with Rhaenys. Bai Ling, however, inquired if there were precedents for the king's guard to withdraw. The prince, taken aback, asked, "Why do you ask this?" With a look of innocent curiosity, Bai Ling replied, "Just a casual inquiry. What if a young lady were to fall for one of them? Or if a family had no heirs and wished for them to return to inherit their lands?" Rhaegar immediately thought of the relentless pursuit of Arthur by Princess Illyria. He shook his head, stating, "It is impossible for them to withdraw. The king's guard is a symbol of nobility and honor, and their exit would signify the day of their demise." Bai Ling silently lit a candle for Illyria, realizing that she might not be able to win the heart of the Dawnsword Master after all. The bustling nightly tournament is about to commence, an event rarely witnessed by the common folk, who gather early, filling the venue to capacity. The viewing platform for the jousting event is a 4-tiered wooden structure, allowing spectators to either sit or stand, while a wooden wall separates the knight's arena from the audience. The king and the royal family occupy the highest wooden pavilion, adorned with flowers and colorful banners. Today's contest features mounted lance jousting, taking place in a rectangular arena flanked by fearless spectators. The knights prepare at either end of the field, meeting in the center to present a thrilling and spectacular duel. The jousting is direct and brutal, with knights accelerating back and forth until one is unseated by a lance. This activity carries significant danger, as unfortunate souls often meet their demise under the tremendous impact, enhancing both its spectacle and excitement. King Aerys has a particular fondness for jousting, having taken his seat at the viewing platform early, uncharacteristically amiable as he converses with Queen Layla. The queen, maintaining a demeanor of caution and courtesy, engages in a formal dialogue with the king that feels less like that of a married couple and more akin to a subordinate reporting to a superior. Finding the conversation dull, King Aerys turns his attention to Selmy Balistan, leaving the queen beside the somewhat awkward white spirit, who had not anticipated the king and queen's emotional distance. The cessation of the king's dialogue seemingly relieves the queen, allowing her heart to focus entirely on the young Prince Viserys. Noticing White Spirit's gaze upon her, the queen offers a gentle smile. Inquiring about her recent interactions with Rhaegar, "How have you been getting along with Rhaegar lately? Has he been neglectful?" "We have been getting along quite well," White Spirit replies, her smile tinged with shyness. She truly feels that she and Rhaegar are discovering more common interests. The prince now practices swordplay with her during his leisure, occasionally sharing tales of palace happenings. Recently, she has experimented with various Western pastries, which Rhaegar seems to enjoy, as he has visibly gained weight. Although they currently resemble friends more than lovers, it is a promising beginning. Reflecting on this, she adds, "I believe that Rhaegar and I can become good friends." Queen Layla, with the wisdom of experience, remarks, "Beginning as friends is a beautiful foundation. When you marry and have children, your bond will deepen." White Spirit feels that this sentiment does not align with her own circumstances. Yet, her knowledge of the Mad King and Queen's story is limited, leaving her puzzled as to the nature of their relationship. She vaguely recalls that the Mad King and Queen suffered numerous losses, questioning if that was the root of their estrangement. The Queen's perspective may also reflect Rhaegar's thoughts, yet White Spirit does not share this view. She felt an undeniable attraction upon first meeting the prince, but their growing camaraderie increasingly resembles that of close friends. She yearns for more than a platonic male friend. She hopes that the prince might also harbor feelings for her, whether deemed naive or unrealistic. She believes that a marriage devoid of emotional foundation is akin to a mere trifle, regrettable to discard, yet devoid of true remorse. However, her disposition is excessively reserved. To this day, her level of intimacy with the prince pales in comparison to that of Cersei. The only aspect in which she envies Cersei is her fervent boldness. Whenever an opportunity arises, she rushes forward to embrace Rhaegar. Oh, how she longs to throw her arms around Rhaegar's aloofly handsome visage, yet she dares not. Bai Ling casts a glance towards Tywin, who sits not far away, accompanied by the flamboyant Cersei. Today, Cersei remains as stunningly beautiful as ever, hardly resembling a minor. Yet just observe her audacity. Despite her disdain for Bai Ling, she nonchalantly wears the court gown designed by her, which still bears Rhaenys' hand-stitched signature on the inner lining. Cersei, seated in the front row, seemingly notices Bai Ling's gaze and turns to glare at her fiercely. A melodious trumpet sounds, and Queen Rhaella reminds everyone to focus on the tournament, as Rhaegar will be the first to compete. What? Bai Ling was unaware of this. No wonder the prince had vanished early in the morning. She stretches her neck to look down, and indeed spots Prince Rhaegar, clad in black armor emblazoned with a blood-red dragon, preparing to warm up at one end of the arena. One must admit, Prince Rhaegar looks extraordinarily dashing today. handsome enough to leave one breathless. His physique has become significantly more robust lately, and the exquisitely crafted armor bestows upon him an air of nobility and might. He dons a helmet adorned with dark metallic wings on either side, brandishing his lance as he effortlessly guides his steed around the arena. On the opposite side, the opponent is unexpectedly the young Jaime Lannister. Is it customary for two individuals of such high status to commence the event? Chapter 57, The Knight's Romance. Dedicated to Rhaenys, the two competitors prepare on either side of the long lane. Attendants check their armor and present them with specially crafted wooden lances. In contrast to the calm and collected Prince Rhaegar, the youthful Jaime appears eager and brimming with fighting spirit. Clad in radiant golden armor, his half-long golden hair peeks out from beneath his helmet, making him resemble a walking embodiment of gold. The prince, on the other hand, showcases his signature black dragon armor and winged helmet, emblazoned with a three-headed dragon. His platinum hair cascades from beneath his dark helmet, looking both fierce and beautiful against the backdrop of his blood-red cloak. Both competitors mount their horses, and the trumpet-s sound gradually swells in intensity. The steeds, caught up in the fervent atmosphere, stamp their hooves restlessly, snorting in anticipation. Rhaegar raises his wooden lance high in salute, then levels it towards his opponent. Cheers and whistles erupt from the crowd, with countless voices chanting Rhaegar's name. Young women and ladies are especially fervent, their screams nearly piercing the heavens. Amidst the shouts of "Long live the prince," are intermingled cries of "I love the prince. I want to marry you." Jaime Lannister appears somewhat displeased, forcefully pushing down the visor of his helmet. Bai Ling once again witnesses Rhaegar's esteemed reputation among the populace. No one cheers for Jaime Lannister, not even his sister Cersei, who calls out Rhaegar's name instead. However, Jaime's attention remained solely on the imminent tournament, seemingly indifferent to everything else. The mounted squire swung his arm down with great force, prompting Jaime Lannister to spur his horse into a wild gallop. He raised his lance, specifically designed for the competition, and charged towards Prince Rhaegar. The prince hesitated for but a moment, yet his equestrian skills were commendable. The black stallion quickly reached its peak speed, and in the blink of an eye, the two knights found themselves at the center of the arena. For the first time, Baelor witnessed such a savage and exhilarating joust. As the two were about to collide, she nearly shut her eyes in fear. To her astonishment, Prince Rhaegar deftly diverted his weapon outward, and Jaime's lance struck the prince's breastplate, shattering it into splinters. Remarkably, Rhaegar merely swayed slightly, maintaining his steadfast posture atop his steed. Jaime came to a halt after a short distance, lifting his helmet to gaze at Rhaegar, his expression a mixture of shock and disbelief. Was it possible that Rhaegar had underestimated him? Or was he deliberately showcasing his strength and his specially crafted armor? A shadow crossed Jaime's eyes. As their lances clashed, King Aerys leaned forward nervously in the stands. Observing Jaime's astonished and humiliated demeanor, a faint smile crept across his lips. Baelor noticed this and frowned. In her view, Rhaegar had merely shown mercy to Jaime, while the Mad King likely interpreted it as Rhaegar's intent to humiliate the Lannister. The second round commenced swiftly, and Rhaegar recognized the inappropriateness of his earlier actions. With a serious expression, he lowered his visor, adopting a more earnest demeanor. Faced with the formidable strength and skill of Prince Rhaegar, the young Jaime Lannister could not endure for long. He was soon sent flying by the prince's overwhelming force and tumbled several times in the sand, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The crowd erupted into frenzied cheers for Prince Rhaegar. Yet, in that moment, Rhaegar sat high upon his horse, his amethyst-like eyes devoid of warmth. Coldly gazing down at Jaime Lannister, his lance still pointed at him. Baelor felt a momentary disorientation. She suddenly perceived Rhaegar as cold-blooded and unfamiliar. However, he soon exhibited concern, dismounting to assist Jaime, patting his shoulder and affirming his prowess, embodying the characteristics of a powerful yet gracious superior. Baelor fell into confusion. Had she misjudged the earlier moment? She had never seen Rhaegar with such an icy gaze. It must have been an illusion. Rhaegar began to stroll slowly around the arena on horseback, first smiling and waving to the surrounding spectators. Then he approached the royal box, bowing respectfully to the king and queen. King Aerys intended to deliver some flattering remarks about his son, while simultaneously disparaging Tywin, but Rhaegar suddenly produced a crimson thistle from within his cloak. The prince carefully placed the flower atop his lance, lifting it high above the stands, extending it towards Princess Rhaenys. King Aerys faltered, and the roar of the crowd transformed into a cacophony of jeers, with the ladies screaming more fervently, as if the flowers were being offered to them. Cersei's eyes nearly bulged from her head. Bai Ling encountered such a flirtatious scheme for the first time, rendering her as immobile as a wooden figure. It was only under the urging of Queen Layla that she regained her senses. Her cheeks flushed as she plucked the thistle blossom from the tip of the lance. Then, with a faint hum, she murmured her thanks. The prince raised his lance high, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "To my fiancée, Rhaenys, I dedicate the first victory of the long summer festival." Bai Ling completely forgot about the ensuing competitions, lost in reverie as she sat in the stands for an entire afternoon, gazing vacantly at the flower. She could not recall how she returned to the tent. Her mind a blank slate throughout the day. Even the subsequent jousting tournament failed to capture her attention. It was said that many valiant young knights had made their mark, but it no longer mattered to her. She stared dreamily at the flower, grinning foolishly until a messenger summoned her to dinner, jolting her back to reality. Her face felt as though it had been frozen. Rhaegar appeared unfazed, making no mention of the day's events. Bai Ling found the feast before her utterly unappetizing. She fidgeted restlessly, poking at the roast chicken with her fork. Unable to contain herself any longer, she stammered, "Why did it suddenly happen today?" Rhaegar paused in his actions, elegantly wiping the corner of his mouth. "What? Oh, you mean the flowers? Do you not like them?" Of course, she adored them. She was overwhelmed with delight. The vanity of 2 lifetimes had been satisfied and elevated today. If only the prince could utter that he did this for her sake, she would feel utterly fulfilled. But why did he suddenly think of presenting flowers as a declaration of affection? Surely it was a declaration, and she desperately wished for him to confess his feelings. Observing her fervent gaze, Rhaegar hesitated slightly. "It was Elia who advised me to do this. She said girls enjoy it when knights present flowers after winning a tournament. It seems to have worked well. Rhaenys should appreciate it." Yet, Bai Ling's fervent heart was doused with cold water, her expression immediately dimming. Oh, so it was Elia who suggested this. Her joy had been halved. Rhaegar looked puzzled, having noted her initial happiness. Why did she seem discontented now? He quickly attempted to remedy the situation. "From now on, every time I win a tournament, I shall present you with flowers. Is that agreeable?" Bai Ling felt her emotions oscillate, a whirlwind of joy and sorrow. Today's episode was a beautiful tableau envied by all women. Just look at Cersei's fiery glare. She was elated beyond measure. Prince Rhaegar had fulfilled all her romantic fantasies of knights. But alas, it seemed that the prince's actions were not born of his own affections, but rather learned from another woman. Nevertheless, she should still be happy, after all. Prince Rhaegar was the dream lover of every woman in King's Landing, was he not? Bai Ling thought bitterly. If I cannot win Rhaegar's heart, then possessing him physically will suffice. Humph, let those little fairies, especially Cersei, seethe with envy. At least now, Rhaegar belongs to her. Upon contemplating marriage, Bai Ling felt a surge of joy, which led her to indulge heartily in her meal. Prince Rhaegar, observing the dining table being swiftly cleared by Rhaenys, felt fortunate that he had eaten sufficiently beforehand. Rhaenys' thoughts were indeed difficult to decipher, yet when he presented flowers to her that day, her smile was breathtakingly beautiful. Chapter 58, A Tour of the Territory. The first day of the jousting tournament concluded amidst a lively atmosphere. The primary purpose of the long summer festival was hunting and worship, with each competition lasting merely a day. The subsequent events included team contests and individual skill challenges. The victors would earn the privilege of hunting alongside the nobility, while free knights and mercenaries could aspire to become vassals of the lords. Prince Rhaegar did not participate in the tournaments of the second and third days. Instead, he set out with Bai Ling to the hunting grounds at dawn. The prince's party intended to head west initially, planning to stop in the evening at the town of Magoo Valley, located in the northern part of Rosby. He had not disclosed their destination to Rhaenys, wishing to surprise her upon arrival in her domain. Magoo Valley and its surrounding villages currently comprise the only fief held by Princess Rhaenys. Following the king's grant, the prince had been managing the taxes of this fief on behalf of his betrothed, seemingly without anyone considering allowing her to administer it herself. To make amends for his previous unsuccessful flower presentation, Prince Rhaegar arranged a surprise for Rhaenys in Magoo Valley. Bai Ling was blissfully unaware of the evening's plans. She was awakened early and hurriedly mounted her horse, becoming drowsy from the jolting ride. The prince's party was modest, consisting of only about 50 individuals. Aside from his steadfast companion, Arthur Dane, they hunted while enjoying the scenic views, which rivaled modern AAA tourist attractions, showcasing lush forests, verdant hills, and plains rich with unspoiled natural beauty. Although they occasionally encountered ragged commoners, their relatively healthy appearances suggested that they were managing to sustain themselves adequately. During the War of the Five Kings, nearly half of Westeros perished, leaving behind a grim landscape. The father and daughter who were robbed by the Hound ultimately met a tragic fate. Upon spotting the prince's 3-headed dragon banner from afar, the commoners knelt in reverence. The prince's guards seized the rare opportunity to breathe freely, invigorated by the outing as they hunted numerous animals. Bai Ling, having little knowledge of archery, had only practiced for a few days. Thus, she found it challenging to target the quick rabbits and foxes, as she was more adept at sketching than shooting. In contrast, Prince Riga exhibited remarkable skill, capturing the majority of the game effortlessly alongside Arthur Dane. The guards ahead diligently scouted the surroundings, ensuring that no unwitting individuals intruded upon the prince's path. It was indeed a disappointment not to personally hunt any animals. Such unrestrained hunting grounds are scarce in modern times. Now primarily a pastime for the affluent, Bai Ling secretly resolved to diligently practice archery upon her return. For what kind of monster hunter would she be if she could not wield a bow? Riga and the knights had thoroughly enjoyed their outing. He, too, was often confined within the Red Keep by the king, seldom permitted to leave King's Landing. At noon, they planned to set up camp by a picturesque lakeside for a picnic. The knights had hunted abundantly, leaving only a small portion for consumption, while the remainder would be offered as sacrifices upon their return to Rosby. In the makeshift camp, Bai Ling clumsily attempted to draw her bow. Fortunately, her physical fitness was commendable. After practicing for an entire afternoon, she managed to hit the target with 12 arrows out of 10. Her maid, Barbara, and the prince's attendants enthusiastically cheered her on. When the prince returned from his equestrian inspection, he witnessed Bai Ling proudly showcasing her newly acquired archery skills. However, upon closer inspection of the target, it was evident that not a single arrow was close to the bullseye, and the distance was less than 1/3 of what he usually practiced. Seeing the prince's return, Bai Ling triumphantly claimed, "Prince, look, I can hit the target now." Riga stifled a laugh and praised her. "Yes, quite impressive. You're improving rapidly." He stepped forward, took the longbow from her hands, retreated a few paces, and effortlessly nocked an arrow. With graceful fluidity, he drew the bowstring back, and the arrow flew true, striking the center of the target from several dozen meters away. Barbara erupted in cheers, clapping fervently. Bai Ling's eyes widened in astonishment. The prince's archery seemed effortless, both in distance and accuracy. She approached him and grasped his hand, noticing the thick calluses on his palm, a testament to years of martial training. "You are truly remarkable," she exclaimed. The prince felt a tinge of pride but maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "At this distance, hitting the target is quite simple. Allow me to teach you. Do not draw the string too close. Your middle and ring fingers should be beneath the arrow's nock. Your eyes, the sight, and the target should align perfectly. Keep your head steady." Although the prince's instruction was commendable, Bai Ling wondered why romantic scenes in films featured charming exchanges, while her experience felt more akin to a serious training session. The prince was far too earnest, meticulous to a fault. With a playful glint in her eyes, she feigned exhaustion, leaning against his chest. "Ah, my back aches. I lack strength." Riga, quick-witted, used his hands to create a barrier. "Tired? Then let us rest before resuming practice." Bai Ling thought to herself, indeed, handsome men are often aloof. Is it truly so difficult for him to indulge me in a moment of sweetness? Why can Cersei lean against him without consequence? The prince retreated to the temporary tent to change clothes, leaving Bai Ling standing there, taking deep breaths. Barbara, unable to contain herself, let out a soft laugh. Arthur Dane observed thoughtfully, contemplating the apparent fragility of the princess's waist strength. Princess Elia often leaned against him during archery practice as well. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Bai Ling, feeling disgruntled, went to change clothes as well, and vented to Barbara. "Barbara, do you think Prince Riga is a bit dim-witted?" Barbara cautiously inquired. "Your Highness, what does it mean to be heartless?" She observed, "Your demeanor seems rather aloof. It appears you do not appreciate my proximity." After reflecting on the prince's earlier reaction, she smiled and added, "Your Highness, I believe the prince's behavior is quite normal." Bai Ling, feeling agitated, pressed her hand down, exclaiming, "Why?" Previously, Cersei would casually embrace him without any rejection from his side. Understanding the source of her frustration, Barbara softly replied, "Your Highness, you have misunderstood the prince. Before your arrival, I attended to him and never witnessed him taking the initiative to approach a woman, let alone become intimate with one. Miss Cersei's actions were exceedingly rude. The prince merely refrained from pushing her away out of respect for her femininity. However, he would certainly disapprove of such frivolous behavior, even among the nobility. Miss Cersei's conduct is considered highly disrespectful, lacking the grace befitting a lady of a prestigious family." There was a distinct disdain in Barbara's words. Bai Ling pondered, realizing that on the occasions she observed, Tywin was always present, allowing Cersei to cling to Prince Rhaegar. Jaime had also mentioned that Rhaegar maintained a respectful distance from Cersei, never granting her opportunities for intimacy in private settings. Rhaegar was undoubtedly aware that such matters would bother him, hence his complete avoidance of Cersei. The question remained, could he not perceive his own desire for closeness? His evasion seemed rather adept. Or perhaps it was simply because he did not enjoy the company of women. Ah, how vexing. She had felt utterly humiliated, even hearing the guards' stifling laughter. Barbara hastily changed the subject. By the way, Your Highness, are you aware that Dorne has sent envoys to King's Landing once more? Bai Ling's attention was instantly captivated. Another envoy? Who is it? It was reported that they were officials from the Kingdom of Dorne, though their identities remained unclear. What could the Queen of Dorne want? Was she unaware that the proposal of the Twin Queens had already been rejected by Rhaegar? Did she intend to pressure him into accepting Elia? Or perhaps she was mistaken, and the emissary was there to escort Elia and Oberyn back to Dorne? She resolved to inquire with Rhaegar shortly. Meanwhile, not far from them, a group of shadowy figures had recently arrived in the town of Duskvale. Earlier that morning, several unfamiliar faces appeared in the settlement, behaving furtively and persistently questioning the locals. They were inquiring about the remnants of the old nobility of Duskvale, causing alarm among those approached, who fled in a panic. Chapter 59. The Crisis of Duskvale. The new Duskvale was a town rebuilt upon the ruins of its predecessor, following the previous rebellion. Nearly all nobles associated with House Darklyn had been executed, their castle and lands reduced to ashes. The townsfolk and their surrounding vassals had either perished or fled, leaving fewer than 1,000 residents, merely a third of the populace before the Darklyn Rebellion. After the king executed the local lord, the new lord had yet to arrive, and taxes were collected by officials dispatched from King's Landing. The town's governance descended into chaos, a tumultuous mix of characters. Yet, there were those with intent, such as the pardoned members of the Black Cloaks and the remnants of the Horold family. As former local tyrants of Morg Valley, they quickly discerned the uniqueness of the newly arrived group. Among the newcomers, there was a particularly imposing knight, his robust frame partially concealed beneath a cloak, hinting at the polished steel armor typical of noble warriors. Such knights, who were capable of leading troops into battle, were a rarity only found among the former lord's retinue. The Horad family had set their sights on these outsiders, who bore the appearance of soldiers, if they could redeem themselves through this endeavor. Perhaps their rise to power lay within this enigmatic group. In a cleverly disguised barn within the city, the hounds of House Lannister, specifically individuals from House Clegane, were conspiring with these mysterious figures. The towering knight, under scrutiny from the Horads, was but a Clegane, a mere tool for the Lannisters' unsavory tasks. He stripped off his armor and the quilted garments emblazoned with the black dog, concealing them in a deep pit within the barn, and donned a lightweight leather vest. Equipped like the others with poisoned daggers and light crossbows, he ensured his appearance was utterly unrecognizable. This band comprised around 20 individuals, most of whom were outfitted as assassins. When do we strike? They inquired in hushed tones of the formidable knight. At night, once the fire ignites. I will draw away her protector. You shall eliminate her. The assassins exchanged furtive glances, one of them questioning, You want us to kill a woman? What is her standing? The knight, growing impatient, replied, She is merely a commoner favored by the nobility. What significance could she possibly have? Are you afraid? The assassins exchanged wary looks. Is there a noble among us? Nobles travel with their own guards. This will not do. You must pay us more. The knight's expression twisted with frustration. He had initially anticipated a share of the spoils, but it was evident these wolves were attempting to renegotiate. If this venture fell through, he would be left with neither coin nor his head intact. Spitting in contempt, he produced a finely crafted purse from his cloak and forcefully tossed it at the feet of the assassins, declaring, Take it, you wretched dogs destined for hell. Complete your task, or we shall all perish. Rest assured, we are men of our word, they replied. The knights silently cursed their notion of honor. When had the rats in the sewers ever possessed such a virtue? The lady is simply too cautious. It is but a commoner's life. Why not use the Cleganes? Must we hire vermin from the flea-infested den of King S. Landing? Remember, release their horses beforehand. Once the fire ignites, strike swiftly and disperse from the city immediately. Capture is not an option. Understood. The rats will fulfill their duty. Meanwhile, at the long summer festival, Elia Martell, remaining in Rosby, reflected on her recent misfortunes. A raven from King S. Landing had borne news of the Queen's dissatisfaction with the Martell siblings' lack of success. To oversee her children and simultaneously apply pressure on King Aerys regarding the dual consort plan, the Queen had dispatched her trusted minister, Lord Tyrell of Highgarden. The raven bearing the message had yet to arrive, but the envoy had already reached King S. Landing. Torres Faller is an exceedingly rigid, obstinate, and dogmatic elder statesman. At times, only Queen Dorne can contend with him. With such a figure overseeing them, Both Ilya and Oberon found themselves devoid of the inclination to play or drink. The two sat opposite each other, contemplating their strategy. Ilya reclined serenely on the couch, her hands clasped upon her chest. "What shall we do?" Oberon replied. "I am at a loss. If the queen learns that Rhaegar has rejected me, she will undoubtedly summon me back to arrange a marriage." "Oh dear." Ilya began to despairingly pound the bed. "Then we must return," Oberon said nonchalantly. "Easier said than done. If I return, I shall never escape again. The queen would have me tethered to her side." "And what of my beloved?" Oberon suggested. "I believe you could test his feelings and see if he would let you go. If he shows no sign of reluctance, then perhaps it is best to relinquish all hope." Ilya propped herself up, inquiring, "You mean Sir Arthur Dayne?" She further asked, "What if we were to incapacitate him and bring him back to Dorne?" Oberon stood frozen, astonished. "Incapacitate him? Setting aside the chances of success. Can you guarantee he won't slay us upon regaining consciousness? I cannot match the Dawnbringer." Ilya regarded him with disdain. "Alas, my brother is truly of no use." Oberon retorted, "Let us consider whether you are speaking sensibly." After much contemplation, Ilya resolved not to remain passive any longer. She must ascertain Arthur Dayne's true feelings. If he harbored no affection for her, she would resign herself to returning to Dorne for an arranged marriage. "Dear brother, will you escort me to the Vale of Shadows?" "The Vale of Shadows? What purpose might you have there?" Ilya replied, "Rhaegar is inspecting his lands with Rhaenyra today. Arthur will surely be close at hand to protect him. I intend to inquire directly and partake in the festivities." Oberon, unwilling to confront Rhaenyra's disconcerting visage, firmly declined. "I will not go. You should take more companions and venture forth on your own. The path is not far, and the royal guards have ensured its safety." Ilya suddenly stepped in front of him, eyeing him suspiciously. "Why have you been avoiding Rhaenyra lately?" Oberon averted his gaze. "I have no particular reason. There is little for us to discuss. Are you truly not going?" "I will not. I wish to enjoy the company of the charming ladies of King's Landing." "Very well. I shall seek them out myself." With that, Ilya departed, accompanied by her fierce handmaiden and a small contingent of guards. During the long summer festival, they assumed the vicinity of His Majesty would be secure. Little did they know, the true peril lay concealed within the Vale of Shadows. In the year 278 AC, it would become a year Oberon would find unforgettable. The beleaguered Vale of Shadows was once again engulfed in flames, as if a nightmare had resurfaced. The unquenchable fire rained down punishment upon the town. Fortunately, the populace had acquired experience in escaping the inferno, and they swiftly organized to combat the flames. The conflagration ignited with alarming swiftness, prompting the astute to spontaneously assist the soldiers in apprehending suspicious individuals. The captain of the town's guard was tirelessly maintaining order and extinguishing flames, overwhelmed by the chaos. At this moment, the presence of a noble prince in the city made the situation all the more dire. "May the seven gods protect us. Let there be no further calamities." Bai Ling and her attendants had taken refuge in the tavern at the town's heart. They were initially hosting a banquet when the inferno and the attack struck unexpectedly. The prince had dispatched most of the guards to protect her while he dashed outside with Arthur. The fire erupted first from a warehouse at the port, where goods were stored, and it was evident that multiple points had been ignited. Soon, barns stuffed with grain and hay caught fire. Prince Rhaegar, known for his benevolence, had previously reduced the grain tax in Magoo Town by 60%, but now, that very sustenance had become fuel for the flames. The entire town was shrouded in thick smoke and fire, leaving no apparent escape route. In the arid weather, attempting to save the dried grains from the blaze seemed utterly futile. Yet, the townsfolk, undeterred by their own charred skin, desperately sought to salvage the burning food, for it represented hope for all. What calamity had befallen Magoo Town? Was it a curse from the gods for its past betrayal of the king? Initially, a small group of unidentified knights appeared outside the town. With insufficient guards, the prince could only station them at the town's entrance. Unexpectedly, fires broke out throughout the city, and the already narrow streets were obstructed by carts piled high with burning debris, deliberately separating Bai Ling from Prince Rhaegar. It was evident that spies had infiltrated the town in advance, igniting fires and sowing chaos. The night made it difficult to distinguish between villagers and infiltrators. Assassins lurked in the shadows, silently dispatching the guards, even wounding members of Prince Rhaegar's personal guard. Their weapons were laced with poison, indicating a premeditated attack. Rhaegar's heart raced with anxiety. Magoo Town was bordered by a river on one side and steep cliffs on the other, entirely encircled by 3-meter-high walls. This group had strategically trapped him at an entrance where the flames were manageable, clearly targeting him. For the time being, he could only devise a plan to have his guards take a roundabout route to reach the port and rescue those inside. Who could possibly be orchestrating this assault against him? Chapter 60. The death of Elia Martell Magoo Town was in utter turmoil as everyone rushed to extinguish the flames. Suddenly, a group of ragged, blade-wielding thugs surged from the shadows, charging toward the tavern where Bai Ling was sheltering. Villagers, in their panic, collided with them and were swiftly cut down. The town's guard had been scattered, unable to provide assistance in this area. The prince, entangled in his own skirmish, was momentarily unable to come to their aid, and the thugs advanced under the cover of smoke and fire. The assassins wore expressions of twisted excitement, while the attendants were paralyzed with fear. Yet, Bai Ling regarded them with calm detachment. "Your Highness, please retreat," one of her attendants urged. Yes, princess, you must hide," Barbara exclaimed in panic. Bai Ling remained composed. "Do not fear. They cannot harm me." Though the number of guards was limited, they were elite protectors of Prince Rhaegar, and she harbored no concerns regarding the assassins. The dispersal of defensive forces, separating Rhaegar from her, suggested that these assailants were scheming to take her life. Approximately a dozen assassins, though clad in subpar armor, wielded weapons of undeniable quality that glinted ominously in the firelight. However, they underestimated the prince's retinue, who swiftly dispatched them with mere strokes of their blades, rendering any attempt to breach the shield wall and assassinate Bai Ling futile. Confronted with the tactics typical of a regular army, the assassins altered their strategy. Some stealthily ascended to the rooftops to launch surprise attacks, and a few guards inadvertently fell victim to their crossbows. "They have crossbows. Raise your shields and watch the rooftops. Our archers, fire upon the rooftops." The situation momentarily reached a stalemate, though the flames were soon brought under control. Realizing their mission was unattainable, the group of assassins prepared to flee. Experiencing such a grand assassination attempt for the first time, Bai Ling initially felt a pang of panic. Yet, she was taken aback by the resolute performance of the prince's guards, who, though few in number, maintained their composure and effectively managed the chaos. Her handmaidens, initially tense, soon adapted, assisting in identifying those hidden on the rooftops. Due to her exceptional physical abilities, Bai Ling possessed remarkably keen eyesight, even managing to take down several well-concealed assailants with her crossbow. These foes proved to be utterly feeble. As the situation stabilized, a few guards sustained minor injuries, while the remaining assassins scattered after abandoning several corpses. The previously obstructed routes within the city were now cleared, and Prince Rhaegar and Arthur Dayne were hastening back. Still somewhat dazed, Bai Ling found it hard to comprehend that the ordeal had concluded. A surreal sense enveloped her, muffling the sounds around her. Only when Prince Rhaegar rushed in to embrace her and inquire if she had been harmed did the ambient noise coalesce into clarity, accompanied by a delayed shiver of fear. Who sought her demise? Rhaegar sensed her trembling form, and although she could only shake her head, words eluded her, revealing her evident fright. The prince's anger simmered within him, akin to a volcano poised to erupt, awaiting the identification of the puppeteer behind this plot to unleash his wrath. He pressed Rhaenys' head against his chest, tenderly stroking her long hair, and they remained in silent communion. The night was sheer chaos, shattering the prince's original plans, and the assault from the shadows deepened the severity of his expression. Bai Ling, initially startled, quickly regained her composure. Noticing the atmosphere had shifted to a more opportune state, she discreetly reached out to encircle the prince's slender waist. He appeared lost in thought, oblivious to their quiet embrace, and the ambience around them turned tranquil. Before long, Arthur Dayne entered, kneeling on one knee. "Your Highness, we have captured 2 alive." The others fled towards the outskirts of the city. Rhaegar lowered his head and softly asked, "Rhaenys, are you tired? Perhaps you should rest." Bai Ling realized they needed to address urgent matters, so she nodded reluctantly and released Rhaegar. She stretched out her fingers, noting how slender the prince's waist was, barely wider than her own. As she moved, she discovered her legs had grown weak, nearly causing her to stumble. Barbara quickly approached to support Bai Ling, preventing her from collapsing onto the floor. Rhaegar continued to gaze at Bai Ling as she ascended the stairs before turning to instruct, "Keep a close watch on them. Do not let them take their own lives. Upon my return, I shall interrogate them personally." Upon reaching the 2nd floor, Bai Ling stealthily listened to the conversation between the prince and the soldiers. From the corpses of the assassins, it appeared they belonged to an obscure gang, likely originating from the seedy underbelly of King's Landing, a place where wealth could accomplish anything. Soon, a cacophony erupted outside, accompanied by piercing screams from a woman. The prince's expression turned grave. "Arthur, go see what is happening." Before long, a woman followed the Iron Guard. Her attire and appearance were unmistakable. She was one of Princess Ilya's handmaidens. However, she appeared utterly disheveled, drenched in blood, with several wounds inflicted by weapons, and her whip was nowhere to be found. With a quivering voice, she fell to the feet of Prince Riga, pleading, "Please, save Princess Ilia." Riga inhaled deeply, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. What has transpired? The handmaiden sobbed uncontrollably. The Princess Ilia, has been captured outside of Magoo Valley. We do not know who is responsible. They specifically demanded Princess Rhaenys in exchange. Arthur Dayne shifted his feet, moving a couple of steps outside, hesitating before casting a glance at Riga. You go first. Ascertain their demands. A flurry of hurried footsteps echoed as Rhaenys suddenly dashed down the stairs, declaring, "Riga, I want to go too." Riga coldly refused. "No. They are after you." Bai Ling's eyes reddened. "I can protect myself, but Ilia is in danger. She clearly encountered this peril while searching for me. Were those assassins truly there to kill me, or was their target Prince Riga?" Bai Ling's thoughts spiraled into confusion as she attempted to rush past the prince. She even contemplated transforming into a wolf in a secluded spot to rescue Ilia. Riga caught her in his arms. "Calm down, Rhaenys. They dare not harm Ilia. They merely wish to lure you out." The handmaiden knelt on the ground, desperately pleading, "I beg you, Prince, save our princess." She turned to Bai Ling, imploring, "Your Highness, are you not a friend of the princess?" The captain of the knights drew his sword, positioning it before the handmaiden's neck. "Silence, or I shall assist you." Riga felt a throbbing in his forehead. Weary, he whispered into Rhaenys' ear, "Do not panic. I will go to her aid." Bai Ling stared at him in disbelief. Noticing for the first time the disarray of the prince's golden hair, the smudges on his face, and the undeniable fatigue in his eyes, along with traces of burns from flames upon his body. His cloak was partially burned, and he had not yet had the chance to change. Such a state was astonishing for someone as concerned with appearances as Riga. He must have been weary from the previous night. Yet he did not anticipate this turn of events. She remained stubbornly silent, nestled in his embrace, murmuring, "I'm sorry. I won't be a burden to you. You must rescue Ilia, all right? Please wait for my return." The prince gently lowered his head and kissed her forehead. The fleeting warmth of his touch gradually spread, soothing Bai Ling's heart. She had faith in Riga. He would undoubtedly bring Ilia back. The city was in turmoil. As villagers hurried to salvage food and check for remaining sources of fire, the captain of the town's guard approached Bai Ling, expressing his sincere apologies and seeking atonement. Bai Ling asserted that all decisions rested with the prince, instructing the guards to prevent any nobles from entering. Time trickled by, and gradually the surroundings quieted. The maidens outside moved about softly, giggling as they discussed which knight had fought most valiantly. Yet, Bai Ling was plagued by an ominous premonition. She remained seated in her chamber, desperately pondering the few pages of the original text she had perused. Her understanding of the plot stemmed solely from the television series. But the timing felt utterly wrong, leaving her feeling helpless. Ilia, surely she is unharmed. As dawn approached, exhaustion overtook her, and she unknowingly drifted into slumber. "Rhaenys, Rhaenys." The prince's voice echoed softly in her ears. Bai Ling awoke with a start to find the prince kneeling beside her, his attire stained with copious amounts of blood, exuding a heavy scent of rust. A chill gripped her heart. Was the prince injured? She reached out, her hand trembling as she searched for wounds. Her words fragmented. "You're hurt? Where? Is there a scholar here? We must bandage you quickly." Prince Riga's eyes glistened with unshed tears. He could not meet Bai Ling's gaze, feeling he had let her down. "It's not my blood, Rhaenys. Go check on Ilia," he urged. Her heart plummeted at his words. Stumbling out of bed, she rushed toward the door. Arthur Dayne stood resolutely at the entrance to a room, resembling a crimson statue, silent and upright. Upon seeing Rhaenys, he stepped aside to allow her entry. Ilia lay there in her favored 7-piece ensemble, but the pristine white fabric was marred by glaring stains of red. The bandages enveloping her were thoroughly soaked, and more blood continued to seep out, staining the majority of the bed. She was losing blood rapidly. Bai Ling bit her fist to stifle her cries. Gently, she grasped Ilia's hand, noting its icy coldness. Devoid of warmth, the girl appeared pale and lifeless, as if she might slip away at any moment. Ilia opened her eyes slightly, and, upon seeing Bai Ling, managed a smile. "Rhaenys, I'm here." Bai Ling forced a smile in return. "How did you end up in such a dire state? You're not looking beautiful at all." She suddenly fell silent, her lips trembling violently as tears streamed down her face. "Do not cry." It seemed Ilia understood her thoughts. "I did not come to find you. I wish to see him once more before returning to Dorne." With each word Ilia spoke, blood oozed from the corners of her mouth. White Spirit grasped her hand, shaking her head fervently. "Do not speak, please. Once you recover, I will have the prince bring him to your room, all right? You are so beautiful. How could he not be enamored?" Ilia smiled softly, shaking her head. "Silly girl. Do not blame yourself. This is not your fault." Suddenly, Ilya erupted into a violent cough, expelling a large mouthful of blood. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, the warmth in her palm slowly dissipating. "I am feeling a bit cold. Could you fetch me some hot water?" White Spirit wiped her tears haphazardly. "All right, wait for me. I will be right back." Her mind was in turmoil, and she did not think to call for a maid but instead rushed out with the cup in her hands. As Rennie stepped outside, Ilya struggled to lift her arm, beckoning to Arthur Dane. "Arthur, could you give me a hug?" The Dawn Sword seemed to lose the power of speech, his expression resolute yet filled with sorrow. He gazed quietly at the once vibrant face now as pale as parchment. He suddenly leaned down, taking Ilya's hand, gently pressing his lips against her now icy skin. Time seemed to stand still. Ilya smiled even as she slipped away from this world. It felt as though an invisible tear quietly fell into Arthur Dane's heart. Farewell, Ilya of Dorne. Chapter 61. O Raven, tell me who the murderer is. Ilya lay dead before White Spirit. Her coffin was returned to King's Landing, where a throng of nobles quarreled over who should attend her funeral, each reluctant to confront the troublesome Prince of Dorne and the freshly arrived Dornish ministers. Despite such a grave incident, King Aerys did not suspend the long summer festival. He summoned Prince Rhaegar back to the palace at Rosby, leaving Rhaegar no choice but to have Arthur escort White Spirit back to the Red Keep. Ultimately, King Aerys appointed Tywin Lannister to return to King's Landing to manage the ensuing matters. White Spirit could not fathom the king's reasoning. Even if Tywin was the hand of the king, did he not understand the enmity between the Lannisters and the Dornish? Sending Lannister to return Ilya's body seemed nothing short of pouring fuel on the fire. It appeared the royal family was indifferent to the wrath of the Queen of Dorne. Ilya, like Lyanna, was one of White Spirit's dearest friends since her arrival in this world. She could not accept the reality of Ilya's untimely death, isolating herself in her room away from everyone. She could not comprehend why such a tragedy had befallen them. According to the established history, Ilya was meant to perish alongside Prince Rhaegar on the same day Rhaegar's forces were defeated and King's Landing fell from within. Now, she found herself at a loss as to whom to blame. The puppeteer behind the scenes remained elusive. Should she fault the Dawn Sword for his coldness, or hold the prince accountable for failing to save Ilya as promised? Was it the unyielding Oberyn and the Dornish who were reluctant to believe her words and take Ilya away? Though A Song of Ice and Fire is but a tale, the world here feels strikingly real. Is everything inscribed within the pages ultimately immutable, or is it her presence that has precipitated such upheaval? The soldiers outside the gates of Duskendale, as well as the assassins within the city, have all been silenced. According to those close to the prince, by the time they arrived, it was already too late. All that remained outside Duskendale were the bodies of assassins and mercenaries, along with the gravely wounded Ilya, pierced by multiple blades, while the assailants had long since vanished. Those apprehended within the city divulged no valuable information. All they knew was that their employer was a free knight. The leader of the operation was dead, and though the employer had hidden something in a barn, it had been consumed by flames. Soon after, the assassins, unable to endure the tortures, took their own lives. Upon returning to the Red Keep, White Lyn felt utterly ashamed to confront Oberyn. He cherished his sister so deeply that he would willingly sacrifice his life for vengeance. She dreaded facing that visage twisted by hatred. The wrath of the Dornish could not be vented upon the king, nor would it be directed at Prince Rhaegar. She was a readily available target. Everyone was aware of her close ties to Princess Ilya, and they believed she was seeking out Rhaenys. Yet such matters had become trivial. Even if blamed, White Lyn was solely determined to find the murderer and exact her vengeance. The Dornish awaited the return of King Aerys and the heir to the throne to the Red Keep, as the royal family was absent. Before that moment, she had ample opportunity to slip away. Despite harboring doubts, she was resolute in uncovering the true culprit, and she would spare none. Alone, White Lyn ventured to the far end of the garden at night, seeking the heart tree that had once appeared in her dreams. Thick fog sought to impede her progress, obscuring her vision. Resolutely, she transformed into a white wolf, following her instincts deeper into the mist. Perhaps the crows understood her intent, for the fog grew denser, blocking her path. It felt as though she traversed through another dimension, forever unable to locate the tree. White Lyn lifted her head and let out a long, sorrowful howl. She cried out, "Cease your games. I need you now, just as you need me." From an unknown source, a harsh crow's caw echoed, and gradually the fog began to dissipate. The desolate wilderness and jagged stones reappeared around her. The ancient heart tree from her dreams emerged from the mist. Yet it did not weep as it had in her visions. Instead, the visage upon its trunk now wept a winding stream of crimson liquid, akin to blood tears. Caw! Caw! The heart tree was swarmed by black crows, their cacophonous cries driving one to madness. White Lin cautiously approached the heart tree, placing her hand upon its bark. In a rush of dizziness, she closed her eyes, sensing herself ascending into the sky. The crows, like dark clouds, circled above her, and she joined their ranks. Gliding slowly in their spiraling flight, Bai Ling silently pondered. Tell me, who has assaulted the city of Twilight Valley? The raven swooped down, and everything on the ground gradually grew larger. The burning city of Twilight Valley reflected in the raven's eyes. She could see herself standing in front of the tavern. As the guards mercilessly dispatched the feudal assassins, she could see Prince Riga poised at the town's entrance, steadfastly defending the dilapidated city gates. She could see the captain of the guard directing soldiers and villagers in a frantic effort to extinguish fires and capture intruders. In the distant plains, a small party was riding towards Twilight Valley. They were few in number, and among them was Elia, resplendent in her white gown. From afar, she appeared to radiate beauty. Meanwhile, in a hollow among the hills outside the city, a group of knights and soldiers lay concealed. There were over 30 of them, well equipped with archers, axe-wielding infantry, and heavily armored cavalry. Their weapons and armor revealed them to be regular soldiers, lying in wait at the essential route for Elia's entry into the city. Bai Ling maneuvered the raven closer to the concealed group, circling above them. She could overhear their hushed conversation, and one voice stood out, a petite woman cloaked in black. With only her eyes visible, her tone sharp and piercing, Bai Ling felt a sense of familiarity with this voice, as if she had heard it before. Lady, it is the Dorn people who have come. What is happening? Why are they here? If they wish to enter the city, they will surely discover us. What shall we do? Capture them. Send a small squad to search the surroundings. Eliminate anyone who poses a threat. Yes, Elia's escort was scant, mostly consisting of skilled maidservants. And despite their best efforts, they could not breach the knight's blockade. The soldiers bore no identifiable insignia, yet they did not resemble mercenaries, for they commanded with precision and employed basic formations. The ravens circled in the air, cawing incessantly. Bai Ling landed not far from them, eager to draw closer and discern the identities of the two leading figures. The archers seemed unable to tolerate the cacophony of the ravens and cursed as they readied their bows to shoot at the flock. This intolerable racket is driving me mad. Do something. Kill those black-feathered beasts. A faint voice resonated in Bai Ling's mind. Do not approach any closer. Fly away, fly away. No, I am almost there, she resolutely thought, yet smartly concealed herself, pressing her body to the ground to avoid detection by the archers. The captured Elia remained remarkably composed, scolding her captors for their rudeness. In this world, the nobility enjoyed privileges, and even when captured, they could pay a hefty ransom for their release. Perhaps Elia still believed that she would come to no harm. Chapter 62. The raven's ominous warning. Elia must have felt immense fear upon encountering this band of thugs. Yet she maintained a calm facade, relying on her noble privileges to propose enough wealth in exchange for her life. Release me. Who are you truly? Never mind. It is of no consequence. Release me, and I shall offer a substantial sum of gold in return. The masked figures, upon hearing the mention of gold, were clearly intrigued. Their eyes darted about, exchanging furtive glances. One among them, emboldened, posed the question to Ilya, how much gold can you provide? Ilya's demeanor softened slightly. Certainly more than you can fathom, enough to purchase palaces, women, slaves, and an endless supply of fine wine on another continent. Noticing that the leading woman and the towering knight remained silent, greed swiftly overtook the masked figures. They boldly stated a figure, which Ilya readily acquiesced to without a second thought. Unexpectedly, a figure resembling a scout rushed in from the distance, alarmingly exclaiming, "My lady, the fire in the city has been extinguished, and the pursuers are approaching." The concealed woman and the imposing man whispered amongst themselves before he issued a command to strike. The knights around them raised their swords and swiftly executed the few who had dared to covet the gold, along with those who were bewildered by the unfolding chaos. In an instant, the only ones left standing were the leading lady and the tall knight, with fewer than 4 remaining alive. Ilya's entourage had been entirely slaughtered, save for one maidservant who seized the opportunity to flee amidst the turmoil, racing towards the city of dusk for aid. Ilya's complexion turned ashen. She had not anticipated this sudden betrayal among the group, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with corpses, blood splattered everywhere. She took a cautious step back, realizing these individuals were not mere mercenaries. They were undoubtedly linked to the inferno engulfing the city of dusk. Were they plotting against Rieger? The enigmatic woman at the forefront scoffed, partially lifting her mask. How pathetic, Princess Ilya. Stunned, Ilya gasped, "It's you." Yet, before she could finish her sentence, a blade pierced her chest. The knights, following their orders, simultaneously thrust their long swords into Ilya, transforming her into a vision of blood. Bai Ling felt a profound sorrow. What the crow had shown her was a past already etched in time. She desperately sought to discern the faces of the woman and the towering knight, but they were shrouded in a veil of mist. To her astonishment, despite being impaled by so many swords, Ilya Martell, the Pearl of Dorn, managed to endure until she laid eyes upon her and Arthur before succumbing. How foolish, Ilya. Why did you come? Was Arthur Dane truly that significant? A surge of resentment towards Arthur Dane welled within Bai Ling, yet she grappled with the rationale for her animosity. Ilya, what were you about to say? It was Cersei. Wasn't he it? Or perhaps someone associated with her. Why wouldn't he the crow allow her to see clearly? It was infuriating. Nevertheless, these individuals were undoubtedly intertwined with the Lannisters. A handful of hired knights and assassins, mixed with what appeared to be regular soldiers, could hardly contend with Prince Rhaegar. They had come to eliminate her in the City of Dusk. The innocent Ilya fell victim to her plight. I do not kill Barin, yet Barin dies because of me. Was fate truly inescapable? The flock of crows took flight, and Bai Ling found herself soaring uncontrollably. It is time to depart, the voice declared. The truth you seek must be pursued by you alone. Bai Ling found herself soaring through the skies, helplessly witnessing the executioner's retreat towards the direction of King's Landing. As the mysterious woman sprinted, her cloak billowed in the wind, revealing her striking Lannister golden hair. The crows ascended high, eventually reaching the clouds above. Yet, Bai Ling remained in a dreamlike state, following the crows as they flew northward. She lost all sense of time in this endless gray fog. Where are you taking me? She pondered internally. The voice replied, to the north, beyond the wall. What lies there? Your destiny. The crows continued to carry Bai Ling northward, passing the familiar Winterfell and the lush woods of wolves. She flew towards the place she once knew, spotting the great snow-capped mountains where the direwolf pack resided. This time, there were no White Walkers. She beheld her former pack and her brother. The wolves were engaged in a fierce hunt, mercilessly taking down their prey, while some young cubs, inexperienced in hunting, playfully nipped at the tails of their kin, trailing behind the Wolf King. It seemed the Wolf King had noticed her. He lifted his head high and let out a long, mournful howl. The pack echoed his call, their voices resonating with a sorrowful lament. This time, the Wolf King did not awaken her. The crows continued their flight along the mountain peaks, the biting cold wind and icy particles coursing through Bai Ling's form. She felt a chill, as if she had truly become one with the crows. The flock quickened their pace, soon surpassing the wall of the north. Arriving at a colossal snow peak that pierced the heavens, its ominous blue-black hue striking against the sky. At the summit, she spotted an enormous black iron door, nearly several stories high. Most of the door was obscured by the snow and wind, its intricate carvings eroded, yet a massive, three-headed dragon could be discerned. On the black peak, there were signs of human excavation, alongside a precarious, narrow walkway composed of only a few iron chains extending towards another jagged cliff, which seemed to rise from the ground as if reaching for the sky with its jagged teeth. Midway up the isolated cliff, there was another black door, etched with seals, accessible only by precariously gliding across the suspended iron chains. What secrets lay behind these two black doors? The voice in Bai Ling's mind spoke again. You stand on the western edge of the Ancestors' Peak, west of Frostfawn. Here, your fate awaits. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by a terrifying roar emanating from the iron door of the cliff, a dragon's roar. The sound shattered the flock of crows, and Bai Ling, unable to control her descent, plummeted swiftly from the sky. Then she awoke. Chapter 63. Pursuit. A resounding slap struck the delicate, beautiful face. Cersei let out a muffled groan as she collided with the table, causing its contents to crash down upon her. Foolishness. Tywin was clearly on the brink of an eruption. His fury rendered him expressionless, while a cold glint flickered in his eyes. Jaime wished to assist Cersei, yet he found himself paralyzed by Tywin's imposing presence, stammering helplessly, "Father." Tywin, uncharacteristically, uttered an expletive. "For the love of the gods, do you even remember your surname? Cersei, you are my daughter, and your actions reflect the Lannister family. But do you truly comprehend the essence of family? I am the hand of the king, the protector of the West, and the Duke Tywin Lannister, son of Tydos." He gestured toward the throne room. However, to the occupant of the Iron Throne, even a fool can easily strip us of our lands, power, and all our wealth. Tywin pointed at the black iron brooch on his chest that signified his position as Hand of the King. "Do you think I endure this humiliation like a dog for the sake of this title?" He inhaled deeply, steadying his breath. "Now explain to me, Why did you send someone to assassinate Princess Elia? Cersei trembled on the ground, covering her face as she screamed. I did not. Tywin snapped his fingers, and a tall, burly knight clad in black entered. Before Tywin, he dared not lift his head, kneeling submissively. My lord. He turned to Cersei, his face betraying an unmistakable blend of concern and grievance. My lady, why did you not wait for me to leave first? Cersei, clearly recognizing him, was bewildered by his words, shrieking, Vybran Clegane, what are you saying? Are you accusing me? Vybran, somewhat intimidated, glanced at Tywin before lowering his gaze. My lord, this was my idea. It has nothing to do with Lady Cersei. Father, I have no idea what he is talking about. I did nothing. Cersei trembled, filled with both rage and fear. She had only just learned of Princess Elia's murder in Dorne and had yet to relish the news before this blame was thrust upon her. While she indeed wished for the demise of those two, she had not yet taken any action. Vybran's head hung even lower, his demeanor despondent. Jaime, utterly confused, shoved Vybran forcefully, his tone menacing. What nonsense are you spouting? Who instructed you? Cersei has been with me the entire time. She had no opportunity to engage in such deeds. Tywin sat, deep in thought, his fingers tapping rhythmically against the chair's back. One of the three before him was undoubtedly lying. He had initially suspected Cersei, but Jaime's furious demeanor seemed genuine. Could it be that they both? Regardless of the scenario, it was dire. Jaime, you shall depart for Riverrun immediately. I have an arrangement with Lord Hostard. You will meet the young daughter of House Tully. He turned his gaze towards Cersei, pausing momentarily. I will send someone to escort you back to Casterly Rock, and then find a man willing to marry you. You shall remain in Casterly Rock, awaiting your betrothal. Cersei crawled across the floor on her knees, clutching Tywin's leg in supplication. Please, father, do not treat me this way. I adore Rhaegar. Tywin observed Jaime's expression with a chilling demeanor and inquired, Does Prince Rhaegar love you? Even a morsel of affection? Your beauty, which you take such pride in, fails to captivate a true dragon. It serves its purpose only among the lesser nobles. Thus, it is settled, leave. Cersei despondently exited, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration and bewilderment. Despite her unwavering companionship with Jaime, an unexpected deluge of disgrace had been thrust upon her. If she were indeed guilty, it would be one matter. Yet, even if she harbored murderous thoughts, that insufferable Rhaenys Targaryen was the one who truly deserved condemnation. What of Elia of Dorne? Merely an inconsequential figure in Rhaegar's eyes. Jaime embraced Cersei tightly, tenderly caressing her swollen face. She sobbed softly, and he understood her grievance. In his view, the death of the Dornish princess was of little significance, yet their father had begun to harbor doubts about them. He wanted Jaime to journey to Riverrun, hoping for a union with Tully, but Jaime had no desire to inherit the title or wed another woman. What shall I do, Jaime? I do not wish to leave King's Landing. I do not wish to leave you. Hush, do not weep. There will be a way. Return to Casterly Rock and await my return, will you? Vybran curled up, striving to render himself a blind and deaf observer of the Lannister family's moral drama. Tywin sat at the table, writing something, and after a prolonged silence, he spoke. You are the third son of House Clegane. This was not a question, but rather a statement. Indeed, my lord. A bastard with no inheritance, land, or subjects. What can you offer, Cersei? My life, my lord. Then allow me to inquire. Who instructed you to kill the Dornish princess? Vybran abruptly lifted his head. My lord, it was truly Lady Cersei. She accompanied me to the Vale. Tywin paused his writing, a suspicion beginning to form in his mind. Very well, tomorrow you shall escort Cersei back to Casterly Rock. And you are not to leave the Westerlands again. Vybran, taken aback, expressed his gratitude with fervor. Thank you, my lord. I shall protect Lady Cersei with my life. Once Vybran departed, Tywin summoned a servant. Fetch Lord Varys. Tell him I have matters to discuss. Cersei initially harbored thoughts of playing the victim, attempting to remain in King's Landing. She locked herself in her chamber, but Tywin's men forcibly shattered her door, dragging her to the carriage with the help of two strong maidens. She barely had time to bid farewell to Jaime. After all, she was still a young girl. And Cersei wept all the way. Her tears shattered Vybran's heart as he incessantly tried to console her, only to be met with insults. Vybran clicked his tongue in frustration, opting to ride behind at a leisurely pace, avoiding further engagement. Cersei seemed to have developed a habit of berating him, summoning him to the front of the carriage to continue her tirade. Their journey progressed slowly, especially as Cersei sought to delay them with a myriad of excuses, much to the exasperation of the leading knight. Yet, he could not outright refuse her. Consequently, they arrived at the fork of the Blackwater River only by evening. They decided to take refuge for the night at a rustic tavern by the banks of the Blackwater River. forcefully expelling all other patrons and leaving only a trembling cook and his daughter. Cersei preferred to remain in the carriage, reluctant to venture outside. Yet her entourage and the knights were famished. They left a few men to guard the carriage while the others entered to take turns drinking and dining. "Vyburn, are you not hungry?" inquired the captain of the knights politely. "Not hungry. You may go in. I shall protect Lady Cersei," he replied. His demeanor throughout this journey resembled that of seasoned sycophants, even relishing in Cersei's scorn. The knight chuckled knowingly, tethered his horse by the tavern, and proceeded inside to indulge in drink. This leisurely journey, marked by frequent stops, proved more exhausting than a hurried race. These pompous nobles were indeed a nuisance. Vyburn approached the carriage and leaned in to listen. Cersei seemed to have drifted into slumber, softly snoring. It appeared she had worn herself out from a day of incessant cursing. This quaint tavern, situated by the river and facing King's Road, enjoyed a steady stream of patrons seeking relaxation, libations, and merriment. Despite the surrounding woods and lowlands, the view remained unobstructed, allowing for clear sight of any lurking dangers. Vyburn retrieved a wineskin from his waist, draining its contents. The subtly different aroma of the wine from that of Westeros was a lamentable reminder as he raised the skin, swallowing the last few drops. Alas, no more wine remained. He smacked his lips and glanced around, noticing the absence of even a single brigand. There was no opportunity for a ruse or escape. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the forest, with birds taking flight in a flurry. Vyburn straightened, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword. He thought he heard a sound emanating from the woods. A faint breeze stirred the trees, and gradually, the surroundings began to blur. What is happening? Why has it suddenly turned windy and misty? Vyburn Clegane remained alert, scanning his surroundings with his hand poised on his sword's hilt. A gray mist enveloped the area swiftly, cloaking the tavern and everything nearby. The dense fog obscured visibility, rendering anything beyond a few meters nearly invisible. A low, haunting wail, reminiscent of a woman's weeping, echoed in his ears. Vyburn hesitated, feeling somewhat relieved. It was merely wolves, and a lone wolf posed little threat. However, the horses grew restless, and Cersei's carriage was abruptly startled, galloping wildly into the depths of the woods. "Ah, guards! Guards!" Cersei cried out, awakened by the frantic motion of the carriage. "What a nuisance!" Vyburn cursed under his breath as he mounted his horse. He had no time to call for the Lannister guards as he sprinted after the frenzied carriage. Chapter 64. The clash of man and wolf. The mist in the forest thickened, yet fortunately, the carriage had not strayed far. Vyburn Clegane soon caught up, bringing the runaway horses to a halt and guiding them back at a more leisurely pace. The eerie howls of wolves punctuated the silence, with one particularly close by. Vyburn halted his horse and drew his sword. Inside the carriage, Cersei heard the commotion and, with a stutter, inquired, "Is that the sound of wolves?" "Silence, Hidewell," came the urgent response. In an instant, a white figure burst forth from the mist, soaring through the air to seize the horse by the neck. The startled steed reared on its hind legs, neighing in terror as it toppled Vyburn to the ground. Quickly regaining his footing, Vyburn swore under his breath. What in the name of the gods is that? He had traversed 2 continents, yet had never encountered a wolf larger than a well-bred horse. The beast swiftly dispatched the horse pulling the carriage, and with a surge of momentum, the carriage tilted and fell, eliciting a scream from Cersei. Upon hearing her voice, the enormous white wolf pricked its ears and, in a flash, appeared before the carriage. Vyburn inhaled deeply, his expression shifting to one of grave seriousness. The creature moved with astonishing speed. Even with his keen eyesight, he could not discern how it had crossed the distance so rapidly. It seemed to vanish from one spot and reappear in another in the blink of an eye. Drawing his sword, Vyburn charged forward, determined not to allow a prominent member of House Lannister to perish here. Fortunately, the carriage was not only opulent in appearance, but also sturdy. Cersei had locked the door from within, and the wolf's massive frame could not penetrate the carriage just yet. It gnawed furiously at the wooden structure, granting Vyburn precious moments. However, the wolf's speed was relentless, rendering Vyburn's attacks futile. Its gaze was cold and merciless, its golden eyes fixated on the carriage. It deftly evaded his strikes, seemingly indifferent to his efforts. Growing increasingly anxious, Vyburn discarded his cumbersome knightly sword and slowly drew 2 slender, elongated rapiers, reminiscent of his side swords. The white wolf was captivated by the glint of the rapiers, its attention locked onto the blades in Vyburn's hands. They resembled the small swords or sidearms of old, yet evoked memories of the needle Jon Snow had once gifted to Arya. Vyburn, shedding his nonchalance, crouched and lifted the rapier. "Little pup, You have compelled me to take this seriously. The wolf, resolute in its assault on the carriage, soon breached the wooden panels, revealing Cersei cowering in the corner. Yet, in its fervor, it was met with several puncturing strikes from Vyburn's rapier. The weapon inflicted grievous internal damage, and Vyburn's combat style bore little resemblance to the traditional techniques favored by Westerlanders. His swordplay blended the finesse of fencing with a nimbleness that was agile and unpredictable, targeting the wolf's vulnerable points. His persistent harassment finally provoked the wolf's impatience. It threw back its head and released a long, resonant howl. Beneath the night sky, the moonlight struggled to pierce the thick fog, and the fierce struggle between beast and man raged on. In stature, Vyburn appeared as a mere calf beside the formidable wolf. Nevertheless, he deftly harried the creature, leaving a trail of bleeding wounds in his wake. Should the wolf disregard its own safety in a singular pursuit to slay Cersei? Vyburn recognized he would have no choice but to flee. Yet, the wolf seemed disinclined to engage with him further. It halted its assault, raising its head in a drawn-out howl. In the corner of its eye, a glimmer sparkled under the moonlight. A flicker of thought crossed Vyburn's mind. Why was this creature so fixated on the demise of Cersei? Was it truly a mindless beast? Anyone with a modicum of knowledge would recognize that wolves are inherently social animals. As the white wolf let out several haunting howls, various pitches of wolf cries echoed from the depths of the forest, clearly responding to the summons of the white wolf. A sense of dread tightened within Vybron. If two more of these formidable white wolves appeared, no, even just one, he would have no choice but to flee. Fortunately, the wolves that answered the call were merely ordinary wild wolves, albeit in overwhelming numbers. Vybron was astonished. How could there be so many wolves near the banks of the Blackwater River, an area frequented by humans? 1, 2, 3, 8 wolves emerged, including the large one, totaling 9. This was becoming quite troublesome. Vybron had already resolved to make his escape. He had no desire to sacrifice himself for the sake of after-sales service. He bellowed at the top of his lungs, "Lannisters, are you still watching the show? If you don't come out soon, Cersei will become wolf fodder." From the direction of the tavern, a troop cautiously approached through the thick fog. Each member was clad in full armor, and in addition to the knights, there were nearly 10 crossbowmen among them. They stood ready, their eyes fixed intently on the colossal wolf, while the crossbowmen aimed their bolts at Vybron. The knight captain slowly approached on horseback, stating, "Lord Tywin's suspicions were not unfounded. You are not Vybron Clegane." When they departed from King's Landing, Lord Tywin had instructed them to keep a close watch on this man, who bore a striking resemblance to the reckless and foolish third son of House Clegane. However, his demeanor and the events that transpired in Duskendale indicated that he was far from ordinary. Although the pack of wolves presented a challenge, they were the elite of House Lannister. Their primary objective remained to capture Vybron and uncover the mastermind behind him. Vybron surmised that Tywin had indeed left a contingency in place, perhaps due to his interest in the spirited Cersei, but now it was time for him to depart. Yet, with wolves in front and Lannisters behind, Vybron found himself in a precarious situation. He attempted to negotiate with the White Wolf, saying, "Hey, Wolf King, what if you let me go? I can reveal who truly killed Princess Myrcella." The White Wolf fixed him with its golden, round gaze, and Vybron felt as though he had lost his sanity, bargaining with a beast. Even the Lannisters behind him erupted in laughter. Look at Vybron, conversing with a wolf. How amusing. Can the wolf even comprehend your words? But then, a miracle occurred. The White Wolf seemed to understand. It let out a few low howls, and the pack slightly retreated, parting to create a path for Vybron. Vybron was taken aback. He took a deep breath. Should he dare to test this newfound possibility? His instincts urged him that it was indeed genuine. Wolves did not engage in the same tricks as humans. Faced with the choice of dying at the jaws of wolves or falling into the hands of the Lannisters, he preferred the former far less. Anxiously, he began to inch closer to the White Wolf and retrieved a small ornament from his pocket, tossing it into the grass at the wolf's feet. The White Wolf lowered its head slowly, picking up the brooch with its mouth, while the pack remained fixated on the fully armed humans across from them. Seemingly disinclined to attack, Vybron edged a little further towards the outer circle, then took off running. The captain of the knights was positioned too far away to discern precisely what Vybron had thrown, yet it was evident that the lad intended to flee. With resolute determination, he commanded, "Release the arrows. Pursue him." The sound of taut crossbow strings echoed as the bolts were unleashed towards Vybron and the pack of wolves, signaling the commencement of hostilities. Under the leadership of the White Wolf, the pack surged forward with a ferocious charge. Cunningly, Vybron sought refuge behind trees and in shadowy corners, evading the ranged soldiers' attempts to apprehend him, while the knights found themselves ensnared by the wolves. In the midst of the fray, Vibren drew perilously close to the White Wolf King, observing its instantaneous disappearance, only to reappear among the throngs of combatants, a clear demonstration of sorcery. Enveloped in a thick mist, neither side noticed Vibren's retreat back into hiding, perhaps too engrossed in the chaos to care. The brutal slaughter between man and beast unfolded before their eyes. Some wolves fell, pierced by arrows, howling as they collapsed, while knights were overwhelmed by the pack. Yet, isolated warriors faced the simultaneous onslaught of multiple wolves, meeting a swift demise. The leading White Wolf King moved with the swiftness of a specter, appearing before humans in a breath, its razor-sharp fangs tearing through their throats. Even when not striking vital points, it could swiftly rend apart much of its prey's body. It vanished again, ghost-like, re-emerging beside another victim. The captain of the knights, struck with awe at this magical spectacle, witnessed his men become paralyzed with fear, shouting frantically, "Eliminate the Wolf King, the White One." Despite the heavy casualties among the pack, the White Wolf single-handedly dispatched all the archers, illustrating the assassin's advantage over ranged combatants. The knights' mounts, besieged by the wolves, spun in panic, rendering them unmanageable. They had no choice but to dismount and engage in hand-to-hand combat. Humanity, armed with superior weapons, managed to slay a few ordinary wolves. Yet none could contend with the colossal White Wolf King. No, it now appeared to be stained crimson. Its once pristine white fur was matted with blood and flesh. Though its wounds continued to bleed, the majority of the red was from the humans it had slaughtered. Its eyes, no longer the enchanting golden hue, now glowed a fiery red, reminiscent of blood. Cersei had already fainted at the sight of the White Wolf King, yet it seemed unwilling to relent, brazenly attacking the carriage. The captain recognized its intent and commanded his armored warriors to form a barricade, encircling the carriage tightly. Both man and wolf were consumed by the frenzy of battle. The Lannister soldiers, mere mortals lacking Vibren's agility, could only rely on their numbers to defend against the wolves' assaults. The human side suffered grievously. Yet the wolves were not unscathed either. The White Wolf King resembled the harbinger of death, having claimed dozens of lives. Chapter 65. The injured and captured White Wolf. By the banks of the Blackwater River, the knights of House Lannister fought desperately to protect their liege. The fierce skirmish raged on throughout the night, leaving both man and wolf drenched in blood and utterly exhausted. The war is gradually approaching its conclusion. The remaining two wild wolves nuzzle their deceased companion, emitting mournful low howls. This sound seems to awaken the consciousness of the White Wolf, halting its assault on humanity. The battle-scarred White Wolf gazes upon the scattered carcasses of its kin and the lifeless bodies of humans, casting a glance at the terrified soldiers. It raises its head high and releases a long, wailing cry akin to lamentation. As the pack retreats, the mist that enveloped the area begins to dissipate with the departure of the White Wolf. The captain of the Lannister Knights finally exhales in relief, commencing the grim task of clearing the battlefield and assisting the surviving souls. However, only those attacked by ordinary wolves have a chance of survival. Those who fell victim to the White Wolf met a swift and brutal demise. What manner of creature is this? Why did it assault Cersei? Its spectral movements bear no resemblance to those of an ordinary beast. This enigmatic White Wolf has left an indelible memory of pain and a profound mystery in the minds of all present. As the wolf pack disperses, the massive White Wolf is clearly nearing its end. With each step it takes, a pool of blood is left in its wake. The humans dare not pursue, resigned to gathering their wounded while watching helplessly as it fades into the distance. Yet the audacious Vybron does not stray far. He quietly follows the blood trail, keeping his distance from the White Wolf. It must be gravely injured. It can no longer even detect his scent. A surge of excitement stirs within Vybron, igniting a profound curiosity about this remarkable creature. Having traversed many lands and heard countless bizarre and wondrous tales, he has never encountered a being so extraordinary. His instincts tell him that there is something peculiar about this White Wolf, and perhaps by following it, he might uncover a revelation. Every time he thinks the wolf is on the brink of collapse, it pauses momentarily before limping onward. Occasionally, it halts to survey its surroundings, its blood-red eyes unfocused. As it moves, it scans the area, and Vybron surmises it is searching for a place to hide. At last, the White Wolf discovers a natural crevice in the rock, splitting the mountainside in two, and retreats deep within to conceal itself. Vybron hesitates, contemplating whether to follow. The wolf is evidently gravely wounded, having lost considerable blood. If it were human, it would have succumbed long ago. Yet, being a wild animal, possibly a magical entity, he is hesitant to take the risk. After lurking outside for an extended period, he hears nothing but the faint whisper of the wind emanating from the crevice. Growing impatient, he resolves to venture inside. Fashioning a rudimentary torch, he cautiously approaches the fissure, peering within. The crevice is too deep to discern anything, compelling him to step further inside. The ground is strewn with shards of rock, and the walls are smeared with the white wolf's blood, a testament to the ferocity of the recent battle. Reborn, having traveled across 2 continents, considers himself well-versed in the extraordinary. Yet, he has never laid eyes upon a creature so coldly beautiful. In its lethal dance of death, there lies a rhythm that captivates him. Reborn senses that he is destined to perish due to this strange fascination. For instance, at this moment, the White Wolf King may be lurking in the shadows, anticipating his own entrapment, yearning to replenish the blood he has lost with his own flesh. Envisioning the manner in which he might succumb to the jaws of a wolf, his excitement grows, and a perilous smile spreads across his face. He caresses his visage, noting a fissure in his skin, and with resolve, he discards the entire mask. No longer does he require the face or identity of Veblen. Beneath the false countenance lies a face of honeyed skin, with alluring, upturned peach blossom eyes filled with passion and cascading black curls flowing like a waterfall. Oh, this skin is much more comfortable, though it reeks terribly. The narrow crevice does not extend far. Within the mountain's embrace, a slight indentation hints at the presence of something, gently undulating, resembling that very white wolf. Veblen cautiously approaches, but it remains unresponsive. Has it lost consciousness? He silently advances, holding his torch aloft, illuminating the scene before him. The silver-gray emblem lies abandoned on the ground, yet the formidable white wolf has vanished without a trace. Veblen, utterly astounded, mutters repeatedly, "Oh, God of the Faceless." King's Landing. Perrymore Hightower has once again been rebuffed by the financial minister's steward, yet the jewels he dispatched have vanished without a return. The nobility of King's Landing, those haughty canines, have collected much but accomplished nothing. Perrymore seethes with indignation. His retinue continues to grumble about their lord's insistence on a modest approach. Now, the esteemed son of Hightower finds himself barred even from the noble district of the Red Keep. He touches his nose, reluctant to admit that he has fallen victim to the wiles of a siren, resulting in the loss of both his purse and his seal. They are now confined to a meager inn, where they consume a foul-tasting broth and gnaw on bread as hard as stone. Substandard fare even the stable hands of their estate have never endured. His personal attendant continues to lament the dreadful provisions, complaining about the presence of bedbugs in the inn. Goodness, even at 5 silver coins a day, such abhorrent vermin should not be tolerated. He furrows his brow as he prepares a bed for his master. Perrymore, unconcerned, responds, "I have yet to voice my grievances. It seems you are the one burdened. In a few days, when they receive the new seal and funds, they shall gain entry to the Red Keep." Perrymore Hightower, the youngest son of Lord Leighton Hightower of Old Town, is also the newly appointed port tax official of Old Town, the economic and cultural hub of Westeros. The previous tax official was unfortunately swept away by the tides during the storm, and after much persuasion, Perrymore finally secured this position from his father. Having spent countless years in the Citadel immersed in study, he believed himself to be well-versed in knowledge, ready to embark on practical endeavors. His foremost task is to report to King's Landing and negotiate the collection of tripled port taxes and miscellaneous duties. As he sets forth, his heart brims with ambition, aspiring to elevate Old Town's economy to new heights. Regrettably, his naivety regarding the realities of life leads him to foolishly decline the escort of his family's knights. Along the way, he is swindled of his fortune, ultimately resorting to selling his possessions to finally reach King's Landing. Money may be a trivial matter, yet the loss of his identity seal and other insignia rendered him powerless. Without a token or proof of his noble lineage, he could not even gain entry to the aristocratic quarters of King's Landing. The guard inquired, "You claim to be Hightower? Where is your evidence?" There are others who profess to be the king's illegitimate offspring. Presently, the inner city was under heavy surveillance, while the outer city saw an increase in patrolling soldiers. Were it not for his noble visage and the presence of his personal attendant, he might have been subjected to the same indignities as the common folk, stripped of his possessions or tossed into a dungeon without a second thought. The few jewels he possessed had failed to secure bribes for the ministers, thwarting his plans to return to Old Town post-haste. Thus, Perrymore found himself languishing in King's Landing, awaiting the arrival of the newly issued documents and seals. Thank the heavens, the old servant still carried a purse of coins. Unlike typical noble offspring, Perrymore was a man of spontaneity. He could squander wealth like a reckless heir or endure solitude and immerse himself in study like a devoted scholar. During his time at the Citadel, he had not shunned merriment. As the youngest scion of a vast family, He lived with abandon and carefree ease, spending far more time mingling with commoners than engaging with his noble counterparts. His acquaintance with Prince Rhaegar was born from a chance encounter in a tavern, where he nearly played the hero. It was said that Rhaegar's prolonged absence from King's Landing was tied to the assassination of Princess Elia of Dorne during the summer festival. The king remained in his summer palace, neglecting affairs and leaving them for Rhaegar in the hand of the king to manage. Rumors swirled that the Dornish lords and Prince Oberyn were nearly usurping the position of the hand, pressuring the king to apprehend the murderer and provide them with answers. Oberyn Martell, in particular, had been behaving like a rabid dog of late. As for how Perrymore came by this information, it was through the common folk of King's Landing, who treated noble affairs as a source of amusement. The news from the palace spread with remarkable speed. Whispers suggested that Princess Elia had fallen victim to a crime of passion, with the perpetrator being none other than a suitor infatuated with Prince Rhaegar. Who could this be but the fairest of them all, a Lannister? The rationale was simple. King Aerys intended to wed his heir to two brides, and by eliminating one, the other could ascend in her place. Perrymore listened intently to the raucous laughter of the patrons, discerning the potential tidbits of intelligence hidden within their jesting. He stifled a retch, swallowing the vile ale and letting out a resounding belch. The matron of the tavern, well past her prime, emerged with food and drink, her eyes alighting upon the strikingly handsome youth. With a smile, she placed the items on the table and settled herself upon his lap. A new face. Have you just arrived in King's Landing? Perrymore steadied her waist, slipping a silver stag into her greasy palm. Indeed, what merriment have you to share? Tell me. Oh, the usual tales of noble liaisons, the loves and affairs of lords and ladies, she replied. But this time it is different. It is said that the Dorne princess enamored with Prince Rhaegar has been assassinated, instigated by another noble lady. The tavern keeper lowered her voice, weaving tales of gossip that seemed all too serious. Yet, who could discern the truth from fiction? There were countless noble ladies enamored with the prince. Perry Morell, with a playful grin, approached her, caressing her ample form and feigning drunkenness as he inquired. I have heard that Prince Rhaegar has turned down many women, including the most beautiful in Westeros. What does beauty truly mean? The tavern keeper, stroking the chest of the handsome young man before her, whispered in his ear, Young master, a woman's allure extends beyond mere appearance. It is the pleasure she brings that truly captivates a man. With a knowing glance, her eyes glistened, as if harboring a hidden hook. Perry Morell erupted in laughter, casually slipping a few silver stags into her bosom, dismissing her insinuation that he should stay the night. Reluctantly, the tavern keeper swayed her hips and departed. After lingering for a while and absorbing an array of nonsensical chatter, Perry Morell prepared to leave, having confirmed that no valuable information was to be gleaned. However, as he pushed open the tavern door, his smile faltered. Outside stood a stooped old man. He slowly lifted his gray cloak, revealing a face shadowed by gloom, reminiscent of a father chastising wayward offspring engaged in debauchery. Perry Morell, who permitted your presence in King's Landing? Uncle Varys, I am here to report to the crown. As the former tax collector of Old Town's Port, Perry replied. Varys's voice dripped with sarcasm as he asked, reporting from a brothel? Perry was momentarily speechless, diverting the conversation. Uncle, what brings you to King's Landing? Were you not in Winterfell? Varys fixed him with a brooding gaze, remaining silent. Perry fell silent as well, daunted by the weight of the moment. A servant led two horses forward, and Varys handed the reins to Perry. We are leaving the city. Keep close. Perry, puzzled, queried. Uncle, where are we headed? Lowering his voice, Varys coughed a few times before mounting with the servant's assistance. To retrieve something. Chapter 66. Someone is not vibrant Clegane. Perry Morell Hathor followed his uncle at a breakneck pace, choking on dust. He inquired multiple times about their destination, but Varys remained obstinately silent. Having left home at a young age, Varys had endured much ridicule due to his status as a bastard. Although his brother, the current head of the family, had acknowledged him, he no longer believed he could return to that vast, cumbersome lineage. Varys had achieved remarkable feats at the Citadel, even delving into blood magic and ancient sorcery. Years ago, Hathor had wronged him, and now he lacked the courage to seek reconciliation with his roots. Perry admired his uncle immensely, yet Varys's dark and peculiar nature, coupled with a penchant for vengeance, left him hesitant to pry further. Only during their rest did Varys briefly inform him that he was to remain in King's Landing for a time and assist in watching over someone. Perry was eager to ask who it was, but Varys simply replied that he would learn once they arrived. After a brief respite, the two, accompanied by a bodyguard, set forth along King's Road, heading northwest toward the banks of the Blackwater River. The Blackwater River is an outflow river, Originating from a gorge within the lands of the Vale of Arryn. Deep within the forested depths of a canyon lies an unassuming wooden cabin, seemingly dilapidated and ordinary. However, beneath its surface, a hidden world awaits. Upon awakening, Bai Ling finds herself ensconced in a dimly lit cellar, surrounded by smooth black stone walls, utterly impossible to scale. Her wounds have been meticulously tended to, and she has been clothed anew. It dawns on her that she has once again been exposed. Why must she ponder this once more? A whistle echoes from above, and she gazes upwards to behold a man with long hair, his features obscured by the light behind him. A chain dangles from above, tethering a basket that contains a half-cooked rabbit. Eat, the man instructs, you must be famished. Bai Ling, feeling the discomfort of her healing wounds and the gnawing hunger in her belly, seizes the rabbit and begins to gnaw at it. Seasoned with salt and a medley of unique spices, it is surprisingly palatable. What do you think? The man inquires. I used honey from the Elysian regions. Ignoring him, Bai Ling continues her meal in silence. The man chuckles lightly, his laughter reverberating through the cellar, sending a tingling sensation to her ears. Are you not going to plead for your release? He taunts. Without lifting her gaze, Bai Ling responds. I advise you to feign ignorance and set me free. For the octopus spider is well aware of my whereabouts. Ah, the spider. You refer to Lord Varys, I presume? I have heard tales of his renown. However, someone is not afraid of him. Bai Ling's attention sharpens at the mention of someone. From whence do you hail, bravos? The man falls silent. Then a clatter of chains breaks the stillness as he descends, clad in sturdy black leather trousers and a soiled noble shirt stained with blood. He possesses a physique reminiscent of an agile leopard, his sun-kissed skin bearing an Indian hue. His golden brown hair hangs in disheveled strands by his face. His countenance bears a striking resemblance to that of Daenerys Targaryen's lover, the former commander of the Second Sons, Naharis, who once betrayed his comrades. Bai Ling recalls vividly the two needle-like daggers she had suffered at his hands, a reminder of her past torment. In her current human form, she stands no chance against him. Her swordsmanship would only serve as a jest. As the man advances step by step, Bai Ling retreats until she is cornered against the wall. Pressured by his imposing presence, she crouches, baring her sharp fangs in a futile display of bravado. The man chuckles again, squatting beside her. You are astute. The someone is Daeron Haegarl from Elysium. You wouldn't dare challenge me in your current condition, would you? I strongly advise you to release me, or soon it will be an army that descends upon you, she warns. Indeed, she cannot hope to vanquish him. Not even in her wolf form. What an insufferable rogue. The surname Haegarl rings a familiar bell. It belongs to the master of the little wolf girl Arya. The elusive, faceless man, Jaqen H'ghar. A denizen of the free cities of Bravos, he had once assumed the guise of a man named Vibrant Clegane. It is likely that this visage is but a facade as well. Did he masquerade as a knight of the Clegane family to besiege the Vale of Arryn? Did he also slay Elia? Yet, with the faceless man's emergence, is that Cersei genuine or an impostor? She finds it hard to believe that a girl of scarcely 14 possesses such cunning. Why would the faceless man frame the Lannisters? What purpose does it serve to incite discord between Dorne and the Lannisters? The situation is utterly chaotic, leaving her unable to discern the truth. Moreover, it appears that the visions the crow presented to her were misleading. The faceless men can assume any guise. Dylan Hargar regarded White Fang with intrigue, even reaching out to caress her chin. White Fang, alert, deftly evaded his touch. What do you desire? In light of my releasing you, how about you reciprocate my freedom? Dylan Hargar smiled. That is not an option. White Fang retreated silently into a corner of the cellar, uncertain as to why the faceless men meddled in the affairs of Westeros. But she instinctively sensed that this individual would not allow her to escape. Why not transform into a wolf? Dylan Hargar inquired. I find your white wolf form captivating, beautiful, deadly, and singular. White Fang buried her head in her knees. Faced with her despondence, he ceased his banter and crawled out of the cellar, pondering how to manage this extraordinary creature. The betrothed of the true dragon, Rhaenys Targaryen, is, astonishingly, a wolf maiden. If he were to share this revelation, others would likely deem him mad. With the disappearance of the princess, the Red Keep must be in disarray, particularly for Prince Rhaegar. One could only imagine his expression upon discovering that his future wife is a wolf. Dylan Hargar could not suppress a chuckle. When he first beheld Rhaenys in King's Landing, he sensed an oddity about her. Though she possessed the beauty of House Targaryen, her demeanor lacked grace. She reveled in dueling with men and everything pertaining to adventure. Her peculiar attitude towards House Martell was also noteworthy. It was rumored she had even glimpsed the future for Oberyn. As for her swordsmanship, was it truly born of her own imagination? Though crafted for tournaments, He recognized the similarities between her fencing style and the water dancers of Bravos. He once speculated that she might have connections to those practitioners. A promising candidate for a faceless man. However, he no longer held that belief. She required no tutelage from humanity. She herself was the most formidable magical entity. Oh, such a notion thrilled him, even tempting him to whisk her away to Essos. Whether in wolf form or human guise, she embodied an extraordinary beauty, akin to a creature of myth. Yet, her human form appeared so frail and ineffectual, contrasting starkly with the cold ferocity of her white wolf king persona. Truly, she was a living miracle. Chapter 67. The secrets hidden in shadows. Reborn played with the silvery gray badge in his hand, tumultuous thoughts swirling within him. The desire to take the wolf maiden eclipsed the burden of the secret mission weighing upon him. He was neither a merchant nor an ambitious schemer, and held no interest in peculiar goods. If I could have a wolf girl as a companion, being a carefree wandering adventurer wouldn't be such a bad fate. Unfortunately, that is not the case at present. Dylan Hagar closed his eyes and sighed. The time has not yet come. The white spirit, confined in the cellar, was on the verge of madness. It had been quite a while since she stealthily slipped out of the Red Keep, and surely, Rhaegar and the king had discovered her absence. Now, she had fallen into the hands of this mysterious individual. Would she ever return safely to King's Landing? After a moment of restraint, she couldn't help but raise her voice. Faceless man, what do you intend to do with me? Dylan Hagar snapped back to reality and declared, I shall sell you. I have never encountered such a peculiar creature. You must be extraordinarily precious. Creature? The white spirit bit her lip. Indeed, humans were all the same. Whether in this world or another, adhering to the belief that those outside their kin must harbor ulterior motives. I am missing. The royal family will certainly search for me. Are you not afraid of being captured and punished? Reborn lounged at the entrance of the cellar, nonchalantly replying, Vala Morgulus. All men must die. This phrase in Valyrian was too familiar, and the white spirit nearly retorted with Vala Dohaeris. She swallowed hard and shouted, God of many faces. I believe you cannot govern Westeros. Dylan turned over, propping his head on his hand. Even the God of many faces knows this. Does that mean your swordsmanship originates from Bravos? Does he know my swordsmanship? A fleeting image of a Bravosi flashed through the white spirit's mind, someone she had dueled with Oberyn. You are that Bravosi, the one who pretended to be the judge? Faceless man, the white spirit exclaimed, you must adhere to the Red God's decree. I saved you from the Lannisters, you must release me. No, 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 I am no longer a faceless man. I am free to disregard its decree. Reborn chuckled heartily. He genuinely enjoyed laughter, or perhaps he was simply in a good mood. I cannot release you. If a life must be repaid to the Red God, I shall assist you in eliminating someone. Why only one? Shouldn't it be 3? The white spirit retorted. In the series, Arya saved Jaqen and was rewarded with 3 lives. Is it because she lacks the protagonist's halo granted by the author? Reborn was taken aback by her peculiar reasoning, forcing a chuckle. What leads you to mistakenly believe that I am worth 3 lives? A life for a life. That is the essence of fair exchange. Fine. She had been misled by the series. Since escape was futile, why not eliminate a significant future threat? After a brief consideration, she proposed, then, you shall kill Varys. The spider. Dylan Hagar choked for a moment before replying. You truly hold me in high regard. Choose someone else. Cersei Lannister. Choose again. The white spirit grew furious. Are you toying with me? A faint sound emanated from the ground, prompting Dylan Hagar to swiftly roll over and alertly conceal himself in the shadows. Above the cellar where the white spirit was confined lay an abandoned farmhouse, appearing utterly normal from the outside. At this moment, faint whinnies of horses echoed outside the cottage. Dylan Hagar casually wiped his face, transforming back into the visage of Veblin Krigan. Bai Ling could hear the sound of horses, but remained oblivious to their identity. Anxiety gnawed at her heart, accompanied by a vague sense of dread. She feared the revelation of her true identity, the monstrous truth that might come to light. Especially in front of Riga, she loathed her own ineptitude deeply. Outside the farmhouse, Scholar Velis stifled a cough with his fist, desperately suppressing the urge to cough. Nearby, the cloaked Perrymore hurriedly retrieved a water pouch from the horses and offered it to him. Dylan, masquerading as Veblin Krigan, emerged from the shadows, discreetly scrutinizing Perrymore beside the scholar. Old man, where's the reward? He inquired. Velis replied, it's docked at White Harbor. All the paperwork is complete. With this token, you can board the ship for your return. Veblin Krigan responded, this time, I don't require payment. Handing over this woman will suffice as compensation. Velis frowned, and the reason? Don't tell me you have an interest in her. Dylan spread his hands. To be precise, I am intrigued by her true dragon bloodline. The blood sorcerers of the Shadowlands would pay handsomely. Velis pondered, uncertain of how much this man truly knew about Bai Ling's real identity. Yet, given that wolf girl's foolishness and recklessness, it was likely she had been exposed after her impulsive departure from King's Landing to seek vengeance on Cersei. This pawn had become expendable. Exchanging a discarded piece for a powerful ally's promise, along with the organization backing him, seemed a lucrative trade. However, it was still too soon to abandon her. The timing was not right. After a moment of contemplation, Velis declined. Let us proceed as agreed. The payment and ship await at White Harbor. You should return to Essos. Very well, but should you reconsider, you know how to reach me. Dylan Hagar lamented slightly. Yet he acquiesced to follow orders. Then I shall take my leave. What of this woman? Velis replied, you need not concern yourself with her. Without further ado, Dylan seized Velis's horse, deftly mounted, and galloped away. Once he was entirely out of sight, Velis turned to Perrymore and said, listen, lad. You now have an opportunity to seize power. It depends on your ability to grasp it. Perrymore, bewildered, replied, Uncle, please explain. I am listening. Velis appraised Perrymore. This young man was full of vigor, tall and upright, his eyes gleaming with light. Though his martial skills were somewhat lacking, his intellect was sound. Among his many nephews, this child resembled him the most, yet he was too naive, lacking experience. My people will arrive shortly. Once everything is arranged here, you shall enter. After rescuing Prince Rhaegar's fiancée, head towards King's Landing. There will be pursuers, but fear not, they are mere illusions. Wait, I don't understand, Uncle, Perrymore exclaimed. The prince's fiancée? Why is she here? I cannot act. You must do so. It pertains to our plan and my very life. Viserys clutched Perrymore's collar tightly. Retrieving a silver-gray badge identical to the one belonging to Dylan Hargall, and thrust it into Perrymore's bosom. Take this, it will guide you. Now, remember my words. The ferocity in Viserys' gaze left Perrymore shaken. Very well, Uncle. What had he gotten himself into? The depths of hell itself. Bai Ling waited in the frigid cellar for what felt like eternity, Dylan Hargall having vanished without a trace. What had transpired? Had she been abandoned? After an indeterminate period, fatigue overcame her, and she succumbed to sleep, only to awaken from hunger. There was nothing here to mark the passage of time, and she was oblivious to the fate of the Red Keep. Surely, they must have realized her absence by now. What should she do? Could she return to the Red Keep, and if so, how would she explain her absence? Just as Bai Ling feared she might perish from starvation in this desolate place. She perceived a commotion overhead and perked her ears. The distant sounds of chaotic hoofbeats, heavy footfalls, and the clamor of battle reached her, accompanied by shouts for Prince Rhaegar. Was it an illusion, or had Rhaegar come to her rescue? In the forest surrounding the cottage, soldiers bearing dragon banners had encircled the area. Each was tall and robust, clad in specially crafted black armor, with Rhaegar himself at the forefront, equally armed. Only Rhaegar's armor bore the blood-red, three-headed dragon, complemented by a uniquely shaped winged helm. Perrymore, trembling like a fledgling chick, was pushed forward by the Kingsguard. Your Highness, the person is here. Rhaegar scrutinized Perrymore, succinctly commanding, lead the way. Yes, please follow me. The sound of approaching hooves grew urgent, with many voices shouting orders, the cries of horses and men intertwining. The dilapidated wooden door of the cottage was forcefully breached, and heavily armored soldiers streamed in, conducting a thorough search. The imposing knight leading them, clad in white armor and a white cloak, was Arthur Dayne, the prince's sworn protector and close companion. He scanned the surroundings with piercing eyes, pausing momentarily at the narrow cellar entrance before stepping back outside. Bai Ling heard him declare, Princess Rhaenys is here. Heavy iron chains clattered to the ground as a figure descended along the chain, landing heavily. Bai Ling recognized the familiar black steel blood dragon armor. Rhaegar strode forward, severing the shackles from Bai Ling's feet with his sword, and enveloped the shivering girl in his embrace. I apologize for my tardiness. We must return to King's Landing. Chapter 68. A pawn of little use, Bai Ling remained unaware of the conspiracy between Scholar Viserys and Dylan. When she was rescued, she could only discern the evident signs of a fierce battle above the cellar. Prince Rhaegar had brought at least 200 elite warriors, and as they exited, she observed soldiers gathering numerous unidentified corpses. Throughout the journey, the prince maintained a stoic expression, revealing no signs of emotion, and apart from necessary concern. He refrained from conversing with Bai Ling, deepening her unease. She could not articulate how she had been captured or how she had stealthily escaped from the Red Keep. Yet the prince did not inquire. On the journey back to King's Landing, Bai Ling found herself deeply engrossed in contemplation regarding this matter. Perhaps Varys would prefer to weave a more palatable excuse for her. Upon arriving at the Red Keep, The prince immediately proceeded to report to the king, while Bai Ling discovered within her chamber a message from a small bird proclaiming that honesty is a virtue. Did this imply that she ought to speak the truth? To express her suspicions that Cersei was the culprit, and that her sneaking away from King's Landing was solely to seek vengeance? She had remained vigilant, fearing the king would hold her accountable for her unauthorized departure from the palace, unaware that Rhaegar, Varys, and a newly emerged formidable figure, Perrin Morhaime, had concocted an ostensibly flawless narrative surrounding the prince's escape. As for the minor incident of the Lannisters being attacked by a pack of wolves on their return to Casterly Rock, who would care or take notice? Perhaps Cersei was simply unfortunate. How Tywin Lannister would choose to investigate the matter remained uncertain, and it was possible that the incident with the wolves would fade into obscurity. One could only hope for such an outcome. Bai Ling's eye color was nearly fading. Only Master Varys possessed the potion crafted by the sorcerers that could restore it. If she did not consume it, her violet eyes, akin to the prince's, would soon betray her. She had no choice but to dismiss a group of servants, seeking an opportunity to venture into the underground realm to locate Scholar Varys. The scholar had taken residence in the Red Keep under the guise of an ancient magic research scholar, complete with credentials from the Citadel. The Mad King had surrounded himself with a motley crew of blood sorcerers, alchemists, and self-proclaimed magicians, making it no simple task to house a legitimate scholar among them. She truly could not fathom why they chose to disguise their eyes as violet. Was it to draw closer to the prince? Master Varys remained ensconced in the dim, subterranean depths, perpetually hunched in his cramped quarters, scribbling and sketching, resembling an unsightly mushroom that flourished in the shadows. The flickering candlelight could scarcely dispel the darkness that enveloped the place, a chill pervading the air like a persistent specter. Bai Ling, Master Varys. I have come for the tears of bliss. Master Varys set aside his tome, squeezing his dry eyes with vigor. I feared you had fled. My apologies. I was too impetuous. Bai Ling directly offered her apologies, while the thought of escape had crossed her mind. Her heart was tethered to those she could not bear to leave behind, and the duties she felt compelled to fulfill. Varys trembled as he rose, rummaging through the shelves filled with jars and vials, speaking as he searched. I lament the fate of Princess Elia. It is evident that you held her in high regard as a dear friend. However, from another perspective, her demise is not entirely unfavorable for us. Bai Ling bit her lip, aware that there was little to gain from conversing with this hard-hearted old man, whose thoughts were solely consumed by Lord Ricard's grand ambitions. The Dornish had never relinquished their desire for Rhaegar to take 2 wives, and King Aerys' stance remained ambiguous. Naturally, Ricard had staked his hopes on her, unwilling to allow the Dornish influence to encroach upon Prince Rhaegar's side. The fact that the man before her did not erupt in anger or reprimand her took Master Varys by surprise. He sat across from Bai Ling, placing several vividly colored purple potions on the table, and remarked with a hint of nostalgia, "It seems you have grown quite a bit. I can share more with you now. Do you know why this potion is called Tear Beauty?" Bai Ling shook her head in confusion. On the surface, it is a potion that alters the color of one's eyes, crafted from toxins extracted from minerals and marsh plants. However, its greater purpose lies in controlling those pawns lurking in the shadows. When consumed, the poison gradually accumulates in the bloodstream. Regular intake poses no immediate danger. Yet cessation leads to an unrelenting flow of tears, blood tears, until one bleeds to death. The change in eye color is merely a side effect, and Bai Ling felt a sense of inevitability. If they had no means of defense or control over her, that would indeed be surprising. Such is the nature of the magical world, where even peculiar poisons exist. Faced with the somber gaze of Master Velius, a chill ran down Bai Ling's spine. Her complexion pale, she slowly rose and said, "Have I not always adhered to your directives? What purpose does this serve?" "This is to ensure you do not betray us or attempt to flee," Master Velius replied, coughing a few times. "Very well, you may leave. Take several bottles. It's best if you refrain from seeking me out unnecessarily." Understood. The guards outside her chamber now numbered 3 times their previous amount, many familiar faces from Prince Rhaegar's entourage, indicating that her disappearance had indeed alarmed him. However, the prince had not made an appearance for many days, and Bai Ling feared that King Aerys would direct his ire towards him. Upon inquiring, she discovered that it was customary for King Aerys to chastise the prince, though he rarely took further action afterward. He was preoccupied with the funeral of Princess Ilia and the troubles posed by the Dornish. Currently, the Red Keep housed Queen Dorne's trusted minister, Torres Faller, while the venomous Oberon was unaccounted for. Queen Dorne would not relent without a significant exchange of interests. King Aerys now governed state affairs based on his whims, and while his non-interference was preferable, any involvement would surely lead to misfortune for someone. Rhaegar bore the brunt of the mess, including handling the aggressive Dornish. It was not until 2 weeks later that Riga finally had time to dine with Bai Ling again. The two seemed to have returned to their previous icy demeanor, with none daring to mention Ilya's name, as if it had become a forbidden word. Oberon had left Bai Ling a letter, and it was said that he had gone mad upon hearing of Ilya's death, refusing to believe anyone. When he beheld Ilya's lifeless form, he vanished from King's Landing, unwilling even to face the funeral. Grief was temporarily buried deep, for only those living could continue to endure. Bai Ling silently sighed as she opened the letter sealed with a golden sun emblem. Oberon made no mention of Ilya, but simply informed her of his intention to journey beyond the continent of Westeros. Perhaps one day, he shall truly reach the land of shadows, traversing the summer sea, walking endlessly to the distant continent of Sithorios. It is hoped that she in Westeros may frequently communicate with the scholar through ravens, providing him with guidance when necessary. White Wing burned the letter, and the harrowing memory of Oberyn's tragic demise gradually faded in her mind. Go forth, the farther the better. For a decade, 2 decades. As long as he does not return, he shall never again fall victim to the mountain's hand. Dorne's blazing sun, the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell. Since returning to the Red Keep, Rhaegar's demeanor towards White Wing has shifted, becoming only slightly more amiable than that of a stranger. The once vibrant atmosphere between them has seemingly vanished. Perhaps he never held any true expectations of her. In the future, they may coexist like Aerys and Queen Riella. The closest of strangers, perhaps? White Wing felt a sense of release, accompanied by an inexplicable sadness. Chapter 69. The elusive character. The investigation into the death of Elia continues discreetly, revealing unexpected developments. The once illustrious family of Horelad in the Vale, second in power only to the Lord of the City, saw most of its members, including the head of the family, exiled to the Wall for their involvement in rebellion, leaving only a few distant branches. These offshoots dreamt of ascending into the ranks of the great nobility and, with keen instincts, discovered an unfamiliar presence in the Vale, even stealing a family emblem from the barn where an assassin was hiding. After much turmoil, that emblem found its way into the hands of Prince Rhaegar, and the subsequent events were beyond her knowledge. All of this was relayed to her by the temporarily allied Lord Varys, whose true allegiances remained a mystery, adept at maneuvering among various factions to reap benefits. Ultimately, the news of Elia's assassination was quietly buried, the official explanation claiming she fell victim to banditry. Yet White Wing would not forget her hatred. Cersei remains firmly on her assassination list, akin to Arya, who nightly recites the names of her enemies as she drifts into slumber. One day, while passing time in the swordsmanship hall, White Wing was unexpectedly summoned by Rhaegar. The Chancellor of Finance's secretary requested her presence. Bewildered, she wondered if it was to discuss wedding arrangements, for royal weddings demand grand preparations and substantial funds. The secretary appeared quite youthful, clad in a loose robe reminiscent of the scholars from Old Town, with long, slightly curled black hair and a handsome visage, adorned with whimsical little mustaches. He bore the sigil of the White Tower upon his garments. Upon seeing White Wing, he bowed respectfully, greeting her. "Good day, Princess Rhaenys. I am the new financial secretary, Perrymore Hightower." Hightower, a name linked to the esteemed family of Old Town, explained her familiarity with the White Tower sigil. White Wing, intrigued, inquired, "Old Town Hightower, is your family stronghold the tall tower?" Perrymore glanced up at her before lowering his gaze once more, replying, "Indeed, my lady. I am the son of Leighton Hightower." A new figure from the family has emerged, yet White Wing held no recollection, for in the realm of Game of Thrones, their lineage bore little weight. In truth, Hightower, Redwine, and Tarly, particularly Hightower, represent the pinnacle of the great nobility, their power even surpassing that of the Lannisters. At present, the narrative known to Bai Ling has become tangled, evolving under her influence, leaving her to navigate each step cautiously. Perrymore inquired, "My Lady Rhaenys, what elements or arrangements would you desire for your wedding?" Bai Ling, momentarily distracted, replied, "I apologize for my lapse in focus. Were you asking about the wedding details? I do have some ideas." Perrymore, a seemingly cautious young man, had not made a particularly striking impression on Bai Ling. However, he began to visit frequently, subtly expressing his desire to ally himself with her, which surprised Bai Ling. It struck her as peculiar that he would choose to seek her, a princess with titles but devoid of power, instead of the prince. There seemed to be nothing of value to gain from her. Thus, the man's motives warranted contemplation. Could he perhaps be an ally of a friendly faction? As a product of the Citadel, Perrymore was well-versed and, though occasionally verbose, his wit and humor brought forth more smiles from Bai Ling. During their conversations, she recalled the silver-gray badge retrieved by the faceless man Hagar. As Scholar Varys had forbidden her to inquire further, she posed her questions to Barrymore. He had seen the illustration and remarked that it resembled a symbol not found in any texts, possibly linked to some clandestine organization, promising to inform her of any findings. As the date of the Crown Prince's wedding drew nearer, significant upheaval occurred within the Red Keep. Tywin Lannister and the Mad King Aerys publicly resigned, departing King's Landing for Casterly Rock. For a brief time, the hand of the king was held by a befuddled nobleman, who, due to his mental inadequacies, was soon dismissed by the Mad King, stripped of his title and lands. The royal treasury, however, had been substantially enriched by the confiscation of an old noble's wealth, a cause for celebration. Presently, the hand of the king was John Clinton's, a close confidant of Prince Rhaegar, with a significant portion of the small council now under Rhaegar's influence. In her 2 lifetimes, this was Bai Ling's first experience with marriage, let alone an international wedding, leaving her utterly bewildered. Though it would not require her to manage every detail as in modern times, Prince Rhaegar had pressing state matters to attend to, leaving her to decide on the wedding particulars, such as the guest list, banquet proceedings, and her own and the prince's wedding attire. There were myriad details for her to oversee. Fortunately, a team of over 100 was dedicated to the royal wedding, led by the newly appointed assistant to the Master of Coin, Barrymore Hightower. He was a remarkably learned individual who provided Bai Ling with many valuable suggestions, such as the entertainment for the wedding. Rejecting the tiresome antics of the jesters, he proposed a tribute to the king, recounting the heroic tale of Aegon the Conqueror and his 2 sisters as they subdued Westeros. Was this not akin to a stage play? Bai Ling was indeed intrigued. Having heard countless versions of the Conqueror's story, I am quite curious about how this scene will be staged in the live-action rendition. Barrymore has proposed that Rhaegar portray Aegon, while Bai Ling takes on the role of his beloved sister, Rhaenys. Although Bai Ling finds this suggestion intriguing, she feels it lacks the essence of a wedding ceremony. Perhaps this could be deemed a distinctive innovation of Westeros. Barrymore, clutching a thick stack of notes, elaborated as he jotted down, at the conclusion of the program. Aegon will present treasures to Rhaenys. These gifts are from His Majesty, the Prince, and the guests in your honor. By showcasing these rare treasures, it will highlight the affection that His Majesty and the Prince harbor for you. Bai Ling pondered whether this could be interpreted as a public display of execution. What if, upon inspection, someone spotted a tarnished golden cup or a chipped jeweled crown among the gifts? If questioned, and it turned out to be a present from some minor lord, wouldn't that be tantamount to striking the king's face? Such an incident would not merely result in one losing their head. What a splendid method for amassing wealth. By the way, there is a trivial matter that requires your consent. What is it? You might ask. The gowns you have designed have garnered immense popularity among the nobility, and there are individuals and the common folk who have taken to clandestinely replicating and selling them. I have heard that these unlicensed copies, lacking your seal, have found their way to the free cities. Bai Ling was taken aback. Are you suggesting that these designs have been smuggled to another continent? So, this world does have counterfeit goods? Indeed, I have uncovered the mastermind behind this scheme. Would you care to meet her? Bai Ling found this peculiar. Why should I meet her? If there are similar cases, let them be handled according to protocol. Barrymore sighed. That would be a shame. I believe she possesses a keen intellect and could be of service to the princess. Gold dragons are never in excess. Why not consider it? Bai Ling contemplated this, realizing she ought to have her own modest treasury. Regardless of the prince's wealth, it ultimately belongs to him. Should she ever decide to leave King's Landing and return to the north, she would require a substantial nest egg. Yet, given her precarious situation, how would she manage to extract any funds? This was not like the modern world where heavy gold could be transferred in mere minutes. She reconsidered her stance, thinking that if this was your suggestion, then bring her to see me. Where is she? In King's Landing? Barrymore succinctly replied, in the dungeons of the Red Keep. Bai Ling instructed, do not alert anyone. Bring her quietly. Yes. Does this require the princess' approval? No, your command suffices. That evening during dinner with the prince, Bai Ling recounted the tale of the counterfeit goods as a jest. After a moment of contemplation, the prince responded, indeed, there is some truth to this. It has been smuggled out from several major ports. King's Landing has seen relatively little. Most has come from Seagull Town. And there are some smuggling vessels from the port cities of Dorne. Rhaegar interjected, I recall those ships being seized upon their emergence. Do any remain? Bai Ling asked. When did you seize them? About 2 months ago. They were confiscated and subsequently burned. I just learned this. Bai Ling's expression grew complex. 2 months ago, I began receiving reports, and now ample time has elapsed for counterfeit goods to be dispatched across the globe. Regrettably, the conversation between the two meandered through the proceedings and intricacies of their impending nuptials before Rhaegar succumbed to yawns. he has been remarkably busy of late, frequently engaged in inspections. The newly formed royal council, aside from the ailing master of coin, has been largely populated by his own appointments. It is rumored that Barrymore is currently in high favor, often summoned to discuss trade and taxation matters, suggesting he is poised to succeed the master of coin. Rhaegar appears invigorated, seemingly gaining the king's tacit approval to amass more power. Is King Aerys gradually relinquishing authority? Of late, I have been exceedingly occupied. Your efforts for the wedding are greatly appreciated. Once the ceremony concludes, I shall take you out for a time of leisure, Rhaegar said. Bai Ling's actions momentarily hesitated before she responded calmly, very well. Having been confined within the Red Keep for too long, the castle, despite its opulent facade, felt vast and desolate. The prince likely sensed her growing restlessness. Rhaegar looked somewhat fatigued, propping his head on his hand. Barrymore is quite competent. He has provided me with numerous valuable insights. If you find it dull, you may take him out of the palace for a stroll around King's Landing. Indeed, I shall. Bai Ling replied. That is reassuring. Good night, Rhaenys. Good night, Your Highness. Chapter 70. The countdown to the wedding the next day. Bai Ling beheld Barrymore's countenance and realized he had become a trusted ally of the crown prince. Rhaegar slowly exerted his influence within the palace, replacing the aging advisors with a cadre of youthful newcomers. But would the king truly allow Rhaegar to consolidate power without intervention? A ruler, especially one teetering on the brink of madness, is unlikely to relinquish the scepter easily. Her concerns were not unfounded. During their joint excursion through King's Landing, an incident nearly transpired. The occurrence was abrupt. They had set out lightly armed. The prince had taken her to inspect the recent conditions of the common folk, eschewing the golden robes in favor of several Kingsguard. However, as they passed through a destitute street, they were accosted by a throng of ragged elders, clad in tattered robes. They shouted fervently for the Seven to protect them, while hurling foul, noxious substances towards the prince, and Bai Ling. Rhaegar instinctively shielded Bai Ling, and the elders were swiftly repelled by the Kingsguard. Nevertheless, some of the filth inevitably stained the prince's shoes and cloak, causing his expression to darken. My lord. It is the fanatics, Arthur Dane murmured. Rhaegar clenched his teeth. Once again, these madmen. Again? Bai Ling inquired, looking up at the prince in confusion. Had he encountered such incidents frequently? Those individuals seemed to be fervent zealots of the Seven. The faith of the Seven is the predominant religion in Westeros. With its great September of Baelor situated adjacent to the Red Keep, the very cathedral where the High Sparrow and the Little Rose were incinerated by Cersei's wildfire in the series. In truth, as foreign conquerors, the Targaryens initially did not venerate the Seven Gods. Numerous records indicate that their original faith was in the Lord of Light and the Red God. The birthplace of dragons lies within the realm ruled by the Lord of Light, a land of blood and fire. However, as the dynasty progressed, particularly following the disappearance of dragons, successive Targaryen kings were compelled to gradually convert to the worship of the Seven, with several members of the royal family becoming ardent devotees. Notably, Saint Baelor stands out among them. As for Prince Rhaegar's assault by fanatics of the Seven, Whiteling speculated that it must be related to his recent reforms aimed at diminishing the influence of the faith on society and the governance of the realm. He sought to abolish numerous remote temples of the Seven and confiscate the ill-gotten wealth amassed by the clergy. This, she conjectured, likely unsettled certain individuals. Rhaegar's reforms stemmed from two primary considerations. Firstly, the administration of the faith had become chaotic. In many regions beyond the influence of the lords, the faith levied various exorbitant taxes, encroaching upon the lord's dominion and undermining the central authority of Targaryen rule. Secondly, although King Aerys maintained an ambivalent stance and enjoyed a cordial relationship with the High Septon, Rhaegar himself did not adhere to the Seven. There were claims that he, due to prophetic visions, actually worshipped the Lord of Light, although no concrete evidence substantiates this. Rhaegar had openly confronted the current High Septon on multiple occasions, accusing him of abusing his power, deceiving the populace with lies, and frequently transgressing divine commandments. Much like in the real world, the faith of the Seven had become bloated and languid over time. In her previous life, Whiteling had perused countless accounts of the Game of Thrones, which hinted at Rhaegar's deep-seated belief in the Lord of Light. Initially, he was convinced that he was the prophesied prince that was promised, born under a weeping star in the land of salt and smoke. However, he later came to believe that the prince destined to confront the White Walkers might be his own child. There are narratives suggesting that Rhaegar's betrayal of Elia, his offering of the crown of love and beauty to Lyanna, and their subsequent elopement were driven by the notion that Elia could not bear a third head for the dragon, a reference to Rhaegar's visions regarding the dragon's 3 heads. In essence, Many elements in the series were overly simplified and inadequately addressed, leading to a lackluster conclusion in the final seasons, where the narrative logic disintegrated into chaos. At this moment, Bai Ling found herself both fortunate and unfortunate, as she was about to witness the legendary figures of the past engage in their intricate power struggles. She harbored grave doubts that the recent incident involving fanatics could be a ploy by royalists, as some long-standing noble families were indeed esteemed guests of the faith. Lost in thought, she could not help but inquire about the prevailing beliefs. Barrymore, do you have faith? Do you consider the union of church and state to be beneficial or detrimental? Barrymore paused his writing, lifting his gaze to meet Bai Ling's. You are indeed inquiring about the recent maneuvers of the faith, are you not? Engaging in conversation with an astute individual was always a pleasure, and Bai Ling nodded in agreement. I must admit, I do not fully comprehend why the faith of the Seven has become the predominant belief in Westeros. With a spark of interest, Barrymore set aside his paper and ink, drawing his chair closer. Throughout the annals of human history, three formidable forces have perpetually driven the course of events. He raised 3 fingers and continued, wealth, empires, and religion. I contend that the Targaryen conquest transcended these paradigms, bolstered solely by raw power. However, as time waned, this primal and essential force, the dragon, diminished. Consequently, the trajectory of the dynasty returned to its normative path. The Targaryens gradually began to dilute their bloodline, intermingling with the great noble houses and compromising with the prevailing faith of the continent. The reason the faith of the Seven holds predominance is due to its ancient roots. The venerable is the most entrenched and the hardest to dismantle. This is also reflected in Prince Rhaegar, who is revered as the true dragon and a devout adherent of the old Valyrian culture. Now, with dragons and magic having vanished, should the Targaryens acquiesce to the faith of the Seven and alter their beliefs, the cultural values and spirit of ancient Valyria would be severed from Westeros. The Targaryens would ultimately descend into mediocrity. Barrymore offered no further elaboration, instead concluding with a profound remark. One day, you shall uncover more secrets of House of the Dragon. White Wing mused that Barrymore was indeed a man of peculiar allegiances. What could he possibly seek by aligning himself with her? In the blink of an eye, White Wing had resided in the Red Keep for nearly 2 years, with the grand wedding to Prince Rhaegar fast approaching. The beloved Targaryen prince was on the cusp of matrimony, and the entirety of King's Landing had transformed into a sea of blossoms. Young girls and children frolicked carefree in the square, while vendors vociferously hawked treasures from distant lands. The city seemed rejuvenated, teeming with vitality. This event was a grand occasion within the realm. It was said that during the wedding festivities, the city would distribute ample food and fine wine for all to enjoy. Whether commoners or nobles, none wished to miss out. Countless guards, organized into small units, traversed the narrow alleys and bustling markets, adorned in their golden cloaks. Especially near the flea market, the presence of the newly appointed captain of the city watch was palpable, as he had deployed nearly triple the usual manpower to maintain order. Despite this, there were still instances of drunken men falling into the river and meeting their demise. Fresh faces continued to arrive in this vibrant city, the nexus of power in the Seven Kingdoms, King's Landing. Chapter 71. The Mad King's schemes. King's Landing had wholly immersed itself in a sea of joy, the fervent atmosphere akin to that of a grand festival. Elegant carriages paraded along the streets, showcasing finely dressed actresses, while performers on stilts strode through the crowd like towering scarecrows. Each perilous act by the fire-breathers elicited gasps of astonishment. A gaggle of snot-nosed children, clad in split trousers, frolicked beneath the clown's legs, brandishing sharpened wooden swords in mock duels, nearly toppling the jester. Prepare to meet your doom. Witness the prowess of the Dawnblade, cried one audacious child. Fear not, for I am your prince. Surrender. The shrill voices startled an elderly woman in a nearby upper window, who, exasperated, flung a basin of wash water down, interrupting the children's valiant skirmish. Impudent scoundrels, show some respect for His Highness the Prince and the noble knights. The children screamed and fled in tears. Recently, the weather had begun to warm, and farmers and small vendors sought refuge in the shadows of the city walls, hawking sweet, bursting fruits said to be transported from the High Garden. They seized every opportunity to peddle to passers-by. Blood melons for sale, sweeter than honey. Apples, delicious apples. Just 1 silver stag will grant you a basket. Absolutely delectable and affordable. A woman resembling a housewife approached the basket, rudely shoving aside the top layer and cursing. 1 silver stag for a basket? Is this all? There are rotten ones underneath, you damned swindler. 1 silver stag could buy me 2 chickens. The vendor, incensed, retorted, Begone. You foolish woman. What do you know? These are apples from the golden gardens of Highgarden. A few rotten ones. Who cares? They are still sweet and juicy." While he shouted, he secretly slipped a few copper stars into the housewife's hand. Instantly, her tone shifted after taking a bite of an apple. She began to sing its praises. Paramore Hightower observed this scene with a subtle smile, then turned to say, "King's Landing is truly a vibrant city, is it not?" White Ling's gaze was intently fixed on a bald figure clad in tattered linen, barefoot, and did not respond. Their attire resembled that of the assailants who had attacked her and the prince that day. Each bald head bore a six-pointed star, reminiscent of a brand. Paramore followed White Ling's gaze and realized it was an ascetic. "What is an ascetic?" White Ling inquired, turning back. "Strange individuals who believe that only through hardship can one express true piety. What I find incomprehensible is their belief that both commoners and kings must heed and accept the will of the gods, with no exceptions for the guilty, who must face punishment. They are akin to zealots, much like the Great Sparrow. One can only say that religious indoctrination is truly terrifying. Such practitioners, who willingly embrace suffering, are not uncommon in the real world." Yet, she sensed Paramore held little reverence for the so-called deities. With a smile, she probed, "It's a pity the seven gods lack a god of mystery. You seem quite like one of his devotees." Paramore chuckled, dramatically extending his arms. "Maintaining an air of mystery is a man's allure. Perhaps in time, you will come to understand me." Though White Ling wore a hood, her splendid attire and the fully armed soldiers accompanying her bore testament to her identity. Everyone who beheld them dared only to keep their distance. With the keen-eyed nobles understanding the opulent black and red three-headed dragon banner, bowing from afar, White Ling bore a resemblance to Rhaegar. They both exhibited little tolerance for obtrusive nobles, often meting out coldness or reprimands to those who sought to curry favor without cause. With the wedding only days away, White Ling's task today, accompanied by the prince's confidants, was to survey the thoroughfares of King's Landing. On the day of the wedding, they would depart from the Red Keep, parading through the bustling heart of the city before proceeding to the Great September of Baelor for the sacred ceremony. Once the wedding vows were exchanged, it signified her official union with Prince Rhaegar, thereby granting them shared dominion over the kingdom. According to the regal system of Westeros, should Prince Rhaegar meet with an untimely demise without leaving an heir, Bai Ling would also possess the right of succession. The first in line would undoubtedly be Rhaegar's brother, Viserys Targaryen, the one who sold the mother of dragons to the Horse Lord. However, at present, the beggar King Viserys is scarcely 10 years old, and the mother of dragons is but a mere embryo. Should the king, Rhaegar, and Viserys all encounter misfortune, it would be possible for Rhaenys, who shares the blood of dragons and has been acknowledged by the king, to ascend to the Iron Throne. Although numerous obstacles may arise, there would naturally be those to clear the path for her. As for the right of succession, Bai Ling harbored a vague suspicion that this might indeed be what Lord Ricard sought to obtain through his manipulation of her. Given the nature of the feudal lords, controlling her would be less advantageous than controlling the progeny of Prince Rhaegar, for a child king would be the easiest to maneuver. Bai Ling remained utterly oblivious to the schemes and machinations behind Lord Ricard's intentions, gleaning only fragments of their purpose from the words and actions of her mentor, Maester Varys. Yet, their singular directive to her had been to confront and provoke Cersei, more often than not allowing her to roam freely, save for the poison. The more she pondered this, the greater her fear grew regarding their grand designs. If Lord Ricard aligned himself with the faction of the heir apparent, it would be manageable. However, if his aim was to carve out a kingdom of his own, it was likely that, upon exposure, Rhaegar would sacrifice her first. Prince Rhaegar outwardly appeared to be a gentle and courteous individual, yet Bai Ling sensed an unsettling dissonance in his demeanor. Occasionally, when she chanced upon him in the form of a small dog, she observed that he was, in truth, a rather solitary soul. Only in the company of friends, such as Sir Arthur or John Connington, did he exhibit a relaxed, jovial spirit. In solitude, he often seemed lost in contemplation, his gaze drifting to distant realms. Bai Ling perceived Rhaegar as embodying two distinct personas, one as the flawless prince in the eyes of all, and the other resembling a reclusive scholar, ensconced in his chambers poring over ancient tomes. Historical texts hinted that Rhaegar had been engrossed in the prophecy of Azor Ahai since his youth. Bai Ling, having sneaked into his chamber in her canine form, discerned that the scrolls inscribed in Valyrian were not the original texts of the prophecy. Did the true prophecy indeed unveil the secrets of the Song of Ice and Fire? Curiosity gripped Bai Ling, and she often contemplated inquiring about the prophecy with the prince. However, her words faltered on the brink of utterance. She could not articulate how she had acquired such knowledge. It was a clandestine matter that Rhaegar Targaryen held dear, who had divulged such secrets to her. Perhaps it was a case of pre-wedding anxiety. As the day approached, her heart felt as though it were expanding into an abyss. She had considered confessing to the prince, convinced he would not harm her, but the fear of exposure loomed large, threatening to revert the course of history to its original path. Even if Prince Rhaegar were to lose Princess Elia, he might still seize the North's Lyanna for the sake of prophecy. Upon returning to the Red Keep, the enigmatic White Ling sat alone in contemplation for an extended period. She pondered her future after marriage, caught in a tug-of-war between emotion and reason. Her rational mind insisted that she should not become too emotionally entangled with the prince. After correcting her misstep, she ought to devise a plan to leave King's Landing immediately. As for Lord Ricard, if all else failed, she could leverage the secrets she learned from the three-eyed crow to secure her freedom. Conversely, her feelings suggested that her relationship with the prince was gradually finding its footing. Given her objectives and responsibilities, maintaining her current existence and marrying the prince seemed agreeable, especially since Rhaegar possessed the very visage she adored. However, this would mean her dual identity as a human and spy was a precarious secret. Exposure would equate to certain death. Oh, White Ling, what course of action should you pursue? A gentle knock interrupted her thoughts, and the voice of her maid, Barbara, called out, Your Highness Rhaenys. There is someone claiming to be a handmaiden of Princess Elia who wishes to see you. Frowning at the mention of Elia, which evoked memories she wished to avoid, White Ling replied, Allow her to enter. The room was dimly lit. White Ling had not kindled a torch, relying solely on the candelabrum for illumination. This made it difficult for her to discern the visitor's appearance, but she noted that the figure bore a resemblance to Elia's serpent-like handmaiden, complete with a whip at her waist. Upon entering, the woman knelt on one knee, keeping her head bowed in silence. Rising from her bed, White Ling approached the table and seated herself, speaking softly, You are Elia's handmaiden. It has been a while since I last saw you. Did you not return to Dorne? The dark-skinned maid lifted her gaze briefly to Barbara, then quickly lowered her head again. Understanding the unspoken cue, White Ling instructed Barbara to wait outside. The striking handmaiden rose slowly, moving to sit beside White Ling, and whispered, It is I, Doran Hagar. White Ling nearly leapt in surprise at the deep timbre of the voice, stammering, Doran Hagar, how did you infiltrate here? What are your intentions within the palace? Chapter 72. The day of the great wedding, White Ling remained vigilant, questioning, Doran Hagar, what are you plotting by sneaking into the palace? Do not be so alarmed. I have missed you quite a bit, the figure before her replied, presenting a captivating form, voluptuous and alluring, yet curiously emanating a masculine voice. Shoo, listen closely, Doran urged. You would be wise to reconsider marrying the prince. That mad king intends to use your child as a blood sacrifice. The term blood sacrifice jolted White Ling, yet she remained patient and continued to listen. You are aware of the blood witches from the Shadowlands, are you not? Even the male sorcerers of Korth fear them. It is said they possess a dark ritual that involves sacrificing pure Valyrian blood to summon the pulse of dragon eggs. White Ling found herself momentarily bewildered by the implications. Sacrificing Valyrian descendants to resurrect dragons? Did Rhaegar know of this? Would they truly sacrifice their own children for the sake of dragons? Doran scoffed. Do you truly believe the Crown Prince is unaware? They have gone mad in their obsession with dragons. It was madness that led to the tragedy in the Hall of Summer. It is merely that Aegon V sought to resurrect the dragon eggs, ultimately leading to his own demise. The Targaryens have long been plagued by madness, Rhaegar included, though his insanity remains concealed for now. For decades, King Aerys has scoured the lands in search of blood sorcerers and lost dragon eggs, a fact not shrouded in secrecy among the free cities. Countless mercenaries and free knights have perished for gold in the lost lands south of Volantis. Dylan Hegarl gazed intently at White Ling, his expression earnest. You must flee. Leave the Red Keep. I can guide you to roam the free cities. White Ling, perplexed, replied, What gives you the illusion that I would escape with you? Others might think I am eloping. The idea of eloping with you does hold some charm, he retorted. Outside, the distant sounds of soldiers' shouts and the startled cries of maidens could be heard, as the castle guards seemed to have sensed something amiss. They were searching for a breach. Having discovered a guard's lifeless body, someone had infiltrated. Search everywhere, light more torches. Do not disturb His Majesty. Princess, it appears something has occurred. Are you well? The voice of maid Barbara trembled, as she seemed to sense the disturbance from earlier. White Ling called out, I am well, do not worry. Barbara fell silent. You must go, Dylan. I cannot leave the Red Keep. Dylan Hegarl raised an eyebrow. Why? Do you not realize how dreadful blood sacrifice magic is? Remaining in the palace will only render you a mere tool. White Ling's expression remained impassive. But do you know of the tearful beauty? Dylan whistled with understanding, conceding. Then there's little that can be done. I shall endeavor to assist in recovering your remains before your end. Bai Ling eyed him suspiciously. You wish to collect my corpse? Are you deranged? Do not misunderstand. I have no interest in your human form. However, that beautiful white wolf could make for a splendid specimen. The din of soldiers grew ever closer, calling out the name of Princess Rhaenys. After a moment of silence, Dylan chuckled. Forget it. I prefer you alive. By the way, I need to borrow your maid. Suddenly, Dylan altered his voice, mimicking Bai Ling's. Barbara, come in here. Poor maid Barbara, believing the ruse, entered and was promptly rendered unconscious by Dylan. Impressive ventriloquism, Bai Ling remarked. Dylan swiftly concealed Barbara in a large cabinet, turning away to disguise himself as her. He blew a kiss to Bai Ling and confidently exited the room, engaging the soldiers in conversation, his demeanor and tone nearly indistinguishable from Barbara's. This art of disguise is truly remarkable. The false Barbara soon vanished from sight, while the guards respectfully searched Rhaenys' chambers, finding nothing and thus excusing themselves. After some time, Bai Ling jumped down from the large box, rescuing the unconscious true Barbara, and, upon awakening her, concocted a tale about accidentally tripping her. Barbara hesitated to speak, but ultimately remained silent, accepting the ruse. The turmoil at the Red Keep subsided swiftly, with the wedding drawing near, though everything seemed to proceed normally. A growing sense of unease consumed Bai Ling. She harbored an ominous premonition, as if a storm were brewing. She was acutely aware that King Aerys was no ordinary man. The notion of seeking a bride for the crown prince to perpetuate the family lineage was mere pretense. The Targaryens were all madmen, fixated solely on resurrecting dragons. Yet, she could not rely solely on Dylan's words. She needed to ascertain whether Prince Rhaegar was privy to this matter. She would confront him directly after the wedding. The day of the grand ceremony approached rapidly, and on the eve of the nuptials, Bai Ling found it nearly impossible to sleep. Every girl harbored a dream of the prince. The gallant prince would arrive on a white steed, traversing fields of blossoms to claim his rightful princess. As the legendary fairy had once proclaimed, her destined one would be a hero of unparalleled valor, arriving one day upon a rainbow-hued cloud to wed her. At this moment, the resplendent European palace, the boundless blooms, and the handsome, gentle prince unfolded before Bai Ling like a dream. Alone, she immersed herself in the warm waters, scarcely able to believe that she was to marry a prince today, a character from the pages of a book, a fleeting shadow living in the memories of all. Was this reality? This world, these people, all the magic and legends, and the White Walkers? Bai Ling closed her eyes, submerging herself in the water, as scenes of the past flickered before her. Inside the Red Keep, vibrant floral arrangements adorned the halls, while treasures and exotic plants from across Westeros transformed the venue into a veritable wonderland. Every face radiated joy, celebrating the wedding of Prince Rhaegar with exuberance. After preparing in the small hall, Bai Ling was set to embark on a procession through the bustling streets of King's Landing, ultimately heading to the Great September of Baelor to exchange vows. It is said that the faith of the seven advocates for the unity of seven, mirroring Martin's reflection of the Catholic Trinity in the real world. Thus, the marriage customs in the world of ice and fire closely align with European wedding traditions. Dozens of maidens stood in a line, presenting a dazzling array of jewels and exquisite bridal gowns, a mere fraction of the future wealth of the prince's bride. These items were sufficiently refined and precious to encapsulate the significance of her status as the prince's consort and future queen. The value of certain possessions could evoke profound emotions in any observer, compelling ordinary folk to take desperate measures and leading nobles to ruin. Comprising part of the treasures gifted by Queen Rhaella to her future daughter-in-law, more treasures would be stored in Rhaenys' collection after the wedding. Compared to King Aerys, Prince Rhaegar was genuinely beloved by the entire realm. In King's Landing, wherever Prince Rhaegar appeared, people would chant his name, showering him with flowers and gifts. As the prince's wife, Rhaenys Targaryen would similarly earn the affection and esteem of the populace. Bai Ling had wrestled with her thoughts innumerable times, questioning whether she could truly become Prince Rhaegar's consort. Yet, circumstances had unfolded in such a manner that she had long missed the opportunity to decline. Perhaps it would suffice to merely serve as a decorative figure, a vessel through which the prince could fulfill the prophecy. The maidservant kneeling by the pool gently urged Bai Ling, "His Highness the Prince is waiting for you outside." Taking a deep breath to quell her anxious heart, Bai Ling stepped out of the water. Her platinum hair shimmered brilliantly under the sun, droplets cascading down her snow-white skin akin to a flawless stone, causing the maidens to blush and quicken their heartbeats. Rhaenys appeared to be the destined bride for Prince Rhaegar. They shared exquisite beauty and possessed strikingly bright purple eyes reminiscent of crystal. Anyone who beheld them would undoubtedly perceive them as a match made in heaven. Chapter 73. The Day of the Wedding. Part 2. Bai Ling's mind drifted, her demeanor resembling that of a marionette as the maidens adorned her. Some worked with gentle precision, methodically draping the layers of the wedding gown, the skirt, and the veil upon her. Others selected priceless jewels from exquisitely lined velvet boxes, measuring them against her head and neck in an effort to find the perfect ensemble. The wedding gown was of Bai Ling's own design, a style reminiscent of modern adaptations. Crafted predominantly from materials native to Westeros, it utilized luxurious velvets and silks. Although this rendered the garment considerably heavier, it bestowed a stately elegance upon her. The complete ensemble comprised one attire for the procession and ceremony, another for the banquet, and a set for everyday wear. The procession and ceremony attire was the most opulent, featuring a pure white and gold design, with the cloak alone adorned with hundreds of meticulously polished gem fragments. The banquet attire resembled a mermaid gown, a style never before seen on the continent of Westeros. It was designed in alternating hues of gold and red, tailored to accentuate Bai Ling's figure flawlessly. The distinctive mermaid tail highlighted her graceful curves, while the deep V-back revealed her lovely shoulder blades. Even the maidservants carrying the gown found it hard to part with it, secretly admiring its exquisite beauty. As Bai Ling emerged from the hall, those who beheld her, including Prince Rhaegar, found their breath and gaze momentarily suspended. The prince sighed, "Rhaenys, you are truly beautiful." A flicker of pride surged within Bai Ling. As a woman, she too harbored an earnest longing for an enchanting wedding. Setting aside the troubling matters, this was her first marriage in 2 lifetimes, and naturally, she hoped for the most splendid experience. The translucent veil obscured her face, revealing only her crystalline purple eyes. The prince took her hand, and together, they proceeded towards the throne room, flanked by a retinue, where King Aerys awaited. In the throne room, a ceremony would take place wherein the king would formally bestow upon Rhaegar's bride the crown of authority. Though this crown may not possess the opulence of that worn by the queen, nor shall the ceremony be excessively grandiose. All are acutely aware that it signifies a transition of power from the old to the new. The crown prince and his youthful princess are gradually stepping into the very heart of national authority. Meanwhile, the serene and ascetic Queen Layla, who long ago distanced herself from worldly affairs, eagerly anticipates the transfer of power. A majority of the nobility share this sentiment, as the former king appears to have lingered upon the throne for far too long. The expansive throne hall is teeming with nobles of various ranks. Influential lords, including the guardians of the realm, are notably present for the crown prince's wedding. Apart from those incapacitated by age or special circumstances, most dignitaries from the regions have gathered here. The attendance of the noble families is as follows. From House Tyrell of Highgarden, the young head of the family, the vigorous son of the Thorn Queen, Mace Tyrell, is present. The north is represented by Duke Rickard Stark, Lord of Winterfell, accompanied by his son Brandon. From Storm's End, Duke Horace Tully and his brother Blackfish Brendan Tully are in attendance. The head of House Lannister from the west, reportedly in poor health, has sent his brother Kevin in his stead. From Dorne, it is said the queen's condition is also failing, and thus the attending minister, Torres Florent, remains in King's Landing. The elder representatives from Old Town have not arrived. Instead, they are represented by Perrin Mallister and Hightower Lord Redwine, who is said to be gravely ill. Whiteling also catches sight of the originator of the Game of Power, the Vale's Duke Jon Arryn, adorned with the silver eagle and crescent emblem. He is in the prime of life, with keen eyes and a tall, slender frame, his beard extending to his temples. Almost instantaneously, Whiteling senses his gaze upon her, as he scrutinizes her intently. She instinctively lowers her head to avoid his stare. When she lifts her eyes again, Jon Arryn offers her a gentle smile. Jon Arryn is relatively benign, yet Whiteling's sharp instincts allow her to distinctly perceive the multitude of unwelcome, disquieting glances and whispers. Even Malice, noticing the slight hesitance in her steps, Rhaegar slows his pace, softly whispering in her ear, "Do not fear, I am here." Among the throng of excited guests, only Duke Rickard Stark of Winterfell appears disinterested, as though he is merely fulfilling an obligation by attending the crown prince's wedding ceremony. His heir, Brandon Stark, however, regards Whiteling with a suspicious expression, his eyes persistently trailing her. Duke Rickard casually pats him, prompting Brandon to retract his bold gaze. A flutter of anxiety stirs within Whiteling. Brandon likely remains unaware of her human guise. Yet what if Lyanna and Ned inadvertently let slip her existence? No, it should not be a concern. Duke Rickard still requires her. The guests observe the esteemed newlyweds, while Prince Rhaegar silently assesses the reactions and expressions of the nobility. taking note of the peculiar demeanor of heir Brandon Stark. King Aerys sat impassively upon the Iron Throne, his demeanor betraying none of the joy befitting this momentous occasion, the wedding day of his son. Beside him, Queen Riella appeared far more animated. Her eyes slightly reddened and her countenance tinged with excitement as she gazed fondly at the approaching figures of Rhaegar and Elia. As Rhaegar and Elia knelt before the Iron Throne, King Aerys gestured with a dismissive wave, prompting the herald to bellow, "Silence." The guards within the throne room clashed their weapons against the ground, the resounding thud silencing the murmurs of the crowd. The king cleared his throat and beckoned to the attendant bearing the crown, subsequently indicating for Elia to kneel before the throne. From this moment forward, Elia Martell shall be united with Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, becoming the princess of the Seven Kingdoms. The attendant delicately placed a soft violet velvet cushion on the ground, upon which Elia knelt, bowing her head to receive the king's benediction. Despite the countless critiques of this seemingly deranged monarch in literature and plays, at this instant, adorned with the small black iron crown encrusted with rubies, his modest stature emanated an aura of majesty and reverence. Elia humbly knelt deeply, allowing the king to crown her with the emblem of sovereignty. "You must remember your identity and responsibilities, becoming Rhaegar's steadfast support. Swiftly bear an heir for House Targaryen, ensuring the continuation of the dragon's bloodline." "Yes, your majesty," Elia affirmed. Together, she and Rhaegar exited the throne room, greeted by a golden carriage drawn by 8 magnificent white steeds, awaiting them just outside. Thanks to the ample space within the Red Keep, the carriage was able to navigate with ease. This golden chariot had been a collaborative decision between Elia and Perrymore, a rare opportunity for a princess to traverse in a gilded carriage, a far cry from the mere fairy tale versions. The opulent carriage, crafted from pure gold and adorned with silver and gems, immediately captivated the admiration of all who beheld it. Perhaps the allure of the golden carriage was unparalleled, or perhaps Rhaegar was simply too beloved. As their procession emerged from the gates of the Red Keep, they were enveloped by the throngs of citizens of King's Landing. The gold-clad guards and the King's Guard were fully mobilized. On this day, no weapons were to be drawn. They exerted every effort to maintain order, forming a barrier against the exuberant masses. Wherever Prince Rhaegar passed, he was met with resounding cheers, the crowd's fervent calls echoing the name of their future king. Chapter 74. The wedding vows. The route and duration of the wedding procession may have been brief, yet it felt as though the prince and his retinue had endured a tumultuous battle, with chaos reigning supreme. The overly enthusiastic populace had rendered the broad thoroughfare of King's Landing impassable, and some audacious souls clamored for the bride to emerge from the carriage and join in a horseback promenade. Throughout, Prince Rhaegar maintained a warm smile, his demeanor gracious and inviting. It is indeed a pity for the Iron Guard and the city's defenders, who not only must quell the frenzied populace, but also remain vigilant against concealed threats lurking within the crowd. As a prominent heir to the throne, Rhaegar has faced numerous assassination attempts since his youth. In such chaotic circumstances, one cannot ascertain whether nefarious individuals may be among them. Arthur Dayne's countenance was as grim as the waters of a darkened sea. Although he was not required to serve as a human shield against the masses, a handful of thoughtless individuals occasionally surged forth, impeding the prince's path. More troublesome were the high-born noblewomen, many of whom seemed to seek him out. The Sword of the Morning, caught off guard, found himself the victim of petty theft, his person pilfered of various small trinkets amidst the tumult, leaving him visibly vexed. In a mere few kilometers, they had traversed an entire afternoon. The King's Guard remarked that they had never witnessed such a frenzied crowd. It surged like a tide, more terrifying than the throes of battle. Captain Ser Jorah wiped his brow and sighed. By the gods above, this crowd is utterly mad. Rarely did Arthur Dayne indulge in complaints, yet he lamented, who in their right mind suggested a procession on the main thoroughfare. They ought to experience the task of holding back this throng themselves. Rhaegar's 2 attendants hurriedly adjusted his attire, standing before the grand and solemn edifice of the sacred September of Baelor. The area had been cleared, aside from the officiating priests and the royal couple. Other important ministers had already proceeded to the banquet venue. King Aerys and Queen Riella awaited within the church. Rhaegar took the hand of his bride, Elia, and together they entered slowly. Countless candles of varying sizes flickered brightly, while the stained glass and the imposing statues enhanced the interior of the church, rendering it akin to a realm of the divine. Golden sunlight streamed through the towering stained glass windows, casting a spectrum of colors upon the circular floor before the statues. The priests and priestesses, clad in pure white vestments, stood in 2 solemn rows within the church. Rhaegar, holding Elia's hand, walked slowly along the illuminated aisle, Approaching the altar of the seven, King Aerys, Queen Riella, and young Prince Viserys were seated above on a circular stone dais, observing the newlyweds with keen interest. Elia bore little reverence for the so-called seven, yet witnessing the prince bowing his head in prayer before the priest, she instinctively followed suit. This day was of special significance, and Rhaegar was determined that no flaw should mar his wedding. Ordinarily, he would never bow before the priests of the seven. With her eyes closed, Elia reflected on her family from her past life. If they were to learn of her marriage in this foreign world, and to a prince no less, their astonishment would be boundless. Surely, her mother would scold her for dreaming the impossible. Rhaegar's voice broke through her reverie, soft yet compelling. Later, I have a more splendid ceremony planned. Elia opened her eyes to look at him. The prince appeared unfazed, eyes closed in contemplation. The elder priest, with an air of authority, commanded, "Bow your heads and close your eyes, pray." This lengthy and intricate prayer was likely a supplication to the seven for happiness, declaring that the pair before them would be united as sacred spouses under the watchful gaze of the divine. Bai Ling, despite her lack of comprehension, found herself enveloped by a solemn and dignified ceremony, which imbued her perception of this marriage with a deeper sense of reality. If only they could attain happiness together. She aided the prince in his ascension to the throne, thwarting the mad king and the misguided spring. She also faced the rebellion of Robert and the subsequent War of the Five Kings. Rhaegar would have made a noble king. He had once aspired to reform the realm and enhance the lives of his people. Alas, his actions concerning Lyanna irrevocably shattered his future and his claim to the Iron Throne. Once the High Septon concluded his recitation, it was time for Bai Ling and Rhaegar to pledge their vows. The marriage ceremony in Westeros is far removed from modern rituals, which often include phrases like "in sickness and in health" followed by an "I do." Instead, it commands a more solemn oath before the seven gods, steeped in religious significance and seemingly more binding in its sanctity. "Repeat after me," Prince Rhaegar gently prompted Bai Ling. As they recited their vows, the Septons slowly wrapped golden white ribbons around their wrists. "Mother, maiden, crone, stranger X2. I belong to him, her, he, she, belongs to me. From this day forth, until eternity." Though brief, these vows bore immense weight, and Bai Ling could scarcely suppress the tears that threatened to fall. Despite the arduous path that lay ahead and the treachery and deceit woven into their union. At that moment, after nearly 2 years and almost 730 days and nights, she finally confronted her true feelings. She acknowledged that she loved Rhaegar. This soul from another world had inexplicably fallen for the legendary prince of A Song of Ice and Fire, Rhaegar Targaryen. If there was anything capable of transcending her innermost essence and altering her principles and intentions, it was the undeniable power of love. The prince tenderly wiped the tears from Bai Ling's face, inquiring softly why she wept during such a joyous occasion. Queen Riella descended the circular stone steps and enveloped Bai Ling in a heartfelt embrace, catching her off guard and leaving her somewhat disoriented. "Your Majesty," she murmured, as the queen pressed her cheek against Bai Ling's and whispered gently in her ear, "Rhaenys, Rhaegar has endured much unhappiness since childhood. I implore you to take good care of him." It was a mother's heartfelt plea. Bai Ling nuzzled against Queen Riella, responding softly, "I will love him more than myself." Throughout the entire ceremony, only one person's expression remained at odds with the atmosphere of happiness, King Aerys. Immersed in the moment, Bai Ling did not notice. But Rhaegar remained composed, observing and contemplating. Based on his understanding of King Aerys, the true troubles would only begin after the marriage. The previous assaults from the Sparrows were mere skirmishes. King Aerys had grown increasingly discontented with the popularity and affection Rhaegar had garnered among the populace, and he harbored jealousy over Rhaegar's burgeoning influence in the small council. Moreover, the faith of the Seven had long been displeased with his rebellious actions. Rhaegar noticed King Aerys frequently casting glances toward Rhaenys' midsection, sometimes frowning and sighing. It appeared that the information Varys had clandestinely leaked contained at least a grain of truth. Was he genuinely so devoid of familial loyalty that he contemplated harm against his own progeny? To think he would resort to using his descendants for wicked blood magic. Truly, my father has become quite senile. Rhaegar's gaze gradually turned cold, and it seemed that King Aerys sensed something, casting his eyes in Rhaegar's direction. Rhaegar? Bai Ling gently shook Rhaegar, urging him, "The wedding banquet awaits. Why are you lost in thought?" Rhaegar lowered his head, apologizing, "I was deep in contemplation. Let us proceed." Chapter 75. The performance begins. The wedding banquet was adorned in an opulent and dazzling manner, with decorations embellished with gold and diamonds adorning the venue, which could comfortably accommodate nearly 100 guests. Unlike the traditional banquet style, Bai Ling opted for a Western buffet format, where an array of dishes was clearly displayed before the guests, adhering to royal standards in both variety and presentation. The selection of rare culinary delights left many self-proclaimed connoisseurs among the nobility in awe. After all, the Targaryens were not short on funds for the royal family. Gold was merely a number. Thus, Bai Ling boldly incorporated many modern Western culinary innovations, and it was said that her contributions had become closely guarded recipes among the palace chefs. Regrettably, she only possessed a general understanding of the methods and ingredients. The actual preparations were handled by the skilled chefs. Truly, it was a culinary paradise, emerging from a nation known for its aspirations to gaze upon the stars. The beautiful and substantial marble tables, covered with transparent glass, were laden with countless delicacies sourced from across the realm and beyond. Fruits, pastries, stews, and beverages exuding alluring aromas were piled high, waiting to be savored. Guests were not required to serve themselves, as lovely maidens and attendants stood at either side, offering impeccable service. Bai Ling's idea garnered admiration from Prince Rhaegar and other dignitaries. They deemed this approach, though not particularly noble in appearance, an effective means to eliminate waste and worthy of promotion at noble banquets. Bai Ling, King Aerys and Queen Rhaella had already taken their seats at the head table, with Varys personally attending to the king's meal. To speak frankly, this head eunuch was so well acquainted with the king that he even knew the color of the undergarments the king wore daily, requiring no assistance from other attendants, as he satisfactorily catered to the king's needs single-handedly. As customary, before the banquet commenced, the most esteemed king was invited to speak or to perform a simple ceremony. For instance, during Joffrey's purple wedding, a grand pie was sliced, releasing a flurry of doves. King Aerys appeared disinterested, merely gesturing for the feast to begin. The ceremony officials exchanged uncertain glances with Prince Rhaegar, as this opening segment was intended to be a small performance, prearranged, yet the king seemed unenthusiastic. Rhaegar nodded to the officiant, signaling to proceed with the ceremony as normal. King Aerys glanced at Prince Rhaegar, but said nothing. Two ensembles of elegantly dressed musicians took to the center stage, commencing a lively and sweet melody that soon lifted the spirits of the guests, prompting many to join in and dance to the rhythm. Bai Ling's mood lightened in tandem with the music. After a long day, she could finally sit down and enjoy a fine meal. As the music reached its crescendo, a horn crafted from animal horn bellowed unexpectedly, emitting a series of sharp, staccato notes. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a flurry of red confetti, delicate flower petals, and golden scraps erupted from the horn, gracefully cascading throughout the venue. The sight was both stunning and romantic, prompting the previously bewildered guests to erupt into applause and cheers. A clever little trick, Bai Ling remarked to Rhaegar, who smiled at the spectacle. This playful deception had evidently startled the esteemed king. Could it be? Bai Ling followed his gaze and indeed observed King Aerys displaying signs of discomfort. His golden goblet appeared to have been overturned, leaving a pool of deep crimson liquid on the table. Is the king truly so timid? Bai Ling pondered, bewildered. After all, this was the prince's wedding banquet. What peril could there possibly be? Perrymore leaned in, bowing slightly. Your Highnesses, the theater segment is about to commence. Please prepare yourselves. Bai Ling had coined a new name for this segment of the Westerosi-themed performance, and Perrymore seemed to find it quite fitting, adopting it for all future references. In this act, Prince Rhaegar would portray Aegon the Conqueror, while she and another young lady would take on the roles of the Conqueror's sisters. The fortunate girl performing alongside the prince was none other than Aishera Dayne, the sister of Arthur Dayne. Having reached marriageable age, Aishera would officially enter the palace after the wedding, becoming the prince's closest companion. This was a tremendous honor, made all the more significant by Rhaegar's close relationship with Arthur Dayne. After all, the famed Sword of the Morning had little more than an empty title and a glorious reputation, which could scarcely secure his sister a suitable marriage or an ample dowry. Once Aishera assumed her role as the prince's companion, her worth would undoubtedly soar. In the original narrative, Aishera Dayne is depicted as a beautiful, yet tragically fated young woman. Tall and possessing long, deep brown hair, her fair complexion is complemented by striking violet eyes, a feature she shares with Prince Rhaegar. In George R.R. Martin's works, her beauty is widely acknowledged. She captivated many hearts during her appearance at the tourney at Harrenhal, including those of characters like Baelish and Ned Stark. This unique theatrical performance, jointly presented by the prince and his future princess, captivated the attention of all the guests, even those who had been preoccupied with food and drink. Yet, seated at a distance, Rickard Stark, the Lord of the North, was entirely disinterested in the festivities, as his eldest son, Brandon, had been absent for an unsettlingly long time under the pretense of seeking relief. Unable to leave his post, Ricard dispatched a sworn sword to inform Maester Varys within the Red Keep. He was anxious that Brandon might cause a scene again. If it were merely drunken revelry or womanizing, it would be manageable. However, the castle harbored numerous secrets and taboos, and he feared the consequences should Brandon inadvertently offend King Aerys. After only a brief time of watching, King Aerys abruptly excused himself, leaving Varys, unperturbed, to continue attending to Queen Rhaella. Queen Layla appeared indifferent to the king, her attention solely captivated by the interaction between Rhaegar and Rhaenys, as if she were entirely absorbed in the splendid theatrical performance unfolding before her. A little child, resembling a flower girl, stealthily approached and whispered something in the ear of Varys's attendant. The attendant cleared his throat twice, prompting Varys to rise and bow to the queen, saying, "Your Majesty." "Pardon my absence for a moment." Behind the shadows of the trees, the flower girl whispered to Varys. The eunuch smiled slightly and replied, "Pay it no mind. I am rather curious to see what the little mice intend to do." Varys turned back to his seat, seemingly recalling something, and called over the flower girl. "Lead them to the Hall of Summer. An intriguing performance is about to commence." Chapter 76. The grand performance. The banquet had continued for a full day and night, and the lively crowd appeared to be far from satiated. Prince Rhaegar navigated through numerous guests, graciously expressing his gratitude for their well wishes, only to find himself downing several cups of wine before he could free himself. After such a circuit, even a true dragon was nearing his limit. Rhaegar gestured for John Clinton and Arthur, along with his other friends, to shield him from further toasts, while he hurriedly took Rhaenys' hand to make their escape. The king had long since departed, and Queen Layla had retreated to rest, leaving the nobles to engage in their own socializing. Balan, clad in a light crimson and gold gown, trailed after Rhaegar, inquiring, "Where are we headed?" "I have something to show you. We are going to the Hall of Summer." To be precise, they were bound for the ruins of the Hall of Summer, the very site that lay in charred disarray, rumored to be inhabited by the souls of the former king and his guards. While the palace staff may have exaggerated, the guards often claimed to have heard ghastly wails echoing from that very spot. Balan knew that the prince cherished solitude there, often indulging in playing the lute and singing. Curiously, she asked, "What is it?" "Watch your step. You shall find out once we arrive." The path to the Hall of Summer was unobstructed, as all the attendants and servants within the Red Keep enjoyed a rare holiday, partaking in wine and delicacies to celebrate the prince's wedding. Only the diligent guards remained on duty, but they would all receive double the reward. Any delectable leftovers from the banquet would be sufficient to satisfy their appetites for days to come. Prince Rhaegar appeared to have consumed a considerable amount of wine. Exhaling heated breaths, his face and neck flushed. Perhaps the exuberance of the banquet had contributed to his slightly oily complexion, a stark contrast to his usual composed and noble demeanor. His steps were somewhat unsteady, betraying the effects of his indulgence. The moon hung perfectly in the night sky, its striking size somewhat intimidating. Balan had gradually begun to acclimate to and manage her discomfort during moonlit nights, affording her the leisure to appreciate the enchanting scenery. Gazing at the moon, she was suddenly reminded of a fitting anecdote. Natsum Soseki, during his tenure as an English teacher, had told his students that the reserved Japanese would not directly profess their love under the moonlight with an "I love you," but would simply say, "The moon tonight is truly beautiful," and that would suffice. She turned her head and spoke to Rhaegar, who seemed lost in thought. "The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful, isn't it?" Rhaegar, taken aback, turned to her and replied, "Ah, yes, the moon is indeed lovely." He appeared somewhat strange, prompting Bai Ling to directly inquire, "Did you bring me here to discuss something?" After a brief silence, he produced an aged wooden box. "This is something my mother asked me to give you. It is said to be a family heirloom." He then revealed a small, exquisite pouch stitched with golden thread. "And this is a gift from me." Bai Ling, filled with delight, asked, "May I open it to take a look?" "Of course." Rhaegar nodded slightly, the blush from his intoxication gradually deepening on his face. The item from Queen Layla was a pendant, intricately designed with petals made of gold, enveloping a gemstone. The gem resembled a beast's fang and a curved droplet of water, its vibrant red hue suggesting the flow of blood when viewed closely. Bai Ling adored it and was about to adorn herself when Prince Rhaegar approached. "Let me help you with the other item." She squeezed the small pouch, sensing what it contained. Upon retrieval, she discovered a weighty ring. Its design was unembellished, a simple band, yet the face was engraved with the head of a dragon, which clutched a blood-red gemstone in its mouth. One could not help but notice the Targaryen family's penchant for such striking red gems and the interplay of dark hues. Rhaegar spoke with a slight stammer. "I overheard you conversing with your maid about how married couples exchange rings, though I am unsure of the customs from whence this tradition stems. I hope that by giving this to you, I may bring you happiness in the future. Bai Ling felt tears welling up. Despite the prince's lack of deep affection for her, she thought perhaps love would come with time. She remained silent, extending her hand. The prince carefully placed the ring upon her finger, as well as Queen Layla's pendant, sighing with the relief of completing a significant task. Finally, the wedding is complete. What a chaotic affair. Bai Ling caressed the ring on her ring finger. Although its design was not particularly striking and the material was not extravagant, it was a wedding ring gifted by the prince. She vowed to cherish it forever. Regan noticed her initial joy, followed by a moment of sentiment. And then his expression shifted to frustration as he exclaimed, "But a wedding ring requires two. I was unprepared." "Do not fret, I have prepared two." The prince slowly produced another identical ring, but it felt it was odd to wear, so he had removed it. Bai Ling cast a reproachful glance at Prince Riga. How could one remove a wedding ring? Under her gaze, he reluctantly put the ring back on, and her spirits lifted once more. The girl with golden hair and violet eyes sparkled with joy. Riga marveled at the existence of someone so remarkably akin to himself. In that moment, he felt a profound sense of gratitude. His wife was not a peculiar, neurotic noblewoman from a distant land. "Your Grace," Cersei spoke softly. "I can sense that our marriage has now ensnared both of us." Just as Bai Ling was about to respond, Prince Rhaegar's expression suddenly turned icy as he bellowed towards a shadowy corner. "Who goes there? Step forth." What a poignant display of love, one that nearly induced my revulsion. Slowly emerging from the shadows was a tall young man with dark hair, cradling several empty wine bottles, his words dripping with disdain. "Indeed, our esteemed prince believes his wife to be a true princess. Little does he know, she is but a wretched beast." Rhaegar's demeanor was frigid, his words devoid of courtesy. "Brandon Stark, and this nameless knave beside you, who granted you the audacity to scurry like vermin within the Red Keep." Brandon guffawed heartily while drinking. Yet the ominous Roose Bolton dared not imitate the drunken fool. He politely inclined his head to the prince, his malevolent gaze fixed intently on Bai Ling. "Forgive my rudeness. I am Roose Bolton, a vassal of House Stark of the North. I have certain truths regarding Lady Rhaenys that I must disclose to you." Bai Ling turned pale, her heart racing. She hid behind the prince, clutching his cloak tightly, too terrified to face the two men. How could he still be alive? The Flayer Bolton should have been a casualty, having sustained such a fatal wound from the giant crossbow. The diminutive figure trailing behind Brandon was none other than Roose Bolton, the man who had nearly captured and killed her. If he were here, then the other bastard, Jon Snow, must have met his demise. Once, Roose Bolton had been merely a brooding nobleman, but now, though he had grown taller, he appeared emaciated, like a frail shadow of his former self. Gasping for breath like an aged man, Brandon Stark was predictably inebriated again, but why was he in the company of Roose Bolton? Did Lord Ricard know of this? Bai Ling was certain that old Flayer had revealed to Brandon Stark the truth of her being a direwolf, that she had been rescued by Lyanna after fleeing from the Weirwood Grove. Moreover, during their journey to Storm's End, she had been in the company of Lyanna and Ned the entire way. It was highly likely that Brandon would pick up on something amiss. Furthermore, both Brandon and Roose were not fools. A mere exchange of glances could unveil her secret of being a warg. Rhaegar could sense Bai Ling trembling. He had exited the banquet unarmed, unwilling to expose the secrets that Rhaenys harbored before outsiders. He called out loudly, "Kingsguard, Kingsguard, seize these two." However, the figures who responded were not only a contingent of the Kingsguard and Royal Guardsmen, but also the ominous presence of the mad King Aerys and his court advisor, Varys. The blissful moments dissipated like bubbles. Upon seeing King Aerys, Bai Ling realized that her fate might be sealed here today. "Rhaegar, is this truly how we must part?" Rhaegar appeared to have come to a realization. Tightly grasping Bai Ling's hand, he asked with great difficulty, "Father, why are you here as well?" King Aerys cast a sinister glance at Bai Ling before shifting his gaze to Prince Rhaegar, locking eyes with him. "I have heard something quite intriguing. The bride I have chosen for you seems to harbor numerous secrets." Chapter 77. The Heresy of the North. Beyond the North, King Aerys, Prince Rhaegar, and Bai Ling were escorted into the throne hall. At that moment, Brandon Stark's spirits were roused, and he glared at Roose Bolton, demanding in a low voice, "Did you bring His Majesty here? Have you lost your mind?" Roose Bolton dismissed the reckless air of the North with indifference, his expression increasingly fervent as he fixated on Bai Ling. He was unwilling to remain in the North any longer. He sought to gain the king's favor through this grand secret, aspiring for status and lands in the South, to become the head of an unparalleled family of skin changers. "Your Majesty, this so-called Princess Rhaenys is not a descendant of the Valyrian people from the Free Cities. She hails from the North beyond the North, a magical being unseen by anyone in legends." She possesses the ability to transform at will into either a human or a direwolf. The expressions of those present varied, many regarding the rustic newcomer from the north with incredulity. A magical being? A human transforming into a wolf? Surely, you have been ensnared by the bizarre fables you've heard too often, they thought. Varys, upon hearing this, exhibited signs of disdain. You northerners have always had an array of peculiar tales, mere words without proof. What evidence do you possess? King Iris remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. He sought the truth of the secret, not baseless tales of the supernatural. Prince Rhaegar's anger surged within him. Had it not been for King Iris's presence, he might have drawn his sword against this scoundrel. With a stern countenance, he declared, "You must understand, Luth Bolton, if you slander the crown princess without evidence, I shall take your life on the spot." Luth Bolton displayed a smug smile, seemingly prepared for this confrontation. "Your Majesty, allow me to present my evidence to demonstrate that this beast is indeed the legendary Beastwalker." Varys interjected, "As far as I know, there has been a peculiar being in the north for thousands of years that can communicate with and control beasts, known as shapeshifters. However, no one has ever spoken of a race capable of transforming between human and beast." Luth Bolton, wary of the head of the eunuchs, replied cautiously, "Indeed, my lord. The shapeshifters and the children of the forest are the oldest races in the north. Who knows why this cursed place harbors so many strange things?" Suddenly, King Iris raised his hand, interrupting Luth Bolton, and looked towards the entrance of the throne hall. "Ah, Duke Rickard, your timing is impeccable. We are discussing the bizarre legends of the north. You might wish to listen." Duke Rickard's authoritative gaze swept over Brandon, who instantly transformed into a timid creature, wishing he could vanish into the cracks of the throne hall. When Bai Ling beheld Duke Rickard, she exhaled in relief. Surely, the esteemed lord would possess a means to assist her, wouldn't he? She gazed at the Duke with hopeful anticipation, yet he averted his eyes. Duke Rickard bowed respectfully before the king, kissing his ring, and then cast a somewhat apologetic glance at Prince Rhaegar. "My son Brandon, I trust he has not behaved disrespectfully towards your majesty or his highness." Just as Rhaegar was about to respond, King Aerys clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Well, now that everyone is gathered, let us hear from this northerner. What was your name again?" "Luce Bolton, my lord. I am named Luce Bolton." "Ah, Luce Bolton. Pray, regale us with tales of the peculiar races of the north. Should you falter in your storytelling, this throne room shall become your eternal resting place." A profound silence enveloped the throne room, broken only by the sound of faint breaths. All eyes fixated on Bai Ling, as if seeking to penetrate her beautiful exterior and glimpse her innermost thoughts. The only bastion of support she had was Prince Rhaegar, to whom she clung with one hand while grasping the hem of his garment with the other. Though he appeared calm outwardly, the slight tremor of his hand and the dampness of his palm betrayed his inner turmoil. In this fortress-like chamber, the notion of escape was laughable. Bai Ling could only cling to a sliver of hope, silently beseeching the heavens for protection. Perhaps there was still a chance. Luce Bolton might merely be deceiving her. Would Duke Rickard truly remain a passive observer? Would Prince Rhaegar abandon her? Surely, he must harbor resentment towards her, for her long-standing deceit and his aversion to those who are different. Her body trembled as she buried her head behind the prince, tears streaming silently down her cheeks. For so long, she had adopted an ostrich-like mentality, facing each day without contemplating how to respond to unforeseen crises. After all, in her past life, she had been nothing more than an ordinary person, or perhaps even a failure. The prince instinctively tightened his grip on her hand and turned to offer comforting words. But as his lips parted, no sound emerged. Only a sigh escaped as he turned away once more. The surrounding nobles engaged in idle chatter, their whispers punctuated by the palpable tension, yet none dared to urge the proceedings, for the king himself awaited. Brandon leaned against the wall, a gleeful glint in his eyes as he scrutinized Bai Ling and Rhaegar. The wine in his hand had been confiscated by Duke Rickard, and he continually yawned, resembling a drug addict in need of a fix. Bai Ling found herself ensnared in a haze of uncertainty and confusion, feeling as though time stretched infinitely before her. Luce Bolton soon returned, bearing an unknown object, which he presented to the king. King Aerys furrowed his brow, returning the indistinct black bottle to Luce Bolton, then gestured for the Kingsguard to seize Prince Rhaegar. Save for Arthur Dayne, who was a beat slow, the other Kingsguard advanced towards the prince and Bai Ling like unyielding stone statues. Suddenly, a great force yanked at her, leaving her hands and space before her abruptly empty. The two women were forcibly separated, and Bai Ling cried out in panic, "Rhaegar, Rhaegar, no, let me go! How dare you!" As she was roughly pulled away, Rhaegar exhibited signs of anger, but more than feeling offended, He was overwhelmed by the helplessness of youth. When the viscous, foul-smelling liquid, reminiscent of sulfur, was poured over Bai Ling, she felt as though she had been doused with concentrated sulfuric acid. The scalding liquid flowed over her skin like molten lava, igniting an insufferable pain throughout her body. Kneeling on the ground, she clutched her face and screamed in agony. Her skin began to melt, and her bones cracked and contorted under the weight of an unseen force. Her platinum hair, once vibrant, gradually faded like watercolors, transforming into a pure white. Amidst waves of excruciating pain, Bai Ling lost consciousness. Under the influence of this strange liquid, she could no longer maintain her human form. She soon collapsed, curling into a ball, her body enveloped in snow-white fur, her head and nose elongating until she reverted to the form of a colossal and fearsome ice wolf. Prince Riga's complexion turned ashen. The surreal scene before him shattered any lingering hope he harbored. It also broke something else within him. As darkness clouded his vision and he staggered backward several steps, nearly colliding with another person, Arthur Dayne had to step forward to support him, preventing him from falling. King Iris instinctively recoiled behind his throne, clearing his throat to inquire, "What is that creature?" Varys' mind was tumultuous, though his face betrayed none of his inner turmoil. "It is an ice wolf, your majesty." Iris waved his hand dismissively, expressing his displeasure. "I can see that it is an ice wolf. I am asking about the substance that transformed her back into a wolf." The self-satisfied Lust Bolton hurriedly leaned in. "It is dragon's blood. Purchased at a great cost and enchanted." "Enchanted dragon's blood?" King Iris's interest was piqued. "You managed to acquire such a thing?" He was unaware that, aside from the Targaryen vaults, there were sources of true dragon's blood available in the world. Lust Bolton realized that the Targaryens had always been the masters of dragons and should be approached with caution. He quickly added, "I obtained it from a sorcerer on the eastern continent. This small vial cost me 10,000 golden dragons, but it appears the results are quite satisfactory." King Iris calculated the expense in his mind. Indeed, it was exorbitant. The container for the dragon's blood was no longer than a finger, roughly the same thickness as a thumb. Yet, another question arose within him. Do the Northerners possess such wealth? After a brief moment of chaos, the hall was filled with the irritating buzz of murmurs. The assembled nobles and ministers exhibited a range of expressions, some excited, others greedy. As they gazed at the white wolf on the ground, their desires were unmistakable. King Iris, feeling a surge of authority, commanded, "First, take this beast to the dungeon and secure it tightly." The white wolf was dragged away. King Illyris's gaze fell upon Rhaegar, who appeared utterly bewildered, seemingly wanting to intervene, but ultimately remaining silent. A fleeting expression of compassion crossed the king's face, only to be replaced by a shadow of severity. Today's events must remain a closely guarded secret. The walls of the Red Keep still bore the potential for many heads to roll. "Rhaegar, you will accompany me," commanded King Illyris as he swept away with his king's guard. While Prince Rhaegar stood there, as if he hadn't heard, Sir Arthur Dayne could only internally chastise the prince's rudeness, half dragging him along in the king's wake. The highborn lords, wearing expressions of intrigue, gradually dispersed. The dire wolf was hauled away by Varys and the soldiers, while Brandon was pulled along by Duke Ricard. Meanwhile, Roose Bolton from the north remained as if forgotten, standing motionless in the throne room. The king paid him no mind, seemingly having overlooked his presence. After a while, Varys returned and signaled to a young squire, who tugged at Roose Bolton's sleeve, saying, "My lord, arrangements have been made for your lodging." The dreams of wealth and promotion dissipated like bubbles, and Roose's boiling thoughts began to cool. He tremulously inquired, "Will His Majesty have me executed?" Varys, maintaining a courteous demeanor, replied, "The king is presently preoccupied with other matters. You may rest assured in the Red Keep while awaiting his summons." Roose breathed a sigh of relief. "Very well, thank you, my lord. You are too kind. May I pose a question? Might you enlighten me about the merchant who sold you the dragon's blood?" As the shadows on the wall faded one by one, the torches in the throne room gradually extinguished, plunging the surroundings into a profound silence. Only the massive dragon skull above continued to gaze coldly and mercilessly upon the throne room. In the dim light, something stirred in the corner shadows, only to settle back into stillness. When Bai Ling was roused from her slumber in the dark dungeon by a rat's nibble, an unusual calm enveloped her. After bearing the weight of lies and secrets for so long, she felt a sense of relief upon their revelation. Finally, she would not have to endure any longer. Whatever the outcome, she was prepared to accept it. Ideally, it would lead to a swift conclusion, perhaps allowing her to return to her original world. She considered herself a failure, beyond dispute. She had no desire to linger. She wished to bid farewell to this grotesque and wretched world. After all, her abilities were limited, and no one could be saved, least of all deserving of Prince Rhaegar's affection. Love whomever you choose. I'm done, she declared defiantly. Bai Ling lay amidst the rotting, foul-smelling straw, her mind swirling with the image of the prince's wounded expression, as if he had been betrayed into marriage. And those outstretched hands. What grievance do you have? Bai Ling pondered silently. You are the crown prince, endowed from birth with power and wealth, possessing beauty and character that are flawless, commanding respect throughout the realm. Even the old king now finds himself compelled to evade your brilliance. Shouldn't you regard me with the gaze reserved for monsters? I am a wolf, am I not fearsome? Why do you regard me with such a wounded expression? Shouldn't I be the one crying? Bai Ling forcefully sniffed, suppressing the dampness pooling at the corners of her eyes. The excruciating pain she had felt upon exposure had completely dissipated, yet the harrowing sensation of being engulfed by molten lava lingered in her memory. Bai Ling opened her eyes and caressed her face and head, finding no signs of aberration. Her skin had not melted, her hair and visage remained unchanged. Everything appeared as it had before. No, she not only appeared unchanged, but she also felt a peculiar warmth coursing through her body. She was brimming with vitality, almost yearning to leap up and run 20,000 meters to expel the restless energy within her. However, why did that vial of dragon's blood inflict such intense suffering upon her? Aside from restoring her wolf form, it seemed to have no adverse effects and might even have enhanced her strength. Setting aside the peril that accompanied her revealed identity, it appeared the dragon's blood had bestowed upon her certain advantages. What might ensue next? Never mind, whatever will be, will be. I hope to return to the modern world after my demise. Bai Ling forced herself to cease contemplating Prince Rhaegar and the matters that brought her sorrow. While attuning to her physical condition, she recalled the legends surrounding dragons. It is said that the blood of a dragon is a potent alchemical substance. In one myth, bathing in the blood of a slain dragon would render one's body harder than steel. The transformation from human to demigod. Oh, Lucy Botton. Not only have you imparted a valuable lesson, but you have also gifted me a treasure. In the dark, filthy dungeon teeming with rats and vermin, Bai Ling rarefied a sound slumber. It was not until deep into the night that she was abruptly awakened by a bucket of water being rudely poured over her. Before her stood a grotesque man, corpulent and fierce in appearance, unmistakably a torturer. He seemed hesitant to approach Bai Ling, his expression rife with confusion and an unsettling excitement as he murmured, transformed back into a human? How delightful. The man stared intently at Bai Ling, his repulsive tongue licking his lips. If she were truly a beast, I would be hesitant to strike. He tugged at the metallic chains in his grasp, the other end firmly securing Bai Ling's neck and limbs. Get up, you beast. It's time for your interrogation. The chains rattled loudly. Yet Bai Ling remained utterly still. To her, the weight of the chains felt as insubstantial as a mere thread. The flesh on the man's face quivered as he realized that this seemingly delicate and fragile girl concealed an undeniable ferocity beneath her skin. This inhuman strength was terrifying. Even with the 1,000-pound shackles, she did not budge an inch. He would need to resort to harsher measures, for that esteemed lord and the king awaited his report. The grotesque man withdrew a glowing red-hot metal rod from the furnace, the most common instrument of torture in the dungeon. The glowing iron brand pressed against the prisoner's face, and as it descended upon him, even the most resolute individual would cry out in anguish. He approached Bai Ling with a sinister grin, embodying the very essence of a villain. However, at that moment, Bai Ling had transcended fear. She possessed 100 methods to ensure this man met his demise on the spot. Now, no one could harm or bind her any longer. As the searing iron drew near, Bai Ling calmly advised, I strongly recommend against this. Are you begging for mercy? If you kneel and beg for my forgiveness, I might. Before she could finish her sentence, the heavy iron shackles were effortlessly wielded by Bai Ling, striking the brutish man to the ground with swift precision. He barely managed to utter a sound before collapsing, the red-hot brand fortuitously landing upon him. The man, having suffered a double blow, screamed in agony before losing consciousness. Bai Ling sighed, I already warned you. A crisp whistle echoed through the dungeon, revealing that the princess did not require a knight's rescue. Bai Ling looked up to see the faces of Dylan and Hegel peering down from the skylight. Dylan, why have you returned? Of course, I couldn't bear to see you perish. Though Dylan Hegel's tone remained flippant, it was music to Bai Ling's ears at that moment. Despite her acceptance of fate's mockery, the prospect of survival was indeed enticing. Someone has to repay the princess's life debt. But that is not the sole reason. A significant benefactor is involved. Bai Ling's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could it be Rhaegar? Is he the one who sent you to rescue me? Dylan Hegel's expression shifted to one of incredulity before erupting into laughter. What are you thinking? My heavens, a woman in love is utterly hopeless. Bai Ling felt a tinge of embarrassment and lowered her gaze, realizing it was indeed improbable. The prince likely wished to distance himself from her. How could he possibly command the faceless? Wait a moment, Dylan's voice gradually faded away. Moments later, muffled sounds echoed from the iron door of the dungeon, quickly returning to silence. The door creaked open, revealing two figures cloaked in black. One was Dylan Hegel, and the other was Master Varys? Bai Ling exclaimed in astonishment. Master Varys glared at her and, with a sharp crack, delivered a stinging slap across her face. Chapter 79. Flight to another continent. The slap was not forceful. Yet Bai Ling's head turned aside, unwilling to meet the disappointment in Master Varys' eyes. Look at me, face me, his deep voice reverberated within the dungeon. Bai Ling reluctantly returned her gaze to meet his. You have brought shame upon your lineage. We are engaged in a war, yet you do not embody a vanguard. Instead, you resemble a coward fleeing from battle. The Skinner's progeny saw through you. Why did you not eliminate him? Fencing. Fine attire. All these offered you the opportunity to win over the nobility. Yet what have you accomplished? Like a lovesick mother rabbit, she unreservedly surrendered everything to Riga. Do you understand your identity? You are not human. You are a monster. Varys glared at her and suddenly coughed violently. Enough, enough, Dylan Hegel interjected, urging urgency, old man. The road ahead is long. Master Varys suddenly slumped, saying, You may go with him to complete a trial, and then you shall be free. Just as Bai Ling was about to inquire further, a sudden pain struck the back of her head, and her vision faded to darkness. Master Varys stood on the walkway of the underground sewer, watching the frail little boat drift away, his eyes filled with profound reluctance and concern. Why does it seem that you care for her more than I, her aunt? A low, elegant female voice resonated in the darkness. Varys lowered his gaze. Your perception is mistaken. I merely lament the time wasted on her. The child is still young. Considering her age, she is but a mere child among her kind. Varys wished to cease discussing Bai Ling and shifted the topic, inquiring about the secret society. Rest assured, I possess ample leverage. Indeed, in the dimly lit lower deck of the ship, a foul stench of fish permeated the air. Piles of rotten fish and shrimp, alongside the blood and entrails of various sizes of fish, tormented Bai Ling's sense of smell. This was a fishing vessel returning to the Free Cities. A temporary escape route arranged for Bai Ling and Dylan. Thus, despite the dismal surroundings and the nauseating odors threatening to overwhelm her, they had little choice but to endure. When Master Varys appeared in the dungeon, she was not overly surprised. The Duke would not allow such a pawn to be wasted. Moreover, the intricate network of tunnels beneath the Red Keep, along with the cunning chief eunuch, made navigating the escape routes relatively easy. They effortlessly departed the dungeon, encountering few soldiers below, not even a single patrol of the King's Guard. Bai Ling speculated that King Illyris was likely on the verge of being usurped. Aside from the royal guard directly under the king's command, the military power within the Red Keep had been seized by various factions. She had known all along that the captain of the city guard in King's Landing was one of the prince's most trusted confidants. Dylan tossed her a flat wooden box, claiming it was left for her by Master Varys. Upon opening it, she discovered a small crystal vial, the antidote for the tears of Lys, a palm-sized notebook, and an old, tattered sheepskin map resembling a cryptic drawing. Dylan Hegel remarked that the scholar had inscribed the secrets of her lineage within, instructing her to leave Westeros and venture to the lost Valyria. A sense of melancholy washed over Bai Ling. Although Master Varys was strict, he was a competent teacher. All the knowledge she possessed about this world had stemmed from his teachings. Setting aside other matters, her fluency in the ancient Valyrian language would enable her to navigate the new continent with noble status. The feeling of loss weighed heavier than mere sadness. Although she was forcibly departing from King's Landing, a flicker of relief resided within her heart. She had known from the very beginning that the Red Keep could never serve as a sanctuary. Apart from the snow-laden north, she felt no sense of security anywhere else. Moreover, she came to the realization that Prince Rhaegar did not harbor affection for her, the foolish and timid girl Bai Ling. His admiration was reserved for Rhaenys, a mere shadow adorned with noble Valyrian blood, exhibiting refined manners and flawless beauty. Rhaenys was entirely a reflection of his own desires. She needed to distance herself from this place and engage in a profound introspection. Was the pursuit of her lineage and a royal marriage, amidst the treacherous game of power, truly significant? To her, it paled in comparison to the simple joys of a modern hotpot or a captivating film. A wave struck the side of the boat, jolting Bai Ling back to her senses. Before her, Dylan Hagar had been squatting for an indeterminate time, his eyes fixed upon her with intense curiosity. Bai Ling opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Dylan flashed a charming smile. So, are we eloping now? She stared at him incredulously. Do you actually remember that? Dylan rose, stretching his limbs as if the slick floor of the cabin posed no challenge to him. That old man, honestly. Could he not have secured us a better cabin? He wrinkled his nose in disdain. For the next 6 months, I have no desire to eat fish. Ugh. Are you hungry? By the way, do werewolves eat fish? Speaking of fish, Bai Ling reminisced about her early days in this world, living in the woods alongside the great bear. Although hunger plagued her then, her spirit remained unburdened. She flashed a toothy grin. I not only eat fish, but I also feast upon humans, particularly verbose men. They're the most delectable. Dylan quipped, am I verbose? What do you think? Dylan plopped down beside Bai Ling, exhibiting no sense of decorum. Hey, I'm merely being sociable. If you wish to see me as silent, reliable, and valiant, I can maintain that facade, though it may prove somewhat exhausting. Bai Ling found it unfathomable to envision Dylan as anything but his animated self, and she shook her head. Never mind. This is preferable. His lively disposition somewhat alleviated her somber mood. Whether intentional or otherwise, she felt a tinge of gratitude towards him. Yet, what motivated him to treat her with such kindness? Bai Ling inquired suspiciously, why are you bringing me along? You have no need to flee. Because of the money, Dylan replied nonchalantly, urging, show me that map the old man gave you. How much could possibly be worth a top-tier assassin escorting her on a perilous journey? She found it hard to believe. However, she felt too fatigued to delve into that matter now. They could address any potential trouble as it arose. She retrieved the map and tossed it to him before yawning, her eyelids growing heavy. She had scarcely rested since the days leading up to the wedding, compounded by a series of nerve-wracking events. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon her. You see, I'm going to take a nap, she declared, tightening her cloak around her and curling into a corner, closing her eyes. In her ears, Dylan's voice came through, somewhat indistinct yet laced with a hint of tenderness. Sleep well, I'll be here. Almost instantly, she succumbed to slumber. This fishing vessel would not transport them directly to their destination. It departed from King's Landing, making a stop at Bravos across the narrow sea. The two women will journey southward from Bravos, traversing the treacherous waters of the Slaver's Sea. It may take years, and only with a stroke of good fortune will they arrive at the southern bastion of Volantis. Once in Volantis, they will be but a stone's throw from the disputed lands. Essos, a continent far more savage and chaotic than Westeros, lies ahead. Can they truly reach their destination safely, relying solely on each other? Chapter 80. After the revelation, the Red Keep was chillingly cold in the dead of night, with winds swirling in from unknown origins, producing eerie sounds. Rickard Stark wrapped himself tightly in his heavy furs. Such weather was rather harsh for one of his age. Yet he remained there, waiting with his ineffectual and reckless eldest son. Rhaegar Targaryen leaned against the shattered column of the summer hall, quietly plucking the strings of his golden harp. The three figures before him stood in silence, resembling tranquil statues. His ever-present guard, Arthur Dayne, was not by his side. Rhaegar paused, letting out a soft sigh. It is a pity. I rather liked her. She was vibrant, spirited, and unrefined. Over time, I found her to be quite charming. He shifted the subject. My lord, I believe that a worthy heir must possess more than mere strength and valor. In the corner, Brandon fidgeted restlessly. Were it not for the weight of his father's authority, he might have leapt up to rebut the prince. Instead, he merely curled his lip in disdain. Rhaegar cast a glance at Brandon. I believe wisdom can sometimes outweigh brawn. What do you think? Duke Rickard lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down his brow. I beg your pardon, your highness. I will ensure that Brandon receives rigorous instruction. Just as Brandon was about to retort, Rickard's iron grip clamped down on him, nearly drawing blood. Rhaegar chuckled softly, shaking his head. I sincerely hope you can guide young Lord Brandon well. By the way, I have heard that your second son, Ned Stark, is quite intelligent. Rickard's form slumped even further, as he dared not imagine the consequences of disappointing the prince. Yes, Ned is clever, yet his nature is overly cautious and timid. Oh, then there is little to be done, Rhaegar sighed. He turned to inquire, Perrymore, did your uncle truly provide her with a map and notes? Can she locate that place? He waved dismissively at Rickard. Ah, my lord, you may take your leave. Yes. Once Rickard and Brandon departed, Perrymore seemed to awaken from a slumber. Speaking in a low tone, there is no issue. My uncle included clues within the notes. That is reassuring. I hope she does not keep me waiting too long. Rhaegar gently set down his harp and waved his hand nonchalantly. You may go. Perrymore bowed respectfully to the prince and silently exited, promptly seeking his uncle Varys. Unfortunately, He found no one and had no choice but to leave a mark on the wall before hastily departing the palace. Upon returning to his lodgings, Rickard Stark was deep in discussion with Varys. Varys, I have some concerns. The Bachelor of Varys lifted his eyelids. My lord, betting on both sides is a grave error in this game. Ultimately, you must decide which side to stand on. I am aware, Duke Rickard paused, hesitating for a long moment before sighing. Send the raven back and have Lyanna brought to King's Landing. But he quickly shook his head. No, let us not summon her just yet. I need to ascertain the king's stance clearly first. We can discuss her arrival later. If he is to serve as hand of the king, we can consider bringing Lyanna over then. For now, it is more crucial to placate the crown prince's ire. Although Prince Rhaegar appeared unperturbed, Rickard understood that he had mentally marked a score against his son, Brandon. To put it starkly, it was uncertain whether Brandon could maintain his position as the protector of the North and the ducal title once Rickard was no longer present. His eldest son, though valiant, lacked clarity of thought, while his second son, though astute, was somewhat timid. The perfect balance would be the merging of both their qualities. Rickard pondered deeply and concluded that if the North were to expand in the future, Brandon would prove to be more useful. This heir required stringent guidance. Rickard said sternly, Varys, starting tomorrow, you will personally instruct Brandon. He is not to consume another bottle of wine. By the way, is the individual beside White Wing trustworthy? Master Varys nodded gently. Rest assured, quite reliable. The Duke's furrowed brow eased somewhat. That is good. Maintain contact with him. We must avoid the little birds. It is imperative that the eunuch does not uncover our plans. The eunuch Varys, self-assured in his cunning, had persistently refrained from pledging allegiance to Prince Rhaegar, opting instead to continue serving the Mad King. Varys found him inscrutable and hesitated before posing a question to the Duke. What do you believe? Which side does the spider truly stand on? Duke Rickard scoffed. As for Varys, no one knows what schemes he harbors. It is likely that in his mind, the Targaryens do not qualify as a worthy royal family. However, if even Prince Rhaegar is deemed an unsuitable candidate for the throne, who could possibly surpass him in perfection and excellence? Ah, Varys, what an elusive figure you are. The revelation of White Wing's identity was meticulously suppressed through the machinations of various factions. The royal family provided the excuse that Queen Rhaella's health was deteriorating. Thus the princess consort was accompanying the queen to the summer palace for respite. The prince would join them later. The rationale seemed far-fetched. But no foolhardy noble would dare question the whereabouts of the princess consort or demand to know why she was not hastening to produce an heir with the prince. Among other inquiries, this was due to the king's current proclivity for bloodshed. Almost every month saw nobles meeting their demise in the Red Keep's council chamber for various offenses. King Aerys now dealt with state affairs in a brutally straightforward manner. If he deemed one deserving of death, he would heed no counsel and would devise varied means for the nobles to experience his deathly offerings. For the majority of nobles, the manner of their demise held significance. But the king's executions bore no honor or dignity, resembling mere child's play. Fortunately, dragons are no longer a concern. Otherwise, King Aerys would likely have relished the idea of turning people into charcoal. At present, Prince Rhaegar is burdened with the task of pacifying the families of the deceased. While the minor nobility may be overlooked, even the collateral branches of dukes cannot escape unscathed, rendering this an exceedingly embarrassing affair that tarnishes their family name. After all, in this world, nobility enjoys a certain immunity. Only a rebellious king like Aerys would execute nobles without a second thought, dictated by his whims. Pressure and dissatisfaction gradually accumulate among the upper echelons, yet both the king and Prince Rhaegar seem indifferent. Within the Red Keep, Prince Rhaegar is engrossed in state affairs, while Ser Arthur stands guard by the door, as is his custom. Recent developments appear to be well within control. The prince hums a tune, a slight smile gracing his lips, his mood seemingly elevated. The disappearance of his newlywed wife, whose origins are shrouded in suspicion, seems to bear little weight on his spirit. Arthur cannot help but inquire, has the princess sent someone to search for her? Rhaegar glances at him, dismissing the concern with a casual, there is no need. I have my own plans. Arthur falls silent. Although he shares a bond with Rhaegar that is part master, part friend, and part mentor, he is a straightforward man, not given to deep contemplation. While the prince usually offers explanations after the fact, Arthur finds himself perplexed by Rhaegar's character. For instance, the prince was aware from the outset of Rhaenys' dubious identity, yet chose to indulge her and the king's advisors in their charade. Moreover, the prince has covertly allied with the Duke of the North, and when necessary, such as during Rhaenys' flight, he silently commandeered the entire Red Keep and even the military defenses of King's Landing. Thus, the old King's relentless suspicion and oppression are merely superficial. The prince possesses a profound and intricate mind. Taking a deep breath, Arthur harbors concern for the missing Rhaenys. What would she think if she knew that the prince harbors little affection for her, viewing their past interactions as mere amusement? This thought causes Arthur to pause, pondering why he cares so much for an outsider. She is but a lone ice wolf. Perhaps the wilderness is truly her best refuge. Chapter 81. A muddle of deception. Finally, having untangled himself from the complexities of state matters, Rhaegar stretches contentedly. Noticing Arthur's conflicted expression, he deduces the source of his friend's turmoil. Arthur, though not inherently warm-hearted, exhibits unwavering loyalty to friends he holds dear, willing to go to great lengths for them. He regards Rhaenys as a friend, and while he may not voice his concerns, he undoubtedly harbors thoughts on his actions. Rhaegar sighs. She will return. I have no desire to seek another wife or to endure the hassle of remarrying. The fact that she is an outsider is not irreparable. After all, she possesses Targaryen blood, and the other half can be managed. Rhaegar inadvertently reveals much, causing the furrowed brow of Arthur to relax slightly. He glances at the prince, but ultimately refrains from further comment. Half of her lineage is that of a wolf, the other half that of a dragon. Yet in this era of dragons' absence, it is the wolf's blood that reigns supreme. The icebound wolf, larger than a bull, instills a sense of trepidation even in him, who dares not claim absolute victory. Enough with the grim demeanor. Let us take a stroll along the King's Road, Rhaegar suggested. Clad in soft loungewear, he adorned himself with finely wrought steel chainmail, topped with a dark brown cotton gambeson. Even for a mere trip to the city, he dressed as if preparing for battle. As they were about to depart, the steward sent someone to inquire. The princess had prepared lunch and wished to invite the prince to partake in the meal together. Arthur Dane, bewildered, cast a questioning glance at the prince, silently asking about the source of this princess. Was she not the one who had escaped? A cough escaped Rhaegar, betraying his unease. Perfect timing. Arthur can join us for lunch. We shall eat before heading out. Seated at the dining table, Arthur's confusion dissipated upon seeing Ishara Dane. Resplendent in her finery, her hair dyed a golden hue, resembling the princess. His countenance darkened instantly, exuding an intangible pressure. Noticing his friend's ire, Rhaegar hastily rectified. It is only temporary. Ishara merely needs to masquerade for a while, making occasional appearances. Once the public's gaze shifts from me, she shall no longer need to impersonate Rhaenys. The Dawnblade felt a knot of frustration rising within him, for his anger did not stem from his sister masquerading as Rhaenys. The abrupt disappearance of the princess was a matter of national concern, one that transcended personal sentiments. Yet, what truly vexed Arthur was Ishara's demeanor. Rhaegar perceived her only as a facade, her emotions and smiles mere artifice, her eyes cold, akin to a servant. But Ishara, on the other hand, appeared enamored, her gaze perpetually orbiting the prince, as evident as a bee drawn to honey. Observing the blush upon Ishara's cheeks and her averted gaze, Arthur grasped the peculiarities of her previous discontent. No wonder she had been dissatisfied with the arranged marriages, forever picky and reluctant to wed. He turned to the prince. Your Highness, may we converse privately for a moment? With a slight sigh, the prince replied, Do not blame her, Arthur. It was I who asked for her assistance. Your Highness. Very well, you may speak. I shall step outside for a while. The prince's dismissal of him, the master, left Arthur visibly incensed. Arthur scrutinized Ishara's visage. Upon closer inspection, she bore little resemblance to Rhaenys, save for the color of her eyes. Her nose was somewhat less pronounced, and her features lacked the striking beauty that characterized both Rhaegar and Rhaenys. This sister, usually cautious and unassuming, held ambitions unbeknownst to others. Arthur inquired in a grave tone, Do you wish to become the princess? Most would falter before the imposing presence of the Dawnblade, yet Ishara met his gaze with unwavering resolve. Yes, brother. Is this not a splendid opportunity? What nonsense are you speaking? Do you truly comprehend, Rhaegar? What a splendid opportunity, a chance that leads you straight to hell. Unfortunately, a woman entrapped in infatuation is deaf to counsel. Ishara gazes at the prince with eyes full of reverence and love. I certainly understand his highness. He is so powerful and solitary. If the princess does not return, then I shall take on the role of the prince's consort. Arthur Dane ruthlessly interrupted her. You are utterly delusional. You and the prince are simply incompatible. Ishara felt a surge of anger. Such a rare opportunity to be close to the prince had presented itself. She possessed the physique, beauty, and status. What made her any less than Princess Rhaenys? Her brother was utterly unreasonable. Mind your own business. The prince is wonderful. And who can say that, given time, he won't develop feelings? The two stood their ground, neither yielding an inch. Ashura widened her violet eyes, staring at Arthur with a mix of grievance and fury, reminiscent of a certain stubborn woman with the same gaze. He murmured, "Is he truly worth your affection? Do you love him so deeply that you would risk shattering yourself, even knowing the potential for ruin?" Arthur sighed and turned to leave. He felt a heaviness in his heart that made the meal seem unworthy. Ashura stubbornly remained where she was, refraining from calling him back. Only when her brother's figure disappeared did a flicker of anxiety and concern cross her face. Perhaps she ought not to have confided in him, yet they were family. He should support her, should he not? Arthur Dane mounted his horse and galloped out of the Red Keep alongside Prince Rhaegar. Rhaegar silently observed his countenance, feigning ignorance. He touched his nose, feeling somewhat guilty. "It was my mistake not to inform you in advance. Otherwise, I would have sought another." "No, this is her choice." "But wasn't she preparing for marriage?" Arthur offered no reply, merely casting a sidelong glance at Rhaegar. This was indeed rare, the Sword of Dawn exhibiting such unbecoming behavior. He spoke stiffly. "The engagement has been called off." His obstinate sister, now with an opportunity to draw close to the prince, would never obediently accept a family-arranged marriage. "Well, I shall find you some suitable young men." Rhaegar quickly shifted the topic, feeling increasingly uneasy. He pondered aloud. "What do you think of Jaime Lannister? He is handsome and quite skilled." Arthur involuntarily considered Rhaegar's suggestion. Jaime Lannister? Perhaps he was a bit too young. However, the lad was indeed formidable and good-looking. Yet, would Tywin Lannister approve? No, that was not the matter at hand. He stiffly stated, the prince need not concern himself with his subordinates' family affairs. It would be prudent to focus on stabilizing the current situation. The nobility is poised to strike, ever eager to cause trouble for the crown. The prince smiled and shook his head, changing the subject. At present, nearly all of King's Landing lay under his control. Yet he was aware that the old king and the hardliners still held some secret power, a substantial force that made him wary of acting rashly. Do not rush. One must patiently subdue or eliminate them. Chapter 82. Peril Lurks. Encountering the Igor blood alliance in stark contrast to the temporary tranquility of Westeros. On the distant continent of Essos, White Spirit and Dylan Hagar find themselves desperately fleeing for their lives. Ever since they stepped beyond the gates of the free cities, they have been relentlessly pursued. White Spirit's striking beauty, with her slender figure and lake-like emerald eyes, makes her all the more conspicuous, akin to a bag of shimmering gold parading through the streets. Despite her efforts to disguise herself, tightly wrapped and concealed, her hands and occasionally exposed skin, along with her unmistakably revealing eyes, betray her as a prime target. Throughout their journey, they have eluded countless ill-intentioned mercenaries, slave traders, fallen nobles, as well as various rogues and desperate outlaws. Had it not been for their remarkable skills, they would have long since become prized possessions in the cages of slave merchants. Just moments ago, Dylan bore yet another disguise, as he and White Spirit camped under the stars, roasting a rather peculiar catch. They dared not enter the city, for both had been placed on wanted posters, especially White Spirit, whose identity had shifted from the Targaryen princess to that of an escaped slave belonging to a great slave master. Dylan Hagar, with his robust upper body, slowly turned a hefty lizard over the fire, an unfortunate necessity, given that this was the only available option in the area. In their desperate bid for survival, they had leapt into the lake, losing much of their belongings, depleting their funds, and, most critically, exhausting their provisions. Is it not enough? My stomach feels as if it might cave in, he lamented. A massive silver-furred wolf, larger than a tiger, lay nearby, salivating as it fixated on the fire. Dylan chose silence, not even lifting his gaze. If not for White Spirit's inexplicable insistence on risking her human form, they would not find themselves in such an awkward predicament. The white wolf, now irate, pawed at Dylan, tossing dirt in his direction. Speak, you mute. It seemed to demand. With a deep sigh, Dylan replied, I am also quite hungry. I wonder what roasted wolf would taste like. White Spirit, startled, stifled a gasp, recalling her defeat at his hands. She could only concede for the moment. If you're hungry, then eat. I will yield it to you, she offered with a slight smirk. Dylan gazed upward. Were it not for the copious drool, I might believe you. They had been tirelessly evading danger. The city was no refuge, and the wilderness was rife with nefarious individuals plotting against them. Although White Spirit's transformation into a wolf expedited their travels, peculiar entities still sought to capture the exquisite white wolf or covet her precious fur. One could only conclude that Essos is fraught with peril, teeming with villains. However, the true danger does not solely lie with the great slave masters and their scattered minions, but rather with the Dothraki, wild, unrestrained, and fiercely brutal horsemen who roam this land. The Dothraki are a nomadic people, dwelling in tribal units, and they are nearly invincible upon the vast steppes. They thrive on raiding and pillaging, with a particular penchant for seizing those who tend sheep. The seemingly delicate figure of the White Spirit naturally became their target, especially considering her youthful physique and fair skin. The Dothraki, who frequently interacted with the free cities, would undoubtedly seize upon such a prime quarry. Among those fixated on the White Spirit was a man named Igor, the leader of a small but formidable khalasar, boasting several hundred roaring warriors and dozens of sturdy steeds. When accounting for women, children, and the elderly, this tribe was undeniably powerful. Igor commanded a group of particularly adept scouts, the Bloodsworn, whose relentless pursuit forced Dylan to leap into the river with his wolf. Abandoning his horse and relying solely on his legs to escape, Dylan's prowess was unquestionable, capable of protecting the White Spirit with ease. However, the Dothraki seemed to possess an uncanny ability to track their movements with precision. Until a solution could be found, they were left to scurry about, avoiding populated areas. Dylan wiped his face, realizing it had been a long time since he had felt so disheveled. He was starving and sorely missed the exquisite wines and beautiful women of Westeros. He envied the White Spirit, who slept like a pig. Indeed, such extraordinary beings were impressive, able to sustain themselves on a single meal for a month. How he wished he could transform into a wolf as well. The large white wolf sprawled on the ground, snoring and panting. With Dylan standing guard, she appeared utterly unconcerned about any potential dangers in her dreams. Dylan Hegger glared at the snoring wolf, wishing he too could succumb to sleep, but the duty of keeping watch, concealing their whereabouts, and remaining vigilant fell solely upon him. Relying on this lazy and foolish wolf would surely lead to their demise. One had to wonder why, as an extraordinary creature, she exhibited such a lack of caution and wilderness survival instincts. The initial thrill he felt upon encountering this white wolf had now turned to disillusionment. Where was that regal wolf king demeanor? What had become of her instinct to summon her pack? And those remarkable magical abilities and offensive techniques? The manner in which she fled was hardly distinguishable from that of an ordinary dog. The more Dylan pondered, the more his irritation grew. He reached out and vigorously nudged the white wolf. "Wake up. Hey, stop sleeping." Disturbed from her slumber, the wolf turned and snapped, nearly biting Dylan's hand. Frustrated, he shouted into her ear, "The Dothraki are coming." Startled from her delightful dreams, the White Spirit leapt up with a startled yelp. Where? Where? We must flee at once." Dylan smirked. "Awake now? I've never seen a wolf sleep so soundly. I'm exhausted. Do not disturb me," she replied, yawning and preparing to lie down again. Oblivious to the early dawn that beckoned a return to slumber, Dylan forcefully pushed her again, insisting, "Get up, we need to head into town to procure some supplies." "What do we need?" the White Spirit asked languidly. "Salt, herbs, clothing, and various materials for traps," Dylan replied, feeling a growing tension in his head. "You are more useless than a true noble. At least they understand how to survive in the wild. Surely, you don't expect us to escape those Dothraki savages on foot?" The White Spirit felt a pang of guilt, realizing that she had been merely a figurehead throughout their journey. Without Dylan, traversing Essos would have been nearly impossible. She decided to lay low and play the part of a mere fish out of water, entirely at Dylan's command. However, it was evident that someone was on the verge of a breakdown. How could she venture into the village? Transforming into a human or a wolf would undoubtedly attract attention. Dylan, somewhat exasperated, suggested, "If all else fails, you could dig a hole to hide in while I go alone." Bai Ling retorted, "I am a wolf, not a mere mutt." Dylan quipped back, "Oh, so you acknowledge that you are a wolf?" Suddenly, a thought struck her. She seemed to possess a safe and harmless transformation. Cautiously, she warned, "I can change shape, but you must promise not to lay a hand on me." Dylan, intrigued, wondered what peculiarities this wolf might possess. As Bai Ling found herself nestled in the embrace of a man, entering a bustling village, she regretted her decision immensely. Her fur was a tangled mess, the pristine white coat marred by dust and sweat from Dylan's hands. Who would have thought that Dylan was also an enthusiast for canines? She was utterly immobilized, confined in his grip. Disguised as an unremarkable, somewhat unattractive face, Dylan donned a soiled and common desert robe, his head wrapped in tattered cloth. He bargained with local merchants in the familiar tongue. Curious glances were cast toward the white pup in his arms, primarily from children and women. As normal folk would not pay much heed to a small dog, their funds were dwindling. Yet they had managed to acquire a fair amount of gold and silver jewelry from the Dothraki pursuers, who had been thoroughly looted. After accounting for expenses, they found themselves in a relatively affluent position. For their enemies, Bai Ling's adversaries still had a chance for survival, while Dylan displayed his cold, lethal nature. Each strike was fatal, limbs, corpses, and bodies scattered, creating a scene of utter carnage. Witnessing such brutality from Dylan made Bai Ling feel a twinge of unease. Dylan explained that this was merely a show of intimidation for the Bloodsworn. For them, it was just a minor display, though she still found the violence repugnant. Bai Ling gradually became accustomed to the act of killing. It was not that she was a soft-hearted saint unwilling to take a life. Rather, in her wolf form, she found it increasingly challenging to maintain her rationality. At times, she would even briefly lose her ability to think, succumbing to her primal instincts. She sensed a pressing need to suppress the beast within. Otherwise, she might one day become lost to it. Ultimately, she allowed Dylan to perceive her as a tender-hearted saint. Perhaps the map bestowed upon her by Master Varys, detailing the lost lands of Volantis, would hold the answers to the secrets of her identity and heritage. Chapter 83. The young horse king. The little pup nestled in the man's arms, her voice barely audible. If I stay like this, I won't attract attention. Can we stay in the city tonight? I long for a proper bed. Dylan replied softly. No, this town is also under Dothraki control, surrounded by their thralls. If discovered, we would have no escape. This town lay on the periphery of the Dothraki Sea, to the east of the free city of Pentos, a region fraught with conflict between the free cities and the Dothraki. Due to its strategic location, it was surrounded by a vast expanse of lakes and water sources. Though small, this town was well equipped with all necessities. People of various skin tones and identities hurried along, including slaves, soldiers, and the long-haired Dothraki. Among them were soldiers and clerics distinctly clad in the attire of Westeros, alongside individuals dressed in bizarre and unrecognizable garb. The blood-red priests were easily identifiable. Bai Ling immediately recognized them as red priests. In this land, these individuals acted with great ostentation, fervently spreading the doctrine of the Lord of Light. Even in this remote town, wherever the red priests roamed, one would find a gathering of visibly discontented souls, their eyes sparkling with an unusual fervor as they listened to the teachings. Bai Ling also observed several gaunt men with corpse-like features, dark circles around their eyes, and lips tinged with a purplish hue, reminiscent of the male sorcerer who once imprisoned Daenerys. Dylan cast a glance at these wretched figures, known as the blue-lipped ones of course, who scoured the area for strange offerings for their masters. Unfortunately, no amount of effort could compare with the whims of the regretful guests. Bai Ling heard a new term, regretful guests? Dylan scoffed with a hint of arrogance, labeling them a group of self-proclaimed assassins who tarnished the honor of the profession. Ah, so they are rivals to the Faceless Men? Although this man claimed to be a traitor to the Faceless, he seemed rather proud of this vocation. The 9 trading city-states were far from united. It was no wonder they had been relentlessly bullied by the Dothraki. Dylan pressed Bai Ling's head down, cautioning her not to be seen by the blue lips. For heaven knows they might suddenly declare her a fitting sacrifice for the Hall of the Immortal and seize her away. They sounded less like sorcerers and more like a band of brigands. By the way, was Korth's influence truly so vast at this moment? Just as Dylan finished speaking, a frantic voice from a male sorcerer at the end of the street echoed, declaring, "This person is perfect for the Hall of the Immortal. Take him away." Dylan and Bai Ling exchanged startled glances. Bai Ling exclaimed, "It's not me, is it?" The situation unfolded rapidly as several horsemen galloped down the road, nearly colliding with the sorcerers. Perhaps the sorcerers, accustomed to their arrogance, spoke without thinking. Among the trio, the shortest let out a sharp whistle and expertly pulled the reins. Turning his horse, the rider removed his hood, turning his gaze silently upon the blue lips. He appeared to be a youth, his hair flaring like a lioness mane. His youthful face bore a round jawline, and his features were markedly more handsome than those of his companions. His thick eyebrows were arched in fury, accentuating the depth of his gaze, which was enhanced by dark red eyeshadow. Strange symbols adorned his face and arms in deep blue tattoos. His upper body was merely secured by an X-shaped belt, while his lower half was clad in coarse leather trousers. The youth was slender, with a short topknot adorned with golden bells. He threw back his hood and questioned incredulously, "Are you speaking to me, you damned sorcerer?" The lips of the boy with blue lips trembled uncontrollably. He had not anticipated that a mere display of bravado would lead him to strike against an iron wall. This Dothraki man was evidently not one of the coarse commoners, but rather akin to the nobility among the Dothraki. Indeed, within their ranks, distinctions between noble and lowborn exist. Once a warlord ascends to power through valor and strength, establishing a vast khalasar. The rights and wealth they possess can lead some warlords to gradually succumb to the allure of fame and fortune. They may even emulate the aristocracy of the civilized world, adopting a hierarchy of their own. They crowned themselves kings, forsaking their nomadic lifestyle to dwell in palaces, adorned in silks and gold. In time, they abandoned the traditional customs of the Dothraki, progressively losing their strength. Such warlords, deemed to have fallen from grace, are often scorned and ostracized by others, sometimes even barred from entering the sacred city for pilgrimage. A case in point is the warlord Igor, who had relentlessly pursued Bai Ling and Dylan. He had essentially devolved into a mere enforcer for the free cities, indulging in pleasures within his palace day and night, while his knights became complicit in the oppression of slaves. The young boy before them may very well be a descendant of one of these fallen warlords. Aside from his tousled hair, the boy's face was quite fair, still devoid of any stubble. The two Dothraki warriors beside him boasted powerful, dark muscles, their braids cascading down to their waists, yet their faces were marred by wild, coarse beards, evoking images of wild boars. The warriors dismounted, unsheathing their curved swords, and swiftly advanced toward the male witches. The witches retreated, shouting, "Misunderstanding. I made a mistake." The Dothraki, however, paid no heed, their blades poised to strike. Suddenly, one of the witches hurled a bottle, and a thick, purplish-black smoke erupted forth, reeking pungently and forcing the two Dothraki to retreat hastily. When the noxious fog dissipated, the witches had vanished without a trace. Cursing under their breath, the warriors sheathed their swords and mounted their horses, flanking the boy as they continued their journey. The young lad, resembling a lion with his mane-like hair, appeared somewhat reluctant, while the warriors cracked their whips beside him, subtly hinting at the threat of coercion. Reluctantly, the boy lowered his hood and followed them. Dylan, deep in thought, speculated whether these individuals were not part of the same faction. Were they holding a hostage? Bai Ling was lost in contemplation, her mind lingering on the boy's face, which seemed hauntingly familiar. Dylan's voice interrupted her reverie. Hostage? What hostage? He patiently explained to her that although the Dothraki were brutish and glorified violence, they held great reverence for their offspring. The courageous descendants had a high probability of inheriting the position of warlord, thereby expanding and annexing other tribes. If a sufficiently powerful Khalasar were established, their clan name could be inscribed upon the stone tablet outside the sacred city of Iskarin. Thus, the living conditions for the sons of warlords were grim, fraught with intense competition. In times of tribal warfare, if the enemy captured a warlord's offspring, they could be subjected to severe punishment. Misfortune could lead to a son being slain in blood sacrifice, a fate not uncommon. Bai Ling, do you believe that boy we just encountered is a captive? It is evident that those two howling warriors are the minions of our rival, King Igor Ma. The tattoos and adornments on the child are distinctly different from theirs. Dylan, in annoyance, ruffled the fur of the white spirit dog, insisting that he should learn something during their journey, yet the dog remained stubbornly ignorant. As foolish as a true canine. Angered, the white spirit snapped at his hand, but Dylan was far too nimble to be caught. The white spirit, even more incensed, trembled while emitting a low growl from its throat. Dylan quickly reassured, all right, I shall take you to enjoy some roasted meat. How about trying the famed honey wine of the Free City? Besides roasted meat, there are other delectable dishes that I assure you you've never tasted." As he rattled off the names of various delicacies, the white spirit's mood lightened, albeit reluctantly, leaving behind a trail of drool. The duo hurried towards the liveliest tavern in the city, only to encounter the three Dothraki once more upon entering. As they crossed the threshold, the young boy cast a sharp glance in their direction, and in that fleeting moment, his profile strikingly resembled a face that lingered in the white spirit's memory, King Zargo Ko. The Seahorse King. Chapter 84. The ambitions of Dylan Hegel. Though this modest tavern was small, it was teeming with patrons of all sorts. Slavers clad in colorful silks arrogantly commanded their slaves, who bore collars around their necks. Destitute wandering warriors polished their chipped swords. Beggars, scantily clad, entered on their knees only to leave empty-handed. In the corners, figures donned in white masks and enveloped in tight wrappings added to the peculiar atmosphere. It was as if the essence of Essos had been distilled into this single establishment. The Dothraki, brimming with audacity, dominated the scene, and the atmosphere within the tavern grew tense. The once boisterous patrons now cowered, speaking in hushed tones, too fearful to cast their eyes upon the crab-like Dothraki. The trio halted at a table by the window, causing the surrounding customers to hastily flee. The Dothraki guards, pointing at the fleeing patrons, erupted into laughter, their expressions a mixture of disdain, while one of them slapped the boy's shoulder with force, uttering words that elicited a faint smile from the boy's otherwise solemn visage. This familiar face and a certain name spun endlessly in the white spirit's mind, igniting her curiosity about their conversation. She signaled to Dylan, urging him to move closer. "What do you intend to do?" Dylan replied, somewhat resigned, as he had planned to sit at a distance like everyone else. While others avoided the Dothraki, she insisted on approaching them. "There might be some entertainment if those wild men become inebriated," she reasoned. "Are you planning to eavesdrop?" "That boy looks familiar," Dylan remarked incredulously. "How could one be so brazen as to eavesdrop and yet command me?" The White Spirit, at times, exhibited a curiosity that belied her capabilities. Moreover, she relied on him far too much, an ignorant woman, utterly oblivious to the peril that awaited her. Dylan's lips curled into a faint smile, sharing in her desire for amusement. Noticing that a circle had cleared around the Dothraki, he cradled the White Spirit and, amidst the admiring gazes of others, settled beside them. The Dothraki cast a cursory glance at him, dismissing the sight of a slight man clutching a dog, and were only concerned with thumping the table and calling for the owner to bring wine and meat. Soon, the table was laden with food, and the two individuals began to feast heartily. Bai Ling noticed that the two guards had consumed considerable amounts of drink, while the youth abstained, instead pouring libations for them. The Dothraki language proved to be exceedingly difficult to comprehend, differing subtly from what Bai Ling had heard on television. The pronunciation was indistinct and the pace rapid, leaving her reliant on Dylan. Dylan also partook of some food and poor-quality wine. Observing the little white dog attentively eavesdropping with its ears perked, he felt a mischievous impulse. He soaked a hard piece of bread in the sour and bitter wine and then offered it to Bai Ling. The dog, engrossed in its eavesdropping, instinctively opened its mouth to consume what was presented. Dylan's smirk had yet to fade when the little white dog, with a sudden puff, turned and sprayed the contents of its mouth, replete with saliva, all over his face. Dylan silently wiped his face with his clothing. Realizing his folly, in attempting to defeat his adversary, he had inadvertently harmed himself. Bai Ling, reveling in his misfortune, was suddenly pinned to the table by Dylan, who rubbed her face against the dog's belly, causing wine and crumbs to cling to its fur. Sensing Bai Ling's impending explosion, Dylan feigned seriousness, whispering, "All right, enough of that. I can't hear anything." Once the Dothraki had satisfied their appetites and boisterously exited the tavern, the atmosphere inside began to buzz once more. Only the proprietor wore a troubled expression as he calculated his losses. Someone peered in and called out the proprietor's nickname, Old Dog Willie, questioning what kind of people they were that even he dared not provoke, though the latter half of the inquiry remained unspoken. Willie, while clearing the table, remarked meaningfully, "They are the blood-sworn guards of the great King Igormar. Even the elders do not dare to cross them." The inquisitor seemed to understand who the powerful figures behind Willie were and promptly fell silent, refraining from further inquiry. On Dylan's table, a substantial portion of the bread, hard as stone, remained, along with a murky liquid more acidic than vinegar. Lacking the appetite to continue, Dylan placed several silver coins on the table, preparing to settle the bill and depart. He appeared anxious, as though he had overheard something of great significance. "Excuse me, sir, do you still want this?" came a weak voice. Bai Ling looked down to see a nearly naked child sprawled on the floor, making it impossible to discern their gender. The child's limbs appeared oddly bent, and they bore the unmistakable signs of severe malnutrition, with a disproportionately large head atop a frail body. The proprietor seemed to notice the child, yet pretended otherwise, feigning engagement with his tasks. Bai Ling intended to speak, but was nearly startled by Dylan's expression. His face was taut, eyes narrowed dangerously, exuding an unsettling aura. She had never witnessed such a near-hateful demeanor from him before. "Dylan?" He abruptly changed his expression, tossing out, "Consider it a gift," as he hurriedly exited the tavern. "We need to follow those blood-sworn guards," Dylan said, his movements agitated as he lowered his voice. "They mentioned a clue regarding the hidden palace of the elixir of life." Bai Ling blinked, questioning whether this icy and fiery world had undergone some peculiar transformation, entirely divergent from the narrative she had previously observed. How did this elixir of immortality, which sounds particularly reminiscent of the tales of Caribbean pirates, come into existence? Oh wait, Captain Jack seemed to refer to it as the Fountain of Youth. So what, precisely, is this elixir of immortality, and why is it linked to the Dothraki? Bai Ling was filled with questions, but this was not the right moment to inquire, so she decided to postpone her curiosity. With Dylan's remarkable skills, stealthily tracking someone was merely a trifling matter. They had been trailing the Dothraki, and soon they witnessed them escorting a young boy into an opulent noble courtyard. Surrounding the courtyard, aside from the Dothraki, there were numerous unidentified black-clad guards, including the white-masked figures they had seen earlier, creating a formidable barrier of vigilance. Dylan silently noted the location and departed the town with Bai Ling. Another night spent under the stars ensued, with Bai Ling brimming with questions, nearly overwhelming Dylan with her inquiries. Are you more interested in what the Dothraki were discussing, or are you curious about the elixir of immortality? Dylan mused, as he poked at the campfire while a little dog frolicked about him. I want to know both. Bai Ling exclaimed. Why do you seem to possess such omniscient knowledge? Although I might know everything, I cannot share it with you, Dylan firmly replied, absent-mindedly patting the little dog's head. Have you completely forgotten the tasks that Varys entrusted to you, including the trials? I understand that you are feeling down after your heartbreak, but we are not here for leisure. Dylan paused, his tone growing serious. You have your mission, and I have mine. The white dog averted its gaze, unable to meet his eyes. Well, I occasionally glance at maps and notes, she admitted. Dylan, transform into a human and speak to me. No way. I defreeze to death. During this time, aside from eating, sleeping, and daydreaming, when have you ever reviewed those materials? I do not comprehend why you hold such unwavering trust in someone of dubious origins. Is it merely because I can utter sweet words to soothe you? Dylan's tone was flat, but when he was serious, it indicated he might be angered. Bai Ling fell silent. In her previous life, she had stumbled upon a drama titled It's Okay to Not Be Okay, which she felt encapsulated her personality perfectly. She preferred to act like an ostrich, and unexpectedly, she found herself in this world still playing the same role. In a realm fraught with peril, why was she unable to take her own life seriously? Was she fantasizing about returning to the modern world, or was the rejection by Rhaegar too significant a blow for her to bear? Her actions during this time clearly exhibited a mindset of resignation. Dylan surprisingly did not cast her aside. Observing the little dog's dejection, he sighed. I am not trying to frighten you. Have you not realized that the longer you remain in beast form, the more your mind and intellect regress? Bai Ling felt a jolt of concern, though her face remained impassive. Are you mocking my foolishness? Fine, just consider yourself foolish, Dylan replied with a hint of disinterest. Foolish individuals are like drowning victims. No outsider can save them. Once we reach Volantis, my task will conclude. Will you ascend to greatness, or become sustenance for the altar? If only the talent to transform into an ice wolf were mine. Dylan pondered once more, gradually succumbing to fatigue. Chapter 85. Strange Omen. After a moment of silence, Dylan shifted the conversation back. The Dothraki and that youth named Drogo had been mentioned. Bai Ling had silently reverted to her human form, tightly wrapped in a blanket and tattered cloak, lost in thought. Upon hearing a certain name, she interrupted Dylan in surprise. You said Drogo? Are you certain that's the name? Dylan turned to gaze at her, affirming, yes, Drogo. They also spoke of his family, the Caras, with the leader being Balbacker. Familiar names and faces swirled in her mind, and she found it hard to believe. What a coincidence that she encountered him. Was this the law of protagonist convergence? Could it truly be Drogo, the future Horse Lord? His wild mane resembled that of a lion, yet he appeared rather unremarkable. The male deity looked quite foolish in his youth, Dylan continued. Balbacker is the brother of Igor Kaus. The two have always had a mutual disdain for one another. I cannot fathom why his son would associate with Igor's people. Bai Ling casually remarked. Didn't they say they were searching for some elixir of immortality? Dylan scoffed. The legends of the elixir and the treasure maps are as rampant as beggars in the streets, merely a means to swindle money. If any fool truly believes in them, they will only meet their demise in desolate places. Yet you still seem quite concerned, Bai Ling noted. Dylan looked up at the sky. You should rest. I will go once more. Bai Ling replied, to gather intelligence. Aren't you the one who said it was all a deception, not to be believed? I still care somewhat. The Dothraki must have gleaned something. I cannot allow you to come. You would only hinder me. Dylan resolutely refused, then callously abandoned her and ran off. Bai Ling lay before the fire, wrapping herself snugly, as a gentle breeze rustled her open notebook. As if an unseen hand were delicately turning the pages, she casually perused this invaluable tome. She had once wished to share it with Dylan, but he had declined. Dylan insisted that the map was unnecessary as it pertained to their mission. To delve into the employer's secrets could jeopardize not only their professional integrity, but potentially their lives as well. Is it really that dramatic? She thought, feeling that Dylan hardly resembled a rule-abiding individual. Master Velis's notes were densely filled, composed entirely in the obscure and complex Valyrian script. The first half contained speculations on her origins, along with numerous legends of the North. The middle section documented observations of her bodily anomalies and transformations, including the changes following her exposure to dragon blood. The final part speculated on her lineage. She was of half Targaryen blood, a fact she had gleaned while eavesdropping on a conversation between the scholar and the head eunuch. This had been confirmed by a blood sorcerer. Yet, where did her werewolf lineage originate? Was it from her father or her mother's side? Master Velis only hinted at a branch of the Targaryen family that had been scorned and exiled during the Dance of the Dragons. He personally speculated that Bai Ling's lineage likely traced back to the so-called blood of the dragon wolf, the ancestors of the Targaryens, a result of union with legendary beings. The term dragon wolf blood sounds reminiscent of a second-rate protagonist from a cliché fantasy novel. Bai Ling regarded this notebook as a tale, reading it with rapt attention. However, as she delved deeper, her expression grew increasingly grave. Some unsettling conjectures began to align with the assertions within the notes. Bai Ling's Targaryen heritage manifested more prominently in her appearance, while her mastery of her wolf blood transformation became more frequent. Yet, the scholar had alluded to certain taboos and tragedies surrounding the Targaryen bloodline. For instance, she recalled a saying from the epic, with the birth of each Targaryen, the gods cast a coin, determining whether they shall be great or mad. Dragon blood is synonymous with madness. It is volatile, yet it may also be magnificent and eternal. Since that damned dragoness blood was splashed upon her, Bai Ling's body had begun to exhibit changes, her primal instincts gradually intensifying. During her transformations, she occasionally found herself momentarily losing her reason. Who could claim this was not a manifestation of madness? The notion of dragon wolf blood sounded less like a blessing or extraordinary gift and more like a product of something sinister. In any case, Master Varys had mentioned a potential solution to her loss of control over her beastly nature, a journey to the Lost Lands, where a special ritual could refine her bloodline. However, the scholarly city provided scant information on how to proceed. She also stumbled upon a line of inconspicuous text in the notes. Master Varys urged her to safeguard the pendant given to her by Queen Layla, claiming it would hold significant importance when the time came. The pendant? Ah, yes. It was the one gifted by Queen Layla on her wedding day. She had kept it close at all times. Pulling the pendant from her chest, she scrutinized it closely, struggling to discern its purpose. Wasn't it merely an ordinary ornament? The pendant gifted by Queen Layla, a delicate metal chain adorned with petal-shaped gold. Each golden petal enveloping a bloodstone, the gem shaped like a crescent moon, resembling a droplet of water. The vibrant red shimmered, and upon closer inspection, it appeared as though blood flowed within. Could when the time comes refer to her trials, suggesting she would encounter unforeseen dangers? Meanwhile, Dylan Hegarl stealthily returned to the small town of White Day, but instead of investigating the Dothraki, he made his way directly to the abode of the Red Priestesses. These Red Priests resided in a place known as the Light, predominantly in homes donated by the common folk. There were shanties and slums, as well as opulent mansions. The Red Priests were indifferent. They resided where they could. As Dylan stepped into a dilapidated earthen dwelling, torches ignited in the darkness, and a blood-red priestess seemed to be awaiting him. Faceless one. No, you are a servant of the dragon. Step back. State your purpose. Dylan replied. I come seeking an omen. It is said that the heart of the holy flame enables its followers to glimpse all that is to come in the fire. The red priestess lifted her hood, approaching him, and gently caressed Dylan's face. For whom do you seek? Is it for yourself? Dylan allowed her to act as she pleased. He produced a small cloth pouch and handed it to the priestess, which contained several strands of platinum and white hair. The woman in the crimson robe accepted it, and, after a moment's pause, arranged some firewood and scattered a mysterious powder over it. Igniting a branch, she tossed it onto the woodpile, which erupted into a towering crimson flame. The golden hair and strands were cast into the inferno as the priestess began to chant incantations, her voice slipping into a trance like murmuring. I beheld towering snow-capped mountains blanketed in frost, a colossal white wall reaching toward the heavens, while flocks of crows soared in chaotic flight. Beyond this great wall, vast packs of wolves were in pursuit of something. No, they were hunting. Just then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The flames instantaneously transformed into a chilling blue, enveloping the priestess as if they were alive. She let out a shriek and swiftly dropped to the ground, rolling away. Fortunately, this icy blue fire seemed ethereal, extinguishing quickly, allowing the firewood to blaze back to its normal warm glow. Dylan stood at a distance, yet he felt the bone-chilling cold emanating from the pale flames. It was clear without question that this phenomenon boded ill. The priestess scrambled to her feet, appearing somewhat disheveled. The omen had been interrupted. This was perplexing. Where had this occurrence originated? The omen was not merely interrupted. It had been disrupted, an event that had never transpired before. Give me more, she insisted. I must return to my lord's temple to report. Dylan harbored doubts about the capability of the King of Light, yet he complied. The white spirit had been shedding recently, and there was an abundance. Should there be results, I shall await you all in Volantis. Additionally, here is your reward. He presented a heavy pouch, filled with fragments of rubies, each the size of a fingernail. The priestess was quite pleased. You shan't have to wait long. Chapter 86. Under currents in the Red Fortress, Prince Rhaegar sat in a daze. To outsiders, he appeared to be deep in thought, but those familiar with him knew he was merely vacantly emptying his mind. However, his gaze rested on something peculiar. Ishara Dane fidgeted, wanting to speak but hesitating. She longed to inquire about the prince's thoughts on the carefully prepared meal she had crafted for him. Yet, he remained silent at the table, fixated on a pastry the cook had called a tart. Ishara bit her lip, focusing on the exquisitely carved table leg. Feeling a twinge of regret for listening to the cook's suggestion, knowing it was his idea all along. She had merely wished to test the waters. But what did it mean that the prince was so engrossed? Surely, he must be thinking of her, that peculiar woman. A wave of dejection washed over her. What did this all amount to? The prince would never regard her with significance. However, she had heard whispers that the king had begun searching for a bride for the prince once more. Did she perhaps have a chance? Prince Ishara sighed softly and turned his head. Thank you for your diligent preparations, but it is unnecessary. Please do not go to such trouble in the future. Moreover, there is no need to wait for me to dine together. Recently, I have been rather occupied. Please feel free to proceed as you wish. The prince uttered words of gentle rejection, leaving Ishara's heart heavy with bitterness. Yet, she must present herself as a model of grace and composure. With an elegant bow, she softly replied, Yes, your highness. I shall heed your command. She then gracefully exited, leaving the space for the prince and her brother, Arthur Dane. At times, she truly envied her brother. Have I caused her distress? The prince mused, glancing at the expressionless Arthur, a hint of exasperation in his demeanor. I sincerely wish you would be more forthright in severing her affections, Arthur Dane remarked bluntly. Arthur, she is your own sister. Moreover, to be excessively callous towards a woman is rather unbecoming. Men, Arthur scoffed, and a heavy silence enveloped the atmosphere. The prince had long grown accustomed to Arthur's sudden shifts into a taciturn state. He chose to remain silent, casually eating while perusing the scroll in his hand, alongside a pile of secret reports delivered by the ravens. Outside, the incessant flutter of wings filled the air. This is beneath noble decorum. Even Rhaegar would not engage in such discourteous behavior, Arthur silently fumed. Since becoming accustomed to dining with Rhaenys, he had been thoroughly led astray, not only eating while reading but also managing state affairs and summoning ministers for admonition during meals. The thought of the individual still bearing the title of princess consort caused Arthur's brow to furrow deeper. He wondered where Rhaenys might be. Pondering the news from the free cities, Rhaegar tossed him a small scroll containing information. Arthur deftly caught it. Heretics, he murmured, his expression growing increasingly grave as he set down the note and fell into contemplation. Prince Rhaegar shook his head. I have told you before. It's merely a matter of differing thoughts and stances. Those madmen of the Great September have always relished branding those with differing views as heretics, ancient gods. The faith of the dragon, the red god, and the lord of light and flame. At this, Rhaegar paused, letting out a derisive chuckle. Arthur pressed his lips together tightly. Like many in Westeros, he was a believer in the Seven. Deep down, he felt that Rhaegar's views were often quite heretical. However, despite his disagreement with the prince's opinions, he refrained from voicing his objections. The prince, seemingly accustomed to his silence, continued, Go inform John Clinton that the warrant issued by the High Septon need not be heeded. No, merely feign compliance. Apprehend a few wanted criminals to present to them. As for the free cities, the crown has no business there. Let them send their own emissaries. I am quite curious to see if those zealots can uncover the fabled elixir of immortality. What is the elixir of immortality? Ishara Dane wondered. Her curiosity piqued as she entered, seemingly nonchalant, setting down the tray of wine she carried. Your Highness, a newly offered honeyed wine from the south. Please do indulge. The prince gazed at her, while Ishara maintained her composure, meeting his gaze. His eyes were truly beautiful, akin to amethysts, evoking a desire to cherish them. Rhaegar lowered his gaze, subtly restraining Arthur. Ishara, do not disturb us unnecessarily. Please leave. Yashala's smile froze upon her face as she helplessly turned to her brother. Arthur Dane, suppressing his fury, hissed, Did you not hear the prince's command? Leave. In a flurry, Yashala fled. Arthur knelt on one knee, bowing his head in apology to the prince. It is my failure in guiding her. I implore your forgiveness, your highness. Prince Rhaegar leaned against the wide, soft chair, crafted by artisans at the behest of Rhaenys. What was it called? A lazy sofa? She always possessed a bit of cleverness. You are aware of the fate that befalls those who eavesdrop on confidential matters. If I recall correctly, it was you who enforced such measures? Arthur's heart grew heavier. I beg your pardon, your highness. I assure you there shall be no next time. Enough. It was my error to allow a lady to harbor such foolish hopes. Let her attend to the queen. Thank you, your highness. Queen Layla had long embraced a self-imposed seclusion, engaging in little beyond daily prayers and reading, resembling a reclusive monk. Perhaps Yashala could bring a semblance of clarity to her mind by following the queen. In a panic, Yashala dashed out of the small hall and into a secluded corner of the garden. Arthur's imposing presence had terrified her. How could her brother exude such a murderous aura? After all, she was his blood sister. Noticing that the surroundings seemed deserted, Yashala slipped into a meticulously trimmed path of shrubs. At the end of the path stood a stooped figure, seemingly awaiting her. Grandma Lola. The visage bore deep crevices, resembling the weathered bark of an ancient tree, with gray-white hair peeking out from beneath a tattered cloak. Clutching a broken broom, upon seeing Yashala, she raised her gnarled hand, yearning to caress her face. Oh, my child. You appear as though you have just been chased by a rabid dog. A flicker of disdain crossed Yashala's eyes as she recoiled from the withered hand. Grandma Lola, you once promised to teach me how to win the prince's heart. Oh, of course I will, dear, beautiful girl. Who could resist you? Yashala felt as though she were losing her mind, placing her hopes in such an ugly, peculiar old woman. Yet, she had witnessed the old woman wielding seemingly magical abilities, enchanting someone passing through the palace. She also knew that the king concealed many odd sorcerers and magicians within the palace. Perhaps there truly was a way. Then, my child, have you brought me what I seek? Yashala shook her head. I could not find it. There is nothing of the sort near the prince. The old woman feigned sorrow, shaking her head and wiping away tears. What shall I do? At my age, I seek neither wealth nor anything else. I merely wish to recover the lost treasures of my unfortunate family. Just one glimpse, and I could die in peace. Seeing her wipe away tears, Yashala felt a twinge of compassion. Yet, she was not foolish. Who knew the true origins of this old woman? Even if she found the item, she was certain it would never be handed over. She cautiously suggested, if it is a precious heirloom, perhaps it has been offered to Her Majesty the Queen? The old woman gently touched her hand and asked, My child, would you be willing to help me find it? Do not worry. I shall provide compensation in advance. Ayashara suppressed her nausea and did not pull away. Then tell me how I might obtain the prince. She had already abandoned the hope of winning the prince's love. But what if she could bear the prince's offspring? Would she not then become a true princess? The old woman cackled. Oh, that is quite simple, my dear, exceedingly simple. Chapter 87. The Lamb of Fate Learning Brings Tranquility, and Bai Ling dozed off after perusing only a few pages of her notes. If it were not for the tantalizing aroma of barbecued delicacies wafting through the air, she might have continued her slumber. Dylan had returned at some point, tending to the fire and mechanically turning the roasted chicken in his hands. Beside the fire lay some fruits, and remarkably, a jug of rich, fragrant fruit wine. The exquisite silver jug and cup were unmistakably not of common purchase. Dylan glanced at Bai Ling and remarked, Your nose is quite keen. You awaken at the scent of food. Bai Ling shrugged and rose. What can I say? You are the mainstay, and I am but a mere appendage. She often spoke in peculiarities, yet Dylan grasped her meaning well enough, a smile curving at the corners of his lips. Hurry up, we have lingered here too long. All right then. It appeared he had procured quite a bounty that night, including 3 horses. They swiftly organized their belongings and continued southward. Dylan, swaying atop his horse, unfolded a map to examine. This map was rudimentary. Aside from marking a few major cities, it lacked detailed topography, rivers, and roads. Perhaps maps of this era were uniformly crude, rendering experienced guides exceedingly rare. Uncertain whether to proceed overland or take to the waterways, Dylan turned to inquire of Bai Ling, only to discover she had fallen asleep atop her horse. How could anyone sleep in such a position? Hadn't she just awakened? Dylan casually tossed a fruit rind at her to rouse her from slumber. There are 2 routes. The direct path through the desert is considerably shorter, yet perilous. Alternatively, we could take to the sea, securing a boat for a clandestine crossing from the port city. While that too carries risks, it is far more manageable. If we can acquire a vessel and sufficient supplies, we could sail directly to our destination. Bai Ling rubbed her head, taking a moment to gather her thoughts. She recalled that the maritime route would indeed be more straightforward, allowing passage along the coastline of the Summer Sea directly to the lost Valyria. However, traversing the coastline by sea would likely bring them face to face with the Stone Men. Is the desert easy to navigate? How long until we reach Valyria? If all goes well, perhaps 3 to 4 months, Dylan replied with a yawn, stretching lazily. And if things do not go smoothly? Bai Ling's gaze drifted to the exposed section of his torso. It must be said, Dylan's physique was quite perfect, his muscles not overly bulky, yet distinctly defined. with the faint outline of a V shape. Dylan yawned once more and asked, "What are you staring at?" Perhaps the sunlight was too bright, for Bai Ling replied dreamily, "Your waist, like that of a male dog." He suddenly dismounted the horse, and she felt the saddle dip sharply, as a warm body pressed closely against her back, enveloping her in an embrace. Bai Ling instantly awakened, emitting a startled gasp. "What are you doing, crowding me like this? Aren't there 3 horses?" The heat of the day intensified as Dylan's breath radiated warmth. His long hair was tied back, cascading down his chest. Up close, he possessed captivating, alluring peach blossom eyes and deep-set sockets. His gaze glimmered with a hint of golden amber in the sunlight, pure yet imbued with a strong sense of invincibility. Their proximity was overwhelming, and she could almost feel the tautness of his muscles against her back. A slight turn of her head would bring her lips dangerously close to his enchanting mouth. Bai Ling hesitated. "What?" Dylan smirked, deliberately lowering his voice. "Are you suddenly finding me far more charming than Riga?" His voice was deeper than Riga's, resonating with a rich magnetism in her ear. However, the closeness of his breath made her ears flush. Without hesitation, Bai Ling pushed him away. "Please, maintain some distance while speaking. And why must we share a horse?" Dylan noticed the blush creeping along her neck and behind her ears, finding her naivete both amusing and endearing. Hadn't she been with a prince? Surely not. Considering their prolonged acquaintance, he harbored doubts, yet maintained an unaffected demeanor. "Your riding skills are rather poor. Allow me to help you go faster. We can alternate between the 3 horses for a more efficient journey." With that, he flicked his wrist, and the horse gradually quickened its pace, the 2 laden horses following nimbly behind. Bai Ling felt as if her back were on fire, her mind clouded, and her head spinning. Was it the heat? She drifted back into a slumber, her head lolling against Dylan's neck. Dylan Hegger gradually lost his smile, his expression turning solemn. From this angle, he could faintly glimpse through her thin garment the exquisite blood-red pendant she wore. Strangely, no matter how the horse jostled, the pendant clung steadfastly to her chest, precisely over her heart. He reached in to tug at the pendant, exerting a bit of effort to dislodge it. Tiny black needles within the gemstone retracted as he examined the bloodstone before placing it back against Bai Ling's heart. Dylan gently caressed the girl's long hair, which, after a prolonged journey, resembled tangled weeds, far from beautiful. Stray strands mingled with sweat, sticking to her delicate neck, accentuating her innocent sleeping visage. An innocent lamb. Dylan sighed softly, and as if resolved to a decision, he called out and galloped across the desert. Above, a massive black falcon circled, seemingly guiding him onward. When Valeria was still thriving, it zealously extended its branches throughout Essos. The first daughter was situated at the empire's border, in the outpost city of Volantis by the vast Lorne River. There, the Dragon Kings erected the famed Black Wall, towering at 200 feet, forged from dragon glass. Seamless and imposing, the width of the grand thoroughfare nearly accommodates 6 chariots, each drawn by 4 horses, racing side by side. The Valantians would host chariot races atop the expansive black walls to commemorate the city's inception. However, as time marched on, this magnificent city, founded by the Dragon King, began to decline alongside the once glorious Valyria. Only a handful of ancient Valyrian descendants and their servants were permitted to reside within the Black Walls. For the first century, the descendants of the Dragon King and the city were protected by infantry legions of Valyrian origin. Yet, an increasing influx of soldiers, wanderers, and merchants brought with them the seeds of crime and chaos. Taverns and brothels sprang up like mushrooms outside the Black Walls, while trade from the Summer Sea flourished, ushering in a tide of slaves and blood-stained gold coins. The slave trade prospered. The Volantis Long Bridge is reputed to be the longest and widest bridge in the world, lined with shops, taverns, and temples stacked 3 or 4 stories high, where one could procure nearly anything. Nevertheless, the most numerous and contemptible among them were the slaves. Every free citizen of Volantis owned 56 slaves, with the number of slaves here second only to that of the Bay of Slaves, where countless blood-stained coins flowed in secrecy. Foreigners brought chaos, blood, and war, forcing the once proud descendants of the Dragon King to retreat to the eastern shore of Volantis, where they constructed a new wall of black crystal. Yet, the grand and expansive Volantis Long Bridge remained, linking the 2 shores. The dragon heirs endeavored to restore order and return civilization to the western bank, but ultimately, it was the west that brought chaos and wickedness to the east. The entire city of Volantis succumbed to darkness. Dylan Hegger, leading his horse, leisurely traversed the famed Volantis Long Bridge. He journeyed day and night, and soon returned to Volantis, having been away for far too long, so long, in fact, that the temple could hardly wait to send someone to clear the obstacles from his path. To avoid attracting trouble due to the appearance of the white spirit, she was swathed like a parcel, lying on the horse's back. For months, she had remained in this stupor, never fully awake. Only the pendant affixed to her chest had gradually shifted in hue from crimson to a dark red, resembling long-dried bad blood. It was nearly time to use this ritualistic artifact. Chapter 88. Trial? Ceremony. Upon arriving in Volantis, the pursuing Dothraki retreated. Dylan revealed his face, slowly strolling across the long bridge. 2 years had passed since his last visit, and the place remained as lively as ever. No one cast a lingering glance at the mummified white spirit on horseback. Rather, many were intrigued by Dylan himself and his steed. In Volantis, one could acquire goods not only through purchase, but also by theft. Yet, in the chaotic and narrow alleys, the sight of severed hands and feet hanging from the walls hinted at the fate that befell those who dared to steal. An exposed-skinned black servant approached Dylan closely, a teardrop tattoo beneath his eye signifying his status as a bed slave. Adorned with several exquisite pieces of jewelry, he appeared to be a favored slave of his master. Upon catching sight of Dylan, his eyes sparkled with excitement as he hastened to catch up. With Dylan's formidable skills, he had no fear of petty thieves or ruffians. The loss of the horse and luggage was inconsequential, for the only thing that truly mattered was the well-being of the white spirit atop the steed. Tall and long-limbed, he moved swiftly, the dark-skinned slave struggling to keep pace. He attempted to tug at Dylan's garment, exclaiming, "Wait, my master wishes to negotiate." "Not for sale," Dylan replied, lifting the veil from the white spirit's face, noting her faint breaths and subtle movements, a sign that she yet lived. He tucked a stray lock of her silvery hair back in place, scarcely glancing at the slave. The bed slave scoffed, "It is not this frail woman I desire. But you. How much gold is required to purchase you?" Dylan found the absurdity amusing, although he was aware that some possessed their own methods for discerning slaves. He never anticipated that he would one day be regarded as a prized commodity. "What would a bed slave want with me?" He retorted. "Begone, I am uninterested." The dark-skinned slave, feeling the sting of humiliation, realized he could not fail his master's directive. The consequences would be dire. He gestured behind him, summoning a group of thugs brandishing weapons. "Asking your price is a courtesy. If you refuse, you may as well forfeit your life." Dylan dismissed him entirely, continuing on his path. Anger ignited within the dark-skinned man, who shouted, "Accursed foreigner, seize him." The throng along the long bridge, bustling and chaotic, began to coalesce around them, eager for free entertainment, anticipating a confrontation between the two parties. Among the crowd, whispers arose as some recognized the dark-skinned slave. "Isn't that the bed slave of Counselor Faradri? The tyrannical woman?" "Hush, you'll lose your head. What is his background?" "No one knows. But to provoke Faradri is to court death." "Provoking Faradri? He is merely a bed slave. You don't understand. Faradri values her reputation above all else." Dylan shook his head, his interest waning. "What a bore. I detest trouble. If you wish to avoid trouble, then come along quietly." The dark-skinned man's words faltered as he witnessed the strange sight before him. The man began to disrobe. Did he intend to resist? Indeed, some brutes preferred to fight in the nude, flaunting their might. However, Dylan Hegarl merely cast aside his cloak, revealing an ink-black tattoo extending from the nape of his neck down to his ribs, depicting a fearsome dragon with claws gripping a skull. With a playful grin, he proclaimed, "I want to make it difficult for you. I will grant you 10 seconds. Run now." The crowd erupted in chaos, scattering as if haunted by a specter. The once arrogant thugs froze, their expressions shifting in horror as they scrambled to escape into the throng. Although the tattoo's design was simple, measuring only half the length of an arm, it vividly portrayed a grotesque dragon, its claws clutching a skull. The dark-skinned slave collapsed, paralyzed by fear, trembling uncontrollably. Dylan paid little mind to the man destined for demise, donning his cloak once more as he continued his journey toward the eastern shore. The wide avenue ahead was remarkably unobstructed, as if meticulously cleared for the occasion. The onlookers stood timidly on either side, their gazes not daring to meet his. After such a long absence, it seemed that the infamous name of the Black Claw would fade into obscurity. Among the crowd, a ghostly figure trailed behind him, enveloped in a dark cloak. "When did you acquire such a title? How was I unaware? You should have emerged sooner. Perhaps then these troubles would have been averted." The true source of trouble lies not with these insignificant creatures, but with Faradri. Dylan, intrigued, inquired, "Who is she? What kind of trouble can she cause?" The cloaked figure fell silent, drifting to Dylan's side, casually releasing 2 surplus horses. He seized the one carrying the white spirit. Dylan, caught off guard, watched as the 2 horses galloped away, claimed by eager hands. Those were the fine Dothraki steeds I worked hard to obtain, he lamented. The cloaked figure paid him no mind, instead veering off the main path of the bridge, descending along the winding, narrow steps. After an indeterminate period, they arrived at a small wooden dock nestled beneath the bridge, facing the encroaching darkness. A modest boat awaited there. Are we not taking the main entrance? No. Dylan lifted the white spirit onto the boat, and the cloaked figure began to row into the boundless abyss of darkness. You have been away on this mission for far too long. While Dylan examined the blood pendant, he replied, there were unforeseen complications. The cloaked figure did not inquire further, but gazed down at the unconscious white spirit, posing a peculiar question. Is the fruit ripe? Dylan furrowed his brow slightly. Soon. But she carries mixed blood. The result may not be ideal. What of the dragon's seed? Could you not capture it? Dylan scoffed. What nonsense are you speaking? That is a crown prince, not a mere village boy playing in the mud. The cloaked figure appeared perplexed. That should not be the case. There should be someone in King's Landing to assist you. He then added, never mind. Report directly to the high priest. Upon mentioning the high priest, both fell into a contemplative silence. The river beneath the bridge, once spacious enough to accommodate 78 wagons side by side, gradually narrowed as the small boat advanced. Black stone walls began to emerge on either side, constructed of the same dark crystal as the walls of Volantis. At intervals, grotesque black dragon statues adorned the wall, each in a unique pose, yet uniformly clutching a human skull beneath their claws. After a lengthy journey, they finally beheld the colossal stone door that loomed before them. This gray limestone gate towered several meters high, intricately carved with a massive human visage, with the entrance situated within the gaping mouth. Crossing the threshold evoked a sensation akin to being swallowed whole. Heavy stone rings hung from the door, requiring considerable effort to strike. The cloaked figure and Dylan steadied themselves, grasping the stone ring firmly and striking it down with a resounding thud. A heavy, muffled sound resonated, reverberating even within the waterway, lingering far and wide. Dylan felt a slight itch in his ears and instinctively scratched. Then, he noticed something. Upon lowering his gaze, he found Bai Ling staring at him with her emerald eyes wide open. Dylan cursed under his breath. In this oppressive darkness, illuminated only by the oil lamp on the small boat and the flickering torches, the sudden sight of those beast-like eyes nearly terrified him. He stuttered, "Why, you're awake?" Bai Ling did not respond, continuing to gaze at him blankly. Dylan sensed something was amiss, crouching down to meet her gaze. He waved his hand before her eyes. Bai Ling appeared dazed, as if she had lost her senses. Dylan turned his head, perplexed. Has she been rendered senseless by the sacrificial artifact? The figure in the black robe pressed her face gently, scrutinizing her eyes. That can't be. Sacred relics only purify mixed blood. This situation is troubling. We must quickly seek the high priest. She must retain her clarity of mind, or it will affect the conversion ritual's outcome. Bai Ling blinked once, maintaining her wooden demeanor. Conversion ritual? Isn't that merely a trial? What exactly is this place? Chapter 89. The Cult of Dragon Worship in Volantis. Passing through the immense stone door, they entered a deeper, darker waterway. Torches hung from the walls on either side, casting minimal light that only distorted the shapes of the colossal, weathered statues. The small boat glided silently along the corridor, soon arriving at a narrow passage guarded by 2 dragon statues and an obsidian door. Dylan sighed. Every time I use the back entrance, it vexes me. The path is interminably long. The figure in the black robe replied solemnly, for safety's sake. We cannot allow those red-cloaked harlots to know we have discovered a new dragonborn. Dylan remarked, it seems your relationship with them has soured. Enough chatter, let us proceed. We cannot keep the high priest waiting. Bai Ling's eyelids fluttered, her pupils slightly shifting. Dylan noticed this, placing his hand on her head, a slight smirk gracing his lips. This place evidently belonged to some organization, seemingly at odds with the King of Light. The deeper they went, the more intricate the terrain became. The structures here were predominantly crafted from dragon crystal bricks and raw stone, angular and stark, reaching heights of 4 to 5 meters, creating an eerie expanse. Numerous reliefs adorned the walls, depicting dragons of various hues and enslaved humans. After traversing a corridor adorned with murals on both sides, a colossal seated statue came into view. The statue was imposing, with its hands resting on a long sword, gazing into the distance. 1 foot of the statue alone matched the height of the obsidian door, illustrating its immense size, rivaled perhaps only by the giant of Bravos wielding a sword. The figure in black entered first, emerging after a while to say, "You may enter." Dylan's expression grew serious as he hoisted Bai Ling onto his shoulder and stepped inside. The figure in black remained outside. The walls and ceiling of the grand hall were adorned with murals, On either side of the hall stood enormous dragon-carved pillars, embraced by several figures. At the end of the grand chamber loomed a peculiar relief of a dragon with a human head, if one were to disregard the upper half of the beautiful woman. The lower half resembled a fierce dragon beast entirely. "Oh, you have returned." A shadowy figure slowly turned, shrouded in a black robe. Its face concealed by an ancient metallic mask. The voice was melodious, yet it carried an unsettling chill. Dylan gazed intently at the dragon-headed sculpture. Every prolonged look at this bizarre creation left him with a painful ache in his eyes. He knelt before the figure. "Father High Priest." The High Priest's attention lingered on Bai Ling as he descended the steps, extending a withered, pale hand to grasp her cheek. Too cold. Bai Ling nearly succumbed to the urge to open her eyes. The touch felt reminiscent of a cold-blooded creature, instilling a sense of foreboding. The High Priest lifted his mask, using 2 fingers to pry open Bai Ling's eyelids. Upon seeing his true visage, she could not suppress her exclamation, "Riga?" Instantly, she froze, her attempt at feigning unconsciousness failing miserably. Dylan erupted into laughter. "Fool. He has long perceived your awakening, yet you believed your ruse was convincing. Dylan, leave." The High Priest commanded coldly. "Yes," Dylan replied, turning and departing, a fleeting worry flickering in his eyes. Bai Ling forcefully wrenched herself free from the High Priest's grasp, demanding, "Who are you? Why do you resemble Riga so closely?" The dark-haired man before her bore an uncanny resemblance to Riga, save for the pale face marred by crimson fissures. His features and physique seemed as though they had been cast from the same mold, like a weathered, hardened version of Riga. The High Priest harshly released her face and slowly returned to the sculpture. "Riga, you refer to the current dragon prince of House Targaryen. Your comprehension is flawed, bastard." The High Priest's words dripped with disdain. "Is it so strange that the Targaryens, like me, are the progeny of my foolish and cowardly lineage?" His sudden vitriol conveyed profound implications. Dragon Prince? Targaryen descendants? What did this mean? The High Priest continued, "Even your maternal lineage is a branch of my bloodline." Bai Ling's heart raced, her throat constricting with trepidation. "I do not understand. Valyria was destroyed long ago, was it not? Who are you?" The High Priest, uninterested in further discourse, merely pointed towards the murals adorning the hall. An overwhelming curiosity surged within Bai Ling, compelling her to tentatively step forward. While the High Priest remained rigid as a statue, she broke into a run to examine the beginnings of the murals. The reliefs were abundant in detail, yet the lines and composition remained strikingly clear, narrating various legends and tales of Valyria and dragons. According to the lore she was familiar with, Valyria had met its demise over 400 years ago due to a cataclysm and flood, resulting in the death of all dragons and dragon lords amidst the molten rivers and torrents. In an instant, the great empire of civilization was obliterated. Only the ancestors of House Targaryen escaped to Dragonstone, guided by a prophecy. Following this, the legendary tales of King Aegon and Rhaenys, and Visenya conquering the Seven Kingdoms to claim the Iron Throne unfolded. The narrative only vaguely alludes to the fact that a millennium ago, the ancestors of the Valyrians were merely a group of shepherds. It provides no detailed account of how they conquered and harnessed the formidable creatures known as dragons. However, the murals here depict another hidden epic of Valyria. The earliest forebears of the Valyrians were shepherds, leading their flocks in search of pastures. Subsequently, they encountered the fearsome dragons atop the 14 flames, which could blot out the sun. At this juncture, their status was negligible, and their kin were far inferior to the once mighty Giscari. In their attempts to control the dragons, numerous attempts were made, resulting in countless casualties. The murals vividly illustrate the plight of the Valyrians, many of whom became mere prey for the dragons, while the few who remained were enslaved and sold. Life was indeed fraught with peril. The Valyrians devised numerous schemes to tame these colossal beasts, even resorting to the horrific idea of offering live sacrifices to the dragons, who naturally devoured the unfortunate souls. Eventually, a clever individual devised a plan. He emulated animal taming, daringly pilfering a clutch of dragon eggs from a nest, and entrusted them to his kin for incubation. He also had craftsmen create horns that mimicked the dragon's roar, intending to use them to tame the hatchlings. This method yielded some success, but as the young dragons grew, they ultimately eluded control, consuming his family. The grief of losing his loved ones drove him to desperation, leading him down a dark path. From this point onward, the content of the murals became increasingly grotesque, shocking Bai Ling beyond imagination and inducing waves of nausea. This individual, unable to persuade the chieftain, took matters into his own hands, eliminating him to assume leadership. They then altered their practices of dragon worship, embarking on various human experiments. For instance, They forced innocent young maidens to approach the hatchlings and engage in unspeakable acts. After countless attempts, they finally succeeded in birthing a hybrid of human and dragon, an offspring adorned with scales and wings. The mere act of controlling dragons no longer sufficed. He further crushed these hybrids for their raw materials and sought to slay weaker dragons to extract their flesh and blood. Through a mixture of blood magic and sacrificial rites, he harbored fantasies of transforming humans into dragons. The number of failures was innumerable. Ultimately, he achieved success with a female kin, transforming her into a robust and beautiful red dragon, which subsequently mated with the wild dragons. Gradually, the Valyrians began to gain mastery over these majestic beasts. Chapter 90. Dragon Sons, Dragonkin? Experimental products? The fusion of human and dragon. It is utterly unfathomable. This dark and grotesque history shattered Bai Ling's previous understanding of the world of ice and fire, leaving her somewhat relieved at the downfall of the Valyrians. Do you find it hard to accept? The voice of the high priest suddenly echoed beside her, nearly sending Bai Ling's spirit soaring away in fright. Gazing intently into the high priest's dual orbs, reminiscent of cold-blooded creatures' slit pupils, one could discern a pronounced inhumanity. The high priest, contemplating the mural, spoke to himself. Valyria boasts a millennia-long history, and such malevolence has long ceased to exist. After all, the dragon transformation ritual has stabilized, and the wild dragons have been tamed. Until the calamity struck. He paused, exhaling deeply. We, the descendants of Valyria, not only bask in the glory of our ancestors, but also bear the solemn responsibility of revitalizing our lineage. Yet, there are those who, devoid of honor, selfishly flee to the wild lands of the West to reign as kings among monkeys. Bai Ling perceived the pointed implication, connecting the reference to traitors. Who else could it be but the Targaryens? However, she remained silent, attentively listening to the high priest recount the hidden history. His gaze fell upon her countenance, and he coldly inquired, "Do you not wish to know why we have brought you here?" Bai Ling candidly replied, "I have my suspicions. The dragon transformation ritual, the dragon's offspring, the Valyrian bloodline. Was she merely to be a test subject? Perhaps she was regarded as a mere substitute for Rhaegar, inconsequential?" The high priest suddenly smiled, his visage, borrowed from Rhaegar, transforming with a warmth akin to the thawing of glaciers, causing life to blossom anew. Bai Ling found herself reluctantly diverting her gaze, not wishing to behold his face. Such a handsome rogue, inciting a blend of frustration and resignation. The high priest spoke with an almost lyrical tone. There is no need for fear. To reclaim the great dragon, purging the impure blood through the dragon transformation ritual, what a magnificent honor that is. Bai Ling pondered. If the ritual were indeed stable, why had dragons not reappeared for centuries? Was this the trial Master Varys had spoken of? To serve as a vessel for dragon material? Did they truly believe her life was as expendable as a cockroach? She queried, "Am I truly necessary? Are there no other descendants available?" The high priest shook his head. "The noble-blooded dragon offspring includes Rhaegar. Fear not. You may soon encounter him." This implied that even they harbored doubts about the ritual's success rate. Bai Ling endeavored to defend her dignity. "Then, may I refuse?" The high priest sighed deeply. The dragons have vanished, and their progeny face a similar fate. His icy hand caressed Bai Ling's face, his dual orbs revolving, locking onto her gaze. "Are you willing to sacrifice everything for the revival of Valyria?" In her heart, Bai Ling screamed vehemently, "I do not wish to." Yet suddenly, her consciousness began to fade, and her mouth felt foreign. She murmured, "I am willing." The high priest smiled once more, his expression imbued with an odd blend of compassion and sorrow. "Good child." As the world spun around her, Bai Ling succumbed to unconsciousness. The high priest regarded her sprawled form with a frigid scrutiny, appraising her worth as if she were a mere commodity. He then slightly turned, his gaze returning to the statue of the human dragon deity, lingering in contemplation. From the silent corner of the hall, two cloaked figures glided forward, carrying Bai Ling away. "Are you certain she is the one?" Dylan's voice abruptly echoed in the darkness. "Even if there exists a more suitable dragonborn, are you unable to wait any longer?" "My child," the high priest responded in a lyrical tone, "thousands of years ago, we Valyrians were the sovereigns of the world. We commanded the earth with our noble steeds and navigated the seas with our ships. The great dragons allowed us to dominate the skies, while time and all living beings prostrated beneath the firmament. The lofty heights of the heavens rendered the boundary between us and mortals stark and cruel. Once you have grown accustomed to soaring through the skies, can you endure crawling on the ground like a wretched insect? I have waited long enough." Dylan, weary of wasting words on him, turned to leave. This man remained ensnared in the specters of his past glory, utterly unable to accept the truth that dragons had vanished. And the Dragonborn had long since fallen from grace. Suddenly, the high priest shifted the conversation, speaking of which, this child bears some resemblance to your sister. Dylan halted in his tracks. Although he faced away from the high priest, he swiftly concealed the flicker of anguish that crossed his face. He closed his eyes, suppressing his anger. One was healthy, innocent, and foolish, while the other barely clung to life, existing in a state worse than that of a beast. In what way are they alike? He deliberately emphasized the word beast. The high priest discerned his mockery, but remained unfazed. His face, identical to Rhaegar's, tilted downwards as his voice remained calm and gentle. Rest assured, if this transformation ritual succeeds, she may very well regain her health and perhaps even successfully complete the transformation. Dylan had already walked a considerable distance when the whispered words finally reached his ears. Let us hope. Dylan, the high priest called out. Do not use the blood of lesser magical creatures on me, Dia. It is utterly futile. Lesser magical creatures, indeed. In this man's eyes, it seemed that nothing in this world was not inferior. In the shadows where light could not penetrate, something shapeless writhed and contorted in the darkness. The high priest quietly commanded, keep a close watch on him. The shadow instantly vanished into the gloom. Chapter 91. The undercurrents of Volantis. Dylan traversed the cold, dark halls of the palace, a place that had perpetually existed in such a state, where each soul lived in obscurity, neither human nor beast. However, there were scarcely any who could truly be called human here. Dylan remained indifferent to the high priest's words. In the act of utilizing his own progeny for the transformation ritual, he had already succumbed to madness, akin to that ancient fool who lost everything and staked all on a desperate gamble. If he ultimately could not save Medea, he would ensure she no longer suffered so painfully. As he ventured deeper into the palace, the atmosphere transformed. It no longer resembled a temple. The opulent architecture, once meticulously crafted, had nearly vanished, replaced by crude, unrefined caverns filled with black stone. Beyond a vast, seamless wall of obsidian that reached towards the heavens, one could see rows of heavy, unadorned blocks of obsidian forming robust, rudimentary chambers. These blocks were simply piled to create sturdy and austere stone rooms. The cloaked figures, shrouded in mystery, have gradually increased in number, drifting like specters through the stone chambers, both within and without. Eerie, beast-like roars resonate from within, echoing with a cacophony of anguish and madness, interspersed with the unsettling sounds of human gasps and even laughter. Dylan calmly acknowledges the soldiers stationed at the high walls with a nod, and they respond with a respectful bow. I shall see Medea, he states. These soldiers, clad in menacing black armor that conceals all but their emotionless eyes, wield spears crafted from an enigmatic material that seems to vanish into the shadows. A diminutive figure in black hurriedly approaches, kneeling to present an unfamiliar mask. Dylan dons the mask and follows him deeper into the abyss. The guards behind them murmur in hushed tones, and Dylan can easily surmise their thoughts. Humans, such foolish and tiresome creatures. They proceed towards the largest row of stone chambers, where the anguished cries are even more appalling than those outside. The small figure trembles uncontrollably, yet Dylan remains unaffected, as if he hears nothing. Give me the key. You may leave now, he commands. The black-robed servant, as if granted a reprieve, reverently hands over a heavy set of iron keys before hastily retreating. As he pushes open the immense stone door, a cacophony of roars abruptly halts. A wave of putrid odor assaults Dylan, evoking a visceral discomfort. Yet he merely furrows his brow. A heavy breath draws nearer, and Dylan peers into the dim light of the torch, finally catching sight of a pair of golden-brown slit eyes. Medea, I have come to see you. This place, referred to as the Abyssal Graveyard by the Cult of the Dragon, houses a significant number of clandestinely captured sorcerers, alchemists, and those who dabble in the arcane arts. The guards are the elite of the elite, a secret force of the cult. Rumor has it that descendants of the legendary dragon riders reside within these walls. The guards, being human, find themselves trapped in this sunless abyss, with little to occupy their time but idle gossip. It's been nearly a year. I thought he had perished out there, a black-armored knight remarks quietly. Indeed, he returns only to see his sister. How touching. Enough of that. Such beings are no longer human. I heard they captured a traitor from Westeros, someone of considerable stature. Ah, the Targaryen who fled. By the dragon god, they should all be burned. Do not speak nonsense. True dragon heirs cannot perish by fire. Yet many Targaryens have met their end in wildfire. Huh, a pack of cowards. Abandoning the glory of their ancestors, they deserve the dragon god's disdain. The captain clears his throat loudly, and the guards immediately fall silent, standing at attention. After a brief interval, Dylan emerges slowly, offering a smile to the guards. The atmosphere here is rather oppressive. Next time, I shall bring you a taste of the wine from Westeros, which promises to be quite exhilarating. The guards remained silent, yet their demeanor betrayed a flicker of interest. Dylan chose not to elaborate, hastily leaving behind his shadow clad in black. I am heading into the city. There's no need for you to follow. Valanda's sanguinary ruler, Faradly, was in particularly foul spirits today. She reclined, nearly bare, upon a throne that, while aesthetically unpleasing, was undeniably valuable. This throne was heaped with gold, alabaster, and a myriad of gemstones in shades of yellow, green, and red, resembling an eccentric mountain of riches. What is the matter? Kneel properly. Do you dare to move? Faradly's smooth, elongated leg forcefully pressed down on the footrest, her exquisite golden foot adornments cruelly slicing into the skin of the seated servant, drawing forth beads of fresh, warm blood. What are you sneaking up for? Step back. A sharp, resonant crack of the whip echoed through the chamber, even striking her most favored male companion. The whip, adorned with gold and jewels, had a particularly vicious tip. The servant gasped in pain, a crimson line appearing on his face, yet he dared not cry out. Instead, muffling his tears as he quietly uttered, "My lady, you have a guest." Faradly languidly toyed with her long, crimson locks. "Whoever it may be, let them wait until sunset." The male companion glanced outside. The sun was still high in the sky. It was barely noon. The whip cracked again, landing sharply on the floor beside her. "What are you still standing there for? Go and tend to your face. If you become ugly, I shall cast you to the dogs." "Yes, my lady." Faradly of Valandis bore a multitude of nicknames, such as the Red Spider and the Bloody Lady. Her beauty was equally renowned as her cruelty and cunning. A descendant of the native people of Valandis, she possessed the ferocity and survival wisdom of the desert tribes. Her most notable achievement was her meteoric rise from the depths of servitude to a position of power within a mere few decades, employing a series of crude yet effective methods. Once she infiltrated the upper echelons of Valandis society, she ruthlessly eliminated the Valyrian noble whom she had utilized, thus becoming a thorn in the side of those dragon-blooded self-proclaimed lords of Valandis. Yet, she shrewdly aligned herself with a formidable external force, the Church of Light. The Church of Light and the Faith of the Dragon were in a perpetual state of enmity. For nearly a century, although the Faith of the Dragon had lost its dragons, it still possessed unimaginable secret power. This rendered the followers of the Light King hesitant to strike, wary of potential repercussions. Nonetheless, both factions continuously maneuvered in the shadows, using Valandis as a chessboard to vie for interests, followers, and territory. Faradly's wealth was unparalleled, and she possessed several dragon eggs. She thrived within this precarious balance, and today, her influence in Valandis was formidable, even instilling a sense of caution in the faith of the dragon. She prioritized carnal pleasures and indulgence, showing little regard for tradition and honor, and actively sought to attract outsiders from various lands and diverse hues. She even took pleasure in collecting those barbaric men who could only ride as her consorts. Valantes was thus manipulated by these two factions, represented by the unruly new power of Faradry and the Church of Light, along with the mysterious and traditional old Valyrian descendants led by the Faith of the Dragon. Dylan was acutely aware of Faradry's temperament. He ordered his servants to bring forth a golden chaise lounge and set up several large fans to shield him from the sun. Luxuriating, he reclined and sipped exquisite wine and fruit juice throughout the afternoon, akin to an aristocrat on holiday basking in the sun. It was only in the evening that Faradry, having taken a nap, encountered Dylan. Without hesitation, she struck out with a whip, her force palpable. Dylan effortlessly grasped the whip's end, unfazed by the blood flowing from the cut on his palm. "I come to propose a transaction," he stated. Faradry discarded the whip onto the floor, leaning back with a slight squint and a smile. The room was devoid of others. Had there been, they would have been astounded that the bloodthirsty queen, Faradry, could exhibit such goodwill towards someone. "Just you? A mongrel? If you wish to avoid becoming my bed slave, then be gone. The sight of a Faith of the Dragon mongrel pains my eyes." Dylan lowered his gaze. "What if I could eradicate the Faith of the Dragon entirely? You know, killing that man would render dealing with those monsters trivial." "How amusing," Faradry chuckled, stroking the whip. "Your father truly raised a wild and untamed mongrel." The two exchanged glances for a long moment before Faradry opened her hands in resignation, saying, "Very well, I was merely jesting. Now tell me, what is your plan?" Chapter 92. The Undercurrents of Valantes 2. It was not until deep into the night that Dylan departed from Faradry's residence, making his way to a secluded tavern within the city. He signaled discreetly to the proprietor, subtly revealing a token. A moment later, he was led to the tavern's underground cellar. The cellar contained several massive empty barrels, seemingly for storing wine, large enough to accommodate a few people. They climbed into one of the upright barrels, where a servant rhythmically tapped on the barrel's wall. The bottom of the barrel was then removed, revealing a staircase that descended into darkness. Dylan descended the stairs, entering a dim storage room. There, several figures cloaked in darkness awaited, starkly contrasted by a few warriors clearly of Dothraki heritage, as if in standoff. Upon Dylan's arrival, both sides seemed to relax, simultaneously expressing their inquiries. Dylan smiled. "Do not fret, my friends. The plan has already succeeded halfway." The high priest remained standing in the temple, seemingly disinterested in anything other than gazing at the statue before him. Shadows began to writhe slowly, a smoky silhouette appearing behind him. He listened intently, absorbing the words. "So, he first visited Medea, then sought out that lowly woman, and finally went to a place you cannot access?" The high priest chuckled softly, finding it amusing that even with only half the blood of a dragon, this little creature possessed some intellect. Had he encountered the Red Priestess? The high priest pondered, recognizing that such lowly shadow summons held a profound fear of the Lightbringer's clergy, often dispersing upon mere encounter. It appeared that this matter was becoming increasingly intriguing. Dylan was unprepared for the rapid arrival of the priestess from the Cult of Light, who, however, did not mention the omen concerning the white ghost, but instead spoke of him. Her utterances were cryptic, entirely devoid of normal discourse, resembling prophetic murmurs. The Red Priestess before him was strikingly flamboyant, a stark contrast to the rigid and conservative clergy of Westeros. Each of these Red Priestesses donned form-fitting scarlet robes, their movements inadvertently revealing black iron necklaces adorned with rubies the size of ox eyes at their thighs. Their sermons appeared casual, transcending identity and race, embodying a doctrine capable of encompassing all beneath the light. This inclusivity was one reason the Cult of Light had swiftly risen to prominence, challenging the Valyrian and Baelor faiths within a mere century. Another reason, it was said, lay in their mastery of the secrets to eternal life. Dylan cautiously evaded the priestess's attempt to grasp his hand, inquiring, "What business does the esteemed Red Priestess have with me?" The Red Priestess lifted her hood, her gaze lingering on Dylan's face as if she were peering through the fabric of time itself. Suddenly, she thrust her hand into the air, as if extinguishing something intangible. Before she began to speak, Dylan Hegarl, Dragon Lord of the Baelor faith, the mixed-blood son of the current High Priest, a double agent of the Mystic Order, a fugitive high scholar from the Citadel, and a forsaken disciple of the faceless god. Enough. Dylan was inwardly alarmed, but maintained a facade of calm. He narrowed his eyes dangerously and reached for his dagger, stating, "Speak plainly, or I shall not be courteous." The Red Priestess interrupted him, "Upon you, I see the fateful marks of my lord, the Lightbringer. You shall be an indispensable part of the prophecy of ice and fire." Dylan merely cast her a sidelong glance and attempted to walk past her. "The Forsaker of Destiny, you shall seek me again," the Red Priestess called after him. Reflecting on the priestess's earlier actions, Dylan suspected the High Priest had already discerned his movements. It seemed the plan would need to be adjusted. In King's Landing, the moon loomed unnaturally large tonight, its pallid light casting eerie shadows on the ground, reminiscent of a maideness veil or an old crone-esque shroud. The Red Keep felt lifeless under the night sky, while a raven, seemingly from nowhere, perched atop the highest point of the sanctum, emitting a chilling, sharp cry. The castle, once night fell, would invariably produce strange sounds from places unseen by human eyes. The inhabitants had long grown accustomed to such oddities. However, Arthur Dane, stationed outside the prince's chamber, seemed to detect an unusual disturbance, an eerie, prolonged groan reminiscent of an elderly man, both painful and haunting. Yet the sound abruptly vanished, as if swept away by the wind. Arthur turned his gaze toward the source of the noise, wondering who might be causing mischief. A figure in a golden robe hastily approached, kneeling on one knee. "My lord, 2 soldiers patrolling the front hall have gone missing." That night, Arthur was accompanied by Jon Derry, a seasoned knight of the Imperial Guard. He nodded at Arthur and followed the guards to investigate the situation. Outside the prince's chamber stood 2 squads of guards, and with Arthur's skill, even a single guardian would suffice to protect the prince. A faint sound of footsteps echoed around the corner, causing Arthur to instinctively grip the hilt of his sword. Who could it be at this hour? "Lord Arthur." A figure emerged slowly from the shadows, revealing a slender silhouette and the shimmering violet eyes beneath a veil. It was none other than Ashera Dane, the substitute for the crown princess. She wore a delicate gray-blue gown, draped only with a thick cashmere shawl. Without attendants or handmaidens, she stood alone. The timing of her appearance and her attire both seemed peculiar and inappropriate. Apart from Arthur, the guards bowed to the crown princess. Arthur met Ashara's gaze, his hand never leaving the hilt of his sword, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Is the princess inside? Ashara fixed her gaze on the closed door, softly inquiring. She was well aware of the prince's habits. Typically, Rhaegar would not have retired for the night at this hour. However, Arthur Dayne would surely prevent her entry. Her brother stood like a sentinel before the prince's door, his demeanor respectful yet rigid. Your Highness, the prince is already resting. Ashara tightened her shawl around her, staring blankly at the door. Despite having been the crown princess for so long, she had never been able to draw close to the prince, let alone enter his chamber. Yet tomorrow, she would be sent to Queen Lila, gradually distancing herself from the prince. She could not bear to wait any longer. Lowering her head and biting her lip, she suddenly raised her voice. Your Highness, may I have an audience with you? Impudent. Arthur's expression darkened. His sister was becoming increasingly reckless. The heavy wooden door creaked open, warm candlelight spilling forth. The prince's gentle voice rang in Ashara's ears like celestial music. Arthur, let her in. Arthur Dayne, fully aware of his sister's intentions, raised his voice. Your Highness, the prince chuckled lightly. It's all right, let her enter. Ashara, unable to meet her brother's gaze, lowered her head and silently stepped inside. The door slowly closed, shutting out the outside world. The prince's chamber was warm, filled with a soothing fragrance that mirrored the essence of the prince himself. Yet, what should she do next? Ashara froze. Though she had mustered the courage to enter, facing Rhaegar made her falter, instinctively yearning to retreat. What she intended to do would surely anger the prince and infuriate the king. Would it lead to her demise? However, if she refrained from action, she would inevitably distance herself from the prince, forever losing the opportunity to win his affection. Chapter 93. Desperate courtship. Before the fireplace stood an unusual wooden frame, approximately half a person's height, adorned with a large canvas. To the right of the prince, several petal-shaped vessels contained an array of vibrant oil paints. It was evident that Rhaegar was engaged in painting. After allowing Ashara to enter, he continued with his unfinished artwork. Seemingly oblivious to the presence of another person in the room, absorbed in his own world as he applied strokes to the canvas. After a considerable time, Ashara remained motionless in the center of the room, lost in her thoughts. Rhaegar paused, casually discarding his brush, and poured a glass of wine, offering it to her. Take a sip, relax. Standing for too long, he said, throwing himself onto a plush sofa adorned with cushions, bouncing lightly upon it. Ashara nearly gasped, only to realize that this sofa, along with the cushions, resembled the soft and comfortable furniture found in Rhaenys' bedroom. It was said to be crafted with a new technique, remarkably resilient. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that not only this inviting sofa, but also several peculiar items throughout the prince's room bore the hallmark of Rhaenys' craftsmanship. The prince was surrounded by traces of her presence. Gripping the glass tightly, Ashara gulped it down in one swift motion, nearly choking. Rhaegar sighed, take it slow. Is there something you wish to convey to me? Gazing into his stunning violet eyes, an inexplicable urge surged within her. She longed to embrace this beautiful, gentle, and noble man, yearning to be enveloped in his arms. Yet, she dared not. Instead, she knelt before the sofa, grasping the prince's hand in a desperate plea. Your Highness, I wish to remain by your side. I beseech you, do not send me to the queen. The prince, resolute, slowly withdrew his hand. He returned to the easel, casually picking up a soft silk cloth to wipe the remnants of paint from his fingers. Facing away from the kneeling girl, he finally spoke softly after a long pause. Come, observe this painting. I seek your opinion. A wave of sorrow and despair washed over Ashara. She approached the prince from behind, intending to plead further, but he interrupted her with a gentle command. First, look closely and tell me what you see. Reluctantly, she turned her attention to the painting leaning against the easel. The artwork was modest in size, approximately the width of her outstretched arms. The background was dominated by vast expanses of deep black, resembling an entire bucket of black ink splashed across the canvas. Yet, upon closer inspection, she discerned small flecks of green and silver glimmering in the inky darkness, reminiscent of the eyes of some unseen creature, or perhaps the faintest stars dotting a pitch-black sky. The perspective was peculiar. Was it one of elevation or descent? In the lower left corner, a small area was illuminated, revealing a cluster of deep red flames, completely encased within a massive wall of ice, appearing as though they would extinguish at any moment. The icy surface reflected the flickering flame, casting indistinct, shapeless shadows. The fire and ice occupied only a minute portion of the painting, while the remainder was engulfed in suffocating darkness. The composition of this painting is exceedingly simplistic yet perplexing. Ashera had never encountered such an incomprehensible artwork. The frozen flames, what do they signify? Can you decipher it? Asked Rieger. I'm afraid not, Your Highness, came her reply. No matter, I find it rather inscrutable myself. Suddenly, the prince extended his hand and tore at the canvas, crumpling the entire painting into a ball and casually tossing it into the hearth. The paper succumbed to the licking flames, gradually disintegrating into ash. Through the shifting fire and soot, Ashera faintly discerned some distorted images. As she leaned closer to the flames, the prince's inquiry interrupted her reverie. The flames returned to their normal state, as if the previous visions had merely been figments of her imagination. Why do you not wish to visit the queen? He inquired. I love you. I only desire to remain by your side. Rieger burst into an abrupt laugh, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. He rested his forehead on his hand, his shoulders shaking with mirth, causing half of the wine in his cup to spill. Ashera felt a surge of confusion, embarrassment mingling with discomfort, a sharp pain piercing her heart. Was her declaration of love truly so laughable? What was the prince laughing at? Her expression was laden with sorrow, infused with a plea and a hint of hope as she gazed at Prince Rieger. He sprawled across the sofa, his long legs dangling over the edge. His eyes concealed as he laughed uncontrollably. His platinum hair appeared somewhat disheveled, clad only in a V-neck nightgown that revealed a glimpse of his pale skin. The crimson wine stained his lips, rendering them somewhat glistening. At times, Ashera couldn't help but envy Rhaenys, even wishing fervently that she would never return to King's Landing. Seizing a moment when the prince was distracted, she swiftly brushed her lips with her pinky finger. Then, like a moth drawn to a flame, she leaped towards Rieger, arms outstretched. Laughter ceased abruptly as Rieger found himself nearly pinned beneath her. Their lips brushed before he forcefully pushed her away, as if jolted by an electric shock. Rieger wiped his lips with the back of his hand, his gaze fierce and accusatory. In that instant, all semblance of gentleness evaporated from him, replaced by an aura of intense hostility. Ashera, seated on the ground, wore a calm smile. Her eyes and expression at that moment mirrored those of the woman he treated like a pet. I say I love you. You ought not mock this affection. The prince continued to rub his lips vehemently, soon tempering his anger and regaining his composure. Then, unexpectedly, he laughed. Ashera's heart fluttered with unease. Had she misread that terrifying expression he had just worn? Rieger lowered his gaze. Since you do not wish to visit the queen, I shall have Arthur escort you from the palace tomorrow. Return home. Ashera froze. Please, Your Highness, do not send me away. I implore you. Rieger clapped his hands, and a towering guard entered silently, seizing the struggling, shouting girl and dragging her away. Ashera, in despair, was pulled further and further away, her brother remaining silent outside the door, as if he did not recognize her, refusing to look her way, until she was returned to her chamber. The door slammed shut with a heavy lock. She suddenly realized that she was about to be expelled from the Red Keep. Had she been banished? Kneeling before the statue of the Virgin Mary in her room, Ashera fervently prayed for the potion to take effect, beseeching that the prince would gradually be drawn to her and ultimately fall in love with her. Holy Virgin, Maiden, grant me your blessing. At that moment, the Dawnblade Arthur Dayne silently knelt before Prince Rieger, his sword, a symbol of his identity and glory, lying horizontally on the ground. He bowed his head, confronting the prince's icy wrath. Rieger's lips were nearly chafed, oozing crimson blood, yet he methodically wiped his lips with silk. Arthur, what should be done with those who offend the crown? The Dawnblade suddenly opened his eyes. Death. Chapter 94. Chaos erupts. Bai Ling was immersed in a dream. Her moments of consciousness were fleeting. Even amid her unconsciousness, her body felt unbearably ill, like suffering from a severe cold, fluctuating between chills and fever. Two powers waging a fierce tug-of-war within her. She lay on the cold, black stone floor, her eyes darting rapidly. In her dream, she seemed to soar high in the sky, laboriously flapping her heavy wings. Fly, ascend higher, or you will fall, that thought echoed in her mind. The world before her was filled with familiar sights. Towering steel skyscrapers, the bustling realm of humanity, a lively throng akin to ants. She remembered the enormous electronic screen in the square, where she once watched the LPL matches with her friends. Gray, massive wings inadvertently swept past a high-rise, and she was horrified to discover that the building silently crumbled into dust, vanishing from existence. How terrifying! Yet, this power was utterly captivating. Like a child discovering a new toy, she spiraled and weaved between the skyscrapers, joyfully roaring like distant thunder as each building effortlessly disappeared beneath her might. Her throat tingled. She opened her jaws wide and involuntarily unleashed a torrent of fiery breath downwards. The icy flames spread silently, engulfing the familiar yet strange city in a sea of fire. The sensation of the flames brought her comfort, and she descended, bathing her entire being in the rising blaze and smoke. There was not a soul in the city. She soared freely, reveling in the destruction. Suddenly, her eyes were stung. In a certain direction, something was watching her. Following her gaze, she spotted a familiar apartment building, where a burning figure stood on the balcony. Gray flames flickered silently around it. Its hair had been incinerated, its eyes reduced to dark voids. Skin and flesh peeled away like melted cream. Yet, she remained voiceless and expressionless, fixated on the figure before her. It was Bai Ling, the Bai Ling of humanity. The Bai Ling of her past life. She gazed into its eyes, her mouth, charred and bloodied, split open in a grin as she uttered, "Poor creature." It was filled with rage, yet remained oblivious to the source of its fury. Is this burning figure truly me? And what is this entity that soars above? It yearned to comprehend its essence instantly. Yet, its body grew increasingly heavy, and her wings began to lose their strength. The once comforting gray flames now inflicted harm upon her. The flames, as if alive, coiled around her, igniting her flesh that should have been impervious. She looked at it, still smiling. Stop smiling, stop smiling. How can you still laugh at me when you are so consumed? She thought, a mix of anger and sorrow enveloping her. The dragon succumbed to the flames it had unleashed, gradually reducing to ashes. Was she always like this? Dylan furrowed his brow, observing the writhing Renace. Even in her unconscious state, she appeared troubled, her brow perpetually knit as she murmured incoherently. At times, she curled into herself as if grappling with intense pain. It was evident that her skin bore numerous fine, fissured cuts, as though carved by a blade, with blood continuously oozing forth. It seemed as if something within her was on the verge of bursting forth. The silent maid gently nodded, meticulously dabbing the blood seeping from Renais's wounds with a clean white cloth. Yet, there were far too many injuries. The cloth became saturated with crimson. How peculiar. Could it be due to the loss of her wolf blood? Dylan pondered while stroking his chin. Logically, the artifact, that pendant, though it had drained half of her wolf blood, had infused her with the sacred elixir of the dragon cult, which contained a trace of purified dragon blood. Such a phenomenon should not occur. That was the most treasured relic of the dragon cult, the true dragon blood possessed by the ancient Valyria royal family. Contemplating this, Dylan could not suppress a smirk. However, if blood was not the issue, then it must lie within Renais's constitution. The secret resided within the wolf's domain. He was not well versed in the transformation ritual of the dragon cult. All core secrets rested in the hands of the high priest. All that belonged to Renace, including the notes of Scholar Velis, were in Dylan's possession. Yet, despite perusing them multiple times, he found no clue that could elucidate this predicament. The power of the wolf spirit was indeed enigmatic. With a sigh, Dylan set the notes aside. If White Spirit were present, she would surely be astonished at how proficient Dylan Heger was in the ancient language of Valyria, seamlessly navigating the vast knowledge of the scholarly city. Yet, regarding Renais's paternal lineage, the wolf spirit bloodline, no one possessed any knowledge. Even the oldest academic town recorded only fragments of legendary tales. Secrets are always captivating. Were circumstances not so dire, he would genuinely wish to embark on a quest with Renace to seek out the ancient wolf spirit of northern legends. Perhaps he could consult that man? The high priest was not in the temple today, gazing upon the idol, but was personally overseeing the preparations for the transformation ritual. In response to Dylan's inquiries, he merely stated with indifference, "The blood of the true dragon is taking effect, transforming her frail constitution. This is an integral part of the trial. Those of inferior bloodlines, how could they possibly withstand such a transformation? If she fails, the dragon's blood will turn against her, leading her to a painful demise." Dylan fell silent, harboring doubts that that naive and foolish creature could endure the backlash of the ancient dragon's true blood. Reminiscing about the magnificent silver-white giant wolf, he couldn't help but feel a sense of loss. "Dylan, have you noticed the increasing number of restless outsiders in the city lately? You must address this issue. Should I include both the inner and outer city? The entirety of Volantis?" The high priest's tone grew solemn. Those sinners sheltered by the light goddess sect must be offered as sacrifices to the dragon god. Dylan's expression gradually turned grave. "I fear this will escalate into a grand-scale war. I permit you to mobilize the forces of the Black Graveyard, including the Dragon Riders, fire sorcerers, and those abominable failures. Aren't those repugnant failures all your creations?" Dylan exclaimed in astonishment. "Are we serious about this? We won't wait for the transformation ritual to conclude?" This will require a thorough cleansing of all Volantis, even including the colluding Philadri. Cleansing all obstacles is indeed an essential step of the ritual, the High Priest remarked meaningfully. Of course, I trust you will devise a flawless battle plan. Yes, I certainly will. Although unaware of the High Priest's reasons for initiating war at this juncture, chaos and turmoil were among his greatest delights, effectively concealing his subsequent maneuvers. Let me personally consign you all to oblivion. Chapter 95. The commencement of the transformation ritual. The chaos and carnage of Volantis erupted almost overnight, without any forewarning. Philadri, still ensconced in slumber, was jolted awake by a cacophony of roars and screams, only to behold an endless expanse of flames and crimson clouds that completely obscured the skies above Volantis. The already tumultuous city was plunged into a veritable feast of slaughter. As the black-clad and armored cultists of the dragon worship surged forth from the depths, mercilessly slaying any they encountered. Furthermore, they unleashed a multitude of terrifying and grotesque creatures, half-human, half-dragon monstrosities, reminiscent of giant lizards yet distinctly different, the likes of which had never been witnessed by humankind. These beasts were not only frenzied but possessed a chilling strength. Their claws were razor-sharp, capable of piercing through heavy armor with ease, and some even spewed forth searing flames that incinerated flesh and blood in an instant. The military forces and slave owners within the city were caught utterly off guard by this assault. The outer city fell almost instantaneously, leaving them no choice but to barricade themselves within the inner city, where they knelt before Philadri, their faces smeared with dirt and despair. They had not been without resistance. But faced with the terrifying power lurking within the dragon worship, they recoiled. Philadri, frantically wielding her whip, lashed out at her general slave while cursing. Who the hell can tell me what is happening? Does the dragon worship seek to annihilate the world? That is not a force of this earthly realm. It is evil, madness, horror. A certain slave owner was paralyzed with fear, his hair disheveled as he frantically clawed at his scalp, one arm mysteriously absent. His body was drenched in blood, both his own and that of others, rendering him nearly a figure of crimson. What of the other consul's armies? What of that repugnant, corpulent figure? They faltered from the very beginning. The first consul had already fled Volantis. Useless, a mere glutton of pleasure and indulgence. And those priests of the Scarlet King of Light? The Sanctum of Light stood firmly locked, showing no signs of participation in the fray. Philadri gradually regained his composure, a cruel glint igniting in his eyes. Sound the horn. Mobilize my Legion of Purity. The general gasped in alarm. My lord Philadri, the Legion of Purity requires the signatures of 2 or more consuls to authorize the deployment. His words were abruptly silenced by a vicious lash. Philadri coldly retorted, that coward has fled. I am Volantis' sole consul. Sound the horn. Do not make me repeat myself. Meanwhile, deep within the Black Grave, the transformation ritual of the cult of the dragon was underway. Far beneath the surface, the searing altar and pitiful offerings were in place. Dragon scales, bones, and blood, dragonkin, dragon flutes, and the magma from the 14 fire peaks, all coalescing in the pool of blood fire. High Priest, all is prepared. Are the offerings ready? The High Priest, clad in deep black vestments embroidered with gold thread, rose slowly from before the statue of the dragon-headed man. The black-robed priests replied, We have captured 6 individuals. It is more than sufficient. Excellent. Then let us commence. This place resembled a natural cavern. Yet the stone walls were an eerie shade of dark red, seeping with a viscous brown liquid, as if the walls themselves were bleeding. A vast pool of blood fire lay before them, where the brown liquid cascading down the rock walls mingled with the crimson magma surging from the depths, converging at a circular, man-made obsidian basin. Occasional bursts of flame and acrid odors, along with the distorted air, indicated an exceedingly high temperature. Above the circular pool, a hovering altar and corridor of obsidian were constructed, yet none dared to tread upon them save for the High Priest. For stepping into this realm would result in instant vaporization amidst the searing heat of the bloodfire pool. 6 offerings dangled like livestock awaiting slaughter above the pool of bloodfire. Though suspended at a considerable height, they were already on the brink of death from the searing vapors. The High Priest solemnly cradled the white spirit and stepped slowly into this sacred domain of the cult of the dragon. Below, the black-robed priests began their low, resonant incantations of ancient sacrificial verses. The dragon beasts confined deep within the black grave, as well as those roaming freely above, seemed to sense something amiss, abruptly ceasing their movements and collectively howling toward the heavens. Dylan, blood-soaked and silent, discreetly severed another throat, pausing to murmur, Has it begun? Then I, too, must hasten, Rennies. Do not let me down. The garments and ornaments adorning the high priest and the white spirit had been reduced to ashes by the overwhelming heat. However, the high priest remained unfazed by the terrifying temperature as he slowly descended the obsidian steps, gently submerging the ethereal white spirit cradled in his arms into the pool of blood fire. The pool gradually began to boil, occasionally erupting with colossal fire bubbles. The entire space became suffused with a dark crimson hue, speckled with fiery ashes. The offerings suspended high above realized their impending doom and frantically pleaded for mercy, their cries echoing in despair. These individuals had once been the illustrious nobility of Valyria, with ancestral ties to dragons, basking in a glorious history. Yet now, they hung here like swine awaiting slaughter. Meanwhile, the chanting priests in the distance began to burn silently, seemingly impervious to the agony of their flesh, standing motionless as they continued their incantations, only occasionally breaking the silence with a scream as they succumbed to the flames. On the ground, the battle neared its conclusion, with the disorderly Volantis plagued by looters who reveled in chaos and destruction. Dylan had a clear objective. Part of the dragon cult's army encircled the castle of Faladri, while another faction, led by Dylan himself, commenced their assault on the gates of the Temple of Light. It struck him as peculiar that, since the onset of war, the inhabitants of the temple seemed to have vanished. Not a single red robe was in sight. Had they all fled? Dylan stroked his chin, deep in contemplation as a recent prophecy uttered by a red-robed figure resurfaced in his mind. You are the chosen one, destined to be engulfed in the river of fate. Such theatrics, Dylan scoffed. My lord, one of the dragon cult's commanders called out to him, perplexed. What of the interior? Dylan gestured towards the Temple of Light. My lord, we have not encountered a single heretic. The entire sanctuary is devoid of life. Dylan's expression grew grave. Could they have foreseen something, or had information leaked from within the dragon cult? As he pondered this, the ground abruptly trembled, not as if from an earthquake, but with a peculiar rhythm. A soldier clad in black armor, resembling a frightened hound, scrambled towards him, shouting in terror, "The unblemished are coming." Chapter 96. Transformation into a dragon. Faladri leaped onto the city walls, gazing outward from the flag platform. The nails embedded in the stone and the veins on her hands revealed her inner turmoil. Even from such a distance, she could sense the faint tremors emanating from the ground. The approaching enemy forces were undeniably substantial. A dark gray tide appeared on the horizon, surging towards Volantis like ominous storm clouds. This foreboding color was unmistakably the mark of the unblemished. Volantis also employed mercenaries composed of the unblemished, yet their numbers scarcely reached 1,000. The horde now advancing was vast, blotting out the sun as if a locust swarm were imminent, undoubtedly summoned by the greedy, repugnant parasites from the city of slaves. Only they could muster such a multitude of the unblemished. Shifting her gaze, she noticed movement beyond the sea of grass, shrouded in thick clouds of dust, rolling ominously nearer. Faladri turned sharply, her voice cutting through the air as she commanded her attendant, who hurriedly scrambled to present a single-tube telescope. She seized it with urgency, and this time, clarity pierced her vision, drawing a sharp gasp from her lips. In this realm, two archetypes epitomized the utmost evil and terror. One was the inherently flawed, soulless innocent, while the other was the brutally savage Dothraki, swift in action and as relentless as vermin. It was said that wherever the Dothraki tread, even insects would be consumed entirely. A chill coursed through Faradri's veins. Once a jewel, Volantis now lay in flames, beset by remnants of dark-clad, armored monstrosities and a variety of marauders, reduced to a desolate ruin. Outside the city, the continent's most ferocious adversaries had gathered. She could not discern where the miscalculation had occurred, but today might very well mark the end for Volantis. Where was that cursed bastard? Had he deceived her? Beneath the caverns, in the sacred place, the high priest stood quietly above the bloodfire pool, his form imposing. His deep, violet-black eyes reflected the hellish scene before him. The seething flames and the unbearable stench of sulfur bore no effect on him. The offerings and priests had already been consumed by the flames, and the failed sacrifices had become mere bones at the bottom of the pool. Just as the last of the offerings was about to be cast into the pool by the high priest, Dylan finally arrived. Stop, Sundar. The high priest slowly turned his head, gazing toward the entrance of the dragon cult's sanctum. Did your battle conclude more swiftly than I anticipated? Or did you flee in the face of danger? The grotesquely twisted offering trembled in the high priest's grasp, akin to a small creature encountering its predator. It was the pitiful girl, Medea, partially transformed, her body adorned with terrifying scales. A flicker of humanity seemed to remain as she looked toward her brother, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. You promised me that Medea would not be used as a sacrifice, Dylan said, his expression darkening. He was battered and bloodied, soaked in both his own and his enemy's lifeblood. A grievous wound ran from his knee to the lower leg, a gash deep enough to expose bone. No, no, no. The high priest replied softly. This is mercy. I wish for her to become part of the true dragon and attain rebirth. He remained unhurried, effortlessly lifting the nearly 3-meter-tall Medea with one hand. Beneath her, the bloodfire pool belched dark red flames. Though half-dragon hybrids possessed some fire resistance, Medea was already akin to a duck roasting in an oven, her dragon scales and skin gradually melting away. In such an extreme environment, the high priest still exuded an otherworldly beauty, his form smooth as that of a deity, even taking pleasure in observing Dylan's plight. Dylan spoke gravely. You incited the benevolent lords of the north. Otherwise, it is unfathomable how an army of innocents could appear in Volantis. He had never truly harbored the hope of slaying this monstrous high priest. Originally, Dylan intended to unite the forces of Governor Faradley with the elite Dothraki warriors led by Balb's son, and with internal support, to obliterate the great temple of the faith of the Seven in Volantis, by eliminating the largest bastion of this faith and demolishing the ominous burial grounds. The high priest's power would be significantly diminished, rendering him incapable of exerting control over him. Once this malevolent place vanished, he could whisk Medea away to a distant sanctuary. He devoted his life to finding a cure for her, or to retreating with her to a secluded haven to enjoy their remaining days together. Little did he know that the slave masters from the north, like vultures sensing carrion, were rallying the army of the Unsullied to descend upon the south. He had been overly complacent. The hastily devised plan now felt like a losing battle. His only hope rested upon the remnants left to him by the red-robed figures. The high priest tilted his head. Your feeble and inept ally is of no use. How do you intend to thwart me, my son? Perhaps you would rather serve as Faradley's bed slave than work for me? If she survives this time. The high priest appeared somewhat regretful. Child, not everyone possesses my capacity for leniency towards their foes. Is your notion of mercy to confine them with ravenous half-dragons? How benevolent. Dylan, with one eye on the turmoil in the pool, gripped his blood-slick weapon tightly. He was no match for the high priest, who seemed to toy with him. Like a cat plays with a mouse. I have lost. Please spare Medea. After all, she is your daughter. The high priest chuckled softly, casually discarding the massive half-dragon Medea, as if she were refuse. The pitiful creature fell at Dylan's feet, gasping for breath and emitting faint, desperate growls. The high priest stood atop the floating altar, surrounded by fierce, blazing crimson flames. He was entirely unclothed, his pale hair swirling as if animated by an unseen force. If you manage to escape Volantis amidst the chaos, perhaps I might hold expectations for you. Alas, your excess has rendered you foolish and weak. Come now, you are the final key to the dragon transformation ritual. Leap into the abyss, and I shall spare this beast. Dylan lowered his head, his body growing cold from blood loss. Though he had long been aware of the high priest's cruelty and cold-heartedness, the way he treated his own flesh and blood sent chills through him. Perhaps all along, his purpose had been to treat him as a near-successful experiment. To the high priest, the half-dragon Medea was merely a failed specimen, a revolting mix of bloodlines. Yet, even if Medea could escape, where could she go without him? Dylan seemed to resign himself to his fate. He discarded his sword and gently caressed Medea's grotesque head, finding her fierce, tear-streaked eyes to be strikingly beautiful. Medea let out another faint growl, and Dylan smiled softly. Do not worry, Medea. Taking advantage of Medea's massive form to shield him, he swiftly retrieved something from his pocket and drank it down in one gulp. Thanks to the pervasive, swirling smoke and embers that filled the cavern, the high priest remained oblivious to his subtle movements. Dragging his injured leg, he stepped into the bloodfire pool, and the moment he made contact with the water, his body ignited in a brilliant crimson flame. The high priest raised his hands high, his demeanor frenzied. This is an unparalleled moment of glory. I shall witness the resurgence of the ancient Valyria's radiance in the world. An invisible force bound Dylan, casting him directly into the bloodfire pool. Just as he was about to meet his demise, Dylan actually smiled. A bottle sparkling with fragmented light slipped from his grasp, swiftly sinking into the fiery depths alongside him. What was that? A fleeting sense of unease crossed the high priest's mind. Chapter 97. The resurrection of the dragon. As the bloodfire pool engulfed Dylan, it suddenly erupted in a tumultuous boil, magma and flames surging violently, nearly scorching the ceiling of the vast cavern. If the earlier flames had been a mere simmer, now it resembled oil in a pan, splattering and crackling as if it had been doused with water. Even the high priest began to find the rising temperature and latent power unbearable, reluctantly retreating to the entrance of the cavern. As he passed by Medea, the high priest reached out to seize her. In an instant, the half-dragon beast Medea let out a horrific roar, flapping her tattered wings and soaring into the air, plunging directly into the bloodfire pool, sinking alongside her brother. The high priest remained undisturbed, fixated on the bloodfire pool, which seemed to be imbued with life. Everything, the decades of preparation and waiting, was culminating at this very moment. Or perhaps, it was merely the beginning. The battle on the ground raged on. Under the governance of military regulations, Faradri had only a few hundred loyal soldiers left in the city. Now, she faced not only the frenzied assault of the dragon worshippers, but also the opportunistic mobs looting amidst the chaos, all while relying on these few to defend the expansive obsidian walls. At the city gates stood tens of thousands of the innocents, fearlessly charging against the defenses in waves. Even the towering gates, several yards high, groaned under the weight of their relentless assault. Volantis also had innocents, but they were not anyone's private army. The commanding general recognized only the orders jointly signed by the governor. Even as the city crumbled, they would merely observe. When the enemy's siege ladder reached the obsidian walls, Faradri's fury finally erupted. "I shall not perish nor be enslaved. Follow me to the walls." The blood of the desert tribes surged within her, and she boldly raised her weapon, leading the charge against the invaders. Influenced by her resolve, even the typically arrogant soldiers and aimless refugees found courage to fight. After all, the benevolent masters of the north were far from virtuous. They would turn all the conquered into slaves and reduce the plundered city to ruins. Men, such creatures, are truly unreliable. Faradri's expression was impassive, her heart cursing the missing Dylan and Hegel. The fierce battle had long drained her of the energy to hurl insults. She wielded a whip in one hand, while the other grasped the curved blade reminiscent of the desert. With the remaining soldiers, she resolutely defended the expansive obsidian walls. "Hold the line. Those wretched creatures cannot breach the walls of Volantis. If we can endure until sunset, victory shall be ours." Though one of the ruling officials had managed to escape, the noble families within the city would not stand idly by while Volantis fell. Their current hesitation was merely a stratagem to weaken her, stripping her of any chance of succession. The only source of solace in this dire situation was that the opportunistic Dothraki seemed hesitant to confront the wrath of the benevolent lord. The primary assault was led by the Lords Unsullied and a motley array of mercenaries, with the Dothraki merely circling the periphery like hyenas eyeing a lion's feast. A fleeting thought of surrender crossed Faradeli's mind, yet she could not bring herself to yield. She had long abandoned the desire to be a joint ruler. Her ambition was to become the sole mistress of this grand ancient city, contingent upon the success of Dylan Hagarl's plan. Yet now, it appeared that death was imminent. Faradeli fiercely wiped away the blood trickling down her forehead. The people of the desert knew only death in battle. Retreat was not an option. She continued to shout, "Loose together. Keep the arrows flying. We are running low on oil and stones. Bring whatever you can from the city. Even statues can be used to crush our foes." Her hands worked tirelessly, the whip striking mercilessly at the Unsullied attempting to scale the walls. They plummeted from the 100-meter height, not even uttering a cry as they splattered into a gruesome mess. Such scenes unfolded everywhere, these inhuman beings engaged in ruthless and brutal combat, casting an endless shadow of dread upon their adversaries, both physically and psychologically. When the black ant-like Unsullied broke through the formidable gates, overwhelming Faradeli's dwindling private army, the cunning Dothraki must have forged some agreement with the Lord, brandishing their blades and screeching as they charged into the noble district. The benevolent lords, descending from the south, entered this once renowned city, carried aloft in gilded palanquins borne by hundreds of slaves. Upon witnessing the avaricious and grotesque Dothraki, they exchanged glances filled with arrogance and disdain. They regarded the so-called treasures and riches with utter contempt, their true objective solely the temple of the light god, draped in crimson robes. Just as chaos ensued and Faradeli faced imminent demise by blade, the entire Volantis suddenly trembled. Accompanied by violent quakes, the long bridge within the city abruptly collapsed. Section by section, the ancient, towering walls swayed precariously under the tremors. In a matter of moments, the hundreds of meters-long bridge linking the inner and outer city crumbled entirely, cleaving Volantis in two. Beneath the bridge, the sea began to churn, revealing a massive whirlpool, as if some colossal creature stirred violently beneath the surface. All combatants, stunned by the astonishing tremor, ceased their fighting, desperately grasping onto anything within reach. A colossal surge of seawater battered the fractured bridge, while a profound whirlpool began to form right before their eyes, revealing the sand and stones at the depths below. In that moment, the desire to fight evaporated. Everyone hastened upwards, seeking solid ground to anchor themselves. Faradley, accompanied by her remaining guards, fled to the highest beacon atop the obsidian city walls. The tremors felt even more violent at this elevation, and she fervently prayed, her heart pounding with dread, fearing that this city might be reduced to ashes in the face of such a cataclysm. Fortunately, the earth-shaking convulsions gradually subsided. Yet, beneath the ocean's surface within the city, the immense whirlpool continued to swirl, accelerating ominously. It seemed as though something was about to emerge. "Oh heavens, look!" they cried out in frantic desperation, even the purists displaying rare expressions of fear. Some of the more timid souls fell to their knees, muttering prayers. Suddenly, a beam of blood-red light pierced through the shroud of ominous clouds above, descending with astonishing speed. In mere minutes, it traversed from the heavens to vanish beneath the swirling waters of Volantis. An ear-piercing, dreadful roar erupted, reverberating from the depths of the abyss. Echoing through the heavens and the earth, the sea surged violently, a towering wave rising to heights that rivaled multi-story buildings, crashing into the entire city of Volantis. What first caught their gaze was an enormous pair of wings, nearly obscuring half the sky, their surface resembling ancient, ashen stone scorched by flames for millennia. From the towering column of water surged a creature, grotesque and unimaginable, long thought to be lost to the annals of history. What a monstrous entity it was! Its wings were powerful and solid, its body broader than the 5-meter city gates of Volantis. Its golden, vertical pupils captivated the soul. Its talons were as sharp as the fiercest harpoons, and its maw exuded a chilling yet searing white flame, an existence only found in tales. A legendary creature sung of through generations. The dragon. The dragon has emerged. Oh, the depths of hell. Chapter 98. Human desires as deep as the abyss. Incomprehensible Vala Morgulus. People of the Essos continent often utter this phrase. Yet, when death truly descends, how many can face it with composure? The wings of the Reaper loomed over Volantis, the hues of the sky and the deep sea intertwining, casting misfortune upon the city, tolling the bell of doom. The flames exhaled by the dragon were shockingly frigid, capable of freezing the very soul. The azure dragon unfurled its massive wings, swirling high above, silently spewing forth pale flames from its gaping maw. When the first blossom of flame ignited upon a person, it was not the heat of fire they felt, but the biting chill of winter upon contact with ice. Immediately, the silent flames began to devour flesh, soul, and voice, until the living being was reduced to a small cluster of snowflake-like white ashes, a testament to their past existence. Throughout this ordeal, not a single scream escaped their lips. The white flames spread silently, and as the horrific scenes unfolded before them, an overwhelming sense of dread belatedly emerged. The city's inhabitants screamed and fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape this inferno. However, the exits from the city were firmly controlled by soldiers. Even those fortunate enough to evade the flames would perish at the hands of swords and guns. In such despair, even the most honest of the impoverished could transform into a riotous mob, venting their hopelessness. The turmoil in Volantis, the triviality of human conflict, and the insignificance of their desires paled in comparison to the legendary monstrous horrors. The innocents, the Dothraki, the Volantian people, the good masters, the descendants of dragons, and even humans themselves were but a swarm of insignificant insects in the eyes of the great dragon. The massive, gray-blue reapers circled mercilessly in the sky, while the pale flames ravaged the city, impervious to water, sand, or any other substance that could extinguish them. The dragon occasionally made elegant dives, unleashing columns of fire upon the trembling populace, as if in playful delight. Buildings collapsed amidst the flames, and humanity, in its panic and confusion, resembled livestock fleeing for their lives. Yet the flames were silent and omnipresent, leaving no sanctuary from divine retribution. Nevertheless, a few, driven by greed, stumbled upon a hiding place. The good master, under the desperate protection of the innocents, hurried toward the temple of the Lightbringer. Curiously, this was the only place in the city untouched by the blue fire. At this moment, the three great masters of Astapor had lost all desire to share in the spoils of war. From their haughty entrance into the city, they had descended to a state of disheveled concealment. It was no longer a matter of plundering wealth. Their very lives hung in the balance. Before their departure, they had vowed to return with the elixir of eternal life for their gluttonous masters, which was why they had requisitioned so many innocents. Each innocent was worth gold, and the loss of even one would be a source of deep sorrow and compensation. Yet, with the dragon's appearance, nearly half of their retinue was instantly incinerated. Should they fail to bring back the elixir, they might find themselves immediately bankrupt and enslaved. Among the ruins, only the Temple of the Light remained unscathed by the flames. Consequently, an increasing number of survivors surged toward this sanctuary in hopes of refuge. However, the innocents, under the orders of the good master, barred the gates of the temple. They toppled statues and erected altars, resisting the waves of desperate pleas and assaults from the throngs of people, refusing to allow anyone entry. A wall separated the hope of life on one side from the 7 layers of hell on the other. The acrid stench of charred flesh and the heart-rending screams echoed clearly through the temple gates. Some innocents lowered their heads slightly, but their resolve to guard the entrance remained unwavering. They did not ponder why the temple could evade the flames. They only knew that since it was safe, it belonged to their master, and the innocents could not contravene their master's orders. The benevolent lord was not idle. He turned the entire sanctuary upside down, even attempting to pry open the floorboards in search of hidden compartments. There was nothing here. This was impossible. During the last baptism, we witnessed the artifact displayed right there. Surely, that group of red-clad harlots must have taken it. Do you wish to experience the methods of my torturer? No one can lie before him. That damned slave claimed she saw them leave empty-handed. Perhaps your torturer is as foolish as you are. Enough. Lord Zakdahol roared. We are utterly ruined. This expedition was a grave mistake. Unable to find the elixir of life, you should contemplate the impending consequences. I refuse to linger in this cursed place any longer. Behold that fearsome dragon in the sky. It is a monstrosity. Who among you has witnessed flames of such a hue? Even palaces seem as fragile as paper, and men are as flammable as straw. He hesitated momentarily. The ghostly grass described by the Dothraki bears this very color. This fire may very well cleanse the soul. The wicked soul illuminates the ghostly grass, and the blue flames share its hue. Could evil souls serve as its fuel? This notion instills fear and dread. This world resembles a purgatory, where all are malevolent, and none can escape the dragon's wrath. The blue flames seem to possess a life of their own, targeting only the wicked, while a rare few women and children appeared to be shielded by divine favor, miraculously spared from the blaze. He seemed to terrify himself further, his fingers nervously tracing across his forehead as he muttered to himself, "Let the innocent perish. Their loss is inconsequential. That is because your family is wealthy." The other two thought bitterly. They were not like this old, affluent family. These innocents constituted nearly all their wealth. They had come here, driven by a gambler-esque mentality, seizing an opportunity amidst the chaos of war. Zakdahol raised his chin, pondering, perhaps there is a way to confront that beast. He gestured towards the sky. Such a creature must fetch a handsome price. The timid lord gasped. He knew this fellow's insatiable appetite, and was astonished by his audacity to consider the dragon as prey. "You are utterly mad," the fearful lord bellowed. "I will not accompany you to your doom. Once the monster departs, I shall leave immediately." Zakdahol exchanged a glance with another, reassuring him, "Of course, my friend, I merely spoke in jest. We have no means to confront that creature, do we? Returning to Astapor is the only prudent course." The sanctuary of the King of Light had been nearly stripped bare. The structure itself held no valuable adornments. There was no opportunity to scrape off even a thin layer of profit, leaving everyone at a loss. Zakdahol and another retreated to a corner to whisper, "Is this truly how we return? With no gold, no treasures, no elixir of life? We shall become a laughingstock. No, that would be the least of our worries. The loss of this sum will plunge my family into dire straits." Zakdahar, "Certainly not. Gold is everything. What then? There is no elixir of immortality to be found. Must we truly confront that monster in the sky? Perhaps we could try. I have an old friend in the dragon worshippers sect. If memory serves, it was the territory of the dragon worshippers that first collapsed, right? That colossal dragon must be related to them. Wealthy slave masters with extensive connections like them surely have dealings with the dragon worshippers and are well aware of their hidden location." Zakdahar pondered, considering the strong possibility of a connection between the dragon and the sect. This ancient creature has long harbored dreams of resurrecting dragons, reviving the cursed glory of their bygone family. Yet, this dragon above seems uncontrollable, akin to a living embodiment of gold soaring through the skies. If one could capture and master the dragon, the more Zak contemplated, the more exhilarated he became, envisioning a boundless trove of gold before him. Chapter 99. The turning point. Contemplating the implications of the dragon, greed surged uncontrollably within him. Zak could hardly contain himself. Let us seek out information. Those strange beings are not so easily vanquished. The roar of the dragon above gradually subsided, and the cries of humanity fell silent, likely having been consumed by the flames. Zakdahar, along with the other noble lords, cautiously peered through the cracks of the door, resembling mice emerging in daylight. The city was devoid of human life. Save for the crumbled buildings and the scattered animals, all had fled. What lay before them was an astonishing sight, utterly devoid of blood or corpses. Everything seemed to have been purified by the flames. Were it not for the remnants of war, one might believe this to be a desolate wasteland. The dragon in the sky had vanished as well, perhaps exhausted from flight or the exertion of its fiery breath. Who could fathom how such a monster could unleash such terrifying flames? With immediate danger averted, they could do nothing but allow its departure until they possessed a definitive means to slay it. Zack lamented inwardly. Greed and fear oscillated like the scales of a balance. The dragon's immense form and its terrifying flames instilling dread. Yet, the dragon symbolizes strength and power, transcending mere wealth. This is a dragon, after all, once. The Targaryen fugitive ruled the entirety of Westeros with merely 3 dragons. If only he could possess one. Zakdahar swallowed hard. Glancing back at his companions, the dragon is gone. Will you accompany me to the dragon worshippers' sect? The once mighty lords shook their heads in unison. A bunch of useless fools. He cursed silently. As a slave trader known for his unscrupulous methods, he sometimes admired his own reckless pursuit of wealth. He parted ways with the other lords, leading the dwindling remnant of soldiers towards the location of the dragon worshippers, etched in his memory. A thunderous roar echoed from a distance, causing Zakdahar to instinctively retract his neck. He quickened his pace. The once magnificent long bridge has utterly crumbled, casting doubt on the existence of the hidden Baolong temple beneath the earth. Yet, the slaver, driven by instinct, searches through the mire and ruins for something. A gentle voice whispers in his ear, "What are you seeking?" The slaver suddenly freezes and turns towards the voice. Despite the emptiness before him, he swiftly kneels in deference. The innocents behind him follow suit, bowing as well. The river gently ripples, and a godlike figure, a man unadorned, slowly ascends the shore. Zakdar bows deeply, unable to meet the gaze of the one before him. "Are you the high priest? I am immensely relieved to see you unharmed." Shadows swirl around the high priest, soon transforming into a new ceremonial robe. He gazes in the direction the great dragon flew, choosing not to expose Zack's trepidation. Where did that dragon fly? Zack hesitates. A chill suddenly creeps up his spine, prompting him to exclaim, "To the southeast, my lord. It has headed towards the Sea of Smoke. Perhaps it seeks to return to its homeland of Valyria." The high priest contemplates this, casting a glance at the kneeling slaver, and commands without courtesy, "Slave, prepare everything needed for the ship." Anger surges within Zack, but dissipates swiftly as he notices the gleam of gold coins tossed by the man. These are the most precious. Ancient Valyrian coins. "Yes, my lord. A slave is but a slave. After all, who among the Associ is not descended from Valyrian slaves?" The high priest squints, a hint of irritation flickering within him. Were it not for the half-destroyed Baolong temple and the insufficient number of remaining followers, he would scorn these slaves, whose bones are softer than cheese. However, time is of the essence, and he cannot afford to dwell on such matters. He must not allow this chaotic dragon to escape. It is the second dragon successfully transformed by the Baolong temple in history. Oh, the glory of Valyria! This day shall be inscribed in the annals of history. The world shall witness the emergence of a new dragon. News spreads swiftly across the realm. The mortals of Essos, having witnessed the great dragon's flight, dance with excitement, with many pursuing the dragon's path. In Westeros, however, skepticism reigns, as whispers of new rumors and tricks circulate. Countless spies and adventurers turn their gaze toward the eastern continent. Organizations possessing unknown powers receive omens long before the dragon's rebirth. The dragon's return shatters a certain taboo. Unbeknownst to all, in a far-off corner of the northwest, where eternal ice and snow reign, ancient eyes long closed begin to flutter open. A company of knights and the royal guard gallop down the main avenue, escorting an exquisite royal carriage swiftly into King's Landing, adorned with the dazzling sigil of the 3-headed dragon. The populace had been preemptively dispersed from the avenue, lest they disturb the royal procession. This is the private carriage of Queen Layla, evidently returning from a place of retreat. After Queen Layla and Perrymore repeatedly confirmed the message he was to deliver to her uncle, she wearily returned to her chambers in the Red Castle. Having been away for some time, a foul, musty odor permeated the air, and the maidservants busied themselves lighting incense and tidying up. The queen first rested in the side hall. As the lamp was ignited, the maidservant was nearly startled into a gasp by the silhouette seated in the hall. subsequently dropping to her knees, her forehead pressed firmly to the ground. "Your Majesty." King Iris cast a dark glare at the maid, as if contemplating whether to execute her on the spot. Queen Layla spoke. "Leave us. I wish to converse with His Majesty." The queen took a seat opposite King Iris, her hands resting elegantly on her knees. Though no longer youthful, Queen Layla's demeanor remained graceful and captivating, her petite chin held high, her neck elongated like that of a swan. King Iris cleared his throat. "You have been away for quite a while. Was it enjoyable?" "Yes, Your Majesty. The scenery near Green Valley is quite lovely, and the food is fairly abundant." Viserys was so entertained, he did not wish to return to the palace. "Layla," King Iris interrupted, "we have grown up together. Whenever you wish to conceal something, you tend to ramble, and that has not changed." Queen Layla fell silent, for they were young spouses who understood each other all too well. King Iris stood, inhaling deeply as he moved towards the exit, with the shadowy royal guards silently trailing behind. Remembering something, he turned back and said, "Layla, no matter what you think, I love our child." Queen Layla remained seated like a statue, offering no response. The king exited the chambers, and the 8-armed eunuch approached, bowing respectfully. "Your Majesty, is it time?" King Iris replied. "Seal the queen's chambers. No one is to enter or exit. Anyone who dares to defy this order shall be executed." Meanwhile, Prince Rhaegar was in the council chamber when his cupbearer burst in, panic-stricken, whispering urgently in his ear. Rhaegar's expression changed instantly. He flung aside the scroll in his hand and rushed to the door. A sudden wave of dizziness halted him. He felt his body grow heavier, and his consciousness began to blur. What is happening? What has occurred? The last sounds he heard were the frantic cries of his attendants and the sound of Arthur Dayne drawing his sword. Chapter 100. Man and Beast. In the southeast of Essos, the ancient land of Volantis now lay in endless ruins. The waters dotted with shattered islands and fiery pits of molten lava. To the north stretched a vast expanse of salt-white wasteland, where saltbush grew, enhancing the flavor of livestock meat. Nomads occasionally grazed their herds in this area. A scantily clad child played with the sheep on the cliffs. There were no wild beasts in sight, and the shepherd laid down at the edge of the cliff, dozing off. Just as he was lost in a pleasant dream, the ground trembled slightly, and the sunlight overhead dimmed. The shepherd opened his eyes, only to be met with a pair of cold, slitted pupils, and in sheer terror. He was rendered speechless, scrambling towards the child. What manner of beast is this? It possesses a pair of formidable, menacing wings that, when unfurled, obscure the very sun. Its maw is capable of swallowing an elephant whole, and the shepherd has never before encountered such a monstrous creature. Trembling, he clutches his child, awaiting their fate, while the child, unperturbed, giggles and reaches out toward the colossal dragon. With a huff from its nostrils, the dragon turns and slowly spreads its wings, soaring southward, snatching several sheep as it departs. After an interminable time, the shepherd dares to rise from the ground, incredulous that the beast did not devour them. Just as he revels in his narrow escape, a cold arrow suddenly strikes, piercing his child in an instant. The shepherd's anguished wail pierces the air, soon joined by a barrage of arrows that pin him to the ground like a mere scarecrow. By my luck, I'm the one struck by the most arrows. A band of marauders rides up the cliff, clad in the garb of typical mercenaries from Essos, their faces brutish, adorned in coarse leather armor, wielding a hodgepodge of weapons. "Gather the sheep. If one escapes, I'll feast on you." The leader curses, extracting an arrow from the unfortunate shepherd. My lucky arrowhead must not be lost. He wipes it clean on the shepherd's form before returning it to his quiver. Casting a glance at the shepherd's lifeless eyes, the leader spits disdainfully. What a disappointment. Not even a woman. A fire is ignited among his men, one of whom laughs heartily. "Boss, look at Herrick. His backside is whiter than a woman's. Damn you for spying on me. How revolting." The leader commands, "Hurry, eat, and continue the pursuit. We cannot let that beast escape." He casts a wary glance at a newcomer, a man who insisted on joining the chase after the dragon. The leader had initially intended to refuse, but, after witnessing the man cleave a tree thick enough for 3 men to embrace, he reluctantly yielded. He is skilled, yet alas, cannot be a subordinate. The leader approaches, subtly inquiring why the man is so intent on pursuing the dragon. Is it for coin or some whispered tale? What tale? The man, cloaked and enigmatic, pauses. Isn't the dragon a mere beast? The leader chuckles, recounting the peculiar legends that have emerged alongside the dragon. In these tales, the Targaryen family kept dragons not solely for martial prowess. There exists a belief that slaying a dragon, bathing in its fresh blood, and consuming its flesh bestows immortality upon a person. The leader drunkenly muses, immortality, indeed. Even if beheaded, one could reclaim their head. This is no different from a monster. The man contemplates the words, and that night, he poisons the stew, leaving behind a scene of carnage as he rides away. The dragon, said to grant immortality, is far more suited for solitary consumption. Now the center of global discourse, the dragon lounges in the mountains of old Valyria, having gorged itself. At this moment, it embodies the essence of a beast, utterly devoid of its former humanity. Nesting upon the mountain summit, it roasts the captured sheep with its fiery breath, contentedly reclining after a satisfying feast. Yet what vexed him was the incessant clamor of a voice echoing within his mind. His abdomen ached, as if something were burrowing within. The dragon was beset by waves of nausea, and involuntarily, it opened its massive jaws to expel a hard, elongated stone. The dragon gazed curiously at the expelled stone, then began to breathe fire upon it. After a brief moment of roasting, web-like cracks began to appear on the stone, and Dylan Higer emerged as if reborn from a stone womb. Coughing violently, he gasped for the fresh air that had suddenly been granted to him. The dragon was taken aback, retreating a few steps in surprise. Damn, I nearly became its meal, he thought. Casting a glance at the dragon and recalling the dragon transformation ritual, his expression darkening. He remembered everything, leaping into the blood-fire pool, Medea following him to her demise. He even recalled the sensation of flames gradually melting his form, yet he and the foolish dragon had survived, while Medea had vanished forever. Casting a disdainful look at the timid dragon, Dylan spat in contempt. Is this the pitiful form of a dragon? The dragon seemed to sense the insult and opened its mouth to roar at him. Dylan took a slow step back. The creature had lost all semblance of reason, and being devoured by it would be an injustice. He picked up a sharp stone, slicing open the muscle of his arm to extract a horn the size of a finger. He paid no heed to the blood flowing freely or the gaping wound. Soon, the tissue in his arm began to writhe and slowly heal itself. He blew the horn, but no sound waves emerged. This was a frequency inaudible to mortals, one that only the dragon could perceive. The dragon was soothed, becoming languid enough that Dylan's touch did not provoke its ire. Climbing onto the dragon's back, he altered the melody of the horn, prompting the dragon to spread its wings and take flight. He patted its back, saying, "Just one final step. Bear with me a little longer. Fly, Rainies." Until the dragon vanished from sight, a figure emerged slowly from the shadows. He could completely conceal his presence from Dylan. The man lifted his hood, revealing a pair of grayish-white vertical pupils. At last, I can hardly resist the urge to destroy. However, he found no amusement in the slaughter of beasts. What he eagerly anticipated was a complete mythical creature. Only then would his arduous journey from the divine realm to this savage land be justified. Suddenly, the man's form transformed into a wisp of black mist and vanished abruptly. Chapter 101. The Forsaken Land of Valyria. Since the cataclysm of the apocalypse, Valyria has become an absolute forbidden zone for humanity. Historical records recount the calamity that struck without warning. On that fateful day, all the volcanoes of Valyria erupted simultaneously, unleashing countless ashes, smoke, and flames into the sky, incinerating even the dragons and riders soaring through the heavens. Once the greatest ancient empire, it now lay in ruins, with few adventurers returning alive from its desolate remains. Even the bravest old sailors dared not navigate into the ruins of the Valyrian Isles. Fortunately, Dylan and the White Spirit soared overhead, their destination being the long-lost 14 Fire Peaks. The transformation ritual of the High Priest is a crude and unconventional method of dragon metamorphosis. The blood fire pool utilized is an exceedingly rudimentary version. During the transformation, Bai Ling's psyche becomes distorted, losing half of her bloodline, which renders her an incomplete beast. Only by returning to the legendary blood fire pool of Valyria and completing the refinement can she regain her true form and acquire the power of dragons. The dragon is restless, and had it not been for Dylan's calming horn, it would have shown him no mercy. Even so, the dragon's patience is nearing its limit. Its sharp teeth and claws have already left numerous bloody marks on Dylan. He guides the dragon to lower the dense gray mist, with the air thick with gray-black particles choking his senses. The dragon snorts, accustomed to this atmosphere, even reminiscing fondly about it. Endless volcanic ash envelopes this shattered island. The largest island has been cleaved in two by nature's colossal force, a chasm reaching the heavens. This rupture predates any cataclysm, flanked by towering dragon statues, each several meters high, standing sentinel. These dragon statues are remarkably lifelike, still faithfully guarding Valyria after all these years. As the dragon soars over the vast chasm, Dylan gazes down at the remnants of temples, buildings, and statues submerged in the endless black waters, his heart heavy with nostalgia for the once glorious capital. now transformed into countless fractured remains. Beneath these dark rocky fragments lies a relentless flow of molten magma. Even at a great height, the searing heat is palpable. As he ventures deeper, Dylan finally discovers his destination, a dazzling, pure white magma pool, forged from deep black rock. Surrounding the pool, dragon-headed sculptures continuously spout a life-giving stream of magma. Bathing in the dragon pool represents the final step of the legendary ritual for the Dragon King and the Great Dragon. The gray-blue dragon hesitates, circling in the sky, reluctant to descend. Dylan is compelled to employ some forceful persuasion. As he approaches the pool, the temperature becomes increasingly daunting. Dylan hesitates, fearing he might melt upon entry. However, there is no alternative. If he does not enter and blow the horn, Bai Ling will never step into the pool. Taking a deep breath, he slowly walks into the glaring, blinding white magma pool and is momentarily stunned. This peculiar white magma, which appears to distort the air from the outside, feels akin to a hot spring once he steps inside. He closes his eyes to savor the moment, then sounds the dragon flute to summon Bai Ling. Perhaps sensing his emotional state, the gray-blue dragon obediently submerges itself with him. At the periphery of the shattered islands of Valyria, a small fleet has anchored, battered by the storm. The high priest extends his hand, slowly catching the falling volcanic ash. Gazing at the remnants of ancient Valyria's capital, "My lord, half of the crew is unwilling to proceed." The benevolent Lord Zakdahar interrupts the high priest's contemplation. "Oh, this covetous band of sea rats is unwilling to contribute even a single coin," the high priest remarked, claiming that this maritime expanse is cursed, and all who venture within shall meet their demise. Zakdar wiped his damp face, feeling the temperature of the area fluctuate between sweltering heat and clammy chill. As capricious as a woman's heart, the high priest, adorned with a golden mask, spoke in a monotone voice, suggesting that those unwilling to proceed be cast into the sea, to see who might dare to swim back to the free city-states. "These gentlemen are seasoned sailors," he added. "Go ahead." "Very well." Reluctantly, Zakdar ascended to the deck, muttering curses upon the high priest 100 times in his heart. Hiring these sailors had cost him dearly, despite the abundance of ancient gold coins remaining from prior sales. Who would ever deem too much wealth a burden? With a cunning glint in his eyes, he summoned the captain and conveyed his orders. Though the captain hesitated, he ultimately complied, binding the sailors who feared the curse and refused to advance in a circle and suspending them beneath the ship. Beneath these waters lurked gigantic black sharks and other unknown sea beasts. After enduring a night in such a predicament, the sailors inevitably capitulated. When the storm abated, the vessel laboriously navigated into the fjord. There was no secure waterway to reach the heart of Valyria. They could only penetrate this perilous passage riddled with hidden reefs. Thus, the high priest bore no ill will towards Zak's duplicity. As long as the objective was achieved, he could tolerate some of his subordinates' flaws. After all, the paramount concern was to locate his dragon. The high priest suspected that Dylan was not dead, for otherwise, the dragon would not have returned to Valyria. Regrettably, despite his admiration for this son, he would ultimately take his life, reducing his body to mere fragments. Standing at the prow of the ship, the high priest received a black square box from the hands of a cloaked acolyte, who swiftly retreated, not daring to cast a glance at the box. Upon opening it, he revealed countless serpents entangled like skeins of thread, possessing dark shells and numerous legs. The high priest dripped a few drops of blood into the box, then cast them into the ocean. The serpents, upon absorbing the seawater, swelled several times in size, writhing as they swam rapidly in a specific direction, leaving a faint trace of crimson in their wake. "Follow them," the high priest commanded the captain. The sailors witnessed this bizarre spectacle, exchanging wary glances amongst themselves. That night, they gathered in the ship's cabin. A burly bald man grumbled, "What to do? If we truly venture there, we are likely doomed." A slight man replied, "You all witnessed the sorcerer's prowess. What choice do we have? Not going is also a death sentence." Suddenly, a deep voice emerged from the corner. "There are still a few hook boats hidden in the hold. Why not dismantle the triangular sails of the grand ship and use them? If we are to die, at least we might have a chance to escape." Who spoke? Several sailors were initially startled, then approached with suspicion. They peeled back the canvas covering the man. He was not unattractive, with a full beard and an eye concealed by a patch, exuding an air of mystery. He yawned broadly, merely a bored mercenary, nothing more. The sailors exchanged glances, their expressions turning menacing as they drew their weapons and lunged forward. The one-eyed, bearded man let out a grunt, brandishing a wooden stick, and with a series of swift strikes, he felled the entire group of sailors to the ground. "You ought to be grateful for my good mood, otherwise I would have sat back in the corner, retrieving an ancient Valerian coin from my pocket, tossing it into the air. In any case, I have revealed the method to you. Simply steal the triangular sail and hang it on the hook boat. The coming days will be shrouded in thick fog, and being seasoned sailors, I trust you know how to make your escape without further instruction. The bald man, clutching his head, attempted to inquire further but was pulled away by the slender sailor. Let us go. This fellow is not worth the trouble. Observing the sailors conspiring furtively at the opposite end, the bearded one-eyed man chuckled derisively and covered his face with a sailcloth, drifting into slumber. The following morning, it was indeed confirmed that 78 sailors had seized the opportunity of the night and the dense fog to steal the sails from the grand ship. Zakhdar erupted in fury, dragging several sailors forth and beating them mercilessly until one of them divulged the involvement of the bearded one-eyed man. It was that mercenary. He devised the plan. The bearded one-eyed man was brought before the high priest, looking bewildered, as Zakhdar unsheathed a guard's dagger and aimed it at him. "Oh, be careful," the one-eyed man said, bending low and executing a clever spin, pushing his captor forward to take the blow. A throng of individuals surged forward, including those of the high priest, yet the bearded man exhibited remarkable agility, darting about the ship with the grace of a farcical performance. The high priest, growing weary of the spectacle, raised his hand, and a dark arrow shot forth from his sleeve, striking precisely along the path the man attempted to evade. "Not bad. Come with me." The bearded one-eyed man gazed in surprise at the slender black arrow, its tip of brilliant blue. Such a rare poison, one I have never encountered before. He plucked the arrowhead and tucked it away, boldly declaring, "You intend to venture to Old Valeria, do you? Should you uncover the lost treasure, I request a share." "Agreed," replied the high priest. Zakhdar glared at the bearded man with suspicion, unable to recall having employed someone of such skill among his mercenaries. Where had this individual emerged from? Chapter 102. Return. In the depths of the magma pool, a dragon and a man had been submerged for an indeterminate length of time. The unbearable heat, capable of melting anything it touched, felt to them akin to a soothing thermal bath. A soft, luminous glow enveloped the dragon and its companion, Dylan Hagar. Dylan was the first to awaken, sensing an odd disturbance before noticing slender, blood-red serpents slithering toward them from all directions. He deduced that this was the work of the high priest, who had mastered a plethora of bizarre sorceries over the centuries, including these parasitic bloodworms that thrived on dragon blood. These bloodworms were impervious to high temperatures and magma, which Dylan had encountered before on the formidable half-dragon beast. They could even infiltrate a creature's spinal cord, controlling the host's movements. The bloodworms multiplied increasingly, and the thick magma along with the shattered rocks inadvertently became the most effective disguise for these minuscule toxins, leaving Dylan momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, a torrent of gray-blue flames, starkly contrasting with the color of the magma, surged forth, instantly incinerating the blood serpents into ashes. Dylan turned in surprise, only to meet a pair of vertically slit pupils as large as wheels. Rhaenys, at last, had awakened. The great dragon blinked at Dylan, somewhat perplexed by their surroundings. Dylan extended his hand to caress her nostrils and pointed upward. "Let us return to Westeros." The mere mention of Westeros seemed to trigger a mechanism, unlocking painful memories once endured by the dragon. The humiliation, helplessness, and indignity of her human past resurfaced. Indeed, it was time to conclude matters. With a grace that belied her massive form, she grasped Dylan with her claws and ascended. Every bloodworm they encountered was consumed by her chilling flames. She herself was astonished. Should not a dragon's fire be searing? Why did hers manifest as such a cold gray-blue? Though it possessed an intimidating heat, its exterior conveyed an aura of frigidness. It mattered little. She had transformed into a dragon, the most formidable creature in the world. It was time to unveil the mysteries of the Frostfang Mountains in her dreams. After a century, the sky bore witness once more to the emergence of dragons. Those extraordinary beings. The terrified inhabitants of Essos beheld the dragon spreading its wings across the heavens, its colossal form and terrifying flames embodying an overwhelming force. As the dragon soared westward over the narrow sea, all gazes converged upon the continent of Westeros. Westeros was presently embroiled in turmoil. Within mere days, alarming news swept across the Seven Kingdoms. Crown Prince Rhaegar Targaryen lay poisoned and on the brink of death, plunged into a coma. Although the prince's small court had stabilized, the routine governance of the kingdom remained unaffected. An ominous atmosphere began to permeate. Rumors began to circulate among the populace regarding the ascension of Prince Viserys. The old king remained secluded within his palace, refusing to emerge even when nobles sought an audience to implore him to oversee state matters. Queen Riella was reportedly convalescing, and the palace was heavily guarded, with few seen entering or exiting. The loyalists resembled bears awakening from hibernation, eagerly stretching their limbs and vying for position. Meanwhile, the young faction supporting Prince Rhaegar found themselves leaderless due to his coma. Reforms that had been challenging to advance fell into a stalemate, particularly those pertaining to the faith of the Seven, which faced a fierce backlash. In an instant, Prince Viserys' situation shifted from being underestimated to becoming exceedingly desirable. Should Prince Rhaegar meet an untimely fate, he would be the unequivocal next king. Furthermore, his timid and indulgent nature made him particularly favored by the old noble families. The aging Prime Minister Tywin Lannister had returned to King's Landing, tirelessly strategizing. The Lord of the Vale remains in a state of watchful anticipation, while the young Storm Lord indulges in brawls, revelry, and the company of women. As for the old wolf, he has resolved to journey to King's Landing to engage in a contest of wills with Tywin and, concurrently, keep a watchful eye on the king. It is imperative that someone from the prince's faction steps forward to speak. Otherwise, given the Mad King's volatile nature, he may arbitrarily elevate Viserys to the throne one fateful day. A tempest of intrigue gathers over King's Landing as the nobility discovers a newfound game, akin to ravenous wolves drawn to the scent of blood. The awakening of Prince Rhaegar and the identity of the assassin are of little concern to the players. Nevertheless, the old king harbors a degree of concern for his eldest son. The once promised return of Ashila Dane to her family estate has been marred by her imprisonment in the dungeons of the Red Keep as the perpetrator of the poisoning. In an effort to maintain some semblance of dignity, her interrogators refrain from inflicting excessive physical harm upon her. Yet, what truly chills Ashila's spirit is the attitude of her brother, the Sword of the Morning. Since her incarceration, he has not visited her even once, nor has he uttered a single word, as if he has resolutely severed all ties with her. The dank, cold dungeons offer her nothing but a daily ration of water and 2 meager pieces of hard bread. Though her body escapes the tortures, the executioner, clad in a fearsome mask, relentlessly assaults her psyche and insults her daily. Among the prisoners in the dark cell, young and beautiful women are a rarity. The torturer had intended to exercise restraint, to prolong the amusement, but today is different. The powerful must extract an answer. In the heart of the dungeon lies a rectangular metal trough, filled with an array of searing, crimson instruments of torment. Ashila is bound to an X-shaped frame, her body exposed to the searing flames that lick hungrily at her like a flower wilting in the heat. Soldiers on patrol occasionally pass by, whispering and casting glances of disdain in her direction. As Ashila's consciousness begins to blur, she gazes at the devilish torturer before her, pondering the nature of her impending torment. Why did you conspire against the prince? This question is posed to her daily, yet she has done no such thing. All she ever desired was the prince's love. She is weary of speaking, perhaps lacking the strength to do so, and simply wishes to endure the day's torment in silence. Where did the poison come from? Who instructed you to harm his highness? Which kingdom sent you as a spy? Ashila closes her eyes, remaining mute. Stubborn wretch, today I shall show you no mercy. A bitter smile crosses Ashila's lips. She has lost everything. What more is there to fear? Yet, what has become of Prince Rhaegar? How fares the prince? Perhaps he is nearing death. Do you take pleasure in that? Once he is gone, you will be thoroughly liberated. Tears stream down Ashila's cheeks, as she laments her foolish trust in others that led to the prince's downfall. Ha ha ha, you still concern yourself with others? Let us indulge ourselves. The torturer turns, wielding a rough iron clamp, gripping a red-hot iron brick. In the grip of Ashila's terror, he places the searing brick beneath her feet. In the underground black prison of the Red Fort, horrific screams echoed endlessly. Chapter 103, Blue Fire. Thanks to the peculiar blue flames of Renesis the dragon, the bizarre lava bloodworms were utterly incapable of impeding their calm departure. Instead, they scurried in panic. The high priest, rushing along, was caught in the fray and coughed up several mouthfuls of black blood. He raised his hand to halt the procession and gazed upward, as if he could see a figure retreating into the endless gray clouds. They paused to regroup, preparing for their return. Zakdahar opened his mouth, hesitating to speak. Although their target had fled, he still harbored an interest in the lost treasures of Valyria. It was evident that the high priest, with his darkened countenance, would not afford him the luxury of time. For the sake of his own safety, it was wiser not to provoke any misfortune. Return? We were promised riches within, and I certainly do not wish for this journey to be in vain. A voice, slightly hoarse, drawled lazily. Zack admired the courage of the newcomer, the one-eyed mercenary. The high priest, unfazed, cast a small vial toward him. Take your reward and leave. The one-eyed mercenary grasped the vial with a snap, squinting sideways at the high priest, his hand resting at his side. After a moment of tense standoff, he scoffed and turned away, venturing deeper into the ruins. The smile faded, replaced by a clouded expression. He truly despised those who toyed with sorcery, unable to kill, yet utterly useless when it came to exerting effort. However, it mattered not. He could find the elixir of immortality himself. His hand rested over his heart, where a lock of dark brown hair lay concealed. Elia, I will discover a way to resurrect you. The pace of the dragon, or rather, its speed of flight, was incomparable to that of any human. Renaissance, in her dragon form, along with her rider Dylan Hager, traversed the skies, covering the distance from the lost lands to the skies above the narrow sea in less than half a day. Perhaps, with another half day, they would soar over Sunspire City, reviving the legends of dragons upon the earth. From time to time, the white spirit cast her gaze downwards, intoxicated by a sense of power that felt as if she could command the world. The sight of humans scattering in panic only delighted her further. The dragon emitted a rumbling sound from its throat, reminiscent of laughter. Dylan felt similarly. Although the dragon presently regarded him with indifference, she would eventually realize their inseparable bond. Only together could they perform the ritual to complete her transformation. Yet, he pondered why her dragon form persisted for so long. And what was the nature of this strange blue flame? Renaissance, Dylan Hager shouted, pointing towards a solitary island in the sea. Let us descend and take a rest. The white spirit's wings beat gently as she gracefully circled down, landing on the lonely cliff of the small island. Dylan, unable to maintain his grip, was tossed off and rolled onto the ground. Unperturbed, he scavenged for food on the island, gathering leaves and wood, and looked up at the dragon. Would you be so kind as to ignite a fire? The dragon exhaled a slender plume of azure flame from its nostrils, which, upon striking the pile of kindling, erupted into a towering inferno that nearly singed Dylan's eyebrows and hair. The dragon rumbled contentedly, seemingly pleased. Childish, Dylan raised an eyebrow, casually stacking the wood as he inquired. Can't you revert to your human form? What are you afraid of? The dragon, articulating in human speech, responded, Is not the form of a dragon perfect? Dylan retorted, Do you not find it curious? Why is your flame so peculiar? Belan rested her colossal head upon her wings, her slit pupils closing as she murmured, There are certain speculations. You shall discover them in the northern realm. Intrigued, Dylan pressed, What other secrets do you conceal? Do enlighten me. With a sudden flap of her wings, Belan sent Dylan tumbling to the ground. I nearly forgot to ask, he continued. How was I able to consume you? What transpired during the ritual? As he poked at the fire, he mused nonchalantly. It was merely a game of the gods. The high priest betrayed the god of winter to attain a body of eternal, uncorrupted immortality, while his soul had long since decayed. Thus, the queen of light and her crimson witches sought me out. Is there truly divinity in this world, between the god of winter and the king of light? Is not this realm of ice and fire a low magic world? Belan's mind buzzed. Her memories were muddled since awakening. The details of her capture and the events of the transformation ritual were all but lost to her. She only recalled existing in a state of half-consciousness, as if her thoughts and corporeal form had vanished. In an instant, she experienced immense, enduring pain, followed by a liberating release from all restraints. Faint melodies, seemingly audible only to her, wafted through the air, guiding her from the distant western shores. These songs invoked recollections of the dark blue snow-capped peaks, the grand dragon-shaped archway, and the weighty breaths that haunted her dreams. The truth of her fate was imminent. Dylan had succumbed to slumber. The dragon's slit pupils opened and closed, sensing an invisible force drawing them together. In the forgotten Valyria, a multitude of long-lost knowledge surged from the depths of a magma pool into Belan's mind. This sudden influx included the current state of the dragon and the dragon rider, a symbiotic existence. Uncertain of Dylan's role, she noted that their lives were now intricately intertwined, rendering it impossible for the dragon to cast him aside. Were an outsider present, they would be astonished to discover that the language they communicated in was an entirely unfamiliar and peculiar dialect of Draconic. What a bother, Belan sighed. The endeavor she was about to undertake would undoubtedly involve Dylan. There existed a desire for death within the depths of his gaze. Yet she herself held no wish to perish or to endure further loss. After all, this world owed her far too much. She must reclaim it all, with interest. Their first destination was the northern realm, followed by King's Landing. She mused, In your form of relentless destruction, you appear most beautiful. Belan was curious. Should she upend this chessboard entirely, what reactions would the pieces and their players exhibit? It seems to have anticipated this scene, breaking into a silent grin with its enormous maw. Chapter 104, The Tullus of the Riverlands. There is a common belief among the uninformed populace that the wealth of Westeros' seven kingdoms is predominantly held by House Lannister, with the Golden Lions reportedly producing gold even from their excrement. In truth, another equally affluent family excels in discreetly accumulating wealth, preferring meticulous and rational investments. This is the Tully family of Highgarden, located in the most fertile plains, where rivers are said to flow with honeyed wine. The distinctive approach of Highgarden is rooted in the character of the Old Rose. She is a resilient and formidable woman, adept at feigning weakness, particularly in moments when financial contributions are expected. Indeed, despite the Tully family's wealth rivaling that of the Lannisters, the Old Rose insists on playing the impoverished card when it comes to tributes to King's Landing, negotiating heavily for a discount. For instance, at the wedding of Prince Rhaegar, the gifts from the Tullys consisted mainly of crops, fruits, wines, and a variety of gaudy yet inexpensive gilded trinkets and furnishings. In comparison to the Lannisters' gleaming piles of golden dragons, they certainly lacked luster. Yet, the Old Rose plays her part convincingly. Early one morning, the Old Rose, accompanied by her numerous granddaughters, prepared to venture out for a horseback picnic, taking advantage of the pleasant weather. Before they even descended the stairs, the Old Rose spotted what appeared to be a serpentine black line along the edge of the plains. Upon retrieving her telescope for a closer look, she discerned a considerable, fully armed army. Although too distant to discern the designs on their banners or the details of their armor, the sheer number of men and horses was evident, and they were advancing toward King's Landing. Recognizing that any approach to King's Landing would necessitate traversing the Tully stronghold, she remained cautious. Even if she deemed it unlikely that anyone would dare provoke a wealthy and militarily powerful noble family. Olenna Redwine, she commanded, send for my useless great-nephew. Have that lad gather a few men, raise the Golden Rose banner, and ascertain the identity of that army. The servant hesitated momentarily before cautiously asking, "Which one do you mean, my lady?" The Old Rose chuckled. "Wonderful. Our family has produced so many imbeciles that it's hard to tell them apart. Call for Leo Tully, the one who is the most rotund. His belly resembles that of an elephant. Do you understand?" "Yes, my lady." "Very well, ladies. Today's picnic is cancelled. Let the old nurse continue with your pointless embroidery lessons. Off you go." The Old Rose had no intention of summoning her son Mace. Given his intellect, surveying the family lands was already a challenge, and there was little need for him to be overly informed. She steadied the telescope. Observing Leo Tully being assisted by 3 individuals as he struggled to mount his horse, his belly straining against the finely crafted steel armor that nearly suffocated him. As he sat down, the horse let out a distressed whinny, almost collapsing beneath him. He turned to speak, but the servants could only shake their heads in dismay. Leo Tully was left to clutch his mount's belly and begin a slow, labored trot. The Old Rose heard a maiden's soft laughter and sighed. "Oh dear. I hope he returns in time for dinner." The first to arrive was not the Elephantine Leon, but rather an unexpected figure for Olenna. A small contingent of tall knights clad in grayish-white armor swiftly returned to the castle of Highgarden. Their banners raised high, a monotonous gray field adorned with the image of a white tower. "I salute you on behalf of my father, my lady. We merely sought a shortcut to King's Landing," proclaimed the leading knight, lifting her helm to reveal a mane of hair reminiscent of a lion's mane. Olenna responded with a warm, elder-like smile. "Mary's Hightower, the last time I beheld you, you were but a young girl." Mary's Hightower possessed a square face, lacking the delicacy often found in young ladies. Yet, her tall stature, resonant voice, and spirited movements exuded a certain vigor. She did not smile. Her expression was grave. "I apologize, Lady Olenna. We did not intend to offend, but an unfortunate incident on the march led us to be obstructed by a wretched beast." Olenna's expression turned peculiar. "Are you suggesting that a mere beast compelled you to alter your route? If I am not mistaken, you lead at least 1,000 men." Mary's inhaled deeply. "I beg your pardon. May we enter and speak? I am somewhat fatigued." Of course. I have been remiss," replied the Old Rose, leading Mary's to the council chamber. Mary's first complimented the Highgarden mead, then, like a bamboo tube spilling its contents, divulged the pressing matters at hand. Her words flowed rapidly and sharply, leaving Olenna momentarily bewildered. The first matter: Queen Rhaella has been secretly confined by the king, and even Prince Rhaegar's life hangs by a thread. Mary's brother, Perrin Hightower, has gone missing in King's Landing due to his involvement with the queen. The second matter: they encountered a true dragon, a creature with colossal wings that could obscure the sun, capable of swallowing horses whole and breathing flames fierce enough to melt steel armor. The third matter: her father seeks a promise from you, Lady Olenna. Compared to the first 2 matters, Olenna was more intrigued by the third. "The Hightower family desires my promise?" I must be growing too old and hearing things. Mary's was candid. My lady, there is no need for pretense before me. 2/3 of the food supply for the 7 kingdoms comes from the Reach. With a mere word from you, even King's Landing could fall into famine. We have grown up hearing tales of the Thorn Queen. I am but a decrepit old woman, a mere burden in my family, the old Rose retorted, refusing to yield. The Hightower family could not simply maneuver her onto their war chariot without adequate leverage. More fearsome than a gambler is a shrewd gambler. Mary set her cup down and remarked coolly, your son, Mestharill, is nearing 30. Have you considered marriage for him? At the mention of this, the old Rose felt a pang of discontent. Her son was dreadfully dim-witted, inept at both horse riding and archery. While there were suitable candidates among the premier families of the Reach, the young women were disinclined to wed a fool. She was nearly overwhelmed with worry. It was widely said that Mace Tyler was nothing but a facade, his character as malleable and weak as dough. Mellis chuckled softly. What do you think of me? A marriage with Hatter, perhaps? An intriguing proposition. Olenna immediately perked up. Ah, dear child, let us discuss your father and the promises he made. Chapter 105. The Brave One's wits against the dragon. The Riverbend region was characterized by its flat terrain and vast fertile lands, rarely interrupted by steep hills or cliffs. Such advantageous geographical conditions ensured that the inhabitants of Riverbend could enjoy ample food and warmth, leading prosperous lives irrespective of the seasons. Along the banks of the Mand River, dense clusters of farms, orchards, and vegetable patches flourished, interspersed with expansive lakes. A dirty little boy stood beside one of the lakes, peering curiously into the water. The lake was remarkably clear, and he often delighted in splashing about with his friends, occasionally fortunate enough to catch fish the size of his calves. However, today the lake was eerily quiet, not a bird soared above, and the usual chirping of insects had vanished. The water's surface was disturbed by rippling circles, suggesting something unusual beneath. Young Nilo felt a twinge of fear, his instincts alerting him to danger. From a distance, the ripples hinted at some large creature lurking below the surface. Could it be a giant fish? His curiosity overcame his trepidation, and he slowly paddled toward the center of the lake. Unbeknownst to him, he became ensnared in the thick aquatic vegetation at the lake's bottom. After a few futile struggles, pain shot through his calves, and he began to sink helplessly. Gurgle, gurgle, help, he cried out, his head submerging beneath the water. As Nilo's belly filled with water, his senses dulled, until suddenly he was yanked upward by the collar of his shirt. Coughing and sputtering, he gasped, what on earth is that? He found himself staring into an enormous eye the size of a wheel, suspended by the sharp claws of an extraordinary beast. This creature surpassed anything within the realm of a child's imagination. Its hue mirrored the lake's depths, its wings adorned with jagged bony protrusions, and a long tail reminiscent of a lizard trailed behind it, covered in thick scales. The claw that held him shook violently, causing Nilo's head to spin, and he retched, expelling a bellyful of murky water. Ah, how refreshing! A head suddenly emerged from the depths beside the colossal beast. A man, noticing the boy dangling from the dragon's claw, casually inquired, where did this child come from? Drowning, was he? Hanging precariously from the dragon's talon, Nilo gazed at the robust figure of the man who had appeared, finding him strikingly strong and handsome, even more so than the knights of the Lord's household. With utmost caution, he asked, Sir, is this magnificent creature your pet? No sooner had he spoken than he was flung toward the shore, tumbling several times before landing. Ha! The man laughed heartily, giving the beast a pat. Indeed, it is my pet. Impressive, isn't it? With a thunderous roar that resonated in the air, the creature bellowed close to the man's ear, causing Nilo to freeze in fear, convinced that in the next moment it would devour the man whole. A melodious and crisp female voice echoed in his ears. Mind your words, you wretched creature. You are but my subordinate. Very well, Your Highness, the man promptly acquiesced. What would you like to eat today, Your Highness? The voice replied, something delectable. Something fit for a human. I refuse to gnaw on undercooked, tough meat any longer. As you wish, Your Highness. Little Nilo gazed around in confusion, eventually fixating on the colossal beast, his mouth agape in astonishment. It can talk? The man disregarded the boy's bewilderment, continuing his dialogue with the voice. You refuse to seize it, and I lack the funds. How am I to procure food? He touched his face. Surely, you cannot expect me to resort to selling my looks? At the mention of money, the giant beast turned its head, gazing at the dazed boy on the shore. Have you heard the tale of brave heroes battling dragons? The beast slowly approached Nilo, who, rather than retreating in fear, exhibited a look of surprise and exhilaration. White Spirit proudly shook its dragon head and flapped its enormous wings. Child, Would you like to experience the sensation of flight? I want to. On the banks of the Mand River lay numerous farms, where Nilo's parents toiled daily in their vineyard. Due to a distant kinship with a noble, their family owned one of the largest and finest vineyards in the region. Their grapes were highly sought after, so much so that even the local lord would place orders. Life was prosperous and comfortable, yet the sole source of distress was their overly mischievous son. Today, while the couple was busy, a large crowd suddenly burst into the vineyard. Nilo's father bellowed, "Be careful! Don't damage the vines!" Someone shouted, "Mandler, who cares about your wretched grapes? Your son is in trouble." Mandler's vision darkened, nearly causing him to falter, while his wife, mirroring his alarm, trembled and asked, "What has happened to Nilo? Has he broken his leg? Is he injured? Is he dead?" "Not dead, but close. The guards have sent someone to inform the lord," came the grim reply. "Alas, you can see for yourself." The Mandler couple abandoned their buckets and rushed outside. The village was becoming increasingly crowded, with nearly every familiar face emerging. Even the taller buildings, including the tower, were packed with onlookers. "Nilo, my Nilo, where are you?" The Mandler couple cried out in desperation, their voices hoarse. The surrounding crowd regarded them with sympathetic eyes. Amidst the cacophony of voices, they finally grasped the situation. Looking skyward, they beheld something circling in the sunlight above. "What is that? A large bird? Are you foolish? What bird is larger than a water wheel?" "That is a dragon, a colossal dragon. My great-great-grandfather once saw a great dragon. It must be." "Nonsense. Dragons have long since vanished." "How tragic. That creature has snatched a child and flown away. Who can save him? Arrows can't reach it. Lord Foy has sent someone to inform the Lord. Alas, what beast of such magnitude can be contended with? I've heard dragons can breathe fire. Oh, poor little Nilo." Mrs. Mandler rolled her eyes and fainted. Mandrill stared blankly at the dark speck in the sky, his heart consumed by despair and regret. If only he had compelled his son to work that morning instead of indulging his whims, perhaps this calamity could have been averted. "Pardon me, please make way." A man, heavily cloaked, maneuvered through the crowd and tapped Mandrill on the shoulder. "Are you the boy's father?" Mandrill, still in a daze, nodded slowly. "I possess a means to save your son, but it will require a considerable sum. Are you willing?" Mandrill's eyes brightened, and his wife, struggling to rise, cried out, "Help! Help! Whatever it costs, do you have a way?" The man unveiled his face, revealing a handsome visage adorned with a wicked smile. "I understand now. Gather all the butchers and cooks in town. Have the butchers bring all their meat, and the cooks prepare their culinary tools." "Sir, I do not quite comprehend," Mandrill replied. At that moment, someone shouted, "It has flown away. Where could it be going? Surely it won't return to its nest for a meal." Mandrill's wife wailed in despair. "You wretched man, what are you waiting for? Hurry! My God, everyone, please help us." The urgency of life and death hung heavily in the air, especially since Mandrill's family had always maintained cordial relations with the villagers. Soon, the townsfolk summoned all the butchers and cooks from the town and surrounding areas. The dashing man orchestrated the operations with precision: slay 10 sheep and 5 cows, prepare cured meats and sausages, gather 300 pounds of sweet bread, pastries, or other delicacies, and if there is fruit wine, prepare 50 barrels. "Mandrill, you must go to town and purchase as much of what I have mentioned as you can." "Very well," Mandrill replied, suspecting that the man intended to either intoxicate the beast with wine or lure it with meat to seize the opportunity to rescue young Nilo. He fervently prayed to all the gods, hoping for their favor in ensuring his son's safety. Unbeknownst to him, young Nilo was currently enjoying a complimentary aerial glide, reveling in the thrill. "Ha! Princess, let's do another spin. Speed it up." "Oh, what fun. Shut your mouth. This boy is quite bothersome," White Spirit retorted. "Very well. In light of your father's offerings, I shall indulge you for a little while longer." Chapter 106. The Fierce Crimson Hunter. While Nilo and White Spirit reveled in the skies, those on the ground were nearing madness. The first to detect the dragon's trail, Melis Heidel, was engaged in negotiations with the Thorn Queen at Highgarden, issuing orders for the army to regroup in the southeast. However, she did not command the same respect as her father and brother, leading to discord within the coalition regarding how to confront the dragon. The tensions that arose before the coalition's departure were now laid bare. The lords of Brightwater Keep, Honeycomb Castle, and Black Crown were on the verge of conflict. The Lord of Black Crown, hot-tempered and impetuous, had little regard for a woman leading the Hightower family. Dismissing Melis Heidel's commands with disdain, he rallied the knights and commanders around him, urging them to join him in the grand endeavor of dragon slaying. "Consider this, my friends. It has been years since a dragon was seen in Westeros. If we manage to kill this beast, we shall become heroes of the 7 kingdoms." transform into the protagonists sung by bards for centuries. Everyone, including children, shall cheer for our names. It must be said that the Lord of Black Crown possesses a remarkable eloquence, having persuaded several individuals, including the Lord of Brightwater and a number of free knights. I believe it is best to remain steadfast in our position. The Lord of Honeycomb City is an elderly knight with white hair. In his youth, he was a formidable warrior who even traversed the free cities. The white-haired knight gently polished his sword, lost in thought as he gazed into the fire. The free cities abound with legends of dragons, yet this dragon is unlike any other. What distinguishes it from mere beasts, old man? Are you afraid? The elderly knight retorted with a sneer. Your mind is likely muddled with mead. The dragon soars high in the sky. How can you reach it, even if it descends? Blades may not pierce its scales, but it breathes fire. Dragon flames can melt stone and turn steel into molten iron. Someone hesitantly suggested, our weapons are superior to those of House Lannister. Perhaps we could bind it while it sleeps and slay it? The white-haired knight replied, it can fly. Child, effortlessly ascending to the summit of any cliff. Can you find it? Moreover, this dragon has flown from the free cities. I have heard merchants say it breathes blue fire, capable of freezing souls. At this, the old knight paused and vigorously shook his head. In any case, my soldiers and I shall not venture forth. We have important matters in King's Landing and should not undertake unnecessary risks. Instantly, the restless hearts of the gathered crowd were quelled. The Lord of Black Crown was suddenly consumed by fury, drawing his sword high. You cowardly lot. I am Jack Bulwark, a descendant of the destroyer Boros, and those who wish to slay the dragon and become heroes. Follow me. The white-haired knight's gaze was sharp, swiftly scanning those who seemed tempted. Do not forget our mission. The sea tower atop the towering spire is far more formidable than mere beasts. This instant admonition quelled several wavering souls. Jack Bulwark cast a fierce glare at the old knight, departing with a few kittens in tow and soldiers from Black Crown, heading straight for the direction the dragon had flown. A fool without discernment, the white-haired knight remarked coldly. Jack Bulwark traveled north along King's Road. Soon, he observed another sizable troop approaching, numbering no fewer than 500, all robust and equipped with heavy crossbows and powerful longbows for range combat. Jack Bulwark motioned for those beside him to halt, watching the army from a distance. Strangely, despite their full armament, laborers were herding 7 or 8 carts piled high with various livestock, deer, wolves, and even a few bears. Upon seeing the flag of Black Crown, this troop also came to a halt, raising high a green banner with the red-clad hunter emblem. The red-clad hunters belong to House Tarly, and the young knight at the forefront is Lando Tarly, the deputy whispered. Jack Bulwark's expression tightened. Do not lower your guard. Though both hailing from the Riverlands, the Tully family possesses a style that starkly contrasts with that of their counterparts. Particularly notable is Brynden Tully, a man of formidable martial prowess, whose disposition is as stern as it is loyal to House Tully. Recent whispers have circulated regarding his exploits, primarily due to an incident where he nearly fed his inept eldest son to a lion. While it is customary for hunting families to rigorously train their male offspring, no father would resort to slaying a beast only after his child had been mauled. Such a man, who values honor above life itself, is indeed terrifying. Though a confrontation seems unlikely, the mobilization of forces from Old Town towards the north, encroaching upon the Vale, raises many questions. Who can discern whether they seek passage or harbor ulterior motives? Moreover, their alliance with House Hightower in this northern venture was not communicated to the Vale in advance. Brynden Tully's keen gaze, sharp as that of a hawk, perceived the trepidation and unease in Jack Bulwark's demeanor. He turned to the knight captain beside him and remarked, Is that the Bulwer family, the so-called destroyers? I can almost see an old dog trembling in fear. Laughter erupted among the knights, filling the air with a jovial atmosphere. With a casual gesture, Brynden pointed at a squire holding the banner, instructing him to convey to Lord Bulwer their intent to hunt the dragon, advising him to follow quietly and not interfere. Yes, my lord, the squire replied. Jack Bulwer watched as Brynden Tully sauntered away, nearly seething with indignation. The audacity of Brynden Tully was infuriating. He displayed no semblance of noble courtesy, blatantly disregarding House Bulwer despite their shared status as lords of the Riverlands. The lieutenant internally scoffed at Brynden's arrogance, believing even the lord of the Gardner family would not deign to acknowledge such a minor house. However, outwardly, he maintained a respectful demeanor, bowing his head to inquire, My lord, what are our orders? Jack Bulwer bellowed, Raise our family banner higher and follow them. We cannot allow them to seize the dragon. Soon, the two parties arrived at the village where the incident had occurred. Upon sighting the Tully banner, the villagers fell eerily silent, as if collectively rendered mute. Hastily parting to clear a path, Brynden Tully, mounted upon a grand steed, surveyed his surroundings until a distant relative approached him. Manderly Tully, Brynden intoned gravely, "Tell me, where's that damned beast?" Manderly shrank back, nervously twisting his hat. "My lord, the dragon flew towards the southern mountains. And what of your son? I have heard that a child was taken." "Ah, thanks to a clever gentleman," Manderly exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "With sausages, pies, and dozens of barrels of wine." He drew the dragon's attention, which released young Nilo and ceased its harassment of others before departing southward. Brynden Tully furrowed his brow. "That does not sound quite right. Where is the one who devised this plan? Bring him before me." Manderly snapped back to reality, exclaiming, "Yes, indeed. We must express our gratitude. It was he who saved my son. Indeed, he is a remarkably intelligent and good-hearted individual," mused the noble. The soldiers scoured the village and its surroundings in vain. Unable to locate the clever man mentioned by Mandrell, he and the dragon had vanished without a trace. The suspicions of Landau Tarly reached a fever pitch. How could the dragon's inexplicable appearance and subsequent disappearance coexist with the presence of this peculiar dragon rider? Aside from the Targaryen lineage, who else could command such majestic beasts? Moreover, had not dragons been extinct for centuries? Where, then, had this creature emerged from? The questions entwined like a tangled skein, growing ever more convoluted. Resolute in his decision, Landau Tarly resolved to waste no further time and galloped forth to Highgarden to address another pressing concern, House Hightower. Meanwhile, young Nilo nestled quietly in his mother's embrace, his eyes sparkling as he reminisced about the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies alongside a dragon. It was an exhilarating experience, akin to transforming into a bird, unbound and free. However, the princess had insisted that it remain their secret. If he could keep this secret safe, she promised to take him flying again. When would the princess return? Chapter 107. Kill me, or be killed by me. Bai Ling and Dylan Hager orchestrated a clever ruse, successfully emptying the Mandrell estate of its accumulated savings over the past several months, all while leaving the people of Riverrun with the impression that the dragon was not a fierce beast. This was precisely Bai Ling's intention. Even if she could no longer be human, she did not wish to be at odds with humanity. After all, the strength of such beings, when united, was truly formidable. At this moment, man and dragon, sated from their feast, reclined peacefully atop a mountain. Nearby lay a net brimming with their bounty, which would sustain them for the month to come. Dylan Hager lounged lazily beside the fire, cradling a bottle of mead, while the dragon dozed a short distance away. The warm glow of the fire casting a cozy ambience over the scene. Transforming back into her dragon form, Bai Ling opened her slit pupils and cautioned, "We must not stray too far. I exhibited signs of losing control while in the skies. Is there truly no way for us to be completely separated?" Feigning sorrow, Dylan replied, "Do you so despise me that you wish to cast me aside at the earliest opportunity?" After a moment of silence, Bai Ling reluctantly responded, "It is not that. It merely feels quite inconvenient." After a long pause, Dylan finally remarked, "At times, you inspire an envy that is hard to suppress." Bai Ling inquired, "What makes you say that? Do you not think my plight is sufficiently tragic?" She, a vibrant youth of the 21st century, had once enjoyed hotpot and song, only to find herself thrust into this desolate, magical medieval world overnight, nearly falling victim to a deceitful marriage. Now, she was rendered incapable of being human. Was this not a tragic fate? Dylan lowered his gaze, burying his disdain deep within. This woman had attained immense power with such ease. The wolf blood and dragon blood both drove him to the brink of madness with jealousy. He could not dwell on it any longer, lest the darkness within him resurface. Ultimately, since the divine had granted him life, he was determined to acquire such formidable strength. Changing the subject, Dylan asked, "Is it true that you can no longer assume human form?" The dragon closed its eyes, offering no response. Dylan inquired once more, "At dawn, we shall head directly to the north, to unravel the mysteries of your dreams and lineage." Bai Ling retorted, "No, I shall go alone." Dylan rose, his expression darkening as he felt his patience waning. "You must understand this, Your Highness. We are bound by magic. You yourself have stated that if we separate too far, you will lose control. Are you then seeking to end your own life? Or perhaps to slay me and transform into a mindless beast?" When Bai Ling responded with silence, Dylan was nearly driven to madness, and a sinister thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he should eliminate this fool, drink her dragon blood, and seek out the high priest to perform the dragon transformation ritual anew. Yet he said nothing, merely rising in silence and swiftly vanishing from the mountaintop. Bai Ling assumed Dylan was merely trying to frighten her, but as hours passed without his return, anxiety gripped her. Though her form had become that of a great dragon, her heart remained riddled with vulnerabilities. Unbeknownst to her, she had grown accustomed to Dylan's presence. The thought of him abandoning her made it nearly impossible to fathom how she would navigate this world alone. The dragon stood, anxiously flapping her wings and scanning the surroundings. But there was no sign of Dylan anywhere. Perhaps he had ventured out to scout, or perhaps he simply wished to instill fear in her. She recognized that suggesting a trip to the river bend was a mistake. Her true desire had merely been to witness the authentic world of ice and fire, to behold the flesh-and-blood individuals who had emerged from the tales. What would she do if Dylan did not return? Time trickled by, and soon, the horizon began to brighten, marking the passage of the night. Still, Dylan was nowhere to be found. Growing impatient, she grasped her provisions with her claws, preparing to ascend and search for him. Unexpectedly, as she took flight, a piercing shriek filled her ears, accompanied by the sharp sound of arrows slicing through the air. A barrage of massive bolts surged toward her. Bai Ling swiftly altered her trajectory and flapped her wings with all her might to accelerate, but it was too late. At least 2/3 of the arrows struck her, embedding themselves into her flesh. Even with her dragon's tough exterior, these formidable bolts penetrated her skin, with half of them sinking deep into her muscle. The excruciating pain nearly caused her to plummet from the sky. She knew she had to ascend higher, or else risk being vulnerable on the ground. More arrows rained down, but they seemingly avoided her vital areas, targeting her wings and hindquarters instead, perhaps intending to capture her alive. Bai Ling located her assailants and recognized the weapons they wielded. Gasping in shock, this group had carved a path through the steep, narrow cliffside, hoisting 3 massive siege crossbows. She had never encountered such colossal weaponry, at least 35 meters in length. Even in the tales of power struggles, who were these humans that they could unleash such enormous siege engines upon her? The colossal arrow that wounded her was nearly as thick and long as a knight's lance, evidently custom-made and launched from a fully wound siege crossbow. Its destructive power was immense, and its speed rivaled that of a bullet. One of her wings had already been pierced, and if she endured a few more arrows, she would surely meet her demise. Bai Ling was filled with both anger and resentment. She did not wish to harm humanity, yet circumstances had left her no choice. A surge of malevolence lodged itself in her chest, transforming into icy flames as the dragon opened its maw wide and turned to unleash pale fire upon the humans cowering behind the rocky wall. At the moment the dragon opened its mouth, Blue Dao and Tali had already issued their commands. Get down. Take cover behind the rocks. Quickly, wind the crossbow. It is wounded. Secure the steel hinges to the arrows. Prepare, fire. Blue Dao and Tali commanded with calm precision, launching another volley of specially designed arrows toward the struggling dragon. Unlike the previous purely lethal arrows, this batch was heavier, accompanied by what appeared to be slender alloy chains. Bai Ling exhaled a torrent of flames once more, but this time the fire was peculiar, not concentrated into a single beam, but resembling will-o'-the-wisps, scattering as tiny flames that rained down upon the humans. As the first agonized scream pierced the air, a silent massacre unfolded, brutal and horrific. Blue Dao and Tali had underestimated Bai Ling, perceiving her merely as an unintelligent beast. However, by the time he witnessed the might of the pale flames, it was far too late. When the dragon's heart turned to slaughter, the pale fire would instantly incinerate any life hostile towards her. Those touched by the flames melted away silently, akin to butter thrown into a furnace. The searing agony of their souls caused the soldiers to wail like tormented spirits. This fire bore no resemblance to ordinary flames. Whether hiding behind rocks or buried underground, they would be utterly consumed. Remarkably, the pale fire spared all inanimate objects, leaving even trees and flowers unscathed. The steadfast expression of Blue Dao and Tali finally shattered. His eyes widened in disbelief as he murmured, "Is this fire the flames of hell?" The bodies of the enemies served as mere fuel. After one was consumed, the fire would effortlessly leap to another, unquenchable by earth or water, as if it were divine retribution. Many could not endure such excruciating torment and leapt from the cliffs, shattering their bodies upon impact. "My lord, flee!" cried the aide, a small, delicate white flame already flickering on his arm, quietly scorching his flesh. This hardened man, who could withstand a blow from an axe without flinching, now appeared pale, tears streaming down his face. His voice quavered with sobs. "They are all dead. We are finished. You must escape." But even as he spoke, a significant portion of his body was consumed, and he collapsed, eyes wide open, resembling a morsel of flesh half-eaten. Blue Dao and Tali gazed at the dragon hovering above, and strangely, The dragon was also looking back at him from a distance. In the depths of the dragon's gaze, he faintly discerned an emotion known as sorrow. 504 individuals, save for Landor Tali and a handful of fortunate soldiers who had not ascended, faced total annihilation. With a clang, Landor Tali unsheathed his sword, Shattered Star. Its tip pointed defiantly at the white spirit. "Come forth, you beast," he bellowed. "I am Landor Tali. The Hunter-S family shall not turn its back on its quarry. Come, either slay me or be slain by me." Chapter 108. An odd relationship. Landor Tali had resigned himself to the inevitability of death. The companions he had brought were largely skilled hunters from his family, and within mere hours, they had vanished from existence, consumed entirely by the terrifying pale flames. He found it absurd. Creatures such as dragons should not inhabit this world. Sitting straight upon his steed, he raised his sword at the airborne dragon. He understood the folly of his actions, yet he was unwilling to flee, nor was escape a certainty. An honorable warrior must meet a glorious demise. To his astonishment, the dragon, poised to take flight, slowly descended upon hearing his name. The golden vertical pupils reflected Landor's resolute form as the dragon, with powerful forelimbs, approached Lord Tali. The mounting pressure of the dragon's presence overwhelmed Landor's horse, which knelt and threw him off. He tumbled to the ground, but quickly sprang up, eyes alert to the dragon's intentions. What did this beast plan? Was it preparing to draw near and consume him? However, the dragon merely tilted its head, observing him for a moment before beating its wings vigorously and soaring toward the distant, higher mountains. Once the dragon had vanished from sight, Landor exhaled deeply, collapsing onto the ground. His garments were drenched in cold sweat, and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. Surveying his surroundings, he noted that his soldiers, their weapons, and even the 3 siege crossbows had been reduced to ash beneath the dragon's flames, leaving only himself and his horse to survive. A pang of sorrow tightened in his throat, his vision blurred, and the sword he held clattered to the earth. He was uncertain how he would face the families of the fallen soldiers upon his return. This had been a disastrous hunt, a grave error of judgment. He had miscalculated the dragon's peril, mistaking it for merely a larger beast. Yet, why had the dragon spared him? "I wager you wonder why that dragon did not kill you?" A flippant voice suddenly echoed beside him. Landor Tali swiftly grasped his sword and rose to confront the source of the sound. It was a tall man, adorned with a mask. His golden brown hair was braided and draped down his back, concealing his face, save for a pair of elongated, slanted eyes. A flame-like pattern flickered on his forehead, barely visible. This attire was clearly not of Westerosi design. He was a foreigner. Landor asked solemnly, "Who are you? Do you possess knowledge of that dragon?" "Certainly, I am well aware. One might say that I share an inextricable, cursed bond with that dragon." The man crouched down, his fingers sifting through the ashes scorched by blue flames, mockingly inquiring, "Is this your soldier? The finest warriors of the Riverlands?" Unfazed by his provocation, Landau remained resolute. "Answer my question, who are you?" The nobility of Westeros always insists on clarifying one's lineage, origin, and status upon meeting someone. I can understand that. When I dealt in slaves, I too preferred them to present their backgrounds as clearly as possible to negotiate better with their owners. At the edge of his patience, Landau raised his sword and swung it. The man, displaying an agility beyond that of mere mortals, effortlessly leapt to the summit of the cliff, resembling a nimble spider. "Very well, out of respect for House Tully, I shall reveal my name," he said, suddenly dropping his jest and adopting a serious demeanor. "I am a disciple forsaken by the god of many faces, a follower of the faith of the dragon, a servant of the undying, and a descendant of the Valyrian kings." "Descendant of the Valyrian kings?" Landau interjected. "To my knowledge, the ancient Valyrians are utterly extinct. The only remaining heirs are the Targaryens, and perhaps the Valerians to a lesser extent. From whence do you claim this ghostly lineage?" The man chuckled softly, gesturing to his forehead. "A true Valyrian descendant bears such fiery patterns upon resonating with dragons. As for the Targaryens, devoid of dragons, can they still be considered legitimate?" "Nonsense," Landau scoffed, raising his sword and beginning to ascend the rock face, intent on slaying this enigmatic figure. Though the scene was somewhat comical, he was no monkey, incapable of leaping to such heights. "I merely came to extend a greeting today, with the hope that you could convey a message to House Tyrell, specifically to Lady Olenna, the Queen of Thorns. Ask her if she desires a dragon." Landau halted, incredulously gazing at him, at a loss for words. Yet, upon uttering this statement, the man leapt from the cliff, vanishing in an instant. The wounded White Wing flew towards the eastern mountain pass of the crag until the horizon was completely consumed by the mountains, finally selecting a place to rest. She bore too many arrows within her, Though they were mere flesh wounds and untouched her innards, she continued to bleed and needed urgent attention. Enduring the pain, the dragon employed her claws and jaws to extract the arrows one by one. Fortunately, Landau possessed a sense of chivalry. The arrows were not poisoned, or else she would have perished today. White Wing, weary and in agony, had also lost the net containing food and wine. She quickly sensed an abnormal weakness, her head beginning to spin. With several arrowheads still lodged in her, she could not reach them. Soon, a heavy drowsiness enveloped her, and she collapsed to the ground, succumbing to slumber. After a long absence, she once again dreamt. In her dream appeared the towering, snow-capped mountain, the massive gate etched with 3 dragons, behind which the roars of dragons still echoed. But soon, the roars transformed into hoarse whispers, gradually becoming clearer. "Come here, my daughter." To the northernmost tip of Frost Snow's tooth, Bai Ling instinctively retorted, "I am not your daughter. My name is Bai Ling, and I am a child of the 21st century. You are indeed my daughter, my flesh and blood, my redemption. Come, hasten to find me." The whisper grew increasingly frantic, its tone ascending to a furious scream. "You thief! You worthless wretch! Return my daughter." The vision blurred, as though she were retreating in fear from the imposing black door. Suddenly, it swung open, and a colossal skeleton, its eye sockets glowing a sinister red, lunged forth, reaching for her. Bai Ling felt a heart-wrenching pain, and then she awoke. The scene before her was somewhat disorienting, as if time had rewound to a day prior. A warm fire crackled, with a pot simmering something sweet above it. Nearby, fruits roasted over the flames. A handsome man with long hair lounged on the ground, his chest partially exposed, drinking. Not far behind them lay the food and wine they had deceived their way into acquiring, alongside a plethora of unknown luggage. Bai Ling turned her head with effort, noticing her spiky hair and feeling the pain coursing through her body, confirming that time had not reversed. Dylan had returned, bringing their rations. "Humph, weren't you leaving? Why return?" Dylan remained silent, his expression cold. He rose to extract the arrows from her body. The bleeding had long since ceased. Yet the arrows were so thick that their removal left gaping wounds. Dylan frowned slightly, discarding the arrows, then poured wine over the wounds. "Ouch, you bastard, that hurts." Dylan's anger only deepened, his face a mask of rage. He had merely sought to frighten this foolish dragon. Upon his brief absence to procure supplies, she had nearly been turned into barbecued dragon meat. Just look at how many iron stakes were lodged in her. How dare anyone harm what belongs to me? A dangerous aura enveloped Dylan, palpable and terrifying. Although Bai Ling's form had transformed into that of a dragon, her essence remained that of a small creature, leaving her too frightened to utter a sound. "Didi, I'm hungry," the dragon suddenly exclaimed in a plaintive tone, seeking sustenance. Dylan turned, perplexed. Bai Ling stared at him, bewildered. Dylan, incredulous, could only mutter, "What the hell?" The shock of a great tiger baring its teeth and letting out a mule could scarcely compare to this. Dylan, filled with frustration and schemes, suddenly felt deflated. What could he do with his dragon, even if she were foolish, dim-witted, and weak, yet kind-hearted, timid, and naive? Perhaps it was best to cast her aside. Chapter 109. The schemes of the old Rose Randall Tully was a commendable warrior, and the soldiers he commanded did not falter in the face of the dragon's terrifying flames. In stark contrast, Jack Bulway, who prided himself as a descendant of destroyers, chose to flee at the very onset of battle. Confronted by the dragon's fiery breath and formidable physique, along with its razor-sharp talons, he was nearly paralyzed with fear. These nobles, living under the shadow of the old town, bore witness to what true hell resembled. Like a coward, he cowered at the back, witnessing the dragon annihilate the entire Tully family. Jack Burwell's complexion turned pale, his eyes wide with terror. "We must return. We must find Melis," he stammered. Frantic as a mouse, "We cannot remain here. That dragon will slay every living thing. We must return to the old town and inform the Tower of the Gods." While the other soldiers shared the same fear of the mysterious dragon, none exhibited such profound cowardice, secretly harboring disdain for him, particularly the lieutenant, who had wished to rush out to assist when the dragon unleashed its flames, but was halted by Jack's admonition. The descendant of the destroyer had been utterly terrified and had now changed his mind. "Nordred, you shall go to the High Hall and speak to Hightower about this matter. I must go to the Tower of the Gods." He galloped away, drawing the sigils of the 7 gods on his forehead, murmuring, "Oh 7. From whence comes this demon?" Most of the retinue fled alongside Jack, while Lieutenant Nordred cast a fierce glare in the direction of the departing dragon before making his way to the High Hall. They returned faster than Landau. By the time Landau Tully arrived at the High Hall with 2 others, Old Rose, the young lord of the inflatable fish, and Mellis Hightower were already informed of the situation. Lord Mace Tyrell, usually fearful of Landau, stumbled over his words as he attempted to offer consolation. Lord Landau, we have just received some unfortunate news. You encountered the dragon and fought valiantly, yet the entire army perished. My heavens, someone silence him. Old Rosalena could no longer tolerate her son's blundering. Landau's already grim expression darkened further. It was indeed a failure. But to have it spoken of by a man he regarded as worthless was a humiliation beyond measure, akin to being trampled underfoot. I underestimated the beast's peril. Its flames are not of this realm, capable of reducing flesh and blood to mere ashes. We fired over 200 arrows at it, and it still had the strength to topple my siege engines and incinerate all my soldiers. Mellis Hightower's countenance grew icy as she nodded. Indeed, it was the creature. Only one of my scout team returned after encountering it. Any who come into contact with that white flame are reduced to nothing but charred bones. Landau Tully turned to her. You did not engage it? No. I believe that with only 2,000 troops and no siege weaponry, we could not hope to slay it. And many might perish in the attempt. Old Rose clapped her hands. Then why persist in the endeavor to slay that dragon? Perhaps it was merely passing through. I am curious, who is orchestrating that dragon's actions? Could it be a Targaryen bastard of whom we are unaware? Landau Tully hesitated, casting a wary glance at Mellis Hightower. Old Rose changed the subject. By the way, there is a piece of delightful news. In a month, Mellis Hightower will wed my son, Lord Mace Tyrell, in the Riverlands. A 2-month celebration is set to commence, featuring a grand tournament. The names of the two women seem remarkably well matched. Mace Tiller is a somewhat stout young man, his hair prematurely graying. He timidly gazes at the tall and athletic Mellis, noticing she pays him no mind, her attention fixed instead on her mother. Both women disregard him, indicating that even if he had an opinion, it would hold no weight. Lady Rose, Lord Blando suggests, let us take this opportunity to relax. As long as the dragon ceases to trouble us, we might as well let it be. She then turns to Mellis, saying, My dear, your journey must have been arduous. I have arranged for you to stay in the finest room with the most breathtaking view in the high hall. Please, do take some rest. Mellis acknowledges her, replying, Indeed. My lady, I am quite exhausted. By the way, when is the dinner? You must be hungry. I shall have some food sent to your room, and the servants will come to fetch you before the feast. I shall look forward to it, Mellis responds. Once Mellis departs, Lady Rose's smile fades. Lord Blando, do share your experiences with us. Although Lord Blando Taller looks down upon the Tiller family, which is under the control of women, he cannot deny that Lady Rose possesses a sharp intellect and strategic acumen that is renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. He is eager to hear her insights and recounts his tale in detail. Are you saying that the dragon spared your life upon hearing your name? And that you encountered a young man who claimed to be a descendant of Valyria, asking if you wished for a dragon? Lady Rose sips her wine in one swift motion. If you hadn't said it, I would have thought it was some fanciful bard trying to amuse me. It seems the dragon will not actively disturb us. As for your question, it is rather nonsensical. Who wouldn't wish to be the next Targaryen? Lord Blando is momentarily at a loss for words, feeling a mix of exasperation and admiration for Lady Rose's audacious remarks. However, such thoughts must remain concealed from King Aerys. Otherwise, the Tiller name in the Riverlands may be at risk. As for you, Lord Blando, you must allow yourself the occasional failure. Consider this a lesson learned, and refrain from seeking further trouble with that dragon. Of course, if you are certain that your son can inherit the Taller legacy, I have no objections. Lady Rose perceives the vengeful intent within Lord Blando's thoughts, striking at his vulnerabilities. If you wish to court death, none shall hinder you. But it remains uncertain whether your family's legacy will still belong to the Tallers after your demise. In this era of Westeros, the great nobles are executed at King Aerys' whim, and who would care for the small families left to fend for themselves, consisting only of widows and orphans? Contemplating his eldest son, Sam Taller, Lord Blando is overwhelmed with despair, prompting him to abandon the idea of pursuing the dragon further. Boys in House Taller begin their training in archery and combat as soon as they can hold a spoon. Once they learn to ride, their fathers take them hunting. Yet what of Sam Taller? At nearly 8 years old, he spends his days eating and reading, growing as plump as a maggot, and cannot even hit a target at 10 meters. Lando Tarly found himself ensnared in profound self-doubt. Meanwhile, Old Rose casually toyed with her cup, remarking, We need only to wait patiently. I have a premonition that the descendant of Valyria will surely reach out to me. Chapter 110. The Secretive Assembly and the Suspicious Individual. At this moment, a man who claimed to be a descendant of Valyria, Dylan Hagarl, strolled through the bustling streets of Tarly's stronghold, Horn Hill, accompanied by a slender woman swathed in layers of fabric. Cornhill, nestled at the foothills of the Crimson Mountains, served as the seat of House Tarly, the most formidable vassal of House Tyrell, renowned for its warriors and hunters. The town benefited from its proximity to the bountiful Dornish Mountains, yielding an abundance of game, furs, timber, and herbs. The wealth of resources and fertile lands allowed House Tarly to ensure their subjects were well-fed and warmly clothed, while their formidable military prowess fostered a fierce yet well-ordered populace. Those who resisted authority were either conscripted as soldiers or swiftly dealt with. The transformed White Spirit waved her hands vigorously, fanning herself, and lamented to her companion. "It's so hot. Why is the climate in the Reach so stifling?" It's reminiscent of the plum rain season. Accustomed to the harsh and frigid northern climates, she found herself utterly unprepared for the oppressive heat and humidity. While her dragon form remained unaffected, her return to human form left her feeling weak and drained. Dylan Hagarl lazily scanned the surroundings as if searching for something. Hearing her complaints, he replied with a hint of exasperation. "Who told you to bundle up so much? What is wrong with you? Do you think your appearance is unfit for public view, or do you not trust my ability to disguise you? You wouldn't understand. She simply wishes to avoid humanity. Were it not for the fear of dragons appearing and being besieged by humans, she would prefer to remain in her draconic form. In that state, her healing capabilities are remarkable. Her wounds scab over within days. The strength of her dragon form adeptly masks her internal fears and anxieties. Since her arrival in this world, her unsettling dreams had begun to shift, instilling a sense of foreboding that something dreadful lurked in the shadows. She had refrained from disclosing her dreams to Dylan, harboring suspicions that what lay hidden on Frostfang might not pertain to her lineage, but rather something far more terrifying, an enemy of all living beings, the White Walkers. However, according to the timeline, the emergence of the White Walkers would not occur until the onset of the main saga of the Game of Thrones, specifically in the year 1520. Following Robert's rebellion, during her aimless online searches in her past life, she had encountered a theory suggesting that when dragons re-emerged, magic, the White Walkers, and divine powers would awaken, transforming the world of ice and fire into something entirely new. "Hey, what are you lost in thought about?" Dylan tapped her on the head lightly, gesturing towards a shop adorned with furs and bone trinkets. "I'm going in to buy something. Wait for me outside and don't wander off, understood?" "Oh," the White Spirit replied vacantly, touching her head, her thoughts entangled in a chaotic web. Her memory had never been this poor. After all, Game of Thrones was a series she adored, and she retained clarity on many plot points. Yet, why did it seem as if her memories of the 21st century were gradually fading away? She seems unable to recall even the name of her favorite coffee shop downstairs. Something like Rouet. Will the spirit of the 21st century, the White Spirit, fade away, leaving only a half-dragon, half-human beast behind? I long to return home. Dylan Hagel moves about the dilapidated grocery store like an ordinary customer, surveying his surroundings. The shop appears quite antiquated, with a haphazardly constructed exterior of wooden planks. The proprietor is an elderly man, bearded and muscular. Dylan casts a sidelong glance at an inconspicuous stain in the corner, resembling a child's chaotic doodle, a triangle encircling an eye, with 3 sword-like lines protruding from behind it. "Sir, I wish to make a purchase." Dylan knocks on the counter. The old man seems oblivious, engrossed in his own activities. After a prolonged silence, he finally responds, "Choose for yourself what you wish to buy. I have no money." "Then what do you possess?" "Knowledge that can purchase goods. Treasures that secrets can redeem." The old man pauses, slowly moving to the door and securing it tightly. Standing atop a large wooden stump, his muscular arms push it aside, revealing a hidden door beneath. Outside, the sweltering heat is unbearable for the White Spirit, who yearns to explore and see what might be of use. She has yet to experience a medieval market and feels a sudden intrigue. Though there were small markets in the northern lands, they pale in comparison to the prosperity of the riverbend. This market is expansive, divided into several sections. Daily necessities, food, clothing, and more are neatly organized, reminiscent of the pedestrian streets she frequented in her past life. Aside from the larger wooden shops, most stalls are temporary tents. Through the conversations of passers-by, she learns why so many merchants and tents have appeared. The Tillier family's wealth has primarily been consolidated through marriage with the old town of Hitar. Merchants are known for their keen sense of information. Perhaps they have already caught wind of the opportunity and rushed to Riverbend, eager to amass fortune. The pathways of the market are paved with large stone slabs, aesthetically pleasing and clean. As she strolls, she listens intently, absorbing a wealth of gossip. Before long, she finds herself captivated by the bone-crafted art within a particular tent. The shopkeeper has fashioned remarkably lifelike animals from bones and wood, creating a miniature farm where these creatures are displayed. The charming model attracts a throng of children who giggle and play with the animal figurines, while the shopkeeper remains unconcerned, allowing them to enjoy themselves. The street also boasts some more hardcore shops, displaying processed beast skulls, pelts, and bones. At the market center stands a sizable wooden arena. Two robust young men are engaged in a fierce bout within the ring. Surrounding the arena, a crowd has gathered, their cheers and laughter resounding loudly. Just as the white spirit is about to join in the revelry, a pair of iron hands suddenly seizes her arms. She was startled and turned around to find two soldiers and a plump peasant woman standing behind her. Judging by their attire, they were not dressed for battle. One wore hunting gear while the other was clad in chainmail, adorned with a surcoat bearing a family crest depicting a hunter drawing a bow and wielding a sword. Was it her? The soldier firmly grasped Bai Ling's arm and inquired of the stout woman about a suspicious outsider. The plump woman peered curiously at Bai Ling, asserting, "It is indeed her, acting rather suspiciously in the streets. Who, in such sweltering heat, would wrap themselves so thickly, if not to conceal their face?" The soldier said, "Miss, please unveil your cloak so we may see your face." Bai Ling replied, "Why? What do you intend to do?" The soldier in hunting attire placed his hand on the sword at his waist, exchanging a glance with the chainmail-clad soldier. Should they take action? The soldier in chainmail gently shook his head. He sensed that she was a frail young girl, and resorting to violence against her would violate the knightly code. "I apologize, but we must investigate every suspicious outsider to ensure the safety and smoothness of the upcoming celebration." Bai Ling was extremely reluctant to reveal herself. Firstly, she simply did not wish to do so, and secondly, her appearance at that moment indeed resembled that of a suspicious individual. Chapter 111. The Crisis of Lyanna Stark. Bai Ling refused Dylan's application of a strangely scented substance on her face, preferring to be wrapped like a mummy instead. Thus, she now bore silver hair and green eyes, a quintessential Targaryen visage. Not only soldiers, but even common folk were familiar with the appearance of the House of the Dragon. Revealing herself would undoubtedly raise a multitude of questions. Many nobles had attended Prince Rhaegar's wedding, and should she be captured, how would they explain the presence of the supposedly ailing princess consort, who had flown from the distant King's Landing to the Riverlands? Bai Ling's identity was exposed, yet her disappearance had not been made public. Only a select few nobles and royals were privy to this information. Ashera had once masqueraded as the princess consort for a time, and after her imprisonment, the Red Keep proclaimed that the princess consort had fallen gravely ill and was recuperating outside of King's Landing. Perhaps the situation was not as dire, or they might merely assume she bore a resemblance to the royal family. "Hey, miss, please reveal your face." The soldier's tone intensified, his suspicion mounting. Bai Ling found herself at an impasse. She could not simply incapacitate them in public or silence them. Reluctantly, she began to slowly unveil her veil. The moment her face was revealed, those around her seemed to collectively hold their breath. The plump peasant woman was the first to regain her composure, taking a deep breath and patting her ample chest. "I sincerely apologize, esteemed miss. I misjudged you. A beauty such as yours ought to be concealed." The two soldiers stood dumbfounded, rendered speechless. Her face was nothing short of enchantingly beautiful, captivating the gaze of all who beheld her. Her long silver hair shimmered brilliantly in the sunlight, and her eyes resembled the finest emeralds, each smile and frown tugging at the heartstrings. Her skin shimmered with a translucent radiance, reminiscent of alabaster. Such a visage could hardly belong to a suspicious individual. Rather, it was the hallmark of an esteemed noblewoman. The soldier hastily released his grip on Balan, kneeling on one knee. "Please pardon our intrusion. On behalf of the Tully family, I extend a warm welcome to you, our esteemed guest." Balan replied, "Thank you. May I take my leave now?" The hunter-clad soldier suddenly transformed into a figure of fervent enthusiasm. "Madam, might you require a local guide? It would be my honor to assist you." However, a soldier clad in chainmail swiftly pulled him away. "We must continue our patrol, Hans." Upon closer inspection, one could discern a flush on the neck beneath the chainmail of the soldier. Balan, puzzled, wondered if such a reaction was truly warranted. Is it really that remarkable? Have they never encountered a beauty before? Turning her gaze again, she noticed that the eager informant, a plump peasant woman, had long since vanished from sight. Resigned, she decided against further exploration and sought a quiet place to await Dylan. Returning to the general store, she found Dylan waiting at the entrance, his demeanor somewhat austere. He grasped Balan's hand and hastily led her outside. "We cannot linger in Riverbend. We must depart at once." "Why? Where are we going?" "The north? The High Priest and the Martell family are nearing Riverbend. We must return to King's Landing. Moreover, I've received credible news that Prince Rhaegar has been gravely poisoned and remains unconscious. At the mention of Rhaegar, Belan's heart fluttered, and she lowered her gaze, murmuring, "I do not wish to return to King's Landing, nor do I wish to see Rhaegar Targaryen again." With a sense of urgency, Dylan, frustrated by Belan's slow pace, scooped her up and sprinted until they reached an isolated area beyond the city's confines, where he set her down. "Dylan, should Rhaegar Targaryen perish, his brother Viserys would be the primary heir. You possess the bloodline of House Targaryen, acknowledged by King Aerys himself, and the title of princess, making you the secondary heir. I care not for your whimsical notions. For the sake of our vengeance, it is most fitting for you to ascend the Iron Throne." Belan remained silent, exchanging a steady gaze with Dylan. He found himself at a loss against her silent defiance, urging her to reconsider. "Do you not desire to avenge your friends? To exact retribution for Elia Martell and to eliminate Cersei Lannister? Without the Iron Throne, how will you confront Tywin and reduce Casterly Rock to ashes?" Belan replied somberly. "That is precisely what I contemplate." Dylan felt exasperated, realizing that since his acquaintance with Belan, his temperament had improved remarkably, even diminishing his once fiery desire for violence. "You have yet to master the art of dragon warfare, and a mere 500 hunters from House Tully nearly turned you into a kebab. Do you truly believe you can assault Casterly Rock? Do you understand? Have you witnessed?" Belan, wide-eyed with disbelief, exclaimed, "Did you simply watch me get beaten? You did not come to my aid. What if I had perished?" Dylan froze, taken aback. "I only learned of it. Why do you regard me so? I would never deceive you." A wave of inexplicable bitterness surged within, moistening her eyes. Ever since Bai Ling fled to Essos with Dylan, having endured the dragon transformation ritual and the relentless pursuit of the High Priest, she had developed an unusual dependence on him after surviving numerous hardships. Yet, Dylan remained fixated on vengeance, intending to use her to secure the Iron Throne. Bai Ling sniffled, resolute in her decision. "You may go to King's Landing. I shall venture alone to the north. We shall part ways here. The matters in the north may involve the others. This is not a path for you to tread." Dylan Hegarl turned, his expression devoid of emotion. "So, you no longer care for House Stark, then? And what of your friend Lyanna Stark?" "Lyanna?" Bai Ling exclaimed, anxiety gripping her as she clutched Dylan's arm. "What has happened to Lyanna? What troubles beset House Stark?" "The Mad King has summoned the Northern Lords and his daughter, seeking to marry Lyanna Stark to Viserys," Dylan replied. Bai Ling could hardly believe it. He had truly lost his mind. Viserys was but 6 years old. What a perverse stratagem it was to marry an almost 18-year-old maiden to a mere child. Dylan continued languidly. "Should Lord Rickard Stark refuse, then his eldest son, Brandon Stark, shall meet the fate of the Kingsguard." The Mad King had completely succumbed to insanity. A saying regarding the Targaryens came to mind. With the birth of each Targaryen, the gods cast a coin, resulting either in a madman or a genius. Within the Red Keep, the increasingly deranged Aerys had begun to dwell upon the Iron Throne day and night. His frail body had twisted into a grotesque form as he dined, slept, and relieved himself upon the throne. No one dared voice dissent. Those who spoke often found themselves adorning the walls as mere decorations for the spears. His beloved eldest son, though somewhat rebellious, remained Aerys' pride and the family's glory. Who could have anticipated that, in a single night, he would fall victim to a woman's treachery? The subsequent events were equally baffling. Have they extracted the truth? Or have they concealed Rhaegar? Aerys inquired darkly. The towering Iron Throne cast a menacing shadow within the throne room, where the spider, Varys, stood ensconced. He bowed his head and whispered, "Only one of the Queen's handmaidens remains alive, but she knows not where Prince Rhaegar was taken, only that he was escorted by Ser Arthur Dayne. And that wretched woman who poisoned my son? Is she dead? She perished in her cell. Her body has decayed. Such ease in death. How dare they harm my son? Are they next to plot my demise?" Aerys erupted into a violent fit of coughs, then asked, "Are there any ravens from Winterfell? Where is Rickard Stark?" Varys cautiously stepped back. The Duke was nearing the end of his tether, yet Miss Lyanna was not amongst the company. In a fit of rage, Aerys hurled his scepter, the gold-studded iron rod crashing onto Varys' bald head, blood instantly flowing forth. "Send ravens to gather the lords of Caer Morhen, Highgarden, and Sunspear, instructing them to muster their soldiers, as many as they can." "Yes, your majesty." After several directives, Varys quietly approached the chambers of the imprisoned queen. Queen Riella maintained her tranquil and unassuming demeanor, yet Varys was acutely aware of the deeper identity concealed beneath her exquisite exterior. She was a member of the Secret Order, one of the 6 great leaders. This organization, which had endured for a century, was founded on the principles of the towering citadel and the scholars of Old Town, dedicated to the collection of all lost magics, unknown mysteries, and legendary creatures. However, Varys found himself perplexed by one question. Why had Queen Rhaella chosen to hide Prince Rhaegar? Chapter 112. Destiny approaches. The patrolling soldiers returned to the cornerstone, still reminiscing about the breathtaking maiden they had just glimpsed. They speculated about her noble lineage, igniting lively discussions among the gathered crowd. Surely, she cannot be from Westeros. Perhaps she hails from Essos? No. I have heard that Dorne is renowned for its exotic beauties. Perhaps she is from the Westerlands. After all, it is the birthplace of the realm's most stunning maiden. Ha ha ha. With silver hair, fair skin, and green eyes, such a visage can only belong to House Targaryen, interjected a youthful voice. The soldiers turned to see a chubby boy stuffing his mouth with pie, chewing as he spoke. In terms of lineage, the only ones in the Seven Kingdoms with hair like moonlight are the dragon lords of House Targaryen. Pray tell, is that Targaryen truly beautiful? The soldiers were momentarily stunned, frozen in astonishment. An elderly nurse rushed over, breathless, and seized Samwell Tarly. Young master, how did you come to be here? The maester is waiting for you at the training grounds. She glared at the soldiers, who promptly scattered, ashamed of their idleness. The boy let his hands droop, feeling suddenly unappetizing about his snack. His innocent eyes, though chubby, seemed clouded with dust. But today's practice has already concluded, hasn't it? I have drawn my bow 200 times and ridden countless laps. Oh, my dear little master, the nurse exclaimed, embracing him. What shall you do when Lord Randall returns if you do not strengthen your practice? What if he asks you to deal with a bear cub or a lion? The nurse had cared for Samwell since his infancy, genuinely cherishing this kind-hearted child. In the world of high nobility, such genuine kindness was a rare quality, and the people of the territory were grateful to have such a lord. Yet, in House Tarly, this was not sufficient. The Tarly family was one of warriors. The finest fighters of the Reach hailed from here. Randall Tarly may not have been a competent lord, but he was an exceptional commander, renowned throughout the Seven Kingdoms. The nurse continued, if you wish to avoid archery and riding, then practice your swordplay instead. After your training, I shall prepare honey-glazed meats for you, shall I? You may eat while ascending to the attic to read. I shall not divulge this to the lady. Sam's eyes sparkled with excitement. Very well. As he watched his young master depart, the old nurse wiped her hands on her apron, turned, and summoned the patrolling soldier who had just returned. After ascertaining the details of the earlier incident, the nurse proceeded to the lady's chamber and recounted the soldiers jesting along with young Sam's words in full. The wife of Lord Tully was named Melissa Florent. Due to her son's delicate disposition, she frequently quarreled with Lord Tully. It was only during her husband's absence on military campaigns that she found a moment of respite within her home. Despite the many suspicions surrounding the matter, Melissa was disinclined to involve herself further. The presence of what could perhaps be a dispossessed royal family within their domain was of no concern to her. The Tullys were vassals of the Tully family, not of the Targaryens. Thus, this matter was quietly dismissed, and Melissa could hardly muster the energy to inform Lord Tully. The Tullys were set to ally with the Hightowers, and the Riverlands resonated with merriment and tranquility. The already opulent castle was adorned with extravagant decorations. The old Rose took personal charge of her son's wedding, bustling about the castle daily, directing the servants in their tasks. The lifeless statue displayed in the dining hall was utterly distasteful. Did none possess a modicum of aesthetic sensibility? And what of the painting on the wall? Had it not been decided to remove the ancestors and replace them with the spring garden goddess by Master Aldrelon? Very well, the ancestors would not take offense. If they did, let them seek out this old woman. Remove that grotesque painting at once. Though she referred to herself as an old woman, the Thorned Queen was well maintained. Appearing no older than a woman in her 30s, despite being over 50, she incessantly reprimanded the servants, including the steward, Gals Tully, believing that everyone's artistic sensibilities were in dire need of enhancement. As the bustle continued, a tremendous sound of wings flapping echoed from above the castle, followed by a cacophony of gasps and piercing screams. A dragon. A colossal dragon. It is a true dragon. Run. In their panic, some servants froze in place, while others fled in terror, unable to be halted. The old Rose was startled as well. Upon regaining her composure, she noticed that all the servants had vanished. Remarkably, the soldiers stationed at the castle, though trembling with fear, remained steadfast. The clattering of their heavy armor resonated through the air. Gals Tully ventured outside the castle for a moment and returned, his face ashen, clutching his chest with his right hand. The old Rose feared the old man might perish from fright, and calmly remarked, "What is there to fear? Our friends have arrived." As she stepped into the courtyard, she immediately comprehended why so many had been struck with terror. This dragon, in both size and appearance, was truly deserving of its legendary status. Throughout the annals of Targaryen history, The largest dragon was the progenitor dragon, Vagr. It stood taller than the castle walls, with a throat capable of swallowing an elephant whole. When this giant dragon unfurled its wings, it eclipsed the very sun in the sky. The old Rose had never truly believed in legends, but upon witnessing the dragon before her, she found herself convinced. Memories of the Targaryen epic surged unbidden into her mind. Mesmerized, she approached the magnificent gray-blue beast, her hand outstretched in an instinctive desire to caress it. "I would advise against touching her. She is rather shy," came a voice from atop the towering dragon's back, where a figure, indistinct and veiled, stood. Narrowing her eyes, the old Rose inquired, "Are you the dragon rider who claims to be a descendant of Valyria?" Meanwhile, Dylan and the old Rose conspired within the elegant confines of the high garden, while White Spirit reclined comfortably on the ground, drifting into a pleasant slumber. The air was imbued with the fragrance of blossoms, and the warm sunlight enveloped her, lulling her into an almost drowsy state. Perhaps sensing the dragon's benign nature, the castle inhabitants began to emerge from their hiding spots like gophers peeking from their burrows. Even the sentinels, usually steadfast, found their gazes irresistibly drawn to the majestic creature. This was indeed a dragon, by the seven, in their lifetimes, who among them had ever beheld a genuine dragon? It was a truly resplendent creature, a far cry from the fearsome depictions in murals and ancient tomes. Its hide, covered in scales of a gray-blue hue, glimmered under the sun, reflecting a captivating sheen reminiscent of the sea. The dragon's form was a harmonious blend of strength and grace, featuring an elongated neck and powerful forelimbs. Its brow bore spiraled horns akin to a unicorn's, extending from its skull and trailing down its spine with a row of formidable spines for protection. When the dragon unfurled its wings, their immense span was capable of enveloping its entire body. Such powerful wings were essential for lifting a creature of such considerable size, comparable to that of a castle. As the dragon opened its golden-red slit pupils and surveyed the onlookers, it lazily closed its eyes once more. Those caught in its gaze felt a surge of primal fear and an instinctive urge to submit. But then, a woman, momentarily distracted, failed to keep hold of her son, watching helplessly as the mischievous child ventured toward the terrifying beast. The soldiers tensed, crossbowmen readying their weapons in anticipation. The child, likely no more than 5 or 6 years of age, approached the dragon with innocent curiosity, reaching out to touch its majestic form. "Oh, Willie, my dear," his mother gasped, fainting from trepidation. Sensing the commotion, the dragon reopened its eyes, which were larger and more imposing than those of the child, rendering any ordinary person incapable of maintaining eye contact. Yet, the boy succeeded in reaching the dragon's chin, bursting into delighted laughter, while his grandfather succumbed to fainting as well. With a gust from its nostrils, the dragon exhaled, sending the little boy tumbling backward, where he rolled into the crowd, bewildered, before erupting into tears. "What a nuisance! Truly, children are the most troublesome creatures of all," White Spirit mused silently, exasperated by the raucous child. The steward, anxious to prevent any further chaos, ushered the servants into a side hall, finally granting White Spirit a moment of peace. Initially, Dylan had persuaded White Spirit to journey to King's Landing first. Unexpectedly, they received a letter delivered by a black raven, the sender being Master Varys. The missive was exceedingly brief, consisting of but a few words. "Come to Harrenburg, save Riga." Chapter 113. The Suspension Bridge Effect? Am I not quite right? Humanity is innately drawn to the skies. In her previous life, while seated in an airplane and gazing down, Bai Ling felt no overwhelming excitement or joy. Yet, at this moment, as she soared through the vastness of nearly 10,000 meters, she realized that this unfettered sense of freedom was a profound experience that penetrated the depths of her soul. Unfortunately, her companion, Dylan, lacked the resilience to withstand the frigid altitude. Poor Dylan struggled in the thin, cold air, his complexion pale as if he were on the brink of demise. Compelling Bai Ling to descend, at around 1,000 meters, they could still relish the beauty of Westeros, albeit at the risk of exposing their whereabouts. As mythical beings, dragons attracted much envy from others. Although flying was the swiftest mode of travel, they were compelled to choose less frequented routes, rendering their daily lives rather inconvenient. Fortunately, Bai Ling possessed a unique physique, having retained some wolf-like traits. After consuming a significant amount of food in one sitting, she could sustain herself without nourishment for half a month. This realization left her somewhat despondent, as she felt increasingly distant from the essence of humanity. Traveling from the Bay of Rivers to Harrenburg would take at least 2 days at dragon speed. They opted to rest in a secluded ravine near the mountains of the west of the Golden Road. Dylan had recuperated and was preparing to hunt, while also gathering firewood to cook. Bai Ling transformed into her human form and sat by the fire to rest. The primal forest surrounding them was alive with the melody of clear streams and the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects. Bai Ling momentarily felt as though she had returned to her previous life, reminiscing about her travels to Shenangjia with fellow adventurers. However, the distant roar of wild beasts interrupted her reverie. Soon, Dylan returned, bearing half a deer, blood splattered across his body. Bai Ling silently inquired with her eyes, "What happened?" "I chased off a lioness," he replied. "It was quite large, and I shared a bit of it." Dylan, a perfect master of survival in the wild, was well versed in what was edible and what was not. He quickly gathered some unknown fungi and fruits, skewering them on sticks to roast by the fire. The main dish was the tender, delectable roasted deer. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Bai Ling contemplated writing a letter to Master Varys, but was momentarily at a loss for words. Ultimately, she decided to document her experiences along the way through Essos, concluding with her questions. What secrets lie within the frost fangs of the far north? Does the Academy possess any relevant records? She lamented the loss of the research notes left by Master Varys in Volantis. Such first-hand knowledge from the Academy was invaluable. Reflecting back, she suspected that Master Varys was well aware of her escape from King's Landing, her journey to Volantis with Dylan, and her forced transformation ceremony into a dragon. Otherwise, he would not have told her at their farewell that this was a trial. Bai Ling shot a fierce glare at Dylan, finding him to be a complete enigma. Dylan Heger. She had also inquired in her letter about the potential effects and consequences of the dragon transformation ceremony on her. Having already lost her ability to transform into a wolf, she wondered if she could revert to being an ordinary human. Dylan caught a glimpse of her writing, a wave of jealousy washing over him. It had been hundreds of years since dragons had vanished, and you were the sole success of the dragon transformation ceremony. If the High Priest were to learn that you wished to become human again, it would surely infuriate him. Isn't that quite advantageous? It would save us from further troubles. Bai Ling rolled the letter into a slender tube, preparing to send it back with the next raven that came. As she twisted the paper, she casually remarked, "By the way, Dylan, you and Master Varys are accomplices, aren't you? You certainly harbor many secrets." Dylan replied, "What makes you suddenly curious about me? Have you fallen for me?" Bai Ling disregarded his cheesy remark, reminding herself that they were in the same boat. It was only natural to wish to know more about him. "What do you want to ask?" "I may respond depending on my mood." "Then, for my first question, why did you withdraw from the Faceless Ones?" Dylan Heger sat up, poking at the fire with a twig. Suddenly, he posed an unrelated question, "Guess how old I am?" Bai Ling's gaze swept over him, lingering momentarily on his sharply defined abs before shifting away. "Perhaps in your 30s? Dylan chuckled softly, a hint of seduction and mockery dancing in his eyes. "I am already 82. Gulp. Bai Ling, caught off guard, nearly choked. Seeing her cough violently, Dylan laughed heartily. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible." Bai Ling shook her head vigorously. "You are human, not an elven prince. How could you live so long? The High Priest can live for centuries. What's so strange about my 80? Dylan's smile gradually faded, and a shadow crossed his eyes as he lowered his gaze. He did not want Bai Ling to see the complex emotions swirling within him. Deep-seated hatred, nostalgic beauty, and a loathing for the world. The High Priest of the Dragon Cult. Dylan Heger's father, Sindaro Cillian, had single-handedly established the cult, his obsession with the dragon transformation ceremony tracing back to the fall of the ancient Valeria. He was an immortal who had consumed countless dragon kings and drunk the blood of many dragons, walking the path of destruction through dark blood magic. Yet, this man had once imparted knowledge, dignity, and the courage to survive to the young Dylan. Alas, those admirable traits were as fleeting as a shooting star. When he vowed to kill Sindar, he had entirely forgotten his true name, leaving only the codename bestowed upon him by the Faceless Ones. Perhaps, once he had slain Sindar, he would reclaim that name. Dylan Heger was lost in his memories when Bai Ling blinked and, with a sigh, reminded him, "All right, Grandpa Dylan. May I inquire why you withdrew from the Faceless?" The lack of decorum exhibited by Dylan is quite infuriating. Time, with its prolonged passage, embodies enduring memories and a wealth of knowledge, something that a seemingly inexperienced young girl like you fails to comprehend. Alas, a strikingly handsome man of darker complexion turns out to be of an older generation. While a grandparent-grandchild romance might provide a brief respite from this wretched journey through time, the generational gap of half a century may prove insurmountable for her. With a mere interruption from Bai Ling, Dylan's brooding thoughts vanished. He bitterly remarked that the Faceless must possess unwavering faith in the God of many faces, with a rigid organizational structure that does not permit arbitrary killings, rendering it unsuitable for him. When you left the Faceless, did you encounter any troubles? How could I not? TSK, they pursued me relentlessly for over 20 years. Were it not for the High Priest intervening and teaching them a lesson, I would have faced an unending barrage of unforeseen assassinations. I perceive you as more than a mere assassin. You seem to possess an understanding of everything. There is nothing in this world that could possibly challenge you. Bai Ling playfully complimented Dylan. Suddenly, Dylan Hagar paused, the visage before him gradually merging with that of his younger sister from his childhood. Brother, you're so impressive. How do you know everything? There's nothing in this world that can confound you, is there? He abruptly covered his head and grumbled, rest, sleep. Let us talk about a few coins later. Bai Ling playfully poked Dylan's back. Don't be like that. I'm genuinely curious about you. Look, I haven't even pressed you about deceiving me or colluding with villains to burn me. Hey, scoundrel, rascal old man. Dylan could no longer tolerate her incessant chatter. He stretched his arms wide and firmly held Bai Ling in his embrace, silencing her incessant prattle. Let me go? Sleep, I'm tired. The deep timbre of his voice resonated from within his chest. His strong, rhythmic heartbeat seemed to echo in sync with Bai Ling's own. Nestled within Dylan's embrace, she soon succumbed to slumber. Cursed be it, apart from knowing he is over 80 years old, he has gleaned nothing else. Chapter 114. The cursed Hronberg by the shores of the Eye of the Gods, directly north of the Isle of Many Faces, stands a monument of arrogance and cruelty, Hronberg. Once the pinnacle of the Ironborn Empire under the tyrannical reign of the malevolent King Ron the Iron-Hearted, enslaved the lands of the Riverlands to construct an unprecedented grand fortress in Westeros. This castle was designed to accommodate 1 million souls, its walls so formidable that, even when besieged for an eternity, the besiegers would turn gray with age before it would ever yield. He demanded 5 towering spires that would ascend to the heavens, akin to 5 fingers grasping the sky. Dylan Hagar paused his narration, reflecting on the fortress. Now, it has fallen into ruin, resembling a hideout for thieves, bandits, poachers, or even monsters. Bai Ling stood beside him, both perched atop a precipice 100 meters high, gazing upon the legendary Hronberg, which was said to have 5 towering fingers. Undoubtedly, none of those towers remain. All have crumbled into mere rubble. I have heard that Harrenhal is cursed, and every family that occupies it meets with a tragic demise. Bai Ling inquired with curiosity. There are also tales that the malevolent spirits of Harren and his sons linger there. Daemon Targaryen remarked, such tales are mere ghost stories. A narrative that Lord Otto and the Queen are all too happy to exploit. Bai Ling appeared perplexed. The name Daemon Targaryen sounded familiar. Wasn't he a character from Martin's prequel to Game of Thrones? As for Lord Otto and the Queen, was this merely a whimsical indulgence concealed behind ghostly tales? Dylan's expression was somewhat peculiar. Surely, Rhaenys, you cannot be unaware of Daemon Targaryen? By bloodline, he could very well be your ancestor. I have no knowledge of that, Bai Ling replied bluntly. I was born in the north. How could I possibly be connected to the Targaryens of a century ago? There are numerous ambiguities in this matter, Dylan mused while stroking his chin. According to the information and intelligence gathered by Varys and his associates, after the Dance of the Dragons, several remnants of the Greens fled to the north. After all, King Aegon II, the Green faction's ruler, had bastards scattered throughout King's Landing. Bai Ling found herself bewildered and disinterested in these historical remnants, glancing around with boredom. Look, another family has arrived, a red salmon. Is that House Tully? Her excitement was palpable. From this height, one can still make out the banners below. This woman becomes increasingly peculiar. Dylan sighed. The sigil of House Tully is a silver trout on a striped blue and red field. The red salmon with a white background and gold lines belongs to House Mouton of the Riverlands. Good heavens, did you truly study under Master Varys? There are countless minor families in Westeros. How could one possibly remember them all, not to mention their names? It's both tedious and difficult to recall. Dylan regarded Bai Ling thoughtfully, his curiosity about her growing. Setting aside her peculiar behavior, one must wonder, how could any normal person continue to live so carefree after enduring a series of manipulations and suffering? It seemed as if she had forgotten those moments. And despite acquiring formidable and astounding power, she exhibited no significant change. Moreover, he was among those who had inflicted pain upon her. Yet there was no sign of her seeking vengeance. Was she not filled with resentment and indignation? Did she not desire to annihilate those responsible for her suffering? Yet, she appeared indifferent, maintaining a sense of detachment from the world. If it were Dylan himself, at the moment of soaring through the skies as a dragon, he would likely rush into the headquarters of the dragon cult and the maesters, incinerating the very roots of the suffering. This woman was akin to a multi-layered onion. Truly intriguing. Speaking of which, we have encountered over 20 families along our journey. What, pray tell, compels them to traverse such distances to Harrenhal? Bai Ling's words roused Dylan from his reverie. He crossed his arms and disdainfully replied, "It is for the gold dragons, for worthless titles, and for the mask of honor." "Speak plainly," Bai Ling urged. "Because a certain nouveau riche has prepared several million gold dragons to host an unprecedentedly grand tournament, claiming to be unparalleled in centuries." A sense of foreboding gripped Bai Ling's heart. The tournament at Hellenberg, Rhaegar's presence seemed to indicate a convergence of fatal elements. She timidly inquired, "Could that nouveau riche noble be Count Hien?" "Indeed, it is Walter Hien, the brother of the royal guard Oswell Hien, and the current lord of Hellenberg," Dylan replied, his tone suggesting that Hien was akin to some malevolent force. While the figure of several million gold dragons may have been an exaggeration, it was close to the truth. It was said to be 3 times more than the prize awarded during the tournament in Lannisport celebrating the birth of Prince Viserys. This raises an intriguing question. If the sole purpose was to flaunt wealth and showcase his beautiful daughter, why extend invitations to the great nobles and knights of all Westeros? Dylan sensed that behind this ominous figure of Hien, there likely stood a significant power. Bai Ling was convinced that this was the spark that ignited the war of usurpers in history. The tournament at Hellenberg, also referred to as the False Spring, was pivotal. However, with Rhaegar currently poisoned and lifeless, it meant he had no chance of presenting the crown of love and beauty to Lyanna Stark. This implied that the war of usurpers might never transpire. The more Bai Ling pondered, the more sense it made, and her heart swelled with joy. If the course of history had altered with the fluttering of butterfly wings, then she need not intervene. She could simply accompany her beloved characters as a spectator in their growth. "What are you so pleased about?" Dylan asked, visibly perplexed by Bai Ling's excitement. Her face flushed. Bai Ling concocted a casual excuse. "I have yet to witness a tournament. Surely the victors are wealthy? I wish to participate. Can you wield a lance? Are you adept at mounted combat? With your strength, you could effortlessly snap a knight and his steed's neck with one hand." "Spare those poor souls," Dylan remarked, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Bai Ling visibly wilted. "Let us depart. Varys awaits us by the shores of the Goddess Eye," he said. In the eastern reaches of the Vale, a disciplined and formidable cohort of knights marched in formation, bearing the banner of the New Moon Falcon. At the forefront stood a nobleman with piercing hawk-like eyes and a visage as rugged as stone, Jon Arryn. Following closely was Ned Stark, now a young man. Jon Arryn stepped out of the ranks and glanced towards the rear. "Where are Robert and Lyanna? Have they caught up?" Robert Baratheon, since Lyanna Stark's arrival in the Vale, had become like an inseparable shadow. His interests had shifted entirely away from training, drinking, and courting. His bear-like gaze was fixed firmly on Lyanna. Wherever she went, he followed. As a knight, how could one not protect his betrothed? Robert asserted confidently. Lyanna Stark was thoroughly exasperated by his incessant presence, having utilized Ned's assistance to slip away on numerous occasions. Eventually, Robert learned to adapt, persuading Jon to keep Ned by his side under the pretense of studying. Now, Lyanna found herself out of options. The audacious Lord Robert Baratheon, impervious to scorn or dismissal, has elicited a sense of tension even from Aelin, who deems it only fitting for Robert to personally safeguard Lyanna. Upon receiving the handwritten invitation from Count of Riverlands, Aelin resolved to escort Robert, Ned, and the 3 children to Harrenhal. Jon and Rickard Stark shared a fraternal bond, leading Rickard to entrust his offspring to Aelin's care. Rickard's eldest son, Brandon Stark, would journey with his father from the north, one destined for the tournament and the other to face the Mad King in King's Landing. The Stark family's venture to the capital seemed fraught with peril. In this chapter, Aelin intends to gauge the sentiments of the noble houses during the Harrenhal tournament. Prince Rhaegar remains in a state of unconsciousness, while the Mad King seeks to appoint a new heir, Viserys. Consequently, the lords of the realms must confront a grave reality, choosing sides. The Targaryen family's brutal factionalism has led to the near annihilation of dragons and a significant decline in their power. Presently, Aerys is another tyrant akin to Maegor, both equally ruthless and bloodthirsty. However, Maegor relished in personally executing his enemies, whereas Aerys is obsessed with blood magic and wildfire. The mere thought of wildfire sends a shiver down Aelin's spine. The court is engulfed in chaos. The prince's faction has been entrenched for years, wielding formidable influence, while Rhaegar is a beloved figure among the populace. For Aerys to force Viserys onto the Iron Throne may prove to be a daunting task. It is evident that the first target of the Mad King's machinations is the Northern Lord, Duke Rickard Stark. When Aerys tore asunder the alliance between the North and the Stormlands, compelling Lyanna to wed Viserys, Aelin became convinced of the king's madness. Previously, Minor skirmishes merely eradicated a few unstable noble houses, with many others reaping benefits. Yet now, the Mad King's wrath is directed at the very foundation of the realm, the lords of each domain. The West was previously the focus of the King's ire. Fortunately, Tywin Lannister, with his cunning, thwarted the Mad King's ambitions. After the West, the North stands next. Who can say whether a third or fourth target may emerge? Aelin harbors fears that the Mad King could attempt to dismantle all 9 great houses of Westeros. The Vale and the North share a close bond, having remained steadfast supporters of the Princess faction. However, considering the possibility of Prince Rhaegar's sudden demise, they must ponder whether to endure slow suffering or take a stand. No, such rebellion would not be tolerated by the gods. A rapid cadence of hooves echoed, prompting Ned to turn and smile. "My lord, Lyanna has arrived, along with Robert." Lyanna rode a magnificent black steed, her golden-red hair billowing in the wind. The once cherubic face had matured into a striking beauty. When serious, she resembled a valiant warrior. Yet, when she smiled, she resembled a blooming winter rose. The young lord of the Stormlands was not a skilled horseman, taking a while to catch up. Robert Baratheon appeared poised for battle, clad in heavy armor, with a shield and a flail hanging from his back. His horsemanship paled in comparison to Lyanna, who had grown up on horseback. As he gasped for breath while removing his iron helm shaped like a pig's head. "Lyanna, you run so swiftly. Why do you not wait for me?" Lyanna rolled her eyes with a distinct lack of grace. Ned nudged her, indicating that Lord Jon was still present. Lyanna turned to Jon Arryn and slightly bowed her head. "Good day, Lord Arryn. How much longer until we reach Harrenhal?" "We should cross the Trident and arrive at Harrenhal before evening," Jon Arryn replied, looking upon the 2 young ones with a sense of admiration, pondering that perhaps it was only a spirited northern girl like Lyanna who could tame the tempestuous storm. It was said that Robert Baratheon had turned over a new leaf, refraining from excessive drinking and visiting brothels. While youthful exuberance in boys was not inherently negative, fidelity remained a virtue lauded by the gods. Rumor had it that even the captain of the Knights from the Vale was no match for Robert. He was indeed a formidable young man. Robert Baratheon laughed heartily, his gaze lingering on Lyanna. Jon Arryn turned to his lieutenant and instructed, "Let the army rest. Allow the soldiers a hearty meal before we depart. My lord Robert, I have matters to discuss with you. Please come to my tent shortly," he added. Lyanna, Ned, and the men of the north halted as well, preparing to start a fire and tend to their horses. Lyanna and Ned walked aside, gathering firewood while conversing. Ned hesitated several times to speak, but ultimately remained silent. Lyanna discerned his thoughts and directly inquired, "You wish to ask if there have been any news of Bran, do you not?" "Ned, though the truth may be harsh, you must understand that you and she are not meant to be. She is, after all, a wolf." "I know," Ned interjected abruptly, as if fearful of her continuing. "I am merely concerned for our friend. Ever since she made an appearance at the last wedding, there has been no word from her." Alas, Lyanna sighed deeply. Bran is still a mere pup, innocent and unaware, sent away by her father without understanding the world. Who could have imagined that when she next appeared, she would transform into Rhaenys Targaryen, even to be wed to Prince Rhaegar? The world depicted King Aerys as a madman, a tyrant more cruel than Maegor. Alone in the Red Keep, Bran must be frightened beyond measure. What has become of her? Why has she not written to him in so long? The two fell into silence, and after a considerable pause, Ned finally spoke. "Perhaps Father's journey to King's Landing will allow him to see Bran. I wish Father would not go this time." Lyanna frowned deeply. "Mad King Aerys will surely compel him to marry me to Prince Viserys. Alas, why did Prince Rhaegar suddenly fall into such a trap? If he awakens, perhaps he could stop his majesty." "That is impossible," Ned replied coolly. "King Aerys has never been particularly fond of Prince Rhaegar, given Rhaegar's repeated defiance of his orders. The king may have long wished to dispose of him, a young prince, in the prime of his youth and beloved by many, and a mere 6-year-old child, cradled in a maid's arms. Which of the two is more easily manipulated? Lyanna, the king has offended numerous nobles, and the number of commoners he has executed each year is unfathomable. Perhaps he will meet divine retribution like Maegor. Perhaps he will not. Who can say?" Ned cast a meaningful glance towards the tent adorned with the silver moon and falcon banner. Lyanna, where are you? I've caught a whole nest of rabbits." Robert Baratheon's booming voice could scare the birds and beasts from the valley. Ned chuckled. "He truly cares for you." Lyanna retorted bitterly. "He didn't tea before. It was only after the king issued his command that he began to act this way. Before that, he was wallowing in the filth of King's Landing. That shows he genuinely cares for you, and Robert is growing stronger by the day. Even our training master claims that the King's Guard might not be able to match him. What does it matter to me? I don't need him to fight my battles. At last, Robert spotted Lyanna and charged toward her like a wild boar, his heavy armor clanking with each step. Lyanna, look. Robert proudly presented several snow-white rabbits, still alive. Their soft, white fur is so lovely. It could be fashioned into a hat brim or trim. Lyanna was somewhat taken aback. This brutish Robert possessed such thoughtfulness. A rare smile graced her lips. Thank you. I really like them. Robert, grinning foolishly, was pulled away by Ned. Jon Arryn awaited them inside the tent. Robert, Ned, I have watched you grow up. Now that you are both of age to start families, I shall dispense with the pleasantries. I ask you, if King Aerys were to forcefully take Lyanna, what would you do? Robert abruptly raised his head, declaring, I will not allow it. To take Lyanna would mean my death. Ned and Jon gazed at him in astonishment. Who would have thought Robert harbored such deep feelings for Lyanna? Chapter 116. The mutated dragon fire emerging from Jon Arryn's tent. Both Robert and Ned wore grave expressions. Damn it. Who would have thought my opinion would carry such weight? Ha ha. Robert attempted to lighten the mood. Lord Jon even solemnly referred to me as the Lord of Storm's End. Lord Robert Baratheon. He spoke the truth. You are 20 now, a mature warrior, yet you show little diligence in managing your lands. I'm not inclined to deal with those matters. That little brat Renly is more interested, so I've left it all to him. Perhaps after marrying Lyanna, I can entrust the governance of the realm to her. Ned chuckled. Oh, spare Lyanna. She has no interest in learning about noble relations. To this day, she still cannot recognize the sigils of many families. As Ned spoke, he suddenly paused, recalling another girl, one who also shunned study, preferring only feasting and revelry. Careless Robert failed to notice his brother's expression as he let his smile fade, his demeanor turning serious. Brother, do you truly believe that war is a possibility? Certainly. It is merely a spark away. Perhaps the Lannisters? Duke Tywin has been targeted by the Mad King for decades. He must be nearing his breaking point. Or perhaps the Iron Islands have been restless for some time. Furthermore, it seems Lord Arryn has received intelligence from the Riverlands about a proposed union between House Tyrell and House Hightower, with preparations for the wedding already underway. However, neither of these houses is likely to involve themselves in the struggle for the crown, especially the Tyrells, who are notorious for shifting their allegiances based on strength. As for Dorne, with the death of Princess Elia, both the king and Rhaegar cannot escape culpability. They likely will not offer their support to either side. The Starks, Baratheons, Arryns, and Tullis have formed a stable alliance, strong enough to withstand any challenge unless the West, the South, Dorne, and the Iron Islands join forces, which seems improbable. Robert nudged Ned, who was lost in deep thought. He playfully struck Ned with his helmet. What? Ned asked, bewildered, clutching his head. I wanted to inquire, Robert said. Glancing around shiftily, Lyanna mentioned you have a secret crush. Which house is she from? If she is a suitable noblewoman, you should have your father propose. Especially since you're already 17. You're not still a shut up. Ned retorted, embarrassed and angry. Lyanna is talking nonsense. I do not have a crush. And thank you for your concern for my health. As they were playfully bickering, the call to depart rang out. Onward. Assemble. You rascals. Harrenhal is in sight. For the gold dragon. Go, go, go. Jon's company consisted not only of family soldiers, but also numerous knights, minor lords, and mercenaries. Most of these individuals had joined forces with the Duke of the Vale along the way to participate in this unprecedented tournament at Harrenhal. Jon paid no heed to the motley crew, but instructed the knight captain and his lieutenant to remain vigilant and uphold the discipline of the Vale Knights. Robert had once again become Lyanna's shadow, while Ned trailed behind Jon Arryn, quietly yearning for someone. It had been over 3 years since he had received a word from the White Wolf. Was she in King's Landing, or in some unknown place? Since Rhaegar's wedding, she had scarcely been seen by the prince's side. According to his father's informants in the court, the princess had been confined to the inner palace for rest due to poor health. With Prince Rhaegar poisoned and in a coma, could she be in danger? How had she ultimately become Rhaenys Targaryen? Was it a scheme by his father and others? White Wolf, how I long to see you. By the shores of the God's Eye at Chew. White Wolf, wrapped in her blanket, let out a mighty sneeze. Her complexion was pale, devoid of color, and she shivered from the chill. Bai Ling and Dylan arrived at a quaint cabin by the shores of the Divine Eye Lake, where they encountered Bachelor Varys and several shadowy figures clad in black. Before Bai Ling could greet the bachelor, he hastily extracted a large bowl of her blood to concoct a potion intended to heal Rhaegar. Bachelor Varys offered a brief explanation and instructed a servant to prepare a sumptuous meal for Bai Ling, urging her to rest comfortably. In a daze, Bai Ling thought she perceived glowing points within her own blood. Was it merely an illusion? The very notion of using blood for a remedy, Does it even have a scientific basis? Would it inadvertently harm Riga? A pang of longing to see him washed over her. Despite the tumultuous events, she had grown stronger and could now transform into a dragon. Could she still be considered Riga's queen? The royal family's stance had remained ambiguous. During her absence, they merely claimed the crown princess was gravely ill. Was Riga perhaps awaiting her return? You look utterly lovesick, lost in thoughts of Riga Targaryen, Dylan remarked as he entered the room, handing Bai Ling a leather flask. Drink. She accepted it, initially believing it contained wine. Upon tasting, she realized it was a beverage with a sweet, yet bitter flavor, deer milk liquor infused with herbs, intended to replenish her blood. Varys was still preparing the potion, and the small amount of blood he had taken might not suffice. Bai Ling smacked her lips. Those three men in black seem like sorcerers. They emanate a rather unpleasant odor. Just as she was about to inquire further, Dylan interrupted her. Riga is not here. Do not dwell on him. You want to see him. When Varys comes by, you've always been curious about our organization. Haven't you? Now is the time to ask him. Why can't you tell me? Bai Ling questioned suspiciously. You aren't one of those double agents, are you? Layers upon layers of disguise, a mask that never ends. You're overthinking it, Dylan replied, casting her a sidelong glance. To his surprise, this woman displayed a hint of cleverness. However, after he defected from the faith of the dragon, he had few useful identities left. Bai Ling paused, then asked, what poison has he been afflicted with? Who is responsible? Could it be the Mad King? Dylan, languidly reclining before the fireplace, replied, even beasts do not harm their own offspring. Though Iris may be mad, he wouldn't jest with the fate of the kingdom. This might be an accident. While he too was forbidden from seeing Prince Riga, information inadvertently revealed during Varys' discussions suggested that Riga was likely poisoned with a blood toxin originating from the Shadowlands of Ashar. It is said that this toxin, when introduced into the blood of kin, poses no danger to an ordinary person. Yet, if a family member is poisoned, they succumb to a permanent state of unconsciousness. The toxin bears a cruel name, the kinslayer. Once poisoned, the blood gradually ceases to flow, leaving the victim in a state akin to a living corpse, breathing and with a heartbeat, yet devoid of thought. Riga, the prince of his kin. If it were not King Iris behind this, then only one possibility remains. The venom's source is none other than his brother, Prince Viserys. The question arises, the king, having summoned countless male sorcerers and blood mages to the Red Keep, could hardly be ignorant of such poison. So why then does he remain resolute in declaring the second prince, Viserys, as the heir apparent? The door of the wooden cabin creaked open, and Master Varys emerged, half-drenched, water dripping from him as if he had just taken a dip in the lake. Shivering, he made his way to the fireplace, settled into a rocking chair, and let out a deep sigh. Regrettably, Rhaegar's condition was dire. After stating this, Varys fell silent, gazing intently at the flickering flames. Would it truly matter if he were to perish? A ready heir stands before us. Doran turned over and pointed at Daenerys. If she were to ascend as queen, wouldn't it be less troublesome for you? Varys erupted into a fit of violent coughs, prompting Daenerys to hurriedly offer him a cup of water. Varys chose not to pursue the topic of who should assume the throne. Instead, he retrieved a notebook and began leafing through it. After a moment, he addressed Daenerys. In a few days, if the potion shows no effect, you may need to venture to the north. The place you foresaw in your dreams is the source of your flame's mutation. Only when the blue fire transforms into the normal fire of life can you forge Rhaegar's body and incinerate the poisoned blood. Daenerys interjected, huh? Why does it suddenly feel like I've switched to a different channel? Chapter 117. The forbidden love between man and wolf. Daenerys refrained from further questioning the Frostfawn from her dreams. She regarded Varys, her eyes betraying a different kind of yearning. May I meet Rhaegar? Why do you wish to see him? Varys inquired, lifting his eyelids slightly while still fixated on the fire. To witness his current plight, to alleviate the bitterness of abandonment. It was not merely a simple desire to see him. Daenerys felt perplexed by Varys' cryptic demeanor. Originally, I was never of the same world as the prince. In fact, this marriage has yet to be officially annulled by the king, which I find quite astonishing. Varys finally met her gaze directly. Curiosity, hatred, dissatisfaction, grand aspirations. There are far too many emotions to consider. Yet, you would rather squander your time on romantic entanglements, wasting your own gifts. Daenerys, somewhat bewildered, replied, I do not comprehend your words. Doran suddenly burst into laughter, as if he had heard something amusing. Once he finished, he offered a cold, mocking retort. Why are you so invested in her affairs? Whether she lives or dies is her own choice. Surviving the dragon transformation ceremony and successfully obtaining the dragon might proves she is favored by the gods. What right do mere mortals have to judge her? Daenerys felt as though they were discussing her, yet it seemed laden with implications. Durin Hagar, do you know what you were saying? Varys straightened his posture, his murky eyes widening as a chilling gaze shot forth. You are wavering. Doran abruptly stood, striding towards the door, and as he slammed it behind him, he uttered, "It is time to reveal everything to her." Daenerys looked at Varys with suspicion. Reveal everything? What do you mean by everything? Are they discussing the mystical society or something else? Varys coughed softly a few times and said to Bai Ling, "Please fetch some more firewood. It is exceedingly damp by the lake, making it quite difficult for an old man like me to endure." As the flames in the hearth blazed more vigorously, Varys appeared considerably more at ease. After a moment of contemplation, he began, "Let me ponder where to commence our tale. Let us begin with the inception of the mystical society." The birth of the mystical society emerged from the academy. Established by the scholars of the Old Town and the Tower, with clandestine financial support from the earliest disabled ancestor of the Hightower family. The purpose of its creation was to explore the mysteries of magic and the truths of the world. To this day, the mystical society has endured for nearly 3 centuries. The people of Westeros yearn for knowledge, drawn to the academy for various reasons, to study and research. Upon receiving the scholar's necklace and the academy's endorsement, they journey across the continent, either assisting the nobility or venturing to distant lands in pursuit of new truths. How vast is this world? What manner of creature is the dragon? Do others truly exist, and why can the dead be resurrected? Do the 7 gods, the old gods, the drowned god, the light god, and the cold god truly exist? Is the blood magic of Valyria and the prophecy of the Dreamwalkers bestowed by some deity? In a world where all believe in gods, where then do these deities reside? From the celestial beings above, the sky and the stars, to the natural world, the seasons, and humanity, the mystical society delves into the truths of the universe, studying the cycles of existence, which ought to be rational and objective. However, the accumulation of knowledge, truth, and secrets gradually led the society away from its original intent, resulting in a schism into 2 factions. In simple terms, one faction remains hidden within the academy, engrossed in research, pursuing true knowledge, believing that all things follow their cyclical rules. For instance, some of the elderly doctors within the academy, who have earned multiple scholars' necklaces. The other faction consists of wise yet ambitious individuals who believe that possessing truth grants them the authority to guide mortals. This group increasingly sought positions among the nobility and within the royal courts as learned scholars, physicians, and alchemists. Initially, the mystical society did not harbor such profound divisions, and its influence on the mundane world was minimal. However, with the involvement of a Targaryen, an increasing number of scholars from the society chose to intervene in worldly affairs, striving for greater power. That Targaryen, your grandfather, was a recluse who joined the academy early on. Under his influence, your mother and your aunt also joined the mystical society at an early age. At this juncture, Varys sighed. Alas, your mother and aunt chose divergent paths. One married her elder brother and became queen upon his ascension. The other, after severing ties with her family, chose self-exile to the farthest and coldest northern reaches of Westeros. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling, though not particularly astute, began to grasp the implications. Is my aunt? Varys nodded. Indeed, she is Queen Rhaella. Rhaegal Targaryen is your cousin. Dylan Hagar tossed a flat stone onto the lake's surface, watching as it skimmed before sinking beneath the water. 1, 2, 3, 4. Even the flattest, most featureless stone cannot escape the fate of submerging. He mocked himself, filled with regret. He should not have defied Varys, who represented the will of the council. Now, he was a traitor to the faith of the dragon, and in the event of conflict, no one would stand by him. Speaking of the high priest, he had already arrived in Westeros. How had he become entangled with House Martell? Who was it? Dylan abruptly turned his head, gazing towards the shadowy trees by the lake. Yet, apart from the whispers of the wind and the melodies of birds, there was nothing amiss. Just moments ago, he distinctly heard rustling in the underbrush, accompanied by the faintest of footsteps. Was it merely a figment of his imagination? No, that was not right. Dylan dashed to a nearby tree, extracting a black nail from its trunk which held a sealed message, containing only 2 sentences. Bring back the dragon, and all past grievances will be forgiven. Signed, Halocilian. Dylan scoffed. How naive. That twisted underworld had inflicted suffering upon his sister, Medea, tormenting her like a mere experiment for years, ultimately leading to her tragic demise during the dragon-raising ritual. To think such a simple phrase could erase the past? Dream on. Dylan tore a strip from his clothing, using a dagger to cut his palm, directly inscribing a blood-red message, to die. He nailed it back to the tree. Whether it be the faith of the dragon or the damned cult of the mysteries, I shall cleanse you both in due time. I swear this in the name of Medea." Inside the small cottage, the conversation between White Spirit and Varys continued. "If my mother was a Targaryen, why do I transform into a direwolf? Who is my father?" Varys replied, "I do not know. Queen Rila only mentioned that her sister went missing for a time, then returned with a baby girl still in swaddling clothes. Afterward, she consistently defied her family and the cult's commands, fleeing with you to the north. Your father is certainly not an ordinary man. The cult has scoured the histories of noble families and the archives of the Citadel, but found only scant references in the folk tales of the north. The Wolf Spirit King, is it?" White Spirit's expression was one of bewilderment. "Are you suggesting that my father may be a direwolf? If he too can transform into a direwolf, then it is understandable that my noble mother eloped while pregnant. The wolf brother she encountered upon her arrival in this world must have been born of her as well, right? Could it be possible that her mother, the Targaryen who abandoned her family, is still alive?" Chapter 118. Queen Rila and Daenerys Targaryen. "Your mother," Varys paused, seemingly at a loss for words. "Her name is Daenerys Targaryen. She possesses a strong-willed nature and an adventurous spirit. Unlike her sister, Daenerys seldom remains in King's Landing, spending all seasons in pursuit of adventure. Many are familiar only with Layla, unaware of her sister Nyalasai. Nyalasai harbors a profound curiosity towards the old gods, the children of the forest, the green seers, and the legends of the long night. Much of her time is spent in the north, in search of creatures and magic that exist solely in historical lore. On one occasion, she confided in her sister that she had encountered a child of the forest beyond the wall, who cautioned her to beware of the frost god's emissary. As she listened to the serene longing of the White Spirit, Nyalasai Targaryen's image gradually crystallized. This mother of her own flesh bore a resemblance to Arya from the epic saga, exhibiting a similarly untamed and free-spirited nature. Scholar Varys, gasping for breath, grasped a cup and took a generous sip. We all speculated that the frost god's emissary mentioned by Nyalasai's companion was likely the undead specter chronicled in history. Suddenly, White Spirit recalled a time before the epic's decline, when the Lord Commander of the Night's Watch, Mormont, repeatedly dispatched pleas for aid, alerting the Iron Throne to the dire shortages of troops and supplies. Yet, amidst the turmoil of the War of the Five Kings, only Stannis paid heed to these warnings. Had the narrative unfolded as penned by Martin, the War of the Five Kings would have torn Westeros asunder, with the populous and prosperous Riverlands reduced to ashes, and the Westerlands ravaged. The war alone had decimated nearly 1 million able-bodied men. Coupled with the onset of the long night and a barren harvest in autumn, the continent would surely witness the death of a further third of its inhabitants. As the army of the White Walkers advanced southward, the Wall and the Night's Watch would be the first to fall, leaving defenseless civilians to become undead soldiers. Ultimately, the entirety of Westeros would face extinction unless they fled to another continent or sought refuge in the sea. Now, with the impending conflict of usurpers, the White Walkers have made their early appearance. The thought of confronting an army of the undead, akin to a calamity from the heavens, sent shivers down White Spirit's spine. After all, she had once been a timid girl who scarcely dared to gaze upon the living dead. White Spirit exclaimed urgently, "If Rhaegar awakens, I must see him. I believe in the existence of the White Walkers. Even with the Wall and the Night's Watch, safety is not guaranteed. You must understand that within my dreams, and the visions guided by the Green Seer, there are echoes of dragon roars. In the tale, it was indeed the resurrected dragon of the Mother of Dragons that breached the wall. The Targaryen family's survival from the cataclysm stemmed from the dreamwalker Daenerys Targaryen's visions." Varys gazed intently into White Spirit's eyes and implored, "Tell me, in full, of all your dreams. Should I deem it necessary, I shall arrange for you to meet Queen Layla." White Spirit hesitated. "The Queen is my aunt." "Yes. Queen Layla is not only your aunt, but also one of the leaders of the Secretive Council. Ares has confined her, though it serves little purpose. In times of necessity, the Mad King will realize that no amount of troops or wealth can withstand the dagger poised at his back." In King's Landing, the Red Keep, Queen Layla proceeded as usual to the Great September of Baelor to offer her prayers. As the 2 elite guards stood vigil beside her, they were also tasked by the king to keep a watchful eye on her. Behind her, dozens of golden-robed attendants remained ever present, shadowing her every movement. Save for the moments of slumber and privacy. "I shall pray now. You may wait outside," the Queen Layla instructed as she pushed open the door to the stone chapel and glanced back. "Very well," the guards responded, taking their positions flanking the stone door while the golden-robed attendants spread out to secure several exits. The stone door gradually closed, and Queen Layla lit all the candles. making her way to the central stone altar encircled by the 7 gods. The figure clad in the bishop's attire slowly unveiled his hood, revealing none other than the long-missing Perrymore Heidel. "Your Majesty," the high priest, Perrymore inclined his head in respect, since aligning himself with his uncle Varys. Perrymore had briefly served Rhaenys before following the queen after the disappearance of the crown princess. In a short span, he had transitioned from a scholar devoted to research to a strategist, eventually overseeing an intelligence faction within the secretive order. Continuing to light the candles on the altar, Queen Layla inquired, "What news from Varys? Has Rhaegar arrived? His Highness has reached the noble heart. Moreover, the crown princess and the envoy from Balon have joined my uncle. However, the spies from the Balon church have also spotted the crown princess. They are cautious for now, but their patience will not last long. Sundar dreams daily of restoration. We need not concern ourselves with them. Now that the dragon is in our grasp, it must serve to bolster House Targaryen," Queen Layla proclaimed, her expression shifting slightly as she pondered. "I wonder what progeny will arise from my union with my son. Will they be dragon eggs or mere infants?" "You are contemplating matters too far ahead," Perrymore remarked. Indeed, as Queen Layla's thoughts drifted to Rhaegar's ailment, her once gentle demeanor contorted with concern. "If I discover that the blood poison stems from the Balon church, I swear to eradicate those Valyrian remnants first." Perrymore, seemingly oblivious to her distress, lowered his gaze and continued, "My uncle wishes to convey that the crown princess desires an audience with you." Queen Layla remained silent, her gaze fixated on the statue of the maiden. Memories of her youth with her sister Daenerys surged forth. Rhaenys bore little resemblance to Daenerys. She was more akin to their ancient ancestor, Queen Rhaenys. Yet, they shared a common trait. Rhaenys was innocent, vivacious, and brimming with curiosity, much like Daenerys. "Where, I wonder? Do you hide, my sister, in the north?" After a brief pause, Perrymore resumed, "His Majesty has sent a missive to the Westlands, inviting Lord Tywin Lannister to return to King's Landing and resume his role as Hand of the King." Queen Layla suddenly burst into laughter, covering her mouth delicately. At last, Illyris has realized that his ineffectual council is merely a gathering of gluttonous swine? Perrymore felt a twinge of awkwardness, knowing that there was a relative of House Heidel present in the council. "Your sister is soon to be wed, is she not? Melis Heidel and Mysterial. Your father indeed possesses a heart of stone to wed his daughter to an inflatable fish. Tyrell and Hightower have always been steadfast allies and the finest candidates for matrimonial alliances. Queen Layla, I shall instruct Varys to prepare a grand gift for your sister. Furthermore, send an invitation to the Queen of Thorns, ensuring she does not miss the tournament at Harrenhal." "Yes, my lord." Rhaenys, upon hearing this, let out a profound sigh. "On the evening 3 days hence, let her await me at the ruins of Dragonstone in the Rhaenys Hills." Chapter 119. Sleeping Beauty. The laws of kings are one matter, while the laws of the gods are quite another. Aegon Targaryen conversed with the tall Duncan by the shores of the Eye. Master Varys, as before, continued to impart knowledge to the White Spirit. Having previously discussed numerous mythological tales, Varys took the opportunity to enlighten her on the doctrine of the divine right of kings, alluding to the ancient entanglements between the Targaryen dynasty and the faith of the Seven. Aegon, the Conqueror, hailed from Valyria and harbored no faith in the Seven when he unified the 7 kingdoms of Westeros. Yet, this was the prevalent belief across the continent, and despite his dragons, he dared not defy the will of the Westerosi people. History has borne witness to several deranged Targaryens, causing the influence of the faith to swell over time. Although White Spirit was curious as to why Varys imparted such knowledge, she diligently learned and recorded it. And out of her previous fascination with the series, she inquired about the militarization of the faith. In the later seasons of the television adaptation, the narrative suffered significantly. The conflict between Cersei and the High Sparrow faced considerable criticism from the purists, who vociferously condemned the writers for their folly. The might of the faith's armed forces made it implausible for Cersei to evade punishment so easily, let alone obliterate the Great September of Baelor. The true strength of the faith does not reside in the self-flagellating monks bearing the 6-pointed star, but rather in the hearts of the people. In King's Landing, it could be said that over 95 are devout followers of the Seven. Should a conflict arise between the faith and the crown, given the city's history of insurrection, it remains uncertain whom the populace would ultimately support. According to scholar Varys, the Mad King Aerys has been engaged in clandestine dealings with the High Septon of King's Landing. However, Prince Rhaegar has always been a devotee of the Lord of Light, which suggests that in the event of the King's designation of a new heir, the faith in King's Landing may rally behind Viserys for his coronation. Nonetheless, the faith is not a monolith. The headquarters of the faith rests in Old Town, where the High Septon shares a profound connection with House Hightower, yet their relationship with the faith in the capital is fraught with discord. The Targaryen dynasty has long courted the influence of the faith in King's Landing, primarily composed of noble-born sons of warriors, namely the Kingsguard. This faction remains somewhat loyal to the crown, as long as Targaryen blood occupies the Iron Throne, regardless of the occupant. However, the most vexing challenge lies with another faction of the faith in Old Town, known as the Poor Fellow. The current leader of the Poor Fellow is an exceedingly devout ascetic, Armand Dayne, known as the Punisher Armand. Aemon had unequivocally opposed Rhaegar Targaryen, deeming him a blasphemer deserving of the deepest abyss. Prior to the wedding between Baelor and Rhaegar, several incidents in King's Landing bore the mark of Aemon's influence. It was evident that to secure Rhaegar's position as heir apparent, one must garner the support of the High Septon of the Seven in King's Landing, thereby contesting the authority of the Old Town clergy. Alternatively, one might simply eliminate Aemon, a drastic measure to serve as a warning, and elevate a new High Septon of the Seven. Varys, with a knowing look, remarked to Baelor, "Should anything unfortunate befall the prince, you would have no choice but to pursue that course. Your aunt, along with the faith militant, would undoubtedly support you." Baelor expressed her reluctance, stating, "I am not particularly eager to assume the throne. However, I would not mind briefly sitting upon the Iron Throne. Though I have heard that the true Iron Throne can be quite painful, having claimed the lives of several Targaryen kings." Was she truly being regarded merely as Rhaegar's backup, competing with the Mad King and the future Beggar King, Viserys, brother to Daenerys? It was no wonder Varys was desperate to fill Baelor's mind with knowledge. Reflecting on this, Baelor couldn't help but feel a profound sense of irony. Though fate had dealt her a cruel hand, thrusting her into this tumultuous world, she had nonetheless found herself in a promising position, starting as a contender for the heir. "Master, I wish to rest. My mind is utterly exhausted," Baelor lamented, collapsing onto the table. She yearned to escape, to breathe, to flee from her studies. Varys glared at her. "You have scarcely studied for 4 hours. I cannot continue. I truly feel I will perish," she retorted. Varys, with a hint of exasperation, remarked, "Incompetent. Can this individual truly replace Rhaegar as heir? Surely, they won't be overthrown by the populace within mere days." He did not struggle as much when teaching illiterate butchers, farmers, and even children in the citadel. Sighing, Varys proposed, "Very well, do you not wish to meet Rhaegar? If you can memorize this treatise on the influence and dangers of the faith militant, I shall permit you to see him." "Really?" Baelor exclaimed, rising with newfound energy at the prospect of meeting the handsome prince. Memorization seemed trivial. She was determined to succeed. After 2 days and nights, Baelor finally recited the thin volume. True to his word, Varys blindfolded her and placed her in a carriage. After several hours of jostling, they finally arrived at their destination. Strangely, despite her disorientation, she felt they must be near the Lake of the God's Eye, with the tournament at Harrenhal just a fortnight away. Was this an effort to ensure Rhaegar's timely appearance upon his awakening? "Your Grace, watch your step," a servant guided Baelor downwards, and she could distinctly sense the rising temperature. At last, they arrived. "Please, enter at your leisure." The servant gently removed her blindfold, indicating a black door before her. Baelor descended the steps for approximately 10 meters, the heat intensifying, with steam rising from the ground beneath her. Was the terrain volcanic? Pushing open the door, she was greeted by a rectangular pool shimmering before her. In the pool, there lay a rectangular stone platform, upon which Rhaegar Targaryen floated like a sleeping beauty. Immersed in the reddish-brown waters, his eyes firmly shut, his condition seemed stable, albeit significantly gaunt, resembling a deep slumber. Yet, the dark purple veins on his face and body were grotesquely prominent, a sight that was utterly alarming. The water bore a faint metallic sweetness, likely a potion infused with her blood. Bai Ling dared not touch the water, merely gazing at Rhaegar from across the pool. How had he been poisoned? Who could have dared to administer poison to the crown prince within the heavily guarded Red Keep? What if he truly perished? What would become of her then? Reflecting on their past together and the earnest expression he wore when he vowed during their wedding, Bai Ling felt a pang of sorrow in her heart. Time had passed. Yet in every moment of anguish, she recalled that vow. "I believe I have feelings for you. But what of you, Rhaegar Targaryen? Do you love me?" Chapter 120. A talent misdirected. The Rhaegar Targaryen that Bai Ling encountered upon arriving in this world was a humble, complex, and contradictory individual. Yet, in the original narrative, Martin, for reasons unknown, portrayed his character in a fragmented manner. In her previous life, she had observed that all references to Rhaegar in Game of Thrones conveyed that, although he was a competent heir to the throne and beloved by the people, he firmly believed in the prophecy of ice and fire from as high, ultimately becoming a despicable and morally corrupt usurper of wives. Although the series somewhat redeemed him, revealing that Lyanna and Rhaegar were in love during the year of their disappearance, he still betrayed his marriage while having a wife and children. But would Rhaegar truly risk the Iron Throne and sacrifice all his honors and future to believe in such an ethereal prophecy? Furthermore, he was not a dreamwalker. Why did he so fervently believe that the prince destined to stop the resurrection of the White Walkers was his own child? At present, the narrative trajectory of the world within the book had completely diverged. Elia Martell was dead, and the crown princess had become his cousin, Rhaenys Targaryen. How would this story unfold? Bai Ling never considered herself a character within the book. Perhaps upon her death, she would return to the modern world, and everything would revert to its rightful course. The Targaryen dynasty had long since concluded, with Rhaegar perishing at the Trident and Daenerys ultimately meeting her end before the Iron Throne, in the embrace of Jon Snow. Yet, the world had changed since her arrival. Why must she adhere strictly to the original narrative? She cherished House Stark and was fond of the future characters, each possessing their own allure. She also cared for Rhaegar and yearned to assist him, even if he had initially sought to use her. Since the Maesters were currently endeavoring to save Rhaegar, she silently resolved to ally with them, if only temporarily. Come forth, Bai Ling addressed the cloaked figure entering the stone chamber. Kindly escort me outside. Upon returning to the shores of the Lake of the Gods, Bai Ling intended to consult Dylan, but discovered him to be nowhere in sight. After inquiring with Bachelor Varys, I learned that he had been scouting near Harrenhal. Bachelor Varys sat by the fireplace, immersed in his work, surrounded by a plethora of books and an abundance of correspondence. Outside the window, the sound of ravens flapping their wings echoed intermittently, continually bringing fresh tidings. The noble families gathered at Harrenhal had surpassed 60, and in half a month, the grand tournament would officially commence. The king might bring Prince Viserys to partake in this event, seeking to garner the allegiance of more nobles for his heir. The tournament, though a mere display of barbaric revelry, necessitated a representative for Rhaegar to compete. Rhaenys, prepare yourself. You are the most suitable candidate. You want me to compete? Can women participate in the nightly tournament? Varys furrowed his brow and looked up. Tomorrow, I shall find someone to instruct you. You are a dragon. Why harbor such doubts? Just strive to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. I wonder, do I truly appear to be the type who revels in killing? Bai Ling stepped out of the small dwelling, where Dylan awaited her under a tree. You're back? Is Harrenhal bustling with activity? She inquired with a smile. I have yet to witness the spectacle of a medieval nightly tournament. Dylan silently noted her slip of tongue, but maintained his composure. Indeed, it is quite lively. Many have already perished. For them, the tournament serves as an opportune moment to eliminate rivals. Bai Ling gazed at him with anticipation. Are those from the north also present? Dylan nodded. The children of Duke Ricard, including the young Stormlands Duke, are at Jon Arryn's side. Lord Arryn shelters them like a mother hen. Brandon Stark is with his fiancée, he added, stroking his chin. It seems the alliance of wolf, eagle, stag, and fish is indeed a reality. Why are you so pleased? With their protection, Lyanna should not fall prey to the Mad King. Such naive thoughts. If the Mad King feared noble alliances, he would not be dubbed the Mad King. Dylan's enthusiasm waned. Come, we must set forth. Bai Ling paused. Where to? To King's Landing, to meet Her Majesty the Queen. Dylan felt that each time he witnessed Rhaenys transforming, his skepticism about the world deepened. The girl, barely reaching his chin, gradually emanated a thick gray mist. Her form seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, writhing in agony as her distorted silhouette merged with the mist, becoming one, ultimately shaping into a colossal dragon. It was as if a deity had whimsically molded flesh and blood into a creature. The mist solidified into tangible form, azure scales and skin crystallizing as the dragon shook its head and lowered its neck to Dylan. At that moment, as he mounted the dragon, he felt an ephemeral illusion of being the sovereign of all creation. Yet, this sensation was fleeting. The wild dragons had long since perished. The being beneath him could merely be regarded as a warped creation born from the transformation ritual. She might not even live to see her 25th year, though there was no need to convey this to her. Under the cover of the dim night, the dragon soared into the sky, its massive wings fully extended, reaching lengths of several meters. Rhaenys is not a particularly large dragon. In comparison to the Black Death, she may only be the size of one of its wings. However, her flame is unparalleled, a purifying fire capable of utterly incinerating souls. Dylan is also curious about the origin of her extraordinary flame. Perhaps he will discover the truth when they journey together to the Frostfangs. Dylan, what? Dylan snapped back to reality. What did you ask me? Whenever they soared high into the sky, The fierce winds could even tear at one's skin. Only dragons could freely navigate the heights. I thank you. You are my dearest friend. As the dragon spoke, its belly rumbled with a heavy echo. Dylan fell silent, unsure of what to say. Finally, he managed to utter, "Since we are friends, please take me with you to the north." Very well. The dragon's lair made a brief appearance in the 8th season of Game of Thrones, serving as a backdrop for the selection of kings. At the time, a content creator remarked that while the scenery was impressive, the selection of kings resembled an elementary school election for class president. To be fair, the complexity of that election might have surpassed that of a primary school class leaders. In any case, that disappointing series ultimately became quite distressing, a classic case of a poor sequel. The dragon's lair was once a grand spectacle, as its name suggests, a place for raising and training dragons. However, it was later destroyed in the chaos of the Blood Dragon Dance, leaving behind colossal ruins similar to those of Harrenhal, consisting only of crumbling walls and towering pillars that narrate the former glory of House Targaryen. One could argue that the modern history of Westeros is an epic tale pinned by the Targaryens and their dragons. Queen Rhaella sat upon a high platform amidst the ruins, resembling a throne, as the sound of massive wings flapping filled the air. She lifted her gaze, but could see nothing clearly. All she could hear was the dragon descending. And then Dylan Hegarl emerged first. "Your Majesty, it has been a long time. How do you fare?" Queen Rhaella replied, "I do not recall summoning you. Your niece is somewhat timid and unfamiliar with the way, so I accompanied her." "Interesting." Queen Rhaella raised her hand to halt her fidgeting attendants. "From a bloodline perspective, our ancestors share a common flame. I have no objection to your becoming a dragon rider. However, Sandal is eagerly awaiting your return." Dylan chuckled. "So? Do you intend to cast your loyal servant back into the fire?" Their gazes clashed like tangible forces, engaging in a fierce battle of wills. When White Spirit finally donned her attire and emerged from the ruins, she found them gazing deeply into each other's eyes, leaving her momentarily bewildered. "What are you two discussing?" Upon seeing her, Queen Rhaella visibly brightened, quickly rushing forward to embrace White Spirit. "Oh, Daenerys." Chapter 121. The source of blood poison. White Spirit was taken aback, enveloped in Queen Rhaella's warm embrace, feeling a profound sense of warmth. She had thought herself out of place in this world, but to her astonishment, after a long journey, she discovered she had family. Her aunt was the queen, her cousin was the heir apparent, and the Mad King was her uncle, making her a member of the legendary Targaryen lineage. Queen Rhaella embraced her for a long while before finally releasing her, wiping the corners of her eyes. "Forgive me, Rhaenys. You bear an uncanny resemblance to Nymeria. Your eyes are identical to hers, like azure gemstones. Your Majesty, please call me Aunt or Mother." "Aunt, I have not yet been acquainted with the prince," White Wing replied, feeling somewhat awkward in the presence of such a warm-hearted queen. "That is of no consequence. At least you have returned back to your home. Once Rhaegar awakens, you shall have many children." "I fear you are overly optimistic," Dylan Hegarl interjected abruptly. "Rhaenys has already poured a third of her dragon blood, and still has not roused Rhaegar, not even for a moment." Queen Rhaella's expression darkened as she spoke each word with deliberate intent. "I wish to share some heartfelt words with my niece, Serpentine." The soldiers and attendants surrounding the queen closed in without courtesy, their blades half drawn. The truth is often unpalatable. "I believe you should seriously consider this. Should Rhaegar remain in his slumber, will you support your niece or your second son?" With that, Dylan swiftly vanished into the shadows. Just as the queen was about to speak, White Wing interjected, "Aunt, I cannot be the heir." Queen Rhaella was momentarily taken aback, though the girl was somewhat naive. Her pure nature was commendable, yet now was not the time to shy away from duty. She placed her hand gently on White Wing's shoulder and said softly, "Rhaenys, I understand. I will not force you, but you must also comprehend that Viserys is of a lesser nature than you. That child has been spoiled by his father. Thinking of the mother of dragons and her brother, that is indeed a complicated matter. The Beggar King ultimately descended into madness and attacked the pregnant mother of dragons, only to be struck down by the Golden King's molten liquid, meeting his demise on the spot. Considering Viserys' greed, cowardice, foolishness, and cruelty, it would be better to let Robert, or even myself, ascend the throne than to allow him to be propped up by the Mad King. At least we possess the knowledge and intellect of the 21st century. Should she gather Littlefinger, Old Rose, and Ned, that Iron Throne would surely be secured." White Wing had already begun to indulge in fanciful thoughts. Queen Rhaella suddenly shifted the conversation. "Rhaenys, while in the north, did you encounter your mother?" "My sister Nymeria." White Wing shook her head. Since her arrival, she had no memories of her parents, as though they had been erased. Even her connection with the Wolf brother was revealed only when he acknowledged her. Our last correspondence was over a decade ago. At that time, you were not yet born. Nymeria told me that she and her friends, the children of the forest, discovered an icebound palace among the peaks in the far north. The door bore the Targaryen emblem of the three-headed dragon. After that, she vanished without a trace. I believe this location may be the very place your dreams have been pointing toward. Good child, for the sake of your mother and for Rhaegar, you must find that place. White Wing felt a twinge of dread. She instinctively felt that the place in her dreams harbored an ominous presence, and she wanted to flee from the quest. After a brief hesitation, she inquired, "Have you discovered the nature of the blood poison afflicting Rhaegar? Who is responsible for the poison? Is the blood of the Prince Aegon derived from Prince Viserys?" Queen Rhaella shook her head, her face etched with doubt. The investigation by the Secret Council revealed that the source of the blood poison afflicting Rhaegar did not originate from Viserys. Thus, only two possibilities remained. First, the poison may have come from your missing mother. Second, it could stem from a certain scholar of House Targaryen at the Wall, our grandfather's brother, Maegor Targaryen. The Maegor of the Wall. Goodness, is that not the same Maegor who taught Sam and Jon Snow? Ultimately, he even inspired Jon Snow to slay the boy within him. How remarkable, my noble kin, all pivotal figures in the Tale of Thrones. If one were to consider it from a different angle, should Rhaegar awaken in the future and have no ties to Lyanna, would she not become Jon Snow's true mother? If the war of the usurper were to be averted, then Jon and Daenerys could lead a normal life in King's Landing, growing up, and perhaps Daenerys would marry her brother Viserys, becoming a princess consort. This would prevent the subsequent long and arduous journey filled with suffering. Though it may seem unfair to the Horse Lord, to speak plainly, the sibling dynamic is rather appealing. Both possessing extraordinary beauty, White Ling felt her position precarious as she stood upon the wall. Noticing Rhaenys lost in thought once more, Queen Rhaella grasped her hand and earnestly implored, "Rhaenys, you have returned to us, to Rhaegar and me. I understand your fears, but without you, Rhaegar and I may be completely confined by Aerys, never to leave the Red Keep again. I too hope that matters do not reach the worst of conclusions. Yet I want you to be mentally prepared for what may come. If Rhaegar," she paused, her voice thick with emotion, "if Rhaegar were to perish, I would undoubtedly push you onto the Iron Throne, making you the Queen of the Seven Kingdoms." White Ling gazed at the Queen's pale, worn face. Her lips parted in refusal, yet the words would not come. Ultimately, she could only clasp the Queen's icy hand and utter, "I will heed your counsel, Aunt." Good child." At that moment, the night was suddenly pierced by the calls of owls. A retainer whispered, "Your Majesty, it seems the king has grown suspicious. You should return." "Good child, you must go now. Ensure your safety." White Ling and Dylan slipped into the woods. She glanced back to see the humble Queen Rhaella still standing, waving at her, a pang of bittersweetness filling her heart. Until they reached the shores of the God's Eye, Dylan had not spoken a word to her. "Dylan, Princess of Dragons, or should I call you Queen of Dragons? You are indeed a well-behaved child," Dylan remarked with sarcasm. White Ling felt puzzled. "What is it that troubles you? I am wed to Rhaegar. The Queen is both my aunt and my mother-in-law. If I do not listen to her, should I heed you? You'll listen to Varys, Stark, Rhaegar, Martell, and the Queen, but not to me." Dylan gradually regained his composure. "You always have a way with words. Only I, the fool, would truly believe you." With that, he turned away in displeasure. Dylan Hegarl. The individual could not be restrained and vanished without a trace. Bai Ling felt utterly bewildered. What madness had this scoundrel succumbed to? As she turned around, she was nearly startled to death by a stooped shadow in front of the small cabin. "Scholar Villius, are you waiting for me?" Villius glanced in the direction where Dylan had disappeared, his expression inscrutable. He then turned to her and casually remarked, "Come inside. You have a new academic paper to memorize." Bai Ling thought to herself, good grief. Here she was, poised to become a queen, yet she still had to memorize a paper. Chapter 122. Is the Mad King coming to the martial arts tournament? Just as dawn began to break, Dylan took Bai Ling to the lakeside for combat practice. They wielded practice swords, devoid of blades. To her astonishment, Dylan, an agile assassin, demonstrated proficiency in knightly combat techniques. Left, right, up, down, right. Dylan suddenly shouted contradictory commands while executing opposite movements, using the back of his sword to knock Bai Ling down. "How can you cheat like this?" Bai Ling exclaimed. Sprawled on the ground, her face smeared with grass and mud, staring incredulously at Dylan. "When you engage an enemy in battle, do you expect them to adhere to proper etiquette?" He retorted. "Now, get up quickly. We need to return and practice horsemanship." "I can't. The horses are terrified of me. They either freeze or go wild." Bai Ling extended her hand towards Dylan, seeking his assistance to rise. Perhaps it was a lingering effect from her transformation into a dragon. Animals would flee from her at a distance. Even horses or cattle that had been tamed by humans trembled in her presence, unable to move. Dylan lightly tapped her palm with his sword and proceeded ahead, leaving her to dust herself off and rise. Ever since returning from the dragon's lair with Queen Layla, he had maintained this sullen demeanor. Bai Ling truly did not comprehend what angered him. He remained silent no matter her inquiries. Was this what friendship entailed? Over the past few days, he had risen her early for practice, imparting to her numerous nightly combat techniques. Men's hearts are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea, leaving one utterly perplexed. As they walked back to the camp from the lakeside, Dylan stated, "Today, a new batch of horses will be delivered, Dothraki steeds of excellent lineage. These horses are notoriously difficult to tame. You might give it a try." Dothraki horses? Are they akin to those ridden by the Blood Riders? She inquired. The Blood Riders, Kayr's steeds, were unlike ordinary steppe horses. They were bred specifically and regarded as the aristocracy of horses. Not only were they robust and well-fed, with glossy coats and muscular builds, but when reared, they could surpass 2 meters in height, capable of shattering an enemy's ribcage with their hooves. Indeed, Dylan replied succinctly. The cult of the hidden, quite formidable. She mused. Although she was unaware of their exact strength, their financial resources were certainly substantial. The Blood Riders who relentlessly pursued them in Essos rode such horses, possessing speed and endurance, and even the ability to discern scents, resembling a hybrid of hounds and steeds. Speaking of which, she wondered how the little horse king they had encountered midway back then was faring. Had he established his own Khalasar? Dylan snorted dismissively, interrupting her thoughts. What do Dothraki horses matter? The cult of the hidden once stole experimental subjects from the dragon worshippers, hoping to restore the dragon transformation ritual. Unfortunately, they were later discovered by Sindar and nearly had a falling out with the other leaders. Sindar? The high priest, my immortal father, Sindal Osilian. It appears that the high priest of the dragon cult is also a member of the Esoteric Society. Bai Ling pondered. To what extent does the influence of the Esoteric Society extend? Could it reach the Shadowlands, or even the unknown territories? The high priest claimed to be of ancient Valyrian descent. If one hails from ancient Valyria, then you belong to the dragon-riding royal family. Dylan finally bestowed upon her a glance, a smirk gracing his lips. Even if I were not from ancient times, I could still command dragons. Bai Ling felt an unsettling undertone in his smile. Upon returning to the lakeside cabin, Bai Ling discovered an unexpected throng of people had gathered, resembling a full-fledged army, comprising vanguards, infantry, archers, and a substantial logistics unit. However, the logistics personnel and their supplies appeared to be the most numerous. This army brandished the black field adorned with the red, 3-headed dragon banner of House Targaryen. A gleaming order of knights stood ready nearby, while a disheveled group of mercenary knights clad in inferior armor, brandishing chipped swords, loitered around, their numbers eclipsing those of the knights twofold. Behind the soldiers trailed many farmers and carpenters, accompanied by herds of cattle and sheep, with carts overflowing with supplies. At the forefront of this army stood a white-clad iron guard, donned in full helm. The craftsmen and farmers had already begun to disperse, unloading and working, while the soldiers assisted in transporting timber and stones, suggesting that this group intended to embark on a substantial undertaking. Scholar Varys seemed to have anticipated this scenario, standing at a distance directing their activities and demarcating various areas. He instructed the army to rest and corral the horses. Large tents were being erected, with supplies being systematically unloaded and stacked within. What was happening? Was there a grand infrastructure project underway? The white-clad iron guard rode forth to Bai Ling, lifting his helmet to reveal the resolute visage of the Dawnblade. Princess Rhaenys, it is a blessing from the gods that you have returned safely. Sir Arthur Dane, how come you are here? Arthur dismounted, allowing his servant to take his horse. He bowed his head to Bai Ling, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Dylan Hagar. Dylan scoffed and stepped aside. I have been at Prince Rhaegar's side. Please forgive my prior absence. The prince briefly awoke yesterday and instructed me to follow and protect you until the tournament at Harrenhal concludes. Under my protection, you need not worry about other guards. Arthur's gaze shifted towards Dylan. Bai Ling replied, he is not my guard. It is of no consequence. What is the purpose of this gathering? What is to be constructed here? Arthur responded, they have come at the behest of the Queen and His Majesty to build a palace. Once the Harrenhal tournament commences, this will be the residence of both monarchs. For security reasons, we need to erect arrow towers, watchtowers, and a sturdy outer wall of hardwood, as well as dig traps. Stop, I understand. Bai Ling hesitated and inquired, Rhaegar, has he awakened? Does he know I am here? Arthur Dane clutched the Dawn tightly. murmuring a few words before succumbing to unconsciousness once more. "Your Highness Renesmee, I beseech you," he implored, glancing around before drawing White Spirit to a secluded spot, where he suddenly knelt on one knee. "I request that you temporarily pardon my sister, Ashera Dane. Once we uncover the perpetrator behind the poisoning, I shall personally execute her." "What has happened, Ashera?" "I recall she was serving the prince in the Red Keep," White Spirit exclaimed, taken aback. Hastily supporting Arthur's arm in an attempt to lift him, Arthur Dane felt himself being raised by an immense force, nearly toppling over. "Your Highness, what tremendous strength." She intended to administer an aphrodisiac to the prince, but was deceived. The potion was laced with blood poison. "Aphrodisiac?" White Spirit's brow furrowed in confusion. "Is it the kind I imagine? The legendary spring tonic?" It seemed Ashera Dane's desire to seduce the prince arose after her escape. Was she attempting to consummate their union before it truly began? Was it merely a naive infatuation? Or were there ulterior motives at play? Her exterior betrayed none of this. Such a quiet and gentle beauty could harbor such boldness. Where is she now? And who seeks her demise? His Majesty had decreed that she should suffer a fate worse than death. I exchanged a condemned prisoner for her release. Please forgive my foolish actions. I have promised the prince that I will carry out her execution myself. Arthur Dane's countenance bore the weight of despair, as if he were on the brink of taking his own life in atonement. Calm yourself and recount the details, he urged. Very well. Chapter 123. The uncontrolled dragon. The Dawnblade recounted to White Spirit the events that had transpired following her departure, including the prince's solitary venture to the summer hall, now reduced to ruins by wildfires, where he remained for a week before returning to King's Landing. The court's affairs were tightly monitored by Varys, leaving no one aware that the ailing princess, wed shortly thereafter, was but a facade of Ashera Dane. It was only when Ashera could no longer suppress her emotions that she procured a vial of aphrodisiac from an unknown source. Due to Arthur's influence, the prince had let down his guard, and the poison was ingested through their kisses. King Aerys, in a fit of rage, believed there were traitors lurking within the Red Keep, and that his life was potentially at stake. Many were implicated in the ensuing turmoil, leading to a gruesome display of severed heads lining the castle walls. Subsequently, the king placed Queen Riella under house arrest, convinced that the Red Keep had become perilous. In secret, she implored Arthur Dane to escort Prince Rhaegar away from King's Landing. As Arthur departed, he discreetly sought out a dying man whose visage had been utterly transformed, and exchanged him for Ashera from the Black Cells. Though this act bore the prince's tacit approval, it contradicted his oath, saving one who had wrought harm upon their family. Yet, upon witnessing Ashera in the Black Cells, he could scarcely believe that the bloodied and disfigured figure before him, with one once vibrant purple eye now a hollow void and nearly bald, was his once beautiful and lively sister. In a fit of rage, the family retainers had butchered the torturer, while he chose to observe with cold indifference. Bai Ling shook her head repeatedly. King Iras's bloodlust had instilled a sense of dread among the denizens of the Red Keep. His peculiar behavior while seated on the Iron Throne day and night further unsettled the noble houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Arthur finally remarked, Ashalara has emerged from the Black Prison, and for the time being, I have confined her within our family estate. Bai Ling inquired, is Rhaegar aware of this matter? She could not disregard the victim's perspective and forgive the perpetrator without his consent, even if the girl was also a victim. The prince acknowledged, this is not your fault. Love is innocent. After all, Prince Rhaegar is the object of desire for all of King's Landing. Bai Ling attempted to offer solace, but Arthur Dane remained oblivious, his expression still steeped in profound sorrow. The fact that the prince had regained his senses indicated he was on the mend. Once he fully recovered, the matter concerning Ashalara could be decided by him. Bai Ling ceased discussing the topic, beckoning Dylan over and introducing him to Arthur Dane. This is Dylan Hagar, my friend from Essos, and this is the Kingsguard, Arthur Dane. Dylan Hagar spat out the grass he had been chewing. You are the famed Dawn Sword, the one whose prowess surpasses that of mere mortals, Arthur Dane. Arthur Dane glared at the debonair man before him with a scowl. If I recall correctly, Hagar is the surname associated with the faceless men of Bravos. Are you an assassin of shadows? He turned away, addressing the prince. How can you permit such a dishonorable wretch, devoid of any nobility, to remain by your side? Bai Ling was about to explain when Dylan raised a hand to stop her. The playful smile had vanished from his face, replaced by a brewing storm of danger in his eyes. Enough of this prattle. Allow me to experience the blade of Westeros's sword god. The atmosphere between the two men grew tense, with Dylan reaching for the hidden dagger on his person. Arthur Dane's expression tightened, his hand never straying far from the hilt of Dawn. Ser Varys seemed to have noticed the escalating situation from a distance. By the virtue of my title as the prince consort and future queen, I command you to cease." The gravity of the statement caused Arthur Dayne to bow his head and kneel on one knee, with Dawn planted firmly into the ground. Dylan cast a cryptic glance at Bai Ling before departing silently. "Hey, Dylan." Bai Ling attempted to call him back, but was halted by the approaching Varys. "Let him go. He cannot fulfill his purpose while near you." A sense of unease lingered in Bai Ling's heart. She felt that Dylan had been ensnared in a continuous spiral of negative emotions of late. Arthur Dayne, unfamiliar with Varys, asked, "Your Grace, who is this scholar?" "This is my mentor and advisor to Winterfell. His knowledge is vast, and he attained his doctorate long ago." Varys and Arthur Dayne exchanged nods of acknowledgement. The King's Guard, however, displayed little curiosity regarding why the scholar of Winterfell was not in the company of the North's Lord. From that moment onward, Arthur Dayne remained closely tethered to Bai Ling, and her martial arts instructor transitioned from Dylan to Arthur Dayne. Several days passed without any sign of Dylan. Recalling the words of the Bachelor of Varys, Bai Ling chose to disregard them. However, an unforeseen incident during a hunt manifested her underlying anxieties. Bai Ling, originally galloping through the forest alongside the knights in pursuit of game, began to experience peculiar sensations within her body. A profound restlessness and unease enveloped her, causing her limbs to tremble involuntarily. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before her, and she was unceremoniously dismounted by a branch that struck across her path. In that moment, an endless surge of gray-black mist began to emanate from her being. "My lord, what troubles you?" All the knights and attendants halted, rendered speechless by the bizarre spectacle before them. Only Arthur Dayne dared to approach Bai Ling. She sensed the absence of Dylan. He seemed to drift further away from her. "I must find Dylan," Bai Ling managed to utter, but before she could say more, in full view of the onlookers, she transformed into a colossal dragon amidst the swirling gray fog. "It's a dragon indeed. My God, is this real?" "Silence!" Arthur Dayne bellowed. "Go find Dylan." "Hey girl." The azure dragon fully revealed itself, raising its magnificent head before Arthur Dayne, its golden vertical pupils, the size of wheels, fixated on the royal guards. Arthur felt as though he had received a merciless glance from the creature. He was so close to the dragon that he could discern the liquid dripping from its maw. Fear paralyzed him, preventing him from drawing his sword, as cold sweat cascaded down his body. The sheer magnitude of this beast instilled a palpable sense of impending doom. It seemed that any movement on his part would provoke the dragon to devour his head and incinerate him to ashes with its fiery breath. Though he had once revered the legendary dragon King Aegon and the illustrious tales of dragon riders, yearning to soar through the skies alongside dragons, he was, after all, merely a mortal man. This was a dragon, a truly fearsome and authentic dragon. Most astonishingly, only moments ago, this dragon had been a petite and exquisite lady. Had the world gone mad? Perhaps the ceaseless terror had driven him to the brink of madness. In a moment of sheer panic, a hunter, trembling with fear of being consumed by the dragon, drew his bow from a distance and loosed an arrow toward the dragon. The arrow struck with a resounding thud against the dragon's hide, failing to pierce even its scales, and snapped in two. The dragon leisurely turned its head, regarding the audacious insect that dared to attack it. "Run!" Arthur Dayne shouted, filled with fury. Chapter 124. The eve of the tournament in the throes of extreme fear. One cannot muster any effective response. The Dawn Sword knew. At the instant the brave man loosed his arrow, that disaster was imminent, but he was powerless to save him. Fearing for his own life. This dragon was simply too immense. It was an opponent that no single individual could hope to overcome. Standing before it, Arthur Dayne, who towered at nearly 1.9 meters, would scarcely be enough to satisfy the dragon's appetite. At the thunderous roar of Arthur Dayne, the distant nightly attendants finally recalled to scream and scatter in all directions. However, the archer remained paralyzed, rooted to the spot. The dragon disregarded the immobile Arthur Dayne, who had not even dared to draw his sword, fearing that the beast might misconstrue his intentions as a threat. In a shocking display of audacity, the hunter, either reckless or simply tired of life, dared to shoot an arrow at the colossal creature. The earth trembled beneath the dragon's heavy footsteps as it slowly approached the dazed hunter, its enormous vertical pupils fixated on this audacious little ant. The hunter's face turned ashen, resembling that of a corpse, trembling violently and unable to meet the dragon's gaze. The dragon, seemingly bored by his feeble presence, opened its fearsome maw and unleashed a thunderous roar. The man's mind shattered, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted from sheer terror, praying to the gods for a swift end should he be devoured. Yet, the dragon appeared disinterested in his flesh. It prodded him with a claw, finding no reaction, and promptly lost interest. Dozens of individuals, apart from Arthur Dayne, hid in the grass, in dirt pits, or squeezed into tree hollows, resembling frightened squirrels, quaking as they gazed at the massive creature, hardly daring to breathe. Seizing the opportunity while the dragon was distracted, Arthur Dane slipped into the dense forest. Just when everyone believed the dragon might crush the unfortunate hunter beneath its foot, the dragon suddenly lifted its head, as if it had heard some distant sound. Subsequently, it unfurled its wings and soared towards the southeast. Only after the dragon vanished from sight did the onlookers dare to emerge from their hiding spots. They gathered around the unfortunate hunter, exclaiming, "By the seven gods, this fellow is truly fortunate." The attendants and servants rejoiced in their narrow escape, animatedly discussing the sheer power and terror of the dragon they had just witnessed. Among the knights closer to Arthur and White Spirit, expressions shifted unpredictably. One knight clad in gold could not contain his curiosity and inquired, "Lord Arthur, what exactly was that creature?" They had clearly observed the princess being swept off her horse by a branch, only to roll to the ground. But then, an eerie and strange transformation occurred. The princess had transformed into a colossal beast, a dragon that no longer belonged to the realm of myth and legend. This scene shattered their perceptions and beliefs, giving rise to a myriad of bizarre speculations. Had the dragon re-emerged as a result of a human transformation? Did the Targaryen lineage possess such a draconic ability throughout history? It was evident that the dragon possessed intelligence. It not only spared their lives, but also toyed with the hapless hunter. Arthur Dane surveyed the surroundings and called out for the others to gather and account for their numbers, inquiring about any injuries. "Report, my lord, the princess is missing. Yurkray, the one who shot White Spirit, has fainted, and only a few attendants have sustained minor injuries." Those positioned further away had not witnessed White Spirit's transformation. They remained enraptured by the exhilarating sight of the dragon. "Did you all see clearly? That dragon, it is a true dragon. It is magnificent and beautiful, far larger than 100 oxen combined." "Fool, what a ridiculous comparison. It could swallow 100 oxen in a single bite." Arthur Dane asked, "Who saw it just now?" Several guards from the royal city hesitated and nodded, quietly inquiring, "My lord, could it truly be a transformation of a human?" Arthur Dane sighed inwardly, exchanged a glance with his personal guard, and slightly nodded. In an instant, they drew their swords and, as effortlessly as slicing through vegetables, eliminated all witnesses to the transformation. The remaining onlookers were left dumbfounded by this sudden turn of events. Arthur Dane flicked his sword, cleaning it on the corpses, and coldly stated, "These individuals are spies from the Free City-States. Mind your tongues. Not a word shall be spoken that is not meant to be said. Especially refrain from speaking ill of the royal family. Do you understand?" The fortunate servants and attendants fell to their knees in fear, replying, "Yes, my lord. We shall return. I will report the matter regarding the princess consort to the scholar." Helen Fortress, once a desolate and crumbling stronghold, now bustled like a grand marketplace. Tents of every hue and bearing various crests crowded this area. The noble lords occupied the most scenic riverside spots, indulging in wine, merriment, gambling, and frivolous pursuits, while the down-on-their-luck knights and free mercenaries received no such luxury, finding casual places in the outer circle to rest with mere cloths spread out. They were indifferent to themselves, but cherished their horses, weapons, and armor, diligently maintaining them each day. During the wait, numerous gambling stalls had already opened, offering everything from bare-knuckle brawls to dog and chicken fights. The renowned brothels and gold houses eagerly seized the opportunity to profit, dispatching dozens of carriages filled with intricately designed goods, serving both as means of transport and tools of commerce. The merchants, scarcely able to tally the gold they had earned in the river bend, hurried towards Helen Fortress, resulting in a daily blockade of merchant caravans on the King's Avenue. The recent unseasonably warm weather caused many perishable goods to spoil on the road, benefiting countless impoverished children. The outer circle of Helen Fortress was now littered with unauthorized tents. The sheer number of people led to continual chaos and disputes, making it impossible to discern the origins of the troublemakers. Those unfortunate enough to be caught in the fray could only consider themselves unlucky. Jon Arryn thought he had arrived early enough, only to find that there were scarcely any decent spots left. However, with the banners of the eagle, deer, and trout displayed, no fool dared to stir trouble. As soon as Robert Baratheon arrived, he vanished like a fish in the sea. Today, it was rumored he was dueling with a knight from a certain family. And by tomorrow, he would challenge some renowned sword master or famous warrior, for he seemed unable to rest even for a day. Stannis and Renly Baratheon from House Baratheon have arrived, yet their elder brother seems more captivated by the art of combat than by engaging in social pleasantries with them. It is said that Renly is a rather exuberant youth, while their brother Robert appears to have taken to mingling with the Aarons and Starks, leaving Stannis to laboriously tend to the children each day, neglecting his own martial training. Nevertheless, with Robert leading the charge in Storm's End, securing victory and the accompanying rewards seems assured, Lyanna is rather disenchanted with the atmosphere here, as all the men exhibit such fervor and restlessness. Each day, they sharpen their swords, awaiting the opportunity to draw blood from their adversaries. Even Ned has been influenced, practicing his swordplay daily and occasionally sparring with others. Lyanna is left to keep company with Ben-Jen, listening to the tales of the various noble houses and amusing anecdotes from past tournaments recounted by their elder, Lord Jon Arryn. However, shows little interest in the tournament, preoccupied with networking among the nobility to gauge their sentiments regarding the establishment of a new heir. The Tyrells and the Hightowers are busy orchestrating marriages, while the Queen of Thorns is en route to Harrenhal, though it is rumored that her health is poor, likely delaying her arrival until after the tournament commences. From Casterly Rock, the Lannisters are represented by Kevin, along with the twins Cersei and Jaime. Lord Tywin has been summoned back to King's Landing by King Aerys, and he should have arrived by now. With Tywin present, Aerys is unlikely to become too unhinged. Yet he will undoubtedly pressure Ricard to declare his loyalty, whether to marry his daughter to the second prince as a devoted vassal or to defy the king's command and maintain ties with Storm's End. Should Lord Ricard continue to resist, the Mad King may, in a fit of rage, revoke his title as Warden of the North and diminish his lands. In short, the situation is perilous. Only if these great houses unite in their opinions and collectively exert pressure on the king might there be a chance to sway his decision. Chapter 125. The Colossal Shadow over Harrenhal. Jon Arryn sought to converse with Lord Hightower, whose brother serves as a member of the King's Guard, remaining ever at the king's side and possessing deeper insight into the court's dynamics. However, after searching, Jon could not locate Lord Hightower, who was rumored to have gone to greet the king. The steward and a cousin are the ones maintaining order at Harrenhal. Jon Arryn was taken aback. The king intends to attend the tournament? The steward hesitantly replied, "That is what my master has indicated." "Did your master mention when he would return?" "Approximately 4 to 5 days." With a furrowed brow, Jon Arryn made his way back to his tent area, pondering the king's intentions. If Aerys is coming to Harrenhal, why summon Duke Ricard to King's Landing? He required further intelligence. "Send for Maester Morton," he commanded. After sitting in contemplation for a time, he finally recalled a suitable individual to inquire about. Yes, the attendant set aside the wine cup he had been holding, lifting the tent flap to step outside. Suddenly, he halted, his expression filled with uncertainty as he gazed skyward. "What is that? A giant eagle? It is flying towards us." Jon Arryn paid little heed to the attendant's momentary curiosity, remaining engulfed in his concerns for his friend. Unexpectedly, the attendant stood frozen in place for what felt like an eternity, as if turned to stone. Jon's irritation grew. "What are you doing standing there?" "I have guards." The attendant turned his head, and Jon discerned a profound fear and astonishment etched on his face. "My lord, you must come and see." Jon Arryn noticed the entire camp was in an uproar, and above, the sky resonated with a tremendous sound reminiscent of wings flapping. He burst forth from the tent, witnessing all the people stretching their necks comically like ducks, gazing skyward. "By the seven, it is a dragon. Good heavens, am I hallucinating?" One man shouted to his companion. "Or is it that I am still drunk?" "Oh, mate, give me a slap." "Gladly," his companion replied, delivering a hearty blow that sent him sprawling to the ground. "Damn, that hurt." "This is no illusion. It is a genuine dragon. A wild dragon. Could it have flown from another continent? It has been hundreds of years since the Targaryen family last saw a dragon. It must be one from the Lost Lands. What a magnificent beast. Yet the royal family has yet to arrive. What good would that do? His Majesty is elderly, and Prince Rhaegar is gravely ill. Can we expect a 6-year-old child to command a dragon?" Laughter erupted. "That is not riding. That is merely serving as a snack." The attendees of the Harrenhal gathering were predominantly nobles, their family legacies vividly recounting the existence and terror of dragons, possessing more knowledge than the common folk. The dragon bore no knight upon its back, nor was it restrained by ropes or saddles, suggesting it was indeed a wild creature. The azure dragon soared high above Harrenhal, its expansive wings measuring several meters in length, while its shimmering blue scales sparkled under the sun. Its elongated form was graceful, devoid of the unsightly bulk often depicted in murals or the skeletal remains of dragons in King's Landing. The dragon seemed drawn to Harrenhal, or rather, to the ruins scorched by dragon fire, as it flapped its wings and gracefully descended onto the 2 tallest remaining pillars. Subsequently, it stretched its long neck, casting a lofty gaze upon the land and the diminutive beings inhabiting it. The dragon's sudden appearance seemed a deliberate display for all to witness. A creature thought to have vanished for centuries, now re-emerging. After a brief moment of panic and astonishment, the crowd's initial fear morphed into a vibrant spectacle. Some began to organize efforts to approach the dragon, including minor nobles and those enchanted by heroic tales, dreaming of becoming dragon slayers. Others, more cautious, admired the dragon's majesty from a distance, whispering amongst themselves, perhaps debating the implications of its return. Among those gathered was Jon Snow, surrounded by various noble families from the Vale and the Riverlands, including Lyanna Stark and the young Duke of Storm's End, Robert Baratheon. By the gods, I heard dragons were grand, but I never imagined they would be so beautiful. Robert Baratheon appeared eager for battle, brimming with excitement. Uncle, do you think I could possibly tame this dragon? My bloodline carries Targaryen heritage. Riding a horse is nothing. A true knight revels in the thrill of riding dragons. Lyanna Stark furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the colossal beast, a peculiar sensation washing over her, as if the dragon bore some connection to a certain individual. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. Although Viserion was a ward, taking the form of a direwolf, this was a living, breathing dragon. There was no comparison between the two. I must be missing Viserion too much, Lyanna mused. Ned Stark stood entranced by the dragon's might and beauty, deeply awed by its presence. Regardless of the reason for its arrival, one thing was certain. The dragon belonged to House Targaryen, or was about to. After all, throughout ancient myths, dragons could only be controlled by the Valyrians, who had long since perished, leaving the dragons solely to the Targaryen lineage. When Robert spoke, both he and Lyanna exhibited contrasting reactions. No, that's far too dangerous. Go on, you might succeed. Robert appeared somewhat bewildered. You too, what's the matter? Lyanna genuinely believed perhaps Robert could succeed. After all, he bore a certain primal resemblance to beasts. Moreover, taming a wild dragon indeed required Targaryen blood, and she deemed it worth the attempt. If the dragon showed signs of refusal, Robert could always retreat. Ned, however, firmly opposed the idea. We cannot attempt this. Do you know how many Targaryens have perished historically while trying to tame dragons? They are colossal beasts. Once provoked, a mere snap of their jaws could sever you into 3 pieces. Upon hearing Ned's words, Lyanna hesitated, acknowledging the genuine peril involved. Perhaps it was indeed too dangerous. Forget it, Robert. Good heavens, Ned, you hardly resemble a youth, lacking any spirit of adventure. You're even less courageous than Lyanna. Ned, concerned for his brother's safety, found himself at a loss for words, frustrated by the situation. Look, someone is approaching the dragon. They're so quick. Humanity is never short of those willing to court danger. Despite the height of Harrenhal and the perilous terrain where the dragon stood, intrepid souls scaled the crumbling ruins in an attempt to draw near to the mythical creature. Artists, including singers and painters, eagerly set to work, inspired by the dragon to create their masterpieces. The entire camp was thrown into disarray with the dragon's arrival, rendering the presence of the Dornish, proudly waving their sun and spear banner, unnoticed. Fortunately, the organizers remembered to attend to their guests. The Hightower family's welcoming party hurried forth, leading horses and guiding the 100 or so Dornish visitors to their accommodations. Looks lively, doesn't he? What are they gazing at? Dressed in a gold and crimson robe with fitted sleeves and a single gem earring, Oberyn Martell gracefully dismounted, taking in the chaotic scene with keen interest. Then, his eyes fell upon the cursed ruins, where a creature most unwelcome had appeared, a dragon. Oberyn squinted, astonished. I can't believe it's here. What a delightful surprise. Chapter 126. The incarnation of the King of Light. The emergence of Oberyn Martell captured the attention of Jon Snow. Given the demise of Elia Martell, Dorne was deemed the least likely ally of King's Landing. It was rumored that Dorne had recently begun a series of subtle maneuvers, with some claiming to have glimpsed Oberyn's figure deep within the enchanted woods where sorcerers and witches convened. The purveyors of these rumors asserted with conviction that he must be delving into malevolent sorcery, driving the king into increasing madness under his curse. While the relationship between the Vale and the Queen of Dorne was not particularly harmonious, it remained relatively amicable. It was known that Oberyn was a man who had forged a scholar's necklace in the Citadel, renowned not only for his valor, but also for his vast knowledge. He would surely disdain employing curses against Aerys. Perhaps he yearned to confront the king in person and sever his head. It was likely that Oberyn harbored murderous intent towards the king long before Aerys contemplated taking 2 wives. Little did he expect Elia's untimely demise to precede him. Though the blame ultimately fell upon bandits, those privy to the truth understood that the obliterated evidence bore the sigil of the Westerlands. Elia's death, along with the machinations of Rhaegar, the Mad King, and Tywin, were inextricably linked. When Rhaegar concealed the truth, opting to barter for Tywin Lannister's withdrawal from the position of hand, he irrevocably drove Dorne into opposition. In a fleeting moment, Jon Arryn's mind swirled with myriad thoughts. As the boisterous laughter of Robert Baratheon echoed, an astonishing idea surged within him. He approached Dorne's encampment, greeting the prince with a warm smile. "Oberyn Martell, the pride of Dorne, it has been too long. How do you fare?" Oberyn was in the midst of changing garments, his muscular torso on full display, marred by scars that attested to his exploits over the years. "It has indeed been a while, my Lord Jon. You appear to be in fine spirits. Is there something that brings you joy?" "Oh, the arrival of a great dragon. Is that not enough to astonish everyone?" Arryn took a seat, accepting the goblet of wine offered by Oberyn, savoring the exquisite Dornish vintage. Oberyn settled beside him, when suddenly, a serpentine beauty slipped into the tent and directly into his embrace. The two shared an intimate kiss, oblivious to their surroundings, while Jon Arryn maintained a stern expression, refraining from expressing his discontent. Oberyn caught a glimpse of him from the corner of his eye, sensing that this austere and principled old duke likely had something of import to discuss. He waved a hand, dismissing all others from the tent. The tattooed temptress shot him an indignant glare before retreating. Oberyn bestowed a playful kiss upon her and turned to inquire, "My lord, do you have something significant to share with me?" Jon Arryn spoke plainly. The Mad King intends to seize Robert's betrothed, marrying her to Viserys to elevate the second prince as heir. What is Dorne's stance on this matter? Meanwhile, above Harrenhal, White Lynx felt as though she were ensnared in a dream, disoriented, observing her own body move from a third-person perspective. She was acutely aware that this was likely the peril of transformation, as she absorbed an excess of dragon remnants within the dragon pool. Perhaps even the essence of Dylan himself, the primal instincts of the beast, and the rationality of her human mind would alternately vie for her sanity. Although she remained oblivious to the means by which Dylan had survived and separated from her form, she knew that should they drift apart beyond a certain distance, the feral instincts would swiftly dominate her consciousness. When her human faculties regained clarity, Bai Ling found herself standing amidst the ruins of Hellenberg, gazing down upon the minuscule humans below, akin to ants beneath a deity's gaze. Almost all the active nobles of Westeros, including merchants, poets, mercenaries, and even courtesans, beheld her, a living, breathing azure dragon. To her dismay, several oblivious individuals below approached her with avaricious glints in their eyes, exuding a foreboding and sinister aura reminiscent of gold. They evoked the same revulsion within her as the high priest had done. The beast within her continued to contest for dominance over her body, and she sensed Dylan's direction. She must seek him out. With a powerful flap of her immense wings, she prepared to ascend into the skies. However, the throng below appeared unwilling to relinquish their chance. Upon realizing that the dragon bore no immediate intent to attack, they produced a specially designed crossbow from behind, adorned with a steel wire net capable of ensnaring her, facilitating their ascent to her back. They reasoned that once atop her, they would no longer need to fear the dragon's flames. In addition to the netted bolts, they wielded arrows tipped with a potent anesthetic. Among them were unmistakably poachers, seasoned in their dealings with large beasts, their concoctions lethal. Bai Ling found herself ensnared by several strands of the steel net, her flight becoming erratic, while multiple arrows lodged into her, releasing torrents of rage and a thirst for carnage from deep within. How dare these lowly poachers attempt to capture me? To seize a dragon? As the poachers glimpsed their hopeful success, they erupted into fervent cheers. Hook it. Clamber onto its back. It cannot fly. Cannot fly? Against you? With a sudden and powerful flap of her colossal wings, the dragon unleashed a deafening roar. The sheer force tore through the steel net, sending several poachers plummeting from the broken columns of Hellenberg, their bodies reduced to mangled flesh. Yet in that fleeting moment, more poachers ascended, launching additional barbed bolts tethered with iron chains. Some became lodged in the gaps of her scales, providing a makeshift pathway for their ascent. This won't do. The bolts cannot penetrate her scales. We must climb onto her back and use Valyrian steel spears. Upon hearing the mention of Valyrian steel, Bai Ling realized she could no longer hold back. These poachers possessed the very metal that could harm her. The dragon inhaled deeply, her throat igniting with a blinding radiance akin to the sun, dragon fire. Dodge! The moon-white flames surged forth like a laser, striking directly at the cluster of poachers ahead. They melted like butter on a hot pan. Oh my god, what kind of draconic flame is this? Yet, the spectacle was far from over. This laser-like dragon fire soared into the distance, unfurling like a blossoming flower. Countless moonlit specks drifted from the beam, settling upon the surviving poachers. This radiant blaze gently caressed the humans before quietly consuming them. Before long, both flesh and garments crumbled into mere dust. The scene was not gruesome. Rather, it possessed an eerie beauty, yet an overwhelming fear gripped the hearts of all present. What manner of dragon is this? What dreadful flame does it wield? This is no ordinary fire. It is the divine wrath of Reheller, the king of light. Those from the free continent murmured incantations, all kneeling in reverence. Reheller, Reheller. Reheller, in Valyrian, the king of light. Chapter 127. For the long night is dark and full of dangers. In the skies above Helen Castle, the battle displayed an overwhelming advantage for the dragon. However, these poachers were merely the first wave of expendables. A significant number of the mightiest warriors from Westeros had gathered here, their blood stirred by the clash between dragon and man. The night hunters sought higher ground to launch their projectiles, or set forth their powerful crossbows to assail the dragon. Among them were those endowed with innate might, capable of hurling heavy steel spears at the beast. They mocked the savages from Essos, who dared to believe that a mere beast could be a messenger of the divine. The dragon was ensnared by chains and nets, rendered unable to soar into the skies. Although none dared to ascend the pillars to approach the dragon, countless arrows and bolts troubled it greatly. Dragon scales were not entirely impervious. In certain crevices, they could be pierced, inflicting pain upon its flesh. Some remained observant, believing that even should these expendables manage to ground the dragon, the ultimate prize would still belong to them. Out of caution and a desire for safety, they kept their distance, admiring this unprecedented battle from afar. Oberyn Martell and Jon Arryn, engaged in conversation, were drawn out by the astonishing commotion. Upon exiting their tent, they beheld throngs of fervent individuals rushing to attack the dragon, the atmosphere charged with madness. Jon Arryn observed that the dragon appeared wounded, adorned with iron hooks and remnants of torn nets, struggling to take flight. The fortress's broken columns beneath it were swarmed by audacious souls attempting to pull the dragon from the sky. Beams of fire shot forth from the dragon's maw. With a mere turn of its head, it reduced them to ashes. Yet, more individuals, driven by fervor and incited by ulterior motives, rushed heedlessly toward the dragon. What is happening? Have those people gone mad? Jon Arryn inquired with astonishment. The astute attendant had already ventured out to gather information and returned excitedly, proclaiming, "A wealthy merchant has placed a bounty, my lord. Anyone who can subdue the dragon will be rewarded with hundreds of golden dragons. The Lannisters have also put a bounty on the dragon, alongside some dubious figures that resemble sorcerers from foreign lands, who have offered potions. A sum of several hundred golden dragons is indeed a considerable fortune." Oberyn stroked his chin. And it is no wonder that so many reckless fools have been drawn to this peril. The fighting style of this wild dragon is peculiar. Jon Arryn observed for a moment and remarked that apart from its strange dragon fire, it scarcely employs its claws or tail. With so many adversaries, it may find escape impossible. Not necessarily. This dragon is far from simple. Jon Arryn cast a curious glance at Oberyn. It was said that Oberyn Martell had been wandering the summer sea and the ruins of Valyria since the death of his sister Elia. Did he possess some knowledge? "Do you know what they are invoking, Lord Jon?" Oberyn inquired, gesturing toward the Essosi who knelt in reverence to the great dragon. "R'hllor, the Red God. The god of shadow and flame. What connection does this have to the dragon?" There exists a rumor. When the great dragons vanished, R'hllor's power seemingly abandoned its followers. Now, with the dragon's return, observe how those devotees have arrived in Westeros. Surely, the Red Priest will follow. Just then, a vivid crimson hue appeared in the distance. 3 red-cloaked sorceresses emerged amidst the camp of the foreigners. They glided through the kneeling throng, advancing toward the dragon. The people of Westeros looked on in confusion, as soldiers attempted to impede the progress of these foreigners. Yet, the Red Priests merely cast a glance their way, and the soldiers, as if ensnared by a dreadful illusion, retreated in terror, drenched in sweat. "Seven, save us." They trembled, kneeling and making gestures of prayer, as if they had committed a grave sin. One of the Red Priests lowered her head, declaring, "Hypocritical gods, in the impending long night, you shall ultimately sacrifice your power to R'hllor." The strange spectacle of the warriors repelled those who sought to obstruct them, and a throng of red-cloaked followers surrounded the priestess, arriving before Harrenhal, gazing up at the dragon. Amidst the crowd still attacking the dragon, unrest began to brew, with indistinct shadows darting between the throngs, and many fell victim to sharp blades, their skin torn and oozing dark purple blood. "Assassins, I have been ambushed," a knight from a noble house shouted, only to collapse lifelessly to the ground, succumbing to poison. The Red Priestess raised her voice. The dragon is a messenger of R'hllor. All who attack it shall face the retribution of the children of Shadow. Cease your actions. The scene descended into chaos, as mercenaries and knights, unable to locate the assassins, turned their ire toward the strange red-cloaked sorceresses. Let us slay these foreigners. They wish to claim the dragon for themselves. Kill. First, eliminate these heathens. The white spirit circling overhead, momentarily captivated by the bizarre scene, hesitated to flee. She was intrigued to discern the true intent of the Red Priests. After enduring such punishment, perhaps it was time to simply observe. How bizarre that a Red Priestess would claim to be a messenger of the Lord of Light. What connection could she possibly have to him? Foolish worshippers, stand down. As the low whispers of another red-robed woman echoed, a colossal wall of fire suddenly erupted from the ground, towering at least 3 to 4 meters high, completely isolating the red robes from the people of Westeros. After a brief moment of silence, a cacophony of frantic shouts ensued. Get out, foreign devils. Leave Westeros. You are not welcome here. Damn the red-robed witch. May the heathens perish. 7 gods, forgive these wicked souls. The fiercest of the howlers abruptly transformed into a hoarse scream, as a moon-white flame of dragon fire quietly burned upon him. This flame seemed almost alive, choosing not to spread among the crowd, as if it had singled him out. In mere minutes, he was reduced to a small pile of ashes. The others, terrified, retreated in a frenzy, and a sudden hush fell over them. Looking up, they beheld a dragon soaring above them, its predatory gaze fixed upon them. Praise the messenger, praise the Lord of Light. The red-clad followers, overwhelmed with fervor, knelt in unison before the dragon. The flames of R'hllor will consume only the souls of the wicked. Those of good nature need not fear the arrival of judgment. The Lord of Light shines upon us. For the long night is upon us, fraught with peril. O foolish devotees of the old gods, winter is coming, and the cold god shall render the world into a realm of silence. The priestess faltered as she spoke. Around her, the sound of clashing swords began to resonate faintly, growing louder as soldiers began to murmur, exuding an impressive aura of intimidation. What is happening? The crowd, encircling the scene, was suddenly shoved aside, and a man about to curse shrank back in fright upon recognizing the newcomers. The Kingsguard, clad in white robes and exquisitely ornate armor, made their imposing appearance, followed closely by 4 battalions of gold-clad guards from King's Landing. Silence enveloped everyone as their gazes turned towards the slowly approaching opulent royal carriage. The first to emerge was the slightly portly, bald silk merchant, Varys. After stepping down, the Master of Whisperers extended a hand while a hand resembling a skeletal claw with protruding veins reached out from within the carriage, seizing him abruptly. The figure adorned in a golden mask descended the carriage with deliberate grace, nodding inwardly. First, escort the queen to rest. He then turned to face the priestess. In my realm, you propagate the teachings of the Lord of Light. Do you seek to take the Targaryen dragons without my consent? The crowd knelt, save for the followers of the Lord of Light and the priestess. She spoke softly, Aerys Targaryen, you have forsaken the God of Light, and the dragons shall no longer favor the Targaryen lineage. Aerys, consumed by rage, commanded the Kingsguard. Eliminate them. With the king's order, the Kingsguard and the golden-clad guards drew their weapons, pointing them at the priestess and her followers. Unfazed, the priestess continued her cursed proclamation, Aerys Targaryen. Have you forgotten the visions of your ancestors in the sacred realm of light and flame? Have you forgotten the solemn vow made by the Dragon King Aegon to R'hllor? Iris trembled, incessantly roaring, kill. Kill them all. Annihilate everyone clad in red. Upon hearing this, Bai Ling exclaimed in horror, you intend to slaughter my allies. Without hesitation, she plummeted from the heavens, positioning herself between the priestess, the foreigner, and the people of Westeros. The dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, its wings stirring a fierce gust that rendered the knights unable to stand, their eyes squeezed shut against the onslaught. The priestesses exchanged glances, their faith in the dragon as the emissary of the red god R'hllor strengthened by its conscious assistance. The faithful resumed their chants of R'hllor. R'hllor, undeterred by the archers perched above or the soldiers encircling them. Halt! I command you. Iris bellowed in Valyrian, desperately trying to compel the dragon to heed his words. Alas, the dragon offered him not even a glance. A look of disbelief washed over King Iris, though he had never beheld a living dragon. He had grown up immersed in the legendary tales of his lineage, convinced of the Targaryen bloodline's innate magic to control dragons. Yet now, this creature chose to disregard him, to ignore the true dragon of House Targaryen. A wave of profound dread enveloped Iris, reminiscent of the helplessness he had felt as a child when burned by flames. Why? Fire could harm him. Why did the dragon defy his command? Was he not a true dragon? No, that could not be. In a sudden frenzy, Iris thrust aside the king's guard standing before him, drawing his Valyrian steel dagger, a visage consumed by madness and rage. Dragon, heed my command. I am Targaryen, a scion of the Dragon King. Yet the dragon continued to disregard him, steadfastly protecting the priestesses of the God of Light. The dragon, Bai Ling, harbored great discontent for King Iris, particularly upon discovering his intent to usurp Rhaegar and elevate the second prince, Viserys. From Queen Rhaella's hints, it was clear that the Mad King Iris was aware of her lineage. Iris, Rhaella, and Daenerys were siblings. Had their temperaments not diverged so drastically, the youngest sister Daenerys would have been wed to King Iris. Moreover, upon Bai Ling's arrival to the palace as Rhaegar's betrothed, the eunuch Varys had mentioned that King Iris had employed blood magic to ascertain Rhaenys' Targaryen heritage, though these proceedings remained shrouded in secrecy. Rhaenys possessed the quintessential Targaryen appearance, resembling Rhaegar as though they were twins, a testament to the purity of her dragon blood. Reflecting upon the years, Iris' actions had been irrational and repetitive, inflicting torment upon Rhaegar, and now imprisoning Aunt Rhaella. The next steps seemed poised to provoke the North and Stormlands, igniting a war of usurpation. Legally, Rhaenys held the dual status of both the crown princess and his sister, her claim to succession superseding that of Viserys. Regrettably, the Mad King has betrayed even his own son, showing no consideration for allowing his sister's offspring to ascend as heir apparent. Bai Ling opined that this monarch was unworthy of his title. The standoff persisted momentarily, as King Aelyrus commanded several hundred elite warriors, bolstered by the finest from the Seven Kingdoms who had gathered for the Highland Fortress tournament, outnumbering the crimson-robed devotees and foreign entities by a factor of 10. Yet, the red-clad followers exhibited no signs of trepidation. They clustered around the priestess and the dragon, firmly believing that the emissary of the King of Light represented their salvation. Indeed, the ferocity of the dragon had left an indelible impression on every heart present, with none willing to serve as sacrificial pawns. Moreover, the king had claimed the dragon as his own. What fate awaited those who harmed it should the king exact vengeance on their families? The impasse was abruptly shattered by a spear that soared from the rear. Thrown from an unknown origin, the spear plunged into the dragon's spine under the weight of gravity. In an instant, a figure clad in gold and crimson leaped onto the dragon's back, seizing the spear embedded deep within its flesh. A surge of agonizing pain coursed through the dragon, its eyes flooding with crimson rage as it let forth a thunderous roar, unleashing a torrent of moon-white flames indiscriminately upon its surroundings. "Huh, fly beast!" King Aelyrus seethed, his gaze fixed with fury upon the golden-red figure upon the dragon's back. "Oberyn Martell, how dare you?" Oberyn Martell secured himself to the spear lodged in the dragon's back with a chain, drawing forth two curved blades reminiscent of the Dothraki scimitars. He laughed maniacally, bellowing as he struck fiercely at the dragon's hide. "A mere beast? Your Majesty cannot, but allow me." The red-robed priestesses commenced their incantations, and an invisible black whirlwind materialized once more. In the sunlight, these shadows appeared as faint as a wisp, vaguely human in shape. "Children of the Shadow, kill." The incantation unleashed 6 or 7 wispy tendrils that weaved through the throngs of people. Any flesh they brushed against would result in death within mere seconds. As victims bled out purple-black blood, the king's guard was alarmed, forming a protective circle around King Aelyrus, shielding one another. However, the golden-robed soldiers fared poorly. The indiscriminate slaughter and sudden chaos rendered them unable to defend themselves. The small encampment swelled with more bodies since the dragon's arrival, and as the battle erupted, the turmoil bred further strife among the people of Westeros. Screams and chaos ensued, as armored warriors and unarmed civilians alike fell in droves, indistinguishably perishing in the tumult. Some succumbed to the shadow winds of the priestesses, others fell victim to friendly fire, while many were incinerated by dragon flames or trampled underfoot. The entire encampment had transformed into a hellish inferno. Yet, curiously, since King Aelyrus' emergence, none of the nobles, great or small, who had gathered at Highland Fortress had approached to pay their respects. As if oblivious to the presence of the king, King Aelyrus eventually sensed something amiss. Amidst the chaos, individuals inadvertently approached the monarch, launching sudden attacks on the Imperial Guard. The golden-robed figures perished in the tumult, dwindling from several hundred to merely dozens. Aelyrus, consumed by turmoil, abandoned thoughts of the dragon and bellowed in a frenzy, "Protect the king!" to the palace at the Lake of Divine Eyes. In the midst of upheaval, the colossal dragon took flight, soaring through the sky, shifting speeds and rolling, desperately attempting to dislodge Oberyn Martell from its back. Yet the spear was embedded too deeply, leaving little for him to grasp. Oberyn secured himself upon the dragon's back, inflicting pain to compel the beast's submission. A primal fury surged, as an unknown substance coated the spear, tormenting the white spirit with excruciating agony. Unable to withstand the torment, and unwilling to witness the shredded remains of Oberyn upon regaining consciousness, she reluctantly cried out his name, a playful moniker bestowed by Illyria during their frolics together. "Stop, little viper." Chapter 129, The Thirst for Power. Oberyn gaped in astonishment, wind filling his lungs. The dragon suddenly spoke in a deep, feminine voice, uttering the nickname Illyria had given it, nearly causing him to lose his grip and tumble from the dragon's back. A talking dragon? What manner of creature is this? Did the Targaryens of history possess such mutated dragons? Wait, why does this dragon's voice sound so eerily familiar? He had always sensed something peculiar about this dragon. It seemed to comprehend the words of the red-robed priestesses, even subtly protecting them. This feeling intensified as he battled atop the dragon's back. Judging by its size and the ferocity of its flames, the creature's combat style should not be so feeble. It was as if its fearsome exterior merely concealed something else beneath. During his travels across Essos, he had heard whispers of a mysterious organization, the Cult of the Dragon, capturing Valyrian descendants for some strange alchemical sorcery. The rumors of dragons emerging in Essos had first spread from Volantis, where this cult resided. Only recently had he returned from the lost Valyria, having witnessed the enigmatic sorcery of the cult's high priest firsthand. Due to his knowledge of various unknown poisons and their concoction, Oberyn had accompanied him as a free mercenary for a time. It appeared that the high priest had been relentlessly pursuing this dragon. Could it be that this creature is indeed a product of the cult of the dragon? Was it ever truly a dragon? This would explain its awkward fighting style. A true wild dragon would wield every aspect of its being as a weapon, its fearsome fangs, formidable spines, and whip-like tail embodying pure strength beyond the capacity of any human to rival. Throughout history, the majority of fallen dragons met their demise in battles against one another, with only a select few unfortunate ones being slain by humans. Notably, the domain of Dorne once achieved the remarkable feat of dragon slaying. Oberyn's thoughts shifted tumultuously. He slowly withdrew his weapon but dared not release the spear deeply embedded in the dragon's back. Tentatively, he inquired, "What are you? How do you know this name?" Seeing him halt, White Spirit finally found a moment to breathe. The prolonged battle had nearly exhausted its strength, not to mention the struggle against the primal instincts within its draconic form. Maintaining its dragon shape was already at the brink of its limits. They had long since flown away from Harrenhal, surrounded by lush, rolling mountains, utterly unaware of where they had ended up. White Spirit selected a gentle terrain to land slowly. Utterly fatigued, almost collapsing onto the ground, the dragon lazily spoke, "I was once a guest at the Red Keep and have seen you and Princess Rhaenys." Oberyn patted the dragon's back, suddenly laughing. "You weave your fabrications so skillfully, Rhaenys. But how did you recognize me?" The dragon responded in a deep, rumbling voice. "You are mistaken, I am not Rhaenys." Oberyn shook his head. "Deny it all you like. That spear embedded in your back is of my own design. Were it not for your colossal form, you would have succumbed to the poison long ago. Do you also wish to slay dragons? Is that why you inflicted such harm upon me?" Oberyn dismounted from the dragon, gently caressing its head, gazing intently into its azure golden eyes. "I am determined to kill Aerys. Hence, I cannot allow the Targaryens to possess another dragon. I never anticipated that the dragon that flew from Essos would be you, Rhaenys. You are mistaken. I am not a dragon." The creature shook its head, the movement aggravating the wounds on its back, causing it to collapse onto the ground. All right. You are not Rhaenys. Just wait here. I shall fetch some clean water. First, consume the antidote." Oberyn tossed the antidote into the dragon's gaping maw but paused before departing, hesitantly asking, "Was it the faith of the dragon that transformed you into a dragon?" White Spirit used its claws and mouth to extract arrows and shards from its flesh. Responding vaguely, not entirely, "My dreams offer conflicting answers. Yet, I do not comprehend that dream. Historically, no one has ever transformed into a dragon. Even among the old gods of the north, the children of the forest and the green sight, who could merely manipulate the bodies of beasts. I am unaware," it lamented. Oberyn engaged in discourse about these secrets to divert White Spirit's attention and then suddenly yanked the spear from the dragon's back. "Apologies, I have removed the spear. Rest now. I will fetch water." White Spirit was indeed spent, slowly closing its eyes and resting its head on its paws. However, it did not entirely lose its vigilance, using its wings and tail to shield its wounds from any further attacks. Oberyn found this intriguing, had he truly wished to slay it. He would not have paused in the air, but rather pierced through its innards with that spear. Rhaenys, you remain as naive and foolish as ever. Yet, this trait does not render you unlikable. You are nothing like a Targaryen. Targaryen, indeed. At this moment, Oberyn was suddenly reminded of the words Jon Arryn had spoken to him during their attempts to forge an alliance, and he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Every noble house harbored its own ambitions. Even the Arryns of the Eyrie, who prided themselves on their honor, were not above seeking to elevate their own interests, were they? Yet, could the brash young Robert Baratheon, akin to a black bear, truly be deserving of such a fate? Now, it seemed that the gods had bestowed upon Oberyn Martell a splendid gift. The secluded place they had descended upon was not merely devoid of civilization, but nestled deep within the mountains. The low growls of feral beasts echoed around them. Yet under the looming threat of the dragon, they dared only to emit a fleeting sound. Oberyn soon discovered a crystal-clear stream, and even took some time to hunt. Returning shortly with an abundance of game slung over his shoulder. The dragon lay half reclined, observing Oberyn at work, intermittently emitting a series of hungry growls. A scene that felt oddly familiar to her. Quickly, Oberyn constructed a fire, skewering the game, and glanced at the dragon. Could you be so kind as to ignite the flames? The dragon slowly opened her eyes, emitting a low hum as a flicker of fire escaped her nostrils. Floating toward the kindling, the pile of wood ignited with an intensity reminiscent of gasoline, burning fiercely yet quietly. Oberyn gazed entranced at the colors of the flames and inquired, "Are you familiar with your own dragonfire, Rhaenys?" "I am not Rhaenys," she replied. "Then I shall call you Nini," he suggested. "What a ridiculous name," she retorted, perhaps too lenient with Oberyn, despite his status as one of her favored knights. "Very well, let us return to serious matters," Oberyn said, adopting a more formal demeanor. "You are aware of the High Priest of the Faith of the Dragon, are you not? He has been relentlessly pursuing the trail of dragons. Having departed Dorne and hearing of the dragon's emergence at Harrenhal, he will undoubtedly come. He seeks you, Rhaenys. He possesses knowledge of the transformation into a dragon and is surely aware of the peril that lies within you. What are your plans henceforth? Will you continue to live in hiding in the guise of a dragon, or will you submit to the Targaryens and become the ultimate weapon of the crown?" Oberyn's expression gradually grew cold. It was clear that he did not wish to witness the latter outcome. The White Lady's tone was one of confusion. "I cannot see the path ahead, but the Red Priestess has foretold that my destiny lies in the north. My dreams have also hinted at this." Oberyn frowned inwardly. When had those Red Priests become involved? During the confrontation at Harrenhal, they must have communicated something to the dragon. Chapter 130. Heart ablaze like wildfire, why did those prophets of the Lightbringer speak thus? Is it truly the might of Lawlor that allows man to transform into dragon? Having traveled extensively across Essos, Oberyn had certainly heard whispers of the abhorrent experiments conducted by the faith of the dragon. The last remnants of Valyria on the Free Continent had suffered grievously due to the so-called dragon transformation rituals. If not for divine intervention, how could one explain their sudden success in allowing dragons to once again soar through the skies? However, the emergence of dragons also presented him with an opportunity. The Red Viper immediately altered his approach, speaking softly. "Rhaenys, it has been nearly 3 years since Elia departed. I am eager to learn how you have fared after leaving Westeros. You are Elia's and my dearest friend, and I shall assist you. Even Dorne shall stand by your side. If the situation becomes irredeemable, Dorne will certainly protect you." The dragon turned its gaze, casting a glance at Oberyn. Its eyes seemed to possess a certain enchantment, causing Oberyn to feel an unsettling chill. Bai Ling remained silent, yet she comprehended the moment she appeared before the world. The notions of friendship and kinship had become utterly unreliable. Such grandiose claims of protection. His confidence surpassed even that of her beloved aunt, Queen Lella. Undeniably, Oberyn's wild and handsome visage was persuasive, and he nearly convinced Bai Ling by invoking Elia's name. However, beneath the illumination of the pale dragon fire, an ominous crimson glow surrounded Oberyn. A strange clarity washed over Bai Ling. She realized that he was lying. The bloodlight enveloping him was undoubtedly entwined with slaughter, vengeance, and death. Perhaps this was the foreboding bloodlight disaster, heralding the grim fate of Oberyn Martell. Upon reflection, his greatest desire was merely to avenge Elia, whether in this realm or the other. His love for Elia was so profound that he had gradually lost himself. Regrettably, he was destined to be unable to seek retribution against Tywin and Cersei. Nonetheless, it was high time for her to forge alliances with formidable allies. The dragon emitted a low rumble, akin to laughter. "Oberyn, you have deceived many a young maiden with that face and expression. Yet I am a dragon now. Does your feigned affection hold any weight?" Oberyn erupted into exaggerated laughter. You will forever be the most beautiful dragon princess in my heart. It seems you do not reject my alliance? Of course, we are good friends, are we not? Then I must convey a piece of intelligence to you. Did you know that the high priest of the faith of the dragon on the free continent has secret ties to the mad King Aerys? Perhaps at this very moment. He is ensconced deep within the Red Keep. Bai Ling was momentarily at a loss for words. Moreover, Oberyn said with a smirk, the blood poison that afflicted Prince Rhaegar is said to have originated from the sorcery devised by that high priest. No matter how one considered it, the affairs of Westeros ought not to be manipulated by a foreigner. Thus, I shall promptly journey to King's Landing to become the new hand of the king. By the time you arrive in King's Landing, Rhaenys, perhaps your greatest source of trouble shall have been resolved. I advise you to avoid confronting him. The high priest is truly a monster. Isn't that perfect? Oberyn laughed heartily. I most enjoy hunting monsters. Let us return to Harrenhal, Rhaenys. I shall await you in King's Landing. Bai Ling set Oberyn down near the King's Road, and the two parted ways. She needed to seek out Doran Hightower. She had a premonition that Dylan might have left intentionally, awaiting her search, seizing the day rather than waiting for a more auspicious moment. Upon finding him, they would journey to the north to uncover the long-held dream of the White Spirit. Beyond the frost and snow's tooth in the far north, nestled between two sheer cliffs, lay the Black Targaryen Palace. At the temporary encampment for the Heron Castle tournament, the chaos wrought by the dragon had finally subsided. The dragon slayers, both fallen and alive, had vanished without a trace, as inexplicably as they had appeared. Those who sought them soon discovered that they had already departed, leaving behind the bodies of their comrades and the weapons and tools used for dragon slaying, all meticulously cleared away. Amidst the turmoil, the Red Priestess and her followers had also slipped away, pursuing the direction in which the dragon had flown. This upheaval had wrought significant casualties, primarily among the free knights and mercenaries. The personal guards of noble families and the knights remained unscathed, even animatedly critiquing the events at the ongoing banquet. Incredible. I still vividly recall the dragon's beautiful eyes and its flames. I dare say, the Targaryens have never seen a dragon like that before. Perhaps the tales of those foreign lands hold truth. The fire of divine retribution, the wrath of R'hllor. A younger son of a minor house enthusiastically narrated the events to his tardy siblings, as if the recent chaos had been a grand performance. His sister, wide-eyed, asked in astonishment, did the dragon eat people? I heard that when a dragon is angry, it can bite off a person's head. Certainly, you should have seen it. That dragon killed over 50 knights in one bite. Wow. The young girl gasped, taking a deep breath. And then what, brother? A strikingly beautiful pair of young men and women sat closely together, their golden hair shimmering like sunlight. The girl leaned into the boy's embrace, creating a scene of warmth and sweetness. Yet, her expression was troubled as she gripped her wine glass tightly. The king has returned to the royal palace. Yet why has he not summoned us? She tilted her head, her gaze penetrating the crowd towards Queen Layla, surrounded by admirers. I do not understand why Queen Layla has suddenly become so assertive. Queen Layla had not gone to the palace. Instead, she was directly invited to the Earl of Rivern's palace. Subsequently, the queen hosted a lavish banquet, inviting all the great houses to attend. However, there was no sign of His Majesty the King. King Aelys seemed to be shaken by the dragon's appearance. In front of the gathered crowd, he was unable to command the dragon, nor could he compel it to acknowledge him. This was a severe blow to both the dignity of the royal family and the Targaryens, further diminishing his already precarious standing among the nobility. Is King Aelys truly a dragon? Almost all the nobles were seized by this question. Meanwhile, the boy absent-mindedly stroked the girl's shoulder, his attention wandering elsewhere. I have not seen Sir Arthur Dayne. He is to preside over my investiture ceremony. Cersei Lannister suddenly sat up straight, fiercely gripping his face. Why must you become the King's Guard, knowing full well your father's expectations of you? Jaime Lannister gazed into the sapphire depths of his sister and lover's eyes, the profound affection within threatening to drown Cersei. If I do not take on the role of the King's Guard, I cannot remain by your side. Moreover, father has already arranged numerous betrothals for me. I cannot afford to further offend those families. Cersei lifted her chin with regal pride, reminiscent of a swan. Who can rival the Lannisters? Who is worthy of us? Jaime could not resist lightly kissing the corner of her mouth, softly whispering a name. Rhaegar Targaryen, Rhaenys Targaryen. Cersei looked at him, astonished. They were already wed, yet Rhaegar was dead, was he not? Jaime delicately twirled a strand of her hair, inhaling its scent. Father said that after Rhaegar's demise, Rhaenys Targaryen is the best option. Is there not another prince? Cersei inquired suspiciously. How could a woman ascend the Iron Throne? Is she not a barbarian from the Freelands? Hush, Jaime pressed a finger to Cersei's lips, murmuring, "Lower your voice." Father asserts that Rhaenys Targaryen is the niece of the king and queen, the daughter of the long-lost princess from the Red Keep. Cersei's expression darkened, her voice laced with bitterness. "All this time, I believed her to be a harlot. Does father truly wish for you to wed her?" "No, Jaime. I shall not permit you to marry anyone." Jaime chuckled, reveling in his sister's jealousy-fueled fervor. Yet, he did not refute her claim. The dragons, the Targaryen bloodline. Who among the ambitious would not be tempted? Even if he, Jaime Lannister, were unworthy, could not the descendants of the Targaryen lineage hold promise? Was there not a powerful, unclaimed dragon? The lifespan of a dragon spans centuries, sufficient to serve his family for at least 3 generations. "I will not forsake you, sister." Jaime consoled Cersei outwardly, while inwardly, his ambition blazed like wildfire. Suddenly, the banquet hall erupted in a cacophony of whispers as the nobles beheld the arrival of a figure. "Prince Oberyn has returned. It is Oberyn Martell. He fought the dragon, and yet survived? Gods preserve us. But what of the dragon?" Chapter 131. The thoughts of Queen Rhaella. Prince Oberyn appeared quite disheveled, though his attire had changed. The deep scars etched on his face and body bore testament to his ordeal. The crowd had witnessed him mounted upon the dragon, battling fiercely as he soared away. Initially, they believed he would perish in the dragon's jaws, yet here he was, returned, while the dragon was nowhere to be seen. Could he have slain it? "No, that is impossible," they murmured, despite the legends of Dorne's dragon-slaying prowess. To single-handedly vanquish a dragon in the skies was beyond the capabilities of mere mortals. Oberyn Martell strode forth, undeterred by the myriad of bewildered gazes, his gait of bold defiance, casting flirtatious glances at the lovely maidens and matrons. It must be said, this amalgamation of heroism and roguish charm, particularly with such striking handsomeness, could easily enchant the noble women. Even Cersei could not help but express her admiration to Jaime. "The beautiful Queen Rhaella, witnessing your robust health, brings me solace." Oberyn Martell approached the queen, kneeling gracefully before her and bestowing a gentle kiss upon the back of her hand. The expression on Queen Rhaella's face was serene, betraying neither joy nor anger. "I hear you pursued that great dragon into the distance. Where has it fled?" Oberyn tilted his head, feigning confusion. "It saddens me to say. It appears your concern lies more with the dragon than with me. It escaped to the north. Such a pity. I shall surely capture it next time." He paused, adding, "Alive." Oberyn glanced around, inquiring, "Where is his majesty? And how fares Rhaegar?" Queen Rhaella's lips curled slightly, forcing a semblance of a smile. "His majesty's health is poor. He is resting at the royal residence. As for Rhaegar, he is recuperating in a sufficiently safe place. Perhaps he will recover soon." "That is splendid news." Oberyn clapped his hands joyfully. "I eagerly anticipate the chance to compete against the prince at the tournament, if he recovers quickly enough, that is. By the way, Princess Rhaenys is also well-versed in martial skills. Her fencing techniques and academy are quite popular in our Dorne. I believe the tournament should not merely be a stage for men. Princess Rhaenys possesses the prowess to surpass many a man. Would you not agree?" Queen Rhaella regarded Oberyn intently, her smile gradually fading. "As a young lady, she is perhaps ill-suited for such a bloody sport. Perhaps in the future, we might host a fencing tournament in King's Landing. Is the princess not here? Since our parting in King's Landing, I have missed her dearly." An advisor beside the queen felt compelled to speak. "Your Highness, today's discussions do not concern the princess." Oberyn, realizing his oversight, patted his head. "I beg your pardon. Your Majesty, I am here to bid farewell. His Majesty has commanded me to proceed to King's Landing at once, to serve as the hand of the king." Queen Rhaella appeared somewhat astonished. "The hand of the king? I was under the impression His Majesty had reinstated Lord Tywin. That remains uncertain. The edict I received designates me as the hand of the king, while Lord Tywin is appointed as the master of coin." Oberyn raised several goblets, downing their contents in one go. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "Regrettably, I shall not participate in this tournament. After all, Duke Ricard is soon to arrive in King's Landing, and someone must attend to His Majesty." With that, Oberyn elegantly nodded to Queen Rhaella and departed like a gust of wind, eliciting sighs from numerous young maidens. Alas, the Red Viper of Dorne is said to be a rare blend of intellect and valor. His absence from the tournament will undoubtedly diminish the excitement. Several trusted families gathered around the queen, whispering amongst themselves. Previously, Jaime and Cersei had been entwined in a corner, watching the scene unfold. To their surprise, the queen summoned them over. However, as they were still quite young, Queen Rhaella merely inquired about the position of the Kingsguard with Jaime. She also graciously gifted Cersei with some tokens before waving them off. Their uncle Kevin and another cousin continued their discussion with the queen. As she prepared to depart, Cersei seemingly overheard the mention that Lord Tywin appeared to be in a foul mood once more. It could only be said that King Aerys was merely toying with Duke Tywin. If the Mad King were to perish, Cersei mused quietly, her father could take command, allowing you to inherit Casterly Rock and me to wed Rhaegar. Jaime frowned. You are still fixated on the prince. I suspect he has long since met his demise. Otherwise, why would the king insist on naming Viserys? Cersei found some merit in his words, lamenting inwardly the unfortunate fate of Rhaegar's exquisite appearance and noble character, making him an ideal husband. She then turned her attention to Queen Rhaella, whispering to Jaime, "What do you reckon the queen is contemplating? I heard she was once imprisoned in the Red Keep's tower. Did you know? The very place where the three Pierce sisters were once confined. Women who erred within the palace would be exiled there. I wonder what prompted the king to suddenly change his mind and bring the queen to Harrenhal." Jaime was utterly engrossed, his gaze transfixed on the tall and imposing figure that had just entered. He hastily uttered, "Wait for me here," before making his way towards the newcomer. "Sir Arthur Dayne, you have finally arrived." Cersei could not restrain him and, filled with resentment, retreated to a corner to drink. Yet, her gaze remained fixed on Queen Rhaella. How peculiar. The queen had encountered many individuals, especially the prominent families that had come here, engaging with each of them for considerable lengths of time. The king had not appeared, allowing the queen to mingle freely with the highborn and powerful. What could be the reason for this? It seemed to her that Queen Rhaella now exuded a presence vastly different from her previous inconspicuousness. She radiated an air of authority and mystery. On the surface, Queen Rhaella was fostering connections with the nobles, fortifying Rhaegar's alliances among the factions. Yet, inwardly, she remained acutely focused on two individuals, Oberyn Martell and Lord Jon Arryn of the Vale. Jon Arryn had excused himself due to ill health and did not attend the banquet, while Oberyn seemed to have ulterior motives regarding Rhaenys. It was said that the two had met before the king and she arrived at Harrenhal. Earlier, Oberyn had been inquiring persistently about Rhaenys. Did he sense something amiss? However, Rhaenys' lineage was no longer a secret. Under the king's directive, Varys had disseminated countless rumors. Many nobles were already aware that Rhaenys was the king's niece, a pure-blooded Targaryen. The Martell family had maintained a non-committal stance, neither openly supporting Rhaegar nor frequently opposing the king. Were they perhaps contemplating a betrothal to Rhaenys, aiming to elevate her to the throne? Indeed, the customs of Dorne had always espoused gender equality, having produced several queens. In recent years, the health of the Dorne queen had been in decline, growing weaker by the day. Nevertheless, Prince Doran held considerable influence and was beloved by the people, maintaining an excellent rapport with Oberyn, making him a viable candidate for the throne at any moment. Doran had been married for many years, yet Oberyn remained single, having spurned countless matrimonial arrangements orchestrated for him by various queens. There was no more effective or expedient means of conquest than through a strategic union. Queen Rhaella found herself in a rather precarious situation, as Oberyn left no ambiguity regarding his intentions. Moreover, it was not solely him. The loyal vassals of Rhaegar had, to varying degrees, broached the pressing issue of succession. Who would ascend the Iron Throne should Rhaegar meet his demise? It was not that she favored her eldest son. Yet it must be acknowledged that Viserys lacked the qualities befitting a king. Kings may err in intellect, yet what is truly feared is weakness and indecisiveness. For such traits would render one a mere puppet monarch, easily manipulated by others. Unfortunately, Viserys had, under the influence of Aerys, embodied all three of these undesirable characteristics. Should he be crowned, the Targaryen lineage might very well face extinction within a few generations. As for Rhaenys, her bloodline was impeccable, but her union with Rhaegar had not borne any heirs, and her very identity as a woman posed a significant obstacle. Historical precedents had shown that a woman on the Iron Throne often heralded calamity, the most notorious instance being the Dance of the Dragons, which nearly obliterated the Targaryen bloodline and even led to the extinction of dragons. Unless, of course, Rhaenys were to marry Viserys. No, that would be unfair to her niece. Furthermore, Rhaenys' ability to transform into a dragon raised concerns about her health and her capacity to bear offspring. Presently, the only potential resolution lay in the complete restoration of Rhaegar's health. Chapter 132, because she is a woman, Queen Rhaella, lost in her myriad thoughts, was interrupted by the herald's proclamation. The son of the Warden of the North, Ned, and Lioness seek an audience. Startled, Queen Rhaella realized her oversight in forgetting these two young visitors. Please, let them enter at once. The Northerners possessed an aura of starkness that immediately distinguished them from those hailing from warmer climes. Even the Duke's children, Ned Stark and Lyanna Stark, were not clad in extravagance. Their attire, though passable, paled in comparison to the flamboyant garments of their peers, particularly those from wealthy houses such as the Lannisters or the Tullys. Queen Riella scrutinized Lyanna Stark's countenance, nodding gently. Although the girl lacked the vibrant allure of Cersei, she exuded a steadfast spirit, reminiscent of a flower braving the tempest on a cliff's edge. Lyanna, come forth and allow me to behold you, the queen beckoned warmly. While her demeanor towards Ned was rather indifferent, merely posing a few inquiries before allowing him to be at ease. Lyanna appeared somewhat ill at ease. To her, the queen might very well become her future mother-in-law, given that the king's commands were absolute. Uncertain of the queen's intentions, she exhibited signs of anxiety. Yet, Queen Riella posed an unrelated question. Lyanna, I have heard that you share a friendship with Rhaenys. Lyanna momentarily faltered, struggling to recall who Rhaenys was. Rhaenys? The friend you met in the north, who later entered the palace and returned to my side, the queen subtly reminded her. Oh, you mean Princess Rhaenys. Lyanna nearly blurted out the name of the white stag, hastily correcting herself. But how do you know? The queen smiled at her. The child has endured considerable suffering in my absence. She holds you in great affection. As her dear aunt, I shall also look after you. Thank you, your majesty. Such words may amuse Lyanna, yet she would not take them to heart. As for how the queen became aware that White Spirit had lived for a time with her, it can only be said that the machinations of these adults elude her comprehension. It is rumored that the octopus spider within the palace possesses vast knowledge, even regarding matters from the Shadowlands, let alone the north. The queen gently remarked, your father, Duke Ricard, should have already arrived in King's Landing. As for the king's decree, I find it rather inappropriate. His Majesty is known to retract his chaotic commands. Lyanna's eyes widened slightly. The queen had just referred to the king's order as chaotic. This confirmed the rumors. The king and queen were indeed at odds, and she had previously been imprisoned. Yet now, with both the king and queen present in Harrenhal, and the king choosing to remain inaccessible, it suggested that the queen held the upper hand. Lyanna felt a headache from the convoluted nature of these affairs. However, one notion resonated with her. If the king insisted on marrying her to the 6-year-old prince, she would rather elope with that wild boar. After all, Robert the Boar was renowned as the storm's champion, possessing a tall and imposing stature. Lyanna softly inquired, how is Prince Rhaegar? Is Rhaenys by his side? The queen sighed. He still lapses into unconsciousness from time to time, though there is some improvement. Rhaenys is not here. She has her own mission to fulfill. Does she still have those strange dreams? Lyanna asked with concern. Rhaenys had confided in her before about dreaming of crows, heart trees, and peculiar snow-capped mountains. I believe so. The dreams will continue to pursue her. The Targaryen family occasionally produces individuals with unusual abilities, yet their appearances seldom herald good fortune. Rest assured, all will be well. Lyanna Stark gazed at Queen Riella's weary visage and suddenly realized that despite her noble status, she was merely a mother when it came to her children. However, she had never anticipated that White Spirit, who could transform into a dire wolf, was not a native creature of the north, but rather of Targaryen blood. A cousin to Prince Rhaegar. Why, then, had she been lost to the north from such a young age, and what had compelled her transformation? As the queen and Lyanna each pondered their thoughts, the herald raised his voice. The Eyrie, Lord Jon Arryn seeks an audience. Oh, I could not summon Lord Arryn before. Yet now that you are here, he has come post-haste. The queen's tone bore a hint of teasing. It appeared that Lord Jon was quite concerned for their well-being. Lyanna nodded and took her leave. Yes, I shall not interrupt your conversation with the Lord. Indeed, Jon Arryn was reluctant to attend, but the queen had insisted on summoning both Ned and Lyanna. Meanwhile, Robert had run off again to brawl, drink, and chase women with the knights and mercenaries. One could only wonder when he might show some maturity. Jon, upon seeing that Ned and Lyanna were safe and sound, silently sighed in relief. Queen Riella remarked lightly, are you worried about what I might do to those two children? Jon Arryn appeared somewhat awkward. The queen's words eluded his understanding. He merely wondered why His Majesty the King did not attend the banquet. Queen Riella, however, was rather blunt. You have merely discerned the rift between the king and myself early on, and thus prefer not to take sides, do you? Are you fearful that the Targaryen lineage may repeat the tragic patterns of history? Jon Arryn replied earnestly, if you are indeed concerned about potential tragedy, then why have you chosen to sever ties with His Majesty? I have heard that regarding Prince Viserys' marriage, you and the king hold entirely opposing views. Queen Riella sipped from her goblet, her gaze perpetually fixated on Lyanna. Jon Arryn continued, you understand that if His Majesty continues to act recklessly, the 7 kingdoms will descend into chaos. The Iron Throne rightfully belongs to Rhaegar or to the offspring of Rhaegar and Rhaenys. Viserys lacks the merit for such a claim. I find it perplexing that, despite being your son, you treat Rhaegar and Viserys so differently. Rhaella and Jon Arryn locked eyes, her tone becoming frigid. I do not comprehend your implication. Is it because Viserys is still too young? She queried. Is it not due to the peculiar prophecy surrounding his birth? My lord Arryn. Queen Rhaella abruptly interrupted him. Please tread carefully with your words. Even in the absence of his majesty, our conversation may yet reach his ears. Indeed, I have been remiss. Jon replied, slightly bowing his head, then added, if Prince Rhaegar remains safe, both the north and the east shall be his loyal swords, heralding his call throughout the 7 kingdoms. On the matter of the crown prince, I believe our positions align, and you are well aware of this. If Prince Rhaegar ultimately does not recover, Jon Arryn paused, then I hope to continue my support for his heirs. Have you forgotten that there exists another who is qualified to inherit? Jon Arryn chuckled. Do you know why the tragedy of blood and fire occurred? Because Rhaenyra was a woman. Unless the crown princess has borne a child, she stands no chance. With that, Jon Arryn departed with Ned and Lyanna. Lyanna glanced back at Queen Rhaella, seemingly puzzled, and whispered something. Jon Arryn shook his head. Queen Rhaella inhaled deeply, a sense of frustration swelling within her. Her eyes shadowed by an endless gloom. These arrogant, proud, and foolish men, what difference does it make if they are of my Targaryen blood, male or female? The truth will reveal itself in time. White Wing soared instinctively toward the northwest. During her pursuit, it seemed as though Dylan was continually altering his course, leaving her perplexed. What was he doing? Who was he evading? Nevertheless, he flew swiftly, drawing ever closer. The wind began to carry the faint scent of fire and sulfur. At last, she beheld a rapidly galloping cavalry below, accompanied by a lone figure fleeing. The figure pursuing Dylan was clad in dark garments, their identity obscured except for a single eye engraved upon their forehead. Dylan, already wounded in several places, found his steed equally injured, its speed markedly diminishing. The dark-clad assailants noticed an approaching shadow, looked up, and erupted into panicked cries, speaking in Valyrian. Chapter 133. The Cursed and the Forsaken. The pursuers were remarkably astute. Just before the dragon was poised to strike, they scattered and vanished into the dense woods. As the dragon descended, Dylan's horse bolted in fright before it could draw near. He loosened the cloth binding his arm, revealing a wound that had begun to darken ominously. Balan, too, observed the injury. Though minor, it was evident that the weapon had been poisoned. He gazed up at Balan and said, breathe a plume of dragon fire here, using that small flame that escapes from your fangs. Will the poison be all right? It's of no concern. Your dragon fire can temporarily suppress the spread of the toxin. My constitution is resilient against poison. I shall recover in a few days. Come, it is time we journey north. Balan lowered her body to facilitate Dylan's ascent onto her back. He nimbly climbed atop the dragon, which soared into the sky, heading northward. After a considerable silence, Dylan spoke again. Aren't you going to ask why I left? Balan recalled the words of Scholar Varys and replied calmly. You are not my guardian. Why should I inquire? Then why seek me? You could resolve your peculiar dreams and strange heritage in the north without me, as I have become irrelevant to you. Dylan, what troubles you? Balan queried, perplexed by his uncharacteristic vulnerability. He had always exuded an air of overconfidence, bordering on arrogance. You possess the horn, and we share an unknown connection. If you do not call for me, how could I ever find you? Call for you? Dylan's tone wavered. Can you truly sense my presence? Yes, distinctly. It is an inexplicable sensation, almost as if guided by fate. Dylan appeared to sigh. Have you considered what you might encounter in your dreams? Perhaps a myriad of sealed monsters? A dragon guarding treasures? Or a hidden trove? A sealed demon? Truly, Dylan, you are at a loss, she replied. Have you indulged too much in the tales of bards? As Balan, transformed into a majestic dragon, glided smoothly through the sky. The earth below was adorned with vast geometric patches of fields, hills, and rivers, creating a breathtaking tapestry of nature that uplifted the spirit. Yet, there was one matter that perplexed her. When transformed, Balan's voice resonated with a profound weight, reverberating from the depths of the dragon's chest. Dylan remained silent, simply listening to her. Why did the woman in red instruct me to find you and bring you to the far north? In the chaos that had unfolded earlier in Hellenberg, the red-robed priestess had transmitted a secret message to Balan, the mechanism unknown yet wondrous, akin to the mystical communication found in the martial novels of her past life. At that moment, Oberon leapt onto her back, engaging in a fierce struggle with the dragon, startling her so much that she took to the skies without a moment's hesitation. This fragment of Valyrian resonated in her mind. Your mission lies in the far north. Accompanied by Dylangar. A brief yet profound statement. While the White Spirit became aware of her so-called mission, she pondered the significance of Dylangar's involvement. Was it merely due to his leap into her transformation pool, forging an inexplicable symbiotic bond between them? Dylan sighed once more, having done so thrice that day. I do not know. It certainly does not seem auspicious. Do we not resemble tragic partners from an epic tale, destined to save the world while the populace indulges in revelry, unbeknownst to our silent march towards doom? Such behavior is often referred to as flag planting, Dylan remarked. It is also known as crow's mouth. For instance, when a soldier declares, "If we win this battle, I shall return home to wed," only for there to be no further developments. Rhaenys, you often utter peculiar phrases. You shall grow accustomed to it. The two fell into silence, neither possessing the inclination to converse. They soared through the night until darkness enveloped them. They had traversed the neck and still had half the distance to Winterfell. Given White Spirit's speed, it was evident that the north was vast indeed. The temperature had dropped close to freezing. White Spirit felt little, her sensitivity to temperature dulled, especially against the heat, which posed no threat to her. Conversely, Dylan remained susceptible, still afflicted by poison, and began to feel disoriented. Reluctantly, they sought refuge in a cave to kindle a fire for the night. After reverting to her human form, White Spirit had a whimsical thought. Could she breathe fire in this guise? However, after several attempts, she could not even conjure a spark, leaving her somewhat despondent. Dylan shook his head at her folly. What a fool, he mused. White Spirit shot him a glare, then proceeded to gather some leaves and hay to prepare for sleep. Yet, her conscience pricked her, and she rose to lay down additional bedding for Dylan, who was tending the fire. The bright flames cast dancing shadows upon the cave walls. Though the cave was sheltered from the wind, the fire flickered unpredictably, morphing into strange shapes. Dylan gazed into the flames, lost in thought. While White Spirit focused on the shifting shadows on the wall, she found the silhouettes cast by the fire to be grotesque, sometimes resembling humans, at other times wild beasts. She extended her hand, creating peculiar shapes against the wall. After some time, weariness overcame her, and she fell asleep. Dylan turned to glance at her, and murmured, "I wonder if you would grieve should I perish." In his line of sight, a pair of eyes within the flames seemed to watch him incessantly. Whether it was candlelight, hearth, or bonfire, those eyes appeared ever present. Such, perhaps, was the price of resurrection. The King of Light would eternally observe the chosen ones, guiding his followers through flames. Dylan stirred the bonfire, whispering, "This is the last time, Red God. Will you claim our lives this time?" As dawn broke, White Spirit awoke with a start. She dreamt once more of her past life, sipping cola and singing at a companion's home, while several of them indulged in a shared drama. The storyline had reached the poignant moment of Daenerys' pregnancy and Viserys' ascension to the throne, when suddenly, the conquering king collapsed, instantly transformed into a living corpse. And then she awoke. Ever since arriving in this world, the dreams of Bai Ling had been chaotic and devoid of logic. At times, a cacophony of disordered whispers would incessantly murmur her name, calling out Rhaenys. Yet, I am Bai Ling, not Rhaenys. Neither Dylan nor Bai Ling spoke. They merely extinguished the fire pit in silence before rising to embark on their journey. If fortune favored them, by dawn the following day, they would behold the wall of the north. Bai Ling quickened her flight, a nameless urgency gnawing at her heart, as her thoughts lingered on the poisoned Rhaegar. Master Varys had once mentioned that within the realm of her dreams, she might uncover a means to save Rhaegar. For her sake, and for the future of Westeros, Rhaegar must not perish. Meanwhile, at the lakeside palace of the God's Eye, Queen Rhaella hurriedly made her way to King Aerys' chamber, questioning the maester trailing behind her. What has happened to his majesty? Why has he suddenly lost consciousness? I do not know. He bears numerous small wounds, but they are merely old scars from the Iron Throne. There is no discernible cause for his collapse. The only new injury is a burn upon his shoulder, inflicted by fire. Just a burn? Wait, a burn? Queen Rhaella halted, perplexed. Is it a mere burn? The maester's face paled with fear as he stammered, "Your grace. You shall see for yourself." A sense of ominous foreboding washed over Rhaella. When had Aerys been burned? Had it occurred amidst the chaos, caught in Rhaenys' dragon fire? This was intolerable. The king could not afford to falter now. Many nobles supporting Rhaegar were ambivalent, and she had yet to rally sufficient strength within the small council. In haste, she arrived at the palace, ignoring any trivial exchanges with the captain of the Kingsguard, and rushed to the king's bedside. Upon her first glimpse of Aerys, Rhaella gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps. In just 2 short days, the king had withered away. The right side of his shoulder had transformed into a ghastly hollow, reminiscent of an egg hollowed out by a spoon. The flesh at the wound was not fresh. It resembled the lifeless remnants of a corpse, pale and tinged with blue. Upon the decayed tissue lingered a layer of moon-white dragon fire, still quietly ablaze, as if the king's very flesh served as kindling, perpetually, endlessly burning. Chapter 134. Encounter with the Wolf King. If one were to gaze down upon Westeros from a great height, divided by the Neck River, the central and southern bay areas are adorned with lush greens and golden hues, while further south, the landscape transforms into a terrain of crimson mountains and hills. No expanse on the continent matches the vastness and desolation of the north, characterized by pale and dark green patches. As one moves north from Winterfell, the temperature gradually approaches the limits of human endurance. Beyond the wall, conditions become unbearable, with temperatures plunging to between -40 and 60 degrees. In such harsh circumstances, only the exiled wildlings manage to survive. In the narrative, the king of the wildlings proclaims that they have been the rightful owners of this land for centuries, until the arrival of the so-called king in the north, who not only erected the wall, but also confined them to the icy wilderness alongside the White Walkers. The question of ownership is ambiguous. It ultimately boils down to strength. Compared to the Great Wall of their homeland, Bai Ling believes the wall is a product of magic, a legendary feat that embodies both miraculous and human endeavor. Truth be told, the wall is not an impenetrable barrier against the agile wildlings, but it does effectively keep the White Walkers at bay. This construction is truly remarkable. In such frigid weather, even breathing feels like a frozen task. How did the ancients manage to forge such towering walls? Dylan stands atop a mountain, braving the biting cold winds, wrapped in thick furs, gazing at the distant white line that marks the wall. They have soared along the mountain's edge, having already passed Winterfell, only to be halted by the seemingly endless barrier that stretches to the horizon. The furs Dylan wears were taken along the way, for they arrived empty-handed. Had he not pilfered a substantial garment, he would surely have perished from the cold before reaching the wall. Bai Ling watches as Dylan shivers, slightly bemused. Is it truly that cold? I seem to feel nothing. You have completely transcended the realm of humanity. And you? If you are indeed nearing 90, you are a creature of the extraordinary as well. Bai Ling feigns casual curiosity. To my knowledge, only legendary races maintain their youthful appearance into their centuries. Like the children of the forest? Dylan falls silent, and just when Bai Ling thinks he will say no more, he suddenly replies, Indeed, we are all monsters. Yet, your nature is more innate, while mine is artificial. He glances at the darkening sky. We should avoid flying over the wall under the watchful eyes of the Night's Watch. Let us find a place to rest, and set out once darkness falls. I must kindle a fire. This accursed weather threatens to freeze my nose off. In theory, dragons fear no one, yet provoking the Night's Watch is neither wise nor necessary. It is best to avoid trouble. Would you mind sharing your story? Bai Ling inquires. It seems everyone knows my tale, but I know little of you and Master Varys. She suddenly recalls something and asks, I always thought Master Varys was the learned man of Winterfell, originally bearing the surname Hightower. Dylan stirs the fire. He was expelled from his family, and, after joining the Maesters, took pleasure in causing trouble for the Hightowers. Expelled from his family? What grave error did he commit? And what of you? Bai Ling cautiously inquired about the number of years Dylan had lived. Dylan lifted his gaze to meet hers. Curious to know? He asked. I am, she replied. When the blood dragons danced, I had only just been born. Bai Ling froze momentarily. Let us rest for a while. It matters not if sleep eludes us. After tomorrow, it may be eternal slumber, Dylan chuckled. You have a morbid sense of humor, Bai Ling murmured. The moonlight that night was extraordinarily bright, casting an almost terrifying glow, illuminating even the shadows upon the lunar surface. Bai Ling was awakened by the faint call of an owl, a sound that felt oddly familiar. She turned over and found Dylan gazing out of the cave. Following his line of sight, she too looked outside. At the cave's entrance, under the moonlight, stood a solitary crow. A ring of fine white feathers encircled the black plume on its forehead, as if it possessed a third eye. The crow caught at them, flapping its wings and taking flight. They chased it outside, where they saw it perched high above, cawing once more. Does it beckon us to follow? Bai Ling pondered, uncertain. This crow appears rather peculiar, Dylan mused. As an Asocian, it is not surprising that you are unaware of the northern legends. Let us follow it. It has come to guide me. Dylan regarded the crow's eyes thoughtfully, sensing something sinister about it, as its gaze seemed devoid of life. The moonlight was blinding. Bai Ling glanced upward, concerned that the sentinels on the Great Wall might spot them. Fly a bit higher, she suggested. Very well, Dylan replied. The crow cawed insistently, and Dylan climbed onto the dragon's back, securing himself before gently patting the dragon's wing. Fly, Rennies. Perhaps fearing they might lose their way, the crow maintained a steady pace ahead of them. Fortunately, Bai Ling's fears proved unfounded. Atop the Great Wall, There were no sentinels to be seen that night. However, a youth huddled near a fire lantern, shivering from the cold, completely oblivious to the happenings above. Bai Ling ascended higher to avoid alerting the human with the sound of flapping wings. After passing the Great Wall, they continued their flight along the western mountains. Soon, Bai Ling heard the distant howls of wolves. Among them, one particularly resonant howl seemed to come from her brother. Upon the snowy mountains, she spotted numerous small figures dashing about and descended to discover a large pack of ice wolves. Though directionally challenged, her instincts told her she had returned to her origins, the territory once claimed by her brother upon her arrival in this world. The ice wolves sensed something amiss. The Wolf King halted, looking skyward, and then let out a long, haunting howl. The others joined in a cacophony, which, if not in the desolate wilderness, would surely terrify any listener. The Wolf King had spotted Bai Ling. It was summoning her. The moonlight was eerily bright, reflecting a ghostly green glow in the eyes of the ice wolves. Bai Ling, in the blink of an eye, found the crow had vanished. "Where's the crow?" she inquired. Dylan's expression stiffened. It had suddenly disappeared, like a wraith. "It seems we must find a new guide for our journey ahead." The dragon slowly descended, resuming its human form. Yet, the pack of wolves lingered at a distance, as if wary of something. The Wolf King cautiously approached the shadows, emitting that unsettling sound of cracking bones and muscles, and soon a naked man emerged. "This way of speaking is more convenient," the crow remarked. "Bai, you have indeed forsaken the wolf's blood." The man wore a puzzled expression. I sensed the scent of wolf's blood, yet it emanated from him. The man transformed from the Wolf King pointed at Dylan and asked, "Bai, did you grant him the blood of the wolf?" Bai Ling replied, "What wolf's blood? What is the wolf brother talking about?" Chapter 135, You Do Not Belong Here. The man, who had transformed from the Wolf King, pointed again at Dylan Heger, reiterating the question. "Bai, why does he carry the scent of wolf's blood? Is he your mate?" "Not at all." Bai Ling shook her head. "I am at a loss for words. During a bizarre ritual, I lost the ability to transform into a tundra wolf, yet I gained new powers. The bloodline within you has become imbalanced. The wolf's blood has been extracted. However, the dragon's power is not something you received. It is what you inherently possessed." "I do not understand, brother. Are you saying I was always capable of transforming into a dragon?" Suddenly, the moonlight dimmed, as heavy clouds obscured the moon without warning. The previously clear skies began to whip up a fierce wind, and delicate snowflakes began to drift down. In the span of just a few sentences, the weather had turned ominous. The biting cold wind howled like a blade. "Time is running short." The Wolf King glanced skyward and spoke cryptically. "There is no time to lose. Come with me." The Wolf King lowered himself, and his human limbs morphed. Gray-black bristles erupted from his skin as he transformed back into the massive tundra wolf, howling at Bai Ling. "Climb on. I shall take you." Bai Ling looked helplessly at Dylan, then back at the giant wolf. "What about him?" The Wolf King bared his teeth at his pack, releasing a low growl. Soon, another wolf of equal stature emerged, bowing before Dylan. Dylan remained silent throughout, seemingly unaffected by the unfolding events. It was as if he comprehended the wolf's words and anticipated what was to come, yet he remained voiceless. The tundra wolves surged forward, leaping gracefully amidst the snowy mountains, running freely with abandon. Bai Ling glanced at Dylan multiple times, and at last, he offered her a semblance of a reaction. "I once dreamt of this scene, Rennies." Dylan called out, raising his voice against the fierce wind. "In the dream, I transformed into a wolf to confront the great shadow alongside you. I now understand the words of the one in red. My sixth resurrection was meant to aid you in fulfilling your mission." Bai Ling was so astounded that she nearly lost her grip on the Wolf King's fur. The Wolf King was compelled to roar, urging her to hasten, for they needed to accelerate. "The sixth resurrection?" she exclaimed. "What on earth are you talking about?" Dylan chuckled softly, shaking his head, choosing silence thereafter. Gradually, his visage became enshrouded in frost. His smile no longer bore the irreverent charm it once did, but instead held a tinge of resignation. A disquieting thought suddenly struck Bai Ling. He had been burdened with unspoken worries throughout their journey, as though he were accompanying her to her demise. He declared that he had already been resurrected 6 times. Was this leap into the dragon pool to be his limit? Moreover, what force was incessantly reviving him? Was it the god of light, R'hllor? In the intricate narrative of the Game of Thrones, it is only the power of the Light King that can truly resurrect the dead, restoring them to warm, living forms. In contrast, the power of the god of cold merely reanimates corpses, akin to the whites. Bai Ling's mind was a tumult of confusion, her dreams, his dreams. That peculiar journey to Essos, and the bizarre dragon transformation ritual, all replayed in her mind like a relentless film. She sensed an overwhelming aura of conspiracy. They were but pawns in a grand scheme. Was Aunt Layla of the Mystic Order truly trustworthy? What role had Master Varys been playing all along? And the High Priestess, what did they ultimately intend to exploit her for? A creeping dread enveloped her, leading her to contemplate the end of her journey, to retreat to the north and never again entangle herself in the affairs of Westeros, be they mortal or divine. In her days, the Great Wolf had returned them to the very site where they had slain those two wildlings, the sloping cave. The wolf pack halted, uneasily prowling outside, while the Wolf King ventured inside alone, glancing back at Bai Ling, beckoning her to follow. Thus, the two beings, accompanied by one wolf, traversed the descending corridor into the depths. The further they descended, the more palpable a warm draft became, while the icicles atop the cave's ceiling began to melt, no longer resembling the frozen shards she had first encountered. They walked for an extended period until Bai Ling once again beheld the crimson hot spring, with the irregular stone platform at its center. Compared to the initially clear red hue, the spring's color had deepened, resembling stagnant water tainted with impurities, akin to the foul blood within the human body, manifesting a decrepit shade. A rancid odor wafted from the pool. The two surveyed their surroundings. This relatively spacious cavern seemed to mark the terminus, with only a few narrow passages on the rocky walls, their ends unknown, too constricted to accommodate anything larger than a child. Before the exceedingly narrow passage, the Wolf King howled softly, as if summoning something. Soon, faint rustling sounds emerged from the passage, followed by the appearance of a greenish creature. It, a she, possessed forest green skin, with exceedingly slender limbs and disproportionately large eyes. Strictly speaking, she bore a resemblance to E.T., the child of the forest. Is she truly a child of the forest? Bai Ling gasped in astonishment. Dylan was also captivated by the sight, exclaiming in astonishment, "Indeed, it resembles exactly what is recorded in the books." The forest child appeared frightened by the two humans, yet displayed affection towards the Wolf King, even extending a tiny hand to stroke its fur, mumbling a series of unintelligible words. The Wolf King howled in response, as if acknowledging her. Subsequently, the forest child retreated into a narrow crevice. Suddenly, a heavy rumbling echoed, as if massive rocks were shifting, the vibrations and sounds persisting for an extended duration. The irregular stone platform in the blood pool underwent a distinct transformation, continuously and relentlessly descending, followed by the deafening sound of rushing water. The stone platform lowered completely, revealing a profound waterway that seemed to extend into darkness. Bai Ling and Dylan exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by the spectacle. Dylan was the first to regain his composure, his brow furrowed. An ancient mechanism? It appears the wolf and the forest child are guarding some secret. A sense of foreboding enveloped Bai Ling as she expressed her unease. This does not bode well. I have a feeling we might encounter something I dread. Think positively. You have been fortunate enough already and must accept some less fortunate realities. Are you serious? I've been fortunate enough? Bai Ling exclaimed incredulously. If I were truly fortunate, I wouldn't have ended up in this wretched world. Dylan regarded her calmly, softly stating, "At last, you've confessed. You do not belong to this world." In that moment, Bai Ling felt her heart nearly cease its rhythm. She yearned to explain, but realized she could no longer conceal the truth with lies. All along, she had seemed out of place in this world, her peculiar thoughts, strange habits, and odd expressions likely having been noted by Dylan long ago. Why, then, had he remained silent and never questioned her? The Wolf King howled again, urging Bai Ling to proceed. Dylan diverted his gaze towards the deep water hole. "Let us go. Time is of the essence." Chapter 136. The underground ruins before them lay a modest red-hot spring, with water continuously surging from the rocky crevice, its depth uncertain, making it potentially unsafe to swim. The waterway appeared to accommodate only one person at a time, and Bai Ling hesitated momentarily, glancing at the Wolf King, who offered no further indication. Thus, she leaped in first, followed closely by Dylan Hagel. The current was strong, necessitating an all-out effort to navigate through it. The water was remarkably clear, allowing glimpses of tiny silver fish and shrimp. After swimming diagonally down for approximately 50 meters, the waterway began to widen and ascend. The currents grew increasingly chaotic, as if several undercurrents surged from various directions, momentarily hindering Bai Ling's progress. Fortunately, with her monstrous constitution, she could hold her breath for an extended period underwater. Dylan, evidently a skilled diver, swiftly surpassed her. As they rounded another bend, Bai Ling was startled, nearly breathless by the sudden appearance of skeletal remains. The waterway meanders somewhat, yet grows increasingly spacious. It resembles an underwater chamber, where traces of artificial structures begin to emerge. Fragments of ruins abound, with broken columns and intricately carved stone slabs, while large, intact walls faintly reveal themselves amidst the silt. Upon them are depicted abstract, bizarre creatures, and scattered throughout are remnants of shattered vessels, accompanied by countless incomplete skeletal remains, some human, others from large animals. The water is so clear that Bai Ling can nearly discern the expressions lingering on the half-decayed bones, inducing waves of nausea. This chamber appears to serve as some form of sacrificial site, now submerged beneath the depths. The temperature beneath the water has grown increasingly frigid, prompting them to swim swiftly through the ruins. Ahead, a glimmer of ethereal blue light faintly beckons, its source unknown. Soon, the waterway opens up, revealing a vast lake. Yet the sight at the lake's bottom is utterly horrifying. The entire lakebed is carpeted with ghostly blue seagrass, within which lie even more skeletal remains. These bones are grotesque and contorted, rendering it impossible to discern what they once were in life. Bai Ling ascends rapidly, breaking the surface with a gasp. Above her, an immense void looms. The azure glow is almost blinding, and upon closer inspection, she sees that the light emanates not only from the seagrass below, but also from minute colonies upon the surrounding rock walls. All the flora in this area emits a ghostly blue luminescence, creating an almost dreamlike spectacle. Bai Ling scrambles onto the shore, inhaling deeply. The length of the waterway has proven overwhelming even for her. Just as she intends to call out to Dylan, he plunges back into the depths. However, he quickly resurfaces, emerging onto the shore with a half-formed skeleton in hand. What do you intend to do with that? Bai Ling inquires, puzzled. The object is eerily familiar. Dylan's voice is dark, laced with a hint of venom. It resembles the failed creations of the High Priest, twisted, formless monstrosities. Bai Ling is taken aback. It seems implausible. They are already beyond the Great Wall of Despair. Dylan discards the skeleton, stepping on it before dusting off his hands. Let us proceed. Yet Bai Ling gazes around, bewildered. With so many passageways, which way should we go? No sooner had she spoken than the glowing flora and fungi shifted dramatically. They dimmed, ceasing to illuminate. Only a cave to the front right retained its ethereal blue glow, clearly guiding their path. It appears we need not fear straying off course, Dylan remarked, drawing his curved blade and leading the way. Bai Ling's sense of unease intensifies. At the brink of revelation, she questions her ability to confront the truth and its consequences. The surroundings are unnaturally pristine and eerily silent. Only the gentle echo of flowing water reverberated through the passage. The natural rock walls gradually began to reveal remnants of a once grand civilization, adorned with carved reliefs, while the ground transformed into a flat expanse composed of large, dark stones. As we ventured deeper, ancient murals began to materialize upon the walls. The further we walked, the more this place resembled the underground sanctuary of the dragon cult where Bai Ling had once dwelled. The architectural material was strikingly similar, fashioned from the same black stone. The murals formed a continuous narrative, akin to an ancient epic. The characters, lines, and compositions bore resemblance to the creations of a civilization long before the dawn of recorded history. Stick figures emerged, engaging in fierce battles with wild beasts. Many of these stick figures lay lifeless upon the ground, while others sought refuge within the caverns. Outside, the fearsome beasts prowled, preying upon the isolated. Then, the stick figures wielded spears and began to worship the sun. Flames erupted, vanquishing the beasts, which were then ensnared within the conflagration. Life for the stick figures appeared to improve, with the emergence of numerous smaller figures. However, an abrupt calamity ensued, when both the sun and moon graced the sky simultaneously. An eye opened above, gazing down upon the stick figures. The eye was crudely depicted, yet within its socket were countless tiny spheres, crammed into a single, immense pupil. The stick figures hurled their spears and loosed arrows at the terrifying eye, yet their efforts were in vain, and they fell in droves. Yet, as if by some dark magic, they rose again in large numbers. Bai Ling's finger lingered upon the figures, some grotesquely disfigured. They ought to have perished. The missing strokes symbolized the loss of their corporeal forms. Were they still human? It was evident they were not. Dylan surveyed his surroundings, pondering why. In the frigid expanse beyond the Great Wall, he encountered a scene that was both loathsome and eerily familiar. Let us continue, he urged, sensing they were nearing their destination. This increasingly complete mural passage came to an abrupt halt before an unfathomable chasm. Looking upward revealed an impenetrable darkness, an abyss that extended beyond sight. Below, the depths were equally shrouded in shadow. Spanning the chasm, A fractured stone bridge lay precariously across the mere few meters of width. On the opposite side of the chasm stood a monumental stone door, flanked by two statues. The statues appeared to be ordinary sentinels, yet the door was extraordinary. It bore the emblem of the Targaryen three-headed dragon. Perhaps this was their destination? The bridge seemed to have been shattered by some force, too lengthy to leap across. Bai Ling carefully examined the surroundings and suggested, "This space is quite expansive. Perhaps we could fly across." "Indeed," Dylan replied, beginning to observe the environment closely. After a prolonged silence, the sound of dragon wings flapping did not reach their ears. Dylan turned to find Bai Ling standing motionless, her expression one of disbelief. A weight settled in his heart as he inquired, "What is the matter?" Bai Ling looked up, her face filled with fear. "I cannot transform. I can no longer find that sensation, as if something is preventing me." Out of nowhere, the cawing of a crow echoed through the air. The crow, seemingly endowed with three eyes, appeared as if conjured from thin air, clutching a branch in its beak. It descended and hopped to the center of the broken bridge, depositing the branch before cawing once more. An extraordinary scene unfolded as the vibrant green branch began to stretch and grow wildly, reminiscent of a serpent. In no time, it extended to the opposite side of the broken bridge, its numerous offshoots forming a sturdy arboreal bridge. The crow flew across, leaped twice before the grand gates, and then gradually vanished, as if it had been but a mere apparition. Chapter 137. The soul of Daenerys, the branch brought by the crow transformed into a vine bridge within mere minutes. The two ventured to test its strength and found it to be far sturdier than they had anticipated, so they hesitated no longer and crossed the bridge. As they stood before the massive stone gates, a crisp cracking sound echoed from behind. The bridge made of branches splintered, disintegrating into fragments that fell into the abyss below, signifying that there was no turning back. "Let us proceed. Do not linger," Dylan urged, gripping Bai Ling's trembling hand, leading her to push open the grand door. The door groaned heavily, its sound reverberating through the cavernous expanse. It was weightier than he had envisioned. The muscles in his arms bulged as he exerted effort. Beyond the door lay a profound corridor, illuminated by the ethereal glow of bioluminescent fungi. Yet, as they ventured deeper, the corridor began to spiral upward, and remnants of extinguished torches emerged upon the walls, long forgotten in time. At long last, they reached the terminus of the corridor. Before them lay a vast space reminiscent of a grand temple, though it remained only half constructed, the other half a ruin of shattered stones. In the center of this space stood 7 familiar statues, unmistakable to any denizen of Westeros, the effigies of the 7 gods, surrounding a stone coffin at the center. They seemed to vigilantly guard it. Beyond this, the hall was devoid of any adornment. No altars, no candles, no offerings, nor any trace of life could be found. There were no artifacts or remains. The grand hall resembled a construction site left to decay, featuring merely 7 statues, 1 coffin, a dual passageway ascending, and 2 towering obsidian doors measuring over 3 meters high. The passageway and the 2 obsidian doors formed an equilateral triangle. The door directly opposite the passageway bore the familiar 3-headed dragon motif, while the other door depicted a roaring dire wolf, its head held high. "How far have we traveled?" Bai Ling inquired, straining to listen intently. "Approximately 7 hours," came the reply. "I hear the sound of wind and snow. Beyond that door, perhaps lies another exit." She gestured towards the door adorned with the 3-headed dragon. "Perhaps beyond this door is the scene that has repeatedly appeared in my dreams. We must have arrived here via another passage guarded by the Wolf King." The scene appeared desolate and peculiar. As Dylan Hagel cautiously approached the central statue of the 7 deities, these sculptures were almost lifelike, intricately carved, each bearing a distinct expression. The singular commonality among them was their gaze, all fixated upon a stone sarcophagus. Beneath the sarcophagus, the floor was adorned with a colossal pattern of a heptagram. Each deity stood at a corner of the heptagram, their feet resting upon a chaotic array of runes and lines. This place felt like a seal. Dylan, exercising caution, refrained from approaching the coffin, instead contemplating the heptagram and the statues of the deities. Surely, there could not be an evil god lying within that sarcophagus? He attempted to lighten the mood with a jest, but White's spirit remained stern-faced, sensing he might indeed possess a touch of ominous foresight. The great hall appeared to have been hastily abandoned mid-construction, with walls and floors only partially hewn. The conspicuous sarcophagus evoked in White's spirit an avalanche of thoughts reminiscent of tomb-raiding novels and ghostly tales. Surely, a monstrous figure would not suddenly emerge from within. She pondered silently. Suddenly, a fleeting white shadow materialized in her peripheral vision, only to vanish almost instantly. It was so swift that White's spirit doubted her own sight and dismissed it, continuing her search for clues throughout the hall. Meanwhile, Dylan Hagel remained engrossed in examining the heptagram on the ground, oblivious to any anomalies. Soon, the white shadow reappeared, only to vanish behind a door adorned with the carving of an ice wolf. White's spirit seemed to catch a glimpse of a glowing hand abruptly extending from the door, beckoning her. Could this be a specter? She had not anticipated encountering such ethereal entities in a Western fantasy realm. Hesitantly, she glanced at Dylan before turning her attention back to the stone door. The luminous, translucent hand seemed eager to ensure she had noticed it, waving once more. Very well. Let me see what manner of being you are. She stealthily approached the door etched with the ice wolf, and as her hand rested upon it, the stone door opened effortlessly, without a sound. A blinding white light surged forth, nearly overwhelming White's spirit's vision. The brilliance was akin to sunlight reflecting off a snowy landscape on a clear day, making it nearly impossible to gaze directly at. After a moment, she adjusted to the brightness, revealing a scene within an entirely frozen, ordinary room. Simple furniture, a bookshelf, and an unadorned wooden bed were all encased in thick ice walls. The layers of ice appeared to be at least half a meter thick, and within seconds of pushing open the door, the breath she exhaled crystallized almost instantly, her face and exposed limbs quickly becoming coated in frost. More astonishingly, upon that bed lay a lifelike ice sculpture. No, it was not merely a sculpture. It was a living being. A beautiful woman with the iconic silver hair of House Targaryen. Her features bore a striking resemblance to White's spirit, though her brows were markedly more regal. She lay there in slumber, enveloped in a heavy shell of ice, as if she could awaken at any moment when the ice began to melt. Is that you, Daenerys Targaryen? Bai Ling murmured, uttering the name of her mother. A translucent figure inexplicably materialized at the bedside. Her gaze lowered as she beheld the body lying there, identical to her own. With a soft sigh, she reflected on how long it had been since anyone had uttered that name. Upon seeing the apparition, Bai Ling's heart raced, prompting her to instinctively step back. The specter regarded her with an odd expression. Are you Rhaenys? I am, Bai Ling replied, her head nodding stiffly. The ghost's voice possessed a distinct quality, resonating with a deep, echoing timbre that lingered in her ears, reminiscent of the nightmares that haunt one's sleep. The specter appeared somewhat flustered. Oh, so you are perhaps your daughter, Bai Ling interjected. Aunt Layla often thinks of you. I miss her dearly as well. The ghost smiled, radiating beauty, entirely unlike a free-spirited adventurer. What is your current state? Are you still alive? Bai Ling stammered. Please refrain from using the sigils against me. Although they are ineffective, I simply dislike them, Daenerys remarked, glancing at Bai Ling's back with a hint of resignation. Bai Ling turned to find Dylan had arrived at her side, casually concealing something in his embrace. What are you? Dylan frowned, pulling Bai Ling behind him. She seems to be my mother, Bai Ling whispered. A specter? Dylan questioned. I was not always a ghost, Daenerys earnestly clarified, appearing somewhat adorably bewildered. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from outside the hall, the unmistakable cry of a dragon. The expressions of the two humans and one spirit shifted dramatically. Chapter 138. The wolf spirit King Griffin. That roar was all too familiar. Bai Ling's complexion paled as she turned to Daenerys. Is it a dragon? Why is there a dragon here? Daenerys replied anxiously. You must stay here and remain silent. With that, she passed through the frozen door, returning to the grand hall. Listening intently, Bai Ling discerned peculiar sounds within the hall, in addition to the dragon's roar. It seemed as if a heavy stone coffin was shifting, accompanied by the jarring sound of nails scraping against the stone walls. Surely, it cannot be some undead creature. Bai Ling muttered to herself. She had suspected the presence of whites upon seeing the coffin. Although whites do not leap, they are, after all, corpses, which is essentially the same. Dylan shot her a glance. Perhaps it's a specialty of the North. Whites, he suggested, then leaned closer to the door, attempting to glimpse the situation within the hall. However, the door felt as if it had been welded shut, sealed by some strange force, utterly impervious to opening. The dragon's roars grew increasingly furious, now accompanied by unsettling human cries. It seemed a dispute was unfolding within the hall, though no blows were struck. Only the sounds of escalating roars and murmurs could be heard. Daenerys began to sing, a haunting melody that resonated with a hypnotic lilt. The two individuals confined within the room exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by the unfolding events. Gradually, the three distinct sounds diminished into silence. The stone sarcophagus emitted a faint, crackling noise, as if something had returned to slumber. The surroundings fell into a profound stillness, interrupted only by the occasional howling of the wind and snow. Naisi drifted in slowly, her complexion appearing even more pallid, and her form seemed to grow increasingly translucent, as though she had expended considerable energy. It became increasingly difficult to soothe her. Naisi sighed. Dylan Hagel attempted to open the door and found it easily yielded to his touch. Entirely devoid of the inexplicable sealing sensation that had prevailed moments earlier, the hall had returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. He turned to Naisi, his expression stern, and inquired, "Perhaps you could elucidate the events that just transpired, as well as the nature of this place? As you can see, this is an altar intended for sealing. But it remains incomplete, and an unforeseen incident forced us to hastily activate it," Naisi replied. She then gazed deeply into the eyes of Bai Ling. "This place is designed to suppress my beloved, your father, the wolf spirit King Griffin." The enormity of this revelation nearly caused Bai Ling's mind to falter. Stammering, she asked, "What about the dragon's roar?" Naisi extended her ethereal hand, gently resting it against Bai Ling's cheek. "I can sense the pulse of your bloodline. You have also undergone the dragon transformation ritual, have you not? Truly, you are my daughter." Dylan noted her choice of words. Realizing that Rennies was not the sole individual to have successfully traversed the dragon pool, Naisi nodded, her gaze tender as she conveyed the harsh truth to Bai Ling. "My daughter, your ability to transform into a dragon is a consequence of my union with your father, cursed by the gods. The dragon is merely an illusion left behind after my demise. Within the sarcophagus lies Griffin. After his soul dissipated, the otherworldly beings resurrected him. I, along with this place, exist solely to seal his remains. In essence, this is a tomb." Both Bai Ling and Dylan found themselves rendered speechless, staring blankly at the pale specter. The chill within the room was unbearable, prompting Naisi to guide them back into the hall. Though the warmth there was scarcely better. It was a welcome respite from the half-meter-thick, icy chamber. Naisi urged Bai Ling to sit down. "I had anticipated your arrival, Rennies, but I did not expect you to bring someone along. What is he to you?" Naisi shifted the topic, her curiosity piqued. Frankly, Bai Ling felt little emotional connection to the spectral figure before her, despite the fact that she was her biological mother. After all, she was a soul from another realm, and she found Naisi's presence oddly comforting. To her surprise, the first question posed was somewhat prying. Yet, Bai Ling found herself at a loss for words. Upon reflection, her bond with Dylan Hagel had transcended the boundaries of mere friendship and camaraderie. While there was an undeniable connection, it did not fit neatly into the realm of romance. Dylan regarded her not with the gaze of affection, but rather with an occasional hint of inexplicable disdain. Did he harbor animosity towards her? Why? She simply could not comprehend. "He may perceive me as a burden, believing that without his care, I would languish in some forgotten corner." Bai Ling sighed softly. Daenerys discreetly glanced at Dylan. Although he was at a distance, he seemed to be ever attentive to this side. The way he had protected Rennies did not suggest disdain. "I can discern that he, too, appears to be a person beset by misfortune. Setting aside that thought, it seems you are not surprised by my presence here. So what, I wonder, is my true mission? I feel myself fading, Rennies." Daenerys gazed at her with a lingering affection. "I have endured for over 20 years. Were it not for waiting for you, I might have long since joined Griffin. However, the others, progeny of the Frost God, will not spare Griffin's remains, for they present an exquisite vessel. This body can even wield the powers he possessed in life." Then, Daenerys recounted a lengthy and fantastical tale to Bai Ling. The young maiden traversed the 7 kingdoms, filled with curiosity about the legendary tales of yore. Upon arriving at her destination, she encountered many wondrous relics of ancient lore, such as beings known as the children of the forest, undead with sapphire-like eyes, and the mysterious, potent wolf spirits residing in the great snowy mountain beyond the wall. The ice wolves are sentient creatures, among which exists a formidable tribe, akin to the shapeshifters and green prophets of the old gods, possessing the extraordinary ability to transform into humans. It is said that this tribe of wolf spirits descends from the legendary wolf spirit king, a deity as ancient as the old gods and the ancient ones. Indeed, one could argue that this deity emerged during the primal, dark era, born from humanity's reverence for the harsh, icy wilderness. However, the wolf spirit king initially held a contentious relationship with the old gods, leading to intermittent conflicts. It was not until the advent of human civilization and the awakening of the offspring of the frost god that the tide began to shift. The others, kin of the frost god, are not native to this continent. They are said to be archenemies of the Light King, Laros, hailing from the realm of eternal shadows. The reasons behind the others' emergence on this land remain shrouded in mystery. Yet, when the first undead arose, the wolves and the old gods ceased their hostilities, uniting to confront the adversaries of all living beings. The war between the living and the dead has persisted for centuries. The first wolf spirit king perished millennia ago, yet this miraculous magical power resurfaces at intervals within his descendants. This remarkable ability to assume human form has been preserved through the ages, flowing through their veins. Each generation of such wolf kings bears the name Griffin, endowed with formidable magical prowess. When Daenerys and her friends, the children of the forest, became separated in the shadowy woods and witnessed the first other, nearly falling victim to its bite, it was Griffin, accompanied by the wolf spirit tribe, who appeared to their aid. Your father was, at that time, a magnificent ice wolf, Daenerys remarked with a smile, her expression softening as she sank into reminiscence. I once feared I would be devoured by a pack of wolves. Little did I know that upon awakening, the wolves had vanished, leaving before me a wild man, stark naked. The memory of my piercing screams and Griffin's bewildered expression made Daenerys chuckle softly. One cannot deny, Griffin's physique is quite impressive. Chapter 139. The peculiar place. Daenerys recounted numerous tales from the past to White Spirit, growing increasingly animated as she spoke, leaving White Spirit with scarcely a chance to interject. She could only respond with murmurs of agreement, occasionally asking, and then? It was not until White Spirit's stomach growled that this one-sided reminiscence came to a close. Oh, I do apologize. You've traveled such a long way. You must be weary, Daenerys said apologetically. There is nothing here. Please rest for a moment. Once you've regained your strength, assist me in reinforcing the ritual array to ensure the seal remains intact, and then you may return. Is that all it takes? White Spirit expressed her relief, yet her heart was filled with doubt, a persistent sense of dissonance lingering within her. Perhaps it was because she was a soul that had crossed over, leaving her with no deeper connection to her so-called biological mother. Daenerys' demeanor was too perfect, too grand. She resembled a tragic figure, bearing a noble mission for the sake of her beloved. She seemed eager for White Spirit to believe in their love story, expressing her longing for her daughter, perhaps even a bit too forcefully. If it were as simple as she claimed, White Spirit would not have dreamt of this place repeatedly, nor would crows occasionally appear in her dreams. After arriving here, even her ability to transform into a dragon had been suppressed, raising suspicions about the mysteries that lay within this realm. Furthermore, the sounds emanating from the Great Hall were merely meaningless roars, and Daenerys' song was too indistinct to comprehend. The truth of the matter could surely only be grasped through first-hand experience. I recall there is a hidden door in the middle of the passageway you ascended. The room beyond is designated for priests and monks to rest. I am unable to leave this room and the hall, so I must trouble you to seek it out yourselves. I shall wait here for your return, Daenerys said softly, gently caressing White Spirit's face with her translucent hand. White Spirit nodded and took Dylan's hand, departing the frozen chamber. They soon discovered the trapdoor at the midpoint of the spiral passage, leading to a modest stone chamber. A bare stone bed sat within, accompanied by a small statue of the Virgin Mary and a few frozen candles. Dylan exhaled a breath of cold air, gazing at the icicles suspended in the air. How does it feel to reunite with your mother? You two spoke for quite some time. White Spirit sighed. Indeed. She had much to say, and I could hardly interject. Yet, her behavior struck me as peculiar. Oh, do elaborate. I cannot quite articulate it. It's merely a feeling. White Spirit replied, shaking her head. This place recurs in my dreams, and her explanations are overly simplistic. There are many aspects we do not understand, such as that coffin. Dylan nodded thoughtfully, as if in agreement. I noticed the starry array beneath the 7 gods was not inscribed with runes for suppression or sealing, nor for granting the restless dead repose. Its purpose resembled a spell designed to confound the mind, conjuring dreams of illusions. You understand rune formations as well? Bai Ling inquired. Astonished. I have earned 3 bachelor's necklaces, one of which is forged from Valyrian steel, Dylan replied, maintaining an air of restrained elegance. This demeanor was a stark contrast to his usual vagabond mercenary persona. Suddenly, you've transformed into a cultured scholar, Bai Ling muttered softly. She was aware of the significance of the 3 bachelor's necklaces. A complete circle of such necklaces indicated that an individual had attained the highest academic title in their field, qualifying them as an expert worthy of being called a grand scholar. The Valyrian steel necklace represented the realm of magical studies. Suddenly, she realized something. If the runes on the heptagram were not intended for the suppression of the dead, then what was the purpose of Nellie's song? Shoo! Dylan placed a finger to his lips and approached the door, pressing his ear against it. And that tune she sang, it was an ancient Valyrian. Did it not induce a sense of drowsiness? Indeed, I felt somewhat lightheaded, Bai Ling nodded. That melody is a long-lost forbidden tune. one that wizards would employ in rituals while feasting upon souls. This meant the crux lay within that coffin. What exactly was contained within it, and who was sealed inside? Was it a living being or a deceased one? Dylan calmly approached the statue of the Virgin Mary, picking up scattered candles from the ground in an attempt to ignite them. However, the sparks merely flickered before extinguishing. He then tore a piece of dry fur from his clothing to try igniting it, but the result was the same. The flame would not manifest. This place felt as if it were submerged beneath a lake. Though the water was unseen, it repelled flames with a fierce intensity. Bai Ling recognized this too, quickly grasping that it was not only her inability to transform into a dragon that was at play. This place also feared fire, forbidding anything that could generate flames. Dylan discarded what he held, leaned against the stone wall, and closed his eyes. This is troublesome. Perhaps since we crossed that threshold, there is no way for us to retreat unscathed. However, I fear more the prospect of freezing to death here than what is to come. Bai Ling moved her stiff limbs, realizing the pervasive cold was seeping into her. All the monstrous traits she possessed had vanished, leaving her to appear completely as a mere human. She settled down beside Dylan, perhaps preparing for the arduous challenges ahead. It was wise to rest momentarily and take one step at a time. As they spoke, her eyelids grew heavy. So cold, so hungry. The surrounding air seemed to grow increasingly frigid, and Bai Ling instinctively inched closer to the sole source of warmth, nearly nestling into Dylan's embrace. Yet, Dylan was not asleep. He remained acutely aware of their surroundings. Unable to endure her proximity any longer, he wrapped his arms around her tightly. The specter, who previously conversed with Rhaenys in the Grand Hall, seemed to shift its gaze with every movement, fixating on him throughout. This peculiar stare resembled that of a predator, imbued with an intense desire. It is now evident that this spirit harbors something sinister. Not a word she uttered can be trusted. The dragon's roar reverberating within the hall appears to weave a connection among these events. Is the ghost of Daenerys truly Daenerys? Chapter 140. Sealing? Nurturing? Bai Ling, after a long absence from human sensations, found herself marveling at the novelty. The enchantment upon her corporeal form seemed to briefly dissipate, awakening the chill and hunger within her. Upon glancing at Dylan, he appeared to fare better, though his complexion was pale and frigid. In contrast, she trembled uncontrollably, a prickling sensation penetrating to her very bones. To be candid, the frozen hall strikes a beautiful, albeit melancholic, scene. The partially collapsed architecture and ancient statues, along with extinguished candelabras and sconces, lay enveloped beneath a heavy layer of ice, exuding a sense of decaying elegance. Particularly within the icebound chamber where Daenerys resided, the ice refracted light, casting a sapphire-like glow. Bai Ling, feeling drowsy from the cold, burrowed into Dylan's embrace. Meanwhile, Dylan rummaged through their supplies and found a coarse animal hide, which he wrapped around Bai Ling. With a hint of frustration, he remarked, "It is far too cold. We need a source of warmth, or something to keep us warm. But alas, fire cannot be kindled here. If only we had a hot spring to soak in." After a moment of contemplation, Dylan added, "You stay here while I search for clues." Bai Ling responded absently, her exhaustion overwhelming her spirit. "Hey, don't truly fall asleep. Rally your energy." Dylan gently patted her face to rouse her. Although aware of her resilient nature, he felt a pang of concern that she might succumb to the cold in this strange place. Bai Ling forced her eyes open. "Where will you search for clues?" "Along the way, I sense we missed some vital information." Dylan pondered earnestly before responding. "If the specter is absent, I will inspect that coffin more closely. I find that difficult. Daenerys is clearly guarding it. I am well aware, it will depend on your actions." Dylan mused. "I noticed that the specter has likely withheld some words from you, perhaps due to my presence. Since resting properly is impossible, you should engage her in conversation, coaxing her to share more. Also, observe her range of movement. Can she venture beyond that icebound chamber and the Grand Hall? Very well. After all, there's little of significance here." Bai Ling and Dylan parted ways. He to investigate the return path for clues, while she ascended back to the Grand Hall to converse with her biological mother. Since their infiltration of the waterway, the extreme cold had muddled her thoughts, leaving Bai Ling unable to discern day from night. She returned along the spiraling stone passage to the Grand Hall, where a coffin and the statues of the 7 gods were enshrined. Yet there was no sign of Daenerys anywhere around. In the chamber sealed by a thick layer of ice, only the lifeless body of Daenerys lay within. Her ethereal presence was nowhere to be found. Bai Ling called out her name in vain, discovering she was utterly absent. How peculiar! Where could she have gone? She wandered through the hall, attempting to move her body to warm herself. Upon seeing the imposing black door adorned with a 3-headed dragon, she wondered if it led to the scene foretold in her dreams. Two towering cliffs stood high, connected by a heavy iron chain bridge. And embedded within one cliff's belly was the door etched with the three-headed dragon. Pressing her ear against the door, she listened intently and gave it a tentative push. Indeed, the door remained unmoving, its icy coldness sending a shiver through her. The howling winds and snow outside had long ceased, and in the profound silence, she suddenly perceived a low, strange sound that intermittently echoed. The crackling noise resembled bones grinding against one another. What was that dragging sound upon the ground? These various noises erupted sporadically, and their sources seemed numerous. As Bai Ling was lost in her listening, the sudden flurry of wings outside startled her, followed by the raucous cawing of crows. The bone-grinding sounds grew more frantic, as if something had been awakened, emitting an eerie, zombie-like growl. Then, the cawing of crows swiftly faded, only to be replaced by an intense and piercing scream. Bai Ling surmised that some creature must have killed the crows. Were the entities outside guarding this place? Were they warding off something? "Child, what are you listening to?" Daenerys' voice suddenly resonated beside her, nearly sending Bai Ling into a panic. She jerked her head, colliding with the door, producing a resounding thud. "Goodness, you're terrifying. I could cry from fright." Yet, as Daenerys' voice echoed, the wind and snow outside returned. Those strange scraping and low howls vanished in an instant. "What are you doing, Rhaenys?" Daenerys inquired curiously once more. I was looking for something to start a fire. I'm cold and hungry." Bai Ling offered a casual excuse, then cautiously asked, "Mother Daenerys, do you know why we cannot light a fire here? I am truly freezing." Upon hearing the term mother, Daenerys' eyes glistened with tears. She wiped the corners of her eyes and reached out as if to caress Bai Ling's face. Although Bai Ling found it perplexing that a spirit could shed tears, she felt embarrassed by the address, realizing Daenerys was not her true mother. The ice and the magic cast upon the hall are designed to seal the body of Griffin. "I apologize, please endure a little longer. In 3 hours, the sun will set, and I shall perform the reinforcement ritual. Once the ritual concludes, you will be liberated." Bai Ling perceived an ominous undertone in those words. What did liberation entail? What manner of liberation is this? The play has stated that only flames can truly incinerate the whites. The power of this place seals the dragons and the flames, rather than containing the whites. It seems more accurate to say that it nurtures them. Nurturing? Bai Ling suddenly recalled a detail she had inadvertently overlooked. On their way here, they passed a mass grave lake filled with the remains of peculiar creatures. She remembered glancing at it casually. Those corpses bore deep gashes at their cervical bones, as if their throats had been slit. Moreover, within some shattered urns, there were clumps of a blackish-brown, mud-like substance, reminiscent of congealed blood. There had once been a large-scale blood ritual here, but who were the recipients of that blood and the offerings? The strange skeletal remains seemed oddly familiar to Bai Ling. Where had she encountered a skeleton resembling a standing lizard? Lost in her thoughts, Bai Ling failed to notice the gaze of Daenerys upon her, one filled with affection, excitement, and even a subtly concealed longing. Daenerys' ethereal, luminescent hands appeared to be gradually merging with Bai Ling's form. The specter was attempting to infiltrate Bai Ling's body, yet she remained blissfully unaware of the peculiar occurrence. Daenerys' spectral form emanated a soft, azure glow as she tenderly spoke. "My child, Rhaenys, you are weary, sleep now, and rest peacefully." "Indeed, I am so tired, so drowsy, I long to sleep." Bai Ling felt her thoughts begin to dull, a profound heaviness of slumber enveloping her as she closed her eyes. Chapter 141. Fueled by blood, sustained by flesh and bone upon sensing violent tremors and ominous energy, Dylan had no choice but to conclude his exploration of the subterranean water caverns. They had arrived in haste, neglecting to investigate several hidden currents beneath the water. He even stumbled upon a few ritual chambers that remained largely intact. It was almost certain that this place was connected to the High Priest and the cult of the dragon. The grotesque and desiccated remains buried deep within the mire were undoubtedly the failed remnants of the cult's endeavors. As he made his way back to the Great Hall, the air was thick with shimmering, azure crystals. Though they appeared beautiful, they nearly instantaneously drained the warmth from his skin upon contact, forcing Dylan to tighten his cloak and hasten his pace. A sense of foreboding gripped him. It was likely that Rhaenys had undergone some transformation. Inside the hall, where the 7 gods had imprisoned him, the heavy stone sarcophagus lid trembled violently like a boiling pot. The howls of the undead and the jarring sounds of claws scraping against stone threatening to drive one to madness. Almost there, patience is key. Daenerys, glowing with an ethereal blue light, gazed tenderly at the coffin, soothing whatever lay within. The specter's form resembled a black hole, slowly devouring Bai Ling's essence. Daenerys sighed, a body endowed with immense power, possessing the divine strength of two legendary races, yet its mind is riddled with vulnerabilities. My daughter, Rhaenys, I thank you. It is through you that your father and I may return to this world. Bai Ling's once distinct outline began to blur. On the verge of being wholly absorbed by the specter, the sharp sound of slicing air was heard as a dagger pierced the ethereal form. It clattered to the ground after striking the stone wall. Alas, child of light, you have arrived too late. Dylan emerged slowly, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the coffin at the center. Provoked by his presence, the stone sarcophagus trembled violently, its binding chains snapping one by one. Yet, defying all logic, the lid remained steadfastly sealed. A faint, resonant chant echoed in the air, and Naelys, the ghostly figure, contorted her features into a grotesque visage, as countless tiny black specks seeped from her spectral body. Damn the seven gods, the seal is ineffective. What do you intend to do, child of light? Alas, it is too late. The majority of the white spirit had already sunk into the ghostly form, but Naelys was rendered immobile, helplessly watching as Dylan approached the coffin. Dylan, without lifting his gaze, strolled leisurely around the coffin, seemingly oblivious to the terrifying howls and shrieks. Where there is light, darkness follows. Where there is ice, there is fire. Initially, I did not believe in the existence of a dark god. However, if the dead can be resurrected countless times under the power of Rollo, then what is so remarkable about being consumed by darkness? With a deep sigh, Dylan appeared to make a difficult decision. Suddenly, he leaped onto the coffin, methodically shedding his garments one by one. What are you doing? It is futile. Naelys felt an ominous premonition. Yet the white spirit she had consumed seemed to show signs of resistance, forcing her to concentrate her efforts against it, unable to divide her strength. Over 20 years ago, Naelys had already been corroded by darkness, the first to be consumed being the progeny of the wolf spirit king, namely, Rhaenys' father. Dylan spoke slowly, methodically undressing. The secretive order believed they had everything under control, attempting to comprehend and dominate the shadowy aspect of the King of Light. What did it matter if they sacrificed a dragon child? Unfortunately, they underestimated the darkness that could erode all. The old gods were banished and forgotten, while humanity began to worship the power of the seven gods. Even the light of Rollo could no longer illuminate this forsaken land. It must be said, the North is an excellent place for resurrection. If you had not encountered me, Dylan had stripped away his final garment and picked up the dagger from the ground, casually plunging it into his own chest. As blood gushed forth, it instantly froze into a beautiful crimson icicle. He seemed impervious to pain as he gripped the dagger tightly, brutally carving out a dazzling heart that shimmered with white light. With a squelch, Dylan crushed this heart composed of light. I have lost count of how many times I have died. I only know that this body is filled with Rollo's power, except for my thoughts, which remain my own. Everything else belongs to him. Yet, this wretched Rollo is unwilling to manifest miracles upon a pitiful and lamentable soul. The heart resembled a crushed tomato, dripping golden liquid as it flowed downward. Dylan, standing atop the coffin, resembled a martyr at that moment. Stop! Cease this! The wraith Naelys shrieked with a piercing cry. The entire hall began to tremble violently, much like the coffin itself, as the colossal doors adorned with a black, three-headed dragon seemed to be slowly and laboriously torn open by an invisible force. Pairs of ethereal blue eyes ignited in the darkness, the eyes of the deceased. Although the hall remained under the influence of the seven-god seal, this influence appeared to be waning gradually. The crevice in the doors continued to widen with a creaking sound. A profusion of golden liquid seeped from Dylan's 7 orifices, and he even managed to smile at that moment. Who do you think will perish first, me or you? Naelys forced herself to regain her composure, hastening her consumption while enticing Dylan. Cease this. The child of light, Larlo, is a deceiver. The god of cold can also resurrect your beloved, and it would be a resurrection everlasting. Dylan remained silent, commencing to carve into his own flesh with a dagger. Were it not for the gruesome and terrifying scene, his movements might have been deemed elegant. As more golden liquid oozed forth, the coffin beneath him began to emit thick black smoke along with increasingly ferocious howls. Naelys, unable to restrain herself, emitted a similar wail, her translucent form darkening into an abyssal shadow, mirroring the smoke billowing from the coffin. I always felt the god of cold was somewhat lacking in intellect, yet this time, you nearly succeeded. If it weren't for that peculiar soul, Rhaenys, though immature, foolish, and naive, this soul exhibited remarkable resilience. Astonishingly, she oscillated between determination and despair, teetering on the brink of complete surrender. He had long since grown weary, unwilling to struggle further, yet he was somewhat influenced by her presence. curious to see how long she could endure. Countless skeletal remains and spirits surged forth from the crevice and the earth below, racing towards the coffin. Death and cold howled together, composing a prelude to hell. As the skeletal claws of the undead were nearly upon Dylan, he gazed at the remaining half of Rennie's and sighed silently. So be it. I have done all I could. With his blood completely drained, Dylan's body suddenly ignited in crimson flames, like a bundle of kindling. Amidst Nellis's frantic screams, the half-consumed figure of Bai Ling seemed to sense something, desperately attempting to open her eyes. The kindling that was Dylan, having bled out, burned away flesh and bone. The blaze's radiance gradually enveloped the entire hall, the first to be incinerated being the sealed stone coffin. No. Nellis's wraith-like form began to shatter into fine ashes within the dense black mist. Countless bones and spirits appeared to gain sentience, fleeing towards the hall's exit. Alas, the flames spread more swiftly, igniting the deceased like dry straw, catching fire at the slightest touch. Nellis could no longer maintain her form, soon becoming a mass of black shadows consumed by the inferno. It yearned to escape into the shadows, yet found itself ensnared within a hall that was wholly claimed by light, leaving no sanctuary. Accompanied by its final, reluctant howl, the dark soul known as Nearest finally dissipated. With a soft thud, the ethereal figure collapsed weakly onto the ground, one half of its form appearing as if stained by ink, utterly blackened. The grand doors of the hall slowly closed, while the coffin was reduced to a pile of rubble. Only the 7 gods remained, standing in a solemn circle, their gaze shifting from the stone sarcophagus to the fallen spirit. Everything descended into silence. Chapter 142. The visitor from another continent, the Helen Fortress tournament, had reached its conclusion, and the most anticipated championship duel was at its pivotal moment. For various reasons, the common knights and free mercenaries were hardly a match for the official armed forces. Yet, this tournament had unexpectedly given rise to many peculiar contenders, such as the two engaged in a bloody confrontation at present. One of them towered impressively, standing at least 2 meters tall, his body a mass of muscle and fat, resembling a veritable mountain of flesh. The excess flesh at the back of his neck could even withstand the sharpest blades, and on his enormous bald head were peculiar dark markings. The other was clad in the traditional garb of a mercenary, possessing unusual silver hair and strikingly handsome features reminiscent of a finely carved statue. Though he appeared somewhat diminutive in the presence of the towering giant, he curiously managed to fend off the opponent's attacks with one hand, demonstrating astonishing strength. His face, arms, and chest bore deep scars stained by frost and blood, unmistakable signs of a formidable warrior. The clash between the two was fraught with peril and had already persisted for nearly an hour, with neither side showing any signs of exhaustion. The audience erupted into waves of thunderous cheers, and many nobles began to contemplate recruiting the intriguing fighters. Who was that? The silver-haired foreigner? Cersei Lannister, typically impatient, now sat elegantly in the VIP section, her gaze never straying from the silver-haired warrior. Jaime Lannister, equally captivated by his martial prowess, focused intently on the duel, oblivious to Cersei's inquiries. Fortunately for Cersei, she had many admirers. The noble youths eagerly rushed to enlighten her. They claimed he was a free mercenary from Essos, though they were certain he could not possibly rival the bald giant. Lady Cersei, what interest is there in such barbaric combat? Why not stroll through my family's garden? The theater has recently premiered a new jester's play. Lady Cersei, he is merely an ordinary foreigner. His hair is said to have changed due to an ailment. He bears no relation to the Targaryens, so you need not concern yourself. The contest in the arena was a brutal exchange of blows and blood. The silver-haired foreigner did not succumb as they had predicted. Instead, he seemed to grow more at ease with each passing moment. Occasionally, a fleeting flash of crimson light flickered in his eyes, oddly unnoticed by most. Cersei's focus remained on his sweat-drenched and bloodied muscles, and his strikingly handsome visage that rivaled Jaime's. However, the Stark family perceived the strange red glow in the foreigner's eyes. Strange, he appears to possess a unique power. Ned, did you see that? His eyes. Lyanna Stark leaned forward with great determination, striving to discern the scene more clearly. Yes, sister, she murmured. But I am uncertain whether that is the glint of a blade or merely an illusion. Ned glanced around, noticing that none of those nearby seemed to have taken heed of the situation. Once this match concludes, I shall inquire further, Lyanna resolved. The formidable, bald warrior, although still within the realm of the ordinary, ultimately succumbed to exhaustion and was vanquished by the silver-haired stranger. He gasped for breath, yet laughed heartily. What is your name? White-haired one. Pray, tell me your name. ALD, of Rhaenys, the silver-haired foreigner replied, wiping his sword clean. despite the intensity of the recent combat. His breathing soon returned to a steady rhythm. Rhaenys? What land is that? The bald warrior pondered, scratching his head in confusion. I have never heard of it. Is it perhaps located farther east on the continent? The tournament officials swiftly summoned a group to carry the incapacitated warrior away. Next up, ALD of Rhaenys shall face Lord Robert Baratheon from Storm's End. A deafening cheer erupted from the crowd, with countless men and women screaming in excitement, leading the uninformed to believe that Robert Baratheon had already secured victory in the tournament. Ned Stark, taken aback, cast a teasing glance at Lyanna. He certainly is quite popular. Sister, do you not harbor any concerns? Watch closely, Lyanna replied, delivering a playful slap to her brother. What does a wild boar have to worry about? Keep an eye on that foreigner. I have an inkling that something is amiss with him. Ned summoned a servant and issued a few instructions. We shall know the outcome soon enough. I doubt he stands a chance against Robert. That wild boar has the strength to lift a cart at present. Lyanna glanced in the direction the servant had hurried off to. Did you place a wager on Robert? How much? Ned smiled. Not much, just 100 golden dragons. Such a sum, Lyanna exclaimed. You certainly have faith in that black wild boar. However, I prefer a touch of excitement. I wager that foreigner will triumph. Lyanna grinned mischievously, retrieving her coin pouch and calling for a servant to place her bet. Ned shook his head. Robert will be disheartened to learn of this. Numerous individuals in the VIP section were also placing their bets, many of whom smiled knowingly upon seeing Lyanna's wager. Not to mention Cersei, who was momentarily captivated by the silver-haired stranger, having staked 500 golden dragons. Soon, the two combatants commenced the first round of mounted jousting. To everyone's astonishment, the foreigner appeared ill-equipped for the joust. After several rounds, he seemed to be barely managing to defend himself. While his lance failed to land even a single hit on Robert, the spectators erupted with jeers. It is well known that Robert Baratheon is among the more proficient jousters. He excels in close combat and melee brawls. Fight seriously, foreigner. Damn it, I wagered 10 golden dragons on you. Get up and crush that foreigner's skull. Hush, roll away. Someone jeered, inciting a chorus of derision. Lyanna and Ned exchanged glances, whispering softly to one another. Meanwhile, Cersei, entranced by her desires and having wagered a substantial fortune, was on the verge of unleashing a torrent of vitriol. It was her noble upbringing and decorum that restrained her from voicing her outrage, though her feather fan fluttered about like a hairdryer. In contrast, Jaime remained composed, advising, patience, Cersei. There are still close combat and team contests to come. But those two would be unwinnable. The detestable foreigner proved utterly useless. Unable to chastise that arrogant Robert, she felt compelled to invest yet more money. Yet, regardless of the tumultuous scene, the silver-haired foreigner's demeanor remained unshaken. Even when struck to the ground by a lance, he swiftly rose, preparing for the next bout. As he exited the arena, his gaze swept over the audience, momentarily lingering on Lyanna Stark. The observant Ned noted this and remarked in surprise, Sister, did he just glance your way? Perhaps it was due to Robert. On the field, Robert Baratheon, brimming with self-satisfaction, blew kisses toward Lyanna Stark, prompting her to turn away in disinterest. Is that so? Ned mused, fixated on the foreigner, feeling that the red glint in his eyes was intriguing, reminiscent of a beast's gaze. Next were the individual duels and the team competition. The foreigner's team comprised a motley crew of mercenaries, while Robert Baratheon's contingent was predictably filled with family knights and landed gentry. In summary, whether in terms of training or the armor and weapons they bore, they were far superior to any common warriors. However, that was contingent upon their opponents being mere mortals. The silver-haired foreigner brandished two distinctly different weapons. One was an exceptionally sharp longsword, its blade inscribed with incomprehensible runes, while the other resembled silver, adorned with gemstones on the hilt and coated with a mysterious liquid that shimmered under the sun. A chorus of contestants erupted in protest, shouting, "His weapon is poisoned. This is against the rules." The tournament attendants appeared to anticipate such claims, clarifying, "This weapon has been inspected by the knight captain and the lords. The potion is merely for maintenance, not poison, and complies with the regulations." Is that truly the case? What if someone were to be poisoned? A wary mercenary cried out. After all, swords and daggers hold no eyes, and everyone feared succumbing to bizarre fates, such as infections or necrosis. Duke of Riverrun, Lord Hoster Tully, stood and proclaimed, "In the name of the king, I assure the fairness of this tournament and the honor of the knights. Let the contest continue." The competitors nodded in acknowledgement, and the competition resumed. Upon hearing the term king, Jon Arryn, the Lord of the Eyrie, appeared contemplative, casting his gaze across the arena. It is worth mentioning that after the king made a brief appearance at the tournament, he had not returned, with only the queen and the young prince occasionally gracing the event with their presence. It is said that Prince Rhaegar's condition has improved, yet he remains elusive, with only rumors from the queen to suggest his presence. What has transpired within House Targaryen? Is Rhaegar still alive? Chapter 143. The death of the Mad King. Though Jon Arryn's heart was laden with worry, it did not deter him from relishing the splendid knightly tournament. As a Westerosi, the culture of knighthood was deeply etched into the hearts of all. The tournament had now devolved into a contest of power among the upper echelons of society. Today's competitors represented the elite knights, champions of the great lord cities. The two knights facing off today embodied the pinnacle of chivalry within the realm, both clad in white cloaks, bearing unadorned white shields, and bowing only to the crown. The Kingsguard. Perhaps if I best you, I might have the chance to ascend to the position of captain of the Kingsguard, jested the fearless Barristan, soothing his steed while addressing the bull, Ser Jorah Mormont. You are still far from that day, lad, retorted the bull with a boisterous laugh, thumping Barristan on the chest. Let us make this quick. I've received orders for us to return to King's Landing immediately. Barristan furrowed his brow, glancing towards the royal box, where Queen Lyanna and Prince Viserys were indeed in attendance. He swallowed the latter part of his thought. The bull nodded, donning his helm. What a pity. I had hoped to teach the youth a lesson or two. Barristan chuckled. Let us allow the young ones a chance to shine. The competition commenced swiftly, the thunderous cheers echoing the adoration and aspirations of countless spectators. The clash of the kingdom's finest knights was a spectacle rarely witnessed. Jon Arryn was wholly captivated by the tournament until the urgent calls of the Duke's retinue broke his reverie. What is it? Jon asked, irritation lacing his tone. My lord, the Duke wishes to see you. It is of utmost importance. Following the retainer down from the viewing platform, Jon was met by a towering knight shrouded in mystery and several steeds, both he and his escort rendered helpless. While some might fail to recognize the visage of a legendary knight, none would mistake the fabled sword, Dawn. How did you come to be here? Jon inquired, astonished, only to have the knight rudely blindfold him. My apologies, my lord, came the curt reply. The horses galloped swiftly, distancing themselves from the clamor of the tournament. Jon Arryn sensed a shift in temperature, feeling they had arrived in a warm cavern. Faced with the kingdom's mightiest force, he felt no inclination to resist, merely surmising that this legendary knight would soon introduce him to someone significant. Once the blindfold was removed, Jon Arryn could not suppress a sigh. Seeing you safe brings me considerable relief, your highness. When do you intend to return to King's Landing? Before him stood the long-missing Prince Rhaegar Targaryen. Though his eyes bore shadows, he appeared in good spirits, at least able to rise and move about. Recently, the rumors surrounding the crown prince have become exceedingly rampant, and there are whispers that the king intends to appoint a new heir, which has left the great lords in a state of unease. Should Prince Rhaegar emerge once more to stabilize the situation, it is likely that the kingdom's turmoil would swiftly subside. I fear I may disappoint you, my lord Duke. I have unsettling news that may sound preposterous, but I implore you to hear me out. Rhaegar coughed a few times, revealing he had not fully recovered. He seemed at a loss for words, and after a prolonged silence, he finally murmured, You may not believe me, but my father, Aerys Targaryen, has perished. What currently resides in King's Landing is a creature transformed by some malevolent force. What do you mean? Jon Arryn's expression changed drastically as he abruptly rose to his feet. In the audience today, Lyanna remained engrossed in the tournament, while Eddard felt an inexplicable sense of dread. He nudged Lyanna. Sister, Lord Arryn is missing. Lyanna dismissed his concern. He may have been summoned by some noble. However, it has been quite some time since we received a raven from father. This is rather unusual. Suddenly, Lyanna exclaimed, What a splendid strike. Charge, Barristan. Eddard felt helpless. His sister truly seemed oblivious to the looming crisis. A commotion caught Eddard's attention, and he glanced toward the entrance. It appeared that a considerable number of individuals had arrived. As Eddard scrutinized the newcomers, his expression shifted. As a scion of a prominent noble family, it was imperative for him to be acquainted with the various factions within the realm. He recognized the new arrivals, comprising the numerous vassal families of House Lannister from the Westerlands, as well as their relatives. Additionally, there were the recently allied families of Highgarden and House Hightower, accompanied by a multitude of vassals. Eddard was nearly overwhelmed. He even spotted a throng of scholars, evidently hailing from Old Town. Along with those clad in armor and weapons that seemed forged from rust, their countenances marked by the harsh winds of the sea. They were the Ironborn. This was exceedingly unusual, Eddard pondered. Families he had presumed would not attend the tournament were appearing, particularly as the event neared its conclusion. Was something significant about to transpire? I cannot concur with the prince's assertion. His Majesty Aerys is merely recuperating from an illness. Evidence, do you comprehend? To convince me, I require proof. Very well. Then allow me to show you something. With the aid of the legendary Kingsguard, Rhaegar slowly rose, donning an outfit akin to protective armor, and provided Jon Arryn with a similar ensemble. Once enveloped from head to toe, Rhaegar admonished him. Ensure your nostrils are thoroughly covered, my lord, for what lies ahead may prove perilous. Jon Arryn, perplexed, complied with Rhaegar's instructions, wrapping himself tightly to the point of near suffocation. A group of individuals returned to the surface, hastening towards the royal palace by the shores of the Lake of the Gods. The palace was unusually desolate, devoid of even a single maid or attendant. It is known that the king's entourage typically numbers in the hundreds, if the king were indeed present. Where were all the others? At the entrance of the palace stood the tightly wrapped Queen Layla, accompanied only by a solitary scholar clad in black. Jon Arryn's confusion deepened as they descended into the palace's underground stone chamber, a place once designated for the confinement and trial of prisoners. There, they beheld the exquisite yet decayed remains of a human corpse. A towering skeleton, silver-gray hair, a visage reduced to mere remnants, and a crown cast aside. A ring adorned the bony fingers. Jon Arryn's heart plummeted into an abyss of despair. Without doubt, this withered husk belonged to the revered king, the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the protector of the realm, and the king of the Undulls, Rhoynar, and First Men. The image of King Aerys' coronation flashed in his mind, gradually merging with the scene before him. The once vibrant, yet somewhat anxious young man transforming into the skeletal figure that lay in front of him. How could this be? A wave of dizziness washed over him, and he steadied himself against the wall. His thoughts raced, replaying countless fantasies of the mad king's downfall and the wise heir's ascension. Yet, he found it unbearable to accept that the king he had faithfully served had met such a tragic end in a place meant for the condemned. He yearned to unveil the shroud and take a deep breath, but was swiftly halted by Queen Layla. It is far too perilous, my lord. The king succumbed to a dreadful contagion. We can only leave him here. The scholar behind the queen coughed heavily before speaking. All who served his majesty are dead, fallen to the same affliction. Arryn was struck with horror, stammering his inquiry. What manner of disease is this? The fever of 7 days? Malaria? The Red Death, esteemed lord. After a brief spell of sorrow, Jon Arryn finally posed the pivotal question. If his majesty is indeed deceased, then, who has returned to King's Landing? Rhaegar exchanged a glance with the queen, then spoke slowly. It is the poisoner who seeks to undermine the Seven Kingdoms, the conspirator, the mad preacher. The lost souls of a distant land. The heathens of Essos refer to him as the High Priest. Chapter 144. The fracture of time and space. The night at Harrenhal was particularly lively. Amidst the revelry that lasted throughout the night, former adversaries who had engaged in bloody combat by day now gathered together. Knights and mercenaries embraced. Rogues and lords shared hearty conversation. Momentarily unburdened by concerns of class and status, they drank deep of strong spirits, boasting of their respective triumphs. The silver-haired foreigner was no exception. Those wishing to converse with him, upon noticing the youthful maiden cradled in his arms, understood without words, raising their cups in salute to him, while simultaneously toasting to beauty and victory. It was indeed a splendid place, free from the stench of corpses, disdainful glances, and scorn. The victors are met with cheers, flowers, and fair maidens. Ald of Redania gazed languidly into the fire, where a small wild boar emitted a sweet aroma as the flames caressed it. He produced a dagger and handed it to the maiden in his arms. She giggled, playfully using the gleaming weapon to slice a piece of rib meat, teasingly dangling it above the man's mouth. Ald playfully slapped the maiden's curvaceous form, finally indulging in the succulent meat. The onlookers erupted in playful laughter. After feasting, Ald declined the maiden's invitation to join him in his tent and returned alone to his newly acquired abode. Along the way, passers-by cast admiring and respectful glances toward the strong. This sensation was more intoxicating than fine wine, leaving him in a pleasant stupor. Ald's new tent had once belonged to a nobleman, adorned with luxurious furs, and even embellished with pure silver utensils set with gemstones. The exquisite wooden furniture exuded a subtle fragrance. These nobles shared a penchant for extravagance. Under the influence of alcohol, Ald found himself slightly unsteady. Rarely did he experience such lack of clarity, but perhaps the serene environment had lulled him into indulgence. In the dead of night, Ald was abruptly awakened by faint sounds. He sprang up, thrusting his dagger against the pale neck of the intruder. The figure before him knelt on the bed, frozen in the act of lifting the covers. It was a woman, perhaps a noble. He detected the scent of fine myrrh, a fragrance only found on the most affluent of nobles, worth its weight in gold. I am terribly sorry to disturb your rest, Lyanna Stark said, forced to raise her head. She could almost feel the chilling aura of death emanating from the man, perhaps fearing that the next moment would see her throat cut, prompting her to concede. Ald, momentarily dazed, swiftly recognized that he was no longer in the war-torn north, nor in the perilous, demon-infested plains of Temoria, but in a land known as Westeros. The girl before him was not a demon in disguise attempting to beguile him, but merely a naive noble girl, enamored with tales of chivalry and valor. He withdrew his dagger, whispering, "Forgive me, I tend to be rather vigilant. Who are you?" "I am Lyanna Stark, from Winterfell in the north." Lyanna nervously fidgeted with the hem of her garment. For a noble girl, sneaking into a mercenary's tent in the dead of night was hardly ladylike, yet she had an urgent matter to resolve. "I saw you in battle, and you bore a strange symbol upon your hand. What was it?" Lyanna inquired earnestly, tracing an odd, notched triangle shape with her fingers. "You saw it?" Ald stared at the girl in astonishment, a headache beginning to throb in his temples. He brusquely dismissed her, an inexplicable sense of trouble looming over him. In the days that followed, his foreboding indeed came to pass. Wherever Alder went, there was always a persistent shadow trailing behind him, creating quite a spectacle within the camp. The astute Lyanna camouflaged herself, leading everyone to believe she was merely a suitor of the Silver Crown Knight, eliciting only bemused chuckles from the onlookers. "My lady, do you not have your own affairs to attend to?" Alder inquired while seated upon his steed, preparing to seize an opportunity to escape. Little did he know, the noblewoman had bribed the stable master and all the attendants, who instantly alerted others the moment they spotted his attempt to slip away, leading to a delay until Lyanna caught up with him. There was no escaping now. Lyanna's eyes sparkled with curiosity and ambition. "If you refuse to teach me, I shall follow you incessantly. Moreover, you stand to gain. I can provide you with funds, horses, and all that you require." Alder, overwhelmed, buried his face in his hands. He acknowledged the validity of her words, but wondered if she truly understood that status, while advantageous, also brought immense complications. He had once found himself in hot water due to a slight intimacy with a countess, resulting in a bounty placed upon his head by the irate count, forcing him to remain exiled from that country for several years, lest his head become a clanging coin. This experience had deeply impressed upon him the burdensome nature of nobility, particularly those of wealth and influence. Resolutely, Alder decided to reject Lyanna without hesitation. "I'm afraid you do not comprehend the origins of such power. Please keep your distance." With that, he snatched the reins from her grasp and urged his horse forward with a sharp kick. Lyanna nearly lost her balance. Incensed, she shouted, "You scoundrel! Not only will you not teach me, but you also abscond with my horse. Do you believe this will rid you of me? Dream on." A cacophony of harsh croaky caws jolted Bai Ling from her slumber. It was a beautiful, elusive dream where she had returned to her past life, living a fulfilling yet monotonous existence. Surrounded by films, comics, games, and delectable food, she felt a profound sense of happiness. Life was simple and blissful. But just as she was about to savor a delightful morsel, she awoke to a world cloaked in darkness, cold and damp, with rigid branches and vines enveloping her, some even embedding into her skin. To linger in the dreams of yore is a sign of weakness, stranger. From the tangle of vines above, a frail, ancient figure gradually emerged, almost fused with the very plants that surrounded him. Bai Ling regarded him with calm detachment, remaining silent and motionless, akin to a corpse, mirroring the lifelessness of the elder before her. "I have gleaned much from your dreams. I must say, they are quite fascinating." At this, Bai Ling felt a flicker of emotion. With great effort, she swallowed hard to clear her throat before asking, "Three-eyed crow, can you take me home?" The figure before her was indeed the three-eyed crow from the tale, now merged with the fishbeam wood, reputed to possess omniscience and omnipresence, and had even nurtured Bran to become the new three-eyed crow. "I lack such power," the three-eyed crow replied, as expected. Bai Ling attempted to rise, yet the branches and vines ensnared her tightly, imprisoning her like a cage, leaving her with no choice but to lie flat. "You know the way, do you not? After all, you are the Green Prophet." The three-eyed raven, however, evaded the question. "In a sense, you too are an omniscient being, are you not? Stranger, do you still perceive this world as the theatrical spectacle of your imagination?" To be honest, Bai Ling felt a jolt of astonishment upon hearing such somewhat surreal words. Yet, it was not entirely surprising. If this old man could indeed witness her dreams, it would be quite reasonable for him to refer to her as a stranger. "So, you are aware, are you not? How shall I return?" The raven's countenance bore a touch of compassionate sorrow as it spoke solemnly, There are things I wish to show you. After witnessing them, you may then decide if you truly wish to return. Before the words had fully left its beak, Bai Ling felt herself instantaneously lifted, ascending swiftly towards the sky. Looking down, she saw her body still buried beneath the branches, as if only her spirit were rising. The three-eyed raven had transformed into its avian form, its tail trailing gray-black embers. They continued to ascend, soaring until they reached the heavens. This perspective resembled that of a cinematic view, gazing down at Earth from the vastness of space. Bai Ling beheld an expansive stretch of land, surrounded by vast oceans. Some marine regions were shrouded by tempestuous thunderclouds, forming colossal tornadoes. The hues of the oceans varied dramatically. She even glimpsed a deep crimson sea. The continent of Westeros lay in the upper left quadrant of her vision, with Essos to the right. These two lands ought to be vibrant and verdant, yet Bai Ling discerned an anomaly. Small scarlet spots were slowly writhing across the continent. In proportion, these crimson blemishes appeared to be the size of human villages. What could those be? Those ominous scarlets. Her gaze shifted towards the eastern spine of the continent, traversing the shattered remnants of Valyria, all the way to the distant east. The fabled Ashai was engulfed in a thick layer of gray mist. The fog reached nearly to the stratosphere, and within it, strange creatures could be discerned writhing. Further east of Ashai lay a staggering, indescribable black rift. It resembled some colossal entity, akin to a realm of another dimension. The world east of the Shadowlands had been completely obliterated, devoured entirely. What is that? Is this world real? Bai Ling felt an overwhelming dread, a tremor emanating from her very soul. That rift was nothing less than the embodiment of void itself. It was gradually expanding, growing. Even the mist, alive in its essence above the Shadowlands, would utterly disintegrate upon contact with the rift. It is time to return. The Raven's voice echoed. Accompanied by a sensation of uncontrollable descent, Bai Ling was once again acutely aware of her body's coldness and pain. They had returned beneath the tree of faces in the cavern. Chapter 145, The Power of Idealism. When Bai Ling opened her eyes once more, she found herself standing atop the wall in the north. Before her lay a magnificent and towering landscape, one she had previously only glimpsed in the realm of Game of Thrones. Beneath the towering ice wall, amidst the flickering shadows of trees, countless eyes gleamed with a haunting blue light. The resentments of the deceased coiled around her like a palpable force, layering themselves within the wall, probing to breach its defenses and consume the living. You must command your mind, O stranger, lest you be entirely devoured by your own power. She turned her head to see the three-eyed raven standing beside her, both gazing into the infinite expanse of the dark forest. Bai Ling, perplexed, responded, I do not comprehend your words. Time is of the essence. Listen to me first. Since your arrival in this world, the timeline has gradually diverged. The initial catalyst for the turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms was none other than Rhaegar Targaryen and the Stark family of the North. Rhaegar's intended queen was to be Elia Martell. By this point, they should have already welcomed 2 sons and a daughter. Following the tournament at Harrenhal, Lyanna Stark would be taken by Prince Rhaegar, giving birth to Jon Snow, the future commander of the Night's Watch. Fueled by vengeance over the abduction of his betrothed, Robert Baratheon of Storm's End would rise in rebellion, uniting the houses of Arryn, Baratheon, Tully, and Stark to ignite the War of the Usurper. Approximately 30 years later, King Robert Baratheon ordered Ned Stark to serve as Hand of the King, and after Ned's demise, the War of the Five Kings erupted over the Iron Throne. On another continent, guided by the Red Comet, Daenerys Targaryen's 3 dragons were hatched, heralding the emergence of the Mother of Dragons, the new queen of the Seven Kingdoms. Observing the astonishment etched on Bai Ling's face, the three-eyed raven paused and remarked, This is a future you have foreseen, is it not? We have all acknowledged it as the trajectory of fate within the Game of Thrones. However, due to your profound rejection of the world's reality, an unknown rift has appeared at the continent's edge, altering the future. Aerys Targaryen will succumb to a dreadful blood curse, while blood sorcerers from the lands of darkness will bring endless calamities to Westeros. Yet, this is not the most terrifying aspect. At this juncture, the three-eyed raven cast a bewildered glance at Bai Ling. When the stars align in disarray, a phenomenon known as the convergence of celestial spheres will manifest in Westeros. While the exact mutations this convergence will bring remain uncertain, I can assert that all of this stems from you and must ultimately be resolved by you. What are you saying? How could I possibly wield such influence? Bai Ling scoffed at the absurdity of the notion. And what of the convergence of celestial spheres? Is that not part of the demon-hunting worldview? Will those monsters and phantoms also emerge in Westeros due to the convergence? What of the White Wolf? Will demon hunters follow in its wake? Is this not a medieval mishmash? Bai Ling pondered in disarray. She did not dismiss the three-eyed raven's assertions. Deep down, she had always believed this world to be an illusion, perhaps merely a vivid dream of her own. The three-eyed raven waved his hand, summoning a flurry of raven feathers that enveloped their forms, and in an instant, Bai Ling found herself in a new location. It was a desolate village steeped in the aura of death, once one of the many primitive settlements of Westeros. However, now the houses and structures have crumbled and ignited, strewn with the lifeless bodies of humanity, marred by grotesque, dark crimson decay. The blood coursing through these bodies has melted their flesh, ultimately transforming into a viscous mass, exuding a mist of sanguine vapors. Countless dark red, fungal-like plants have taken root amidst the flesh and heaps of corpses, proliferating wildly. Among these, one can faintly discern numerous livestock and wild animals partially dissolved, while the fully grown fungi are being devoured by grotesque creatures of bizarre forms. This place has unequivocally morphed into a hellish realm, where the fungi and monsters have forged a new, otherworldly ecological cycle, nourished by the remains of humans and beasts. Bai Ling and the three-eyed crow navigate through the myriad of fungi and decaying flesh. Though the stench eludes her senses, it evokes a visceral urge to retch. Bai Ling surveys her surroundings, realizing that this devastation stems from the scarlet lesions she had observed from the heights above. What could this possibly be? She could not help but inquire. The three-eyed crow offered no response, merely gazing into the distance. A group of figures galloped towards the village. Among them, fully armed soldiers were accompanied by a significant number of robed practitioners. Each face bore a mask akin to those used in quarantine, securely concealing their mouths and noses. Their apprehension at the village's grim state rendered them reluctant to approach. Under the soldiers' insistence, the practitioners begrudgingly commenced their prayers over the village, dispersing potions. Reluctantly, the soldiers, under the officer's whip, began to move barrels of oil, preparing to incinerate the area. The flames proved effective against the fungi and remnants of flesh, and the expressions of soldiers and practitioners lightened, evidently believing their task was nearly complete. Yet, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The ground beneath the black-red fungi quaked violently before a grotesque assembly emerged. These entities appeared to be fashioned from the remnants of living beings, the most terrifying being a colossal figure composed of countless human corpses and entrails. The soldiers and practitioners were paralyzed with fear, scattering in terror without a thought of resistance. The blood-and-flesh giant flung a length of intestine several meters long, ensnaring a human and dragging them back. The remnants of the once burning black-red fungi swiftly ensnared the living, enveloping them amidst a chorus of screams. These patchwork monstrosities seemed to be symbiotic with the black-red fungi, feeding upon them. The soil beneath writhed violently, as if something was approaching the living. It was indiscernible, yet one by one, people were drawn into the earth, followed by a torrent of fresh blood erupting forth. Witnessing this scene, those with courage turned back to confront the monsters. However, blades and swords met the decaying branches and flesh with no effect. Instead, humans fell one after another, ensnared by the black-red fungi, ultimately becoming fodder for the creatures. What on earth are these things? Bai Ling gasped, the unfolding events utterly shattering her recollections of fire and ice. The Red Death, the three-eyed crow observed impassively, shaking its head. Such a contagion, wrought by the blood sorcerer, could not possibly yield such dreadful effects. This is no longer the Red Death. White Spirit could only watch helplessly as knights and monks were besieged by monsters and mycelium. Utterly powerless, as the last few aged knights prepared to draw their swords in sacrifice, she closed her eyes, choosing not to witness the impending horror. Upon reopening her eyes, she beheld a foreigner. All of this chaos arose from him and must also be brought to an end by him. Tears unconsciously welled in her eyes as she struggled to comprehend the terrifying scene unfolding before her, a horror film materializing in Westeros. It resembled an apocalyptic vision, far surpassing the brutality of human conflict. Yet, just as the soldiers were on the brink of a grim demise, a twist of fate emerged. A magnificent white steed materialized in the fray, and a silver-haired swordsman leapt high, drawing two gleaming blades that swiftly struck down the monstrosity. In the blinding silver light, the grotesque amalgamation of flesh and the giant's corpse roared and was reduced to ashes. From the depths of the earth, countless black and crimson tendrils surged toward the swordsman, poised to strike. In that fateful moment, two luminous sigils appeared upon the swordsman, shielding him from the creature's assault while unleashing torrents of fierce flames that incinerated the monsters and mycelium before him. The swordsman's eyes were engulfed in darkness, his pupils obscured. His face and muscles were riddled with pulsating veins, resembling serpents in their movement. Despite his slaying of the creatures, he bore an appearance eerily akin to that of the monsters themselves. With astonishing swiftness, the silver-haired swordsman vanquished the creatures and mycelium, summoning flames through radiant sigils, thereby purging the village completely. As he regained his semblance of humanity and approached the fortunate survivors, the knights instinctively recoiled a few steps. They questioned his identity, or rather, what he truly was, and sought to understand the nature of the fleshly monstrosities and the black-red mycelium. The three-eyed crow turned to White Spirit, realizing she had become utterly transfixed. Jaylock, is this still the familiar world of ice and fire she once knew? How could monsters and witchers have emerged? The three-eyed crow seemed to sense her thoughts, speaking each word with solemnity. Master your mind, foreigner. The world is shifting in accordance with your thoughts. The moment you utter the unexpected law, the unforeseen has already transpired. Chapter 146. The Witcher, the silver-haired swordsman, who White Spirit and the three-eyed crow beheld, was none other than Alder, who claimed to hail from Redania. He possessed a peculiar aura, markedly distinct from that of the denizens of Westeros, more perilous and shadowy. He disregarded the knights and monks he had rescued. As those unfortunate souls fled in terror, their spirits shattered. Silently, he tended to the aftermath, clearing away the remaining monsters and incinerating the grotesque corpses, as though accustomed to such grim tasks. Alder lingered by the pyre, watching as the flames consumed the remnants of the corpses and only departed once the fire had dwindled. He sensed that the journey ahead would no longer be dull. The infectious red mycelium birthed by this plague and its accompanying creatures posed an ever greater threat. Alder lifted his gaze, squinting at the crescent moon hanging in the sky. The luminous edge of the moon subtly cast a dark crimson hue. His eyes, akin to those of a wolf, narrowed and transformed slightly, perceiving the moon as a living entity that appeared to contract, as if in the throes of labor. With a sigh, Alder sensed that his brief period of tranquility was destined to be shattered once more. He had not anticipated that this world would witness celestial convergence. Could it be a consequence of the anomalies he had introduced? The newly emerged monstrous species in Westeros did not feature in his compendium of creatures. Yet there were similar entities. If his conjectures were accurate, this creature had the capacity to infect all living beings, humans, animals, and plants, draining their vitality to transform them into its protectors, flesh monstrosities. This was a rather troublesome predicament, one that could hardly be resolved by an ordinary monster hunter. He must seek out a ruler. Moreover, the denizens of this realm were ill-equipped to confront the abomination of flesh, a curse originating from the depths of darkness. Alder, accustomed to the rigors of the wilderness, had once found solace in merely kindling a fire and wrapping himself in a cloak to sleep through the night in his own world. Yet during his time in Westeros, he felt somewhat unaccustomed to the discomforts of camping outdoors, akin to a wild boar fed on chaff. He poked at the fire, extracting a tuber resembling a clod of earth, roasting it before bringing it to his lips, lost in reverie of feasting on roasted meat and mead back in Harrenhal. As he gnawed, his hand stealthily inched toward the silver sword at his side. Suddenly, a wild horse burst forth from the underbrush, accompanied by a shrill scream. As a slender figure plummeted to the ground, Alder's reflexes outpaced his thoughts, and he deftly caught the woman who was on the verge of being severely injured. A waft of delicate fragrance infiltrated his nostrils, stirring a peculiar sensation within him. Upon recognizing the individual, Alder's expression darkened. "What are you doing here again?" Lyanna Stark, her hair a tangled mess, hastily swept it back and exclaimed, "Check on my horse." The monster hunter's keen senses had already detected the foul stench emanating from the horse. With ease, he subdued the frenzied steed, twisting his waist to break its neck. Lyanna gasped in shock, not expecting this man to act so ruthlessly. Yet she quickly realized that the horse was indeed gravely afflicted. Curiosity surged within her as she leaned closer to observe Alder inspecting the horse's eyes. What is wrong with it? Why has it gone mad? Upon meeting Alder's gaze, Lyanna was momentarily entranced. His pupils had constricted and elongated, the whites of his eyes gradually consumed by darkness, reminiscent of a mutated ice wolf. Yet, this inhuman visage only served to enhance his formidable and enigmatic presence. Moreover, his physique was remarkably imposing. As her gaze drifted downward to his neck, Lyanna found herself mesmerized, even questioning her own self-image. Was this not too grand, making her feel diminutive by comparison? The horse had been infected. Alder remained oblivious to the girl's contemplation as he drew his sword, slicing through the horse's neck. The incision revealed tiny blood vessels writhing as if alive, the flesh exhibiting an unusual purplish-black hue, with blood seemingly vanishing. a stark contrast to the appearance of a creature freshly deceased. In your world, a terrifying plague known as the Blood Plague is emerging, a disease that transforms deceased beings into grotesque monstrosities. What are you looking at? Ald inquired with an air of curiosity. For a fleeting moment, Lyanna felt a pang of panic, yet she quickly seized upon the mention of the word plague. Are you referring to a contagious disease? Is it highly infectious? Ald replied. It is a variant of the Blood Plague, but I do not comprehend its cure. I am merely a butcher. Lyanna's expression turned peculiar. A butcher? I had assumed you were a freelance mercenary. Ald chuckled knowingly. No, I excel at slaying monsters or men. My lady, have you been following me in hopes of experiencing my great sword firsthand? Lyanna's eyes widened, finding a thrill in his audacious flirtation, something she had never encountered before. Regrettably, Ald scoffed and dismissed her, turning his attention to the task at hand. He led his horse into the woods, gathered kindling, and sprinkled it with medicinal oil, swiftly reducing the horse to a pile of ashes. He then encircled the campsite with powder, ensuring his preparations were complete before sitting down to gnaw at a chunk of black earth. Lyanna, her curiosity piqued, watched intently and asked, "What are you eating? Black potatoes? Some sort of insect that grows on tree roots," Ald replied. Lyanna stifled a gag, unable to comprehend or accept such a meal. Ald cast her a sidelong glance. Recognizing her as a harbinger of trouble, he truly wished to avoid entanglements with the nobility, resolutely deciding to escort her to the nearby Lord's castle at dawn. Heaven knows when her father or family might arrive with a throng of soldiers and knights to demand retribution, subsequently tossing him into a moldy dungeon. Lyanna, with a clever glint in her eye, produced a pouch and eagerly offered it to Ald, saying, "Please eat this, teacher." "Do not call me that," Ald replied coolly, though he did not refuse her kindness. After all, why turn down a delectable treat? The pouch was modest in size, containing fragrant roasted beans, a few flattened white breads, and dried meat, which he devoured without reservation. This was truly food for humans, especially after his arduous journey. As he turned to seek water, Lyanna promptly presented another pouch with enthusiasm. Ald took a tentative sip, his eyes lighting up as he began to gulp it down. Soon, the pouch was empty, and he regretfully turned it upside down, asking, "Is there more?" Lyanna smirked with satisfaction. "I brought only these, but if you are willing to teach me, I shall share the brewing method with you. This is a secret concoction invented by my dear friend, known only to me." Ald savored the taste, reflecting on how delightful the beverage was, devoid of any sour or strange flavors, only the refreshing aroma of wheat with a lingering sweetness. He had traversed many lands, wagering that no one could ever brew such a drink. Although he found it regrettable, he ultimately declined Lyanna's offer. The harsh realities of a demon hunter were not suited for a pampered noble girl, especially considering the brutal trials one must endure to harness the power of the sigils. It would be a tragedy for such a stunning beauty to perish in the merciless grass trial. Alder resolutely rejected Lyanna, stating, "At dawn, I shall escort you back to the nearest town. I am a butcher, not a nursemaid to entertain a noble lady." With that, he lay down, turning his back. "If you do not wish to sleep, then tend to the fire," he thought. Lyanna glared at Alder's broad back, determined in her heart that she would find a way to follow him. Meanwhile, at Harrenhal, the disappearance of Lyanna Stark sparked a minor commotion. Jon Arryn, burdened with the new orders from Prince Rhaegar, was further distracted as he had to allocate men to search for her, leaving him utterly overwhelmed. However, more dire matters awaited his attention. Ravens had brought grim tidings that, aside from the north, the rest of the Seven Kingdoms were increasingly afflicted by the Red Death, a disease marked by its rapid contagion and fatality. The tournament at Harrenhal had concluded hastily, the joy of Rhaegar Targaryen's recovery overshadowed by the rampant spread of the Red Death. This insidious plague, which had appeared without warning, spread swiftly and was incurable. Once infected, death was inevitable. Even more horrifying, the deceased would be consumed by a crimson fungus, transforming them into grotesque abominations. The only recourse was to incinerate these bodies and purge the infected villages. Scholars were at a loss, as the scant records in the Citadel spoke only of a common contagion, devoid of any transformative properties. At this juncture, King Aerys Targaryen of King's Landing issued a decree for Prince Rhaegar and Queen Elia, still at Harrenhal, to return to the capital swiftly. Rhaegar found himself in a precarious situation. The true king's body had already been cremated, and they were temporarily unable to prove Aerys was an impostor. Many of the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms remained loyal to the king, although Rhaegar believed he had a considerable chance of victory should hostilities erupt. He was the future king and rightful heir to the Iron Throne. He could not stand idly by while his people suffered the ravages of the Red Death, compounded by the horrors of war. The prince's council convened daily, yet Rhaegar, still recovering from his illness, found the intense workload draining his vitality. Before long, he was confined to his bed once more. That night, in the distant forests outside Harrenhal, a colossal creature alighted silently, its wings folding into the form of a slender young woman amidst a swirling mist. Shadows emerged from the trees, bowing respectfully to her. "Your Highness," they murmured. "White lilies." She replied, "I have received my aunt's request, and I shall depart at once." She gazed toward Harrenhal, whispering, "I must first see Rhaegar." Chapter 147. Daenerys. Due to the mounting pressures, Rhaegar's health had further deteriorated. The king's death, the plague's devastation, and the turmoil both within and beyond his realm weighed heavily upon this young monarch. The arrival of white lilies bore yet more ominous news. A celestial convergence was imminent on the continent of Westeros. The mutations of the Red Death and the emergence of previously unseen monstrosities were but manifestations of the cosmic alignment soon to come. The Bachelor and the Stargazer have observed abnormalities in the celestial phenomena, yet White Spirit possesses a more profound understanding. When the celestial spheres converge, the world is destined to be invaded by monstrous entities from various dimensions. The sorcerers and wizards of Westeros have not mastered the definitive means to vanquish these fiends. The ancient, arcane spells of great mystery and peril have long been lost to time, rendering most of these practitioners mere conjurers of tricks. It is quite natural, considering that this world of ice and fire belongs to a realm of low magic, much like that of The Witcher, where ordinary folk coexist with the supernatural. A concept unfathomable in this context. Take, for instance, the plague known as the Red Death. It was originally merely a biological contagion. Although the afflicted appear wretched and horrific, it is, in fact, curable. However, under the influence of interdimensional forces, the Red Death has undergone a transformation, spreading with alarming rapidity, potentially catalyzed by human intervention. Rhaegar finds himself unable to discern the truth of the matter. All he desires is a solution to the convergence of the celestial spheres. He must locate the individual who can unlock the portal. Someone has established coordinates in Westeros, guiding those time-traveling monstrosities to this very place. Thus, this portal must be sealed to bring an end to the turmoil. White Spirit averts her gaze from Rhaegar's haggard visage, fearing that concern and sorrow may overwhelm her. Perhaps the false king concealed in King's Landing is our target. Could he be the one who opened the portal? Rhaegar inquires. I will ascertain the truth. You should remain here and focus on your recovery. Your aunt must have informed you of my relationship with Daenerys. I am now the sole member of our lineage capable of transforming into a dragon. This will bolster your reign and render the false king insignificant. At this moment, White Spirit hesitates. Though the timing is inopportune, she speaks nonetheless. I am your sister. Our blood ties are too close for comfort, and it would be wise to end our union here. She strives to appear composed and self-assured, yet Rhaegar instantly discerns her intentions. You wish to depart. You do not want to acknowledge our marriage due to our kinship? Rhaegar expresses disbelief, finding the notion presented by Rhaenys utterly absurd. Rhaenys, you must comprehend one essential truth. The blood of House Targaryen flows with fire, and the union of kin is the most fitting. I require you, and I need an heir, otherwise, upon my demise, it remains uncertain who shall claim the Iron Throne. Perhaps it could be your little sister who ascends to the Iron Throne. White Spirit cannot help but interject. Should Rhaegar meet an untimely fate, the most fitting successor to the throne would be Daenerys, the future Dragon Queen. For this, she could ruthlessly eliminate any obstacles in her path. Rhaegar frowns. Is this what you foresee? I know you possess the prophetic ability to glimpse fragments of the future. Shall we have a sister? Did our mother conceive before our father's death? Clearly, the queen would not divulge everything to Rhaegar, planting seeds of doubt within him. As for the authenticity of White Spirit's premonition, a simple inquiry to Queen Rhaella would reveal the truth. The child remains nestled within her mother's womb, rendering all speculation futile. Rhaegar shook his head firmly. Impossible. I cannot fathom a scenario in which the Iron Throne would be occupied by my yet-to-be-born sister. Is it because the queen cannot? Baelish inquired deliberately. Rhaegar's countenance hardened, his demeanor grave and solemn as if swearing an oath. Because I shall never relinquish the throne. Nor shall I perish. My reign will endure and flourish. So, return to my side. Rhaenys, you have been away long enough. A flicker of anger surged within Baelish. Rhaegar seemed to regard her as his possession. Was he truly so certain that she would heed his call? After all they had endured, could Rhaegar believe she could return to him as an untroubled talisman? They had never truly understood one another. Suddenly, she recalled Doran and the words of Helga, who once remarked that Rhaegar treated her like a pet. She could not conceive of a reason to remain. Perhaps it was merely her utility that kept her tethered. For a ruler, dragons symbolize the ultimate assurance of power. Moreover, a human capable of transforming into a dragon embodies an intoxicating allure of magic. Now, Baelish yearned to conclude all matters and, through the portal of convergence, seek a path back to her own world. Though hope was scant, she had resolved firmly. With that thought, she ceased her prattle, casting aside a promise to remedy the red fever before sealing the accursed portal and soaring away as a dragon. Dawnblade emerged from the shadows, gazing towards the direction of the departing dragon, remarking, "Rhaenys has changed significantly." Rhaegar leaned wearily against his seat. After such a brief exchange, he felt his vitality waning. The blood poison had inflicted severe damage upon his body, though he projected an air of confidence. In truth, only the gods knew how much longer he could endure. The death of Aerys Targaryen was a boon for Rhaegar. Despite his reluctance to accept the extent of his father's madness, he could not deny that when Aerys had employed blood sorcery to poison his own son, the bond of father and son had disintegrated. All that remained was an aging lion, wary of the young lion's prowess. Now, he possessed evidence of his father's treachery. Once he eliminated the false king of King's Landing, he would be crowned as the rightful ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, the master of the Iron Throne. As for Rhaenys' reluctance to ascend as queen, that could be easily addressed. He remembered Lyanna Stark, a dear friend of Rhaenys. If persuading Rhaenys proved futile, perhaps the safety of her friend would compel her to yield. Rhaegar summoned his servant. "Fetch the queen. Do you truly believe you will have a sister?" Arthur Dayne asked, breaking the silence. In an uncharacteristic moment of vulnerability with his closest friend, Rhaegar shared, "You know, Arthur, I once dreamt a dream. In that dream, the Hall of Summer was not consumed by flames. My grandfather, his ministers, and the tall Duncan were all alive. Their rituals succeeded, and the dragon eggs hatched amidst green fire. I am unequivocally certain that the hatching dragon egg in my dream belongs to Rhaenys. That petite dragon bears an uncanny resemblance to Rhaenys herself. It has been said that the Targaryen lineage sporadically manifests prophetic abilities. Had our ancestors, who once instigated the Dance of Dragons, shared this conviction as fervently as I do, dragons would not have faced extinction." The attendant soon returned with news. "Your Highness, the queen awaits outside. Shall I grant her entry?" "Yes." Arthur Dayne has once again concealed himself, Rhaegar observed with a gentle shake of his head. "It perplexes me how a knight of his stature has adopted the habits of an assassin." Queen Rhaella is deeply concerned for Rhaegar's well-being. Yet before she could voice her thoughts, Rhaegar inquired, "Mother, have you conceived?" The surprise that flickered across Queen Rhaella's face was fleeting, and she quickly grasped the implication. "Is it you or Rhaenys? What have you both seen? Since succumbing to the blood poison, I have been unable to perceive fragments of the future. It was Rhaenys who foretold that we shall have a sister. Perhaps, in the days to come, she may ascend the Iron Throne." "That is impossible." Queen Rhaella firmly rejected the notion. "For I shall send this child to the Lost Lands. She must undergo the dragon hatching ceremony to become a reborn dragon of House Targaryen." Chapter 148. The Inner Workings of the Secretive Order. The fleeing Lyanna, Queen Rhaella casually determined the fate of the child within her womb. Confident that the girl destined to be named Daenerys would, barring unforeseen circumstances, emerge as a new dragon. She firmly believed that the resurgence of dragons would inevitably restore the Targaryen prestige and power to its former glory, akin to the radiant era of the Wise King. Or perhaps even further back to the days of ancient Valyria, when multitudes of dragons danced across the skies in a magnificent spectacle. However, the thought of the headstrong Rhaenys brought a frown to Queen Rhaella's brow. She is unwilling to continue her marriage to Rhaegar, showing no desire to propagate the Targaryen line. A strategy must be devised to rein her in. Rhaegar, who had been observing the queen thoughtfully, spoke. "Mother, I am your son. We are naturally allies. Thus I trust that you shall not conceal any truths from me, correct? Of course, you remain my sovereign, the new master of the Iron Throne," Queen Rhaella replied gracefully, her expression tender as she regarded Rhaegar. "I require more detailed information regarding the Secretive Order. Their recent activities indicate a fragmentation into more than 2 factions. Are you aware of their movements?" A flicker of concern crossed Queen Rhaella's features. "You suspect they are connected to the event known as the convergence of the celestial sphere?" Rhaegar asserted, "Is it not evident? The Order would not overlook anything pertaining to sorcery, monstrous beings, ancient secrets, or supernatural powers. Not to mention, such a wondrous celestial phenomenon that enables disparate worlds to intersect is too significant for them to ignore. The affairs of the court have detained you long enough. It is time to retreat into the shadows," Rhaegar concluded. Though still troubled by her son's health, Queen Rhaella recognized the truth in his words. Throughout history, The Targaryens have consistently arranged for their family members to vie for positions of power within the secretive council. For they must steadfastly grasp the discourse of supernatural forces in the dark realms after the loss of their dragons. As one of the council leaders, she had not paid heed to the internal whispers for quite some time. Recently, a series of events seemed to spiral beyond control, prompting Queen Rhaella to take the initiative to return to King's Landing, one of her strongholds. Rhaegar, now in a state of utter weakness, was a source of great reluctance for Rhaella to depart. However, for the sake of securing his claim to the Iron Throne, she felt compelled to leave. She pressed a gentle kiss to Rhaegar's forehead and bid him farewell. My child, you are the one blessed by the gods, destined to carry forth the glory of the Targaryens. Any obstacles that lie ahead will be cleared away by me, your mother. You need not feel obliged to fulfill your betrothal to Rhaenys. With Illyris deceased, perhaps you could seek a more fitting bride. I've heard there are a few commendable ladies among the Lannisters, aside from Cersei. Rhaegar did not respond but calmly stated, Mother, it is time for you to go. To marry one of Cersei's sisters? He feared that what would be delivered to his bed would be nothing but a cold corpse. The jealousy of women is trifling, but the most terrifying aspect lies in their ignorance of their own malice, always believing others to be fools. Why did the queen suddenly bring this up? Rhaegar summoned the head of the palace guards, inquiring, what has the queen been doing during this time? Whom has she met? The captain stuttered, unable to articulate, clearly indicating that the queen maintained tight control over her subordinates. The prince, feeling a twinge of irritation, waved him away. At that moment, Arthur Dayne whispered from behind, the spider has arrived. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow in surprise. Let him enter. Clad in sumptuous silk, with a polished scalp, the Grand Maester Varys approached with clasped hands. My dear king, it brings me immense joy to see your health restored. Rhaegar was not taken aback by the arrival of the head of the eunuchs. He reclined back against the soft silk pillows. It seems the recent turmoil in King's Landing has compelled you, dear spider, to emerge from your lair. Varys remained unflustered, seemingly impervious to any offense. I am your loyal servant, your majesty. Naturally, I am wherever you are. Rhaegar chuckled. The king is quite comfortably seated upon the throne of King's Landing, yet you speak as though you fear not being deemed a traitor. Varys remained silent, still wearing that gentle smile, appearing harmless. Just the right moment for you to arrive. I have tasks for you. Rhaegar tossed several unsealed scrolls into the eunuch's arms. Investigate the recent activities of this organization, ascertain their whereabouts, and identify which nobles they are in contact with. A detailed list of their leaders would be most gratifying. Varys slowly unfurled the scrolls, first furrowing his brow, then falling into contemplation. Your Majesty, perhaps I may require some assistance. Rhaegar nodded. Certainly. I have heard you possess some less amiable and rather dangerous little spiders. Varys lowered his gaze. They are but mere insects. Perhaps I could reach out to the Sorcerers Guild in the Citadel? Go ahead, take the plunge. The Hyder family will lend their assistance. Meanwhile, Ald of Rydania and his relentless companion, Lyanna Stark, are frantically fleeing for their lives. Their journey began with little peril, as Ald possessed remarkable skills and some unique powers, particularly the arcane seals that made Lyanna envious, allowing him to vanquish foes with ease. Yet, the world often reveals its peculiarities, where human hearts can be more treacherous than monsters. Ald utilized his special abilities to track the locations of emerging fiends. Initially, only the villages plagued by the mutated Red Death were affected. This aberrant disease spawned a living fungus that corrupted and coexisted with all organisms, transforming them into mere shells of their former selves. Such entities were not particularly difficult to confront, as the flames of the arcane seals could easily purify them. However, due to the excessive consumption of his powers, Ald found himself in a state that bordered on monstrous, feared and shunned by humans who even attempted to have knights capture him for purification. Consequently, Ald had to lead Lyanna away from human settlements or send her alone to procure supplies. Yet, a noble maiden, unaccustomed to the rigors of adventure, drained their once bountiful purse merely by seeking out basic provisions. Ald, shaking the now empty pouch, gazed at Lyanna, whose head nearly sank into her chest in embarrassment. With a sigh, he remarked, "It is time to earn some coin." As time progressed, the anomalies drawn by the convergence of celestial spheres grew increasingly numerous and bizarre. Lords across the lands began to organize their forces for self-preservation, clearing infected villages while hastily harvesting crops. The variety of monsters proliferated, and Ald and Lyanna stumbled upon a harpy's nest in the mountain pass, only to find themselves pursued. Had Ald been alone, he would have felt no fear toward these beasts, readily severing their parts for profit. However, the burden of Lyanna Stark from the north weighed heavily upon him. With swords dancing in a tempestuous flurry, The two fled while simultaneously fending off the shrieking harpies that pursued them. Fortuitously, Lyanna's exceptional horsemanship allowed Ald to divert his attention to combating the monsters. Wow, I've never seen such a creature, Lyanna exclaimed as she galloped, stealing glances at the oddly enchanting harpies. Observing the upper halves of the harpies, one could perceive a wild, untamed beauty, particularly their magnificent and voluptuous forms that surged with every leap. However, their lower bodies bore the talons of eagles, and their shoulders sported wings, enabling them to move with remarkable swiftness, particularly adept at diving attacks from great heights. The harpies' piercing cries could disturb the mind, and their talons were capable of shredding any prey of equal size. Had Ald not been an experienced demon hunter, constantly enveloping them in the protective Quinn seal, they would have been halted long ago. Are you seriously lamenting in the midst of this? Watch the road, Ald shouted in frustration, completely losing his composure in the presence of a lady. The girl clung on like an unyielding piece of gum, driving everyone to distraction. How long must they be pursued? Lyanna shouted. The harpies' shrill screams were unbearably piercing, forcing them to raise their voices to communicate. Ahead lay a lake. Let us plunge in. Harpies detest water. Ald conjured another explosive fire spell, sending a harpy with crimson fur and golden eyes crashing to the ground. Can they? A look of regret flickered across Lyanna's face as she inquired further. What did you say? Ald scratched his ear and bellowed back. Lyanna shouted with all her might. Can they be tamed? Coughing, she nearly choked on her own saliva. They had already entered the lake's vicinity. Lyanna gently tugged on the reins, guiding her horse cautiously into the water from a safe distance. The harpies had pursued them too far, with eggs hatching in their nests. They could only roar in frustration before turning back. Lyanna lamented, I hardly recognize Westeros anymore. Change is everywhere. Ald gazed at her with newfound admiration, realizing the audacity and spirit of this noble girl. She actually wished to tame creatures from another world? Chapter 149. A dance of demons in Westeros. Lyanna Stark raced through the wilderness alongside the demon hunter Ald. She was relishing the thrill, while Jon Arryn and her kin from the north were nearly driven to madness. Rumors had spread that she sought out Ald, leading to whispers of the noble lady of the north eloping with a mercenary. Strangely, the gossip had taken on a life of its own, especially since Lyanna had always been somewhat indifferent toward the Lord of Storm's End, a fact that was evident to all. Many gullible souls believed the tale, particularly Robert, who was beside himself with rage. As the Lord of Storm's End, he dared to ignore Rhaegar's summons and instead led his knights on a frantic chase after Lyanna, vowing to catch the pair and personally dismember the man. Ned could not contain the wrathful Robert, and when he sought assistance from his foster father Jon Arryn, he found Jon preoccupied with matters of far greater consequence. The spread of the Red Death was alarmingly swift, as if some malevolent force had descended upon the realm. Westeros, having enjoyed a long summer of relative peace without significant turmoil, was caught off guard by such a plague. Meanwhile, the fateful convergence of celestial bodies drew closer, heralding the emergence of countless creatures from the mists, never before seen in this world. Much of the Westerosi continent, the entire realm of ice and fire, gradually succumbed to a palpable sense of dread, as though an unprecedented catastrophe loomed on the horizon. Lords abandoned their goblets and cast aside their beautiful concubines, reluctantly donning ill-fitting armor passed down through generations, and raised their swords to defend their territories. Failure to do so would result in their lands becoming haunted ruins, and their subjects turned into prey or companions for the lurking monstrosities. Once scorned and reviled, the sorcerers and warlocks have now transformed into esteemed guests of the nobility. At this moment, Jon Arryn is receiving a contingent of exorcists, purportedly from the Shadowlands. Since the awakening of Rhaegar Targaryen, the Hall of Heroes has become the new hub of activity, attracting the heirs to the throne. Following the successful conclusion of the tournament, the nobles have recruited numerous skilled individuals, utilizing this opportunity to forge new alliances and bolster their family legacies. Mercenaries have also found their new patrons, continuing to fight for gold and glory. The group that Jon is meeting is a curious amalgamation of individuals, seemingly emerging from a distant continent. Despite the monstrous incursions in Essos due to the convergence of celestial bodies, the region is rife with more untamed cults and a more rugged populace. In fact, the losses incurred there are arguably less than those suffered in Westeros. Besides Essos, there are also individuals hailing from even more distant isles and the Shadowlands. Among them are fearsome, deformed mercenaries, tattooed men in dark robes, fire sorcerers laden with unknown vials and alchemical pots, as well as Dothraki and a peculiar breed of lizard men. The heads of these lizard men resemble actual lizards, yet their bodies are robust and masculine. Countless onlookers, filled with trepidation and curiosity, whisper among themselves, causing the lizard men to appear unusually agitated, their forked tongues hissing as they scent the air. The leader of this strange assembly is an elderly woman with hair resembling a mass of seaweed, cradling an utterly hairless, grotesque old cat in her arms. The cat bears a striking resemblance to a nightmarish, malformed infant, perfectly aligning with her dark identity as a witch. Noble lord, I assure you, my team possesses the capability to eradicate the monsters plaguing your lands, she declares. Her coarse voice resembles the croaking of countless toads, prompting Jon Arryn to momentarily cover his ears. The price is not an issue, but I require complete eradication. Understand this. Should any of those wretched creatures remain and harm my subjects, I shall see you and your men bound to the pyre. Of course, esteemed lord. Those of us in this line of work are well versed in the rules. If you provide an advance of 500 gold dragons, we shall commence immediately. Jon Arryn inquires. I am curious. How do you intend to deal with the monsters that dwell amongst the mycelium? The old witch exchanges glances with the fire sorcerer in her company, reluctantly responding, Fire, my lord. Surely you have observed that a fierce blaze can vanquish them. The rest is merely trivial cleanup, is it not? We sorcerers possess some knowledge of epidemiology as well. Hearing this, Jon Arryn's brow slightly relaxes. It appears these are not mere charlatans seeking easy coin. Given the afflictions plaguing the Seven Kingdoms, their assistance is indeed a necessity. He nods to his knight commander, who steps forward. Go, receive the payment. The lord has consented to employ you. Very well, very well. You are truly a sagacious lord. After bidding farewell to the peculiar coven of sorcerers, the attendants, pinching their noses and grimacing, set about tidying the room. This unruly band of barbarians and monsters exhibited a complete lack of decorum, displaying rudeness in the presence of adults, oblivious to the need for cleanliness, leaving filth strewn about. Jon Arryn, however, remained unfazed by the disarray, having witnessed the chaos of barbaric wars in his youth. He was more intrigued by the hideous cat cradled in the witch's arms. Its lack of fur and grotesqueness mattered little, but the cat's gaze was unsettling, as if it were pondering something profound while observing him. Its eyes seemed to assess his status and influence. Instead of pocketing the payment for herself, the witch distributed the coins among her followers, who immediately erupted in cheers and scattered in search of amusement. She retreated into her tent, gently placing the elderly cat down and kneeling respectfully. My lord, the children have obeyed your command and set out to seek the one you desire. They will surely find her. The old cat found a comfortable spot and curled up, its barbed tongue licking its paws, before speaking in a deep, elegant feminine voice. Excellent. I consent the child's presence. She has lingered here for quite some time. Discover her whereabouts, and it would be best to bring her before me. The old witch lifted her head, her hair resembling seaweed, and tentatively replied, My lord, my ailment has improved considerably, but age has rendered me easily fatigued, and I fear I may not perform your bidding adequately. Might you grant me some additional potions? The old cat licked its paws, its piercing eyes fixed intently on the witch. Startled by the cat's gaze, the witch quickly bowed her head. Yes, I apologize. I have been too greedy. Please rest. Humph, a covetous insect, the old cat muttered, resuming its grooming. Suddenly, its body began to convulse violently, as if some creature were desperately trying to break free from beneath its skin. The cat thrashed and rolled, emitting a chilling howl. It cried out in a woman's voice, Stop, cease. I will find her. After a long struggle, the old cat finally lay still, disguised as a commoner. White Spirit had infiltrated King's Landing for several days. Everything appeared normal. Flea Bottom remained its usual filthy self, while ragged ascetics roamed the streets, urging passers-by to repent. The Red Keep also seemed unremarkable, with soldiers and gold-cloaked guards patrolling the streets as they did when the king was in command. Each day, hurried nobles arrived in litters, seeking an audience with the king, only to be dismissed from the palace in disgrace. Since his return, the king had refused to see anyone, reportedly secluding himself in his chambers, neglecting even basic needs such as eating and using the restroom. Whispers circulated that the king was gravely ill, perhaps nearing death. Rumors had previously emerged from the royal residence, and it was said that the king was becoming increasingly unhinged. Having commanded the soldiers to demolish the Starry September within the Red Keep, erecting a massive and peculiar stone door in its place. Its peculiarity stemmed from the fact that it stood alone, disconnected from any structure, looming emptily in the air. The imposing gateposts are adorned with two anguished human statues, devoid of clothing, their expressions twisted in terror as they seem to endure the most excruciating of torments. The arch above appears relatively ordinary, embellished with 7 spheres of varying sizes, the central orb resembling the sun, its surface adorned with lines reminiscent of rays of light. This peculiar entrance has become a new spectacle within the Red Keep, following a cardinal's protest against the king's demolition of the 7 Stars Sanctuary. The next day, a lifelike statue appeared beside the gate, as the king had ordered plaster to be stirred and poured into the mold of the living figure. Even extolling the craftsmanship of the sculptor, the Mad King seemed to have descended further into madness, having previously maintained a semblance of respect for the 7 gods. Now no one dared to intervene, not even in the name of divinity. Bai Ling, having heard numerous rumors surrounding the Red Keep, suspected that this strange, empty archway might be the catalyst for the convergence of celestial spheres, visible only to those with deeper insight. However, when she attempted to infiltrate the Red Keep, she encountered a barrier akin to a magical shield preventing her entry in dragon form. Even in her human guise, progress was arduous, as if weighed down by 1,000 burdens. It was clear that proceeding in this manner would surely lead to her demise at the hands of the false king. What force loomed over the Red Keep? What schemes did the imposter monarch harbor? Bai Ling pondered, recognizing that she must find a way to destroy that gate and eliminate the false king. Chapter 150. Catastrophe across the realm. Bai Ling departed from King's Landing, journeying southward, her next destination being Dorne in search of clues. Previously, the High Priest had briefly appeared in Dorne, crossing paths with the infamous rogue, the Red Viper, rumored to have roamed the land for ages. Bai Ling believed that, given the cunning and intelligence of the Red Viper, he might possess valuable information. The distance was not great for a dragon's swiftness, yet for various considerations, Bai Ling opted to ride a horse. The sights along the way left her speechless, as this apocalyptic world seemed a far cry from the familiar Westeros she once knew. An ominous crimson hue had become the predominant tone across the lands, with the environment nearly entirely consumed and assimilated. From grand mountains to delicate flowers, everything grew in bizarre, twisted forms as if from another realm. Towns and villages, wherever inhabited, billowed with flames and black smoke. Piles of corpses awaited incineration, even with the forest stripped bare. Firewood was in short supply. The living bore a numbed countenance, devoid of vitality. Sudden plagues and natural disasters, coupled with the sluggish response of the foolish nobility, allowed this calamity to sweep across the realm like a tempest. Crops lay in ruin, and water sources had been poisoned. The land yielded only clusters of grotesque plants, reminiscent of those found in the depths of hell. These chaotic vines, as if sentient, ensnared any creature that ventured too close, converting them into sustenance. People knew that fire could purge the blight, but when such strange flora proliferated in overwhelming abundance, clogging pathways and spaces, the meager flames they could muster proved utterly insufficient. The more crowded a place becomes, the more dire its circumstances. Some beings have been absorbed, while others have transformed into crimson puppets, aimlessly wandering about, guarding the scarlet flora. The flames of mortals are increasingly difficult to approach, and White Spirit mused that she felt as though she had stumbled onto the wrong film set. This was no longer a medieval fantasy world. It resembled a desperate struggle for survival akin to The Last of Us. King's Avenue was thronged with refugees, and the air was thick with despair. Those whose homes had been destroyed pushed their meager belongings forward amidst the crowd, uncertain of their destination. White Spirit tightly wrapped her cloak around her head and face, moving against the tide toward the south. She observed faces devoid of expression, resembling the dead. These unfortunate souls were tormented by fear and hunger, many bearing grotesque wounds or symptoms. Numerous corpses lay by the roadside, and occasionally someone would silently collapse. Others casually rifled through the belongings of the fallen, taking what they could while leaving the bodies to decay. Alongside King's Avenue, makeshift checkpoints were established at intervals. Some dispirited, disheveled soldiers stood guard, indifferent to the wounded seeking aid, brusquely driving them away. Yet, upon encountering individuals with peculiar swellings, signs of flesh melting, or extensive crimson bruises, the soldiers would unsheath their swords without hesitation and strike, reducing them to ashes. Soldiers, their mouths and noses tightly wrapped, burned the bodies, clearly exhausted. Yet the number of corpses seemed only to increase. Perhaps having witnessed too many dead, their movements were rough yet efficient, their speed in handling the deceased particularly brisk. "May the Seven bless your soul," sighed a gaunt, skeletal ascetic as he retrieved a tattered bag, collecting the charred remains and ashes, handing it to the bereaved beside him. "May the Seven bless you," he murmured, marking the forehead and chest of the elderly woman with a gesture. The frail-faced matron opened her mouth, but said nothing, merely drawing a hasty circle in front of her as a form of acknowledgement. Alas, Fellow beings, this is the punishment the gods have bestowed upon Westeros. Go to King's Landing and inquire of our king. Perhaps he may answer the questions that plague your heart." The elderly woman shook her head, pressing her cracked lips together, her voice hoarse as she replied, "What does it matter to the king? Our lord is a good man. In his effort to protect the land and its people, he and his guard were devoured by those monstrous trees, transformed into abominations. His servants have fled. The castle has crumbled, and the town has become a wasteland, while he continues to linger there. We are fortunate. Some have managed to evade the monsters. Yet the land and wealth have been seized by the noble lords. They cannot afford the holy water to ward off demons nor the priests brought by our lord. And where do you plan to go?" The ascetic produced a small black tuber and offered it to the elderly woman, initially reluctant. She could not bear the sight of the child beside her, whose eyes nearly filled his entire face, drooling in anticipation. Reluctantly, she accepted it and handed it to the child. The little girl, disregarding the dirt, devoured it ravenously, nearly choking in the process. The elderly woman, patting her back, remarked, "I have heard that the farther north one travels, the colder the regions become, devoid of those wretched monsters. We ought to test our luck. Perhaps we may discover arable land. Do you truly hold no resentment toward the king, nor towards those lofty nobles?" The ascetic seemed increasingly agitated and perplexed, his voice rising slightly. The woman fixed her gaze upon the monk, suddenly embracing the girl, and together they hastily fled. In the distance, the soldiers appeared to have heard but paid no heed, merely chuckling and gesturing dismissively. Their orders were clear: to deal with those afflicted by the plague, leaving matters of charlatans or madmen beyond their concern. A soldier tasked with incinerating corpses shook his water pouch, furrowing his brow. He turned to the ascetic, calling out, "Hey, do you possess holy water?" The monk, his face etched with confusion, replied, "What holy water? The Church of the Seven Gods has none of that." The soldier turned away, dismissing him. Holy water? The exorcist seemed to recall the woman's earlier words and hurried after her. Bai Ling felt a stirring in her heart and slowly approached the soldier, leading her horse. This steed was clearly not one for mere commoners to possess. Though her face was veiled, her graceful silhouette was evident. The soldiers halted their actions, scanning her from head to toe. One of them whistled at the horse and attempted to reach out. This horse had once belonged to Riga, now rightfully hers. Indeed, ordinary breeds could hardly bear her, let alone dare to approach. Bai Ling swatted away the soldier's hand and deftly slipped 3 silver dragons into his palm. "Where does one procure holy water? Is it effective against the monsters?" The soldier, gazing at the silver coins with a grin, remained silent. Bai Ling offered 2 more silver dragons. "Forget the first question. Just tell me if it is effective. You hardly appear to be a common girl. Where did you acquire this horse?" interjected another soldier, his eyes glinting with greed. "I hold a title," Bai Ling replied coolly. "In truth, I am a princess and second in line to the throne," revealing that would surely astonish you all. The soldier who had posed the question appeared to hold a higher status. As he spoke, others turned to him. He exaggeratedly bowed deeply, performing an awkward curtsy toward Bai Ling. "I beg your pardon, esteemed noble lady. So this is your horse? Excellent. I hereby declare it requisitioned." He added, "For the record, my family also holds a title, albeit one lost for several centuries." He burst into exaggerated laughter, reaching out to seize the reins from Bai Ling. The surrounding soldiers joined in the raucous laughter, as if they were spectators at a show. Bai Ling sighed softly, torn between delivering a blow to the man and incapacitating them all, or simply mounting her horse and riding away, when suddenly, distant screams pierced the air. "Ah, a monster! A monster approaches." The soldiers' expressions shifted dramatically. They unsheathed their weapons, roughly pushing through the crowd toward the source of the commotion. To their credit, despite their brutishness, they at least understood the importance of protecting the populace. Bai Ling pondered for a moment, gently patting the horse's neck. "Carrot, you may amuse yourself for now." The horse, displeased, tossed its head, letting out a loud snort that sprayed her face, before dashing into the forest. Bai Ling wiped her face in silence, pondering how petty the horse was for merely having its name changed. She trailed the soldiers at a moderate distance, soon catching sight of the instigators of the turmoil. 2 distinct groups of monsters emerged before her. One group bore wings adorned with bony spines, their faces a grotesque blend of bat and monkey, complemented by long, barbed tails. The other group resembled moose, characterized by long, forked antlers, capable of standing upright, appearing both ape-like and savage. These 2 factions did not engage one another, but united in their assault on humanity. The flying creatures targeted children, seizing living youngsters to carry away, while the moose-like beasts appeared to revel in the act of murder for sheer amusement. The monsters possessed incredible strength, their claws and spikes piercing human flesh, eviscerating abdominal cavities, and displaying entrails like trophies on their antlers. The soldiers' swords and blades could not penetrate the monster's hide, and many were injured in the process. One soldier, intent on seizing Bai Ling's horse, shouted, "Shield bearers, block them. Archers, prioritize the flying beasts. If necessary, eliminate the children." This squad of fewer than 20 evidently had encountered these monsters before, displaying remarkable coordination. The archers hesitated only briefly before swiftly shooting down a child ensnared by a creature. Bai Ling could hardly believe her eyes. She rushed forward in an attempt to snatch away the weapon. "What are you doing? Have you all gone mad?" The leading soldier gripped her arm tightly, brandishing his sword as he shouted, "Get back. These flying monsters are all transformed from children." Bai Ling stood frozen. "What did you just say?" Chapter 151. The gradual mutation of the ice and fire world. As she spoke, more monsters surged forth, and the fleeing populace darted about like headless flies. The soldiers, initially intent on slaying the beasts, found themselves injured by the throng of panicked civilians. "Get out of the way, don't make it worse." A soldier, having been caught, forcefully shoved Bai Ling aside and charged at a creature seizing a child. This was strange, far too strange. Observing from a distance, Bai Ling keenly discerned that these monsters were not mindlessly slaughtering humans. The flying beasts were specifically targeting children in the crowd, while the moose-headed creatures seemed to be restraining the soldiers. It was as though some force was controlling these monsters, their objective being the abduction of human children. Bai Ling closed her eyes, attuning herself to the unusual essence in the air. A faint, putrid odor wafted across the battlefield, mirroring the scent of the monsters. The source caught her attention as she abruptly turned her gaze toward a hillside, her eyes instinctively transforming into slits. Amid the dense foliage, she glimpsed a faintly discernible diminutive figure. In an instant, Bai Ling sprang into action. Those around her felt a gust of wind sweep past. Unaware of the swift figure that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, Bai Ling's speed was astonishing. The creature hardly had time to react before she launched a surprise attack. Her strength surged daily, manifesting in her ability to partially control her transformation. The dragon-like claws hovered ominously above the diminutive creature's eyes, causing it to cower and collapse onto the ground. "Are you the one controlling those monsters?" Bai Ling's cold, vertical pupils fixated on the little figure before her. It was no taller than a child, draped in tattered, foul-smelling animal hides. Its face etched with deep wrinkles resembling ancient tree bark. With pointed, elongated ears, one was half missing, as if gnawed away by some beast. Was it a creature from another realm, akin to a goblin from the Harry Potter universe? The goblin retreated in a flurry, uttering rapid, shrill words of panic. It longed to flee but was paralyzed by fear, the half-dragon, half-human entity before it instilling terror. Those claws were perilously close to piercing its eyes, to penetrating its skull. To the goblin, Bai Ling might well have appeared a monster herself. It repeated a single word incessantly, then knelt and began to kowtow in a desperate plea for mercy. "Are you the one controlling those monsters? Do not make me ask for a third time." The dragon's claw punctured the goblin's skin, blue blood oozing forth. In a frenzy, the goblin shrieked, hastily reciting an unknown incantation. Bai Ling felt a sudden dizziness as a thick white mist enveloped her, and the goblin vanished without a trace. What was happening? Was it an illusion? Bai Ling scanned her surroundings warily, having sensed a peculiar mental disturbance moments ago. Could it be that the goblin was a sorcerer? This world grew increasingly bizarre. Foolish mutt. A light chuckle reverberated unexpectedly from behind her, and Bai Ling's expression shifted drastically. Was that Dylan's voice? She was aware that this was an illusion, yet she hesitated to turn around. Countless times, the haunting image of Dylan Hager being consumed by the specter Daenerys invaded her dreams like a relentless nightmare. And now, this sudden apparition had ensnared her once more in that dreadful vision, the forsaken temple that concealed the secrets of her lineage and parents. As Bai Ling pursued the goblin sorcerer, chaos erupted among the frenzied creatures on King S Avenue. Most were dispatched by the approaching human soldiers, with only a few monsters managing to escape. The soldiers who had attempted to seize Bai Ling's steed emerged relatively unscathed. While they had driven away the monsters, they were met with the populace's scorn. During the monster attack, several fleeing individuals were used as human shields by the soldiers, torn asunder by the moose-headed beasts. Unfazed by the seething gazes of hatred directed at them, the soldiers pressed on, the leading officer spitting blood as he surveyed the scene, barking viciously. "What are you staring at, you garbage, impoverished peasants? While the sun still shines, take your friends and get lost, or when night falls, it will be them who will rise to take you away." He chuckled ominously, sending the nearby townsfolk scattering in terror, neglecting the aftermath. "Boss, What do you think those fiery-eyed creatures come from at night? A soldier rummaged through the bodies, whispering, "Who the hell knows?" When you see the stranger, be sure to ask him. The officer, known as the boss, wiped his face fiercely, the blood of the monster mixed with his own, creating a ghastly spectacle, his entire being smeared and exuding a foul odor. Encountering the stranger was tantamount to courting death. The soldier shrank his head, falling silent. Hurry the hell up. Our holy water is running low. If we don't get back to the church, we won't survive until tomorrow. Those privileged nobles are utterly unreliable, and the supplies are insufficient. Not to mention we could run out of holy water. Someone jeered, "Ascart, does that include your half-brother, who's always trailing behind you, calling you brother? Get lost. I'm just a bastard. Who is he to me?" Ascart rolled his eyes dramatically. Then, stroking his chin, he mused, "By the way, where did that fiery little lady go? I was hoping to ride her fine steed." His companion disdainfully exposed him. "Come on, who doesn't he know what you're thinking? You probably want to ride more than just horses. Perhaps she was frightened off by the monster, or worse, met her demise. What a pity for that horse," Ascart lamented, clicking his tongue as he casually picked up a silver moon hunting falcon banner from the dirt. "Stop scavenging corpses. Don't you fear catching the Red Death? Let us go regroup. We still have a journey ahead." As the soldiers herded the civilians away like sheep, two heads peeked out from the nearby grass. Lyanna Stark, with her disheveled hair, whispered, "It's the people from the Vale. It seems Uncle Alan has given the order to guard the king's road and assist the exiles." Alden, lazily reclined, asked once more the question he had posed countless times. "Noble lady, when will you cease to pester me and return home?" Lyanna shot him a fierce glare. "I've already told you, unless you teach me that thing called the Mark of Sorcery. Impossible. Please, just let me be and go home." "Then my answer is a resounding no." "Ah," Lyanna pondered. "Are you not assisting because you know those monsters will disperse? They are merely summoned fiends. Once the caster is killed, they will naturally scatter." Lyanna gasped in astonishment. "You mean something is driving these monsters? Why do they abduct human children? To create poison dolls?" Alden replied nonchalantly. "Rest assured, I can sense that the caster's control over the fiends has been interrupted. They are either dead or driven away. The children in this area are safe." "Poison dolls?" Lyanna blinked, her curiosity about the man deepening. Yet, this man seemed impervious to her charms. Was she not attractive enough? Why had her repeated attempts at seduction failed? Undeterred, she leaned closer to his ear. "Are you truly unwilling to teach me? I would do anything you ask." Alden abruptly pushed her face away. "Do you think my bounty is too meager? By the way, who is that mad Lord Knight named Robert Baratheon chasing me? Speak plainly. Who is that person to you?" Aldehyde demanded, his tone sharp. "Ah, I'm hungry, master. Let us find a place to dine." "You, do not divert the topic. Clarify your words. We have been pursued relentlessly, and there is a bounty of 50,000 gold dragons on my head. I had no idea my life was worth so much." "Stand still, Aldehyde, hurry. I am truly starving." Unbeknownst to the distant Lyanna, mere meters away in a dense thicket, lay her former wolf companion and dear friend, the White Spirit, concealed beneath a mass of writhing vines. The illusion cast by the goblin spellcaster was not particularly harmful, but as a form of mental assault, it evoked profound fears and the most regrettable memories from within. In that moment, the White Spirit was entranced by the haunting image of Dylan's demise, continually witnessing his death. Chapter 152, The Kingdom in Perpetual Turmoil in the southeastern region of Essos. At the edge of the known world, there lies an area known as the Shadowlands. Thus, Asha is often referred to as Asha of the Shadows. According to ancient records passed down through the scholarly city, the Shadowlands is a realm devoid of the living, where no creatures, flames, or light exist. From a young age, Rhaegar Targaryen was filled with curiosity about these mysteries. During his brief but intense studies at the scholarly city, he not only obtained 2 bachelor's necklaces, but also fervently sought the secrets and truths of this world. The prophecies concerning ice and fire, as well as knowledge about the Lightbringer, were acquired through various means of subterfuge. Indeed, theft. Had he not been the future lord of the Iron Throne, a descendant of Valyria, the ancient scholarly city would have subjected him to far more than mere expulsion. "Your Majesty, are you well?" The handsome cupbearer beside him felt compelled to remind his distracted master. After all, the lords seated below had traveled great distances, appearing disheveled and weary, not to witness the king lost in reverie. Rhaegar snapped back to reality, a look of apology crossing his face. "I just recalled some potential leads. Let us continue our discussion." Seated beside him was Jon Arryn, designated as the Hand of the King, though still in the prime of life. The recent events within the kingdom had left him fraught with concern. A false king had usurped the throne of King's Landing through sorcery and malevolent forces. with a faction of old nobles either willingly or under duress aligning themselves with this impostor. As the capital, King's Landing would inevitably be reclaimed. Yet the rampant spread of the Red Death and the emergence of increasingly bizarre creatures plunged Westeros into darkness. The false king displayed no concern for the future of the Seven Kingdoms. However, Rhaegar could not afford such apathy, for he desired the Targaryen legacy to rule this land for generations. What sort of kingdom exists without subjects, without the living? Your Majesty, the spread of the Red Death has now been largely contained. The faith of the Seven and the scholarly city have been quite cooperative, dispatching numerous scholars and healers. The outbreaks in the Westerlands, the Riverlands, and Dorne have all been brought under control. The most pressing dilemma we face now is the sudden emergence of monstrous beings. While those transformed by the Red Calamity are manageable, we have increasingly encountered creatures endowed with intellect and wisdom. Oh, how did we come to this realization? The expression on Jon Aelin's face was grave, his brow deeply furrowed. They have not slain the humans they abduct. My soldiers have uncovered no fewer than 6 sites of sacrifice, each adorned with sinister and blasphemous sigils and runes radiating with malevolent power. It is truly horrifying. We must cleanse and purify these abominable entities. The Grand Scholar appeared somewhat agitated. Your Majesty, I recommend we immediately contact the Seven Stars Holy Hall and mobilize the Holy Army to purge the land. Rhaegar subtly frowned. The Grand Scholar, having been at his side for so long, still leaned towards the Church's influence, demonstrating a stubbornness that was exasperating. Setting aside the threat the Holy Army posed to royal authority, would those zealots readily agree to mobilize even if he were to swallow his pride and beseech the High Priest? He did not deny the solace that religion could offer during such tumultuous times. However, no matter how grandiloquent the doctrines might be, it is the desire of those individuals to manipulate humanity and its emotions that is most terrifying. He had only just managed to send the High Priest back to his homeland. Must he now summon him back personally? It was not yet time to call for the Holy Army. Jon Aelin interjected. On the positive side, although many monsters have appeared in Westeros, there are also numerous individuals with exceptional abilities emerging: sorcerers, shadowbinders, assassins, and mercenaries, most hailing from Essos, or even further east, from places like Ass High and the Shadowlands. Rhaegar remarked, I recall you mentioning that you have hired several mercenary companies from the Shadowlands. Do they possess special expertise in exorcising these demons? Jon Aelin replied, Indeed. They are quite effective, but they claim the bodies of those fiends, purportedly to concoct potions for exorcism and weapon oils. I am somewhat apprehensive that such sorcery may create new complications. We must address the immediate concerns first. We require time. I fear that, given enough time, King's Landing may undergo further changes. Additionally, what is the status of conscription across the regions? How many soldiers can we currently mobilize? Including the recalled veterans and able-bodied young men, we anticipate being able to muster around 80,000 troops. And what of the fleet? Is there any possibility of launching an attack on King's Landing by sea? Jon Aelin's gaze turned to the Minister of Maritime Affairs, Oren Valerion, who was resting with his eyes closed. Oren shrugged. The fleet is still under construction. When I departed from Dragonstone, we had approximately 30 vessels and sailors at our disposal. Approximately? Why is the number so scant? Considerable gold has been allocated from the Maritime Ministry, has it not? Jon Aelin turned to the Minister of Finance, questioning. I recall that 3 million gold dragons were allocated just in the first half of the year. Jon Aelin had never been fond of this hastily promoted Minister of Maritime Affairs. If not for his few victories that earned him some renown, he would have never consented to Rhaegar's appointment. He was far too young and impetuous. His surname, Valerion, only served to highlight his lineage. Furthermore, firmly standing with the usurper was none other than Oren Valerion's father, Lucerys Valerion, an illegitimate son, unacknowledged by his family, brazenly appeared at the small council of the future king, a blatant affront to the esteemed nobles present. My Lord Aelin, are you aware of the annual expenses required to maintain a fleet? Do you comprehend the time necessary to construct a ship and train seasoned soldiers capable of naval combat? 3 million gold dragons would scarcely suffice for the construction of a few warships. Currently, the major shipyards, along with the labor force and timber resources, are monopolized by the old tyrant over there. What do you expect me to use to build your vessels? Oren Veshui, half asleep, spoke with an unmistakable lack of courtesy. My lord, please do not take offense at my bluntness. The hardwood needed for warships is not akin to the fragile, decorative timber found in your noble homes. The durable hardwoods suited for prolonged voyages at sea are predominantly located in the north, and I have heard of even superior shipbuilding timber, which requires no processing, found north of the wall. Just the transportation alone poses a significant challenge. Enough. Silence yourself, Rhaegar interjected, fully aware of Oren's character, fearing that further remarks might provoke his king's ire. In any case, an additional 3 million should suffice. That concludes my statement, Your Majesty. Oren shrugged, casting a sidelong glance at Jon Aelin. Jon Aelin's face had darkened considerably. As an old noble, he could not afford to lower himself to argue with a bastard. Rhaegar pondered for a moment. I recall that the Riverlands in the south also have some timber resources. Shall we begin our search there? Scarce. The timber suitable for shipbuilding is found deep in the mountains, and the primary issue remains transportation. Then let us proceed to investigate. We shall endeavor to mitigate the transportation difficulties. Spending a bit more is acceptable. We need time. As you command. Oren, well aware that his involvement was no longer required, offered a perfunctory bow to Rhaegar and exited the hall. These pretentious old fools, Oren spat contemptuously, deciding to seek out some information and indulge himself before embarking. For opportunities would dwindle once he ventured into the depths of the forest. Chapter 153. The Convergence of Magical Worlds. Oren Veshui was of similar age to Rhaegar. He bore the quintessential features of the Valerians, with his cascading golden hair and gray-green eyes. Tall and slender, his long limbs were adorned with lean, dark muscles, indicative of a life at sea. He was a free spirit, reveling in wine and women, yet transformed into a merciless fiend while navigating the oceans. At the tender age of 9, he had once embarked on a perilous adventure with his half-brothers aboard a single-masted sailboat, venturing into treacherous reef-laden waters. After 5 days, with their provisions and water depleted, he was the sole survivor to return. This harrowing experience may have contributed to his father's, Lord Veshui's, nearly fatal attempt on his life, earning him the moniker of the Bastard of Tidal Island. With the Crown Prince Rhaegar and numerous nobles taking residence, a sizable town had emerged around Harrenhal. Owing to the presence of the Targaryens and the legendary dragons, it had been whimsically dubbed the City of Dragons by the populace, resembling a miniature King's Landing. The schism between the false king and Rhaegar Targaryen's faction was manifest in myriad ways. Rumors have begun to circulate, suggesting that His Majesty the King is contemplating abandoning King's Landing to establish a new capital. Oren has become a frequent patron of the brothels and taverns here, well known among the denizens of the underworld for both his skills and connections. He is generous with his coin, earning the favor of those who traverse the gray areas of society. As he settled into his seat, a portly merchant approached him with a sycophantic smile, eagerly pouring him a drink. Oren, I have a lucrative proposition for you, one with minimal risk and substantial profit. Oren chuckled, spare me the sales pitch. You uttered the same last time, leading me to assist you in smuggling slaves. Had I not fled swiftly, I would still be languishing in a dank prison, subsisting on cockroaches. The merchant, embarrassed, responded with a nervous chuckle. This time, I assure you, it's genuine, a grand opportunity. He glanced around furtively before lowering his voice. Are you familiar with tainted blood? Oren fixed him with a piercing gaze. Are you engaged in trafficking? Aren't you concerned about the church's wrath? And no, not at all. The merchant stammered, visibly shaken. I would never dare to deal in that. I merely sell the remnants left after the blood has been drained. Oren's expression softened slightly as he raised his glass and swirled the contents. Where are you transporting it? To the eastern side of the narrow sea? Indeed. The merchant affirmed eagerly. You know those male witches from Kairos treat shadow water as if it were water itself. Researching tainted blood or flesh is entirely reasonable. I've heard you're heading south soon, where fortune awaits, golden dragons abound. Oren interjected, but I've heard that the corpses of the foul are incinerated on the spot. The rotund merchant replied, who truly follows the commands of the lords. With the increasing number of foul creatures, can they be incinerated all at once? Transporting them to Essos could yield a fortune. What do you think? How much can be earned from such dealings? Oren inquired, his interest piqued. The merchant gestured with his fingers. 600. 600? For 1 pound. Oren exclaimed, astonishment etched on his face. If the specimen is intact, it could double? Indeed. The merchant beamed. If you manage to capture a live one, the price would be even more staggering. The merchant sighed wistfully. I lack the capability, but you might not. A single expedition could net you tens of thousands. Oren fell into contemplation. Was there a unique utility for such grotesque and malevolent corpses? He had only heard whispers of research into tainted blood in the old town, along with high demands for purchase. It seemed the foul had even established an industrial chain. I have an old friend seeking suppliers of tainted flesh on a grand scale. He will purchase whatever quantity you can provide. Oren, this is our chance, the merchant urged. Oren did not immediately acquiesce. I'll first assess the situation in the south. For the sake of his smuggling endeavors, he operated under an alias. With his notorious reputation, The merchant could not press him further and reluctantly urged, "Be swift. More and more are beginning to notice this trait. Delays could cost you a fortune. I understand. Now leave," Oren replied impatiently, dismissing the merchant. He turned his gaze out into the night, lost in thought, contemplating whether to inform his superiors about the matter. Oren ultimately decided to travel south and witness the situation firsthand. Having learned of the exorbitant profits from the trade of tainted meat, he departed from Heron's Keep before dawn. He traveled with only a handful of trusted companions, while the majority remained at sea engaged in smuggling operations. As a descendant of the once mighty maritime sovereign Valerian, Oren had no desire to restore the family legacy. Instead, he aspired to become the most unrestrained rogue upon the ocean, amassing wealth and ruling the seas. His unexpected appointment by Prince Rhaegar came as a surprise, as he held no interest in becoming a high-ranking official. Nevertheless, being young, he believed that after 20 years of servitude, he would attain his freedom. The prince had arranged for his provisions, and this journey was deemed an official duty. With ample money and holy water prepared, and a considerable supply of food in tow, Oren pondered whether to sell the holy water instead. Holy water, produced by the faith of the Seven, had become a valuable commodity. In the darkened realm of Westeros, now overrun by fiends, the absence of holy water in the event of an encounter with monsters would spell certain doom. Although the purifying properties of holy water were effective against only a select few creatures, its price had soared in the black market. Common folk could scarcely afford such a luxury, while the sudden emergence of these malevolent beings rendered them powerless, often leading to swift demise. After some reflection, he resolved to postpone any thoughts of selling the holy water until he returned safely, for his life held paramount importance. Traveling along the King's Road, Oren sought to assess the timber resources of the riverlands. Prince Rhaegar had commanded the construction of at least 100 warships, yet even with his own fortunes at stake, there were barely 50 vessels in existence. It was unclear why Rhaegar was in such a hurry, aside from the coronation ceremony yet to be conducted. Hadn't he already assumed the mantle of a legitimate king of the Seven Kingdoms? Oren scrutinized the soldiers stationed along the King's Road, under the jurisdiction of Jon Arryn. That old man often caused him trouble, and Oren was resolved to give him a taste of annoyance in return. Disappointment weighed upon him as he observed the soldiers' somewhat lackadaisical demeanor, yet they managed to fulfill their duties by guarding the checkpoints, identifying the infected to hand over to the maesters, or executing those who attempted to flee, followed by incinerating the corpses. However, as he neared the Vale of Arryn, Oren detected a troubling issue. 2 companies of soldiers bearing the sigil of the Silver Eagle appeared to have just returned from the battlefield. They were pushing 2 heavy, sturdy prison wagons, draped in thick cloth, from which eerie and high-pitched howls intermittently emanated. Were they carrying fiends, or the infected? Intrigued, Oren's interest was piqued. Prince Rhaegar had ordered a ruthless extermination of both fiends and the infected. Why then were they transporting such entities back to camp, silently trailing the soldiers to their encampment? He patiently waited until deep into the night, only to witness individuals stealthily transporting the 2 prison wagons. The camp's guards were in disarray, some slumped in their sleep, while 2 tall, hooded figures effortlessly maneuvered the prison wagons as if they bore no weight, requiring 2 horses to pull them. In a moment of serendipity, Oren caught sight of their eyes. They were hollow sockets devoid of life, containing only 2 flickering flames radiating a ghostly blue light. With merely a glance, Oren felt as if a heavy sheet of frost was creeping up from beneath his feet, emanating a chill that rose from the depths of his being. What on earth is this? He held his breath, terrified of being discovered by this ghastly entity. Shortly thereafter, a figure resembling an officer emerged, frowning as he surveyed the soldiers slumped to the side, before extending his hand towards the peculiar figure pushing the cart. In the blink of an eye, Oren noticed that the blue flames in the cart pusher's eyes had vanished, revealing nothing amiss. The previous scene seemed like a mere figment of his imagination. The cart pusher, expressionless, handed the officer a bulging bag before promptly departing. The officer weighed the bag in his hands, the crisp sound of its contents pleasing to his ears, and he smiled with satisfaction. He turned and began to kick the sprawled soldiers awake. "You scoundrels, get up. Do you dare to drink while on duty? Are you eager to meet your doom?" The soldiers stirred in confusion, utterly oblivious to how they had succumbed to slumber, believing they must have indulged in too much drink. Oren squinted. This fellow was a kindred spirit. To his surprise, even within the Lord's ranks, there were those engaging in the nefarious trade of smuggling monstrosities. The sight of the 2 unknown creatures sparked a flicker of temptation within him. After a moment's contemplation, Oren decisively patted his backside and trailed after the 2 prison carts, preparing to seize an opportunity to engage in a bit of black market dealings. Chapter 154. The Lord of Monsters, a whispering voice murmured in Bai Ling's ear. Each time she entered the realm of illusion, this voice would morph, drifting in and out, elusive and ethereal. Each whisper belonged to a character from the Game of Thrones narrative. Targaryen, the end shall come, the world shall be reshaped amidst its ruin, and a new deity shall rise from the graves and pits of corpses. He wields boundless authority, holding dominion over the gods. Suddenly, a colossal dragon eye flared open. Bai Ling shook her head vigorously, once again breaking free from the goblin's illusionary spell. With a powerful flap of her wings, the goblin lurking in the distant swamp jumped up, shrieking as it commenced a new round of flight. Though appearing feeble, it only wielded confusing magic, yet it possessed a remarkable ability to flee, always burrowing deeper into the woods. The issue was not merely its escape, but its audacious taunts as it frequently glanced back to provoke the great dragon, finding herself unable to catch the creature in its humanoid form. And with its magical resistance somewhat low, Bai Ling had no choice but to transform into a dragon. The more she pursued, the angrier she grew, vowing to shred the wretched being into pieces for daring to expose her wounds, forcing her to relive memories of that accursed Dylan Hagel. Within the illusion, at times, Dylan rested his head beside a fire, and they seemed to have returned to their days of wandering in Essos. He still bore that nonchalant demeanor, his long hair cascading behind him, his upper garments disheveled, revealing a glistening chest. He always regarded her with a sidelong glance, a mischievous grin playing at the corners of his mouth as he mockingly called her, silly dog. Amidst the illusions, she found herself returning to Volantis, that deep, sunless underground waterway. Pretending to be unconscious, she navigated the tranquil darkness alongside Dylan, heading towards the inevitable trials that awaited her. Dylan was a complex individual, his demeanor towards her oscillating between affection and disdain, mingled with a deeply concealed concern. Perhaps even he was unable to discern whether his feelings were akin to sibling affection or something more romantic. Unfortunately, Belan was fearful of all that was uncertain and the unknown developments that lay ahead. She preferred others to chart her path and make decisions, allowing her to simply follow along. Dylan, with his unpredictable nature, made it difficult to penetrate the depths of his heart. Yet, it was only in his absence that Belan realized the profound sorrow she had buried within. She could no longer summon tears to express her grief. Rhaegar Targaryen shone like a flawless, pure moon, while Dylan Hager resembled a free-spirited wind. In her brief time in this world, these two individuals had etched unforgettable memories into Belan's heart, while others felt more like mere NPCs in a role-playing game. Why won't you look at me, foolish dog? Are you angry with me again? Perhaps having consumed too much of the enchantment, Belan's hallucinations had intensified. Dylan Hager had emerged from the illusions, occasionally appearing in the realm of reality. Yet, Belan was acutely aware that these were mere phantoms. That man was gone, his soul consumed. The creature, resembling a goblin from Gringotts, seemed to scurry chaotically, yet it deftly maneuvered through the dense forest and steep terrain, transforming into a dragon. Belan found her immense size a disadvantage amidst the forest and mountainous landscapes, cumbersome like an elephant attempting to tread upon ants. As the saying goes, to swat a fly. Perhaps this epitomized her predicament. Determined, Belan resolved to capture this insufferable little pest. The dragon bulldozed through the forest, annihilating everything in its path. Towering trees were toppled, rocks flattened, and the goblin screeched in alarm, yet it dared not retreat into the earth or mountain crevices. Just as Belan pondered this, her keen ears detected the sound of wings flapping from above, accompanied by the stench of decay and the metallic tang of blood. The flying monsters and moose-like creatures had arrived, trailing behind this grotesque goblin. Beneath the claws of several beasts lay captured children, all evidently on the brink of death. Remembering the soldier's earlier words, Belan surmised that this goblin had a master, commanding the monsters to capture human children, which meant they must be returned to their owner. With this thought, she slowed her pace, deciding to follow the goblin and uncover its destination. Although the goblin possessed some intelligence, it was evidently limited. Belan transformed back into her human form and concealed herself for a moment, as the goblin blinked its bulging eyes, commanding the creatures to fly towards Dorne. Even in her human guise, Belan was swift. She trailed the goblin from the ground, traversing the forest with ease. Even the steep mountains and cliffs, impassable to mortals, posed no challenge for her. This is certainly not a power possessed by an ordinary dragon. Bai Ling now possesses the dragon's razor-sharp claws, resilient hide, and a unique dragon fire. She also embodies the endurance, vision, and senses of a wolf. With a sigh in her heart, Bai Ling reflects on the exhausting years she has endured in this world. Her only desire now is to fulfill her promise to Riga and then depart when the celestial convergence occurs once more. Fortunately, she has witnessed the legendary demon hunters in the grand exhibition. For some unknown reason, the icy and fiery realms are connected to the magical world of the wizards. During the celestial convergence, various dimensional spaces overlap. Perhaps she still has a chance to return to modernity. In any case, she would be content to go anywhere. As she follows the goblins, the scent of blood intensifies around her. Upon crossing the mountains, the lush greenery abruptly transforms into vast expanses of crimson. Here, grotesque trees grow resembling human limbs, and thick, vein-like vines stretch in every direction. Clusters of translucent red mushrooms, the size of human heads, the landscape, all pulsating slightly. Occasionally, she can see corpses half buried in the red earth, some belonging to animals, but many clad in armor or tattered garments of farmers. This is the Crimson Mountain Range of Dorne, now living up to its name in a most sinister manner. If the Southern Kingdom is rife with such horrors, it is no wonder so many common folk are fleeing northward. How could Riga possibly address this calamity with mere mortal strength? The goblins and monsters dart directly into the crimson expanse, burrowing into a dilapidated fortress. This fortress, once a guard tower, is now a grave for soldiers who have become fertilizer in the blood-red soil. After waiting for a moment, Bai Ling determines this is indeed the lair of those creatures. She no longer hesitates. Transforming into a colossal dragon, she ascends into the sky, unleashing torrents of blue fire upon the twisted land and the fortress. Her dragon fire, now unimpeded, resembles that of the legendary dragons in the epic series, yet with one distinction. Her flames are an indomitable blue. While human flames may fail to combat the rampant crimson blight, she is different. She is the sole artificial dragon, her flames the color of ghostly grass. The crimson elements mingling with her azure fire ignite fiercely, akin to butter melting in a hot pan. Once these grotesque entities are incinerated, they metamorphose into a viscous red liquid, and the mushrooms, resembling human heads, emit eerie wails reminiscent of human cries when scorched. This repulses Bai Ling greatly, prompting her to intensify her efforts, continuing to sear the tainted land, determined to flush out whatever lurks within the fortress. Initially, the fortress remains eerily silent. But as the flames finally spread to the structure, torrents of foul blood surge forth from within, attempting to extinguish the dragon fire. To her astonishment, Bai Ling discovers that this rust-colored blood actually hinders the burning of her blue flames. Resolving to abandon her purification efforts, she redirects her fury solely at the fortress. Unleashing her fire, the entities within refuse to reveal themselves, while more foul blood continues to pour out, desperately seeking to quench the flames. The dragon's vertical pupils transformed abruptly as it roared towards the heavens, forcefully beating its wings, crashing against the fortress's outer wall. Its massive tail, akin to a steel whip, struck the wall with tremendous force. Bai Ling's thoughts were quite simple. Perhaps you can resist magic, but can you withstand physical force? Just as the flames were about to engulf the fortress, several bat-like creatures emerged, carrying what appeared to be a human woman. The woman's posture seemed somewhat awkward, and her attire clearly did not belong to Westeros. It resembled that of the eastern continent. Bai Ling, surprised, flapped her wings and ascended slightly, hearing the woman shout, "Stop! Mighty dragon, my master wishes to converse with you." Chapter 155. The unfortunate regent. The dragon's powerful wings flapped heavily in the air, each beat generating fierce winds. Its beastly, vertical gaze fixated on the woman suspended in midair. The foreign woman dangling beneath the creature appeared calm, yet her mind was filled with expletives. This was a dragon, a legendary creature that, despite its seemingly intelligent demeanor, forced her into a perilous situation. "My lord invites you to her castle. Engaging in battle here would benefit neither of you nor her. Perhaps you would consider her offer?" The foreign woman said, her voice lacking conviction. Did this beast truly comprehend her words? Was she being deceived into a deadly confrontation? The dragon stared intently at her, blue flames still flickering within its jaws. As the woman anxiously awaited a response, contemplating whether to flee, the dragon spoke in human language. "Release her, or I shall incinerate this area and demolish this fortress." "My lord, you cannot." Suddenly, a piercing, inhuman shriek emanated from the fortress. The creatures carrying the woman immediately turned and accelerated back. A humming sound arose as a dark red mist billowed forth from the fortress. As Bai Ling drew closer, she realized that this was no mere mist, but a swirling mass composed of countless tiny blood-red bats. The minuscule bats rapidly coalesced, soon transforming into a stunning woman adorned with elegant attire and possessing wings sprouting from her back. Her exquisite yet revealing garments highlighted her elongated fangs and blood-red eyes, signifying her inhuman nature. A vampire, and likely a high-ranking one, yet another creature from another world. Impatience is hardly a virtue. Young dragonblood, from whence do you hail? The far northern icebergs? The Skellige Isles? Or east of Aden? Why do you relentlessly pursue my subordinates? The dragon rumbled ominously. That goblin. Are you the one capturing those human children? What are your intentions? Release them. The beautiful lady smirked, a cold laugh escaping her lips. The affairs of the high bloodline are none of your concern, you crawlers. Having finally arrived in a new world, I have no time for your trifles. Begone. The vampire had entirely misjudged the situation, believing that this dragon hailed from the same realm as she did. Bai Ling could hardly be bothered to engage in further conversation. Eliminating her foe and rescuing the human children would suffice. The colossal dragon reared its head, unleashing a breathtaking torrent of azure flames that surged toward the woman and the fortress behind her. The vampiress instantaneously dissipated, transforming into a swarm of blood-red bats to evade the dragon's fire. Yet the fortress remained impervious to escape. As the flames made contact with the battlements, they ignited ferociously, consuming everything in their path, rendering even the spouting corrupted blood futile in extinguishing the blaze. The fortress trembled slightly, and the vampire emitted a piercing shriek as blue dragon fire enveloped her form. You are no dragonborn. How dare your kind exist in this realm? The mist of blood that had been the vampiress spiraled back toward the fortress as the ground began to quake violently. Countless crimson, grotesque roots erupted from the earth, entwining the fortress in a suffocating embrace, leaving not a single gap exposed. Amongst these roots lay numerous remnants of humanity, and more chillingly, these beings were not yet deceased, still exhibiting faint breaths. Their veins had become irrevocably intertwined with the tendrils of these abominable plants, their lifeblood siphoned away. Bai Ling initially contemplated intensifying her assault, incinerating both the flora and the fortress into oblivion. However, she could not disregard the living souls entangled within the roots, especially the children ensconced within crimson pods, seemingly undergoing a sinister transformation. This vampiress and the sanguine flora shared a symbiotic relationship, manipulating the plants to extract and metamorphose humanity. To vanquish this vampiress would necessitate the annihilation of the ailing humans as well, leaving Bai Ling in a precarious dilemma. The dragon cast a profound gaze upon the fortress, ceasing its assault and retreating temporarily. Upon witnessing the dragon's departure, the hidden vampiress finally exhaled in relief. She submerged herself once more into the blood pool, and with a flick of her wrist, her half-meter-long claws slashed the throat of a suspended human girl. The girl, hanging upside down, fell silent, her life extinguished, as steaming blood cascaded over the countess. She sighed contentedly, feeling her wounds, singed by the blue dragon fire, gradually mend. Faradri, you wretched maid, come here at once. The maid named Faradri was shoved to the ground by the creature, her head bowed in humiliation, concealing the deep-seated hatred in her eyes. My mistress, you called for me. Is there a dragon in this world? Why does its flame differ so drastically from that of ordinary dragons? Faradri's heart brimmed with bitterness and animosity. She had recognized this azure behemoth as the very source of her ruin, the one who had obliterated her existence overnight. Once, she had thrived as a magistrate in Volantis, lavishing in wealth and indulging in a plethora of male slaves. Yet, due to the absurd rituals of the dragon cult, this accursed dragon had appeared. Even more infuriating was the fact that after wreaking havoc in Volantis, the dragon had simply taken flight. Faradri, not only had she been ousted by the colluding slave masters, but she had also become a target of the authorities and free city-states of Volantis. Her current greatest disdain is directed towards Dylan Hagar, the one who dragged her into this predicament, followed closely by that accursed dragon. To make matters worse, Faradli had exhausted her entire fortune to purchase a smuggler's ship, only to encounter this vampiric monstrosity in the narrow sea, leaving her as the sole survivor aboard. Were it not for the creature's need for a guide familiar with this world, she would likely have become mere fertilizer in this pool of blood. Her thoughts swiftly coalesced as she internally cursed the beast while respectfully stating, the last dragon belongs to the Targaryen family, who escaped from Volantis. Yet the final dragon of this world perished 2 centuries ago. The creature we face must be a product of the dragon god cult's draconic transformation rites. The vampiric countess smiled, savoring a sip of the crimson liquid in her chalice, and remarked leisurely, it seems that in any world, there are those who recklessly pursue power. However, dragons are far more formidable than those half-human, half-demon abominations, especially those wretched beings with black eyes. The monster woman appeared to imply something, prompting Faradly to inquire, "Mistress, that dragon may return. Should we continue to capture human offspring?" The Countess cast a meaningful glance at her. "It seems you have adapted quite well to the company of monsters. Even your manner of speech has begun to resemble ours. As long as that beast guards the realm, we shall not reveal ourselves. Rest assured, my loyal servant will procure fresh blood for us." The Countess, playing with her long hair, indulgently smeared the blood from the pool upon her body and asked, "Have you not yet considered my offer? Will you become my blood servant? You are no longer young. After transformation, you could retain eternal youth and vitality. Is that not appealing?" Undoubtedly, retaining youth is desirable. No woman wishes to lose her beauty. However, after some time in her presence, Faradly understood that blood servants differ from original vampires. This monstrous woman belonged to a superior bloodline, possessing an extraordinarily long lifespan and an undying form. She could easily transform herself into an original vampire, but deliberately chose to bequeath Faradly the lesser status of a blood servant. Faradly shook her head. "Mistress, I do not wish to become a lowly blood servant, driven mad by the absence of blood. I aspire to be like you." The Countess could not suppress a laugh. "My dear little slave, disobedient maid, what contribution have you made to warrant a drop of my precious blood? You, a creature of such lowly status, should be immensely grateful to even be considered for transformation into a blood servant. To desire the status of an original vampire? That is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard." Faradly seemed unfazed by the Countess's derision and replied, "What if I could discover a way to control that dragon? If even a dragon could become your subordinate, I believe there would be little left in this world to threaten you. Do you think such a method would merit the expenditure of a single drop of your precious blood?" Chapter 156. The Anomaly of Oberyn Martell Departing from the Vampire-Occupied Wasteland. Bai Ling flew straight to Sunstrike City. Given Dawn's illustrious achievements in dragon slaying, she dared not reveal her presence. After disguising herself, she took residence in an inn. The inspiration for Sunspear in the Game of Thrones series is the Royal Palace of Seville, with the Water Gardens also serving as a filming location. In reality, Bai Ling has always yearned to explore the filming sites of the series, but unfortunately, her savings from work barely cover the cost of a plane ticket. Now, however, she finds herself capable of fulfilling her wish to traverse the entire realm of ice and fire. Constructed from brown clay and straw, Sunspear is encircled by the sea on 3 sides. Dorne boasts a hot climate, yielding abundant fruits and high-yield grains, making it the second largest granary of Westeros. The current ruler is none other than the brother of the Red Viper, Oberyn Martell, who is depicted in the series as a disabled prince. Upon entering Sunspear, Bai Ling's first impression is the city's remarkable diversity. While a small fraction of the population are the dark-skinned Dornish, the majority exhibit features reminiscent of the Eastern continent, particularly with the presence of numerous exotic races. Following the extraordinary upheaval in Westeros, magical creatures, monsters, and otherworldly beings have begun to emerge. Beings that once existed solely in legend, residing in shadowy lands and the distant reaches of Essos. Bai Ling fixates on a lizard-headed mercenary, a quintessential example of the exotic races. Though never depicted in the series, such beings now make their appearance. The hissing, irritable lizard mercenary, annoyed by her gaze, flicks its forked tongue and readies a venomous attack. Amused, Bai Ling suddenly opens her mouth, revealing her fangs, her eyes transforming into slitted pupils. The lizard man feels as though his heart has been struck with a hammer, collapsing to the ground in unconsciousness. His companions erupt in laughter, hissing and trampling over their fallen comrade, mocking the useless Targaryen who was frightened by a mere human girl. Occasionally, surrounding humans cast a glance towards the group of lizard mercenaries, who seem to be a common sight in this land. Among the exotic beings, a local Dornish man looks at Bai Ling with trepidation, halting the group of lizard men who are seeking trouble. He hisses at them, gesturing animatedly, before leading them away, seemingly in good spirits, enjoying the scare they had inflicted on the little creature. Before Bai Ling stands the ethereal apparition of Oberyn Martell. Having grown immune to the presence of this spectral figure, she disregards him and indulges in her meal. The local cuisine may not be exceptional, but the fruit soup, reminiscent of a fruity concoction, is quite delightful. After satisfying her hunger, she intends to visit the palace to find the Red Viper. With the documents and identification prepared by Rhaegar, her travels are made convenient. "I don't understand what sort of enchantment Rhaegar Targaryen has cast upon you. Are you still working for him? Do you still fantasize about becoming his queen?" Bai Ling shrugs. "What other choice do I have? You've already died, and I'm left with no alternatives." The apparition of Oberyn Martell falls silent, momentarily at a loss for words. By the time Bai Ling finishes her meal and looks up, the apparition has vanished. This persistent spirit can be quite bothersome. Yet it is somewhat pleasant to have him appear occasionally for conversation. She leaves her payment and heads directly to the palace, only to be met with disappointment. As the guards inform her that both the prince and his brother are not within the palace. Where have they gone? Bai Ling inquires. The soldier, appearing troubled, replies, My lady, we do not know. Bai Ling could only depart from the flowing flower garden, gracefully declining the minister's invitation to the banquet. The absence of the red viper was understandable, but the prince's absence was rather perplexing. Where could they have gone? Just as she was about to leave, a small door of the palace swung open. A captivating masked woman beckoned to her, signaling her to enter. Following the woman into a side hall, Bai Ling observed as the masked figure ensured their surroundings were clear before lowering her veil. Hastily, she inquired, Are you sent by His Majesty the King? Who are you? Bai Ling responded, Yes, I am the envoy of the new king, Aegon Targaryen. The woman lowered her voice, I am the lover of Oberyn. I implore you to take me away from here. I have urgent matters to convey to the king. Bai Ling, puzzled, asked, First, tell me what it is. Not just anyone can meet His Majesty. I am Sorel de Sand, the masked woman whispered. Since Oberyn returned from the east, he has been acting strangely. After meeting the late king once, he completely changed. My child, my 5-year-old Dorica, along with my newborn, has been taken by him. Recently, countless children have gone missing in Sunspear. The prince was initially investigating this matter, but after Oberyn entered the palace, the prince declared himself gravely ill and has not been seen since. Is this true? Are you suggesting that Oberyn has imprisoned the prince? Bai Ling asked, her resolve hardening. The palace is now crawling with Oberyn's spies. I am forbidden from leaving. I am pregnant again, and I fear for this child. I beseech you, take me away from here. Where is Oberyn? Bai Ling demanded. Take me to see him. You cannot. Sorelda's eyes widened in alarm. Do not go, just leave. He has become cruel and heartless, she continued. Bai Ling had to soothe the terrified woman before her. Do not worry. I am a Targaryen envoy, Rhaenys Targaryen. Take me to him. Rhaenys Targaryen? The woman seemed to recognize her identity and whispered, You are the close friend of Princess Elia, Rhaenys? Yes, take me to him. But I cannot leave the palace, Sorelda protested. Bai Ling looked up at the towering palace. No matter. Hold on tight to me. With a gasp, Sorelda felt herself lift off the ground, and in an instant, they had landed outside the palace. She appeared bewildered, still processing what had just occurred. Lead the way. Is it far? Bai Ling inquired. No, not far. It's to the north, at the Hill of Souls. Oberyn took me there once. Then let us go? As Sorelda was about to respond, she suddenly gasped in pain. In a grotesque display of transformation, she morphed into a terrifying, colossal dragon, a creature only seen in murals. The poor woman rolled her eyes back and fainted. Bai Ling, realizing the intensity of the situation, gently grasped her with her claws and took to the skies. Following the map, they reached their destination in less than an hour, arriving at a land engulfed in smoke and flames, a realm of molten lava. The landscape appeared decidedly abnormal, with remnants of stone houses reduced to mere ruins, half-walls of castles, and completely desiccated lakes. This place was undoubtedly not in such a state previously. Surilladin awoke languidly, only to find herself suspended thousands of meters in the air, causing her to scream in sheer panic. Bai Ling was compelled to find a suitable spot to set her down, but the moment she did, the woman fainted again. Thus, she remained by the woman's side, awaiting her recovery. It was not until the sun was about to set that Surilladin finally roused from her stupor, gazing at Bai Ling, who had reverted to her human form, with a look of utter bewilderment. Who are you? I feel as though I've just emerged from a nightmare. Enough with the pleasantries. I am a dragon, Bai Ling replied with resignation. The Targaryen lineage has rekindled the blood fire, and dragons soar once more over Westeros. I presumed this news had already traversed the 7 kingdoms. There are indeed whispers of such a tale, yet I have never witnessed a transformation into a dragon. A dragon, huh? Surilladin exclaimed as she finally took note of the dimming light. Is this the Hill of Souls? We must leave this place swiftly or find refuge. Alas, it may be too late. What is it? What happens when the sun sets? Surilladin's complexion paled as she observed the last rays of sunlight vanish, murmuring, It is too late. As the sunlight faded, darkness descended. The once fiery land of molten rock rapidly solidified and froze, a visible silver frost spreading throughout the area. In mere seconds, the landscape was entirely encased in a shimmering white. Even from a distance, they could feel the piercing cold. Bai Ling reacted swiftly, seizing Surilladin and fleeing. Realizing they were pressed for time, she transformed into a colossal dragon, enveloping the woman beneath her wings. Within the crystal blue mist of ice, an irregular entity composed of snowflakes curiously circled the frozen dragon, scrutinizing this uninvited guest. Suddenly, a layer of ethereal blue flame enveloped the ice-sculpted dragon. The ice cracked rapidly as it flapped its wings vigorously, ascending into the clouds. Once they reached a safe altitude, Bai Ling hastily checked on Cerulean, only to find the poor woman frozen into a lifeless statue. Bai Ling stood aghast, realizing the gravity of the situation. Cerulean's body had lost all warmth. Bai Ling felt a pang of confusion. This woman had been her lead to the Martell family, yet now what was to be done? Ordinary humans could not endure such drastic environmental changes, but she had forgotten. She had long since shed her human sensations. The white mist enveloped the area, with tiny blue ice crystals dancing erratically. Suddenly, Bai Ling perceived a haunting melody, a resonance of heavy burdens, of grief for lost loved ones, and a surrender to an enigmatic fate. This song could unearth the deepest recesses of the soul. From Cerulean's body, something began to emerge slowly. A fragile, pale blue light formed a human shape, seemingly on the verge of vanishing with the slightest touch. It was the visage of Cerulean, her spirit. Cerulean first gazed around in astonishment, and then, as if comprehending something, she nodded at Bai Ling and soared off in a particular direction. Bai Ling, understanding her intent, followed suit. The mist seemed to thicken, and an increasing number of phantoms, akin to Cerulean, emerged, all venturing in the same direction. The dense fog continuously brushed against Bai Ling's form, as if attempting to penetrate her dragon scales and seep into her very being. Although she felt temporarily safe, Bai Ling gradually sensed a profound chill encroaching upon her. This place was one where even a dragon could not linger for long. As the white mist dissipated, an unexpected sight of a black lake emerged before her. It was not merely a lake, for it was a viscous, pitch-black liquid. Its physical appearance resembled oil, yet the surface was alive with undulating, inexplicable entities, shifting in shape. Ethereal blue spirits quietly walked into the black liquid, vanishing without a trace. It resembled the entrance to hell, and Bai Ling cautiously observed, hesitant to approach. Initially, Cerulean's spirit exhibited expressions and human-like gestures, but now she struggled to form words. Her gaze frequently drifting towards the black abyss, as if battling against something unseen. She pointed beneath the black water, forming the words, "Oberon is down there." Immediately after, she, like the other phantoms, succumbed entirely to a state of thoughtlessness, walking straight into the dark waters. Should I follow? Bai Ling found herself engulfed in deep conflict. The realm to which the lost souls ventured appeared perilous in every aspect. Was she truly willing to take such a risk? Yet, Cerulean had no reason to deceive her. Oberon resided within. "Are you afraid?" inquired the apparition of Dylan Hagel. "Did you not wish to uncover the purpose of the false king and the high priest? Perhaps Oberon knows the truth." Bai Ling turned her head to glance at him, noticing a peculiar detail. She had always been uncertain whether Dylan's sudden appearance was a figment of her imagination or a genuine spirit. He shared their collective memories, possessed Dylan's thought patterns, and could even jest with her. Ordinary human spirits were pale blue, including Nahlis, who had sought to seize her body in the abandoned temple of the northern snow mountains. Yet before her, Dylan Hagel's silhouette shimmered in white with a hint of gold. "What exactly are you?" Bai Ling inquired directly. "Me? A figment? A spirit? Or merely a shadow residing in your heart? I am uncertain, foolish dog. Is it related to the dragon transformation ritual? Is it connected to our symbiotic ceremony? Alas, your incessant questioning renders it less entertaining." With that, Dylan's apparition vanished as abruptly as it had appeared. Bai Ling stood for a moment before resolutely stepping into the black waters. Was her body sinking, or was it rising? As darkness enveloped her sight, her senses seemed to fade as well. She felt as if her thoughts and memories were slowly dissipating. She regained her human form, but could neither open her eyes nor part her lips. Covering her ears, she sensed something minute attempting to infiltrate her body, prowling around her, searching for vulnerabilities. Time lost its meaning as she floated in the abyss until sunlight pierced through the darkness, and Bai Ling found her feet upon solid ground. "Renice, come look. Don't I look particularly alluring in this outfit?" "That workaholic is sure to be captivated," giggled Elia, as Renice turned her gaze towards her. Noticing her slender figure elegantly adorned in exquisite attire, Elia cheerfully tried on dress after dress, eagerly seeking her opinions. "You truly possess remarkable talent. How do you conjure so many beautiful styles? Should I don the attire of the seven maidens or the saintess?" Observing that Bai Ling had been lost in thought, Elia approached her with concern, gently taking her hand. "What troubles you? Are you feeling unwell? Shall I ask Oberon to accompany you for a stroll?" "Oberon?" Bai Ling inquired, her brow furrowing. "Is he here?" Elia chuckled lightly. "Have you not yet awakened from your stupor?" You both have already set a wedding date. Where else would this betrothed be, if not here? Wedding? Us. Bai Ling felt a disquieting sense of confusion wash over her. Am I to marry Oberon Martell? You truly are not yourself, Elia remarked, her expression turning serious. She turned to her lady-in-waiting, commanding, go fetch Oberon immediately. Hurry, for Renice is unwell. The lady-in-waiting nodded and offered a gentle suggestion. Princess, you have been bustling about for quite some time. Perhaps it would be wise to rest, after all. You are newly with child, and it is essential for your health to take a moment. I understand. Worry not. I am merely trying on garments. What fatigue could there possibly be? Bai Ling's confusion deepened. You are pregnant? Could it be? Elia smiled tenderly, caressing her belly. Indeed. It is the first offspring of Rhaegar. While everyone hopes for a boy, I wish for a girl, as delightful as you and Rhaegar. Something felt amiss amidst this familiarity of the Red Keep. Bai Ling sensed an unsettling dissonance. Is Elia to wed Rhaegar? Oberon is her betrothed? Why does this seem so bizarre? She vaguely remembered that Rhaegar's princess was meant to be her, Rhaenys Targaryen. Renice, Oberon's voice broke through her reverie. He rushed in like a gust of wind, sweeping Bai Ling into his embrace. I shall take you back to rest, shortly. I will summon the maester to check on you. TSK, behold the man smitten by love. It truly incites envy. Elia teased her brother. Oberon, how have I never heard that the Red Viper is a paragon of fidelity? What of the ladies of Dorne, the Sand Snakes, and Countesses? Are they not still awaiting your return? Oberon shot a fierce glare at his sister, covering Bai Ling's ears before hastily departing. What ails you? You have been so quiet, he said, gazing down at Bai Ling and placing a tender kiss upon her forehead. Are we to be wed? Bai Ling asked softly. Oberon burst into laughter. Ah, I see. You have heard the rumors of my past, fearing my roguish heart. Fear not. Having decided to marry you, my wife shall be my sole love. And I shall remain devoted to you until death parts us. Until death do us part. It echoed in her mind, reminiscent of an oath once taken by another. Yet, something feels wrong. What is amiss in all of this? Where lies the discord? On the ground. As time passed, the white mist gradually dissipated. When the first ray of sunlight appeared, the temperature had already risen to a level reminiscent of spring's warmth. Soon, the earth cracked open with countless fissures, magma surged forth. And the temperature soared, enveloping the land in flames, transforming it into a zone of extreme heat. After an indeterminate period, 2 horses appeared at the edge of this forbidden area. Lyanna Stark gulped down water ravenously, inadvertently soaking her face. There is nothing here, she inquired. Could it be that those people were mistaken, or perhaps deceiving us? Alden furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the map, shaking his head and stating, it is indeed here. The monsters of the Blood Mire ultimately vanished in this very spot. They had just endured a harrowing escape, initially intending to track the creatures that had abducted children to uncover the mastermind behind it all. However, upon reaching the Blood Mire, they found the boss far too formidable to contend with. The newly emerged vampire-like creatures were impossible to vanquish, and those enormous red plants rendered them utterly defenseless against the vampire countess, forcing them to retreat in disarray. During this time, Lyanna had nearly acclimated to such a life. The memories of her once comfortable noble existence in the north were becoming increasingly indistinct. She wondered when Alden would finally be willing to teach her, letting out a sigh. Her mind wandered back to Alden in battle, his blood-streaked, muscular form, and the potent, enigmatic power of his sigils, causing her cheeks to flush. Perhaps this life wasn't so bad after all. The intelligence indicated that the place known as the Ghost Castle could not be found during the day. They would return at dusk after resting in the city. Alden tugged on the reins and turned, noticing Lyanna still lost in thought. Let us go, you rogue, he called. What are you doing, you fool seeking death? Lyanna, flustered and furious, drew an arrow from her back and shot it at Alden. He laughed heartily, effortlessly conjuring a protective sigil to block it. Let us hurry, we must return before nightfall. Don't you enjoy excitement? Wait until evening, and I'll show you plenty. You're rambling again, she retorted. Ha ha. Chapter 158. Who loves me? I love and return thus. The days passed peacefully. Princess Elia had safely given birth to 2 princes. Rhaenys Targaryen happily lived with Oberyn Martell in Dorne. Throughout Westeros, the long night never arrived, and Rhaegar's wise rule ensured the realm remained stable and prosperous. Perhaps this was the alternate world she had longed for, White Ling often pondered. When Elia became pregnant for the 3rd time, King Rhaegar organized a grand tournament, gathering nobles from across the realm at Harrenhal. It was at this event that Rhaenys Targaryen encountered the legendary Northern Rose, Lyanna Stark, for the first time. Until this moment, She had never doubted the authenticity of this world. It was only when Rhaegar raised his lance, traversed the grand tournament platform, and presented her with that thistle flower that a familiar memory began to resurface, as if something had been shattered. Everything around her abruptly froze, rapidly losing color and transforming into statues of gray and white. This is not right, Bai Ling thought. This world is entirely different from the images in her mind. Although it is beautiful and fulfills her deepest fantasies about Game of Thrones, it is nonetheless a facade. What is Game of Thrones? What does YY mean? The dragon slowly opened its eyes. It had awakened. Damn it. The potion has failed. How could this happen? Hurry to report to the high priest. Reinforce the chains. Seal the passage. Before the colossal dragon, the black-robed wizards, resembling ants, could not help but retreat. Those golden-slit eyes, larger than wheels, scanned the surroundings. Clearly, they were deep underground, its massive body submerged in a murky black liquid, weighed down by heavy metallic chains, with its wings pierced and firmly anchored to the ground. Bai Ling shook her head. A small plume of flame escaped from between her teeth, as if she had just belched. The flame gracefully flew to the chains, instantly melting the thick metal. The familiar attire and altar before her mirrored those from her time in the dragon cult. The delicate flames quickly severed the chains, and the dragon abruptly rose to its feet, its wings flapping as more blue flames erupted forth. The black-robed figures fled in a frenzy, but alas, once touched by that fire, it could not be extinguished. Flesh would swiftly turn to ash and disperse. The dragon climbed onto the shore, staring intently at the figure approaching from the depths of the cave. He had a single eye, slightly curly short hair, a tall stature, and was clad only in the barest of garments, with a pouch the size of a fist around his neck. Dragon, I know you can understand my words. Let us strike a bargain. The dragon's slit eyes narrowed as it took a few steps closer, its fearsome maw hovering just above the man's head. Forge me a ship with blue flames to the realm of the dead, and thereafter, my wealth, my people, my territory, will all be yours. The one-eyed man before her was Oberyn Martell. His expression was frenzied and grotesque, no longer the carefree Prince of Dorne, but rather resembling a mad cultist. Oberyn Martell, who revealed this to you? The dragon spoke in human tongue. The realm of the dead belongs to the others. No living being can reach it. Oberyn, however, was not deterred, continuing to shout. Do you not wish to slay the false king? Build me a ship, and I will assist you. Dorne will stand with Rhaegar. In an instant, Bai Ling discerned Oberyn's intention. He sought the realm of the others to resurrect Princess Elia, though uncertain as to who had informed him of the ship that could sail to the land of the dead. She understood that this world possessed gods, yet also lacked them, based on her own knowledge and the narratives from her past life. The existence of the underworld was sheer nonsense. The resurrection of the dead could only lead to one possibility, becoming blue-eyed, a mere walking corpse. The dragon cast a final glance at the nearly deranged Oberyn Martell, reluctantly acknowledging that the once wise and handsome Prince of Dorne was now a relic of the past. It appears that our guests are not satisfied with our hospitality. A towering figure emerged, adorned with a black iron crown symbolizing the power of the Seven Kingdoms. Rhaenys Targaryen. It has been a long time. Your current strength is truly astonishing. Who? The one-eyed Oberyn could hardly believe his ears. Rhaenys? Are you referring to this dragon? The High Priest Isendar, the architect of all turmoil, has surprisingly manifested here. The dragon suddenly opened its mouth, lunging at the High Priest. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the High Priest managed to restrain the massive dragon's head with a single hand, showcasing a power that rendered the great beast momentarily immobile. Such an impulsive child. Lie down and listen to me. The High Priest commanded effortlessly, pinning the dragon to the ground, its head nearly sinking into the earth. Whitewing expelled a torrent of blue flames, engulfing the High Priest in flames. His form flickered, as if he were not of this realm. It was not until his splendid garments and crown were consumed by the fire that he reverted to his original appearance. Oberyn Martell seemed to witness his true visage for the first time, casting several scrutinizing glances at the High Priest. I have grown weary of this world. During the convergence of the stars, I discovered a more expansive realm. The High Priest appeared to caress the dragon's head, yet the great beast remained pinned, unable to break free. The gateway to another world is about to open, and we require this vessel. Alas, Rhaenys, why do you refuse us? For the sake of your Rhaegar, should you not assist us? Hiss! The dragon exhaled searing gas from its nostrils. Whitewing had to concede that the High Priestess' words bore merit. Even transformed into a dragon, she was no match for him. Will you concede, Rhaenys? Perhaps surrender is the easier path for you. A phantom of Oberyn Martell appeared beside her. No one else could see this apparition, save for Whitewing. Regardless of the might one possesses, there are times when it cannot be wielded effectively. I endeavored to nurture your growth, yet I failed. Will you yield once more? Who would sacrifice for you? Perhaps Oberyn would. I glimpsed your fantasies and desires in your dreams. Surrender is your only option. No one loves you anymore, Rhaenys. You are unworthy. Doran Martell spoke these piercing words gently before dissipating. Indeed, she had always believed she could escape into a world of fantasy where all her wishes would come true. However, along this journey, what has she truly altered? Offer your dragon fire. Forge the ship's bones with your body. Rhaenys, are not Oberyn and Elia your friends? Do you not wish for Elia's resurrection? If you agree to my terms, I shall return King S. Landing to Rhaegar, put an end to the Red Death, and lead all my followers to the New World. Westeros will immediately regain its peace. Is this not what you desire most? The high priest seduced her with each word, and the dragon's slitted eyes brimmed with conflict and struggle. She found herself pondering and torn. Perhaps the high priest speaks the truth? Oberyn gazed intently at the fallen dragon before him, his eyes filled with a complex array of emotions. Unable to bear the sight, he turned his head away and softly implored, Rhaenys, I beseech you, do not acquiesce to him. A heart-wrenching scream echoed from an unknown source. The inky waters of the lake surged violently, and soon a pale blue orb emerged. Do not consent to him, shouted Lyanna Stark, pressing against the orb as she directed her voice towards the fallen dragon. Prince Rhaegar, perhaps he truly loves you. Alder's eyes had turned pitch black, straining to maintain the power of the spell, while sharp fangs began to elongate at the corners of his mouth. Where did those two little insects come from? The high priest merely waved his hand, shattering the barrier that shielded the two. It is you, the Wild Hunt. Alder roared, drawing his silver sword and charging towards the high priest. Chapter 159. The Ship of Doom. Upon hearing Alder's furious cry, the high priest's expression involuntarily twitched. He raised his arms to block Alder's silver sword. It was uncertain whether it was the sword's inherent properties or the effects of the potion, but the blade embedded itself into flesh, nearly severing the high priest's arm. Humph, blood-sucking wretch, the high priest sneered, retreating a few paces as his arms hissed with pain, the touched flesh melting as if in contact with acid. With a swift motion, the high priest summoned the viscous, dark waters of the lake, transforming them into a column that doused his wound, instantly sealing it. The flesh began to regenerate slowly. I cannot simply disregard your words, after all. That is our beloved bloodline, a sultry, husky female voice echoed from the depths of the cavern. Alder's brow furrowed deeply, his face contorted with disgust. Lyanna, what brings you here? Suddenly, a swarm of small bats with dark bodies and crimson eyes surged forth from the depths of the cave, swirling to form a tall, slender woman. She possessed beautiful, wine-red hair, and her upturned, peach blossom eyes sparkled with bright crimson. Clad in an elaborate, ornate court gown, her swan-like neck was adorned with delicate golden pearls, and her luxurious hair was crowned with a dainty tiara made of pearls. She resembled a true queen, though the blood splattered on her dress and face betrayed her sinister nature. The woman produced a soft wool fan, bashfully concealing half of her face. My dear Alder, you have changed to the point where I scarcely recognize you. I am quite curious, which esteemed member of our clan bestowed upon you your first embrace? After a pause, she added, and what of your master? Is he still in Kael Morhen? Alder replied numbly, how dare you mention my master? What, you, a high-ranking vampire, are now serving the Wild Hunt? Ha ha ha. Lyanna chuckled, such petty provocation, little Alder. Let us speak of something else. Have you and your lovely companion considered becoming my subordinates? My servants inform me that this continent lacks advanced magic, making it quite easy to conquer the lower-class humans. The high priest interjected, Duchess Lyanna, I have no interest in your affairs, but allow me to remind you not to forget the agreement we reached. Of course, my lord. Leave Alder to me. You continue dealing with that dragon, the Duchess declared, transforming once more into a swarm of bloodbats that surged toward Alder and Lyanna. At that moment, Alder, Lyanna, and the white spirit found themselves half submerged in a pitch-black liquid, while the high priest, Oberyn, and the vampiric Duchess blocked the entrance to the deep cavern behind them. If they wished to escape, they would need to carve a path through their adversaries and venture deeper into the cave in search of an exit. As the swarm of bats approached, a smile crept across Alder's face. Oriana, did you not inquire about my master's whereabouts? He has passed on. Yet until his last breath, he was consumed by thoughts of you. He bid me convey his message. The swarm of bats halted mid-flight, and a voice emerged from within, laced with skepticism. What did you say? Impossible. I gave him my blood. He cannot be dead. Alder remained silent, but his silence spoke volumes. He gave you my blood. Did he? How did he die? Enough. Let us cease this nostalgic chatter. The high priest had grown weary of this indecisive woman, who, despite her formidable powers, was revealed to be merely infatuated. Oberon, eliminate them. Oberon slowly drew his long spear, twirling it with finesse. He recognized Lyanna as the daughter of the Duke of the North, yet his interest in all matters of Westeros had waned, and he felt no qualms about killing her. As for the man beside her, whether friend or lover, he was of little consequence. With blinding speed, Oberon lunged, his spear aimed directly at Alder. Alder had no choice but to toss the silver sword to Lyanna and draw his steel blade to engage. The two clashed fiercely within the confines of the narrow cave, neither gaining the upper hand. The swarm of bats, transformed by Oriana, remained motionless, seemingly caught in a moment of emotional turmoil. Lyanna set aside the silver sword, momentarily disregarding Oberon's status. She swiftly nocked an arrow and aimed for the arms and legs of the Dornish prince, hoping to assist Alder in subduing him. Although Alder was a skilled combatant, a champion of solitary tournaments, his opponent was none other than the notorious Oberon, famed for his cunning and lethal prowess with poison. As the battle raged on, Alder began to feel a numbing sensation creeping from where the spear had grazed him, robbing him of feeling. This numbness spread, slowing his movements. In a swift maneuver, Oberon executed a sweeping strike, sending Alder crashing to the ground. Under the influence of the toxin, Alder found half of his body rendered immobile. "Do not kill him," Lyanna cried out, drawing an arrow and aiming it at Oberon. Oberon smirked, relishing the moment. "Ah, the Rose of the North, Lyanna Stark. If memory serves me right, you should be wed to the Duke of Storm's End, happily ensconced in your husband's domain. Is this man your last act of defiance before marriage? What? Is the bravest knight in Westeros unable to satiate your romantic fantasies?" As Oberon continued to press the issue, Lyanna lowered her gaze, unable to muster a retort. The high priest observed the exchange with cold indifference, unconcerned by the delay, for he too was biding his time. This pool of black liquid is formed from the convergence of countless lost souls. Despite its seemingly shallow depth, it harbors a profound power of death that gradually seeps into the living. Its purpose is to thoroughly permeate the dragon's essence, allowing its skeletal remains to possess the ability to transcend time and space. Among all present, only Ald keenly observed that the dragon's body had already been tainted a deep shade of blackish gray. "We cannot remain here," Ald shouted. "He seeks to forge the doomsday vessel. Najilfa, if we cannot escape, we must eliminate him." Bai Ling attempted to move, but the black abyss exerted an unyielding force, firmly ensnaring her. It is worth noting that she currently inhabits the dragon's form, and even she cannot break free, a testament to the horror of the situation. The viscous black water began to undulate inexplicably, and the low murmurs of the dead gradually filled the air. One by one, hollow-eyed figures with mutilated bodies began to rise from the depths. They crawled upon the dragon's form like maggots on decaying flesh, as the dragon struggled in vain, emitting a thunderous roar, yet was inexorably drawn down into the murky depths by the undead. The entire black pool had transformed into a swamp, consuming the dragon whole. One could easily infer the fate that awaited a dragon completely engulfed. Lyanna frantically drew her bow, aiming to rescue the dragon, but her efforts were futile. The arrows merely passed through the bodies of the deceased without inflicting any harm. Ald roared in fury, consuming a row of vials, his eyes becoming even darker and more profound. He charged directly at the high priest. Meanwhile, Blood Duke Olenna remained in a daze, seemingly stunned by the death of the White Wolf. Oberon strolled upon the black water, effortlessly dodging the arrows aimed at him as he approached Lyanna. "It is nearly over. Miss Rose, the dragon shall serve as the spine of the doomsday vessel, Najilfa, while your souls will fuel it. Though I may be a passenger who cannot return, perhaps I shall become the catalyst for this malevolent force, even if it means sacrificing all of Westeros." Oberon lowered his head, sorrow hidden in his gaze. But what does it matter? A world without Elia is far too lonely. Oberon approached the dragon, now half submerged, gently caressing Bai Ling. "Do not fear, Rhaenys. You shall not perish completely. Your soul will accompany us to another realm." No sooner had he spoken than his spear plunged forcefully into the dragon's skull. Chapter 160, Sailing Towards the End, Finale. The dragon let out a pained roar. Its brain suffered a catastrophic blow, and its consciousness began to fade. The black water seeped into its body, the awareness of the dead encroaching upon her own, a sensation reminiscent of flesh melting and peeling away. The one inflicting this torment upon her was none other than High Priest Isendar. She was not a person of unwavering resolve. She had never been since her past life. An ordinary and insignificant existence was ill-suited for any notions of a savior or a great hero. If she possessed the courage akin to that of the protagonists in tales, such as Arya or Sansa, the world would surely not be as it is now. How to bring an end to all this? She no longer wished to evade. She yearned for eternal peace. The shadow of that man reappeared before her, his form ignited in crimson flames, his eyes gleaming, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Am I truly destined to perish this time, Dylan? Will you come to guide me away? I abhor this world. I long to return home. Dylan gently raised his hand, resting it upon the forehead of the dragon. If it becomes unbearable, then sleep. I shall tread the path for you henceforth. The dialogue within her consciousness remained unknown to the external world. The high priest had believed his plan to be flawless. The dragon was nearly engulfed by the black mire, and from the void emerged a ghostly vessel, shrouded in blue flames. Its outline becoming clearer as it seemed to breach the barrier into this realm. The feeble humans could not halt him any longer. The doomsday ship was on the verge of formation, and the fuel of the departed souls had been gathered. Next, all the captured children would be transformed into Black Knights, and they would embark on a journey to the next world, the wondrous realm glimpsed in the memories of the girl transforming into a dragon. It was a dominion of a different order, governed by rules even the gods could not command. Steel behemoths roamed freely, and countless towering spires seemed to reach the fabled divine realm. The unfathomable technologies and mechanical wonders were 100-fold more miraculous than magic itself. To conquer Westeros? To dominate this world? What worth is there in ruling a pack of primitive apes? Upon witnessing that memory, the high priest altered his ambition. He sought to journey to the true divine realm. Yet, why, amidst the apparent success, did he feel a sense of unease? What was it? The dragon's body had completely sunk, and Lyanna and Alder were easily subdued by the now-awakened Olenna. Everything seemed to have reached a foregone conclusion. Lyanna thought perhaps this was for the best. With these demons gone, the Red Death, the mutations, and the monsters of Westeros would gradually be cleansed and contained. Oberyn observed her expression and chuckled softly. How naive she was to believe the promises of demons. Even if the high priest departed, the celestial bodies above continued their convergence. If that door remained unsealed, an incessant tide of monsters, even species more advanced than Olenna, would invade, bringing ruin to this world. The conversation within their minds was far from over. Rhaenys, not a white spirit. Do you wish to return to your original world? I do. I have no desire to linger in this wretched place. Why does Dylan inquire of her thus? Did he already know? I am nearing death. Does one possess a soul upon death? Can one return to their homeland? If the price is the loss of memory, the forfeiture of all power, even the relinquishment of the body, would you consent? Indeed. Then grant me all of this. I shall assist you in fulfilling your wish, and in the end, you shall return to the world you cherish. The outline of the doomsday ship began to flicker violently, as if disturbed by some unseen force. The high priest's heart throbbed painfully. The conduit through which the ship entered this realm was severed. Moreover, the successfully constructed portions began to recede, and the doomsday ship, Najerfa, shattered and vanished as it had appeared. Soon, only a fraction of the nearly formed vessel remained. Oberyn stood transfixed, turning to the high priest and shouting, "What is happening? Why is the phantom ship disappearing?" The high priest's countenance darkened, his facial muscles twitching involuntarily. The power of the dragon was ebbing, and the souls of the deceased were spiraling out of control. Impossible, this cannot be. The black mire began to bubble ominously, resembling boiling water, the surface roiling violently as something beneath stirred, yearning to surge forth. The high priest began to chant incantations fervently, pale specters seeping into the inky depths, replenishing the dark water's strength. He even sacrificed children destined to transform into the wild hunt, casting their innocent souls into the abyss. But it was futile. Beams of golden red light pierced through the black mire, succeeded by an increasing brilliance that illuminated the cavern as though it were day. Was failure imminent? Oberyn stared at the radiant columns. Memories of his cherished moments with Elia and Rhaenys flashed through his mind. No, he could not afford to fail. He had to find Elia. With resolve, Oberyn Matra leapt into the dark waters. The high priest struggled to contain the malevolent force lurking beneath the black pool. But the areas illuminated by the light began to ignite. Several larger beams seared through his flesh, emitting a foul, charred odor. His flesh writhed, attempting to heal. Yet it was in vain. The burns continued to spread. The high priest was compelled to submerge himself in the black mire to stifle his wounds. Suddenly, loose rocks began to plummet from above. He looked up, gazing at the cavernous ceiling above him. Then, larger boulders began to fall, crashing down around the high priest. He pushed aside a stone, realizing that their presence might have been exposed. How could this be? Humans cannot discover the entrance here. The rockfall ceased, only to be followed by armored knights, robed monks, and a variety of bizarre mercenaries tumbling down like dumplings into boiling water. A knight clad in antlered armor, as robust as a bear, spotted Lyanna and bellowed, "My lady, I have come to rescue you." Lyanna mused, "Rob, this man appears to have aged a decade in our brief separation." Though the scene was grand, the valiant knights faced inhuman forces. Many sank into the black waters the moment they touched it, unable to utter a cry for help. The high priest erupted in laughter. "How laughable, humans! Do you think you have come to assist me?" The vampire duchess, initially intent on fleeing, found herself laughing as well upon witnessing the arrival of mere mortals. "All humans? How delightful it is, for it appears that I shall no longer suffer from hunger." Yet, scarcely had the words left my lips when a multitude of crimson-clad figures descended from above. They unveiled their hoods, brandishing torches aloft, murmuring incantations. "O King of Light, please descend into our darkness. We shall offer the wicked unto you. Grant us illumination, for the long night is fraught with peril. Warriors shall arise from the flames, wielding the harbinger of light to guide us in banishing evil." As the prayers of the red-robed priestesses resonated, the suppressed golden-red radiance at the bottom of the black marsh erupted with newfound intensity. The slender beams of light converged into a magnificent pillar, vast enough for many to embrace. The priestesses all knelt upon the ground, bowing their heads in reverence to welcome the birth of the light's emissary. Within the pillar of light, a golden dragon materialized. With a mere swipe of its claw, it sent the high priestess soaring, embedding her firmly into the rock wall. The golden dragon lowered its head, its vertical pupils fixating on the high priestess ensconced in the wall. With a deep breath, it exhaled a torrent of dragon fire, reducing the high priestess to mere ashes before she could even emit a scream. It then unleashed golden flames upon the murky waters below, which recoiled as if faced with a natural enemy, swiftly dissipating to reveal the uneven rock face beneath. "Rollo, Rollo, Rollo," the priestesses fervently intoned. The golden dragon was a vision of beauty, each scale glimmering as if forged from pure gold. It radiated such brilliance, akin to the sun's warm embrace. It was too dazzling to behold directly. The dragon unfurled its wings and soared, collapsing the cavern as it ascended towards the ground. At this moment, the cold night enveloped the soul mound, densely populated with the hesitant spirits of the departed, souls of humans slain by demons. As the golden dragon soared, every spirit it passed dissolved into the radiant light. It flew towards King's Landing, effortlessly breaching the barrier set by the high priestess, shattering the door that had no threshold. Subsequently, the dragon soared towards the far north, gradually disappearing from sight. The swift arrival of reinforcements and the emergence of the golden dragon unfolded in a manner both surreal and astonishing. "Is it over?" Lyanna asked, her expression one of bewilderment. A captivating red-robed priestess gracefully approached. The moment the emissary of light descended, all came to an end. She gazed at Lyanna, her expression laden with complexity. "And you are?" Lyanna inquired. The priestess bowed slightly. "I am Melisandre, the priestess of the King of Light." Rob rushed forward, eager to grasp Lyanna's hand. "My lady, are you unharmed? Once we return, we shall wed." Lyanna turned to glance at Alden, biting her lip as she replied, "I do not wish to return." Then, with sudden resolve, she raised her head. "Let us annul our betrothal, Robb Stark." Rob's fury ignited as he drew his sword, pointing it at Alden. "Is it because of this bastard? Do you prefer the white-haired one? What is wrong with me?" "Hey, don't drag me into your quarrel," Alden remarked lazily, tending to his wounds. "A princess must marry a prince, Miss Lyanna. The adventure has concluded. It is time to return home." Rob's demeanor softened slightly, yet amidst the unfolding scene, none had noticed that one among them was conspicuously absent as they gradually began to clear the battlefield. A small bat stealthily alighted upon Alder's shoulder. "Do you truly care for her?" Alder cast his gaze downward, remaining silent. "I shall guide you back to Kelmohan. I know of another portal. But, do you genuinely care for her?" "I shall inquire but once more." After a brief moment of contemplation, Alder acquiesced, taking her with him. A soft chuckle escaped from Olenna. "Until we meet again in Sunspear." The small bat emitted a buzz, transforming into countless smaller vampire bats, which swiftly whisked away Lyanna Stark. Caught unawares, the assembly was left in shock as the bats soared through the cave, their astonishing speed leaving only the echoes of the girl's terrified screams behind. "Lyanna!" Robert cried out, his voice filled with anguish. "Where did that bat monster come from?" "Cleric, cleric! Quickly, sprinkle holy water. It's getting away." "Ah, Miss Lyanna." "Alder." With a subtle smile, departed silently. Epilogue. The golden dragon returned to the north, to the abandoned temple at Frostfang. It stretched its wings with delight, lowering its head to enshroud its body, and with a peculiar sound of muscle rending, it transformed into him. Dylan Hagar. The icy chamber where the specter Nelish once appeared still existed, though the ice had long since melted. Apart from the old wooden bed that remained, it was evident that numerous pieces of furniture had been added, including half-consumed bottles of wine and crystal goblets. Dylan Hagar returned to the room and reclined, thoroughly exhausted from his journey. Bai Ling, you're not dead? Have you deceived me? Dylan yawned languidly, ignoring her. Now, Bai Ling had morphed into an ethereal shadow, becoming a different kind of existence, while Dylan possessed a corporeal form and the formidable physique of a dragon, having re-entered the realm of reality. You deceived me. You deceived me. You deceived me. Bai Ling shouted frantically in Dylan's ear. That's enough. I merely have not perished completely, Dylan explained, unable to endure the noise. Laro had given me the elixir of immortality long ago. I shall not die. I want to go home. Why not send me back? Impossible. Your home is far too distant. You shall have to wait for the next convergence of the stars. Bai Ling appeared somewhat bewildered, having transformed into a ghostly form. She had lost her powers and felt adrift. Think positively. You are now immortal alongside me. Are you not pleased? Bai Ling, incensed, retorted, I have become a spirit. What is there to be joyful about? There will be, Dylan replied, uttering those 3 words before succumbing to slumber. He had exhausted too much of Laro's energy and was utterly fatigued. Perhaps later he would inform Bai Ling that she could indeed resurrect with the power of the King of Light. As for sending her home, that was an impossibility. This inept, naive creature could only remain by his side forever. Otherwise, would it not be too lonely for him to guard alone? The end.